Family, who understands? The restart of my life commenced with hellish difficulty. An old man informed me with a grave expression, "Young man, I regret to say that you may spend your life in a wheelchair." This tale begins with my rescue by Nico Robin, a little girl of remarkable strength and extraordinary abilities, yet she is bullied as a monster. What further events await? It is truly exhilarating. I must tell you, the onset of my life's restart was nothing short of a trial by fire. Just a few days after regaining consciousness, an elderly man with a white beard solemnly conveyed, "Young man, I regret to inform you that you may have to navigate life from a wheelchair." I was utterly bewildered. Just moments prior, I had been amidst the refuse, savoring the wretched aromas while awaiting my demise, and suddenly I was faced with a life sentence of lower body confinement. The story begins with my rescue by a garbage collectorno, rather, by a little fairy. Upon awakening, the scene was overwhelmingly intense. A foul stench assailed my senses, nearly sending me into the abyss a second time. My sole thought was one of despair. What sin had I committed to be discarded amidst this refuse? In a previous life, did I perish from a brain tumor only to awaken in a trash heap in this one? As I struggled with such existential musings, I heard a soft weeping nearby. I thought, there's a companion. With all my might, I managed to croak out, "Help me," and once again, darkness enveloped me. When consciousness returned, it felt as though I were being yanked from the earth like a radish. With a sudden jerk, I was pulled from the refuse. Had I not been dazed, I surely would have exclaimed, "Oh, my aching back." The one who rescued me was a petite girl with black hair and large, tear-filled eyes, her own appearance more disheveled than mine. This girl was Nico Robin. Do not let her tender age of 7 deceive you. She may be slender as a sprout, yet her strength is impressive. What astonished me even more was when she crossed her arms before her chest, and miraculously, several hands appeared beneath me, lifting me effortlessly onto her back. Had I been fully aware, I would have bowed in reverence what extraordinary powers she possessed. Robin sprinted towards the town, shouting, "Make way! Make way! This person may not survive." The townsfolk, upon seeing her, recoiled as if confronted by a plague, scurrying away in fear, murmuring derogatory remarks about Nico's monster and what a disgrace. Their ignorance incensed me, a gaggle of gossipers, devoid of understanding. Yet the situation grew more infuriating. Just as we neared the doctor's residence, a group of children emerged, led by one named Zika, who hurled a rotten tomato, splattering it across Robin's forehead. The crimson juice trickled down her face, and I was overcome with indignation at the sheer cruelty of it. The children cackled, calling her monster and beggar. Robin, silent and resolute, attempted to sidestep them. But Zika, in a fit of anger, declared, "Don't go. My father is a doctor, and he won't treat a monster like you." Upon the utterance of those words, Robin's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. She realized the gravity of the situation. Those mischievous children were indeed incorrigibly wicked at their core. Although I was in a daze at the time, had I been conscious, I would have certainly delivered a few choice words to that little scamp. Who did they think they were bullying? My savior? With no other option, Robin turned and walked in the opposite direction. The impish youngsters continued to mock her from behind, their voices sharp and caustic. As she quickened her pace, perhaps eager to escape the scene, she stumbled and fell with a loud crash, landing on the ground alongside me. The rough stones beneath her scraped her arm, leaving a deep gash that drew blood. She gasped in pain, blowing on the wound repeatedly, murmuring, it hurts, her distress palpable. Once she regained her composure, the first thing she did was check on me. She turned me over and mused aloud. Why does he seem to have shrunk a bit? Can you believe it, dear readers? My mind, akin to a black hole, had begun to absorb my own energy in a desperate act of self-preservation, resulting in a bizarre form of reverse growth. I had transformed from the appearance of a 7 or 8-year-old into that of a mere 6 or 7-year-old. Robin, perhaps dismissing it as an illusion, sighed and complained to my unconscious form, "Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered with you," and avoided this fall. Yet, despite her words, she stood up and, with great effort, managed to find a small cart to hoist me onto, pushing me towards the tree of omniscience at the heart of the island. That journey felt interminable, as though she had been pushing for a century. When she finally collided the cart against the stone monument of the tree of omniscience, she herself collapsed, utterly exhausted, atop the cart. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying on a pristine bed. Upon opening my eyes, I was met by a pair of extraordinarily beautiful eyes, one a deep ocean blue and the other a rich emerald green, their lashes fluttering. My mind momentarily short-circuited, and I exclaimed, "What stunning eyes!" causing young Robin to blush profusely. Then, I was introduced to two elderly scholars, one named Kloba and the other Oster. They examined my condition and discovered that I was severely depleted, administering an entire barrel of marine essence nutrient solution to me. Yet I showed little reaction. Dr. Oster, stroking his mustache, declared me a curiosity, asserting that I possessed significant research value. Dr. Kloba, far gentler in demeanor, inquired about my name and origins. After much contemplation, I could only recall that I was named Chen Mojian, hailing from a place called Earth Village, with all else slipping from my memory. Oh, and I did remember one thing, and in great excitement, I exclaimed, I remember. I'm ill. I have brain cancer. At that moment, the entire room fell silent. Days later, the results of the examination were revealed. Dr. Oster, holding the report with a solemn expression, informed me that there was no cancer in my brain. Rather, it was simply larger and denser than that of an average child. I was incredulous. I distinctly remembered having it. Thus began a spirited debate between us. You've misremembered. I have not. You've misremembered. I have not. Ultimately, this scholarly old man was left fuming, his anger palpable. Ultimately, it was Dr. Kloba who intervened, suggesting that perhaps my previous physician had made an erroneous diagnosis. The matter was thus set aside. However, shortly thereafter, Dr. Oster unveiled a bombshell revelation. He stated that my leg appeared as though it had been partially digested by some entity and then reassembled, rendering it utterly useless. I would never again be able to stand. Upon delivering this unsettling news, the elderly gentleman departed with a countenance reflecting profound dismay, likely shaken by how my case had shattered his preconceived notions. Dr. Kloba, on the other hand, exhibited great compassion, reassuring me that even within the confines of a wheelchair, life still held numerous possibilities. He even arranged for a wheelchair to be provided for me. Later, I learned that this assembly of scholars had convened to deliberate whether to retain me, harboring suspicions that I might be a spy sent by the world government. Ultimately, they concluded that a 6- or 7-year-old child with disabled legs posed no threat whatsoever, emphasizing an aura of safety and harmlessness. Thus, I found myself residing at the Tree of Omniscience, designating young Robin as my guardian, ostensibly to provide companionship. As days passed, I began to experience an unsettling sensation while sleeping at night. My head felt swollen, as though something within was tightly constricted, causing considerable discomfort. I harbored the persistent feeling that if I could merely unravel this binding, my head would undoubtedly expand to an enormous size. An inexplicable image surfaced in my minda, large-headed child. This simply would not do. In my dreams, I sensed my head nearing a point of explosion, inflating like a balloon, and I was not keen on stepping outside with such a prominent head, attracting the attention of onlookers like an extraterrestrial. Groggily, I muttered, "Hey, that's enough. Don't grow any larger." To my astonishment, it actually obeyed, and the pressure gradually dissipated. When I next opened my eyes, daylight had arrived. I smacked my lips, feeling utterly unwell, when a soft laugh erupted from nearby. Startled, I quickly sat up and beheld a dark-haired little girl at my bedside, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. I instinctively greeted her, "Good morning," only to stumble over my words. Having lain here for several days, I was at a loss regarding the name of my savior. My family was oblivious to such matters, and the awkwardness was palpable, enough to make me wish I could burrow my way out. Fortunately, the little girl broke the silence. She extended her hand toward me, her smile radiant. Introducing herself, "I am Nico Robin, pleased to make your acquaintance." I must tell you, in that moment, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her face. The wind tousled her hair, and a few flower petals floated bilaterally, a scene reminiscent of an iconic moment in anime, forever etched in my DNA. Eagerly, I clasped her small hand, my face flushed, and stammered, "I am Chen Mo, please, Robin. Sister Robin, I look forward to your guidance." The term Sister Robin rendered her momentarily speechless, leaving her frozen in place. Observing her reaction, my heart sank. Had I made a mistake? Our fingers were almost touching as I anxiously inquired, Is that not an acceptable way to address you?" After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally replied with a firm tone, "Of course, as long as you like it." To assuage any potential misunderstandings, she added a follow-up remark. At that moment, I was overjoyed and eagerly nodded, "Yes, yes, Sister Robin." She informed me that Dr. Kloba had declared my health satisfactory and that she would take me out for a stroll today. With that, she gestured toward the breakfast spread and my toiletries before slipping out of the room. It was only later that I realized this young lady was feeling shy. Outside the door, she was fanning her face while muttering to herself, "Why does he speak in such an embarrassing way?" It was utterly charming and simply delightful. Once I finished my breakfast, she wheeled herself back in, declaring her intention to take me to the cafeteria for a proper meal. The mere thought of it filled me with excitement, as I always felt as though I could never eat enough. And then the most astonishing moment arrived. With her arms crossed, she exclaimed. With a sound, 10 hands suddenly appeared out of nowhere on the bed and wheelchair, swiftly and steadily moving me into the wheelchair. My eyes were nearly popping out, and I let out a loud wow. That completely broke my voice. This startled Robin, and her face instantly turned pale, her lips tightly pressed together. I later found out that her ability came from something called a devil fruit, and, as a result, the people on the island treated her like a monster and ostracized her every day. She thought I would be afraid of her too, and that little expression of hers tugged at my heart. She touched my face with her little hands that had grown out, her voice trembling. "Aren't you scared?" At that moment, I didn't think at all and just said, "Afraid? Why be afraid? This is so cool, okay. Robin, can you teach me?" I tell you, as soon as I said that, she was completely stunned, and then she laughed, that kind of heartfelt, from tears to smiles feeling. She said, "You silly, you're driving me crazy." But her tone was incredibly gentle. She pushed me out of the tree of knowledge, and outside was a large lawn where we could see the boundless sea. We just stayed there, and she started reading a book called The Epic of Navigation to me. As it turned out, I'm a bit forgetful and talkative. She was talking about the island of archaeologists, but I heard it as the island of barbecued skeletons. And I almost made her so mad that she would tip my wheelchair over. She warned me that if I spoke nonsense here, Dr. Klaba would throw people directly into the sea for a bath. I quickly zipped my mouth shut. Then she started reading again. Wow, this was no children's book. It was simply a fantasy epic. Dragons, soaring through the clouds, hundreds of meters long, breathing fire that could burn mountains and boil seas. It made my blood boil. I thought to myself, if only I could turn into a dragon, flying in the sky, I wouldn't need to sit in a wheelchair. But guess what? My eyes actually began to turn into slits, and my physical strength was skyrocketing. But then I thought, wait, I'm human. How can I turn into an animal? Then the change quickly reverted, like waking from a dream. Right after that, Robin read something even more explosive. The end of the Age of Dragons was the age of sword masters. In that era, the sword masters wielded sword energy that spanned tens of thousands of miles, with a single sword shining cold over 19 continents. I said to her, upon hearing this, my DNA reacted. I couldn't hold back any longer. I directly interrupted her. Is everyone such a powerful swordsman? She probably just nodded to appease me. My mind exploded at that moment. One sword's light could freeze 19 continents? Doesn't that mean one strike could freeze all 19 continents? One sword could destroy thousands of countries? Damn, that's terrifying. A storm instantly erupted in my mind, starting from how brutal my ancestors were to the realization that this must be an adjective, then to the thought that being this handsome in a world full of big shots is quite dangerous. Finally, I concluded, no, I can't be the dragon on the chopping board. I want to be the swordsman wielding the sword to protect myself. I excitedly asked her, is it true that the sword energy spans 100,000 miles? She glanced at the book and said the original text mentioned that the sword energy could be seen in many seas, then nodded emphatically. Yeah, close enough. As soon as I heard it, I thought, all right, this is solid evidence. So strong. Just after I sighed in admiration, Robin, with a look of longing, said, if I were that strong, I could set sail to find Mom. Before I could respond, everything went dark in front of me, and I was completely oblivious. Yes, I fainted again. The cells in my body, driven by my desire to become a swordsman, began to evolve wildly, racing towards the goal of achieving a sword that could shine coldly across the 19 continents. They treated my energy like an all-you-can-eat buffet, even starting to condense something called sword intent within the cells. Folks, something that others spend a lifetime barely scratching the surface of. I was about to master while lying down. This was simply a life simulator with cheat codes. And the result? My energy bar was completely depleted, and the system forcibly shut down. When I woke up again, lo and behold, it was still that familiar ceiling, the familiar formula. Dr. Kloba and that doctor named Oster were surrounding me again. Dr. Oster looked pained and said I had consumed an entire barrel of his nutritional solution, which was really expensive. The two old men even started arguing about whether the nutritional solution was expired or not, which made me feel guilty. I sighed to Robin, saying that my body was too weak. Just thinking about it made the cells in my body, which were preparing to continue eating, slow down their energy absorption speed by thousands of times, turning from floodgate to a trickling stream. To comfort me, Robin shared her experience of eating the flower fruit. After hearing it, I felt even more envious and said it would be great if I could find a fruit to make my legs grow back. Guess what? That broken leg bone of mine actually grew a little bone bud. But then I thought, the doctor said I would only be able to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of my life, so there couldn't be such good luck. Then that little bone bud quietly disappeared again. Seeing my gloomy expression, Robin said she would take me to the seaside when I got better, and maybe I could really find another one. She said that thing was called the devil fruit, the embodiment of the sea's demon, and eating it would turn one into a landlubber. Upon hearing this, I immediately said I wouldn't eat it. I didn't want to become a demon. As a result, she directly conjured a little hand above my head and tapped me. Are you saying I'm a demon? I quickly changed my tune. Then I might as well eat it. This little girl, even though she was only 7, had me completely in her grasp. Seeing that I was fine, she pulled out a stack of books half her height from under the bed, smiling meaningfully. I originally planned to teach you outside, but it looks like you'll have to learn here. I looked at the top books, Introduction to Devil Fruits and Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, and felt dazed. Just as I was starting to struggle with my literacy, on the other side of the world, on Reverse Mountain, an accident was occurring. A small fishing boat was being pushed upstream by 2 figures, one red and one blue. Those 2 figures were the future warlord of the sea, Jean Bay, and the captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger. They were excitedly shouting commands, but then, with a loud bang, they were knocked away by another pirate ship coming up from the West Sea. On that pirate ship, a little lackey reported to the captain, "It seems we just hit something." The captain asked what it was, and the lackey replied, "It seems like 2 fish, one red and one blue." Without saying another word, the captain pulled out his gun and shot the lackey, claiming that such a trivial matter dared to bother him. Then he laughed maniacally while stepping on the corpse, declaring he would become the next pirate king. These lunatics are a reflection of this era. Half a year passed just like that. I was studying hard in the Tree of Knowledge every day, and Robin slammed her hand on the table, resolutely stating to me, "In this era, many scholars and high-ranking officials from various countries have gradually formed a consensus called the Great Pirate Era." I was like an old man on the subway looking at my phone, with my face clearly saying, "Are you serious?" I directly rebutted, saying, "Sister Robin, are you joking? The Great Pirate Era? Isn't this just gilding the faces of those marauders? If this becomes a consensus, what will happen to us ordinary citizens who are unarmed? Where will the Navy's face go? Is the world government still going to function? How can we acknowledge the legitimacy of bad people just because they are too arrogant? It's simply absurd. Let me tell you, although my leg has been useless for the past 6 months, I haven't been idle at all. Every day, I've been cramming knowledge in the Tree of Knowledge. The feeling is simply like KFC's Crazy Thursday for knowledge. If you give me 50 no, if you give me a book, I can read until the end of time." As I read on, I felt that having no legs really doesn't matter, since reading doesn't require them. And the most outrageous part is that after reading so much, my body feels great, food tastes amazing, and I can even burst out soared energy. Who understands this, family? This thing is completely uncontrollable. If I'm not careful, I explode like a sea urchin, with soared energy shooting 3 to 4 meters in all directions. But I think to myself, this power comes from reading, and as long as I keep pushing myself, I'll eventually be able to master the sword of light that can cut through the 19 continents. However, there's been a knot in my heart regarding that book that means so much to me, the Epic of Navigation. It's my spiritual nourishment. Sister Robin tricked me into believing that a mouse chewed it up. Please, where would there be rats in the Tree of Knowledge? But I believed her, so I've been regretting it every day. But even if the book is gone, I haven't forgotten a word of the stories about the legendary sword masters fighting against evil dragons and carving a bloody path for humanity. Doesn't this world resemble what is written in the books? Nobles are high and mighty, pirates roam freely, and commoners are treated like dogs. When I first realized this, I was terrified and shivering. But then I thought, isn't this the predicament faced by our ancestors? Although I'm just a disabled child, I must inherit their spirit. If I can't do it alone, I'll have children. Generations after generations, there will always be a day when we can turn this world around. I was so excited at that moment that I grabbed Robin's hand and said, "Sister Robin, these are all the principles you taught me. Don't you remember?" Goodness. Robin's CPU seemed to overheat instantly, her big eyes staring at me, her face full of question marks. "What did I say? What did I teach you?" She pondered for a long time and finally said, "Today was just getting up, eating, reading, and pushing me, nothing else. I'm getting more anxious." Holding onto the wheelchair armrest, almost standing up in excitement. It's the Epic of Navigation. What you taught me, I can't back down in the face of evil. I have to fight it. I must bring light. Let me tell you, at that moment, Robin's expression was such that she almost choked on her breath. She must have been raging inside, thinking, I just casually read you a story and added a bit of artistic touch. How did you come up with a whole volume of capital from that? She must have regretted it later and told me she was glad she burned that terrible book. She looked at me, her eyes dimmed, and softly said, Xiao Mo, if we don't mention the epic of navigation, we can still be good friends. As soon as I heard that, I suddenly realized. I quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Robin. I shouldn't have brought up that book and reminded you of sad things. Losing such a precious book must make you even sadder than I am. I won't mention it again, but the lessons in it are engraved in my DNA. Robin's eyes completely darkened, as if she saw the end of the world. Just then, a gentle voice came. Oh, you two little ones are having quite a nice chat. It was Dr. Kloba. Just as I was about to speak, Robin quickly interjected, It's nothing, it's nothing. She was afraid I would share the theory I had just mentioned and let these old scholars laugh at her. Dr. Kloba didn't press further, looking at us with a smile. Let me tell you, these old men look at me as if I were a rare treasure because I have a good memory. Read quickly, and many people are lining up to take me as their disciple. The only concern is that my health is too fragile. They worry that one day I might be gone, and they would be sending a black-haired person to a white-haired one. The doctor cleared his throat and said, You two have been cooped up in the tree for so long. You're almost getting moldy. The weather is nice today. Let's go out for a walk. I pointed to my leg and said, Doctor, I can't walk. The doctor choked for a moment and awkwardly replied, Walking is just an adjective. It means to go out and take a stroll. But He interrupted me directly. It's settled. We're doing a big cleanup today. The dust is heavy, and it's not suitable for children to stay. I tell you, this excuse is as fake as AI-generated hands. As he spoke, he pushed us outside, and Robin and I were directly sent to the door in our wheelchair, and with a bang, he closed the door. Robin looked puzzled and said, Dr. Kloba is acting really strange today. I sniffed and said, No, he smells perfectly normal. Robin slapped me on the head and said, Are you a dog? I explained very seriously, No, but I can smell it. For example, Sister Robin, you have that sweet licorice scent like violet. I don't smell like anything. I take a shower every day, and I'm super clean. Go to hell, you little brat. Robin's face turned red, and she pushed my wheelchair and ran wildly, nearly bouncing me out. Just as we left behind the tree door, Dr. Kloba hurriedly slipped into a secret door. Wow, there were hundreds of scholars inside, all gathered like they were playing a game. Each one looked excited and nervous. The doctor suppressed his excitement and said, They've left, quickly, to the dark harbor. It turned out they had obtained a piece of historical text, that legendary stone that recorded 100 years of blank history. These old scholars were as excited as if they had dug up prehistoric Bitcoin, discussing animatedly, talking about ancient weapons like the Pluto, which could sink an island in one shot, with technology so advanced it was absurd. If they could decipher even a little, the whole world would change. In the underground harbor, on a ship, a black stone tablet over 10 meters high stood quietly, covered in incomprehensible, mysterious characters. That was the historical text. On the other side, Robin was pushing me along the road, and the sunlight was just right. She glanced at me and suddenly said sourly, By the way, Xiao Mo, your skin is really so white. We placed our arms together, and the contrast between black and white was striking, instantly enhancing the sense of contrast. Robin's smile twisted as she gritted her teeth and said, I'm not angry. In the end, I was the first to get emo, sighed and said, Sigh, Robin, if you're not angry, I am. The book says that boys with fair skin tend to have stomach issues later on. No wonder I always feel unsatisfied after eating. It turns out my stomach isn't doing well. My body is so weak, my legs are useless. I'm dizzy, and now my stomach has problems too. Robin listened to my rambling, and the veins on her forehead were bulging. I was still talking to myself. Sister Robin, I wish my skin could be as dark as yours. It looks so strong. Are you saying I'm dark? Robin's eyes narrowed. I turned my head and looked at her sincerely, even reaching out to touch the back of her hand, enviously saying, Yes, it's so shiny and delicate. Unlike me, I'm as pale as a ghost, looking weak and fragile. At that moment, Robin didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. In the end, she probably thought it was pointless to argue with a disabled child and reached out to pat my head, like she would with a pet. I turned to her and asked, Sister Robin, can you take me out more often in the future? Why? Don't you like to stay indoors and read books the most? I clenched my fist because I want to get a little tanned. That way I will look much fiercer and others won't dare to bully me. That bad guy named Zika won't dare to bully Sister Robin either. Robin froze all over, her whole body stiffened in place, and her usually calm expression could no longer hold up. Her voice stammered a bit. Who told you these things? I turned my wheelchair to face her and said very seriously, Later, I don't know why, the voice I heard when you carried me appeared in my mind. And I also knew about that sicka. Robin, thank you for saving me from the garbage heap. Thank you for protecting me and accompanying me. You are forever my angel in my heart. I will work hard to study and become stronger, so I can protect my angel and prevent her from being hurt again. Xiao Montak. Oh no. I spoke at that moment with such sincerity. Robin was stunned, and I could even feel her heart pounding. After a long time, she came back to her senses, smiled brightly, twirled her hair with her fingers, playfully pressed her forehead against mine, and softly said, "Wow. Xiao Mo has grown up and learned to flirt. Come on, which book did you memorize that from?" I cover my mouth in shock. Huh? Sister Robin. How did you know? Oh no, it says on Intimate Paradise that you can't tell the other person that these words were learned from a book. My mind was racing, recalling the remedies from a book. I immediately put on a deep expression and said earnestly, "Dear, if it weren't for seeing you unhappy, I wouldn't want to reveal my feelings." You looked at me, and the moon represents my heart. Chen Mojian, who gave you this kind of book? Robin's hysterical roar instantly erupted. I sensed that the atmosphere was off, and dark energy began to appear on her face. I quickly shouted, "Sister Robin, your forehead is turning dark." 6-wheel flower palm strike combo. The next moment, 6 hands appeared out of nowhere around me, and they started wildly attacking my face. Slap, 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 slap. My mouth is swollen like 2 sausages, and I mumble I was wrong. Where was I wrong? I don't know. Sister Robin is right. Looking at my miserable state, she probably feels sorry for me too. I have a strong survival instinct and quickly shifted the blame. It was Dr. Klaba who forced it on me. Robin actually believed it. After all, kids don't lie. She must have been grinding her teeth at that moment, definitely thinking, "All right, Klaba, I'm going to expose all those little yellow books you've been hiding when I get back." Meanwhile, she seriously lectured me. "Little Mo, you must remember one thing. You cannot be subdued by power. As a man, even if the doctor forces it on you, you must learn to say no." Hearing the 5 words mighty and unyielding makes my mind buzz again. Isn't this the spirit of the ancestor swordsman in maritime epic? In the face of the tyranny of the evil dragon, never submit. Sister Robin must have beaten me up to explain this principle, surely afraid that I am too foolish and want me to experience it firsthand. I understand. Sister Robin, I won't let you down. With a pig-headed face, my eyes sparkling with enlightenment, I shouted with all my might, "Sister Robin, I just love reading this kind of book. You know what you are talking about, right?" Robin said, pausing between each word, making the air around us feel like it had frozen. I'm still feeling a bit weak, but I'm pretending to be tough. However, the people inside speak so nicely, every sentence is full of philosophy, I absolutely love it. Round 2, flower. Look back, dig. Oh. After a few seconds, I almost had my head twisted off like a bottle cap by her. At that moment, I realized that I shouldn't mess with Sister Robin. With my injuries in the past, if I got cut by a knife, I'd recover in a breath, but now it took me several breaths to recover. I almost kicked the bucket. In the era of dragon slaying, this would definitely be considered a serious injury. I touched my growling stomach, which was hungry from the injury. If only I could eat dragon meat, roast one, boil another. Seeing me like this, Robin probably couldn't bear to do it either. She sighed and said, "Let's go, Xiao Mo, let's go pick mushrooms in the forest." She also educated me, saying that the ecosystem on this island is artificial, with no ferocious beasts. So it's very safe. As soon as I heard that, I started to admire her again. Sister Robin, you are amazing. You ate the devil fruit and are still so knowledgeable. She proudly held her head high and said, "Even if you praise me like this, I won't be happy." But the wildly raised corners of her mouth had already betrayed her. However, just as we were both foolishly about to go mushroom picking, on the other side of the forest, 2 men dressed in black suits crawled out of the sea, looking like Terminators. One of them took out a pure white transponder snail and coldly reported, "Report, sir, we have successfully infiltrated O'Hara. Please give instructions." A voice from the other end of the transponder snail came, icy enough to freeze shards of ice. "Oh, you weren't discovered, were you? Let me tell you, these 2 guys are really professional." The other one with long hair didn't say a word, and it was like he had a motor under his feet, zipping around and disappearing in an instant. He made a big circle and then zipped back to the original spot, nodding at the guy on the phone. "Report, sir, double check. There is no one around." Only then did the voice on the other end of the line sound satisfied. "Good. Listen, your task is very simple. Those scholars in O'Hara have gotten bold and dared to secretly research the blank century. This is a crime the higher-ups absolutely cannot tolerate." Wow, I understood right away that this was a huge accusation. However, the voice continued. These scholars have extensive connections and are linked to many affiliated countries. It's hard to take action without evidence. So, we accidentally lost a piece of historical text, and just so happened to receive intelligence that it was stolen by these scholars to O'Hara. Folks, who understands? This excuse is so shameless. It's a clear indication that they don't care. What do you mean accidentally? Is your safe made of paper? You too. Infiltrate and find this evidence for me. Shut everyone's mouth. Remember, don't cause trouble for the higher-ups. If you get exposed, just disguise yourselves as pirates and die on the island. Better yet, leave no body behind. I was sweating profusely. These guys are really ruthless. They even mention having a combat power of over 3,000 and mastering the 6 styles, which clearly indicates they're not to be trifled with. Understood. The 2 suited men stood at attention, as if listening to an imperial decree. Once the call ended, the tall guy finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Let me tell you, he wasn't afraid of the CP9 commander at all, but of the superior on the other end of the line. Only the celestial dragons, or the 5 elders, can make CP0 call them sir. This is a top-level black operation. In the next second, the 2 exchanged glances fully in sync. In a swift motion, they stripped off their expensive-looking suits, tied them to a large stone, and with a whoosh, tossed it into the sea, the stone flying out like a cannonball. In an instant, they were left in just their underwear, even crushing the transponder snail to physically destroy it, ensuring that there would be no trace left behind. The long-haired one felt a bit uncomfortable and twisted his body. I should have brought a change of clothes. The tall guy, like a robot, remained expressionless. For the sake of secrecy, we must be cautious with our words. This is the best approach. Then, the tall guy began to analyze. The intel says the area around the Tree of Knowledge is heavily guarded, and sneaking in without being detected is basically impossible. The long-haired guy chuckled, and his skin began to change. His eyes turned into beast-like pupils, and then he slowly became transparent in the air. I am a Zoan-type chameleon fruit user. In this sea where hardly anyone can sense hockey, do they think they can find me? Dream on. Wow. Turns out he's a top-tier trickster. The tall guy finally understood why they had to bring him, a landlubber, to swim and infiltrate. It was all part of a planned strategy. The tall guy still couldn't help but look down on these fruit users, believing that real men should rely on their muscles. But he had to admit, sometimes these abilities are quite appealing. Without this invisibility ability, he would probably have to take out all the guards, which would create a huge commotion. All right, let's scout the area and act tonight. The 2 made a plan, moving in a front and back formation, 50 meters apart, quietly slipping into our forest. I was chatting with Sister Robin at the time, and I said, in this forest the smell is quite strange. A mix of fragrance and a bit of earthy scent. Sister Robin looked at me in surprise and said, Xiao Mo, you can really smell it? I'm even more curious. Yeah, Sister Robin, can't you smell it? Nonsense. My nose is like a takeout Radar Pro Max version. Back when I was in the hospital, I practiced hard just to smell the aroma of the food Sister Robin brought a second earlier. I thought to myself, Robin is so amazing, and yet she can't smell it. It must be because she isn't as lazy and gluttonous as I am, always thinking about eating. Sigh, I really am too decadent. With a face full of guilt, I said, I really have been too slack. I must learn from Robin and stop thinking about slacking off and sunbathing. Robin pushed my wheelchair, her head full of question marks, probably wondering what this kid is up to again. Just then, I suddenly sniffed, and a mix of salty, damp, and fishy odor, along with a chilling sense of danger that made my hair stand on end, rushed straight at me. Danger. The alarm in my head was almost about to explode. In an instant, I felt like the whole world had slowed down to 0. 25x speed. A blurry figure slowly materialized in front of us, raising his hand, with 2 fingers resembling poison daggers, slowly and quickly stabbing towards the throats of me and Sister Robin. Damn, this is going for a double kill. Not even giving a chance to call for help. I didn't even have time to think. My body had already moved. My right hand instinctively pushed Robin aside, while I desperately twisted my neck. Huh, that silhouette, it's the long-haired guy, who let out a surprise sound. He probably never imagined that his stealth and sneak attack skills would be countered by a little kid in a wheelchair. Arrogant, angered, and embarrassed. He increased the force of his finger, moving as fast as a bullet. Thud! It made a muffled sound like a metal skewer poking into tofu. That finger firmly stabbed into my body. The immense impact sent both me and the wheelchair crashing into Robin, and we flew backward together for over 10 meters. Shockingly, we didn't die. The long-haired guy revealed himself, staring at his finger in disbelief. His move, which had taken down countless pirates, had actually failed against a child today. Whoosh! The tall guy also arrived, standing next to him with a look of disdain in his eyes, as if to say, "See, relying on the fruit is just so unreliable." I only felt a piercing pain in my right hand and chest. When I looked down, good heavens, there were 2 bloody holes on my arm and chest. Especially the one on my chest. If it were a bit more off, I would have been shot right through. Sister Robin was dazed from the impact, and when she came to her senses, she saw 2 naked muscle freaks standing in front of her. Looking down, she touched my body and found it covered in sticky blood. Xiaomo, she panicked and hurriedly tried to cover my wounds. "Sister Robin, I'm fine," I quickly told her. You might not believe it, but as soon as I thought about it, those 2 bloody holes actually stopped bleeding. Hey, I hit pause on it, although it still hurt. The fact that it wasn't bleeding made it not a big deal. The hairy one stared at the minor wounds on his fingers and said in a deep voice, "This wheelchair-bound kid is a bit eerie." The tall one looked disdainful. "What can 2 little kids do that's eerie? You're just getting worse with age." He sized me up and said something particularly disgusting. "This kid looks fair and clean. He probably fits Spandon's weak taste." Bah, listen, is this human language? Sister Robin looked at the blood on me, and she was so scared that she was trembling. She quietly said to me, "Xiao and Mo, find a chance later and run away quickly." I looked down at my legs and then at the wheelchair, thinking, "Sister, are you serious? Am I supposed to run with my head?" Sister Robin also realized the situation. Her face instantly filled with despair. She knew that neither of us could possibly win. She originally wanted to use her abilities to draw attention so I could escape, but she forgot my greatest weakness. She is kind-hearted, having silently endured bullying since childhood, with no experience in fighting. Now, she was filled with regret, regretting bringing me to this remote forest. Suddenly, Sister Robin clutched her stomach, her face turned pale, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was the spot where I had bumped her with my wheelchair earlier, and now it was starting to hurt. As soon as I saw Sister Robin's condition, I instantly felt like Sherlock Holmes. Her face was pale, she was holding her stomach, and she looked weak and powerless. It's over. Isn't this the ultimate debuff that every girl experiences during those few days each month, as described in physiology books? The technique of rapidly losing health points? My electronic boyfriend instantly awakened. I usually neglect Sister Robin too much. She's already feeling so unwell, and I still made her push me such a long way. Now being scared by these 2 perverts must have worsened her symptoms. Thinking of this, my gaze instantly turned cold as I stared fiercely at the 2 naked men, saying word by word, "You dare to harm my Sister Robin. You all must die." The tall guy looked at my impotent rage and sneered, then stepped forward, instantly appearing in front of me, launching a finger strike straight toward my forehead. At that moment, I had only one thought. No one can touch a hair on my Sister Robin when she's at her weakest. Faced with this deadly strike, I raised my already injured right hand to meet it. Phew! My finger effortlessly pierced through my palm again. Now's the time. At the instant his finger penetrated my palm, I endured the excruciating pain and grasped his hand tightly. How ridiculous! He thought I was sacrificing my hand to survive, looking at me with disdain. However, the next second, the disdain on his face turned into terror. Countless strands of sword energy erupted wildly from my palm, forming a high-speed sword energy machine between our tightly pressed palms. Even he, a tough man, couldn't withstand such torturous pain and screamed out loud. In that moment of his distraction, the sword intent that had been building up in my eyes transformed into a sharp sword, fiercely piercing into his mental realm. He instantly went offline, experienced the counterattack from a weak child. The sword intent in the cells of my chest also transformed into sword energy, shooting toward him like a torrential rain. Not good. His chaotic consciousness could only let out a scream, instinctively using iron blocks. Clang, clang, clang. Countless sword energies struck his iron-like body, sparks flying. But most of it was ineffective. In a moment of desperation, I forcefully pulled down the wooden armrest of the wheelchair, channeling all my sword intent. I aimed for his throat and thrust fiercely. Phew! The wooden armrest pierced through his blocking palm and his terrified gaze, and then, with unstoppable momentum, it stabbed deeply into his throat. He opened and closed his mouth, but could only spew out large amounts of blood, unable to utter a single word. The entire process was so fast that even the invisible long-haired man had no time to react, only able to watch as his 2-meter-tall companion collapsed like a mountain, convulsed a few times, and then fell silent. That was close. I slumped in the wheelchair, feeling a wave of fear. I almost lost control and released the sword energy from my back, which would have hurt Sister Robin. When Sister Robin heard the sound of someone falling, she had already closed her eyes, waiting for death, but when she opened them, she saw the tall pervert lying on the ground with a familiar wooden block lodged in his throat, lifeless. She was dumbfounded. Had her wish come true? Was a hero really here? But aside from me, there was only that long-haired pervert across from me, who was so scared he couldn't even maintain his invisibility. She widened her eyes, staring blankly at me, her face clearly asking what had just happened. I tilted my head slightly and said proudly, "Anyone who harms Sister Robin will have to pay the price." Huh. Sister Robin probably thinks her brain isn't enough. The long-haired man was so scared that he took 3 steps back, and his voice became high-pitched. "Little brat, what have you done?" I looked innocently and said, "What did I do?" He bullied Sister Robin and even tried to hit me, bullying kids too. It's hard to quell the public outrage without dealing with such a pervert. So I did my best, and at the cost of injuring my right hand, I managed to kill him in self-defense. After saying that, I flashed a big smile. But in the eyes of the long-haired man, my little white teeth were scarier than a devil. A child killed a CP9 elite with a combat power of 3,000 in an instant? When did the world become this crazy? Sister Robin pointed at the corpse on the ground, her voice trembling. "Little Mo, did you kill him?" "Yes," I carefully replied. "Sister Robin, you weren't feeling well, so I took action for you." "You're not mad, are you?" Sister Robin gasped. "How did you do that?" "Huh? He was just an ordinary pervert, right? Why are you so surprised, Sister Robin?" I instinctively wanted to scratch my head, but remembered that the bones of my palm were exposed. "Your hand." Sister Robin hurriedly grabbed my wrist, feeling heartbroken. "It's just a small injury, nothing to the bones. It'll heal soon." I simply cut off the pain nerves in my right hand to avoid inconvenience. To comfort her, I even raised that bloodied hand and did a flashy gesture, winking coolly. "Don't fall in love with me without a result, unless you shake hands with me." Let me tell you, Sister Robin's expression at that moment was like she had seen a ghost. Her heart almost stopped from shock. She quickly held down my hand, tearing off her skirt to bandage me, while repeatedly saying, "I believe you, I believe you. Mo, please stop shaking. I'm begging you." Goodness, the way Sister Robin bandaged me was so professional. She wrapped my hand into a big pig's trotter, even tying a pink bow on top. Family, who understands? I'm a tough guy, self-proclaimed. And at that moment, I felt my persona collapse, my brows furrowing enough to squash a fly. And guess what? The freaky lizard guy across from me, who had just transformed, actually imagined a whole 80-episode palace drama. He pointed at me with a look that said there's only one truth, shouting, "I get it. You little brat are acting for me." I was completely stunned at that moment. I said, "Bro, did you just transform and lose your mind?" But he didn't listen at all and started his reasoning show. "You just sneak attacked and killed my companion. And you've already exhausted all your strength, right? That's why you're so weak that you need your companion to help you bandage up. Look at you, you're frowning in pain. Stop pretending. You've completely exposed yourself. I really want to thank you, bro, but I'm just saying that your bow tie aesthetic is too eye-watering, just like your lizard transformation. It's a bit ahead of its time in being ugly." At that moment, Robin and I exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. Wow. So this is the effect of the animal-type devil fruit transformation. Seeing it in 3D live is really different. As a result, this lizard guy saw us not saying anything and thought we were panicking. So he got even more excited, directly going for a mimicry invisibility, with his voice coming from all directions. "Kid, your acting is too poor. Let me go first and chew your little companion up and swallow her." I have to tell you, when those words came out, I was instantly furious. I immediately switched to my verbal attack mode and gave him a lesson on moral integrity right then and there. "Starting from the moment you dared to threaten me, Robin, I elevated the discussion all the way up to how it affects our reading and learning, then to how it undermines the legacy of our ancestors, and finally concluded that in order to end this unbalanced world, we must deal with you, this villain, today." My slippery logic left him stunned, and Robin beside me was so shocked that her mouth could fit an egg, probably wondering what all this nonsense was about. The lizard guy, furious and embarrassed, hid and launched a sneak attack from behind me, cursing as he said, "Humph, still putting on an act? Go ask out at CP." Before he could finish, Robin suddenly chimed in with a sarcastic remark. "CP? Character pairing relationship? Are you and the one lying on the ground in a romantic relationship?" I tell you, the air was frozen for 3 seconds at that moment. The lizard man was probably silenced by this idea too. He directly took action, clawing towards my head. A sneak attack from behind. Shameless. I shouted, but I'd already smelled that stench long ago. When his claw came down, there was a loud bang, and the backrest of my wheelchair exploded on the spot, instantly shredded into powder by countless soared energies. The lizard man was also forced back by this explosive soared energy, so frightened that he used shave and instantly dodged to the side. He was still analyzing, saying that this attack looked impressive, but seemed unable to break my iron block. I said, "Are you here writing a combat analysis report?" The next second, that guy directly stepped on his right foot and soared into the air. Goodness, Navy SIG style, moonwalk. He stood in midair, launching a flurry of kicks at us, with several vacuum slashes flying over like blades. This is a gale foot. Sister Robin saw that the situation was not right, shouted, "Xiao and Mo, be careful," and pushed my wheelchair away, but she stayed in place. At that moment, my eyes were red. I couldn't care about anything else. So I grabbed another wheelchair armrest and used all my strength to unleash a strike against those incoming slashes. With a whoosh, a massive transparent slash swept directly over Robin's head, not only shattering those few gusts of wind into pieces, but also maintaining its power, effortlessly leveling the forest in front of us. From the middle of the trees, it was a clear view all the way to the seaside. At this point, everyone was stunned. Robin squatted on the spot, unable to react for a long time. The lizard man in the sky was so scared that he almost fell off his moonwalk. I grinned at Robin and said, "See, Robin, I told you his moves are useless." Robin stared at me blankly, then looked at the flattened forest, picked up a branch, and swung it hard like I did. And as you can guess, all it did was stir up a light breeze, nothing more. The lizard man in the sky, watching our poor performance, was completely stunned. He probably imagined he was starring in a whole episode of Mission Impossible, his eyes filled with drama. I could guess what he was thinking. Something's off. This is definitely a trap. This wheelchair kid is a swordsman. They are pretending to be weak to lure me in. Our mission in O'Hara has been exposed. There's a mole in CP0. I've uncovered a huge secret. No, I must survive and get this information out. Then with a whoosh, he used moonwalk to run towards the town without looking back, completely panicked. Robin immediately realized and said urgently, "Xiao and Mo, he's going to the town to take hostages." I looked at the small black dot in the sky that was getting farther and farther away, took a deep breath, and said to Robin, "Sister Robin, I can only make one more move, and after this move, I might be done for. That guy's too agile. I'm not sure I can hit him." Robin's gaze was incredibly determined. "It's okay, Xiao and Mo, just go all out. I can use the power of the flower fruit to disrupt his steps. It can make him pause for a moment." All right. With Robin's words, what else could I say? Let's do it. I tell you, at that moment, I truly risked my life. With both hands gripping that broken wooden handrail, I desperately infused every cell in my body with my sword intent. I felt all the capillaries in my body bursting, and in an instant I became a person drenched in blood, the pain nearly causing me to faint on the spot. In the end, I even forcibly severed my own pain nerves just to barely shove all my strength inside. I feel that what I have in my hand is no longer a handrail, but a demon sword that is about to bring destruction. I used the last bit of my strength and slowly swung it towards that small black dot in the sky. And then there was nothing more. An indescribable sword energy shot up into the sky, and that lizard man was left with nothing, directly evaporating in midair. And the sky above my head, my family, was directly split open by me, leaving a huge scar that couldn't be seen from end to end. The entire sky split apart. I fainted on the spot. Later, I found out that my sword had left the CP0 agents on a naval warship dozens of nautical miles away dumbfounded. A guy wearing a clown mask immediately called his superior, the bald commander, trembling as he spoke. Report. A monster capable of splitting the sky has appeared in O'Hara. From the traces, its strength is only slightly inferior to that of the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. When this news reached myriad, I tell you, those old men went into a frenzy. The call went directly to the highest authority of the world government, where the 5 elders hold meetings. The bald commander of CP0, usually a force to be reckoned with, walked into the golden gates like a cat, tiptoeing. Once inside, the 5 elders, some sitting, some standing, and some cross-legged, all fixed their sharp gazes on him like knives. This was the legendary Gorosei. The old man with long white hair wearing a deep blue suit was the first to speak, asking him what was going on. The CP0 commander, usually intimidating enough to scare people, now didn't dare to breathe in front of these 5, bending his waist like a shrimp, stammering as he reported. "Gentlemen, as per your instructions, we have sent a piece of historical text to O'Hara using someone else's hands." The old man with the long beard nodded. "Where are the photos?" Sweat began to pour down the commander's forehead. "O'Hara, suddenly produced a top swordsman, and there was a fight on the island. Our two CP9 agents we dispatched to the island probably didn't make it. As soon as he finished speaking, the bald elder holding the first generation of Enma opened his eyes wide with suspicion. West Sea? A top swordsman? Since when have such high-level experts become so common that you can just pick them up outside the Grand Line? The CP0 commander lowered his head even further, not daring to make a sound. Then, an old man in a black suit with curly white hair waved his hand dismissively. All right, it's just a trivial matter. Just a top swordsman. Can he really break the sky? You can go now. Keep an eye on the New World. The remnants of rocks have started causing trouble again. The CP0 commander felt as if he had been granted amnesty, retreating 3 steps before he dared to turn around and leave. As soon as he left, these old men immediately switched to a mode of ridicule. Family, who understands? During a meeting, these old men started team building and cursing. The long-bearded elder began to rant. Those sons of bitches from rocks just won't settle down. It's been only a few years since Roger died, and these guys want to carve out their own territory in the New World. It's laughable. The bald elder chimed in. But Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido are indeed troublesome. Even if we personally intervene, we can't guarantee we can take them down. The blonde elder immediately became displeased, slamming the table. How many years have we been Gorosei? Still fighting and killing every day? Why do we have to do everything ourselves? What's the point of raising so many dogs? At this point, I got angry. The long-bearded elder turned his ire toward Garp, blaming that bastard Garp. Back when we fought rocks, why didn't he just take care of these guys too? Leaving such a big mess. The D family, all bastards. The bald elder's face darkened at this, probably recalling some unpleasant memories. That old bastard Garp has a son who's also a little punk. That guy named Monkey D. Dragon. We even prepared a promotion ceremony for him, and he actually defected. Guess what his reason was? The world is so big, I want to see it. I bought a watch last year. As soon as this was mentioned, the faces of the 5 elders turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Thankfully, this matter wasn't made public. Otherwise, where would the world government put its face? The highest combat power of a navy has run away. Doesn't that mean we're telling the whole world that we can't hold down these pirates? In the end, it was the old man with the mustache who was more rational, stepping in to mediate. All right, enough of that. For Garp's sake, this matter must be suppressed. The Navy cannot be chaotic, and Garp, this Navy hero, must not be touched. He has met Sama. There was a moment of silence among the powers. Back to O'Hara. The mustached old man brought the topic back. The trap has been set. The prey has entered. How do we reel it in? The bald elder, filled with killing intent, drew his first-generation Enma, wiping the blade as he said, "My opinion remains the same. Wipe O'Hara off the map. Let the whole world know, the blank 100 years, whoever touches it dies." But regarding Vegapunk, the long-bearded elder hesitated a bit. We have an agreement with him, and if we act directly, we fear he might have objections. Indeed, Vegapunk has also met Sama. This is tricky. The curly-haired elder thought for a moment and came up with a wicked plan. I think this way, O'Hara must be destroyed. This is to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. But considering Vegapunk, this villain, let's have the Navy and Enies lobby do it. They have autonomy, and even if they destroy an island, they don't need to go through us. When Vegapunk asks about it, we just say we don't know, push it away. Feasible. The other elder's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Then it's settled. The bald elder hammered down the decision, instructing CP9 to go to the island to collect evidence. And then the Navy would directly launch the demon extermination order to sink O'Hara along with its people. These old men decided the fate of an island with just a few words. Meanwhile, little Robin was in a panic, dragging my bloodied self back to the tree of knowledge. When Dr. Clover asked about the situation, little Robin, with a crying tone, recounted everything that had happened in the forest, specifically mentioning that the 2 perverts used the Navy's 6 powers. Upon hearing this, Dr. Clover's face turned pale, but he still pretended to be calm, patted little Robin's head, and told her to go rest. But how could little Robin feel at ease? She hurriedly ran to the door of the surgery room to wait. This little girl felt incredibly guilty, tears streaming down her face like they were free, muttering to herself, "It's all my fault. It's all my fault for being too weak. I just told you to go all out, not to risk your life. You little brat." Time passed second by second, and the more little Robin thought, the more afraid she became, crying uncontrollably. Just when she felt like the sky was about to collapse, the door of the surgery room opened, and Dr. Osugu came out. Little Robin jumped up, grabbing his clothes and asking, "Doctor, how is little Amo?" Dr. Osugu, being a bit of a rascal himself, deliberately sighed, and shook his head, sigh. What else could it be? Boom! Little Robin's mind exploded. Everything went black in front of her, and she almost fell over, crying, I want to see him one last time. But Dr. Osugu looked at her with a strange expression. What last time? That bastard wasted another barrel of nutritional fluid. He'll be bouncing around after this. Just sit tight for a bit. Little Robin. When is the burial? Halfway through her sentence, she realized, and her tear-streaked face went blank. What did you just say? I said he can get out of bed after finishing the nutritional fluid. Dr. Osugu added, oh wait, he broke his leg, so he can't bounce around. Slip of the tongue. Little Robin was stunned for a long time. Her face suddenly flushed, both embarrassed and angry, stepping on the doctor's foot before rushing into the surgery room. As soon as she opened the door, she saw me half leaning on the bed, one hand holding a drip, the other stuffing bread into my mouth, while flipping through a book with the other hand. I heard a sound, turned around, and saw her. I immediately broke into a bright smile and raised the bread in my hand. Hey, Robin, have you eaten? While I was making a fuss over here. In the basement of the Tree of Knowledge, the old scholars were in an uproar. When Dr. Kloba mentioned the possibility of government agents arriving, everyone instantly panicked. The historical text just arrived, and people are here? Are we exposed? No way. This is a clue sent back by Albia. Could it be a coincidence? Coincidence my ass. Do you believe that? The Navy warships are out there every day. Which pirate would come to this godforsaken place? Everyone fell silent. They knew that this matter was most likely aimed at them. Some still held on to fantasies, saying, isn't there an agreement between Vegapunk and the world government? They wouldn't dare to act recklessly, right? Just as everyone was debating endlessly, Dr. Kloba, the old man, stood up boldly. He stroked his big beard and declared with a face that seemed fearless, the history of the past belongs to all humanity. No one has the right to stop us from seeking the truth. The blank 100 years must be made public. Even if it means facing the death penalty, I won't hesitate. Good heavens, as soon as he said this, all the scholars present were ignited, each one shouting to confront the world government head-on. But Dr. Kloba pressed his hand down and said, ladies and gentlemen, only we archaeologists can interpret the historical text. You are all leaders in your respective fields. You can't risk your lives here with us. Please leave O'Hara immediately, and we will share the results with you once we decipher it. This stirred up a hornet's nest. The other scholars exploded on the spot. No, we agreed to bear this together. Why should we leave? Kloba, you old stubborn man, we aren't afraid of death. A group of people cursed at Dr. Kloba, but the doctor was determined to drive them away. In the end, these old men and women had no choice but to leave grumbling. In the basement, only Dr. Kloba and a dozen archaeologists were left. The doctor looked at them, took a deep breath, and said, everyone from now on, we must race against time and get to work. Meanwhile, on my side, the hospital room was also in chaos. Little Robin was crying and laughing, making a fuss for a long time. I, in a daze, comforted her for a long time, promising a bunch of things I couldn't even remember, and only then did she finally tire herself out and fall asleep. I breathed a sigh of relief as I watched her sleep. Let me tell you, I was lying in bed at the time, completely dazed. Just to deal with those two perverts, I almost gave myself up. The waters of this world are too deep. The Navy, the world government, pirates. Each one of them is as strong as a monster. I am a person with mobility issues and brain cancer, yet I still fantasize about changing the world. I was directly feeling emo at that moment. It's just too much to handle, too much to handle. I peeled back the bandage on my hand to take a look. It's been over half a day, and I still have a scar from such a minor injury. My recovery ability is just pathetic. I've heard that ancient strong beings can regenerate lost limbs in the blink of an eye. Yet here I am, with this little injury, going through surgery and nutrient injections, and I still have a scar? It seems my talent really is lacking. At that time, I thought to myself, my physical condition is not good. My recovery ability is poor, and it seems like I have issues with stamina. Using a powerful move, and I'm done for. My body is simply like a broken car, with a weak engine and a tiny fuel tank. What to do? I started brainstorming like crazy. Change the engine? Replace my heart? Impossible. Then I can only expand the fuel tank. Isn't human energy just glycogen? Stored in muscles and the liver. Build muscle? I don't want to become a muscle man like those two freaks. No way. So that leaves just the liver, right? Suddenly, I remember that I've read somewhere that some people are born with 2 livers. I realized it at that moment. Strong people must have 2 livers. What is this? This is core technology. I only have 1 liver. No wonder I'm so weak. I need to figure out a way to get myself another one. What should I eat to supplement it? Should I try eating some pig liver or chicken liver? No, that's not going to work. The species are different. It will definitely be rejected. I was so worried that I was pulling my hair, and while I was thinking about it, I actually fell asleep. And guess what? In my dream, while I was still mumbling about two livers, I felt like there really was an extra part of my body. I suddenly lifted the blanket and looked down. Wow, there was indeed a small bulge right below my rib cage. My mind exploded at that moment. Damn, I can't be getting kidney stones, right? I'm not even an adult yet. And I'm about to get the title of kidney warrior? That won't do. I quickly pulled out my precious device and scanned my stomach. After a lot of fuss, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't kidney stones. Guess what? I actually grew a new liver, a mini version of a liver. I was completely confused at that moment. What was going on? Can parts really grow out of nowhere? But then I thought, hey, it doesn't seem like a loss, right? It's not like growing a tumor. Having multiple livers is just like having more hair. A small issue. Besides, doesn't this solve my problem with endurance? I was still contemplating whether to get a pig liver to make do, but now it's great. It's the original. I tell you, my mind suddenly came alive. This little liver will be my exclusive portable power bank from now on. Usually, I store energy in it like crazy, and at critical moments, I can release it with one click. This mode, let's call it the explosive liver mode. It's simply perfect. Right then and there, I took out my list of issues, and for the item on insufficient endurance swipe, a line through it directly crossed off. One problem solved. But there's still one tough challenge left. My swordsmanship. Who understands? My physical talent is as weak as I use, while others practice swordplay by cutting waterfalls and smashing boulders. I can only rely on reading to elevate my mental state, playing with consciousness, and generating power through love. It's been over half a year, and I feel like my cells have just been half filled with sword intent. To reach a perfect entry level, I need to fill every cell with sword energy, and that's going to take ages. But thankfully, this thing is like a blue bar. It can automatically recharge after use. Otherwise, after that fight yesterday, my 6 months of cultivation would have been completely reset. No, starting tomorrow, I must double my efforts, facing the sea, leaning against a big tree, reading like crazy, striving to enter the realm of swordsmanship as soon as possible. Determined, I prepared to go back inside, but when I turned around, I was dumbfounded. My wheelchair, which I dismantled yesterday, was left with just a wheel and a board. Now I could barely qualify as a wheeled stool. Robin is sleeping like a pig again. How am I supposed to get back? The ground is so cold, and with my little body, how can I cultivate if I catch a cold? I initially wanted to wake Robin up, but thinking about her recent unpredictable temper, I decided against it. I really didn't want to be scolded in the middle of the night. I might as well read a bit more and wait for her to wake up on her own. As a result, once I started reading, I couldn't stop. From sunset to a sky full of stars, it wasn't until my neck ached that I realized it was already midnight. Robin was still asleep, showing no signs of waking up. Oddly enough, the library was unusually quiet today. Usually, it's bustling with people, but today there wasn't even a sound of footsteps. Forget it, I couldn't be bothered. Staying up late affects growth. So I just lay down next to Robin, pulled the blanket over myself, and fell asleep. Then the next morning, a scream like a dolphin's almost shattered my eardrum. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Robin covering his chest, looking at me with a face full of terror. His gaze was like he was looking at a scumbag. What did you do to me last night? I was completely stunned at the time. Huh? What could I do? Sleep. Sleep? As soon as she heard this, her face turned pale, and her body started to sway. Who understands? This girl somehow read some physiology books and is so precocious. She actually touched her little belly and said with the tone of someone who has seen through the world, "My God, I'm still a child. I completely can't keep up with her train of thought. What are you talking about? What kids?" She paused for a moment, as if suddenly realizing something, looked herself up and down, found nothing unusual, and her face turned bright red, probably thinking that we are both still kids and our hardware can't support it all. Then, this girl got angry and slapped me on the head. "How can you sleep with me? Don't you know there's a difference between boys and girls?" "I feel wronged," I weakly replied, "but you climbed up yourself, and my wheelchair is broken. I can't run away even if I wanted to." Her expression froze at that moment. But guess what? A few wisps of black mist emerged from her body, and she asked me in a ghostly tone, "Anyway, it's your fault, right?" I instantly shivered, my survival instinct kicking in, and I nodded frantically, "Yes, yes, yes. It's my fault, my fault." Just then, Dr. Kloba's head peeked in from the door, and that old face looked like a savior to me. I quickly shouted, "Good morning, Dr. Kloba." The doctor walked in with a smile, his gaze somewhat lewdly sweeping over both of us. Robin greeted him, probably remembering she hadn't gone home all night and fearing her aunt would nag. So she hurriedly ran off, Once Robin left, the doctor started to show concern for my health and asked about what happened in the forest yesterday. However, after just a couple of sentences, I felt his gaze towards me had changed, as if I had been shown something shocking. I'll be straightforward. Oh, those two perverted guys. Their skills are pretty weak. They can't even beat me, a beginner. Where did I learn my swordsmanship? Well, I read books. Robin gave me some enlightenment. And then I just read more and thought more, ate and slept on time, and my mindset improved, so I just got started. What? Swordsmanship is hard. I looked at him sincerely. No way. Although I'm not as good as those geniuses, but diligence can make up for clumsiness. I can still practice something. Why can't you do it? That's definitely because you focus all your energy on studying those profound books like Intimate Paradise that contain the truths of the universe. I can memorize it too, but I don't understand it all, unlike you, who can recite it fluently and comprehend it deeply. You're a role model for us. I told you. The doctor was completely thrown off by me, slapping his face with both hands, mumbling that my worldview needed to be quiet. And then he just drifted off like he was sleepwalking. Quiet? Who is quiet? Is there a book with that title? After the doctor left, I suddenly remembered, oh no, I forgot to tell him my wheelchair was broken. Now I'm in trouble. Robin has run away, the doctor has left, and I don't know when the next person will come. No, I have to save myself. It's breakfast time. Not eating breakfast is bad for my health. Crawl over? No, the ground is too cold, and I'll lose my dignity. Walk on my hands? That's even more embarrassing. Dismantle the bedboard to modify the wheelchair? No, I'm living under someone else's roof. I can't cause damage. Just as I was brainstorming, the image of that perverted guy bouncing around in the sky suddenly popped into my mind. Hey, I got it. He can use his feet. Why can't I use my hands? If that pervert can do it, there is no reason a genius who just started practicing swordsmanship can't do it. Let us do it. I immediately started analyzing. Theoretically, as long as the force I exert on the air is greater than my own weight, I should be able to fly, right? I closed my eyes, and my brain began to play back that guy's movements at 0.25 speed, analyzing how his leg muscles exerted force clearly. Got it. It's just about hitting the same patch of air repeatedly with high frequency and in a small range to create a high-pressure zone, and then using that force to take off. I rubbed my hands together and started the experiment. Suddenly, the room was filled with a howling wind. No, the frequency isn't enough. Oh no, I used too much force and scattered the air. Control the strength, control the strength. Once I understood the principle, it wasn't hard to get the hang of it. Before long, I was like a little bird, clapping my hands in the air, and I soared up in an instant. Is this the feeling of freedom? I excitedly circled around the tree of knowledge several times. If it weren't for the rule against making loud noises here, I would have shouted out loud. Flying was exhilarating, but also made me hungrier. I accelerated and dove towards the cafeteria. When I elegantly flew in and sat down, I noticed something was off. Why were there so few people today? Usually, this place is filled with PhD students discussing while eating, but today it felt as empty as a ghost town. Shalom, good morning. A weary voice rang out as the cafeteria chef, Uncle Mitchison, placed a meal in front of me. Uncle, why is it so quiet today? I asked curiously. You don't know yet? Uncle rubbed my head and continued. Last night, the director issued an emergency notice saying there would be a massive earthquake in O'Hara, and everyone on the island has to evacuate. Today is the last day. What? I dropped the food from my mouth. What about all my books? Uncle shook his head and added, since everyone is left, there are a ton of ingredients left. The director said today, all the stock in the cafeteria is free to eat. Eat as much as you want. He raised an eyebrow, looking at me provocatively. Kid, aren't you always complaining about not getting enough to eat? If you can, empty our kitchen today. Let me tell you, my eyes turned green with hunger. I hadn't had a proper meal in over half a year. I slammed my hand on the table and shouted with all my might. Meat. Rice. Uncle Mitchison laughed heartily and yelled to the kitchen. Hey everyone, did you hear? Teach little Mo a lesson. Then, I tell you, the toughest battle at the Tree of Knowledge began. Charcoal grilled sea beast meat. Steamed fruit rice. Sea snake seaweed soup. Dishes were sent to my table like a production line. At first, the uncles were just watching me for fun, but after a dozen dishes, I didn't slow down at all, and they were left speechless. Later, even Uncle Mitchison ran back to the kitchen to help, because their dozen or so people couldn't keep up with the speed at which I was eating. I feel like I've eaten almost 100 portions of food, and my stomach is still flat, as if the food has entered another dimension. I raised my hand. Everyone, wait a moment. They finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking I was going to stop. But instead, I held my stomach and awkwardly said, I need to go to the restroom first. Don't stop serving. I'll be back soon. I'm still hungry. After saying that, I flapped my hands and flew straight to the restroom, leaving a room full of petrified chefs. Flying. I actually flew. It was Uncle Michelin who reacted first. He shouted at the day's chefs, "What are you standing around for? Didn't you hear what Lil Mo said? Our guest is still hungry. Today, we're not cooking for those noble scholars. We need to satisfy a truly hungry guest. Make sure to serve substantial portions." As soon as he said that, I felt the chefs suddenly ignited, as if they had rediscovered their original dream of being chefs. Wasn't it all about filling every guest's belly? When I returned from the restroom, a mountain of food was already piled up in front of my seat. Awesome. I dove headfirst into the pile of food and went on a crazy eating spree. At that moment, I felt like a quantum reactor inside my body. As the food entered my stomach, it was instantly broken down, absorbed, and converted into energy with astonishing efficiency. Some of the energy was stored in my new liver, while the rest surged towards every cell in my body, enhancing my soared intent. I didn't notice these changes at all. I just felt like I was immersed in a sea of happiness, warm all over. So happy. In my subconscious, there was a voice shouting, "Eat. Let me eat heartily. Consume more energy." I have to tell you, in that moment I realized, indeed, no matter how impressive your studies are, you still have to eat. This meal gathering was like a peak showdown between me and those chef uncles, going straight from morning until sunset. In the end, I couldn't hold on any longer. Let me tell you, it's not that my stomach couldn't take it. It's that my jaw surrendered first. By the end, I was chewing so much that it felt like if I kept going, my facial muscles would develop into an 8-pack. I was rubbing my jaws here, and in the kitchen over there, good heavens, more than a dozen strong men were lying all over the place, looking as if they had been drained of energy, their faces pale, and their hands trembling like they had Parkinson's disease while holding spoons. If one didn't know better, they might think a tiny child like me had done something to them. But I couldn't care less about them. I was feeling fantastic. I felt like every cell in my body was energized, overflowing with soared intent. Just by moving my fingers casually, I could generate crackling soared energy above my head. I closed my eyes to sense it, and wow, I had reached the entry-level mastery of the soared path completely. After enjoying that, a problem arose. What to do next? Without a master or background, I had to rely on my own guesswork. I pondered, and it seemed there were only two paths. One was to twist all the soared intent in my cells into one strand, turning myself into a human-shaped sword, achieving the harmony of man and sword. The other was to desperately compress this soared intent, transforming it from an elusive feeling into air, then from air into water, and finally from water into solid. Goodness, isn't that the legendary golden elixir? Wait, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. According to my extensive medical knowledge, this golden elixir sounds a lot like a stone. Does anyone understand? A sword practitioner suddenly starting to study medical cases. I thought about it. The books say that stones can cause excruciating pain, and in severe cases, one could faint from the pain, and those who develop such stones often need surgery to have them removed after a few years. So, if I were to cultivate a sword path golden elixir, would I also need to undergo surgery in a few years, effectively crippling my abilities? This guy's train of thought was quite unique, as if cyber cultivation had collided with a top-tier hospital's consultation. He thought this must be a life-risking technique devised by ancient heroes for quick success, sacrificing the future for power. It's indeed great, but I'm not foolish. How would he do that? So, I decisively gave up. I should stick to the path of harmony between man and sword. That is safer. Without hesitation, I immediately began trying to fuse that sand-like sword intent within me. The result? After trying for half a day, it was useless. They were like two straight men who couldn't stand each other, completely ignoring one another. I hit a wall, folks, a rookie wall. That is when I realized my sword intent had no soul. It was all lifeless, and I needed to slowly inject my own will into it. It seemed I could only rely on reading more, thinking more, and using patience to slowly refine it. I just planned my future cultivation blueprint, and as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Chef Elder Michelin, whose legs were weak. Yet he still forced himself to walk up to me and pretended to be bold, asking me, "Lil Mo, are you still hungry? Uncle can get you some more." I turned around, and wow, the chefs behind him looked like they could slice me with their eyes. The meaning was clear: if you dare take another bite, we'll make a dish out of you. My emotional intelligence shot up, and I immediately turned into a drama queen, holding my stomach and saying, "Oh, dear Uncle Michelin, I've eaten too much. The book says binge eating is bad for your health. I must take my leave." In reality, I was thinking, just one more bite. But for the sake of the uncles having a peaceful old age, I had to endure the pain of lying. I was too kind-hearted. I was so embarrassed that my face turned red. The uncles obviously breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Michelin suddenly looked a bit sentimental and said he would be leaving in a couple of days and wanted to give me a gift. As I was pondering what to ask for, the uncle, perhaps fearing I might think too much, added specifically, "Not my daughter, though." I subconsciously glanced at the uncle's full beard and his arms that were thicker than my waist. Ugh. This picture is too beautiful for me to imagine. I quickly shook off this terrifying thought and pondered for a long time before hesitantly saying, "My previous wheelchair is broken. Can you give me a wheelchair, uncle?" The uncle was stunned. He might have thought that I could fly and no longer needed a wheelchair. Seeing him silent for a long time, I thought my request was too much, and I quietly added, "Or a small wooden knife would be fine too." I was thinking, last time I swung a wheelchair armrest, I could unleash sword energy for over 10 miles, so it's clear that these things are quite important. But real swords are too dangerous. It would be bad to hurt the flowers and plants, so a wooden sword would be sufficient. When the uncle heard this, he immediately laughed and waved his hand. All right. I'll take care of the wheelchair and the little wooden sword." He must have thought to himself, "Isn't this just a little kid wanting a toy? It's no big deal." They didn't believe for a second that the earth-shattering sword energy was produced by me. They all thought it was some passing master who saved me and Robin, doing good deeds without leaving a name. This uncle is a straightforward person. As soon as I left, he took out a treasured piece of heartwood from the all-knowing tree that he had kept for many years. That thing is incredibly hard and could sell for 1,000,000 berries on the black market. He was thinking of using this to carve me the best toy wooden sword. After I had eaten and returned to my room, my mind started to wander aimlessly. When is that so-called great earthquake going to come? What about the tree of knowledge? What will happen to the millions of books? Where can I go? The more I thought about it, the more frustrated I became, so I decided to find Dr. Kloba for some answers. I ended up searching the entire tree of knowledge, his office, the meeting room, the bedroom, even the little corner where he usually sneaks a peek at intimate paradise, but not a single shadow of him. Not only him, but it seemed like all the scholars on the island had vanished in a thin air overnight. My heart sank. No way. These old men can't have run away ahead of time, right? At that moment, I had a brain freeze and forgot that I was still floating in the air. Instinctively, I slapped my face with both hands, trying to wake myself up, and then, there was no then, gravity, the forever God. I was falling straight down, over 20 meters high. I was so scared that my soul almost flew away, flailing my arms in a panic. But the more I flailed, the more chaotic it got. Just when I was about to have an intimate encounter with Mother Earth, a heavenly voice, 10 blooms of flowers, dozens of hands suddenly grew out from the ground, catching me steadily. It was Robin. She looked at me with a complex expression and asked me in a hushed voice, "What are you doing?" I said weakly, I want to find Dr. Kloba." Robin's expression grew even stranger. She didn't respond to what I said, but instead asked, "Didn't the doctor tell everyone to leave? Why haven't you gone yet?" I was stunned, feeling a bit choked up, and murmured, "Who will take me away?" The air was silent. After a long time, Robin gently said, "Xiao Mo, if you were willing. Can you come with me?" I looked at her and instinctively asked, "Where are you going?" There were many things in Robin's eyes that I couldn't understand. She said, "Leaving the tree of knowledge." I noticed she had a brand new archaeology PhD badge in her pocket, but I didn't ask. I just nodded. Robin smiled, a long-lost, particularly warm smile. She squatted down in front of me, just like the first time she found me in the trash heap, and said, "Come up, little Mo, tomorrow. We will leave too. From now on, it will just be the two of us living together." I lay on her back, feeling a mix of emotions, and quietly asked, "Is the upcoming earthquake really that dangerous? Why has everyone left?" Robin's silhouette seemed a bit frail as she replied, "Yes, it's very dangerous." I then asked why her family didn't take her with them. After a long while, I heard Robin's soft voice. They left without telling me. Just as I was making plans for the future with Robin, on the other side of the world, at the Navy headquarters, things were getting tumultuous. Admiral Steelbone Kong, General Sengoku, Zephyr, and Vice Admirals Garp and Crane were all present, along with 3 future heavyweights, Akainu, Akiji, and Kazu. They were having a meeting. The agenda was simple. The 5 elders ordered that O'Hara was suspected of researching forbidden history, and the Navy would cooperate with CP9. Once confirmed, they would directly launch the extermination order to erase the entire island from the map. General Zephyr, with his purple hair, looked disdainful and bluntly stated, "Leave this dirty work to Sengoku. I'm not doing it." He had just lost his family and was already tired of this kind of stuff. The task fell to Sengoku. Steelbone Kong patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Make this job look good, and you'll be promoted to Admiral. Those 3 below can drop the candidate title." As a result, the old rascal Garp, while munching on a donut, started mocking. Haha, Sengoku, are you going to end your career as a general with a massacre? The entire room fell into awkward silence. Akainu, with his poker face, interjected with 2 words, for justice. He believed that sacrifice was necessary to eradicate evil. Kizaru, sitting below and trimming his nails, lazily chimed in, oh yes, for justice. Sengoku's face darkened, but he still went along with the flow, starting to deploy the mission, specifically appointing Akainu and Akiji to lead the team. Vice Admiral Crane, being sharp-witted, reminded Sengoku that in that small place in the West Sea, sending one future admiral was already sufficient. There was no need for both to go. But Sengoku found an excuse, saying the intelligence indicated there might be a swordsman of Hawkeye's caliber on the island, and they had to be foolproof. Crane gave him a meaningful glance, but said nothing more. She knew very well that this wasn't about attacking O'Hara. It was clearly Sengoku preparing future Navy admirals for their positions and holding an internal competition, letting the hawkish Akainu and the dovish Akiji compete on the same stage to see who was more ruthless, who would be the future leader. Let me tell you, being the commander-in-chief during the Warring States period is really exhausting. The subordinates are all future great generals, and none of them are easy to handle. Take Kizaru, for example. That guy is simply the electronic cactus of the Navy headquarters, focusing on companionship. Every day, he shows up on time with that lewd uncle face, just cutting his nails and drinking tea in the office, and when the clock strikes off work, he runs faster than anyone. You want him to be the commander-in-chief? I reckon the entire Navy would turn into a slacking team, chasing pirates halfway, looking at the clock, oh, it's time, and immediately turning back home. It's ridiculous. So, to put it bluntly, the future commander-in-chief's throne is just a 2-man show between Akainu and Akiji. One is the #1 hawkish hardliner, enforcing absolute justice, and anyone who stands in his way dies. The other is a pacifist, a young man who advocates for a calm and unhurried sense of justice. These two are fundamentally incompatible, born to be rivals. Sengoku actually leans towards Akiji in his heart. After all, it's easier to control someone who is more gentle. But since Akainu just helped him out of a tight spot, he has to repay that debt of gratitude. So this mission must involve both of them. Let's see what they are made of. By the way, over in the New World, just as Sengoku was about to arrange for someone, he saw that old man Garp shamelessly showing off his donuts. Garp, you, no time. Garp, with his mouth full, mumbled, I'm about to break my personal record for eating donuts. This is a big deal. Good heavens, Sengoku's blood pressure shot up, but he had to hold it together. Since Vice Admiral Garp has important business at hand, then it's troublesome for Vice Admiral Kizaru to make a trip. Those 2 words, important business, were practically squeezed out from between his teeth. Garp acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to munch on his donuts with great enjoyment. Kizaru, down below, was cutting his nails, looking confused. Huh? Did you call me? All right. He couldn't be bothered to ask what the task was. Anyway, an aide would tell him later. To him, as long as it's not a one-on-one with Whitebeard, he can't be beaten and can't even escape, right? Just going to work to earn a paycheck. Why risk his life? All right, everyone go prepare. We must set off before noon. Sengoku waved his hand dramatically, dispersing the meeting. Once everyone had left, Vice Admiral Tsuru leisurely said to Garp, Old man, that kid Akiji has always looked up to you as an idol. His sense of justice is still not set in stone. This mission is so dark. Aren't you afraid he'll go astray? Let me tell you at this moment, Garp no longer resembles the old rascal he used to be. His eyes are startlingly clear, exuding great wisdom. Little Crane, this child must venture out on his own. Having never seen true darkness, how can he know what pure white is? This is a lesson he must learn. What big heart. Vice Admiral Crane took a sip of tea, not afraid that he would follow the path of your senior brother. Oh no, I mean your son's path. There are reports that your son, Dragon, has been active lately, and the ideology of that organization is very dangerous. A hint of bitterness flashed across Garp's face. Men must go out to sea to chase their dreams, and no one can stop them. Just like back then, when I insisted on taking down the Rocks pirates all by myself. Vice Admiral Crane paused with the teacup in hand, her eyes filled with memories. Yes, back then, you were truly a madman, a newly promoted Vice Admiral, acting impulsively, and you managed to take down the strongest pirate crew that was pressing down on the world government. Looking back, it still makes one's blood boil. Iron Fist Garp, a hero of the Navy, TSK. Upon hearing this, Garp immediately became shy and scratched his head with a silly grin. Hee, little Crane, you haven't complimented me in a long time. The nostalgic expression on Vice Admiral Crane's face instantly froze. She shot him a glance, sighed, and left. On the other side, Akainu's efficiency was off the charts. As soon as the meeting ended, he slid into Sengoku's office. "Report to Admiral Sengoku. I have a request." Sengoku didn't even lift his head. "Speak. Please give the order to immediately seal off the waters around O'Hara." Sengoku paused his pen and said, "No, CP9 hasn't confirmed the evidence yet. We can't just seal off civilian waters. We need to follow procedures." Akainu grew anxious. If we wait 10 days for headquarters to send someone, what if CP9 is exposed? Those criminals will have cleaned up the evidence and fled by then. Are we going to search for a needle in a haystack? Sengoku put down the documents, crossed his hands, and looked at him. "Then what do you think we should do? Seal off the waters. Check every ship that comes out. Sink any that resist." Akainu's words were filled with killing intent. The 5 elders meant to use a chicken to scare the monkey, not to kill innocents indiscriminately. Excessive slaughter violates justice. Sengoku's brow furrowed tightly. "Admiral Sengoku." Akainu clenched his fists, stepping forward to shout, "Groundless mercy only condones evil. If there are criminals among those who escape, that would be spreading the virus across the entire sea. We must catch them all when they gather. Not a single one left." Sengoku fell silent, the shadow of his seagull hat covering his face. After a long time, he fished out a golden din mushi from his drawer and placed it on the table. "The government has already agreed to your promotion to admiral. Take this and familiarize yourself with it." After saying that, he continued to lower his head to handle the documents, not looking at Akainu again. Goodness, was this hint not obvious enough? It meant you take the blame and do the work. Akainu snorted coldly, grabbed the din mushi, and turned to leave. Back in his office, he wasted no time and directly dialed the phone of the West Sea Navy commander. "This is Vice Admiral Mori. Please instruct." Akainu's tone was as cold as iron. "Relay the order from headquarters to immediately seal off the waters surrounding O'Hara. All ships must be arrested, and those who resist will be sunk on the spot." There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, incredulously repeating the order. "Order confirmed. Executing." Akainu hung up with a snap. He knew that this order could lead to hundreds or thousands of innocent civilians losing their lives, but he didn't even blink. Evil must be uprooted. While Akainu was acting swiftly, Akiji received a thunderbolt of news. His deputy rushed in to report. Vice Admiral Saul has gone missing. He disappeared after receiving the order to exterminate demons, and along with him, the arrested archaeologist, Nico Alvia, is also missing. The intelligence department suspects he has defected." "How is that possible?" Akiji's eternally icy face cracked for the first time. His best buddy, the giant Saul who always laughed foolishly, had defected? What was the reason? Was there a mistake? The deputy flipped through the documents and said, "Someone saw the 2 of them together on an island," basically confirming it. As for the reason, the intelligence department speculates that Vice Admiral Saul may have fallen in love with that female criminal during the pursuit. Akiji rolled his eyes and exploded. "Do you think I'm an idiot? You know the aesthetic standards of the giant race, right? Who understands how giants and humans can date? With that size difference, aren't they just playing out some Godzilla literature? A kiss could swallow a person's whole head." The deputy turned red from the reprimand and quickly said, "Well, another possibility is that Saul was also involved in the research of the historical texts and, fearing the matter would be exposed, ran away with his accomplices. Even less likely, he can't even read properly. What research is he doing?" Akiji was furious, and this anger was not only directed at the intelligence department, but also at his brother, who left without saying goodbye. "Saul, what on earth are you doing?" Meanwhile, in O'Hara, little Robin sat dazed in a chair all night, her spirit lost. Her mind was filled with the scene in the basement. The doctors she admired most were secretly researching the forbidden blank century imposed by the world government. What drove her to despair even more was that she discovered she could actually understand those ancient characters that looked like heavenly scripts. At that moment, she was so frightened that she made a noise and had no choice but to gather her courage and stand up, saying, "Doctor, I want to help you." As a result, the usually kind Dr. Clover's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, and he shouted at her angrily, "Do you know what we are doing? How dare you speak nonsense? Get out! Get out of the tree of knowledge." Little Robin was not convinced and clenched her small fists, but I can understand the historical text too. As she spoke, she pointed at the stone tablet and began to read. "In the year 621 of the sea circle, named him." "Shut up." Dr. Clover was so frightened that his soul almost flew away, rushing over to interrupt her. "What do you understand? You read all wrong. You are not allowed to touch these things again," he shouted while taking out an archaeologist badge from his pocket and throwing it to her. "This is for you. Now, take your little friend, Chen Mo, and both of you get out." The farther, the better. Little Robin was scolded until tears welled up in her eyes. Still wanting to insist, I really can help. Get out. Dr. Clover was frantic, and he slapped little Robin hard across the face. With a loud slap, the whole world fell silent. Little Robin was completely stunned, her face burning with pain, and her heart felt like it was being torn apart. She looked at the doctor's indifferent back, wiped her tears, and fled the basement. She didn't know that as soon as she left. Dr. Clover collapsed to the ground, crying like a child. While crying, he slapped his own face hard. How could I hit her? How could I hit little Robin? She's still so young. She can't die with us old folks. The next day, Chen woke up and saw Robin looking lost. Even he, who was usually slow, realized something was wrong. Sister Robin, are you okay? Little Robin forced out a smile. But that smile no longer held the innocence of the past, as if she was carrying a heavy burden. Chen felt heartache as he looked at her and said seriously, "Did you encounter a problem? If you tell me, maybe I can help." Little Robin looked into his sincere eyes, her heart stirred, and she almost revealed everything. But recalling the doctor's warning, she could only change her words and made up a reason. Little Mo, those two perverts from a few days ago might be a group of bad guys sent to test us. What? Why? Chen was stunned. How could the scholars of the all-knowing tree, who are uncontentious and peaceful, offend anyone? Because the research of the PhDs touched the interests of those evil people. Good heavens! As soon as Chen heard this, he exploded with rage. Is there something wrong with studying history? Is there something wrong with pursuing knowledge? What has happened to this world? A pure and intense killing intent surged from him. These bastards, daring to disrupt the peace of the all-knowing tree, deserve the death penalty. And now they want to take revenge. Chen gritted his teeth. Kill. Must kill. Little Robin was so frightened by the pure killing intent emanating from him, which harbored no malice, that she couldn't say a word. It felt as if killing wasn't out of hatred, but was simply doing something just and right. No, such evil people cannot be allowed to live in this world. Chen turned his head, his eyes firmly fixed on her. Sister Robin, tell me, where are those people? Although I am disabled and weak for the sake of justice, I will risk my life today to eliminate them. I tell you, at that moment when his killing intent surged, Chen suddenly understood. He felt the sword intent within him perfectly merge with the killing intent, and in an instant, everything became clear. Oh, so this is what practicing the sword is all about. Only through slaughter can the swordsmanship advance. Practice makes perfect. Robin, quickly tell me, where are those villains? Chen clenched his fists, filled with fighting spirit. Little Robin was at a loss, almost crying in anxiety. My brother, those are not just any villains. They are the world government. The Navy. Charging in with your small frame would be like throwing your life away. She could only stammer a vague response. I'm not really sure. Those are the kinds of villains even Dr. Kuroba fears. How would I know? As soon as I finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Little Robin, looking as if he had seen a ghost, dashed to open it. Standing at the door was Uncle Michelin from the cafeteria, a rough-looking guy with a bright smile, pushing a wheelchair. He greeted Little Robin, but Little Robin just replied coldly with a good morning. Let me tell you, Uncle's face instantly froze, and the awkwardness was palpable enough to fill a 3-bedroom apartment. As soon as I heard it was Uncle Mitchison, I quickly spoke up to ease the situation. Good morning, Uncle Mitchison. When the uncle saw me, his gloomy face instantly brightened up. He pushed his wheelchair in and, as if presenting a treasure, said, Lila Mo, look what good stuff I brought you. Made by the best carpenter in town. If I had been even a moment later, Masterin would have run away. As soon as I saw the wheelchair, my heart felt so warm. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, I had to accept this gesture. Moreover, the uncle mysteriously pulled out a long wooden box from behind and handed it to me. I took it and opened it, and wow, inside lay a 1-meter-long wooden sword, looking exceptionally beautiful with a white blade and a black handle. And it was engraved with a line of small letters. Gifted to the scholar Chen Mo of the all-knowing tree. I was so touched at that moment, hugging the wooden knife and feeling it over and over, as if it were treasure. The uncle laughed heartily and said, I'm glad you like it. This is a piece of wood I cherish. It's been burned by fire, and I specially applied a coat of varnish for you. Looks nice, right? Who understands the family? He spoke lightly, but this is no ordinary wood. This thing is the heart of the tree of knowledge. It could sell for 1 million bail in the black market. To make this toy knife for me, he ruined all the kitchen knives in his house. And in the end, he had no choice but to burn it out piece by piece. As a result, it turned out black and ugly. And he still thought it was ugly, so he specially applied a coat of varnish to beautify it. Looking at his heavy dark circles, I knew he must have not slept all night. He waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "If I promise you something, I have to do it. That's a man's romance. All right, I have to go now, or my wife will start nagging." After saying that, he waved his hand and left, leaving behind a handsome silhouette. I tightly gripped the wooden sword in my hand and turned to little Robin, saying, "Sister Robin, did you see that? These are our lovely uncles and brothers. Now, because of those damned villains, they all have to leave their homes one by one. How can I tolerate this? I absolutely cannot let them go. I will use this sword to chop down all those scum who are polluting the sea." I was filled with righteous indignation at that moment. Little Robin anxiously waved her hands, saying, "But I really don't know where they are." I thought for a moment, where's Dr. Kluba? He must know. The doctor is doing crucial research and doesn't let anyone disturb him. So, I came up with an idea. Let's go to the place where we last encountered those two perverts and wait there. I refuse to believe they won't come to the island. Even if it costs me my life, I have to stop them by the sea. Little Robin looked at my stubbornness, which was as hard to budge as a 9-headed cow, and finally could only nod helplessly. I tell you, she was probably calculating in her mind too, thinking that taking me to the seaside would conveniently keep me away from the storm center of the Tree of Omniscience, playing a strategic game of saving the country in a roundabout way. Off we went. We casually packed a few things, and little Robin pushed me away from the Tree of Omniscience where we had lived for a long time. To be honest, I felt quite uncomfortable about it, mainly because I wouldn't be able to read every day anymore. These villains are simply cutting off my spiritual food. That's a crime in itself. We quietly made our way to the seaside. The beach and the ocean were all laid out before us. At that moment, my eyes lit up and I blurted out, "This place is perfect." Little Robin, while taking things from me, asked, "Perfect for what?" I answered as a matter of course. "Of course. It's the burial ground for those evil people. Such a beautiful place. It's just right to cleanse their dirty souls so they can be good people in their next life." Little Robin's lips twitched and she let out a dry laugh without responding to me. She directly activated her ability, 10-wheel flower. In an instant, 10 arms sprouted from the ground, and in no time at all, the tent was set up and everything was neatly arranged. I was so envious when I saw that. "Sister Robin, your ability is just too convenient." I was thinking if I had that ability, I could read 10 books at the same time. 10 times the joy. The more I thought about it, the more excited I got, and I casually said, "If this ability is used for exercising, wouldn't that also be 10 times the efficiency? If the limbs that grow get injured, the main body would also feel it. So, conversely, the benefits gained from exercising would definitely sink back to the main body." As soon as I said this, little Robin froze. She stared at me blankly, touched her own arm, and her eyes were filled with shock. Right? How did she not think of that? This ability, which she had always considered a curse, could actually be used like this? It was like using a Gundam to deliver takeout, a complete waste. She came back to her senses and thanked me very seriously. I scratched my head, smiled, and said it was nothing. But seeing the smile that she couldn't hide at the corners of her mouth, I knew that the door in her heart, which had been closed for a long time, had been kicked open by me. While she was organizing her things over there, I had some free time, so I took out that wooden sword. I tried to inject my sword intent into it, and let me tell you, that feeling was incredibly smooth. It felt like a part of my own body, with no hindrance at all. In my excitement, I poured in a bit more, and as a result, that ordinary wooden sword suddenly buzzed. Its surface began to emit a hazy glow, and eventually, it transformed into a piece of warm, translucent jade. I was happily admiring it when I turned around and saw little Robin looking at me in terror. She pointed at the jade knife in my hand, her voice trembling. "Little M.O." I understood right away. This is to show off. I immediately raised the knife and struck what I thought was a cool pose, saying, "Sister Robin, look, am I cool?" Little Robin gasped, and I felt like her heart almost stopped. Her face turned pale. She shouted at me in anger. "Isn't this dangerous?" As soon as I saw that she was really angry, I didn't dare to be cheeky anymore. But the problem is, I have no idea how to take back the sword intent that I forced in. I can't just hold it in, can I? What if it explodes inside me? Forget it, I thought. Facing the boundless sea, it should be fine, right? So I waved my hand casually. In an instant, a vast white sword energy shot out, skimming the surface of the sea. When the light faded, we were both stunned. The sea before us had been forcibly split open, revealing a bottomless passage. I could even see the corals at the bottom. The crack extended into the unseen distance. Little Robin was so scared that she almost lost her mind, probably thinking how lucky she was to have survived being pointed at by that thing just now. In the end, I still foolishly said, "It's just okay. I tell you, I'm really not trying to show off. My sword energy only flew about 10 or 20 kilometers. Compared to those senior sword masters in the books, I'm far behind. But neither of us knew that my mediocre sword strike happened to hit a naval warship patrolling the Black Sea area. With a light sound, that steel giant was sliced in half like butter under a hot knife, and it started to sink with a gurgling sound. A scholar ship that had just been intercepted by them was left dumbfounded. On the warship, chaos ensued as the Navy personnel jumped into the sea like dumplings, desperately trying to escape the vortex of death. The captain of the scholar ship reacted quickly, immediately turning the helm and taking advantage of the chaos to flee. A naval colonel in the sky wanted to pursue, but was stopped by a comrade. What are you chasing for? Save people first. This news reached the demon-slaying order fleet, and in the conference room, a Kainu exploded. Magma erupted from his body, making the whole room as hot as a steamer. He slammed the table. What investigation? Directly activate the demon-slaying order and flatten O'Hara. A government official named Spandane was so scared his legs went weak, but he still held on and said, "Admiral Akainu, this is the order of the 5 elders." Akainu shot him a glance, and that aura nearly sent the guy away on the spot. It was only after Akiji coughed a couple of times that Akainu calmed down. A vice admiral named Squirrel stepped in to mediate. "Admiral Akainu, let's not rush to conclusions. The ability to unleash a slash from O'Hara and hit a warship 15 kilometers away is not something just anyone can do. I tell you, I am at least a sword master general, right? You let me swing my sword, and I could manage to cut for 15 kilometers with all my might. But that sword energy, who among my family understands? It's like scratching an itch. It's simply impossible to slice a battleship in half." Another vice admiral named Stalaberry nodded and said, yes, the power isn't even the most outrageous part. The most outrageous part is how you aim 15 kilometers away. My observation hockey can barely see 3 or 4 kilometers at most. What kind of divine eye are you using to detect? This is ridiculous. Once these words were spoken, Akainu's face, which always looked like someone owed him 8 million, finally eased up a bit. But he still firmly believed that this was definitely the work of the scholars from O'Hara. Just then, the always lazy Akiji pulled up his eye patch and slowly chimed in. "For me, the maximum distance is probably around 7 or 8 kilometers. Good heavens. This one sentence completely stunned all the vice admirals and rear admirals present. No wonder he is a candidate for the future admiral. Akainu's mouth twitched violently, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he didn't say a word, refusing to mention the range of his observation hockey. Vice Admiral Fire Mountain noticed the atmosphere was off and quickly tried to smooth things over. All right, no matter how outrageous it is, the attack definitely came from O'Hara. There is no doubt about that. There must be a top sword master level expert hidden on the island. As for whether his observation hockey is impressive or his devil fruit ability is abnormal, we'll find out once we get to O'Hara. When I tell you this, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines, especially that CP chief named Spandane. His teeth were chattering like an old sewing machine, almost sparking. Why? Because according to the plan, after the Navy surrounded the island, he was supposed to lead CP9 to go on the island to capture people and find evidence. He originally thought this would be a nice job to fish for merit in the West Sea and then promote his useless son, Spandam. But now he's being told there's a monster on the island that can slice a warship in half from 15 kilometers away. This isn't about earning merit. This is about sending people to their deaths. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green, wishing he could slap himself twice and also send greetings to the mysterious expert's ancestors. "You're so amazing. Why don't you go to the New World and face Whitebeard? Why are you hiding in this novice village in the West Sea?" What a joke. The officers present looked at his cowardly demeanor, and their contempt was evident. Akainu even directly scolded him. What a waste. After cursing, Akainu still said stiffly, "All right, I'll personally go with you when the time comes. I want to see who dares to touch the Navy." However, Akiji, sitting opposite him, lazily spoke up. "I should go instead. Akainu, you're better suited to command from the warship." Akainu thought for a moment, and surprisingly didn't refute him. Indeed, compared to protecting that useless Spandane, he preferred to command a cannon-firing fireworks display from the ship. Upon hearing this, Spandane almost knelt down to Akiji on the spot. The big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. With a vice admiral following him, this was a sure thing. The Navy was on high alert, acting as if they were about to fight the 4 emperors. But let me tell you, the instigator, our main character Chen Mo, was currently being scolded by Robin, who was pressing his head. His beloved wooden sword had been confiscated. Little Robin, hands on her hips, pouting like a little housekeeper. "You are too dangerous. Love peace. Reject violence. Chen Mo felt wronged, lowering his head like an ostrich, mentally complaining. I'm a disabled person with weak legs and no ability to fight. Am I violent? I'm afraid of snakes, okay. I'm just maintaining world peace. Robin scolded him for a full hour, her throat dry, and looking at his pitiful expression. She could only sigh helplessly in the end. She was also puzzled. She had never seen him exercise. How could he be so strong? Could he really be a prodigy? It's like bringing home a stray cat and finding out it's a divine beast who understands the family struggles. On one hand, she felt very secure, and on the other, she scolded herself for relying on a child younger than herself. Feeling so conflicted, she could almost twist into a pretzel. Chen Mo raised his head, watching Robin's alternating frown and silly smile, feeling heartbroken. Suddenly, he realized, it's all those bad people's fault. They've driven such a good person like Robin to the brink of insanity. No, I must go eliminate those evil people. Fighting evil, can it be called violence? That's called upholding justice. Seeing Chen Mo suddenly gritting his teeth, emanating a fierce aura, Robin felt despair but also wanted to laugh. Forget it, whatever happens. I'm still a child. She decided to let it go, turned around, and left. I'm going to find something to eat for this clueless little fool. Upon hearing there was food, Chen Mo immediately brightened up. Once Robin was far away, he began to think about serious matters. My biggest shortcoming is my limited mobility. He tried out his makeshift moonwalk and found he had to flap both hands to take off, looking like a drowning moth, unable to free his hands to attack. He sighed. It's too hard. A disabled child like me, with poor aptitude, has to figure out a move all by himself. Then this guy sat back in his wheelchair, picked up a stick, and started drawing on the ground, writing out physics formulas and human anatomy diagrams, looking like a scientist. He spent who knows how long, and he really cracked the technical problem of flying with one hand. With the problem solved, he needed to add some ceremonial flair and come up with a catchy name. A bunch of odd names like Lingbo Weibo and Thousand-Year Kill flashed through his mind. And finally, he slapped his thigh and decided, it shall be called the Serious Series. Suspension. Hee hee, I really am a naming genius. Just as he was feeling proud, Robin's voice came from behind. What are you laughing about? Chen Mo turned around to see Robin holding a rabbit in one hand and a pile of mushrooms in the other. His eyes lit up, and he almost drooled. Wow, what a cute rabbit. It must be very delicious. Go for it, Robin. Little Robin was completely speechless, but still skillfully prepared the rabbit, roasting it over the fire. The result was a lump of blackened stuff. Chen Mo's face instantly fell, missing the chef they had just separated from half a day ago. Robin tore off a rabbit leg and handed him the rest. Eat. Chen Mo looked at the lump of charcoal, internally refusing. But his stomach growled, and in the end, he bit into it resolutely, like a warrior heading to the gallows. The bitter charred taste he imagined didn't come. Instead, it was quite fragrant. His eyes instantly brightened, and he finished the whole rabbit and roasted mushrooms in just a few bites, licking his lips and looking at Robin with high expectations. So delicious. I want to tomorrow. In the following days, Chen Mo squatted by the seaside waiting for enemies, bored to the point of growing grass. The only fun he had was practicing his newly invented serious series, suspension, and he also randomly developed a few moves for the ordinary series, stab. He poked the ground with his wooden sword, muttering, and ended up piercing several bottomless holes in O'Hara Island, thinking they were made by small animals. As for little Robin, she was secretly training hard. She discovered that her flower fruit could actually adjust the training effects and fatigue feedback ratio, so she directly entered 007 mode, pushing herself to the limit every time until she was exhausted, then dragging her tired body back to roast that delicious black charcoal for Chen Mo. Until the 7th day, Robin discovered a comatose giant on the beach, who turned out to be Saul. At first, she thought he was a Navy soldier, but seeing his miserable state, she felt pity and took him to the creek to drink water. Just then, Chen Mo also noticed movement by the seaside. A blood-soaked, white-haired lady crawled up from the sea, followed closely by a ship flying the world government flag. Chen Mo was puzzled. Could it be reinforcements called by Dr. Clover? He saw a large group of CP agents in black suits rush down from the ship, scattering everywhere. Finally, a slick-haired guy, who was Spandane, leisurely walked off the ship under the protection of 2 people. He immediately spotted Akiji lying on the beach, soaking up the sun, and quickly approached him with flattery. Vice Admiral Akiji, I entrust you with the unknown expert. Akiji, with his lazy demeanor, completely ignored him. Let me tell you, his observation hockey had already swept through this island 800 times. There was no mysterious expert. Not even a decent strong presence. Oh no, there was a familiar face that big guy saw on the other side of the coast. But upon glancing over, hey, something strange happened. On the distant beach, a child in a wheelchair was staring straight at him. I tell you, that child had absolutely no aura of a strong person. His presence was as low as a stone by the roadside, but Akiji's beast-like instincts went off the charts, warning him that this child definitely had a problem and must be approached with caution. So, he didn't even bother with the clown Spandane and casually said, "You go carry out your mission. I will secretly protect you." As soon as the voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the child. "Hey kid, what are you doing?" The man, Akiji, spoke with a lazy tone, exuding a chill from his body. The child, our protagonist Chen Mo, looked up at this scruffy tall guy. Wow. The vitality radiating from him was as strong as a little sun, and he immediately became alert. "Who are you?" Akiji continued to act nonchalantly, looking down at him. "My name is Akiji, just an unknown nobody in the Navy." I was almost laughing out loud at the time. Family, who understands? You call a naval admiral a nameless nobody? But Chen Mo didn't know that. As soon as he heard it, he gasped, and his mind started to imagine, wow, a reserve soldier who doesn't even have a military uniform is this fierce. So what kind of dragon's lair is the naval headquarters? He immediately felt a deep respect for the power of the Navy and exclaimed, "The Navy that upholds the justice of the sea truly lives up to its reputation." Seeing that the kid was so naive, Akiji relaxed his vigilance and simply sat down next to him, and they started chatting. In just a few words, Chen Mo revealed his tragic background. Abandoned by his family in a garbage heap due to illness, suffering from amnesia, having a crippled leg, and being all alone, relying solely on a sister named Robin for care. Now, due to the actions of villains, they had been driven out of their original home, and the two could only struggle to survive in the forest. Goodness, the buff stacked up. It's simply an ultimate beauty-strong sad story. Akiji, who was used to the storms of the sea, felt a pang in his heart and couldn't help but curse. Damn the sea. He looked at Chen Mo's clear eyes and asked him what his dream was. Chen Mo's eyes instantly lit up, and he excitedly said, "My dream is that there are no more pirates and villains in the world, to bring peace back to the sea, and to allow everyone to read." Akiji thought to himself, isn't this the perfect script for Navy 2.0? What a righteous and promising kid. He immediately had the thought of recruiting him. But while Akiji was planning the recruitment of naval talents, on the other side, the tree of knowledge had completely exploded. Saul was desperately trying to build a raft to save Robin and her mother, while little Robin had already run back to the tree of knowledge, watching helplessly as all the scholars were taken control of by CP agents. Spandam, that clown, was even more arrogant, directly throwing Robin's mother, Alvia, who was half dead for being beaten, in front of everyone like trash. Then, CP9 found the basement where the historical texts were hidden. This was it. Spandam, feeling triumphant, directly called the Gorasei to bring in reinforcements, while Dr. Clover, being bold, was about to expose the world's government right in front of everyone, revealing the blank century and the existence of a massive kingdom that had been deliberately erased. Upon hearing this, the Gorasei panicked and shouted through the transponder snail, "Kill him." Bang! Without hesitation, Spandam shot Dr. Clover down. Then, the cold voice of the Gorasei came through the transponder snail, "O'Hara, you know too much. Launch the attack. Leave no one alive." When Spandane got the golden transponder snail authorized by the warring states, he looked so smug, as if he had reached the peak of his life, and pressed that button. Demon Slaughter Order, activate. The next second, the naval fleet that had long been lurking around launched a barrage of attacks, with countless cannonballs raining down, the first wave all hitting the symbol of O'Hara, the tree of knowledge. Akiji was still trying to coax Chen Mo onto the escape ship, saying, "Come on, kid, O'Hara is about to get beaten up. Uncle will take you to Marine headquarters at Marineford to see what the symbol of justice looks like." Chen Mo, still naive, looked at the massive fleet appearing on the sea and asked, "Uncle Akiji, is the Navy going to surround and protect O'Hara?" But he quickly sensed something was wrong. The cannons of those warships were dark and pointed directly at O'Hara. No. Chen Mo's expression changed instantly, glaring fiercely at Akiji. "You guys are the villains attacking O'Hara?" Akiji wanted to explain, but it was already too late. Boom, boom, boom. Countless cannonballs were already flying over. And in his horrified and angry gaze, the tree of knowledge, which he regarded as home, was blown into a sea of flames. "You damn it." Chen Mo's eyes turned red in an instant, and he glared at Akiji angrily. With a clap of his hands in the air, he vanished with that wooden sword in an instant. Akiji was dumbfounded. What the hell? Isn't he supposed to be disabled? How is he faster than me? The next second, alarm bells rang in his head, and he finally realized, not good. He is the mysterious expert who split the sea and cut down the warships. I tell you, that speed was incredible, crossing half an island in just a few breaths, just in time for the second wave of cannon fire to come down. Without a word, Chen flew directly to the crown of the tree of all-knowing and started wildly stirring the air with a wooden sword in his hand. Seriously stirring. In an instant, a towering sword energy tornado rose from the ground. All the cannonballs that hit it were detonated in midair. Not a single piece fell down. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The clouds in the sky were stirred into a huge hole, and sunlight shone down on Chen like a spotlight. That small figure, under the illumination of the light, appeared incredibly majestic. The scholars on the ground were moved to tears, murmuring, "Is this a hero?" Qingji also arrived, standing below, and couldn't help but lift his sunglasses, his face full of disbelief. I'm afraid no one would have thought that this monster-like powerhouse would be a 7 or 8-year-old child, right? But do you think this is the end? On the flagship, Akina didn't care about any heroism and directly started cursing. Is this the extent of your justice? Keep bombarding. Blow the entire O'Hara to the bottom of the sea. The lieutenant was so scared he was dumbfounded, saying there are still civilians on the island. Akina didn't even raise an eyebrow. For justice, sacrifice is unavoidable. He even ordered that once the evacuation ships leave, just fire a cannon to sink them. Eradicate the roots, folks. This is the true madness of a public figure. Below the tree of all-knowing, Spandam was so scared his legs went weak, wanting to quickly take Robin's mother, Alvia, and flee. At that moment, little Robin saw Alvia. That scene, I tell you, was too heartbreaking. Little Robin trembled and asked, "Excuse me, are you my mother?" Alvia, in order not to implicate her daughter, held back her tears and refused to acknowledge it. Little Robin completely broke down. All the grievances she suffered over the past 6 years exploded, crying out, "I'm Robin. I've been waiting for you to come back." In order to stand with her mother, she even shouted out her biggest secret. "I can now understand the true history. Mom, I can help you. So please let me be with you. I beg you, don't abandon me again." Upon hearing this, Spandam was shocked. Another one who can read the true history? He immediately ordered the CP9 agents beside him. "Kill that little brat." A CP9 agent instantly used Soru to flash behind little Robin, delivering a kick to her head. "No." Alvia let out a scream like a cuckoo, crying blood. Just at that critical moment, a cold voice rang in the CP9 agent's ear. "Who allowed you?" The agent felt his right leg lighten. A piercing pain surged through him, and his leg had already been severed. He looked down and saw a wooden sword piercing through his back. Chen appeared, shaking off the blood from his sword, ensuring not a single drop stained Robin's clothes. His voice as cold as winter. "You dare to lay a hand on my sister, Robin?" Little Robin raised her tear-streaked face, looking at Chen who descended from the sky, crying, "Little Mo, I found my mom. She was captured by those bad people." "Yes, I heard. Little Mo, help me." "Yes." This affirmation from Chen was resolute. Spandam was terrified and quickly hid behind Qingji. "Vice Admiral Qingji, save me." Qingji was also overwhelmed and hurriedly advised Chen "Kid, don't be impulsive. If you kill him, you'll be wanted by the world government, and you'll never be able to turn back. I can still guarantee you a place in the Navy to uphold your justice." Spandam chimed in. "That's right? I've helped you cover up the deaths of those trash." But Chen completely ignored them, his left hand patting the air, right hand holding the dripping wooden sword. Blood splattered on his innocent face. His cold expression sent chills down everyone's spine. The injured Dr. Clover was supported to stand up, shouting at him, "Little Mo, quickly take Robin and escape. Hurry up." Chen turned to glance at the gunshot wound on the doctor's chest, his pupils suddenly constricting, his expression growing even colder. "All I seek is a peaceful life where I can read quietly." He seemed to be questioning Qingji and also questioning the whole world. Why? Why come to destroy O'Hara Island? Apart from loving books, loving swordsmanship, loving the scholars of the tree of all-knowing, and loving Sister Robin. As a weak 7 or 8-year-old child, what evil have I ever done? As soon as I asked that question, the Navy Admiral Akiji went silent. He probably thought this was too unfair, but there was nothing to be done. That's the ocean for you. The weak are prey to the strong. But it made me angry to hear that. Weak? Who the hell is weak? I pointed at them and cursed. "You can come at me, but why do you have to lay a hand on those defenseless scholars? Why do you have to touch my sister Robin? Why do you have to burn my home?" Let me tell you, every word I said at that moment was squeezed out from between my teeth. I promised the doctor to protect his research. I promised to guard my angel. I promised to keep safe the only place where I could read. Today, none of you will survive. As soon as I finished speaking, I vanished in an instant. My wooden sword, fueled by my killing intent, began to gleam with a bloodthirsty light. That guy Kizaru, with his observation hockey, quickly sensed what I was about to do, but the useless guy next to him, Spandam, was gripping his clothes tightly, causing a delay, and it was too late. I suddenly appear behind a CP9 agent holding Robin's mother, and with a swift motion, I struck, giving him no chance to react as his head flew into the air. I said expressionlessly, "First one," then I quickly embraced Robin's mother and, with a few swift movements, returned to Robin's side, forcing a smile. "Hey, Robin, I brought your mom back." The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried uncontrollably. I was genuinely happy for Robin, but it also strengthened my resolve. Spandam must die today. I've read enough. Being soft-hearted toward enemies only leads to endless troubles for oneself. I refuse to be the protagonist who seeks revenge after losing everything. If I have a grudge, I'll settle it right away. With that thought, I vanished again, appearing behind Spandam, my blade aimed directly at the back of his head. But this time, Akiji was prepared, shouting, "Kid, do you really think I don't exist?" He didn't dare to use a wide-range ice freeze for fear of hurting that useless guy, but his right hand turned pitch black and lunged toward my wooden sword. My instincts told me this thing was incredibly tough and wouldn't break my defense. But since I'd already made my move, I had to kill. I steel my heart. And all the sword intent within me boiled over, compressing it all into the tip of my blade, directly erupting into a dazzling, small sun. Series, pierce!" I shouted. With a sizzling sound, like nails scraping glass, his black hand collided with my small sun, holding for less than a second before his armed hockey was completely shattered by me. The beam of light pierced through his body, and then, with a pop, it created a hole the size of a head in Spandam's chest. That guy looked down for a moment, blood spurting wildly, and collapsed on the spot, taking his last breath. Akiji had half of his body shattered by me, but instantly repaired it with ice. Wow, this really made him completely furious. His gaze was so cold it could freeze shards of ice. Once he got serious, the area within dozens of meters instantly turned into a frozen wasteland. That aura, let me tell you, was incredible. I felt like I was facing not just a person, but an entire glacier of eternal frost. I quickly shouted at Dr. Kloba and the others, "Hurry, get out of here." The doctor was sensible and knew that staying was a burden. So he immediately led all the scholars back to the already burning tree of omniscience. Who understands what families go through? Those scholars didn't care for their lives, just to rescue the books from the fire, throwing them one by one into the lake outside. Robin's mother was the same, just reunited with her daughter. She entrusted Robin to a giant named Sorrow and turned back into the sea of flames. Akiji and the others had already moved far away, coldly telling me, "The bystanders have left. Now, pay the price for your recklessness." As they spoke, 2 ice spears shot towards me. While dodging, I was extremely frustrated. The cannon fire from the Demon Slayer Order was still roaring, and the fire at the Tree of Omniscience was growing larger. I was protecting my family. How is that recklessness? I charged at him directly without retreating, but he formed an ice blade in his hand. No matter how I struck, he easily blocked my attacks. My little tricks might work against CP9, but in front of such top-tier experts, my weaknesses were fully exposed. I tried different moves, slashes, stabs, and jabs, but as long as that black substance covered his ice blade, I couldn't land a hit. After a few exchanges, Akiji seized an opportunity and clamped my wooden sword with his armed hockey-covered hands. "Game over, kid," he said, surprisingly with a hint of regret. "You have great potential, but unfortunately, you stepped into a battle you shouldn't have too early." He pointed out my biggest problem. I didn't know hockey. Without observation hockey, I couldn't predict his attacks. Without armed hockey, I couldn't hurt his natural elemental form. Just as he finished speaking, ice began to spread from my sword towards me. Instinctively, I tried to blast him away with sword energy. The light beam passed through his body, but he elementalized, and it had no effect. In the blink of an eye, he recovered. I didn't even have a chance to react. The moment the words overbearing flashed through my mind, I was frozen into a lifelike ice sculpture. Akiji picked me up, feeling quite sentimental, and carefully placed me on the ground, then tried to snap off a piece of my wooden sword as a souvenir. Guess what happened? He used all his strength, but couldn't break it. What a guy, a dignified vice admiral, couldn't save face, and ended up using an ice sword infused with black energy to chop off a piece of the tip, which he tucked away as a treasure. He thought I was done for and turned to leave. But he didn't realize that while I was frozen in ice, my mind was playing a movie. I saw Dr. Kuroba being crushed by a burning bookshelf, saw Robin's mother collapsing in the thick smoke. Let me tell you, in that instant I exploded. My little liver literally burst, providing an extreme surge of energy. With a crack, all the ice on me shattered. I threw away the broken sword in my hand, picked up Spandon's sword, and watched the all-knowing tree, now a massive torch, feeling the life force within it dissipate, my eyes turning red. I closed my eyes for a final farewell, and when I opened them again, only endless despair remained. Let everyone go down with me, I calmly said, flying into the air, compressing all the sword intent within me again and again, pouring it into the sword. The sword shone like a sun, and all the rear admirals below sensed it and looked up at me. Before they could react, I swept my sword. In an instant, the world fell silent, and all that remained was white light. A curved sword aura swept across the sea, centered on the all-knowing tree, erasing 10 warships and 5 of them along with their crew from this world. The remaining admirals were all severely injured and spitting blood. As for me, after unleashing that sword strike, I fell from the sky, exhausted. Robin on Soro's shoulder saw me falling and shouted anxiously for him to save me. But Soro, without looking back, accelerated his run. He knew that 2 true monsters had been thoroughly enraged by me. Sure enough, the next second, a figure engulfed in magma, a Kainu, charged across the sea towards me like a volcano. Soro said I was done for, and he was right. My body was about to fall apart, my blood vessels bursting, looking like a bloody mess. But just as I was about to faint, a scene suddenly flashed in my mind. Akiji appeared in front of Soro, ready to attack Robin. Akiji, how dare you? I didn't know where the strength came from, but I forcibly repaired my left hand, and just as I was about to crash to the ground, I barely managed to slap the air, flying low to the ground as I roared towards Robin's direction. When I arrived, Akiji was about to deal a fatal blow to Sabo and Robin. He saw me, filled with regret and tears, saying that my strike had killed 5,000 Navy soldiers. He was scared, absolutely determined not to let another monster like me emerge. As he spoke, his freezing time capsule shot toward Sabo. Just as it was about to freeze him, I descended from the sky, striking the ground with my sword, creating a chasm that blocked all the cold air. What have you done? 5,000 Navy soldiers. Akiji glared at me through gritted teeth. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth and replied nonchalantly. They wanted to kill me, so I killed them to accompany the scholars to the grave. Is there a problem? After saying that, I smiled at Robin, Sister Robin. I swear I will protect you. I'll let Sauron take Robin and hurry away while I stay behind. Sauron, being a man himself, gave me a respectful glance and ran off without a second word. Just then, a Kainu arrived, exuding a murderous aura as he asked, "Reckless fool, are you the one who destroyed 5 warships?" Akiji completely ignored me and tried to elementalize to go after Sauron. In his eyes, I was just a decoration without hockey. However, the most spectacular move came next. I swung my sword at him, and his observation hockey went wild with warnings. At the last moment, he managed to contract his chest by 2/3 and narrowly avoided my sword enveloped in purple-black hockey. He was dumbfounded, ripped open his tattered clothes, and with a grim expression, asked if I had just learned hockey. I replied, "The theory is written in the book of the tree of all-knowing. Isn't it just following the instructions?" This move left both admirals speechless. In 2025, who doesn't know how to learn on the spot? Now, both monsters thought I had to die, sandwiching me between them. Akainu, impatient, threw a punch of magma at me, but I, being small, nimbly dodged and flew up into the sky. Just as I caught my breath, Akiji's ice bird attacked from behind, and the low temperature froze me just enough to slow my reaction. I took the hit, and my already injured inside shattered again. Blood spraying out like it was free. I couldn't take it anymore. I was too badly hurt. I had to run and catch my breath. I bit down on my sword and used all my strength to try to escape. But Akainu didn't play fair and unleashed his ultimate move. Meteor Volcano. The sky was filled with magma fists raining down, blocking all my escape routes. Akiji, furious from behind, yelled at him, "Are you an idiot? How can you kill him with such a wide area attack? You trapped me outside." When I finally managed to break free from that sea of fire, let me tell you, I was almost roasted, my whole body charred black, even my weak eyes completely dried out. All thanks to that mad dog Akainu. I tell you, that magma move almost sent me packing on the spot. It was like playing with the terrain, absolutely ridiculous. I was really pushed to my limits at that time. Who understand the family? That last bit of energy in my body was like a phone battery at 1, ready to shut down at any moment. I was originally thinking of holding on a bit longer, waiting to recover some health before turning back to fight desperately and bite off a piece of their flesh. But what happened? That mad dog in the hat didn't give me any chance at all. I feel like the blood in my body is almost evaporated, and the little energy left is barely enough to heal my wounds. Fighting again? Don't even think about it. I can barely stand. No, I can't delay any longer. If I keep dragging this out, by the time my wounds heal, my energy will be depleted, and I'll truly become a piece of meat on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. I gritted my teeth and made a sharp turn, flying back to the blazing tree of knowledge. Damn it, I'm not running anymore. The story that started here will end here. After stopping, I used my last bit of strength to maximize my observation hockey to sense Robin's condition. Vaguely, I saw a small wooden raft with Robin and Uncle Saul on it, quickly fleeing from this hell on earth. They made it out. That's great. The heavy stone in my heart finally fell. Immediately, scenes flashed in my mind. All of them were moments of Robin taking care of this fool, cooking for me and telling me stories. Sigh, I really am an idiot. I've always misunderstood her, thinking she was strong in battle. If I had known earlier that she wasn't good at fighting, I would have practiced swordsmanship with all my might. Maybe I could have set sail with her. Thank you, Robin. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. Just when I was still feeling sentimental, suddenly, Akainu and Akiji blocked me one after the other. When I opened my eyes again, all reluctance and weakness had vanished. In my gaze, only a lifeless calm remained. Not running away. That guy Akainu was hovering in front of me, stepping lightly as if on the moon, pushing down his hat. And his killing intent was like a knife scraping against me. Sinner, just repent in the magma. Akiji hesitated for a moment, looking at my death-seeking appearance. His expression was quite complex. I guess he was also thinking about whether forcing a child to this extent was too high a price for this so-called justice. But it was just for an instant. His gaze became firm again. However, this guy had also learned well, quietly taking half a step back, surrounding me to prevent my escape, with no intention of making a move. Akainu, seeing Akiji's attitude, let out a cold snort, and his disdainful expression was almost like saying, "You coward. Let me tell you, Akainu is a pure hawk, willing to sacrifice anything for his absolute justice." The moment he saw my half-dead appearance, the anger from having lost 5 warships to me surged up uncontrollably. He transformed into an erupting volcano, charging straight at me. Hellhound. Half of his body turned into magma. With his fist wrapped in pitch-black hockey, a massive magma dog head was coming at me, ready to destroy everything. Huh. I squeezed out a laugh from my smoke-filled throat. I'm all in. I compressed everything I have left, hockey, sword intent, vitality, everything, into the sword in my hand. At that moment, my mind was blank, with just one thought: bring it on. Let's hurt each other. Who's afraid of whom? The massive magma dog's head was less than 10 meters away from me, and the terrifying heat had already burned off all my hair, but there was not a single expression on my face. So what if I die? Who hasn't died before? Serious stab. No fancy moves, just the simplest, purest thrust. Dodge? No way to escape. Defend? It's meaningless. All I could do is attack. Together to ruin. I bet he wouldn't dare to swap lives with me. The next second, my ordinary sword, with a whoosh, pierced through that magma dog's head without any obstruction, passing through Akainu's hockey and giving him a chilling surprise. I also laughed a satisfied laugh. Then his fist came crashing down, and the immense impact shattered me completely, sending me flying like a broken sack, crashing hard against the precarious, all-knowing tree. Boom! The all-knowing tree, which had stood for 1,000 years, finally fell, perfectly burying me beneath it, giving me a rather nice grave. It was over. In the distance, Green Pheasant sighed. Meanwhile, Akainu spat out a mouthful of blood. He gripped the sword embedded in his chest, pulled it out, and violently threw it into the fire. How are you? Green Pheasant came over, suppressing his laughter with concern. Doesn't hurt at all. Akainu stubbornly insisted, turning away to secretly wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, using his life to forcibly seal the wound. But I knew the sword energy I left in his body was enough for him to drink a pot of it. The scene shifted to the Navy headquarters, where I tell you, it was complete chaos. Admiral Sengoku finished a phone call, his face as dark as a pot bottom. Next to him, an old man, Garp, was carefree, munching on a donut, laughing heartily. These kids nowadays are really something. Sengoku was so furious he was on the verge of a stroke, slamming the table and shouting, "Garp, you bastard! If you laugh again, I'll order that no donuts are sold throughout Marineford." Guess what Garp said? He replied, "Then I'll just have to go to the Holy Land and steal the Celestial Dragon's donuts." Sengoku was left speechless. Garp, this old coot, is truly the epitome of a seasoned veteran in the workplace, untouchable by anyone. In the end, Sengoku could only hold his nose and use a year of paid leave to invite Garp to the new world to take charge. As soon as Garp left, Sengoku immediately picked up the Den Den Mushi and issued a new bounty. Name, Nico Robin. Crime, destruction of 6 Navy warships. Bounty, 79 million berries. Title, The Demon of O'Hara. Can you believe this? The hard work I put in ended up with this black pot being dumped onto an 8-year-old girl. I really give up on this group of old-timers. Just when everyone thought I was finished, 2 days later, let me tell you, a turning point came. A mysterious ship docked at the now charred remains of O'Hara. 3 people got off the ship, and boy, these 3 were more abstract than the last. The leader, tattooed on his face and lacking eyebrows, looked like a big brother from the underworld, giving off a vibe of keep your distance. The one next to him had a gigantic face, dressed provocatively, and I can't quite describe it, but he certainly didn't look like a decent person. The last one was as sturdy as a bear, holding a Bible, looking like a refrigerator that had come to life. These 3 heavyweight figures were Dragon, Ivankov, and Kuma. They arrived late and felt bad seeing the devastation. As Dragon directed his men to salvage the scholars' books, suddenly he heard sound. I think I heard breathing. Dragon pointed to the ruins of the all-knowing tree. Ivankov looked skeptical. You must be hearing things, right? Impossible. Dragon, a wind fruit user, was extremely sensitive to airflow. He waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept through, peeling away the ashes like an onion. Then, they dug me out of that pile of ash. A human-shaped piece of charcoal. What the hell is this? Ivankov exclaimed, wide-eyed. Is this unburned wood? Kuma also looked puzzled. It's a living person, Dragon said, speechless. Ivankov, not believing in evil, pulled off a small piece of charcoal from me, revealing roasted meat underneath. He quickly pressed it back, apologizing repeatedly. Later, they discovered that it was the life water leaking from the safe that had kept me alive. That stuff was worth a fortune, a drop equivalent to a kilogram of gold. The one called Kuma came up, and with a slap, bam, he knocked out the damage from my body. I don't know the principle behind it, but it was quite mystical. Then, that big-faced Ivankov injected me with some hormones. As a result, my body acted like a bottomless pit, absorbing everything he injected, and in an instant he was completely drained, collapsing on the ground. The next second, let me tell you, the scene was like a golden cicada shedding its shell. The charred outer layer on me cracked open, and a brand new me, with skin as good as a porcelain doll, sat up from that pile of charcoal. Ivankov's eyes lit up, probably thinking about the next generation of the queen of the she-male. I was a bit dazed at the time and instinctively touched my head. It felt smooth and tender. And cool. But that tattooed guy, who was also a dragon, saw that I was awake and was quite gentle, draping his cloak over me. And then, he actually started to touch my bald head. It felt nice. It seemed like he got a bit addicted to touching it. I directly swatted his hand away. Sir, please stop. Long coughed awkwardly a couple of times and tried to comfort me by saying something like being bald just means becoming stronger. I said it's no big deal. It's just a little baldness, right? Let me show you a magic trick. I felt that there was still a tiny bit of energy left inside me. So I thought to myself, and suddenly those hair follicle cells started working like they had been injected with adrenaline. Long's eyes widened, almost as big as copper bells. He just stared at my shiny bald head, which transformed from a smooth, snowy surface to grass, and then fast-forwarded into a dense black forest. Even I felt a bit itchy. He was completely stunned and stammered out, Six Styles' ultimate technique life, restoration. As soon as I heard it, I thought, what is this? That name sounds quite impressive. Long looked at me like I was some kind of monster and said this technique is a secret skill in the Navy. Only those major generals who have made great contributions can apply for it after begging and pleading for a long time, and only then might they be allowed to learn it. Once mastered, you can control any part of your body, even your hair and internal organs. As if it were a game, he asked me in disbelief, how on earth did you do that? How old are you? I casually brushed my freshly grown hair and replied to him, oh, you mean growing hair? Well, I'm just messing around with it. I saw it once by chance, thought it was pretty fun, and figured it out myself. Just messing around? Long's expression management completely fell apart. I felt like his CPU was about to overheat. I nodded and sincerely downplayed it. Yeah, it doesn't seem that useful. It's just about making wounds heal faster and casually controlling the length of hair and nails. What kind of skill is that? My family didn't understand, and Long immediately went silent. Later, I found out that he only learned this trick at the age of 30, and my words were like stabbing a knife into his heart. He might have been reflecting on whether he embarrassed himself in front of Strong. However, He was quick to comfort himself, saying that I was so young, it couldn't be real-life restoration. It must be some strange talent. Little did he know that when I mentioned I'd seen it once, it was when I almost split that kid Qingji in half, and he used it to save his life. I glanced at it, and my body just remembered. Hey, speaking of which, a thought suddenly flashed in my mind. If I can control hair follicle cells, can I control bone cells to heal my leg? Theoretically. It seems similar. My eyes lit up. Who doesn't want to run freely under the sunset? But the next second, that excitement was doused like a bucket of cold water. This leg had been sentenced to death by the authoritative Dr. Osgood in the medical field. How could it be so easy to heal? I had only read a few books. How could I dare to challenge a doctor's conclusion? It was as ridiculous as an elementary school student challenging a Nobel Prize winner. I felt embarrassed for myself. Besides, can hair and bones even be compared? I was in a mental tug-of-war with one voice telling me, you can do it, and another rational voice immediately rebutting, no, you can't. Sighing, I thought to myself that I would probably be locked in a wheelchair for the rest of my life. Seeing me alternating between excitement and disappointment, Long probably imagined a dramatic scene, thinking, sure enough, he must not be able to recover. Otherwise, his legs would have healed by now. Just when I was feeling downcast, the big bear, who had been silent all along, quietly bent down, gently lifted me with his huge yet gentle hands, and in a swift motion, placed me on his broad shoulders. Wow, what a view! I was completely stunned, sitting up there like a little ornament. Long, seeing my dazed expression, finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, saying, Chinamo, it seems the bear really likes you. So how about it? O'Hara has nothing left now. Come with me? I just came to my senses, pulled the cloak that the dragon had draped over me, and glanced at the slightly embarrassed profile of the big bear, feeling warm inside. But I still shook my head and said, thank you for your kindness, sir. But I need to go find my sister. I promised her that I would definitely find her. As soon as I said this, Long's face, which had been quite gentle, suddenly turned serious. His eyes darkened, and my heart sank. Oh no, this big brother isn't from some underworld organization, is he? I just rejected him. And according to the plot in movies, shouldn't I be sinking into the sea the next second? I was so scared that my legs turned to jelly. Oh no, wait. My legs were already weak. The killing intent, let me tell you, was overwhelming. I felt that my little fighting power was nothing but a joke in front of him. And I couldn't even run away. Or should I just submit to him? No, join him. I was frantically calculating in my mind. After all, he had been quite friendly to me. Self-preservation, right? Just when I was about to wet myself from fear, I felt a tremble on my shoulder. Daxiong probably thought I was cold. Without saying a word, he ripped off his sleeve with a zzz sound and clumsily draped it over me. I looked down and saw that he had given me one of his sleeves to wear as a dress, and it even had polka dots. Paired with my newly grown long hair and my pitiful little face, anyone who didn't know would think I was some lost, adorable little cutie. Long seemed taken aback for a moment, then he came back to his senses and asked me seriously, is your sister named Nico Robin? As soon as I heard that, alarm bells went off in my head. Threat. He wants to use my sister Robin to threaten me. No way. I have to take the initiative. The urge to kill surged up at that moment. Any hint of harm towards my sister must be nipped in the bud. But fortunately, I looked up and saw that although his expression was serious, there was no malice in his eyes, just pure seriousness and questioning. I relaxed my muscles that were about to explode and nodded. Yes, her name is Nico Robin. Upon hearing my confirmation, Dragon's attitude made a complete turnaround. His fierce face squeezed out a smile, extremely enthusiastic. What a coincidence. Our organization is also looking for her. Why are you looking for her? I asked cautiously. The dragon hesitated for a moment, but decided to confide in me, because right now, she might be the only one in the world who can understand the true history. Oh, the true history? I casually asked. Can't you understand it? Dragon wore a bitter smile. How could we understand it? There are hardly any educated people in our organization, let alone dealing with ancient texts, which are world-class challenges. Can't you even handle something that simple? I was shocked at that moment, almost blurting out that I could too, but I suddenly hit the brakes as the words came to my lips. No, my mind was racing. These people clearly have low cultural levels, which is why they need my sister. If I tell them I can too, wouldn't that take away their motivation to find her? I absolutely cannot say it. Seeing that I had stopped mid-sentence, Dragon pressed on. What is the matter with you? Oh, nothing. I not want to lie. Found my mind blank and couldn't come up with any excuse, so I could only wave my hands frantically. Dragon didn't think much of it, probably believing that a 7 or 8-year-old child wouldn't have any schemes. He cleared his throat, his attitude becoming extremely serious. Ahem, let me introduce myself. My name is Monkey D. Dragon, and now, I officially invite you to join our organization." As soon as I heard that, I quickly sat up straight, ready to listen to the key points he was about to make. But then, after announcing the name, he stopped and looked at me with great anticipation. I was completely bewildered at the time, thinking, who is this? Are they famous? The atmosphere became quite awkward. Seeing my confused expression, Long had no choice but to continue his startup pitch. "We are organizing this, and although we were just established not long ago, we have a broad outlook and aim to change the whole world. We currently have 4 core members with thousands of comrades under us, and our business spreads across the seas and the Grand Line." Hearing him speak with less and less confidence, I couldn't help but sigh. "So, you mean it's still in the startup phase? There aren't any other attractive benefits?" Long was desperately searching his mind and finally came up with 4 words. "Guaranteed to fill you up. Deal." My eyes lit up instantly, fearing he might backtrack. I made the decision on the spot. Seeing me agree so readily, Long smiled proudly, probably thinking, "Got it," with this little brother in hand. Why would I worry about his sister not obediently translating the historical text for me? Kids are so easy to deceive. I just remembered to ask, "By the way, what is the name of your organization?" Long said with a serious face, "We are the Revolutionary Army." I felt a buzzing in my head, and I thought, this is it. I got into big trouble. After all this time, it's not the mob, it's a rebellion. This is directly opposing the world government. But then I remembered the blazing fire at O'Hara, those cold-blooded men in black, and my sister. I gritted my teeth. A world government like this isn't worth keeping. Just then, a soldier ran over to report that over 100,000 books from O'Hara had been loaded onto the ship. With a wave of his hand, Dragon ordered, "Turn back." Not long after we left, my sister Robin, escorted by Fisher Tiger and Jean Bay, secretly returned to O'Hara. She searched for me among the ruins for 3 days and nights until she cried all her tears and fainted, at which point they took her away, beginning her life of wandering and escape. Meanwhile, on the Revolutionary Army's ship, Dragon received my background investigation report. Confirming my identity, he was astonished to learn that I had become a scholar in just over half a year at the Tree of All-Knowing. But what concerned him more was the identity of the mysterious master who had injured a Kainu at O'Hara. Nevertheless, he felt that the 100,000 books on board were more important. They were the foundation for cultivating revolutionary talent. This guy even sighed that if he wanted to achieve something, he needed to study hard. Just as he was lost in thought, Ivankov rushed in with a panicked expression. "It's bad, leader. The food on the ship. It's gone." Dragon was taken aback. "How could it be gone? Didn't I prepare enough for a month?" Ivankov was almost in tears. A giant rat got into the cabin. "It's that Chen you brought back. Didn't you say he would eat his fill? He has been eating for a whole day. The chef is in shock, and he's still shouting that he's hungry." Dragon turned pale and rushed out of the room. Good heavens, to give me extra food, Bartholomew Kuma had already started fishing for sea kings. And his method was extremely tyrannical. He used a revolutionary soldier as bait on the fishing rod, and every time a sea king showed its head, he would slap it dead. The most absurd part was that after fishing, Kuma gently patted the shoulder of the terrified soldier and said, "Thanks for your hard work. I'll take you on a trip next time." The soldier, flattered and surprised, replied, "It's not hard work, just a bit scared." Kuma was silent for a long time before finally saying, "You'll get used to it." Upon hearing this, the soldier's legs went weak, and he was dragged away by his companions. Just because of my appetite, our journey back to the base was extended by 2 whole times. By the time the ship docked, all the Revolutionary Army soldiers fled like it was a disaster. I sit on the shoulder of the big bear, watching them avoid me like a plague. Feeling a bit frustrated, I asked Mr. Bear, "Have I eaten too much? Do they all hate me now?" The big bear fell silent for a while and then said, "Being able to eat is a blessing." As soon as I heard that, I strongly agreed. I've never felt this full in my life, and I feel like I'm filled with strength. If I were to fight that magma guy again, I feel like I could take him down. When I got to the base, I quickly asked Dragon about my sister's whereabouts. He said they hadn't found her, but they discovered traces of the giant Sauron, although he was alone. I panicked, thinking something had happened to my sister. Dragon quickly reassured me, saying that Sauron was too big a target and they must have split up, so I shouldn't worry. Then, he assigned me a task, to manage the 100,000 books and also to teach the children in the organization. He also said that if I wanted to go find my sister, I had to get stronger first. Otherwise, even if I found her, I would be able to protect her. His words struck a chord with me. I clenched my fists, recalling my helplessness in O'Hara. Yes, I was too weak. I vowed to become stronger, strong enough to trample that magma guy like a dog, so that my sister could stand proudly in the sunlight. Dragon nodded in satisfaction, seeing how obedient I was. He didn't know that the few phrases I casually mentioned earlier about building walls, accumulating food, waiting to become king, and how water can carry a boat or capsize, it had completely stunned him. In his eyes, I was like a divine, revolutionary mentor, the future core of thought. He even thought to himself that it was a good thing he debuted early. Otherwise, I might have been the founder of the Revolutionary Army. In the following days, I settled down at the base. After more than half a month, I finally organized all those 100,000 books. Big Bear often had to go on missions, and I didn't want to keep relying on his shoulder, so I used my academic skills to build myself a wheelchair, a foldable one that I could carry on my back when not in use for convenience. Ever since that incident in O'Hara, where I almost exhausted all my energy, I learned my lesson. Now, every day, aside from eating, I use my energy to refine my sword intent and strengthen my body, not daring to waste any. Although my appetite was still shockingly large, I finally stopped making the chef faint, which relieved Dragon. However, he relaxed too soon. Let me tell you, this guy turned around and dug a huge pit for me. He came to me and said, "Hey, Chinamo, since you're just sitting around all day, I've adopted a group of orphans. Why don't you go be their teacher and enlighten them?" When I heard that, teaching kids to read was something I was good at, and it was a way to repay him for taking me in, so I readily agreed and even stayed up several nights preparing lessons. But then, when I was pushed into the classroom, I was completely dumbfounded. These weren't orphans at all. This was a room full of tall, muscular men. Looking around, not a single one was shorter than me. They were all about to hit the ceiling. I was stunned and turned to Dragon, asking, "Is this what you call orphans?" Dragon was patting me on the shoulder with an expression of faith in me, saying, "Yes, they're all ones I've raised for many years. This batch is 16 years old. You have the highest knowledge, so if you don't teach them, who will? Who understands family? I'm just an 8-year-old kid in a wheelchair, and I have to teach a group of muscle men who are twice my age? Is this reasonable?" Long pushed me onto the stage and then slipped away. As soon as he left, the way these students looked at me changed. When they saw Long, they were all excited like they were seeing an idol, saying things like, "Lord Long, I want to bear your child, and please use me as you wish." At that moment, I felt like my worldview was shaken a little. Now that the idol is gone, I'm just a kid in a wheelchair, and their skeptical and disdainful gazes are about to pierce right through me. As for me, I didn't bother with small talk and directly sensed their life force. This perception was no big deal, but I almost laughed out loud. Weak too weak. They were simply a group of puffed-up noobs. I couldn't help but shake my head and said, "Weak too weak." This time, I stirred up a hornet's nest. I tell you, those guys instantly exploded. A few clever ones even ran to the window to keep watch, confirming that Long had really gone far away. Then the strongest ones, clenching their fists with knuckles cracking, surrounded me. The leader bent down, his face almost touching mine, and fiercely said, "Kid, hurry up and show us some respect, or else." I was shocked at the time. I backed away in my wheelchair to distance myself from his face, pointing at my own nose and asking, "Are you trying to intimidate me? I'm your teacher, and you guys are so weak. Where do you get the courage from? Who are you calling weak?" That big guy's eyes were all red. I gently told him, "I'm not targeting you." His expression softened a bit, and then I scanned the room and decisively added, "I mean, everyone here is weak. Beat him up." The next moment, about 100 people charged in like crazy. Long, that jerk, was outside, still getting all sentimental, and when he heard the commotion in the classroom, he thought my ideology had conquered them, making them excited. I really thank his whole family. The noise in the classroom lasted about 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the world went quiet. I was still sitting in my wheelchair, propping my chin up with one hand, looking at the 100 people lying on the ground, some with broken arms and legs groaning. Naturally, I said, "See, I told you all that you're weak." I was annoyed by their constant whining, so I yelled, "All right, it's just a few broken bones. It's not a big deal. Get up." They looked so aggrieved, helping each other up like defeated soldiers, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at me. I tell you, they must have been thinking, where did this devil come from? A person in a wheelchair suddenly flying in the middle of a fight. That's right. With one hand pushing the wheelchair and the other flailing around, I was moving faster than they could run, chasing after them and breaking their legs one by one. The main focus was on fairness. No one was allowed to escape. Seeing their determined, yet disabled appearance, I nodded in satisfaction and began the first item of the class. Roll call. Forget it, I'm face blind, and all your breaths are so weak and identical that I can't remember. How about this? I thought for a moment and said seriously, "We'll use the order in which you were knocked down earlier. Your code names will be week 01, week 02, all the way to week 100. The whole place fell silent. I sighed and said, "Look at you all. Your memories are so poor." Then I pointed at each of them and assigned them numbers. "Do you all remember?" "Yes, we remember. Teacher. The person numbered 100 shouted in perfect unison, full of indignation. Very well, we will officially start the class. I cleared my throat, took out my teaching materials, and began the first lesson on ideological and political education. I told you, when I started to discuss culture as all human spiritual activities and their product in relation to economy and politics, the 100 faces below looked worse than if they had eaten shit. Everyone was confused, questioning their lives. Finally, the brave warrior named Week01 raised his hand. Teacher, what you mean is... Before he could finish, I grabbed a piece of chalk and threw it at him. Boom! That kid reacted quite quickly and dodged it. As a result, the chalk tip directly created a big hole in the wall at the back of the classroom, which no one knew led where. At that moment, the entire class held their breath. They all sat up straight like grandsons, not daring to make a sound, frantically taking notes regardless of whether they understood or not, just copying it down first. A class lasted 3 hours, with no moments of boredom, mainly because they didn't dare to leave. Before the class ended, I assigned homework to copy the content discussed today 3 times. Week01 stood up again. This guy is really brave. He loudly said, Teacher, we are warriors. Why learn these useless things? What we need to learn is to become stronger. I looked at him and asked word by word, Are you butchers? Killers? Or revolutionaries? Besides killing, what else can you do? He was taken aback by my question. He stubbornly replied, Ultimately, without power, what you say is all empty talk. As soon as I heard it, I laughed. I pointed to a big mountain 3 miles away outside the window and asked, Do you see that mountain? Before they could answer, I picked up the ruler from the podium and waved it in that direction. A terrifying sword energy instantly flew out. By the time my words fell, the peak of that mountain had slowly slid down along the smooth-cut surface. Everyone in the classroom was left in shock, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. I tossed the ruler in front of Week01, rested my chin on my hands, and asked crisply, Now, regarding the homework, who is in favor? Who is opposed? 100 people, as if waking from a dream, all bowed in unison. It all depends on the teacher's instructions. Let me tell you, the saying knowledge is power is not wrong. But sometimes you have to first show them what power is before they will listen to you talk about knowledge. It's all about physical persuasion. And so, 6 years have passed. In these 6 years, the outside world has been tumultuous. The Navy has changed its marshal. 3 great generals have risen to power. And the 4 emperors of the New World are vying for supremacy. Our Revolutionary Army has also moved from the surface to underground, with the headquarters relocated to Baldigo. And I have grown from 8 years old to 14. I kicked open the door to Long's office and slammed my hand down on his desk. Long, where's Sister Robin? What about what you promised me? Long, now the world's most notorious criminal, looked at me as if he had seen a ghost, awkwardly smiling. Soon. Sue my head. I'm so furious I'm about to explode. 3 years ago, you tricked me into this godforsaken place, and you said the same thing. 3 years and 3 years. Are you just playing me like this? Over the years, I was forced to become a teacher for the Revolutionary Army, nicknamed Teacher Chen, a title that makes me want to hit someone just hearing it. The students I taught have gone from weak ones to the backbone of the Revolutionary Army, and now more than half of them call me teacher when they see me. Long even shamelessly put his name on the general principles of Revolutionary Army thought that I wrote, making me an inexplicable spiritual leader. But I didn't care about any of this. I just wanted to find Robin. I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to go find her myself. I stared at Long, my attitude incredibly resolute, considering that I've taught over 700 students. Lend me a boat. Long was silent for a long time and finally surprisingly agreed, saying he would give me the latest developed sea tower stone warship. I waved my hand. No need. I'm fine by myself. Just give me a small boat. I thought for a moment and added, just like that swordsman called Hawkeye we encountered when we moved 3 years ago. A small raft would be enough. I figured his abilities are probably about 50-50 with mine. If he can row a little broken boat and be domineering, why can't I? As soon as I finished speaking, Long's old face twisted into a knot. Goodness, his expression looked as if he had just eaten a fly, and he kept rubbing his forehead. He probably wanted to scold me and ask if I even bothered to look at the intelligence, saying that the one called Eagle I was no longer just an ordinary swordsman, having just claimed the title of the world's top swordsman a few days ago. But after holding it in for a long time, he ultimately didn't dare to say it and changed the topic. Don't worry, if you go out, that student of yours who insists on staying on the island to be your captain of the guard will definitely bring people along with you. And someone will be there to operate the boat. Don't even mention those idiots. I tell you, just talking about this gives me a headache. I taught over 700 students, and among them, there are 10 fools with outstanding combat abilities, but no brains at all. To motivate them, I jokingly called them the 10 brave ones. And as a result, those 10 conspicuous lads were so moved they cried on the spot, going around telling everyone they were my direct disciples, which nearly drove me crazy. After graduating, they still shamelessly wanted to stay. So I was so scared that I bought them standing tickets overnight to send them off. Not long after, one of the most stubborn representatives came back, insisting on being my captain of the guard. I hurriedly waved my hand. No, no, no. I'm just an ordinary scholar. Why waste manpower and resources on me? I'll just go find my sister Robin. What danger could there be? No way. That old man Long's attitude was resolute, saying that there are all kinds of monsters and spirits on the sea, and I must bring someone with me. I couldn't help but laugh. I'm someone who primarily believes in being kind to others and never resorts to violence. Why would I need so many guards? Besides, with their limited skills, I might end up having to take care of them. This comment left Long speechless, nearly taking his breath away. He certainly knew that compared to me, those guards were practically like paper. Let me tell you, this old guy really holds grudges. Back when he first met me, he genuinely thought I was just a cultural person with a big appetite. Until one time, he saw me waving a wooden sword around and couldn't help but give me pointers. What happened? We fought from day to night, for a full 2 days and nights. And in the end, we were both exhausted, neither gaining any advantage. After that fight, he lay in bed for a whole month to recover. As for me, I ate and drank heartily for 3 days and was back to normal like nothing happened. I was even kind enough to wheel myself to his bedside to see him, seriously advising him, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, not to mess around outside every day, but to spend more time training, especially since now even I, a kid, could beat him. After that, the way he looked at me changed. He finally understood that I had no concept of strength and weakness. But even so, he still wouldn't let me go to sea alone. I guess he was afraid that if I went and didn't come back, his Revolutionary Army would fall apart without me. The chief instructor, when tough love didn't work, he started to soften his approach, nagging like an old mother. Chen Mo, think about it. If you bring more people, you won't have to worry about cooking, washing, or sailing, right? Plus, you're just a 14-year-old kid going out to sea alone. Those pirates will swarm you like flies. How annoying. But if you bring your guards, it'll be different. They may not be good at fighting, but they're all tall and strong, and just standing at the bow of the ship is impressive. What common thugs would dare to cause trouble? Hey, when I heard that, it made some sense. I'm a person who loves peace and dislikes fighting the most. If someone could help scare off those pesky flies so I could read quietly and peacefully, that wouldn't be bad at all. All right then, I reluctantly agreed. I came out of Long's office and lightly brushed my finger across an inconspicuous little ball on the armrest of the wheelchair. To my surprise, the wheelchair suddenly started moving by itself, swiftly taking me back to my place. Let me tell you, this this wheelchair, was crafted for me by my group of research student friends. It's purely solar-powered, with a maximum speed of 40 kilometers per hour, and it features folding capability, emergency jet propulsion, and storage functions. In terms of cutting-edge technology, it can be said to be far ahead of its time. The most crucial part is that it looks like an ordinary metal wheelchair on the outside, low-key and luxurious with depth, which perfectly fits my persona. My students have finally started to feel sorry for their mobility-impaired teacher. According to my captain of the guard, Yuichi, they're already brainstorming a second-generation version, planning to add some kind of transformation armor feature. I was furious when I heard this and scolded him. As a pacifist, what do I need that for? It would be much more practical to give me a flying function. After all, using the Sirius series, hovering still drains quite a bit of energy. Of course, I don't have high hopes for these weak students. One day, when I have time, I'll personally take charge and create an ultimate wheelchair that can exceed speeds of 100 kilometers per hour, transform into armor, and fly. Over the past 6 years, I've been dividing every second in half to protect Robin, pushing myself to become stronger to the point where I didn't even have time to build a wheelchair. Now, my sword intent infection rate has exceeded 95, and in an instant, I can unleash hundreds of sword chi, completely different from the me who used to take 3 seconds to catch my breath after a single swing. When I returned home, that little giant, named Yuichi, was already waiting for me with all the guards, lined up like a row of utility poles. Teacher, everyone is assembled, and the ship and supplies are ready to go at any time, Yuichi said in a deep voice, giving me a teacher-student salute. Wait a moment. I went back to my room and carefully dragged out a sea tower stone box from under the bed. Inside are the letters I've written to Robin over the past 6 years. Who understands what it's like to be apart from family for 6 years? I nearly fell victim to lovesickness. Writing letters was the only thing that helped me cope. This is a carefully prepared gift that I must take with me. Otherwise, If she finds out that I've been living comfortably and gaining weight with the Revolutionary Army while she has been struggling outside, with her cunning personality, my good days would be over. Just thinking about seeing Robin soon makes it hard for me to keep my smile in check. I carried the box out and waved at Yui, then pressed the red button on the wheelchair. With a bang, 4 jet tubes instantly extended from both sides of the wheelchair, and a strong force pushed me firmly against the backrest, turning me into a streak of light as I rushed toward the port, flying over 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. "Guard team, let's go!" Yuichi shouted from behind, kicking off the ground and creating a large pit, charging after me like an ancient beast. The group of white-clad guards behind him was also speeding up as if they were on adrenaline. In the distance, the dragon watched us disappear into the horizon, probably feeling a pang of jealousy. He must be thinking that this seemingly weak guard team I often criticize is actually the most elite force of the Revolutionary Army. My students, who hold significant power, send the best recruits to headquarters every year under the pretense of protecting their weak teacher, who wouldn't roll their eyes at that reason in the upper echelons of the Revolutionary Army. If I'm considered weak, what do they count as? A breath away from fainting? Now that I've taken this ace team away, the security at headquarters will have a headache for a while. When we arrived at the port, the ship was ready, comparable to a giant battleship of the Navy. The dock was filled with revolutionary comrades who came to see us off, a bustling crowd. "Teacher Chun, safe travels. Teacher Chun, come back soon. Teacher Chun, are you still accepting students? My daughter is old enough to start learning." I was so upset that my face turned dark. I really want to shout, "Can't you just call me Teacher Chen?" But I had no choice. I'm a cultured person, so I could only stiffly force a smile, wave my hand casually, and then dive into the captain's room. Ignorance is bliss. Yomi followed me in cheerfully, and I sat down heavily, asking him gloomily, "Why do they insist on calling me Teacher Chen?" Yomi scratched the back of his head and chuckled foolishly, "Because you have knowledge and are willing to share it." Sigh. If I had known back then, I wouldn't have bothered with differentiated instruction. I could have just taught you all a little something to send you on your way. I said irritably, "Teacher, please don't be angry." Yomi suddenly knelt down, and with his weight, the floor creaked. "Get up quickly. Who taught you to kneel so easily?" I wheeled over, grabbed his shoulder, and with a little force, pulled him up from the ground. "You said it yourself. A man should stand tall, kneeling to heaven, earth, and parents, but never bow to anyone." I twitched the corner of my mouth. It seemed I had said this before. What kind of strange education did I receive before my amnesia? Cough, cough. I quickly changed the subject. "What about the latest information from Robin? Where is it roughly?" Yuichi rummaged in his belly, which was like a fourth-dimensional pocket, for a while, and pulled out a piece of information. "It predicts that Lady Robin is heading towards the Sabedi archipelago." "All right, full speed ahead." I know he is not good at math, so I didn't bother to ask how long it would take. "Yes, teacher." Yuichi took out a small notebook and began to jot down notes. Then he pulled out a set of fancy clothes from his belly, and by the way, the captain instructed that you must change into this noble attire. "Why? I'm quite comfortable in what I'm wearing now." The captain said it's to avoid unnecessary trouble and to smoothly pass through myriad. "We will disguise ourselves as a ship from the Peterhead Kingdom." "Fine." I reluctantly took the clothes. This cumbersome thing clearly looked like a prince's outfit. "Where did these clothes come from?" Yuichi glanced at the document again. "They were taken off a prince who is about the same build as you, teacher." I was taken aback. Has the Revolutionary Army fallen to the point of robbing clothes? Is this the mafia? Yui quickly explained. "Don't worry, teacher, there are no flaws. That prince has long been under our control, and he has been publicly claiming that he likes archaeology, even giving himself the alias Nicole Chenma, which is one of the 3 substitutes prepared for you. At the same time we set out, he will also release news about traveling to the Comoros Islands." "What about the prince?" I feel a bit guilty. How did I end up putting a prince in such a situation? He has been imprisoned by our comrades, and when you return, we will use the power of the devil fruit to brainwash him and let him return to a normal life. That's too cruel. I'm a kind scholar. How can I bear this? Huh, how did you know, teacher? Yui looked at me with admiration. This prince is indeed inherently cruel. Before we controlled him, he had already tortured to death dozens of young girls. I gasped. Have you found out the truth? A prince of a country doing such a thing? Don't worry, teacher. We won't make a mistake. The bodies were all collected with the help of our comrades. I sighed heavily, and anger flared up. Such a heinous scum. Should we keep him for the new year? I would have killed him long ago. And imprison him? Just let him reincarnate to apologize to those girls. Yuki quickly noted down in the notebook. Teacher's opinion. Prince Peterhead, immediate execution. I asked another question. What's the situation with the kingdom of Peterhead? a member of the world government, facing natural disasters and man-made calamities. While the king and nobles only care about making money, the population has halved in 5 years. The revolutionary army has already taken control of half of the nobility, and the weak comrade, Lu, has become the prime minister. It is expected that in another 3 months after the autumn harvest, when food is sufficient, they will be able to smoothly take over the government and win people's hearts. 3 months. I widen my eyes. People are almost dead, and you still want to wait 3 months? Are you carrying out a revolution or playing a simulation game? Have you all deviated from the path of revolutionary thought? As soon as I said this, Yongi was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, and his bear-like body began to shake. I'm just talking casually, enjoying some verbal sparring, and by the way, giving this foolish student a little reminder. So he doesn't think I support this kind of behavior that treats people's lives as bargaining chips. This is a big deal that could affect my glorious teacher image. I waved my hand and said, all right, go ahead. Then I controlled the wheelchair and went into the inner room to change clothes. I had no idea that my casual remarks would sound like an imperial decree to Yongi. As soon as I walked away, he immediately got up from the ground, his innocent expression disappearing in an instant, replaced by a chilling, murderous aura. He rushed into the communication room, took out a top-secret phone bug, and coldly said after dialing, "The teacher is very dissatisfied with you. The teacher believes you have deviated from a mission. I want a result regarding the Peter Hyde Kingdom within 3 days. Otherwise, I'll have Yongjio take over. The teacher's opinion is that guilty nobles should be exterminated along with their 3 clans. Their property should be confiscated and equally distributed among the commoners. Weak Lulu. Once your mission is over, you'll be recalled. Yong-san will help you recall the teacher's teachings. Additionally, the prince is very disliked by the teacher, and an order has been given for him to die quickly." Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's office of the Peter Hyde Kingdom, a plain-looking young man, Weak Lulu, was listening to the busy signal from the phone bug, completely dumbfounded, before bursting into tears. After crying, he wiped away his tears, his face now filled with determination. He directly rushed into the basement, where the imprisoned prince was still fawningly asking when he could get out. Weak Lulu walked over expressionlessly and through the bars, stabbed him with a knife. "Why? I've already surrendered." The prince couldn't believe it. "Because you made that person very unhappy." Weak Lulu grasped his neck, eyes fierce, saying, "The one who displeased that person is my sworn enemy. Someone, drag him out, and while he's still alive, cut him piece by piece." Screams filled the basement, and what about me? I'm comfortably lying in the bathtub, soaking, cursing under my breath. Out of my over 700 students, not one is wealthy. They're all poor. When it comes to gifts, they only know to give books. And I haven't seen a single red envelope. Now I don't have a single cent to my name. I'm broke as a joke. Who understands the struggles? When I see Sister Robin, I'll have to earn money just to buy a bouquet of flowers. I'm thinking maybe I should just set up a stall in the Comoros Islands to sell my calligraphy. Sigh, being poor is really hard. I crawled out of the bathtub in frustration, and after a lot of fuss, finally managed to put on that cumbersome prince's outfit. When I wheeled myself onto the deck, wow, the aura I exuded was that of a true prince arriving gracefully. Not even the etiquette teacher of the Celestial Dragons could find any fault. The teacher, you, who had finished all the small tasks, was already waiting respectfully at the door. With a hum, the little frustration in my heart still hadn't dissipated. So I pushed my wheelchair by myself and went to read under the sunshade that had been prepared long ago. Let me tell you, this Yomi looks honest and straightforward, but he's more cunning than anyone else. As soon as I sat down, he signaled the kitchen to bring over a pile of exquisite pastries and a glass of chilled sour plum juice. My eyebrows raised in surprise, and I asked him, "Well, is the kitchen treating us so well today?" Guess what he said? He nodded and spoke to me in a particularly naive tone, saying, "Yes, teacher, to celebrate the launch. The kitchen has prepared treats for everyone today." As soon as I heard that, I thought, okay, I won't hold back. I picked up the sour plum juice and took a big gulp. And hey, I have to say it was really refreshing. The little bit of displeasure in my heart immediately dissipated by more than half. While I was drinking, I casually asked him, "Why aren't you drinking?" To my surprise, this guy didn't even blink and said he had already eaten. Who understands family? I really believe him at that time. Later, I found out that this guy was playing tricks on me. What everyone else's benefits were, good gracious. The other guys had a salted fish and a cheap bottle of rum. Only I got the deluxe afternoon tea. This guy had long since given a death order to everyone on the ship, teaming up to trick me. He even secretly took out a little notebook and added the word sour plum juice to my preferences. I was really impressed. The next day, something even more explosive happened. A news bird flew over, and with a flap, a newspaper landed on my table. At that moment, I was quite curious and picked it up to take a look. Yongi was next to me, explaining that this was a newspaper from the World Economic News Agency, which common people read to get information. But the content on it was just for fun and couldn't be taken seriously. I thought it was quite interesting, so I said to have a daily update for me. As a result, when I flipped through it, wow, the headlines were more explosive one after another. The 13-year-old CP9 Rob Lucci, after 500 soldiers were captured, directly took out both the hostages and the pirates. I looked at that kid in the photo and thought, why does this black suit look a bit familiar? Vice Admiral Tsuru of the Navy personally led the team to capture Don Quixote da Flamingo. I clicked my tongue. Is the Navy so short on personnel that even the old lady has to go out to sea to work overtime? Then what did I see? I saw news about my own country. The kingdom of Peterhead erupted in internal strife. The king and nobles died overnight, and a mysterious prime minister took power. Additionally, the Prince of Peterhead, also known as Nico Chima, narrowly escaped a disaster and is currently suspected to be heading to myriad for help. At that moment, I suddenly flared up and directly slapped the newspaper on Yong's big face. When have I ever escaped a disaster? How come I didn't know? This kid was so scared that his soul almost flew away. He picked up the newspaper and stammered an explanation, saying it was an arrangement from week 666 to create a fake identity for me. I just exploded. So what comes next? Do I have to follow what the newspapers say, first go to the world government for help, then raise a large army to fight back to my hometown, and after successfully restoring the country, go find my sister? He shook his head like a rattle, repeatedly saying that students don't dare. I told him, just know it. I'm out here to find my sister Robin. Don't add any drama to it, got it? Otherwise, I might really think you all wrote a whole script for me to perform. Upon hearing this, the fool immediately said, the student knows he was wrong. I'll have someone take care of that reporter named 9527 right away. I waved my hand and said, oh, always resorting to violence and killing. We are scholars. What kind of image is that? I paused and added, however, this 9527 is just making things up. His professional ability is lacking. How about you help him change positions? To avoid him writing something inappropriate and offending big shots, putting his life at risk? You understand. Let him feel the warmth of society. Okay, teacher. Yo understood in a second and quickly took out his notebook to jot it down. Let me tell you, fate is truly remarkable. Just when I was fuming over the newspaper here, the scene shifted to the Shambodi Islands, where my sister Robin was at a bar called Shui, run by a woman who extorts money. She was waiting for information with Shinpei, idly flipping through the newspaper, and when she saw the name Nicole Chima, she froze completely. The bar owner, Shaki, who is an information dealer, noticed Robin's big reaction and offered her some information for free. She said that the surname Nicole is quite rare and belongs to a scholar from O'Hara. She also mentioned that this prince claims to be a fan of Robin, which is why he took this name. However, Shaki investigated and found that this prince was previously a scoundrel who exploited young girls, with no connection to archaeology whatsoever. Shaki speculated that this prince is either fake or a puppet controlled by a powerful force, and the name is just a coincidence. But my sister didn't think so. She knew in her heart that this kind of flamboyant and provocative naming style was totally my vibe. Who understands this? Is this a brotherly instinct in our bloodline? Back to my side, ever since we left the Revolutionary Army's territory, it has been quite lively. The big ship I'm on is practically a moving KPI, with pirate crews coming in every day trying to boost their performance. The ship is filled with shouts and the smell of blood, making it impossible for me to concentrate on my reading. These pirates rely on shouting to fight, constantly using foul language, and their manners are terrible. It gives me a headache. In order not to reveal his strength in front of me, Yuichi has been avoiding using his devil fruit powers, resulting in a back and forth with the opposing captain that hasn't been resolved for a long time. I was really fed up, and I pushed the wheelchair to the edge of the deck. A young guard nearby had sharp eyes. As soon as he saw me coming, he immediately stepped in front of me and respectfully called out, Lady Nicole, be careful. Hey, when I heard that title, my eyes lit up. After getting used to being called Teacher Chun, suddenly being addressed as Lady Nicole felt great. I patted the young guard on the shoulder and said, young man, you have a bright future. I have high hopes for you. Just as I finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and a cannonball came straight at my face. The sword energy within me instinctively protected its master and blocked the full force of the cannonball. But my entire face was left blackened. I'm fine, but my image is ruined. I was awkwardly wiping my face when my subordinates all exploded. That guard guy let out a sharp scream, startling everyone. When they saw me being bombarded, their eyes instantly turned red, and they all went crazy, attacking with everything they had. Especially Yomi. He felt deeply insulted when he saw me getting caught up in it. He immediately stopped pretending, and his naive facade was torn apart in an instant, his eyes becoming beast-like. I didn't want to lose my composure in front of the teacher. He let out a low growl, and then directly transformed. Animal system, ancient species, kangaroo, fruit, bone-penetrating, kangaroo form. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. A man over 2 meters tall instantly transformed into a 3-meter tall, golden, muscular kangaroo. The pirates on the opposite side were still laughing foolishly. A broken kangaroo. What kind of combat power can it have? The next second, Itchy kicked off the ground, and the entire pirate ship tilted. He turned into a streak of golden light and appeared right in front of the pirate captain, delivering a bone-shattering punch. Boom! The captain, who had been in the New World for several years, didn't even have time to react before being turned into a mist of blood with a single punch. Seriously, it was literally a mist of blood. Not even a trace was left. The remaining pirates were so scared they froze, scattering like they had seen a ghost, with some even trying to jump into the sea. As a result, Itchy swung his thick and long tail, skewering the guy who had jumped into the air like a candied hawthorn. Royal Guard, retreat, Itchy commanded, watching the pirates jumping into the sea like dumplings. Once his people were back on the ship, he unleashed a bone-shattering strike on that pirate ship. Just one punch. The entire pirate ship was pierced through and then shattered into pieces. A massive whirlpool formed instantly, pulling all the wreckage and pirates down to the seabed. This guy specializes in physical destruction, and his efficiency is terrifying. Once the sea calmed down, Itchy transformed back into human form, put on his clothes, scratched his head, walked behind me with a face full of shame, and said apologetically, "Teacher, I'm sorry for disturbing you." I waved my hand and told him, "It's nothing. It's just that you're being too loud and distracting me from my reading." As soon as I said that, Yongi felt even more guilty and kept apologizing to me. When I looked around, I realized that several of my bodyguards were injured, and I felt uneasy in my heart. I quickly said, all right, don't worry about me. Hurry up and check on the brothers. Those who are injured should go see the ship's doctor. Until you recover, no one should come to work. It's paid leave." Guess what happened next? These big guys all knelt down at once, crying like crazy and shouting that they wanted to die for me. Who understands what family means? I was completely stunned at that moment. I thought to myself, guys, I was just being polite, suggesting you take a break from your work injuries. And I didn't even mention reimbursing the medical expenses, and you're already moved? What kind of hellish workplace is this? You're even pledging loyalty to me. But I can't even afford the 5 insurances in one fund. I was just about to wake them up when suddenly, my radar beeped loudly. High energy ahead. A powerful aura is rushing towards us at high speed. My expression changed, and I quickly said to Yongi, "Be careful and protect yourself." He instantly became tense as well. An enemy that I had to take seriously was definitely not a good person. I asked him to bring me my knife, ready to fight. But then Yongi seriously asked me, "Teacher, which knife do you want? The 30-meter-long big knife, or the one we usually use to peel apples?" I directly saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone. What the heck? When did I have a 30-meter-long knife? As a result, this kid started seriously imitating the way I used to scold them. "You bunch of idiots. You are the worst class I've ever taught. If you annoy me again, I'll go get a 30-meter-long knife tomorrow and kill you all from 29 meters away." I almost spat out a mouthful of old blood at that moment. Dude, that was a boast I made back in the day, and you guys actually took it seriously? You really gave me a shot. You current students are all about taking advice. Oh no, I mean you're all about tricking the juniors, right? I was a loss for words and said, forget it, I'll just use my fruit peeler." A few minutes later, a small shabby boat with a dragon head appeared, and on the bow stood a red-haired guy wearing a straw hat. My heart skipped a beat. This guy's aura was on the same level as that old dragon. Great, I ran into a tough guy right after stepping out. It's all the dragon's fault for making me get such a big boat, like a moving target. However, I felt like he didn't have any killing intent, so I thought I'd try diplomacy first. I controlled the wheelchair to the bow of the ship and shouted at him, "Hey, straw hat uncle over there. If you don't have any killing intent, step aside." The red-haired guy responded cheerfully, "That's not going to happen. Since when do pirates make way for nobles? Let your master come out and talk. Pay some protection money, and we'll leave." Protection money? I'm broke and have no money. As for my life, you can handle it however you want. I was just about to take action when this guy specifically explained that they are trustworthy and that after paying, they guaranteed my safety all the way. As soon as I heard that, I burst out laughing and pointed at my injured brothers, saying, "Do you even have the nerve to collect protection money? What have you protected? I just got beaten up. Look at my brother's injuries. This is fraud. Do you understand? It's 2025, and you're still pulling this? Even a cyber scam wouldn't be this ridiculous. The crew on his ship went crazy laughing. They started celebrating right there, cheering and making a scene. The captain got roasted for trying to collect protection money for the first time. It was hilarious. Another day of the captain losing face. The scene was just a massive social embarrassment. In the end, the red-haired guy couldn't hold his face anymore. Seeing that there were indeed injured people on my side, and realizing he was in the wrong, he tossed over a bottle of wine, saying it was his apology, and that we could talk about the protection money next time. I took the bottle, frowned, and said, "Uncle, I'm not of legal age yet. I can't drink." This made him unhappy. His expression darkened as he said, "Young man, are you disrespecting me?" I thought to myself, health is more important than face. Drinking is harmful to the body, so I won't do it. So I shook my head firmly. He saw this and said, "All right, then you can figure it out yourself." As soon as I heard this, I thought, isn't this just settled? I immediately had Young set sail and take a detour. As a result, the red-haired guy was stunned when he saw that I was really leaving like this. He probably had never encountered a noble who didn't play by the rules. He seemed to find it particularly interesting and suddenly got playful, wanting to test my strength. The next second, boom, a massive psychic attack came crashing toward me. Let me tell you, if it were an ordinary person, they would have been knocked silly on the spot. But he messed with the wrong person. I've already trained my willpower to be as strong as diamond in order to find Sister Robin. That little bit of pressure he exerted was just the sharpening stone I needed. Boom! The primal power within me erupted. An even stronger force exploded from my body, directly pushing back his energy. The result was that with one move of the Conqueror's hockey, I knocked out all my own people. The whole ship of bodyguards collapsed like dumplings, one after another. Yomi was holding onto the railing, swaying there, almost falling over too. I was so shocked at that moment. What happened? Who's going to steer the ship? Yong's face turned pale, and he stammered, "Teacher. They were all knocked out by your Conqueror's hockey." I pointed at myself, my face full of disbelief. Did I just wipe myself out? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. How many days would this delay me in finding Sister Robin? Then I suddenly realized, isn't this all because of that red-haired guy? He ambushed me, made me unleash my ultimate move, caused my ship to stop moving, made me unable to find Sister Robin. Once I sorted out this chain of logic, my anger surged up. I pulled out my fruit knife, pointed it at him, and cursed. "You old six. How dare you ambush me? Today it's either you or me." The red-haired guy still looked innocent. "Young man, is there some misunderstanding? I just helped you awaken your Conqueror's hockey." I spat. I roared. "You ambushed me first, knocked out my crew later, and delayed me from finding Sister Robin. Chen Mo will never rest until I avenge this." And guess what happened next? That red-haired guy and his lieutenant were whispering to each other, looking at some newspaper, and when they looked at me again, their expressions changed. I tell you, that look was just like seeing a tragic male lead whose family was destroyed, burdened with deep-seated enmity, and seeking revenge alone. It was filled with sympathy, pity, and even a hint of admiration. I directly raised a big question mark. Were you imagining, big brother? That red-haired guy had a look on his face that said, "I understand you," and sincerely told me, "Young man, your guard's fainting was just an accident. I admit I have some responsibility, and I will compensate you. How about this? Since you're in a hurry to go to the Shambody archipelago, I'll have my ship tow yours for a while." Hey, when I heard that, I thought his attitude was acceptable. Recognizing one's mistakes and being able to change is a great virtue. My anger dissipated by more than half. After all, my talent is too strong, and my bodyguards are too weak. I can't blame him entirely. Seeing that my expression had softened, the red-haired guy immediately waved his hand and shouted to his crew, who were still watching the excitement, "You guys get to work." I have to tell you, the efficiency of these pirates is really something. One second they were watching a show, and the next second, with a shout, they all surrounded me. In no time at all, they tied my ship to their giant vessel called the Red Force. And then whoosh, they dragged me off at full speed toward the Shambody archipelago. Goodness, this speed was just a tad slower than my normal sailing. To be honest, at that moment, I actually felt a bit grateful to that red-haired uncle. After all, he could have just walked away. With my limited mobility, I could only chase them for a few thousand kilometers before running out of power and having to go back for my wheelchair. Who understands the pain of a disabled person? No matter how far I fly, I have to think about my wheelchair at home. I was thinking that once my guard team woke up, I had to personally upgrade my wheelchair. I could no longer rely on my silly students. And just as I was pondering the 2.0 version of my wheelchair, that red-haired uncle suddenly jumped next to me, saw my furrowed brows, and with a sympathetic pat on my shoulder said, "Take care, things will pass." I was completely stunned, my head full of question marks. Morning? Accepting change? Who is gone? My group of guards just fainted. They didn't pass away. This uncle saw me staring blankly at him and thought I was overly saddened. So he walked to the bow of the ship, turned his back to me, faced the sea, and began his performance in a tone of someone who has been through it. This vast ocean can accommodate all sadness and pain. Me? No. Man, who are you? Are we that familiar? I recognize every word you say, but when I put them together, it sounds like gibberish to me. Seeing that I didn't react, he thought I hadn't come to grips with it and continued. You have the conqueror's haki, extraordinary spirit, and I believe you will ultimately succeed in your revenge. When that time comes, if you don't mind my weak pirate crew, I allow you to raise my flag on that land. Revenge? Let me tell you, these two words instantly pulled my thoughts back to O'Hara 6 years ago. Akiji, Akainu, especially that Akainu. It was he who commanded the fleet to level O'Hara to the ground. And it was also him who blasted me into the flames of the tree of knowledge, almost burning me alive. This grudge, I have been recording in my little notebook for a full 6 years. At that moment, I imagined that the red-haired uncle meant that after I defeated Akainu, he could plant his pirate flag on Akainu's corpse and take on all the subsequent troubles for me. Wow, what a living Buddha. When I saw his figure from behind, he instantly became majestic in my eyes, and I secretly decided to let Yuichi prepare a spare pirate flag for him. But then he changed his tone. However, it's too early to talk about that now. I nodded immediately, deeply agreeing. Yes, it is indeed a bit early. I still need a few more years to develop. Upon hearing my response, he turned around and laughed heartily. That's right, it's good that you can think this way. Since we have some free time, why not join us for a feast? A feast? Is there food? Unlimited kind. My eyes lit up instantly. Let me tell you, at that moment, this red-haired uncle was no longer a good person in my heart. He was simply a textbook-level saint. Please don't be polite with me. Seeing me so excited. He was in a good mood as well. Boys, let us start the feast. Welcome our guest, Nicole Chinma. Oh, with a single command. Those pirates were like they had been injected with adrenaline, moving large fish, meat, fine wine, and delicacies onto the deck as if they were free. The red-haired uncle personally carried my wheelchair and brought me onto their ship. As soon as I stepped onto the deck, I was stunned. The food was piled up like a small mountain. My saliva was uncontrollable at that moment. Straw Hat Uncle, you are a good person. I sincerely gave him a good person card. He was incredibly proud and shouted to his crew, who were already getting hyped up. Did you hear that? Your captain is a good person. From now on, respect him. This was met with a chorus of boos. When he turned back to talk to me, I was gone. Looking again, the wheelchair was still in place, but I had already dived headfirst into the pile of meat. Let me tell you, I went into goblin mode directly, and that pile of food was decreasing at a visible speed. Not long after the feast started, everyone felt something was off. The red-haired guy was in a drinking duel with someone, and when he turned around, he found that the huge pile of meat just brought from the kitchen was gone. He exploded at that moment, threw his sword to the ground, and roared, "Do you really think of the captain as a dish? Which bastard didn't he leave me a single piece of meat? Come on, let us fight barehanded. If you win, I'll personally roast meat for you at next week's feast." The first mate, Beckman, leisurely took a sip of wine, elbowed him, and gestured towards me. The red-haired guy looked in that direction and was petrified. I was like a ghost darting through the pile of food, clearing it out wherever I went. Damn, how many days has this guy been hungry? Even the red-haired guy was stunned. I don't care about him. The uncle already said not to be polite, so I must not let him down. For me, energy is always welcome, and getting stronger relies on eating. This red-haired guy must be regretting it as he watches the food disappear in large amounts into my mouth. He originally intended to collect my protection fee, but somehow it turned into him helping me drag the boat and treating me to a feast. The key point is if I keep eating like this, even the captain, will go hungry. This guy's eyes flickered, and he suddenly grinned mischievously. He poured several kinds of alcohol into a cup and squeezed in some lemon juice, trying to get me drunk. Beckman next to him snatched the cup away and said disdainfully, "How can you treat our guest like this?" I thought, there are still sensible people around. But his next sentence was, "For our big-eating guest, you can't even spare a little alcohol?" Saying this, he took out a small bottle and poured nearly half of it in. The red-haired guy was stunned. No wonder the ship's doctor complains every day about the missing medical alcohol. No more nonsense. Hurry up. Beckman shoved the cup back into his hand. The red-haired guy came over with that special drink, patting my shoulder. "Young man, how do you feel about our banquet?" I have meat in my mouth and ambiguously give a thumbs up. "Great. They're all good people. Haha, come on, try our special drink from the red-haired pirates." I took a sniff and was hit by a strong lemon scent mixed with a potent smell of alcohol. I asked, "Why does this drink smell so strange?" Beckman explained without missing a beat. We prioritize hygiene. The cups are disinfected with alcohol, so a little residue is normal. Redhead quickly added, just drink it without worry. You said the uncle is a good person. He can't harm you. I thought so too. I just gulped it down. Wow, that feeling. Like a fire line burning from my throat to my stomach. I couldn't help but gasp for air, and my face turned red all of a sudden. How is it? Red Hair asked nervously. It's amazing. What kind of drink is this? It's awesome. I'm glad you like it. Have another one. He handed me another cup. As soon as I smelled it, the flavor was different again. Beckman explained. The first one was specially made. This is the regular one. Of course it's different. At that time, I was already feeling a bit dizzy and thought that what he said seemed quite reasonable. Hong Mao simply took out a bottle of liquor and said, actually, these are not alcoholic drinks at all, just beverages in liquor bottles. My brain suddenly froze. I clearly felt that this statement was full of flaws, but I just couldn't figure out what was wrong and ended up nodding in agreement. Come on, let's just drink from the bottle. Cheers. After a few bottles of drinks, I was already feeling lightheaded. The red-haired guy was still there, smugly saying it's a pity that my legs aren't convenient, otherwise we could dance together. As soon as I heard this, the alcohol kicked in and I slurred. Who says a disabled person can't dance? Under their astonished gazes, I wobbled and stood up on the ground. I kept mumbling, my bones hurt a bit. Just need to fix them. My nerves are a bit sluggish. Just need to reconnect them. It really is fine now. I let out a heavy belch and swayed my body, pointing at the dazed redhead beside me. Let's dance together. As soon as the words left my mouth, I threw a straight punch aimed at his eye. Bang! His casual block was as flimsy as paper, instantly shattered by my blow. In his pupils, my fist magnified infinitely. The next second, he transformed into a graceful parabolic arc, accompanied by a splash as he perfectly hit the water. The entire banquet fell into an immediate silence. I let out a satisfied belch and swayed as I praised. What a beautiful, dancing posture. Beckman sensed the situation was dire and tried to sneak away, but it was too late. I was all about fairness. How could I leave him out? One by one, all the pirates in the venue were invited to swim in the sea by me using various graceful poses, and the scene looked very much like dumplings being dropped. In 15 minutes, the deck was cleared. I swayed and turned around. Where is everyone? Are they all playing hide and seek with me? I activated my observation hockey, and with a flash of my figure, I appeared behind Beckman, who was hiding in the cabin. I kicked Beckman out of the cabin, sending him flying. Just as he was about to hit the water, a figure leaped out of the sea. It was the red-haired guy with panda eyes, who caught him in midair, and they clumsily returned to the deck together. As soon as they landed, they started arguing, each blaming the other for the situation. I wobbled over to the two of them and burped. Did someone call my name? Do you want to dance together? As I said this, my hands reached out towards them. Get him. The two instantly reached a consensus and jumped into a brawl with me. The deck was filled with the sound of fists hitting flesh, mixed with red hair screams. Bastard. Give me a break. Stop hitting my right eye. It needs to be symmetrical. The crew members splashing in the sea, hearing the commotion on the ship, didn't dare to come up. They just silently swam along with the boat. I don't know how long it went on, but I finally fell asleep due to the effects of the alcohol. When I woke up, I saw a red hair, sporting two symmetrical black eyes, his face swollen like a pig's head, hands on his hips, laughing wildly at his crew members who had just crawled out of the sea, looking like drowned rats. In the end, I still won. Ha ha ha. When he laughed, the wounds on his face pulled painfully, causing tears to come out. The crew members lying on the ground looked exhausted like dead dogs, watching their captain trying to show off, probably thinking in their hearts, this is too hard for me. What was supposed to be a nice banquet had turned into a swimming contest at sea, with everyone constantly on the lookout for sea monsters. As for me, the culprit, I only had a slightly torn shirt and no visible injuries. Looking at our captain and first mate, they were a sight to behold, utterly miserable. In short, this was entirely Red Hair's own doing, bringing his whole crew down with him. Who told him to pour so many special drinks down my throat? I have to say, my physique is quite something. Alcohol doesn't break down in my body at all. If I drink too much, the result is always the same. My body automatically enters battle mode, exercising like crazy to sweat the alcohol out. My good student, Yui, is still shivering on another ship right now. Back in the day, they conspired to give me a mix of real and fake alcohol just to get a day off, and the result? Well, just look at him now. You can tell how traumatized he is. It left him with unforgettable muscle memory for life. Anyway, after I had a friendly chat with those red-hair guys, they all got thrown into the sea to sober up. When we pulled them back, they were all exhausted like dead dogs, and that guy Shanks just fell asleep, snoring like thunder. The only reliable one on the ship was that first mate, Beckman, who went off to the lookout to keep watch, cigarette in mouth and gun in hand. Honestly, with Shanks being so unreliable, if it weren't for Beckman, this ship would have sunk 100 times over. The next day, when I opened my eyes, it was like I was an old man on the subway, looking at my phone. A big foot was on my head, and there was a heavy red-haired guy lying on my chest. When I looked around, I saw that I was surrounded by a circle of muscular men, lying in all directions, blocking my escape. Who understands my plight? I'm just a pure and innocent 14-year-old boy who attended an all-male party at sea last night, and then mysteriously blacked out, waking up in a pile of muscular men. This pirate crew. Surely they don't have some hidden interest, right? My mind was racing, and I was covered in goosebumps. No way. I couldn't stay in this place for even a second longer. I couldn't hold back my fear any longer, slapped my palm on the deck, and with a serious effort, I propelled all the men off me. I then quickly grabbed my wheelchair, and with a whoosh, I made a sonic boom and flashed back to my own ship. As soon as I got on board, I yelled at Yui, "Run! Hurry! Set sail!" Although Yui looked confused, unable to understand why I was acting like I'd seen a ghost after having pressed him down last night, his execution skills were top-notch. Without a second thought, he swiftly cut the cable connecting the two ships. Our high-tech ship powered up and instantly left Shank's shabby ship far behind. It wasn't until I couldn't see them anymore that I finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like I had escaped from Tiger's mouth. I'm just too kind-hearted, too easily trusting of others, and my gluttony got me into trouble. I need to give myself an unforgettable lesson. I pulled out a fruit knife from my wheelchair and aimed it at my finger. Yui turned pale and yelled, "Teacher, no." But it was too late. The knife had already come down. I turned back to him in confusion. "What are you doing? No need to make a fuss." I shook my hand to show him the nail I had just trimmed, reminding myself that my body is a gift from my parents. So how could I harm myself? I was just trimming my nails to warn myself not to eat recklessly in the future. Guess what happened next? Yui, on the surface, seemed to have learned a lesson. Looking enlightened, but secretly he pulled out his little notebook and started taking notes. Teacher makes a mistake, trims nails to reflect. My foolish students need to increase their efforts. In the future, those who make mistakes must peel off their own nails to demonstrate their remorse. Good grief, what have I taught him? Meanwhile, on Shank's shabby ship, he and the others woke up, looking at me running faster than a rabbit, all filled with questions. Beckman walked over with a serious expression and said, "Captain, I saw with my own eyes last night that after you all fell asleep, it was like you were possessed, rolling over to surround that boy." Shanks didn't believe it, claiming he just dreamed of a good bottle of wine. But Beckman found a large puddle of liquid where I had been lying, and Shanks, being clueless, thought someone had wet the bed and yelled that he would make that person wash the deck for a month. Beckman, unable to hold back, dipped his finger in it and tasted it, his face darkening as he yelled, "Idiot, this is alcohol." Now the truth was out. My body, after drinking the alcohol, expelled it through sweat while I was asleep. Those drunks, smelling the high-proof alcohol in their dreams, instinctively gathered around me like flies to something enticing. In the end, it scared me away. After hearing this, Shanks became emo, touching his panda eyes and looking at the wrecked ship and the crew still cramping on the floor. Feeling like crying, but with no tears, I invite him to dinner, he wrecks my ship and beats my crew, and now he's run away. And it's all because we were too greedy for alcohol. I can't even blame him. While he sulked, no one knew that the nail I casually tossed into the sea had stirred up a bloody storm in the depths of 10,000 meters, attracting countless sea kings to fight over it. But let's not talk about that for now. Thanks to the red-haired crew, the journey was smooth, and all the pirates gave me face, allowing me to arrive at the Sabeti archipelago ahead of time. As soon as I landed on the island, I caught a whiff of a faint violet fragrance. "It's Robin." I was suddenly excited, but then I started to overthink. It's been 6 years. Does she still remember me? What if she thinks I'm too immature? Although I've been working hard these past few years, I'm still naturally good-looking. My appearance hasn't declined, but rather improved. She must have gone through a lot. What if she looks more haggard than I do? Comparing us would be so awkward. No, I must come up with a plan. I turned to Yomi beside me and asked, "What do you think makes someone appear more mature and weathered?" Without thinking, he replied, "If your hair turns white, you'll naturally look much more haggard." That makes sense. I immediately activated my life restoration technique, which I usually use for hairstyles, and broke down all the melanin particles in my hair. In just a few breaths, my shiny black hair turned into a mass of silver strands. I picked up a mirror to check and nodded in satisfaction. Now I had that look. When I see Sister Robin, I can say this is the result of my efforts to find her, turning my hair white overnight. Let's see if she still has the heart to hit me. After getting off the boat, Yongyi and the others wanted to follow me like little shadows. That's not going to work. With people following me like this, how can I sell my tragic story? I put on a stern face and glared at him. Aren't you all too idle? Do you want me to arrange some training for you? Yongyi, that little rascal, has learned well. He stared back at me with a stubborn expression as if to protect me, while secretly signaling his group to sneak back onto the boat. Humph, clever little boy. I was satisfied and let out a cold snort, controlling my wheelchair to stroll deeper into the island. However, Sister Robin's scent was too faint and intermittent, making it impossible to track. Just as I was worried, I felt several malicious gazes locking onto me. A glance revealed a group of human traffickers. Their leader, dressed in a suit, was whispering to his subordinates. This little guy may be a cripple, but he's exceptionally good-looking and with his head of white hair. He's definitely a rare resource. I've been watching him for a while. He's wandering alone, surely not from a noble family. If we catch him, we can sell him to those noble women with special preferences for a good price. Wow, their calculations were so loud I could hear them from the side. Then the well-dressed leader approached me with a friendly smile. Hey there, young man, it looks like you might be lost on the road of life. Do you need some help? I have to tell you, my pure and innocent heart instantly sensed the 100 malice radiating from him. So intense that it almost hit me in the face. The intensity was even stronger than the feeling I got from Akainu when he destroyed O'Hara. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. The sea indeed hides dragons and tigers. The man in front of me had a life force as weak as an ant. But just based on this pure malice, he was definitely a hidden big shot, probably even more terrifying than a naval admiral. Seeing that I didn't speak, the man in the suit thought I was feeling guilty, and his smile grew even brighter as he took 2 steps closer. Let me tell you, his face is smiling like a chrysanthemum, and it's as if the words "I'm the bad guy" are carved on his forehead. He's still putting on a show. Hey, little brother, are you lost? I've been around here for over 10 years. I'm a living map. Want to take you there? I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him at that moment. My mind was solely focused on using my aura to quickly find where Sister Robin was. As a result, this guy saw that I wasn't talking and immediately switched tactics, coming over to say, I see your little face is pale. You must be hungry, right? Come on, let Uncle treat you to a good meal. We'll talk after you've eaten. Goodness, let me tell you, the moment I heard the words meal, my eyes lit up. Although I knew this guy had no good intentions whatsoever, the food was innocent, right? I couldn't refuse to eat just because a bad person was treating me. That would be a waste of food, which is shameful. But then I looked down at my freshly trimmed nails and instantly snapped back to reality. No, I couldn't let my hunger delay important matters. Finding Sister Robin was the top priority. That suited man was probably considered an elite white-collar worker in their human trafficking circle. And when he saw that I was unresponsive, his patience completely ran out. His hypocritical smile began to crumble like a failed image loading, pixel by pixel. One of his one-eyed lackeys, who had sharp instincts, noticed that the boss was about to lose it and quickly came up to offer an out. Boss, this little brat doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Why not just deal with him directly? The suited man pretended to sigh dramatically. Sigh, then I'll leave it to you guys, just be careful not to damage the goods. Well, there it was, the truth was revealed, and they stopped pretending. I was furious at that moment and shouted, What do you want? The one-eyed man sneered as he approached. What do you mean? We're here to take you to a good life where you just have to stretch out your hand for clothes and open your mouth for food. But the man in the suit interrupted him, quite refined. Hey, watch your words. We are cultured people running an honest business. Food comes to your mouth is fine, but clothes come to your hand is pushing it. After all, goods probably don't need to wear clothes. Yes. The boss is right. A group of underlings nearby were like little lapdogs. Family, who understands? I was completely shocked. You're human traffickers? I wasn't pretending. I was genuinely shocked. This is right under the nose of the Navy headquarters, and they're this brazen? I told you when I was a teacher, I used to tell my students that there might be good people among pirates, and there might be scoundrels in the Navy, but human traffickers, every single one of them, are purely evil, treating their own kind as goods, depriving them of everything. In an instant, my entire aura changed. The little bit of sunshine I had vanished, and my face turned as dark as before storm. The one-eyed dragon saw my expression change and thought I was scared, laughing wildly. Ha ha, kid, now you know fear, right? Yes. There was no emotion in my eyes, cold as ice. I was so scared. Scared that you won't die, clean enough? As I spoke, I pulled out my precious fruit knife from the wheelchair. The group of human traffickers was taken aback at first. Then they saw the fruit knife in my hand, still a bit smeared with fruit peels, and instantly burst into laughter, as if they had just heard the funniest joke of the year. Haha, this is killing me. Look at that kid's serious expression. And that knife. Hey kid, if you're tough, come and chop me. Don't even break my skin. One burly guy even leaned his head in front of me. His contemptuous gaze was just ridiculous. Fine, I'll satisfy your strange request. Just as I was about to fulfill it, suddenly, a loud shout came from behind me. Strike the water. As the words fell, a few droplets of water, let me tell you, were faster than bullets. Whoosh, 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 they exploded into a spray of blood among the group of traffickers. Oh! Those previously arrogant traffickers instantly howled in panic. Who? The suited man had a blood hole in his arm, roaring in shock and anger. I turned around and saw a mysterious figure cloaked in black and wearing a mask standing behind me. I don't know when he got there. Get lost, old man. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. An angry male voice came from beneath the cloak. Goodness, this guy also has a bad temper. Although he seems to be in a hurry, he still stands up for justice. The suited man was unconvinced and retorted, Bastard, are you looking to die? We work for the celestial dragons. Do you understand what world nobles are? Get lost. Cloak guy completely ignored him and assumed an attacking stance. The suited man instantly backed down, clearly knowing he couldn't win. While retreating, he threw out some classic threats. Just you wait. If you have the guts, don't run away. I'm going to report this to my superiors. You're dead meat. I will definitely come back. After shouting this, he had already run 800 meters away. I didn't care at all about those fleeing trash. My observation hockey had already locked onto their life signals, and not a single one could escape. All my attention was on this cloak guy in front of me. Putting aside the fishy smell coming from him, the key point is, mixed in with that fishy scent, there was a fragrance of violet that was engraved in my DNA. This smell is exactly like what Sister Robin has, and such a strong scent indicates that they must have been together for a long time. Combined with the intel Mr. Dragon provided, Sister Robin has 2 fisherman partners. My heart skipped a beat. Oh wow, I found him. Of course, being a mature scholar, I couldn't just rush over and recognize him right away. What if he was an actor sent by the enemy, specializing in fishing law enforcement? I had to keep my cool. Moreover, with my 14-year-old disabled appearance, who would believe me? If I exposed myself and attracted the Navy, Sister Robin, and I would end up getting beaten up. Unless absolutely necessary. I really didn't want to kill. I'm a kind person. Unless they force me, then there will be no choice but to eliminate everyone who knows about this. Which wouldn't count as exposure, right? The cloak guy looked at me in a daze, probably thinking I was stunned, and said, Young man, it's dangerous here. You should leave quickly. Oh, I instinctively responded, my mind racing on how to extract information. This high-difficulty social interaction was truly challenging for someone like me. In the past, if I want to know something and the other party didn't say it, I would just beat them half to death, and they would spill everything. This trick worked well when teaching students. But this could be Sister Robin's partner. How could I dare to lay a hand on him? If Sister Robin found out, I'd be the one getting beaten half to death. Seeing my dazed expression, he probably felt pity and sighed. Young man, let me take you away from here. Thank you. I was just worried about how to start conversation, so I quickly nodded in agreement. Goodness, he directly picked me up along with my wheelchair, cradled me in his arms, and started running with big strides. He seemed to be in a hurry and didn't take me far before dropping me off in a crowded town, probably thinking that those human traffickers wouldn't dare to act up with so many people around. Excuse me, sir, I muster my courage to ask while being carried. Are you a fisherman? I could clearly feel his arm muscles tense up the moment he hugged me. My heart sank, thinking I'd said something wrong. The discrimination against fish people these days is too severe. My words were too abrupt. I quickly remedied the situation. My sister had been saved by 2 fishmen before, so I had always wanted to find an opportunity to thank them. Sir, are you also a fisherman? Upon hearing this, his muscles slowly relaxed. Although he didn't say a word, his reaction had already given me the answer. We arrived. He set me down at the edge of the town, saying, I'll leave you here. Be careful. Okay, thank you, sir. I nodded obediently and didn't press further. However, my observation ability, akin to a GPS, had already scanned and recorded everything about him, from his inner self to his life fluctuations and scent. No joke, I had once conducted experiments on Mr. Long, and he couldn't escape my perception. How could a fish manage to do so? Watching his back as he turned to leave, I waved brightly and said goodbye. But in my heart, I was saying, Mr. Fishman, we will definitely meet again soon. Once he completely disappeared from my view, the smile on my face also faded. All right, let's set aside the main issue for now. It's time for garbage sorting. Is delayed justice still justice? These remnants must be dealt with while they're still fresh. I sensed the location of those traffickers, controlled the wheelchair, and shot over in a flash. Before long, I arrived in front of a building complex that looked like a junkyard. Just then, that one-eyed little brother was dragging a corpse out, and when he saw me, he was immediately stunned. I looked down at the corpse in his hands, and I tell you, my mind buzzed all of a sudden. A surge of anger shot straight to the top of my head. It was a very small girl, covered in wounds, her eyes wide open, unable to close even in death. Little ghost, the Cyclops was just about to speak. In a flash of white light, my fruit knife had already slashed across his neck. He could no longer say anything after that. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. It was clearly my first time killing someone, yet I felt not a shred of guilt, only overwhelming anger and murderous intent. I stepped forward, reached out, and closed the little girl's eyes, then took off my splendid coat and gently covered her with it. After a few seconds of silence, I tightened my grip on the fruit knife, sat in the wheelchair, and charged straight into that filthy hell. I tell you, from that moment on, I became a heartless killing machine. What scholars, what youths, what cripples, to hell with them all. Today, even if I have to get injured, even if I have to eat tons of food to make up for it afterward, even if this hand that holds the pen gets covered in blood, I will cleanse these beasts completely. You are. A burly man smoking at the door was just about to ask. The shadow of a knife in my hand flashed, and a sword several meters long pierced through his head. I rolled over his corpse, muttering to myself, "You don't need to speak, I understand. In my eyes, your malice is almost tangible. You are guilty, I will punish." Then, it was a one-sided massacre. 3, 10, 50, 300. I crossed the entire complex at a steady pace. Anyone I sensed with a strong malevolent intent, I pierced through the head with a single stroke, precisely from the face. Such acts do not deserve a face. When everything returned to silence, I sat in my wheelchair under the sunlight, but I felt no warmth at all. A strong smell of blood enveloped me, and I couldn't help but take out the Tower stone box containing the letter to Sister Robin, holding it tightly in my arms, hoping to draw a bit of warmth from this cold stone to calm my trembling heart filled with fear. It was terrifying. 376 people. After all, I'm only 14. I didn't feel it while I was killing, but when I stopped, I realized my hands were shaking like I had Parkinson's. Although I knew they deserved to die, the splattering blood, the twitching corpses, and the numb eyes of the enslaved prisoners had an overwhelming impact on my pure heart. I sat quietly for a long time before tremblingly taking out the phone bug that Itchy had given me and dialing it. "Teacher, what can I do for you?" "Call the guard squad to come and clean up." "Clean up?" "Yes, it's too dirty here. It's unbearable to look at." I paused, thinking of those poor slaves. "Bring more people, some towels and clothes, and also bring more money and food." "Understood, teacher." Expected to arrive in 10 minutes. In less than 10 minutes. Itchy arrived with over 100 people. From a distance, he caught the overwhelming smell of blood and hurried his pace, being the first to reach me. "Teacher, what happened here?" "Nothing much, just dealt with some leftovers. I'm not in a good condition to clean up, so I called you to help." I shook my head, not wanting to say more. Itchy glanced into the building and immediately understood upon seeing the headless corpses scattered all over the ground. I leaned back in the wheelchair and began to issue instructions to the 376 corpses inside. "Thank you for your hard work. For those who can be found by their families, check if their families are all evildoers. If so, let them reunite neatly on the road to the underworld. For those who cannot be found, burn them all. Mix their ashes together, so they can accompany each other in repentance on the road to the underworld." "Yes, teacher." Even the simple-minded Yuichi couldn't help but twitch his mouth at my words, spoken in such a compassionate tone while delivering ruthless commands. "All right, I just remembered. Don't scatter the ashes carelessly. It pollutes the environment. Let's pour them all into the sea instead. Hopefully, the ocean can tolerate their sins. Of course, this is just my suggestion. If you have a better method, that's fine too." No, there's nothing harsher than this. Cough. Nothing more perfect than this plan." Yuichi almost choked. "Sai, go on and get busy." I wave my hand for those poor souls inside. Give money and goods to those who can go home. For those who can't go home, report it and see if they can be taken in. After everything was settled, I casually took some of the food they had brought and slowly walked in the direction where Jinpei had left. After I left, Yuichi began to command in an orderly manner. The handsome guard who had previously handed me a handkerchief walked up to Yuichi with a pale face, clearly frightened. "Brother, is this the true face of that adult? How cruel." "Shut up." Yuichi exploded on the spot. "Is the teacher someone you can discuss?" The guard trembled at his shout. Seeing his pitiful look, Yuichi softened his tone. "Killing is not necessarily wrong. Your sister has killed more people than the teacher. Do you think she is cruel? That's not the same." The handsome guard looked like a cat with its tail stepped on. "My sister acts against nobles to save civilians. She is the kindest and gentlest person." Yuichi twitched the corner of his mouth. His sister was the one with the heaviest killing intent among the 10 brave. Gentle and kind? He really couldn't imagine it. But he followed the conversation. Isn't it the same principle? The teacher is like a father to us. We know him best. He is actually the kindest and gentlest. He has such strong power, yet he is willing to calm down to study and teach us. Not greedy for wealth or lust. He is simply one of a kind. Yuichi seriously warned the guard, then sighed as he watched him go to clean up the bodies. Still too young, hasn't seen true hell on earth. Our revolutionary army needs to create the future. This path will inevitably be paved with blood. After saying that, he jumped onto a tree trunk, took out a special communication bug, and reported the situation to Mr. Long in the distance. After I left that oppressive place, my mood gradually improved. Sigh, this world is really too dark. O'Hara was erased for studying history. While these human traffickers commit evil right under the eyes of the world government, they turn a blind eye and may even be supporting them from behind. Such a corrupt government is nothing but a devil. At that moment, I suddenly understood. Joining the Revolutionary Army was the right move. When I was young, I always thought about changing the world through future generations. But now I realize that the students I nurture and the comrades in the Revolutionary Army are exactly the partners I have been looking for to save this world together. I have found my partners, but to be honest, I do feel a bit hesitant about actually doing the revolution. After all, revolution involves bloodshed. As a kind-hearted, beautiful youth, can I really go through with it? Forget it. It's giving me a headache. I don't want to think about it. The most important thing now is to find my sister Robin quickly. As soon as this thought crossed my mind, my body's radar buzzed. I sensed the aura from Jinbe's side, like a pressure cooker, instantly boiling over. He was either in a fight or holding back some ultimate move. My heart sank. Oh no, please don't let something happen to my sister Robin. In that moment, my mind went blank. I didn't care about the wheelchair anymore. I slapped the air behind me and whoosh, I launched myself forward. Let me tell you, I was like a flash of white lightning, zipping through the sky, going straight from Island 27 to Island 29. That speed was all about emotional stability, but with crazy actions. But when I arrived, I was dumbfounded. Where was my sister Robin? Below, there was only that mysterious figure in a black cloak, half of their body submerged in the sea, and their hands were. No, they were not making dumplings. They were churning the seawater. I finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then I felt embarrassed. I had flown too hastily, leaving my wheelchair behind, and now I was stuck. Forget it. I couldn't worry about that. This island was really strange. I had to stick close to this mysterious person. I was scared, really scared. Just thinking about that little girl's corpse made me fear for my sister Robin as well. I couldn't bear to think about it. I darted away and hid in the dense canopy of the mangrove trees above, like a crouching predator quietly observing. I just hid, and the guy below seemed to sense something and glanced at my previous position. Right after that, the phone bug on his shoulder rang. A voice came out. Family, who understands? I would recognize that voice, even if I turned to ashes. It's my sister Robin. Jinbei, the celestial dragons have arrived at the location. I almost jumped straight down from the tree. It turns out that the figure in the black cloak is Jinbei. My sister is still alive. She's doing well. On the phone, Jinbei even asked my sister to pay attention to her safety and to give up if it was too difficult. But my sister's voice was as calm as if she were saying the weather is nice today. And she simply replied, I know. After hanging up, Jinbei's expression instantly changed, becoming incredibly determined. Then, I will never forget that scene for the rest of my life. He plunged his hands into the sea, and the water in his hand was like dough, being kneaded freely by him. I heard him roar, water, heart, ocean, current, over-the-shoulder throw. Boom! Countless amounts of seawater surged into the sky, forming a terrifying tsunami dozens of meters high, rushing directly towards a nearby small town. I was stunned at the time. What was he doing? Was this a flood of the 7 armies? Meanwhile, on the streets of that small town, everyone was kneeling on both sides, as if welcoming an emperor. But there was not a shred of respect on their faces, only numbness. A young man with a bubble helmet, looking like a pig, was sitting leisurely, sitting on top of Fishman, celestial dragon. I understood in an instant. My sister Robin was hiding in the shadows at the corner of the street, staring fixedly at the merman who was treated like a mount, her gaze resolute. It turned out that all of this was a trap they set to save the merman brother named Tiger. This plan was simply brilliant. Jinbe created a tsunami, disguised as a natural disaster, with the aim of scaring off the celestial dragons so they could rescue the person in the chaos. This way, they wouldn't directly confront the celestial dragons, nor would they attract the attention of the marine admirals. Sure enough, when that pig-headed celestial dragon saw the towering waves coming towards him, he was so scared that he burst into tears. screaming for the CP0 agents beside him to take him away. The CP0 agent, being a ninja turtle, held back his disgust, picked up the pig, and vanished using Soru. The massive waves swept across the entire town. I thought it was all over, but what happened? The wave passed by like a mist from a humidifier, and not only did it not knock down any houses, but even a flower pot remained standing. The control over the water flow was simply ridiculous. In the midst of the chaos, my sister Robin took action. She activated her Hana Know Me ability, instantly growing countless arms and grabbing Tiger, who was still lying on the ground. However, Tiger stubbornly refused to leave, saying that the slave collar on his neck would explode and implicate my sister. Then, my sister Robin did something that broke my heart when I later found out. She actually smiled at Tiger and said she was going to accompany me on the road to the underworld, saying that her foolish brother couldn't do without her. She used her own ability to cover Tiger's neck with layer upon layer of flesh and bone, preparing to withstand the explosion of that collar with her own body. After saying that, she, in front of Tiger's terrified gaze, yanked off the collar. Bang! At that moment, I, still perched in the tree, felt a sharp pain in my heart. An indescribable sense of unease washed over me like a tide. I felt that something terrible was about to happen. My heart, which had hardly skipped a beat even when facing death back then, was now racing like crazy. My perception suddenly went out of control, sweeping out like radar waves. But I couldn't detect any trace of my sister's life force. I found nothing. I was so anxious that my eyes turned red, and I couldn't hide it any longer. My entire aura erupted, and in the next second, I was already in front of Jinbei, grabbing his collar and trembling as I spoke. "Where is Nico, Robin?" Jinbei was so shocked that he couldn't even see how I moved. Just as he was getting into a defensive stance, I didn't have time to waste talking to him. I shot him a glare, and my overwhelming conqueror's haki directly shattered his will. In that moment of distraction, I crushed his mask. "You are Jinbei, the fishman." I could see his face clearly. "So what if I am Jinbei? You won't get any information about Robin from me." He was quite tough. "My name is Chen Mojian, and I am Robin's younger brother. Tell me, where is she?" Jinbei's eyes nearly popped out. "Chen Mojian, aren't you supposed to be dead?" I was too lazy to explain and wanted him to hurry up and speak. He still didn't believe me and insisted on asking me a question. He said my sister had told him that I used to have a wooden sword with some words carved on it. Without thinking, I blurted out, "It's a wooden sword given by Chef Mickelson, engraved with to the elementary scholar Chen Mojian of the all-knowing tree, and it broke when I fought with Kizaru." At this, Jinbei was completely convinced, his face instantly filled with joy as if he had found some extraordinary support. He quickly said, "Robin is at the town, just washed by the waves. She's saving Captain Tiger." Before he finished speaking, I had already disappeared. When I appeared above the town and saw the scene before me, I exploded. My sister, whom I haven't seen for 6 years and have dreamed of meeting. My sister, whom I vowed to protect with my life, is now covered in blood, coughing up blood, and slumped on the ground. And that pig-like celestial dragon, that filthy hand, is about to reach for my sister's face. All my rationality was instantly consumed by rage. The endless conqueror's haki exploded around me like a nuclear bomb, sweeping across the entire Sabati archipelago. The surrounding space emitted a cracking sound as it was compressed. At that moment, the whole world fell silent. On the island, tens of thousands of people, whether Navy or pirate, all rolled their eyes and fainted one by one. In this dead silence, the only one unaffected was my sister Robin. She seemed to sense something and slowly raised her head. The moment she saw me, the eyes that had been strong for 6 years instantly burst into tears. I rushed over and tightly embraced her. That warm embrace I had been searching for 6 years. "Sister Robin, Xiao Mo, I finally found you." Both of us cried like children. At that time, I had no idea that my shout would turn the Sabati archipelago into a no-man's land. The emergency hotline at the naval base was pressed at the last second, and then it completely went offline. The naval headquarters exploded in an instant, and the warlord directly issued orders to deploy the highest combat strength stationed at headquarters immediately. At that moment, the naval admiral stationed at Marineford was that man, Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. When this guy moves, it's no joke. His flagship is much larger than an ordinary warship, practically resembling a sea fortress, charging full speed towards the Sabati archipelago. And let me tell you, the Sabati archipelago at this moment was a disaster. My boss's conqueror's haki silenced the entire island. The naval base? Annihilated. My group of guards? Also annihilated. Who understands, right? Just moments after turning that group of human traffickers into ashes, I was knocked out along with the canister. A full canister of ashes, and with a bang, it all spilled on the ground. Just then, a gust of wind blew through, cleaning it all up nicely, emphasizing environmentally friendly cremation, dust to dust, ashes to ashes. My apprentice Yuichi, relying on his tough skin and strong physique, was the only one still standing. But as he looked at the corpses scattered on the ground and the chaos all around, he probably wished it was him who had fainted instead. He wanted to curse, but he didn't dare to curse at my boss, so he could only hold it in. He took out his phone bug to call for help, but lo and behold, the phone bug also foamed at the mouth and fainted. Where could he go to reason about this? While Yuichi was questioning life on the other side, two real big shots were also alerted. Who? The underworld king Rayleigh and his wife, Shaki. The two stood at the bar entrance, looking in the direction of my boss's explosive display of power, their expressions serious. Shaki, with a cigarette in her mouth, said, "This commotion, it can't be that little brat Shanks, right?" Rayleigh shook his head, looking quite professional. The vibe is off. Shanks's hockey is freedom, but this hockey is protection. It's a will to protect that is resolute to the extreme. Shaki chuckled, puffing out a smoke ring. Oh, protection? In this day and age, there's still such a rare breed? A born king, here, to protect others? I believe it. He must be a little cutie, unlike you guys. A bunch of poor pirates shouting about freedom while clutching her bottles. Veins popped on Rayleigh's forehead, rendered speechless by his wife's jabs. Shaki teased him again. What's wrong? Lord of the underworld? Aren't you going to take a look? What if it's the chosen one you and Shanks are always talking about? Only then did Rayleigh become serious. Stop joking. How could this will inherit Captain Rogers' will? But things are about to change on this island. Anyone bold enough to do this will soon attract an admiral. Shaki, let us close our shop for a few days. They guessed correctly. But what they couldn't guess was that the center of all was me. And at that moment, I had no thoughts of any of this. My eyes were only on one person, Sister Robin. I tell you, 6 years. A full 6 years. I finally held her again. Tears flowed uncontrollably, like a dam that had burst. Robin also had misty eyes, softly calling me. Xiao Mo? Afraid this was all a dream. Robin. I looked into her wet eyes, and my heart felt like it was breaking. I apologized to her, saying I came too late. She didn't say anything, just quietly leaned in my embrace. I knew she had 1,000 words to say, but she couldn't, fearing that if she spoke, the blood she was suppressing would spill out. She just smiled. A smile so beautiful it shocked me, yet also pained my heart. Just as I was immersed in the joy of our reunion, I suddenly felt something was wrong. Robin's life force was rapidly fading. Blood. I suddenly remembered that when I first arrived, she was already vomiting blood. Robin, where are you hurt? I panicked. At that moment, the injured fishman tiger came over, his face filled with sorrow. Robin. To save me, she used her devil fruit ability to withstand the explosion of the slave collar. It doesn't show on the outside, but her internal organs are completely destroyed. He gritted his teeth and said, that kind of collar can injure a vice admiral severely. Robin's body. She needs immediate treatment, or else she will die. Just that word exploded in my mind. Doctor. I need a doctor. My mind was in chaos, and just then, an oblivious voice rang out. It was that CP0 agent. He had woken up, looking at the unconscious celestial dragon, and lost it, screaming at us. You dare to attack the celestial dragons. You're dead. This guy had gone mad. He knew that if the celestial dragon was turned into a fool, his whole family would be buried with him. He rushed over, shouting indiscriminately. How dare you? No one has dared to touch the celestial dragons for 800 years. And why him of all people? He's just a drooling idiot. At that moment, I was like, is that reason serious? The noise was so loud that even Robin frowned. I got angry all of a sudden, didn't even look back, and slapped him hard. So noisy. Slap. There was a crisp sound. Tigray beside me was nearly wide-eyed. That CP0, comparable to a vice admiral, had its head spinning like a top, rotating 5 or 6 times on its neck before dying on the spot. Right? The doctor. I suddenly remembered that I had a doctor on my ship. The life-saving medicine given by Ivankov was also there. I didn't dare to delay for a moment. Carefully carried Robin behind me, just like she used to carry me in O'Hara when we were kids. Then I steadied her with one hand while the other hand slapped the air, and with a whoosh, I instantly appeared 1,000 meters away. The person was gone, but before I left, I also delivered a big gift. An invisible flying slash silently flew back, and with a thud, that celestial dragon named Charlos. That fat and ugly pig head rolled to the ground like a watermelon. It's over. Tigray watched this scene, feeling exhilarated inside, but shouted in horror. Killing a celestial dragon was equivalent to rubbing the world government's face in the dirt. He instinctively picked up that head, filled with mixed feelings. The most ridiculous part was that a news bird equipped with a camera happened to fly by, click, capturing a high-definition close-up of Tigray and his trophy. Goodness. Now, this is like yellow mud falling into the pants. It's not poop, but it might as well be. On the other side, my foolish apprentice, Yui, was worried about the half-spilled urn of ashes. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and found a bag of flour in the corner. This guy had a unique way of thinking. He actually poured the flour in and filled the urn again. He even took a small stick to stir it, muttering, "If there's a ghost, don't blame me. Just consider it some food for your journey to the underworld." He packed the flour tightly, so much so that the lid couldn't close, and even grabbed a handful that spilled onto the ground. Just as he was struggling with the flour, I appeared before him in a gust of wind. "Where's Ivankov's medicine?" I was so anxious my eyes turned red. Yui was startled, didn't dare to ask more, and hurriedly said, "I brought it. It's all on the ship." I grabbed him with one hand while my other hand continued to swipe at the air, lifting him and flying toward the boat. Yuichi felt like a little chick in my hand, the wind leaving him unable to speak clearly. "Teacher, spill, spill." He watched helplessly as the can of ashes was blown away clean by the wind during my supersonic flight. A few seconds later, we returned to the boat. I tossed him aside. "What were you just saying?" Yuichi looked at the empty can, on the verge of tears. Nothing anymore. "Then hurry up and get the medicine," I shouted, carrying Robin into my room. I carefully placed her on the bed, looking at her pale face, my heart aching. Then, I punched through the floor, breaking through all obstacles, and dragged the ship's doctor from his room, leaving him bewildered. The doctor was professional. As soon as he saw Robin's injuries, he immediately started emergency treatment. Yuichi also brought the medicine, and when the doctor saw it was specially made by Ivankov, he was instantly delighted. Just as I was about to ask about the situation, the doctor, caught up in his professional instincts, interrupted me without looking up. "Family members of the patient, please leave and keep the environment quiet. Do not disturb the treatment." Yuichi, who was about to explode and stand up for me, started to say, but before he could finish, I slapped him out of the room. Then I immediately changed my demeanor, nodding and bowing to the doctor. "Please make sure to save Sister Robin." The doctor broke into a cold sweat, finally realizing who he had just snapped at. I stepped back out of the room, looking back anxiously. Yuichi, as if nothing had happened, got up and quietly asked, "Teacher, is that Lady Robin?" I made a shushing gesture. "Stay quiet." At that moment, Tiger and Shunping also arrived. They were quite talented, as they had followed the trail of flour that Yuichi had scattered all the way here. I told them to be quiet as well, so as not to disturb the treatment. Before long, Yuichi came running with a serious expression, reporting, "Teacher, news from headquarters, Akainu has mobilized, and the target is Sabaody, heading straight for you." As soon as I heard that, I instinctively glanced around the room, feeling a headache coming on. Is this aimed at me? I haven't done anything. As soon as I said that, the looks from Yuichi, Jinbei, and Tiger were like they were looking at an alien. Killing over 100 human traffickers is nothing. Shaking the whole island unconscious is nothing. And you even took down a celestial dragon. Doesn't that count for anything in your eyes? Yuichi gently reminded me. "Teacher, you've still done quite a bit. TSK, this is troublesome." I sat back in my wheelchair, starting to worry. That kind of guy is as strong as a monster. It's really difficult to deal with him quietly without affecting Sister Robin's treatment. The three of them looked like their jaws were about to drop. To silently take out an admiral? This line of thinking is simply way ahead of the curve. Even Whitebeard wouldn't dare to boast like that, right? I'm still analyzing it. It's been 6 years, and I have definitely become stronger, so he must have too. What if I can't win? No way. I've made up my mind. You set sail immediately. I must avoid Akainu and not disturb Sister Robin's treatment. All right, just in case, go lift that 30-meter-long big sword up to the deck for me. If it really comes to a fight, I'll have a handy weapon. I have already made up my mind. Once Sister Robin is better, I will take her to find a small forest to live in seclusion. All those dreams and careers can go to hell. Our ship speed is really fast. Akainu rushed, but still arrived too late. When he set foot on the silent Sabaody archipelago, his expression darkened. The naval soldiers scattered, and reports came back one after another. Report. All personnel at the naval base are unconscious. No life-threatening danger. Report. All civilians are unconscious. No life-threatening danger. Suddenly, a report made the atmosphere tense. Report. Combat zone found. No, it's a massacre. Bloodstains at the scene indicate over 300 deaths. Akainu took the Den Mushi. Where are the bodies? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Report. Admiral. No bodies found at the scene, only a large bonfire that hasn't gone cold. Preliminary suspicion is that all the bodies were cremated on the spot. Cremated? Akainu was stunned. This word was too familiar to him. A user of the magma fruit. But he and the surrounding Navy members gasped. What kind of hatred could lead to the mass cremation of over 300 people? The cruelty of the method was simply unheard of. Just as everyone was shocked by this brutal tactic, another phone rang, and a trembling voice came through. The celestial dragons have been killed. Thud, the nearby naval soldiers' legs went soft, and they fell in a heap. It's the first time in 800 years. Akainu's face, hidden under his hat, turned vein-poppingly angry, and he roared into the den mushy. Find them. Turn the Sabeti archipelago upside down if you have to, but you must find the murderer. He knew very well that if this news got out, the foundation of the world government's rule would be shaken. His face darkened as he contemplated for a long time before finally dialing Sengoku's den mushy. Marshal, the celestial dragons have been killed. I'll tell you, on the other end of the phone, Admiral Sengoku went completely silent. I guess he was so shocked that his CPU was overheating, trying to process this enormous news. As a result, that guy Akainu, incredibly, he was completely unfazed, even suggesting a terrible idea to Admiral Sengoku. He gritted his teeth, his expression so gloomy it could squeeze out water, and said, why not? Get rid of these thousands of Navy soldiers? Let us seal off the news first. Who understands my family? I was standing there listening, my scalp was numb. To cover up a scandal, he wanted to sacrifice his own people. Sengoku on the other end of the phone exploded, cursing, Akainu, are you crazy? Those are your comrades. Your brothers. You treat thousands of lives like trash, just to throw them away. And guess how Akainu responded? With a face full of self-righteousness. He said that for the sake of justice and the stability of the sea, this kind of sacrifice is worth it. If the news got out, the resulting chaos would be much worse than the loss of these thousands of lives. I really can't believe this logic. It's as if he's willing to blow himself up just to stack armor. Sengoku is so furious he is almost having a brain hemorrhage. And he retorts, how can you guarantee that killing them won't leak the information? What do you have to ensure their sacrifice is worthwhile? Akainu is still stubbornly insisting, saying there must be spies in the Navy, and at least killing them can buy some time. If we don't kill them, the whole world will know in no time. Just as they are arguing intensely, I vaguely hear some commotion from Sengoku's side, and a messenger rushes in, reporting that Bird Morgan from the news agency sent a photo, and Admiral Crane insists that the marshal must see it in person. Then I hear Sengoku gasp sharply, followed by a roar, bastard! What kind of fishman is that? Get the intelligence department to give me his information in 10 minutes. A few seconds later, the phone bug rings again, and Sengoku immediately unleashes a barrage of words at Akainu. Is this what you call sacrifice? Are you still thinking about killing your own men to cover it up? Morgan even sent the killer's photo, and he said, this news will be the front page headline tomorrow. Do you want him to add a supplementary article titled Admiral mourns for his comrades? Goes berserk killing 3,000 fellow soldiers? Get your ass back here right now. With a loud slap, the phone was hung up. Only Akainu was left standing on the deck, blowing in the cold wind, completely dumbfounded. After a while, he finally squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. Morgan. It looked like he was ready to go back and pluck every feather off that bird. A few hours later, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, an emergency meeting. Wow, what a scene. Marshal Sengoku personally presided over it, with the 3 admirals, 16 vice admirals from headquarters, and the top battle power of the Navy all gathered. When Akainu rushed in, Sengoku had just finished a friendly phone call with the Gora CI, and his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Everyone was present. The meeting started. Sengoku slammed the table and directly threw out the killer's information. A fisherman named Fisher Tiger. He was once an outstanding adventurer, and later secretly protected the remnants of O'Hara, Nico Robin. A year ago, he was captured alive by CP0 and became a slave of St. Charlos. By the end, even Sengoku couldn't continue. The existence of slavery, presented on the table of justice, was truly too ugly. All the senior Navy officers below had increasingly grim faces, especially Akainu, whose face was so dark I felt like magma would drip out in the next second. What surprised me the most was that Akainu, who always talked about absolute justice, was actually the first to ask. So this time, this fisherman named Tiger broke free from control and, in a fit of rage while escaping, killed St. Charlos. Sengoku waved his hand and said, as for the specifics, the world government used special methods to wake up a few agents, and their testimonies have been printed out and sent to you. Take a look for yourselves. I have to tell you, that document is simply the best novel of the year. It's written entirely in the first person and is so moving, highlighting a sense of self-pity. It talks about how I bravely protected the great St. Charles, how I let the common people bask in the glory of the saint, and later describes how I fought fiercely with a black-haired girl who stole him out, ultimately capturing her through my unwavering belief. It also mentions how the kind and compassionate St. Charles took pity on her and prepared to bring her back to the Holy Land for personal treatment. In the end, that ungrateful beast Mount suddenly went mad, and then he lost consciousness and woke up. The conclusion has him crying and complaining, saying their family has been loyal for 3 generations and that this has nothing to do with him at all. I was both angry and amused after watching it. It was a performance review from a workplace clown centered around one word: flattery. It was only General Crane who understood clearly. She put down the documents and directly asked, "Have you found out who that black-haired girl is?" Sengoku replied, "It's Nico Robin." General Crane slammed the table and summarized it crisply. "Then it's clear, isn't it? Just delete all the nonsense in the documents. It's about Nico Robin wanting to save her friend who became a slave, but ended up getting caught. That pig Charlos got aroused and wanted to do something, which angered the fishman tiger. Tiger unleashed his conqueror's hockey, stunning everyone, and in a fit of rage, killed that pig." The old lady grew more and more furious. "Isn't this just a family matter of the celestial dragons? They were killed by their own slave. What does it have to do with our navy? Shouldn't that be the responsibility of CP0, those dogs of the celestial dragons? Now that the master is in trouble, they want to dump the blame on us." Sengoku was left speechless and could only smooth things over. "Ahem, little Crane, don't get agitated. The incident happened in Sabaody. We have a responsibility for public order. The Gorosei have already given direct orders." He then looked at the 3 admirals and began assigning tasks. "Akuno, start from Sabaody and search along the first half of the Grand Line. Akiji, go to Fishman Island and put pressure on Neptune. Kizaru, you're fast. Go directly to the New World and block them. Don't let them escape. Fisher Tiger, for harming a world noble. The evidence is conclusive, and he is declared the most heinous criminal in history. A bounty of 300 million berries, life or death irrelevant. Nico Robin, suspected of attacking a celestial dragon. Bounty raised to 100 million berries, life or death irrelevant." Meeting adjourned. Sengoku swiftly concluded the meeting and then exchanged a glance with General Crane. The two of them entered the marshal's office one after another. As soon as he entered, Sengoku slumped onto the sofa, tiredly saying, "Little Crane, there are too many doubts about this matter." General Crane smiled. "Are you saying that Tiger's newly awakened conqueror's hockey couldn't have such a wide range? Or that the wound on Charlos' neck is suspicious?" Sengoku was taken aback. "You noticed too?" "Of course. I'm the chief of staff," General Crane said lightly. "But does it matter who the murderer is? Once Morgan's photo comes out, this matter will be defined, regardless of whether Tiger did it. He must be the one responsible now." Sengoku finally understood. "So what you said in the meeting." General Crane took a sip of tea and said, "You've been under too much pressure lately. If I don't draw out everyone's frustrations, these young ones will only feel more stifled. We serve the peace and justice of the sea, not to be the lapdogs of those nobles. At the very least, we need to let the lower ranks know that we, the higher-ups, are aware. We're just enduring the disgust to clean up after the celestial dragons for the greater good." Sengoku sighed deeply. General Crane then said, "However, isn't it a bit risky to send out all 3 admirals? If something happens without a single admiral left at headquarters, it'll be fine." Sengoku waved his hand absent-mindedly. "Let them go out and perform a show that will silence the Gorosei. We'll call them back in a few days." Meanwhile, while the Navy was in chaos, the atmosphere was equally tense beneath the red line. After waiting for a full 5 hours, Sister Robin's treatment finally concluded. The doctor, looking exhausted, walked out of the room, and upon raising his head, saw dozens of eyes on the deck staring at him, which made his legs go weak. And he blurted out, "I'm sorry." As soon as I heard those words, my head buzzed, and everything went dark in front of me. I almost fell out of my wheelchair, but thankfully, Yuichi caught me. He shouted at the doctor, "What exactly is the situation? Hurry up and tell me." I could clearly feel that Lord Robin's breath had stabilized. Only then did the doctor realize he had messed up and quickly explained, Lord Robin's treatment was very successful. He has already woken up. He just needs to rest for a while, and everything will be fine." Phew. I finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if I had come back to life. Yuichi was still scolding the doctor. "You idiot. Why didn't you come out and apologize? Didn't you know to report good news first?" The doctor was almost in tears, thinking to himself, with dozens of big shots staring at me like the king of hell. Shouldn't I instinctively apologize first? I waved my hand to signal Yongyi to stop talking. Then I rolled my wheelchair into the room. As soon as I entered, I saw Sister Robin half leaning on the bed, smiling at me. In that moment, I tell you, it had been 6 years since we last met, and 1,000 words were stuck in my throat, but I couldn't say a single word. My face turned red. After holding it in for a long time, I pulled out a rare archaeology book from the nearby bookshelf and handed it to her with both hands, saying, "Sister Robin, let's read together." Sister Robin chuckled and nodded gently. At that moment, it felt like we had never been apart. After Sister Robin fell asleep, I went to the deck, where Tiger and Jinbei were already waiting for me. I formally bowed to them, thanking them for taking care of Sister Robin over the past 6 years. Then, my gaze fell on the extremely exaggerated large knife beside me. 30 meters long and weighing over a ton, the blade was inlaid with sea tower stone. I approached and grasped the hilt. It fit perfectly. Tiger looked at me and respectfully asked, "Have you made your decision?" I looked up at the red earth above me, my tone incredibly firm. "I'm going for peace." 6 years ago, they destroyed O'Hara. For the past 6 years, they have been hunting down Sister Robin. Now, they almost killed her again. For the sake of future tranquility, I must go to myriad and have a talk with them. Tiger reminded me, the world government has 800 years of history and countless strong individuals. Going there, you face a life or death situation. Of course I know. If I had a choice, who would want to venture into the dragon's den and Tiger's cave? I just want to quietly read books with Sister Robin, but there's no choice. Some things must be done. I said, "I'm going for peace talks. It might not be that bad." I emphasized. Tiger glanced at the 30-meter-long sword in my hand, his eyes full of doubt. "Peace? Talks? Then why are you carrying such an exaggerated sword?" I replied naturally. "Even if it's peace, it has to be armed negotiations. As the saying goes, truth only lies within the range of a big knife." As a scholar, isn't it reasonable for me to understand a bit of self-defense swordsmanship? Tiger and Chen were directly silenced by me, feeling that what I said made a lot of sense. But something seemed off. Chen gestured. "But isn't this a bit too high profile?" I thought to myself, it's true, I am going for friendly negotiations. Being too high profile could easily be seen as a provocation. So I shouted, "Waiichi, come here." Waiichi ran out with a silly smile. "Go, find me a mask." Soon, Waiichi brought a mask with a dove pattern. Adove, a symbol of peace, just perfect. I put on the mask and said with satisfaction, "Now that I'm wearing the mask, no one will know it's me being high profile." Taiga and Chen were completely speechless. I patted Yongyi's shoulder and confidently said, "Don't worry. I believe that the wise Gorosei of the world government will seriously consider a peaceful solution when they see my 30-meter-long big sword. There won't be any danger." Unexpectedly, Tiger suddenly said, "Your Excellency, if you really decide to go, I am willing to accompany you." I find it a bit strange, Mr. Tiger. You don't seem to be good at negotiating, do you? Plus, your speed is too slow. I was thinking of making a trip and getting back in time for breakfast tomorrow morning. Yui, overhearing this, quickly jotted it down in his notebook. "Tomorrow's breakfast, extra, extra, extra." Mr. Tiger's face turned red, and he coughed twice to conceal his embarrassment. The main thing is that the road to St. Mary Joa is quite complicated. I've been there quite a few times before, so I can guide you. I thought about it and found it reasonable. What if I got lost and charged into a residential area with a 30-meter-long sword, scaring the children and damaging the flowers and plants? That wouldn't be good, so I nodded in agreement. Then, Tiger's expression became extremely serious. "I have an ungrateful request. In Mary Geos, there are thousands of slaves, and I want to take this opportunity to rescue them." "Slaves?" My brows instantly furrowed. "Yes, slaves." Tiger's voice carried an unshakable sorrow. "In the entire Holy Land, there are only 4 types of people: world nobles, officials, commoners, and the largest group, the slaves. All the dirty and hard work is done by them, working 18 hours a day just for a piece of black bread." I was so shocked that my fists clenched. The so-called Holy Land turned out to be a pyramid built on the bones of slaves. I finally understood why Mr. Dragon resolutely left the Navy to establish the Revolutionary Army back then. He must have seen all of this. Tiger continued, saying, "There are many of my compatriots among the slaves, the fishmen. I can't just watch them die in that filthy place. So no matter what, I have to go. Even if I can only save one, it's worth it." The young Jinbei beside him was filled with righteous indignation and shouted, "Boss Tiger, I'll go with you." "You can't go." Tiger firmly rejected. "The future of Fishman Island needs you. If I go this time, regardless of success or failure, my life will be over. The only strong one left on Fishman Island, apart from me, is you, Boss Tiger." Jinbei's eyes turned red. Tiger patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry. With Lord Chen around, I have a much better chance. Let me tell you, I was right there, listening clearly. Chen waved his hand, being modest, saying, "Oh, what lord? I'm just an ordinary scholar." "Come on, an ordinary scholar? Which ordinary scholar carries a 30-meter-long big knife when going out?" Then he started lecturing Tiger about how slavery is inhumane and that those with a conscience should resist, saying that the celestial dragons in the Holy Land had their consciences eaten by dogs. He waved his hand. "All right, I'll take care of this. First, I'll help you rescue the people, and then I'll have a good talk with them." At this point, he paused, mumbling to himself, wondering if the people from the Holy Land, with their character, could negotiate with him calmly. But then he turned around and forgot about it. Let me tell you, this guy's thought process is quite unique. He thought, negotiating is just a carrot and a stick, right? I don't understand politics, but I understand swordsmanship. As long as I show strength greater than Sister Robiness, those from the world government won't think twice. If it really comes to it, this 30-meter big knife is no joke. All right, let us go. He checked the sky, panicking, afraid he wouldn't make it back in time for breakfast tomorrow. Who understands? For the sake of breakfast, I have to take down the world government stronghold. What spirit is this? Meanwhile, Tiger was having a dramatic farewell with Jinbei, giving instructions for after his death, and it was so tragic that I felt awkward just watching. Then this guy, in full display of his manly nature, leaped up the cliff of the Red Earth continent, getting ready to climb. Chen below was dumbfounded, looking up and shouting, "Brother Tiger, what are you doing? Are you warming up here?" Tiger was also confused. Didn't Tiwi say to set off? Chen was speechless. "Brother, you can't really be planning to just climb up, right? This thing is 10,000 meters high. Are you going to the west to obtain scriptures, or what? Climbing up will take until the year of the monkey?" At that moment, Tiger was feeling extremely frustrated. I heard it clearly. He was roaring in his heart. "I'm a fishman, not a birdman. If I don't climb, can't I fly?" As a result, Chen sighed, with a tone full of disdain. "Alas, in the end, it's still me, this disabled person, who has to take you along." Tiger was dumbfounded and weakly replied, "Sorry, help me hold this." Chen shoved the 30-meter-long big knife into Tiger's hands. Once Tiger finally managed to stabilize the knife, Chen slapped the pigeon mask on his face, quickly folded the wheelchair into a backpack, and grabbed Tiger's shoulder with one hand, just as Tiger was still wearing a confused expression of who he was and where he was. Chen pressed down on the ship sharply. Bang! A loud noise. The big ship sank several meters. Then, whoosh! Chen shot up like a firecracker, dragging Tiger along, with the 30-meter-long big knife trailing behind him, shooting straight into the sky. On the ship, my silly disciple Yuichi and Jinbei were both stunned, staring up with their necks craned, unable to say a word. After quite some time, Jinbei finally came back to his senses and grabbed Yuichi, looking very worried. "Brother, why didn't you stop Lord Chen? He is only 14 years old, and even if he is strong, he is too impulsive. That is the Holy Land, myriad." Yuichi's expression at that moment was one of "you don't understand anything." He waved his hand, interrupting Jinbei. His eyes filled with confidence. "The mere Holy Land can't stop my teacher's footsteps." Jinbei was shocked, thinking this guy must be crazy. He believed Chen was strong, incredibly strong, and even if he said he could arm wrestle with Whitebeard, Jinbei would believe it. But that was the stronghold of the world government. Back in the day, the Golden Lion, alone, stormed the Navy headquarters and was captured by Garp and Sengoku together. Could the Holy Land be weaker than the Navy headquarters? This trip was a matter of life and death. Yuichi, seeing Jinbei's worried expression, thought he was concerned about Tiger and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, my teacher values emotions and righteousness, and Tiger has done him a favor. He will definitely keep him safe." Jinbei was almost in tears. "You're really confident." Yuichi just smiled and said nothing more. He was clear in his heart. He didn't tell Jinbei that this ship belonged to the Revolutionary Army, and that the impulsive young man, Chen was backed by the entire Revolutionary Army. If anyone in this world understands the world government best, it must be the Revolutionary Army, who think every day about how to overthrow it. The Holy Land myriad sounds impressive, but in reality, it hasn't fought a war in 800 years. It has long been eroded into an empty shell. Its defensive strength, compared to the Navy headquarters, which fights every day, isn't even worthy of carrying their shoes. Not to mention that we have over 100 intelligence personnel lurking inside. The key point is, among the 10 heroes, there is another big shot executing a mission right in the Holy Land. So what Yuichi was thinking was, indeed, This journey is a matter of life and death. However, the one facing life and death is the Holy Land, myriad. Just based on my teacher's demolition-level swordsmanship, if those people from the Holy Land aren't careful, they could be sliced down from 10,000 meters up. Yuichi thought that was just a routine operation. Sit down, don't cue. Meanwhile, up in the sky, it was incredibly thrilling. Chen, with Tiger, shot up like a rocket. The wind at high altitude was as sharp as a knife, but a layer of sword-intent shield automatically appeared around Chen, protecting him thoroughly. As a result, when he looked down, he found that Tiger, whom he was dragging, had his red skin starting to turn purple, his mouth was being filled with wind, and couldn't he close, gasping in no. Stop, stop. When Chen heard this, he thought this guy was complaining about the speed. Oh, complaining that I'm too slow? He got fired up, thinking Mr. Tiger was eager to save people. All right, I'll satisfy you. I'm going all out. With this thought, his strength exploded instantly, and he shouted, Series breaking the void. Bang! A thunderous sonic boom. The speed instantly broke the sound barrier. At this point, Tiger was completely done for. Low temperature, weightlessness, internal and external pressure differences, various debuffs stacked up, and he nearly passed out. I estimate his CPU was burning. With only one thought, why did I decide to climb? Why did I speak carelessly? When he was 500 meters away from the mountaintop, Chen suddenly slammed on the brakes, because he sensed that there were guards ahead. His smooth transition from motion to stillness completely wrecked Tiger. It felt like being kicked off a roller coaster, spinning and turning in the air. With a loud wow, he vomited all over in the over 9,000 meters high sky. Chen still had a look of disdain on his face. TSK. That's why young people need to exercise more. Your body is too weak, just moving around a bit, and you look like you're carsick. It's ridiculous. Tiger, pale-faced, weakly said, I can't hold on anymore. How about taking a break? Chen asked. No, I could do it. Tiger gritted his teeth and held on. What a joke, being called weak by a kid. How could he take that? He thought fiercely. Even if I die here today, falling off the red Earth continent, I absolutely cannot say I can't do it. All right then, let's hold on a bit longer. Chen nodded, not taking it seriously at all. The two quietly dodged the guards and finally reached the peak of the red Earth continent. As soon as Tiger landed, the first thing he did was throw the 30-meter-long big knife onto the ground with a clang, collapsing there and gasping for breath, feeling more exhausted than after a fight. Chen didn't care about him. He was already captivated by the Holy Land, myriad in the distance, exclaiming, wow, it's really magnificent. It must have cost a fortune to build. Then he began his quirky calculations, saying that bringing Tiger and the knife up consumed 0.5 of his energy, and that he could carry 200 tons of stuff with 100 round trips, which was nothing compared to the weight of an entire city. The gap between me and the world government is too huge. Suddenly, he became emo, quietly touching the mask on his face. Indeed, he had to keep a low profile, and his negotiation attitude needed to be gentle. But then he thought for Sister Robin if the negotiations didn't go well. To hell with the gap. Don't underestimate the poor youth. If the world government can't accommodate my Sister Robin, then what's the point of keeping it? It would be better to overthrow it and help Mr. Dragon build another one. With that thought, a word suddenly popped into his mind. Nuclear bomb. Peace. Or nuclear peace. He stared at the Holy Land in the distance, his gaze gradually becoming dangerous. The choice is in your hands. Sighing, he thought to himself. As a peace-loving scholar, he had truly sacrificed too much for Sister Robin. After finishing his reflections, he turned around and found that Tiger was drawing circles on the ground, doing performance art. He floated over to take a look, and good grief. Those crooked lines looked like some kind of ghostly symbols. Mr. Tiger, Chen said seriously, are you drawing a map? Tiger was quite proud, yes. It's a distribution map of the Holy Land, myriad. Chen expression at that moment was like looking at an illiterate. That's why you need to read more. Otherwise, you can't even draw a proper map. His scholarly disdain was almost overflowing from the screen. Taiji's face turned red. Ahem. On Fishman Island. I've read more than anyone else. Chen was even more shocked. My goodness. Is the average education level on Fishman Island so low? Is it because it's located in the deep sea, making transportation inconvenient, which leads to economic backwardness and thus affects educational standards? Tiger was stunned by the string of words he couldn't understand, but he got the meaning. You guys on Fishman Island are all illiterates. He wanted to refute, but couldn't utter a word after thinking for a long time. Upon reflection, aside from its many specialties, Fishman Island really didn't seem to have much culture. He even began to doubt whether the conflict between humans and the fishmen was due to a lack of education. Seeing him lost in thought, Chen Mo coughed a couple of times to bring him back. Forget it, just tell me directly. Tai Ge then came to his senses and began to introduce. At the very center of the Holy Land is Panga City, where the 5 elders and celestial dragons live, heavily guarded. But we don't need to go there to rescue the slaves. The slave area is on the outskirts, divided into 2, one official and one private for the celestial dragons. Once Tai Ge finished sharing the information, he suggested, Lord Chen Mo, let's make a plan first. Plan? Chen Mo looked puzzled. No need. Huh? We can't just rush in, right? What's the plan for? Chen Mo waved his hand confidently. Our biggest advantage is the surprise attack. If we dawdle and get discovered, it'll be too late. Moreover, his little calculation was, I'm just helping out when I see injustice. If it looks like we planned this for a long time, how bad would that look for the negotiations later? Most importantly, I need to hurry back to have breakfast tomorrow. Seeing his confident demeanor, Tai Ge found himself unable to refute. Then let's head to the world government's slave area, Tai Ge said. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mo skillfully floated and sat on Tai Ge's shoulder. Tai Ge was instantly left with a big question mark. What are you doing? Chen Mo felt a bit embarrassed. After all, I have a disability in my legs. Tai Ge was dumbfounded. You, who can fly supersonically in the air, have a nerve to say you're disabled? Then what does that make me, who runs on the ground, am I half paralyzed? Hovering consumes a lot of energy. Chen Mo explained, to preserve my strength for unexpected situations, I can only trouble you a bit. Then he lamented about his weakness. To his surprise, Tai Ge actually believed him. He was quite moved, thinking this kid is still young and it's normal to have weak physical ability. He had just flown him so high. He must be exhausted, yet still holding on. What a strong young man. All right, then Lord Chen Mo, hold on tight. Tai Ge gritted his teeth, picked up the big knife, and began to charge into the forest with Chen Mo on his shoulder, stepping deep and shallow, as if he were carrying a mountain. Just as they were huffing and puffing along in the monitoring room of the slave area in the Holy Land, a figure shrouded in black was wiping a blade that looked strikingly like Chen Mo's fruit knife, with blood dripping from the tip. A comrade dressed as a government official looked at him with admiration. Lord Yong-si, you're amazing. You took out 3 monitoring rooms in an instant without triggering the alarm. The man known as Yong-si simply nodded and handed over a note. After reading it, the comrade ate the note and assured, don't worry, Lord Yong-si, this place will definitely be safe within 7 hours. Yong-si nodded, and his figure disappeared with a swoosh. It was a true disappearance, not just a speed trick. The comrade sighed. The organization's top assassin truly lives up to the name. I just wonder if the rumors are true, that he is actually our teacher's source of happiness and often makes the teacher laugh. While mumbling, he skillfully piled the bodies together, buried remote explosives below, and then kicked back to watch the monitors. After all, revolutionaries are all about the art of explosions. Half an hour later, Tai Ge, carrying Chen Mo, finally burst out of the forest. As soon as they exited the woods, they came face to face with a patrol team. Tai Ge's muscles instantly tensed, ready to fight. But the patrol captain, removing his helmet, revealed a face that was none other than Yong-si. He looked at Chen Mo with an excited expression. Yong-si, what are you doing here? Chen Mo wasn't surprised at all. He had sensed it long ago. Yong-si glanced at the comrades behind him, remained silent, and gestured wildly at Chen Mo. Chen Mo couldn't understand and helplessly waved his hand. Forget it, let your partner speak. Yong-si looked at him with deep emotion, signaling his partner to report. As soon as the person opened his mouth, he spoke with great vigor, Teacher Chen. Before he could finish, Chen Mo's face darkened instantly, directly interrupting him. You'd better not report for now. I asked you answer. What are you all doing here? Having a year-end meeting? As soon as that guy heard this, he immediately stood up straight, looking very respectful. Report, Teacher Chen, we are here on the orders of our leader, lying in wait, and when the time comes, we will fully cooperate with you. I told you, my mind went blank for a moment, and I felt something was off. Who understands this, my family? I'm familiar with this script. That bastard Long tricked me again. I was furious and immediately started cursing. Is that bastard Long here too? Good grief. I was cursing their leader in front of his subordinates, and that guy didn't even dare to say a word, even trying to justify me in his mind, thinking this might be a unique nickname between our bosses. After all, it seems he has heard Long call me Little Rascal. I've finally figured everything out. I was originally thinking that I would just come up here and have some tea with the world government, chat a bit, and resolve my sister Robin's issue so she could live openly in the sunlight, and that would be that. But what happened? That old fox dragon directly took advantage of my momentum and launched his long-planned grand scheme. He wants to liberate all the slaves in Mary Geos, and create a shocking headline. Although I do want to save people. The way you just used me, without even a heads up, is really unfair. I'm only 14. I'm just a pure intellectual, and you're playing tricks on me? Fine. Just wait. I was furious at that moment. You want to play dirty? When it comes to schemes, I really can't compete with you, you old fox, but I heard your son was born too, right? Just wait. I'll find trouble with your son sooner or later. I'll personally teach him how to slay dragons, literally. Thinking of this made me feel a bit more balanced. Over these 6 years, ever since I boarded his pirate ship, I've lost count of how many times he has tricked me. Of course, I can complain all I want. But the brothers in the Revolutionary Army have already started to take action. I can't just wash my hands of it. That guy saw that I had calmed down and quickly continued reporting. Teacher Chen, we have now taken control of the surveillance in the 2 slave districts and some of the patrol teams, but the places where the slaves are held are heavily guarded. It's a bit difficult to take both places down simultaneously without alarming the higher-ups. You know, although this guy calling me teacher makes me uncomfortable, his reporting is clear and organized, much better than that big, burly illiterate tiger. Poor tiger next to me looked completely bewildered, thinking, who am I? Where am I? Who are these people? Why do I feel like I won't have anything to do next? Meanwhile, guess where that old fox dragon is? Right below myriad, digging a hole in the red soil continent and holding a meeting. With his naturally villainous face, Dragon wore a faint smile, saying, fortunately, that little brat, Mo, thought of coming to myriad. Otherwise, this would really be hard to handle. Next to him, the cross-dresser Ivankov immediately injected himself with female hormones, transformed into a beautiful woman, and clung to Dragon, sweetly saying, my dear leader, don't be too happy too soon. Be careful that little Mo comes back to chase you down for hundreds of kilometers. Dragon's body stiffened in response, still trying to act tough. Am I afraid of him? The high-ranking officials below were holding back their laughter, and he quickly added, ahem, anyway, he can't outrun me. So what am I afraid of? Even if I hide, he won't be able to find me. Ivankov laughed again. Did you forget who the head of the intelligence department is? If little Mo wants to investigate you, will he keep it a secret? As soon as he finished speaking, the intelligence minister himself stood up, declaring earnestly, I am loyal to the leader and regard the teacher as my father. Well, that was pretty obvious. When it comes to dad and boss, he'll definitely listen to dad. Dragon's old face turned red, and he quickly coughed a few times to steer the topic back on track. Comrades, the most crucial point of this plan is that our Revolutionary Army must remain perfectly hidden, leaving no traces. We need to find someone to carry this big pot. Ivankov asked. In this world, who else has the guts and strength to do this besides us? The 5 elders would know it's us just by thinking about it. Hee. Dragon smiled mysteriously and handed out a document to everyone. I'll tell you, that document looked like a PowerPoint. The first page had a big photo with 3 large characters. Fisher Tiger. This fishman tiger is the star of Dragon's presentation, a natural hero, loyal and righteous, and a former slave who voluntarily wants to join little Mo to save people. His motives, character design, and strength are all top-notch. He has simply the perfect scapegoat. Oh no, the perfect hero template. Before he could finish speaking, the intelligence minister, my good student, jumped up like he had been injected with adrenaline, eagerly answering, Leader, you are brilliant. This character design is perfect. Coming from a slave background, unwilling to see his fellow countrymen suffer, infiltrating myriad alone to rescue the masses from peril. We can write the story for him. We can find an artist to draw a picture of him as a lone hero climbing the 10,000-meter red soil continent, and have a mold deliver it to the news king Morgan. I've even thought of the titles. Hero of the Slaves, The Advancing Fishman, the first fish in 800 years. Folks, this promotion is simply a resounding ahead of the game. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Ivankov couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder he is certified by little Mo. He is a natural schemer. The intelligence minister then realized that Tiger was actually his teacher's benefactor. If he worked so hard to arrange a script for him, wouldn't his teacher skin him alive when she found out? His face turned pale as he regretted not just slapping himself. Unfortunately, it was too late. Dragon slapped his thigh. That's it. This perfected plan, highlighting the glorious mission of Hero Tiger, will be entrusted to you, Intelligence Minister. The Intelligence Minister's legs went weak, but he could only stand at attention and salute. Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. At that moment, above myriad, the future great Hero Tiger was carrying me, looking bewildered as he followed the Revolutionary Army forward. He couldn't understand why the infiltration process felt like a stroll in his own backyard, smooth and unobstructed, but he didn't think much of it. After all, these people respected me so much they couldn't be bad guys. Soon, we arrived at the location. A Revolutionary Army comrade pointed to the dark, blood-stained building in front of us and said, "We've arrived. This is where the slaves are held." When Tiger saw it, his eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "That's right. This is it." I looked up and glanced at it. The building was so black that it reflected light, feeling like it wasn't the original color, but rather dyed by layers of congealed blood. That guy leaned over to introduce. "Teacher Chen, the situation inside is complex. There are government agents everywhere, and several elite CP0 members as well. The alarm system is also independent. Once the grass is startled and the snake is alarmed." After listening, I was too lazy to continue, so I directly activated my observation hockey and glanced around, then disdainfully said, "There are only 3 with slightly stronger life forces. The rest will shatter with a touch." The mute guy next to me, called Young Si, gestured at me, implying that he could handle one. Looking at his set of encrypted sign language that only he could understand, I was speechless. "Forget it, just give me your knife." Once I got the knife in hand, I weighed it and thought, "Hey, it feels pretty good." Instinctively, I said, "Weird, why does this feel so familiar? It looks a lot like the fruit knife I lost before." Upon hearing this, Young Si's body, hidden under his armor, suddenly trembled and cold sweat broke out. The guy next to him, Tiger, was particularly responsible, gritting his teeth and saying, "Lord Chen Mo, there are 3 of them, and I could take on one too." At that moment, I wanted to laugh, thinking, "Come on, brother, save it." I directly told him, "No need to make it so complicated." After saying that, I closed my eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. Let me tell you, that feeling, the overwhelming conqueror's hockey split into thousands of streams, precisely striking every malicious target. Those stinky fish and rotten shrimp inside didn't even make a sound before fainting. At the same time, I held Young Si's knife and casually pointed it towards the direction of those 3 so-called experts, tapping 3 times in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 strands of sword energy, thinner than a hair, instantly pierced through. Done. I threw the knife back to Young Si and clapped my hands, saying, "All right, it's taken care of. You guys go in and release the people." The Revolutionary Army comrade was instantly petrified, stuttering, asking, "Solved? Solved? Just by closing and opening your eyes and tapping a few times? What else?" I helplessly scratched my head. I couldn't just slice the entire building in half and pack everyone, including the slaves, to take away, could I? Conqueror's hockey is great for clearing out the small fries. But what about those 3 strong ones? So I added a tap, 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 didn't I? That guy was still stunned, mimicking me, extending his finger to poke forward. I really couldn't watch any longer. All right, hurry up and get to work, it's almost dawn." Young Si had complete faith in me. Without a word, he waved his hand, and over 100 brothers silently sneaked in. Once inside, they saw the government agents lying all over the ground, and without a second thought, they went up to finish them off, looking very professional. Young Si himself headed straight for the room of those 3 CP0 elites. Kicking the door open, one guy was lying on the floor, a blood hole in his temple, still wearing a lewd smile on his face, holding a little yellow book in his hand. Young Si immediately understood. This guy was probably caught at a critical moment, got hit by my conqueror's hockey, crashed on the spot, and then got his head blown off by the sword energy. After confirming that all 3 experts were completely dead, Young Si immediately signaled. The Revolutionary Army comrades outside received the signal and immediately said to me, "Teacher Chen, it's all set here. Let us hurry to the next place." I nodded and was about to leave when that guy suddenly called out to Tiger, "Mr. Tiger, we're a bit short on staff here. Could you stay and help us out?" Tiger pointed to his own nose. "Me? Yes." The guy said earnestly, "As you can see, Teacher Chen can handle the battle without us. But there are over 100,000 slaves locked up here. If we release them, it will definitely cause chaos. And we need a strong person like you to hold the fort." "I am a strong person?" Tiger's eyes lit up at that moment. I tell you, he was probably so demoralized that he started to doubt himself, and suddenly being called a strong person brought his confidence right back. He immediately straightened his chest, cleared his throat, and the aura of a seasoned expert returned. He turned to me dramatically and said, "Your Excellency Chen Mo, it is my duty to rescue my fellow countrymen. I will stay here. All right, just be careful." I couldn't help but say one more thing, looking at his inexplicably rekindled confidence. "Take it easy, don't accidentally get yourself caught up in it." Tiger waved his hand nonchalantly. "Don't worry. After all, I've been navigating the seas for nearly 10 years. I didn't say much and just followed the guide to another slave camp. Guess what happened? Just as I left, that group of revolutionaries dressed in slave clothes burst into the cell with keys, shouting at the top of their lungs. Hero Fisher Tiger has come to save us. The hero has broken through the Holy Land. Come liberate us. Brothers, the time for rebellion has come. Charge out with the hero tiger. Take back our freedom. As soon as the word freedom was mentioned, all the slaves went wild. Let me out first. I'm the one known as the guillotine in the North Sea. Let me go. I'm the West Sea assassin. I can carve a bloody path for Lord Tiger. A revolutionary comrade heard this and thought, hey, this guy's quick to change his tune and is already calling him Lord Tiger. So he immediately let him out first. Once the assassin was freed from his collar, he trembled with excitement and knelt down, shouting, "Long live Hero Tiger. From now on, I'll change my name to Talon and be your most loyal dog." Well, once the example was set, all the slaves went crazy, shouting to serve Hero Tiger. And where was our true great hero, Tiger? He was being led by a revolutionary comrade, deliberately taking a long route around the camp. He vaguely heard someone shouting, "Hero, Tiger, long live." Tiger, still foolishly, asked the guide next to him, "Hey, did you hear any sounds?" The revolutionary comrade's expression stiffened, not blinking an eye, and innocently said, "Mr. Tiger, did you mishear? I didn't hear anything at all. I told you this guy was so calm and composed that I couldn't figure him out. I felt something was off, so I asked him, really? Even if the concentration camp structure is different, the place for holding people should be somewhat similar, right? How long have you been leading me around? And why haven't we reached the cell yet?" Guess what he said? He had already memorized his lines, and he calmly explained to me, "Mr. Tiger, what we need is your deterrence. So we have to take you to a high point to have a better grasp of the situation. It's a bit far, please bear with us." I looked at his sincere and respectful face, and he spoke without a stutter, so I didn't think much of it at the time. That kid secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued to lead me in circles, until his phone in his pocket buzzed. He finally changed the route and directly took me to the rooftop of the slave concentration camp. Goodness. As soon as I stepped on the rooftop and took a few steps forward, I was completely stunned. Below was a sea of people, densely packed. I was still in a daze when I vaguely heard someone below pointing at me and shouting, "Redskin, Tiger." The next second, let me tell you, the scene exploded. Nearly 100,000 people below went wild, all shouting my name in unison. "Hero Tiger, Hero Tiger." The roar came wave after wave, ringing in my ears. I was completely bewildered and turned to the kid next to me. "What's going on? Why are they all shouting my name?" The kid cleared his throat and began his performance. "Maybe they're thanking you for coming to save them." I thought something was off, since I hadn't even made a move yet. He immediately responded, "Maybe everyone is hoping you can lead them out of myriad." Seeing that I was still in doubt, he added, "Or perhaps one of your old acquaintances recognized you down there, grateful for your kindness." So they took the lead in shouting. Hey, I have to say, his last explanation actually sounded quite reasonable. After all, someone had indeed pointed at me and shouted something earlier, which triggered the whole scene. But in my heart, I still felt something was wrong, like eating undercooked rice. Just as I was pondering this, the alarm in the Holy Land suddenly went off, and agents were rushing in from all directions. The guy saw this and immediately turned dramatic, his tone urgent, as if he were about to run out of breath. "Oh no, Mr. Tiger, we've been exposed. We can't delay any longer. Hurry and lead us out." I turned back to look at the massive army of nearly 100,000 below, and then at the agents closing in. I knew that if I hesitated any longer, it would all be over. In that moment of impulse, I waved my hand and shouted at the top of my lungs, "Brothers, charge with me!" The moment the slaves saw my action, their emotions surged to the ceiling, and like a rampaging tiger released from its cage, they roared and followed me out. Let me tell you, this group of revolutionaries is truly talented. They blend into the crowd, shouting louder than anyone else, following the hero Tiger out to kill. The time to repay the hero's kindness has come. They bring all the momentum onto me. But what are they doing with their feet? Standing still, doing the moonwalk. When the main force, swept up by this fervent atmosphere, charges forward, more than 100 revolutionary members unknowingly slip to the back of the line. At a corner, everyone suddenly darts and squeezes into a hidden door against the wall, disappearing without a trace. In a dark corner above, a guy named Young C watches as nearly 100,000 slaves charge forward with me, and he quietly thinks it worked. Then he takes off his patrol armor, presses a button on his communicator, and instantly explosions erupt all around the outskirts of myriad, flames shooting into the sky, taking out several monitoring rooms, physically erasing traces. leaving no sign behind. After doing all this, he also quietly mixes into the crowd of slaves, ready to start his own mission. On the other side, what is our brother Chen Mojian doing? He is also clearing another slave concentration camp. The process? Let me tell you, it's incredibly simple. With a blink of his eyes, he remotely takes names, achieving a 100% headshot rate. He is also reflecting, saying, is this the power of a learned person? He remembers when Sister Robin read him a book called The Epic of Navigation. That is how he practiced his sword. Although he now thinks that book's logic is nonsense, it really did help him develop skills. So he firmly believes it's not the book that's the problem, but his own understanding. He is also deeply pained, saying the atmosphere at sea is too poor now. A bunch of uneducated pirates dare to call themselves sword masters with a broken knife, unable to even split the sea. It's simply a decline in morals, and people are not as they used to be. It's so exaggerated. Just as he is reflecting, a dozen revolutionaries also infiltrate the concentration camp he just cleared. There are fewer people here, less than 1,000, so they don't bother with acting, directly disguising themselves as slaves that I have freed, tricking these people to gather over to my side, and then hiding themselves. Standing outside, Chen Mojian notices that among this group of slaves, there are several experts whose auras are comparable to his. But amidst this chaotic crowd, he spots two strange little girls. Everyone is desperately running out, yet these two are standing at the door, looking anxious but refusing to leave, as if they are waiting for something more important than their lives. A few minutes later, only the two of them are left in the square, looking like helpless little rabbits. Our brother Chen Mojian was originally about to leave, but curiosity got the better of him, and he floated right in front of them, tilting his head and asking, "Why aren't you two leaving?" Goodness, he forgot he was wearing a mask and carrying a big knife that extended into the abyss, scaring the two little girls so much that they jumped back. The green-haired sister mustered her courage and stammered, "Why you? Who are you? What do you want?" Chen Mojian scratched his head, thinking, it's true, my appearance is a bit scary. Then he did something particularly flashy, casually sticking the 30-meter-long knife into the nearby building, as if it were tofu, steady as can be. This time, he scared the two little girls even more. "Don't be afraid, little sister." Chen Mojian quickly softened his voice, but the way they looked at him was still filled with caution. Chen Mojian felt helpless, so he simply lifted half of the pigeon mask off his face, revealing half of his face. I tell you, the two little girls were stunned on the spot, their hearts racing. That face, although a bit tender, was exquisitely beautiful. Alarm bells went off in their heads as they suddenly remembered the legends their grandmothers told them when they were young on Nine Snake Island. There exists a wicked creature called a man in the outside world, who uses beautiful appearances like invisible knives to harm people, causing the warriors of Nine Snake to suffer from a terminal illness called lovesickness. They didn't believe it before, as the men they saw in myriad all looked like devils. But now they believed. Just from seeing half of his profile, they felt like he could steal their souls away. Ahem, little sisters, I'm just an ordinary person, nothing to be afraid of, Chen Mojian said patiently while looking at the dazed girls. The girl with green hair stammered in response. And not ordinary anymore. The one with orange hair seriously echoed. Not ordinary at all. This made Chen Mojian laugh, and he put his mask back on. I'll take that as a compliment. I somewhat admire your straightforwardness. Then he got down to business. So, tell me, why are you two staying here? Why not leave? Upon hearing this, the two little girls started trembling, tears welling up in their eyes. The green-haired girl trembled as she said, "We're waiting for our sister." The orange-haired girl, hiding behind, also peeked out halfway, gritting her teeth to add, "She was taken away by the master tonight and hasn't returned. We want to wait for our sister to come back before leaving together." Chen Mojian frowned, instantly understanding. I tell you, this hit Chen Mojian right in the chest. He himself was a devoted brother, having searched for Robin for so many years. He understood this feeling all too well. While he thought the girls were foolish, he helplessly said, "Even if your sister is brought back, there will definitely be bad people following her. At that time, not to mention saving her. You two won't be able to escape either." But he was also silenced by their determination. After hearing this, the two girls struggled for a moment, then in unison, said with unwavering conviction, "Then we would rather die with our sister than abandon her." In that moment, Chen Mojian was completely moved, feeling like he had found kindred spirits. As a brother, what reason did he have to advise others to give up on their sister? So, he decided to help them. "If you trust me," Chen Mojian pulled out the 30-meter-long sword from the wall, speaking very seriously, "then tell me, in which direction is your sister?" Though I can't claim to be a strong person and can't ensure that I can rescue your sister 100, but my meager strength. Chen Mo raised the sword, stirring up a gust of wind. I am willing to lend it all to you. The two little girls were completely stunned. After staying in hell for 4 years, they had begged for mercy, wailed, and even prayed to the gods, but all they received was torment. Now, at the very gates of hell, a boy was actually saying he wanted to help them. The green-haired girl asked in disbelief, "Why? Do you want to help us?" Chen Mo sighed, "Because I also have a sister for whom I would be willing to give my life. And I was separated from her for 6 years, so I understand your feelings very well." The two little girls were silent for a long time, and in the end, they inexplicably chose to trust this man before them, because they had lost everything, and besides being separated from their sister, there was nothing worse than that. "My name is Boa Sandersonia," said the green-haired girl. "I'm Boa Marigold," said the orange-haired girl. "We are very grateful to you. Please help us find our sister, Boa Hancock." "I am Chen Mo. Nice to meet you." Chen Mo placed the sword in front of them, stand on it, and point the way. The two girls didn't dare delay, quickly climbed up. Immediately, Chen Mo held the sword flat, like flying with a sword, taking the sisters towards the direction they pointed out. Meanwhile, in Panga's city, in a magnificent mansion, a fat celestial dragon named Charles was feeling bored. I tell you, the guy looked like a white sausage stuffed with fat, topped with a bubble helmet, disgusting as hell. He was watching a black-haired girl dance, finding it unattractive, and directly smashed a fruit plate along with the plate at her, causing her forehead to bleed. That girl was Hancock. She was so scared that she froze in place, not daring to move. That fat celestial pig complained to the CP0 bodyguard beside him. "Didn't you say she was from the Amazon lily? Why does she dance so poorly? I was looking forward to it for nothing. Even let her eat the sweet fruit I just got, but it wasn't sweet at all." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. "You go and kill the messenger who delivered the fruit later. How dare he deceive me? Tired of living." The CP0 agent immediately responded respectfully. The fat celestial pig waddled over to Hancock, disliking her name, and slapped her down to the ground. He was still not satisfied and suddenly remembered. "Doesn't she have 2 sisters? The one-eyed agent asked. "Should we call them over to dance too?" "No need." The fat celestial pig became interested. "Aren't there 2 devil fruits of some snakes? Feed them to her sisters, and let the 3 sisters team up in the arena tomorrow. I'll make a bet and trick those other guys." Before the agent could respond, Hancock, who was lying on the ground, suddenly went crazy, scrambling to hug Charles calf tightly, crying and pleading, "Great master, please spare my sisters. I will do anything you ask." That fat celestial pig instantly flew into a rage, lifting his other foot and kicking Hancock's frail back hard, cursing as he kicked. "Dirty slave, let go of me. Die for me." But no matter how he kicked, Hancock refused to let go, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, using all her strength to plead, "Please, please spare my sisters." The fat pig was panting heavily from kicking and shouted angrily at the one-eyed agent beside him. "What are you waiting for? Come over and get her off." Upon hearing this, the one-eyed agent instantly appeared at Hancock's side, raising his right foot high like a guillotine, ready to chop down on Hancock's arm. At that critical moment, the agent suddenly froze all over, as if hit by some invisible force, his brain dizzy, and his movements slowed down. In just that instant, a sharp white light shot in from outside the mansion. "Danger!" The agent's observation hockey went off wildly, and his body instinctively made an evasive move. But just as he turned his head to see the enemy, all he saw was a blinding white light. He barely had time to let out a half-scream before being engulfed by that white light. Hancock felt a cold wind suddenly rush into her clothes. Her head, still dazed from the kick, cleared a little as she slowly raised her head. The next second, her eyes nearly popped out. She saw that the splendid mansion of Charles had been sliced in half from the middle. No, to be precise, the entire upper half of the mansion was gone. In the blink of an eye, it had mysteriously vanished. The one-eyed agent who was about to attack her was left with just the half of his head wearing an eye patch in front of her, and the calf she was holding onto was also just a calf left. The part of Charles that considered himself a god, above the calf, had completely evaporated. God can also die? Hancock trembled in disbelief, murmuring to herself. Suddenly, a voice filled with extreme disdain came from beside her. "A god? Just a mere remnant. And you dare to call yourself a god?" Hancock mechanically turned her neck and saw a white-haired man wearing a dove mask floating beside her. The cold wind lifted his white robe as if a true god had descended. "Sister." I turned around, and there they were, her 2 younger sisters. Sonia and Mary jumped down from my 30-meter-long big sword like 2 little swallows and rushed over. Wait, big sword. I was momentarily stunned. A question mark flashed through my mind, but I immediately brushed it aside. I thought about standing up to hug them, but then I felt a pain in my chest. My legs went weak, and I fell back to the ground. Sister, are you okay? Sonia hurried over to support me, her face full of concern. I told you. I was almost in tears at that moment, thinking I would never see them again, so excited that I couldn't speak properly. It's okay. It's okay. Then I asked, how did you two end up here? This question was a big deal. The two little girls surrounded Hancock and started chattering away like two little sparrows, frantically praising how handsome, gentle, and amazing I was. Especially when they talked about how I lifted my mask to comfort them and help them. Their expressions were so animated. They looked like they were about to ascend to heaven right then and there. But I had no time to listen to this. My eyes were glued to those two strange things on the table. Those two oddly shaped fruits covered in spiral patterns were simply astonishing. I had seen them in books. Weren't these the legendary devil fruits? I picked one up and felt like it was pulling me into my embrace with a voice in my head saying, "Eat it. If you eat it, you can start the feast." This attraction was just too ridiculous, wasn't it? I was torn at that moment, to eat or not to eat. To be honest, if I could have a power like the flower fruit with my legs, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. But the problem is, I'm a teacher, a role model. How can I engage in gambling? What if I end up with some bizarre ability? Wouldn't that ruin my life? It's illegal. It's not good. My internal struggle isn't over yet. Let me tell you, my hand has its own ideas. In a flash, before I even realized it, I lifted the mask and shoved that fruit into my mouth. And my mouth, too, never wastes food. Feeling something there, instinctively my teeth came together, my throat moved, and with a gulp, the whole fruit slid down without even chewing. No. Hancock let out a syllable beside me, trying to stop me, but it was too late. I feel so foolish. Really, who understands this among my family? I ate the devil fruit. Chen Mojian, an educator who believes in the unity of knowledge and action, just lost my integrity like this. My body betrayed my soul. I was stunned on the spot. Hancock next to me looked confused. She probably thought, I haven't told you that this fruit is no good yet. Why are you already regretting it? She weakly said, benefactor. This seems to be the snake fruit, king cobra form. As soon as I heard it, the world went dark in front of me. It's over. I'm done for. I'm well versed in the devil fruit encyclopedia. And what's the side effect of this thing? Getting fat. Really fat. Being fat ruins everything. I can already imagine how my silly students will comfort me in the future. Teacher, you're not fat. You've just gained weight. A broad-minded teacher means a good life. We're all relieved. I wanted to destroy the world on the spot, really. The key is, I might not be able to stand up on this leg. I might just end up as a limp snake tail that can't even coil up. It's driving me crazy. Hancock saw that my expression was off and hurriedly advised me. Benefactor, it could be that those CP0 guys made a mistake, right? They thought they were giving me the sweet fruit before, but later found out it was fake. As soon as I heard it, it seemed to make some sense. I looked her up and down. She was as thin as a little monkey. Her face was pale and dark. And she definitely didn't look like someone who had eaten a fruit that could make her beautiful, like the sweet fruit or the smooth fruit. I nodded. You're right. Looking at you, it's definitely not true. I'm feeling comfortable here, while Hancock seems to be shutting herself off, probably thinking how ugly I am, being disliked. But I can't pay attention to her. I quickly close my eyes to feel the changes within me. Theoretically, I should have immediate reactions after eating the fruit. Wait a minute. Where's my devil fruit? Let me tell you, my control over my body is absolutely top-notch. I can even control my hair strands. But I keep sensing that there's nothing in my stomach. Just an energy rush coming in 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. And it's gone. My cells have taken it all in a second. I opened my eyes in confusion and looked at another fruit on the table, murmuring to myself, this can't be a fake, right? Even Mary Geos is getting into new types of telecom scams now. Fake. Hancock looked skeptical. It must be fake. I happily told her, after eating it, there was no change at all. I suspect this celestial dragon has been scammed. Hancock still had that expression, jokingly saying, who would dare to use fake goods to scam a celestial dragon? Are they looking to get themselves killed? Her suspicious little eyes provoked me, and the desire inside me surged again. I went straight for it. You don't believe me, do you? Fine. They say you can't eat too, or you'll explode. I'll eat it in front of you today. Saying this, without waiting for her to react, I grabbed another one and took a big bite. The craving was so intense that I didn't even have time to chew and just swallowed it. I smacked my lips. That was 2, and I didn't even taste anything. This scared the Boa sisters so much that they rushed over to pat my back and pound my chest, trying to make me spit it out. It's fine, it's fine. I waved my hand, setting the three of them aside, saying it was fake, and after eating it, before I could finish my sentence, I felt a huge rumble in my body. What's going on? The three sisters stared at me with wide eyes. I licked my lips. It seems like there is a bit of change. I can feel it now. After eating these two fake devil fruits, the first stage of my body enhancement is complete. The three sisters looked at me with a face full of questions. At that moment, I couldn't help but sigh. If I could get a few hundred of those things, wouldn't I be able to reach the third stage and ascend on the spot? What a pity. That thing is probably an accidental product from the lab, not replicable. That celestial dragon was reduced to just 2 shins by me. Otherwise, I would have asked him about his supply channel. I will buy them in bulk for 50 million berries each. All right, I seem to be a poor guy who can't even scrape together 5 berries. Ahem, it's fine. I could get exclusive naming rights for my students, so that when they give gifts during the holidays, they will recognize this brand. Are you really okay, benefactor? Hancock looked at me, frowning and pondering, still not at ease. I'm fine. I waved my hand, just casually ate a couple of knockoff products, and accidentally got stronger. This wasn't bragging. The first stage of physical enhancement I set was a comprehensive improvement at the cellular level, enhancing endurance, explosive power, and physical strength. From now on, no one could say my physique is poor. Compared to those legendary monsters, there might still be a gap, but if a Kainu came over now, with one punch, I would make a hole in his chest to let him breathe. Of course, physical quality is just the icing on the cake. After all, I am a scholar, and my goal is to become a sword master. Being in good shape is mainly to avoid disasters and pain. The meaning of pain-free is to not give anyone the chance to hurt me. Although I'm not afraid of pain, as a cultured person, I have no interest in experiencing random pain. Seeing that I really wasn't in any trouble, the Boa's sisters felt relieved. All right, you all hurry and leave this cursed place. I adjusted my mask and told them to go meet up with Tiger. Thank you, benefactor. The 3 sisters deeply bowed to me and turned to run. Then I heard them shouting to hurry to meet Hero Tiger, and my heart sank. Hero Tiger? I had only been separated from Tiger for less than an hour. How did he become a hero? In this day and age, how many people called heroes end up with a good outcome? I originally planned to go directly to the depths of Panga City to discuss serious matters with the high-ranking officials of the world government, but I felt uneasy. I used my observation hockey to sweep over towards Tej. Good heavens, this is not good. Over there, life energy is disappearing in large amounts, and countless malicious auras are surrounding him. I estimate that if this continues, less than 1/5 of the slaves will be able to escape. I have 2 options in my mind. A. Take care of the important matter first and discuss it later. B. Go save the person first and delay the important matter for a while. Without thinking, I chose B. Just kidding. My life was saved by Sister Robin's act of kindness back then, and now it's my turn. How can I stand by and watch someone die? If it delays me tonight, I can always come back tomorrow night. After all, I'm still young and can afford it. It's decided as soon as I draw my knife. I'll flash over to help. But just as I moved, I saw the Boya sisters hundreds of meters away. Oh my God, that little short leg runs faster than I do. At this speed, if they run out, won't they just get caught again and brought back as KPIs? I felt a twitch in my heart. My body sank, and I fell behind them, directly swinging the 30-meter-long sword like a flying sword, letting it break through the air first. Then, at my height of about 178 meters, I wrapped my arms around all 3 of the little ones with one hand. Series, breaking the void. With a loud bang, I shot off like a missile straight after that sword. In just 2 breaths, I caught up, threw them onto the sword's body, grabbed the hilt with one hand, and clapped my other hand towards the void, accelerating even faster, flying with the sword. Let us go. On the other side, Tiger's situation was indeed as I had judged. It was difficult to move forward. The CP0 agents were like mad dogs, constantly slashing through the nearly 100,000-strong slave convoy, although they later regrouped with the slaves who had escaped from the celestial dragons. Including hundreds of tough characters who temporarily held the line, the situation was still worsening. Damn it, Tiger punched an agent away, and when he turned back, his heart sank. If this continued, most people would die here. Just at that moment of distraction, a CP0 agent silently appeared behind him, preparing to launch a sneak attack. But Tiger didn't react at all. He knew that a mysterious big brother was secretly protecting him. Sure enough, before the smile on the CP0 agent's face could fully form, a shadow flashed past him from behind. The agent only felt a chill at the back of his neck before losing consciousness. In Tiger's perception, it was just a shadow appearing for an instant, a blade severing the head, and then disappearing. This was already the 3rd time. Tiger anxiously shouted into the air, "Sir, since you are willing to help me, Why don't you come out and help me clear the way? But no one responded. Tiger gritted his teeth, realizing it was no use worrying about it anymore. He would leave his back to this mysterious presence and just charge forward. The lives of nearly 100,000 people behind him depended on him. Kill. I'm telling you, at that moment, Tiger completely transcended the power of belief. He was like a cheat. Clearly his strength was just average, but the explosive power he unleashed simply crushed those of the same level. The CP0 blocking his path were taken down with a single punch each, sent flying like cannonballs. The few CP0 on the opposite side were stunned. One tall figure asked in terror, "How can he be this strong?" Beside him, an old man with white hair watched clearly, finding opportunities while teaching the younger generation. Kid, this is a man's belief. When a man carries out his will, unless his power is several levels above, those of the same level are simply no match for him. This man truly deserves to be called a hero. The tall agent, unwilling to accept this, retorted, "We also have our belief in maintaining the world government." The old man shook his head, knowing full well, our beliefs are all indoctrinated, they're fake. How can they compare to his heartfelt conviction? The tall agent grew anxious. Is there really no way to stop him? The old man, sneered, his eyes fixed on Tiger's back. Kid, let me teach you another piece of common sense today. A hero's sworn enemy is a backstabber. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's frail body suddenly inflated several times, using some kind of Six Styles ultimate move, life return, floating silently like a ghost to Tiger's back. Tiger was still fiercely battling, completely unaware. The old man's lips curled under the mask. A finger shot out from his fist, wrapped in pitch-black hockey, aimed directly at the back of Tiger's heart. This finger, I tell you, was something special. It was said to be the essence of everything the old man had learned in his life, containing the quintessence of the Navy's Six Styles. It was as fast as a ghost, as hard as iron, and the key was that it made no sound. Another CP0 beside him was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, "This old guy usually acts like a weakling. Turns out he hides this deep." The old man was enjoying himself, watching his finger about to pierce Tiger's skull, his mouth almost stretching to his ears beneath the mask. He had already started calculating his retirement fund, thinking, I've made it. This immense wealth is finally mine. I won't have to work in this hellhole until I die anymore." Just as he was feeling pleased, his mind suddenly became extraordinarily clear. Like he was on drugs, his thoughts racing at peak speed. As the words returning light flashed through his mind, he felt something was off. Why am I spinning in circles? When he struggled to turn his head, he suddenly heard a familiar sound from behind, a slicing sound, the sound of a knife cutting through flesh. With the last thought of backstab, everything went dark, and he was completely silent. Wow. Another one who tried to sneak and was backstabbed by our mysterious buddy. As for Tiger, let me tell you, he didn't even bother to look back. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and continued to charge forward. Why look back? Those who can be taken down in one hit are just weaklings. Looking back would be a waste of time. If a big shot came that I couldn't handle, what would looking back achieve? It's better to push forward a few more kilometers and secure a little more chance for the brothers behind me. He grabbed a nearby agent's corpse, lifted it high, and shouted with all his might, "Brothers, kill with me. The exit is just ahead." With that roar, all the slaves' eyes turned red in an instant, their morale skyrocketing. One by one, they charged forward as if injected with adrenaline, tearing open a large gap in the temporary defense line of the world government. Only 3 kilometers left to the exit. At this moment, on the top floor of Panga City, the 5 old onions were standing by the window watching the show, their faces as black as the bottom of a pot. Where are the 2 CP0 commanders? Where are they? Report. One has gone out to catch someone, and the other has gone down to suppress. What about the Navy? Why are the admirals still not here? Sengoku replied, as per your orders. All 3 admirals have been dispatched to capture the murderer of the celestial dragons. Useless. All of them are useless. The murderer has come to our doorstep to wreak havoc, and they're still outside, catching nothing. A bunch of freeloaders. While the old men were cursing, suddenly, the 5 of them collectively turned pale as if they had seen a ghost. 3 of them didn't dare to make a sound, stepping with faces more tragic than crying, scrambling towards the deepest part of Panga City where the flowers were. The remaining 2, one holding a knife and one a muscular blonde man, exchanged glances. Too lazy to say more. Let's go down and quickly end this farce. Go. The bespectacled one, holding the original ghostly blade, jumped straight out of the window without saying a word. The muscular blonde man was even fiercer, kicking off the air like a cannonball, heading straight for Tiger. At the same time, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Marshal Sengoku slammed his palm on the table, causing the entire office to shake 3 times. Damn it, killing a celestial dragon, and daring to sneak into myriad that same night to cause destruction. Truly impressive. Beside him, Vice Admiral Tsuru remained calm, slowly saying, "Don't get angry. Carp is on leave, and all 3 admirals are deployed. Wasn't that your order? Why are you getting so mad now?" Tsuru's words only deepened Sengoku's frown. Tsuru continued to organize clearly. "Although Marineford doesn't have extra manpower, we can order the 3 admirals to immediately set up a defensive perimeter centered around myriad. This is the last line of defense. We absolutely cannot let the criminals escape." Sengoku rubbed his aching temples, still a bit skeptical. But that's the holy land, myriad. Just a mere fishman. Can he really fly away? Sengoku. Tsuru's voice suddenly rose sharply. The wise strategist of the past wouldn't say such things. With such a big matter at hand, how can you be so complacent? Sengoku's expression stiffened. After a few seconds, he let out a deep breath and nodded. "You're right. Tsuru, I was foolish." He immediately ordered. "Relay my orders. The 3 admirals must immediately set up defenses centered around myriad. Additionally, order Admiral Kazuru to rush to myriad for support as fast as possible." Back on the battlefield, Tiger was practically going berserk, pushing forward with the slaves. The CP0 agents were fighting like madmen, their eyes red and refusing to retreat. Especially around Tiger, 7 or 8 CP0 elites surrounded him tightly. Faced with the siege, Tiger showed no fear. Instead, he let out a furious roar and took the initiative to countercharge. A punch, another punch, each punch infused with all his energy and spirit. He ignored his wounds and broken ribs. His only thought was, charge. But the CP0 guys had also received strict orders, and like a tragic partner, one would die and another would immediately take their place. If 2 died, a pair would come up to replace them, using lives to hold Tiger back. Just then, our mysterious guy, Sure, also stopped slacking. His figure was erratic, appearing and disappearing around Tiger, the flash of his blade bringing down a CP0. He was efficiently clearing out the cannon fodder while trying to protect Tiger. With the pressure lightening, Tiger felt his head begin to spin. He bit his tongue to stay awake and kicked the enemy in front of him away. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Sure, his heart clear as day. "It really is you. It seems I have unknowingly become a pawn of some organization." But he was not shaken at all. "No matter what organization, as long as they can help me save my compatriots, you use me, and I am also using you." He gasped for breath and shouted at Sure, "Don't worry about me. Go ahead and clear the way." However, Sure completely ignored him. "Family, who understands? He is an assassin, not a tank. His fruit ability relies on marking for point-to-point teleportation. He can't charge into battle at all. Besides, Tej is now the spiritual support for these 100,000 slaves. If he falls, this team will collapse on the spot, and nobody will escape." Unfortunately, with his social anxiety persona, it's impossible to explain this to Tej on the battlefield. Tej saw him standing still, and without time to think. He could only grit his teeth and charge forward. Just then, a bald man in a pure white suit, carrying a violent gust strong enough to blow people away, charged straight at Tej's back. Before he even arrived, the wind had already swept up all the miscellaneous soldiers and slaves in its path. Yongxi, who had just been hiding in the shadows to catch his breath, felt his heart drop when he saw that shining bald head in the dark. What the hell? The head of CP0 came out? Didn't the teacher go negotiate with the elders? Why they send this big Buddha out? A foe of this level is not something they can handle. According to the Assassin's Code, he should immediately run away and not make any unnecessary sacrifices. But whether it was out of respect for Tej or the mission of the Revolutionary Army, Yongxi gritted his teeth and charged in. His figure flashed and instantly appeared behind the bald head of CP0, the knife he had drunk full of blood tonight wrapped in layers of hockey. Aimed at the bald man's neck and struck down with all his might. Ding! A crisp metallic clash that made one's teeth ache. "A bit itchy, you bastard." The bald head of CP0 stopped his punch and slowly turned his head. Yongxi's pupils contracted, wanting to activate his ability to escape, but before he could disappear, 2 pitch-black fingers had already tightly clamped his blade. The little mouse with spatial abilities came out. "You want to leave?" The bald head of CP0 revealed a cruel smile. "Let me teach you the price of being exposed to sunlight in place of your teacher." The threat emanating from this bald man made Yongxi's hair stand on end, and he instinctively wanted to throw down his knife and run. But the next second, he dismissed that thought. This knife was something he risked being beaten to steal from his teacher back in the day. How could he give it up for a mere CP0 head? His expression twisted, and with his other hand, he clenched his fist and met the bald head of CP0's punch. Bang! The two fists collided, and dust flew up. Tej turned back to take a glance, a flicker of worry crossing his mind. But he gritted his teeth and continued charging forward. In the smoke, there was a sound of bones cracking and a suppressed groan of pain. A shadow flew out from the smoke. It was Yong-Si. His left hand had twisted out of shape, and his mask was covered in blood he had coughed up. Just as he was forcing himself to activate his ability to hide, he crashed into a warm embrace. Yong-Si struggled to open his eyes, and upon looking up, he saw a pigeon mask. Teacher? A tender and cute, lowly voice involuntarily escaped his lips. MHM. Chen gently set him down, his tone unreadable. Sorry, teacher. The student is incompetent. The injured Yong-Si no longer had the cold assassin demeanor, speaking with a sobbing, lowly voice. Let me tell you, that was not a mistake. That tone, that pitch, it was just like a kid complaining to their parents. Translated, it means, Dad, someone is bullying me. Chen patted his head, a bit reproachfully saying, knowing you are incompetent, why don't you know your limits? As an assassin, is facing off head-on what you should be doing? No. Yong-Si's nose turned sour. If you can't cut the neck, then aim for the eyes. If the eyes want to do, then aim lower. Don't have any psychological burden. You are a heartless assassin, understand? The student knows he is wrong. Yong-Si felt a mix of warmth and shame in his heart. As the smoke cleared, the bald head of CP0 walked out, hearing Chen Mo's teachings. He couldn't help but tense the muscles in his butt and shouted angrily. Such behavior cannot be considered brave. Brave? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow beneath his mask. The bald head hadn't reacted yet when he saw a 30-meter-long giant sword covering his entire field of vision, swinging down toward his face. Clang! A huge sound rang out, and the entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone turned to look, seeing the notorious head of CP0 struck down by a 30-meter-long sword. Arms braced but still crushed down, his legs sunk into the ground. The bald head of CP0's face turned green with anger, his arms faintly pained. And he roared at Chen Mo, bastard. Before he could finish, Chen Mo slightly raised his right hand, lifting the 30-meter-long sword just a bit, and then struck down even harder. Clang, 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 clang. Chen Mo aimed at that bald head, chopping down 6 times in a row. The sound of iron striking echoed throughout the battlefield. All the government agents who knew this bald head were stunned, watching their invincible leader being hammered down like a nail. One blow after another. Chen Mo was furious. Hitting my student in front of me? And still daring to say he would teach him a lesson? Seeking death. He couldn't help but mutter, "You like to mess with my student's weapon, right? Come, try this 30-meter-long sword." Yong-Si, listening from the side, was moved to tears. After 6 strikes, the shiny bald head was no longer visible on the ground. Chen Mo was still not satisfied and simply laid the sword flat, slamming it down on the ground a few more times until the earth sank down over a meter, solid as steel, before finally stopping. At that moment, everyone on the battlefield looked at Chen Mo, suspended in midair, with only one thought in their minds. So violent. Can't afford to mess with him. Chen Mo hovered in the air, surveying the surroundings, and suddenly unleashed his conqueror's haki. Are you all very free? Why haven't you run yet? The slaves, awakening from their stupor, seized the chance while the government agents were stunned and charged forward several hundred meters. Some of the less resolute agents, struck by the conqueror's haki, rolled their eyes and fell over. Chen Mo shook his head, a bit disdainfully mumbling, "Trash skill, still too rough, need to optimize it when I go back." Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tej led the vanguard and finally tore through the defensive line, charging towards the exit. "We made it," Tej shouted excitedly. "Bubble cable carport. We're here." All the slaves erupted in cheers. But just then, with a bang, the ground that Chen Mo had just solidified exploded open, and the dust-covered bald head emerged from within. Tiska, a bit troublesome, Chen Mo looked at the bald head helplessly. "I even solidified the ground for you. And you can still dig yourself out?" Just as the bald head of CP0 was about to respond, he looked up, and his pupils suddenly constricted. That exaggerated giant sword was coming down again. Here we go again. The bald head of CP0, furious and humiliated, thought, "Do you think the same trick will work on me?" He was just about to dodge when a wave of Conqueror's haki surged directly at his head, momentarily freezing his movements. In that instant, the giant sword was already unavoidable, striking directly at his crown. Clang! All the watching agents felt a chill run down their spines. The bald head of CP0 was struck into a daze, just about to curse, when the second strike came. Clang, 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 clang. Family. Familiar script, the same formula. Another 6 strikes, all hitting the crown. He was hammered back into the ground once again. All the agents had to admit, their commander was truly a man. Yongxi watched nearby, with shining eyes, enthusiastically praising. Teacher is so cool, so strong. Don't just flatter. Hurry up and get to work. Chen Mo glared at him, then turned to the Boa sisters and said, You all hurry and leave. The 3 sisters, as if waking from a dream, thanked him and quickly ran away. Leave. The bald commander, who had just been knocked down, shouted angrily as he emerged from the ground. This time he learned his lesson and immediately retreated more than 30 meters. None of you can escape. His muscles bulged, filled with rage. Just as he finished speaking, a desperate shout came from Tiger's side. All the bubble cable cars are unusable. Did you do this? Chen Mo's expression became serious. The bald commander touched his forehead and felt blood, his anger intensifying. Do you think this is just any place? If I let all of you, 10,000 escape today, I'll eat this red earth continent. As soon as he finished speaking, a bold voice came from the cable carport. Commander, the red earth continent cannot be devoured by you. A muscular man with a mohawk hairstyle appeared, leading a massive army of government soldiers, tightly surrounding nearly 100,000 slaves at the cable carport. The newcomer was none other than the supreme commander of the world government, Steel Bone Kong. Dozens of dark cannons were pushed out, all aimed at the slaves in the middle. Steel Bone Kong stood on top of a cannon, looking down and shouting angrily. This is the end, rioters. Everyone put down your weapons and kneel on the ground immediately. Thousands of soldiers raised their rifles in unison. At that moment, the nearly 100,000 slaves found themselves in a dire situation, with rifles and cannons ready to fire in front and a sheer cliff behind them. An assassin named Talon leaned close to Tiger and whispered, Boss Tiger, what should we do? However, at this moment, Tiger, injured all over, looked at the dead end before him and truly felt helpless. Now there's really no way out. Let me tell you, at that time, we were a step away from a 10,000-meter high altitude. Jump down, and we'd be smashed to pieces. A step back is facing the overwhelming army of the world government, with their guns almost pressed against our faces. Surrender? That just means rolling back to that hellhole to continue being a slave, right? Resist? That's just the difference between dying now or jumping off the cliff to die. Who understands that feeling of despair? Everyone subconsciously looked at Tiger, hoping he could come up with a solution. But Tiger also wore a silent expression, realizing it was truly hopeless. It seems freedom has nothing to do with us. The official on the opposite side, Steel Bone Kong, was still shouting, Rioters, surrender. I guarantee your safety. Huh, I can't believe that. Sure enough, a guy in the crowd, claiming to be a hero from Beihai, wielding a bloody axe, burst out laughing. His laughter was loud and boisterous. It was quite invigorating. Go back to that damn cage. I'd rather go out in a blaze of glory right now. Brothers, those willing to die with me, let us repay Boss Tiger's kindness and buy him some time. Charge with me. Wow. His shout instantly ignited the whole crowd. Count me in. It's just death. In 18 years, I'll be a hero again. Exactly. Mainly, it's about how much I can't stand these officials. Dragging a few down to hell with us is a win. Just as these brothers were howling and ready to charge, Steel Bone Kong's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom, and he waved his hand. I'll grant you this. Everyone, prepare to shoot. I tell you, that scene, thousands of tongues of fire spewed out, bullets came down like hail, mixed with a dozen shells. It was like we were about to be turned into a sieve in an instant. And guess what? Just at that critical moment, a sword aura appeared, my God. Was that really a sword aura? It was like a chasm from the heavens, crashing down and swallowing all the bullets and shells in one go. Not even a sound was left. Steel Bone Kong was completely stunned, and when he looked up, there was a white-haired guy wearing a dove mask, floating above us without us noticing when he appeared. He turned around and was even more dumbfounded. The bald CP0 chief who was so arrogant just now was lying in a big pit like a dead dog, covered in blood, gasping for breath. Now Steel Bone Kong was fully alert. I tell you, he must have been doubting in his heart. That bald guy's physical skills were top-notch. The so-called life return technique allowed him to control every part of his body. But this old man, Steel Bone Kong, was also quite noticeable. Still had the mind to ponder that the bald guy's life return was not good enough, that he had trained himself bald, unlike him, whose mohawk still stood tall. Who understands, at a time like this, he was still comparing hair volumes. While he was lost in thought, the white-haired guy in the sky made his move. That 30-meter-long big sword slowly traced an arc, beginning to gather power. Steel Bone Kong saw this and thought, oh no, this posture is not right. The target of this big move was clearly those thousands of soldiers behind him. Without thinking, he wrapped himself in hockey and charged forward like a cannonball, trying to interrupt the spell. Too late. From under the mask came a few words, serious series. The next second, an overwhelming sword aura really swept down like the sky was collapsing, rushing towards the ground. In front of that sword aura, Steelbone Kong looked as small as an ant. The bald guy on the ground yelled, "Kong, get out of the way." But he couldn't dodge. Behind him were thousands of soldiers. This old man was also a tough guy. He gritted his teeth and unleashed all his arm color, steel bone, 6 powers, iron block, and life return all at once. His arms instantly swelled to be thicker than my thighs, shining with metallic luster, crossing in front to meet the attack. He was still roaring, "Block it for me." The sword aura pressed down, and the sound of it rubbing against his arms sizzled like cutting steel. He was being pressed down step by step, and he stepped on the air 3 times, making 3 loud bangs before barely stopping. "I am Steelbone Kong." His veins bulged, and he roared with great spirit. "Not bad at all. Watch me push you back." Just as he was about to exert force, the bald guy shouted again, "Kong, retreat quickly. This is not 1, it's 3. Damn. We below could see everything clearly. After that white-haired guy swung his first strike, his hand didn't stop at all. He casually followed up with 2 more slashes, and each subsequent strike was more ferocious than the last. The soldiers from the government army were quick-witted. As soon as they sensed something was off, they threw down their weapons and ran away, fully embracing the idea that a wise person knows when to retreat. By the time Steelbone Kong heard the warning, it was too late. The 3 sword energies combined into one, and the power was such that the surrounding space seemed to wail. His arms were instantly pushed back by the tremendous force, smashing against his chest with a bang, and he was sent flying like he had been hit by a battleship, landing next to the bald guy. Immediately after, the combined sword energy crashed down like the Milky Way hanging upside down, hitting the ground hard. Boom! When the dust settled, we were all dumbfounded. In front of us, the red Earth continent, that legendary indestructible land dividing the world in half, had been forcibly sliced open, creating a bottomless chasm. One brother close by instantly went weak in the knees and knelt down, trembling as he said this. "This is the red Earth continent." At that moment, the white-haired guy in the sky, Chen Mojian, actually spoke with a helpless expression. "Don't force me. I don't want to hurt you." At that moment, I want to kneel down to him. "Dude, you've scarred the Earth, and yet you say you don't want to hurt us? This is some top-tier manipulation. It's incredible." He added, "Don't come over." The government troops below heard this and were so scared that they retreated repeatedly, fearing he might misunderstand. On our side, the younger brother next to the Northern Sea hero still wanted to chase after him, but was slapped on the back of the head. "Chase my ass. With such a godlike figure protecting us, we just need to be good cheerleaders. Don't meddle around." As soon as these words were spoken, nearly 100,000 of us instantly reacted, erupting into a thunderous chant. "Dai-gui-e. So cool. We are saved." Among the crowd, the 3 sisters of the Empress were even more starry-eyed, acting like little fans, feeling extremely proud. "Humph, you lot just know how to shout." But we are the women who have seen half of his true face. On the other side, Steelbone and that bald guy crawled out of the pit. Their bone-deep wounds closed up into just a few breaths, like a zipper. Their recovery ability was simply monstrous. At that moment, the bald guy's expression turned serious. "The 5 old stars are coming. Go all out." Steelbone probably cursed under his breath, but still tidied up his precious mohawk, and alongside the bald guy, transformed into 2 streaks of light, rushing towards Chen Mojian in the sky. Chen Mojian looked at these 2 iron-headed fools charging at him again and warned, "I've told you not to come over." Seeing they wouldn't listen, Chen Mojian didn't bother with more words and directly engaged in combat. The bald guy was also ruthless, actually using his iron head covered with armed color hockey to hard collide with Chen Mo's 30-meter-long big sword. With a clang, he even chipped off a small piece of the blade. Steelbone seized this opportunity and instantly charged in front of Chen Mojian, delivering a punch covered in silver hockey. But Chen Mojian casually extended his left hand and caught this powerful punch. Steelbone was momentarily dumbfounded. "You're a great swordsman, not using your sword, but wrestling with me, and doing it so smoothly?" Just at this critical moment, my reckless student, Young-Si, suddenly appeared behind Steelbone, wanting to launch a sneak attack. My heart sank. "Isn't this just sending your head over?" Sure enough, the bald guy's figure instantly appeared behind Young-Si, a sinister smile on his face. With a killing move already prepared, Steelbone's hand gripped my fist like a vice. I couldn't pull out at all. I watched as the bald guy's fist was about to smash onto Young-Si. There was no way out. I steeled my heart with a crack. I forcefully broke my own left forearm. Blood splattered. I exchanged my severed arm for freedom, instantly appearing next to Brave 4 and knocked her away with a shove. Then, I used my conqueror's haki to stun her, preventing her from coming over to seek death. The next moment, the bald man's fist, capable of shattering a mountain, struck me squarely. Boom! I felt like a meteor plummeting from the sky and crashing heavily to the ground. Yong-si tried to come and catch me, but the immense impact made him spit blood on the spot, splattering it all over my dub mask. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. Tiger was the first to react, rushing over with all the slave brothers to surround us, trying to protect us. However, as I stepped out of that deep pit, one step at a time, the whole world went quiet. Let me tell you, that feeling was as if the red earth beneath my feet was trembling in response to my anger. This man was furious. I handed over the unconscious Yong-si in my arms to Tiger, and simply said, "Please take good care of my student." As soon as I finished speaking, I disappeared from a spot and reappeared in front of Steelbone Kong and the bald guy. They looked at me, their eyes filled with terror. Steelbone Kong's pupils suddenly constricted as he realized that the arm I had just broken had now completely healed and returned to normal. He was still holding onto the severed part of my limb. "Monster," the bald guy said, his forehead drenched in cold sweat after holding back for a long time. I raised my head, my eyes devoid of any emotion. "You are doomed." The bald man still had the nerve to retort. "You big swordsman. You don't even have a sword, and you still want to kill me?" Before he could finish speaking, he was gone. I appeared directly above him, and with one punch, I smashed him from the sky to the ground, like a pile driver, sparks flying from his body. Steel Bone, in a fit of rage, rushed over to rescue him, delivering a silver iron fist towards me. I let out a cold laugh, using my newly grown left fist, equally covered in dominance, and charged forward without flinching or avoiding. Bang! A loud sound erupted, the shockwave scattering the clouds in the sky. Steel Bone Kong's entire right arm was trembling violently, as if it were about to shatter. His expression at that moment looked as if he was asking, "I'm Steel Bone Kong." But he wouldn't back down. Let me tell you, this old man is also tough. He straightened his neck and charged up with a roar, insisting on going head-to-head with Chen Mo. As a result, this directly ignited Chen Mo's fury. Originally, he was already furious because his student had been severely injured, and now this old man dared to provoke him? All right, then let's fight. I watched as Chen Mo's aura suddenly contracted with a buzz, then explosively burst open. Goodness, not only was there armed color hockey, even the Conqueror's hockey was manifesting as if it were free, directly wrapping around his fist. Isn't this just a physical attack with an accompanying mental shock? Incredible. Chen Mo shouted, "Dare to touch my student, die." Boom, 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 boom. The skies sounded like firecrackers, exploding endlessly. The two went at it like madmen, disregarding all techniques. Just raw fist against fists. Steelbone Kong was shouting "Muda, Muda, Muda," like a broken record, probably trying to bolster his courage. In just a few breaths, the two had exchanged nearly 300 punches. Muscles were screaming, bones were cracking, and organs were shaking. Finally, Steelbone Kong couldn't take it anymore. With a snap, his proud armed color hockey was shattered on the spot by Chen Mo. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mo unleashed a punch. The hockey condensed on his fist intensified, resembling a black meteor, and with a swoosh, it pierced straight through Steelbone Kong's chest. Spurt. A large mouthful of blood erupted, staining Chen Mo's mask red. Steelbone Kong was a tough guy. Even in this state, he still managed to kick Chen Mo hard, using the force to rapidly retreat hundreds of meters before daring to stop and gasp for breath. Chen Mo didn't chase after him. He simply reached out and retrieved the severed arm I had discarded earlier. Steelbone Kong was dumbfounded, desperately trying to staunch his bleeding while muttering, "How is this possible? This punch is as hard as Garp's. Isn't he a great swordsman?" No, this guy also knows Roger's move, wrapping Conqueror's hockey around his attacks. In less than 300 punches, my spirit is almost collapsing. Is this a combination of Garp, Roger, and Kaido's physique? What kind of patchwork monster is this? Family. Does anyone understand? The supreme commander of the world government's military was directly traumatized, trembling all over. As for our protagonist, he had fought well, vented his anger, and calmed down. However, upon checking his body, whoa, his blue energy bar was half empty. He reflected, "I'm a refined scholar, an elegant swordsman. Yet I ended up boxing with a muscle-bound brute. Too rough, too impulsive." Yes, despite his seemingly unscathed appearance, with skin still pale and tender. It was all due to consuming vast amounts of energy for instant repair. However, he also realized a silver lining. He completely understood the incredible nature of his body. As long as he had enough energy, he could regenerate infinitely. Severed limbs? No big deal. As long as he had blue energy, he was immortal. He suddenly realized that when he fainted back in O'Hara, it was probably because his blue energy was exhausted, and his body began to automatically decompose unimportant parts to conserve energy. Turns out, I'm not an ordinary person after all. Chen Mojian. Then, he looked down at the severed arm in his hand, lost in thought. His body and skin were given by his parents. But I've already grown a new one. What to do with the old one? I can't just chop off the new arm to reattach the old one, right? I'm not Lego. For a moment, he was at a loss. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He sensed that there was still a large amount of sword intent remaining in the severed arm. Thus, a bold idea emerged. In the eyes of Steelbone Kong, who looked like he had seen a ghost, Chen Mo directly connected the nerve cells to the severed arm, then decomposed all the flesh and blood tissue into pure energy, infusing all of it into his bones, splitting, regenerating, reshaping. A few seconds later, that arm had transformed in his hands into a bone sword gleaming with a metallic luster. What the heck? A live handmade, exclusive weapon. This move is simply amazing. Steelbone Kong next to him was almost wide-eyed. This is definitely not something a human can do. This thing isn't even in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Chen Mo held the freshly made bone sword, perfectly fitting his hand, feeling a bit smug inside. But he didn't get carried away. He knew very well that there were plenty of powerful people in this world. Just the ancient and vast presence of that old monster in myriad made him feel like he couldn't compete at all. There was still a long way to go. Just as he was reflecting, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Goodness, that bald CP0 chief who injured his student, sporting a huge bump like a firework, was sneaking away towards the Holy Land. If it weren't for his shiny bald head reflecting the moonlight, he might have slipped away. Chen Mo's anger flared up again. That Mohawk guy could live, but you bald guy must die today. Before he finished speaking, his figure flashed, leaving a sonic boom behind, and he instantly appeared behind the bald guy, the bone sword in his hand, wrapped in dark purple armament hockey, stabbed straight toward the back of his head. The bald guy, battle-hardened, sensed something was off and wanted to run. Too late. Chen Mo unleashed a fierce conqueror's hockey that blasted into his mind. Already dazed and confused, with his mind feeling like mush, this mental shock made him freeze in place. Just as the bone sword was about to pierce his scalp, suddenly, a shout came from the side. Maniac! A scrawny figure suddenly appeared, wielding a long knife crackling with blood-red lightning, and with a bang, he blocked Chen Mo's bone sword. The massive shockwave sent the dazed bald guy flying away. Chen Mo's gaze sharpened. He looked and saw, wow, it's a Gorosei, and he is holding a knife. The old man wore glasses, and in his murky eyes seemed to hide a blade that had slaughtered the world. The killing intent so thick it was almost tangible. No matter who it is, that bald head I must kill. Chen Mo's will clashed head-on, and his conqueror's hockey erupted. The scrawny Gorosei was enraged by Chen Mo's attitude. His eyes instantly covered in blood color, and the demon knife, the first generation of a Nihira, crackled with blood-red thunder, sweeping towards Chen Mo. Get lost. Chen Mo shook off the opponent with a sword and intended to continue chasing the bald guy. But the Gorosei pivoted, and a ghostly shadow appeared behind him as he executed a ghost chi. A Jura slash, the demon knife, seemed to cross space and directly chop towards Chen Mo's chest. In a moment of crisis, Chen Mo swung his sword back, the pure white sword energy clashing violently with the blood-red lightning. In the end, Chen Mo's sword energy prevailed, directly pushing the Gorosei back. As the smoke cleared, Chen Mo focused and saw, goodness, not only was there the knife-wielding Gorosei, but another muscular Gorosei with a golden crew cut had arrived, along with the recovering Steelbone Kong and the bald guy, for people directly surrounding him. Seeing this situation, Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh in anger, opening his mouth to unleash a tirade. This is the world government? What a shameless bunch. I came here tonight with goodwill and peace, wanting to have a pleasant negotiation with you. But unexpectedly, this is how you treat your guests. The four big shots opposite him all had 3 question marks pop up above their heads. You call setting fires and breaking out of prison goodwill and peace? The scrawny Gorosei was speechless. Your goodwill is burning myriad. Your peace is releasing slaves to undermine the law. Nonsense. Chen Mo retorted with righteous indignation. I didn't start the fire, and I didn't release the slaves. I just came for negotiations. If it weren't for that bald guy attacking my student, as a cultured scholar, how would I resort to violence? I tell you, these people are all crafty. They pretend to argue, but secretly they're all replenishing their energy. Chen Mo is secretly working hard to recover energy, while Steelbone and the others are using their lives to heal. The scene is quite bizarre. Perhaps feeling that Chen Mo is simply too strong and it's not worth it to confront him directly, the sword-wielding elder of the 5 elders actually asked him, "Didn't you say you came to negotiate? I'm one of the 5 elders, so what do you want to discuss?" Hearing this, Chen Mo was overjoyed and quickly said, "My sister is a kind and gentle girl, but she has been wanted by the world government. I hope you can revoke her wanted order." Upon hearing this, the elder thought to himself, "Is this really such a trivial matter? Does it require a monster like you to come in person?" In this era, a wanted order means nothing to a powerhouse of your level. It's just like a piece of scrap paper. He casually asked, "What is your sister's name?" He was about to issue an order to revoke it. After all, to win over a future top-tier combat force, he wouldn't blink an eye at a bounty order, even if it was a pile of them. Chen Mo was also ecstatic and was just about to say Robin's name. At this moment, a CP0 member came rolling in from a distance, shouting towards the bald chief, "Chief, it's bad. The estate of Saint Charpoloro has been destroyed, and even Saint Charpoloro himself has been killed." As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the room instantly froze. 2 celestial dragons had died in one day. This was simply earth-shattering. The bald chief grabbed the collar of the CP0 member and shouted angrily, "Who is the murderer?" The CP0 member stammered, "Although we haven't found the person yet, some servants witnessed the whole thing. The murderer is about 1.8 meters tall, wearing white clothes, white hair, and a white mask. The most notable feature is that his weapon is an exaggeratedly large sword, said to be 30 meters long." Huh? Chen Mojian blinked innocently. Why does it sound like they're talking about me? Suddenly, all eyes turned to him like spotlights. The bald CP0 chief's gaze passed over him and looked at the 30-meter sword he had discarded not far behind him. "The sinner is you." The bald chief gritted his teeth and said. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. The blonde elder stepped forward like a volcano about to erupt. "My nephew Saint Charpoloro was so round and cute. How could you lay such a vicious hand on him?" Chunamo suddenly remembered that when he saved Hancock and her sisters, it seemed he had casually sliced a meatball. At that time, he really thought it was some kind of mutated creature exuding evil thoughts, and he had aimed carefully, afraid that he wouldn't kill it with one strike. "It's over. It's really over." Seeing that the blonde elder was furious, Chen Mo wanted to salvage the possibility of negotiation, and in a moment of conscience, he sincerely said, "This handsome blonde guy, my condolences to you and your family. I mourn for your whole family." The blonde elder was immediately provoked, and like a volcanic eruption, he appeared in front of Chen Mo in an instant and threw a punch. Chen Mo easily dodged, and that punch hit the ground, causing all the earth it touched to completely vanish. The blonde elder withdrew his fist, roaring with fury, "After I beat you to death, I'll go after your whole family. I'll capture your whole family and bring them to the Holy Land myriad to be slaves for eternity." Whole family? Sister Robin? Slaves? These words flashed through Chen Mo's mind, and his previously feigned kind demeanor instantly vanished without a trace. Dare to threaten my sister? Chen Mo's figure suddenly disappeared, and the bone sword in his hand was covered with ultimate conqueror's haki. Infinite sword energy gathered upon it. A divine sword that seemed capable of piercing through heaven and earth suddenly rose above the Holy Land myriad. Meanwhile, on a Navy warship several nautical miles away from the Red Soil continent, a middle-aged man in a yellow suit was leisurely lying on a beach chair, looking far at the soaring sword energy of the Holy Land, and sighed in a lewd tone, how terrifying the adjutant next to him was almost in tears. "Admiral Kizaru, the Marshal's order is for you to hurry to provide support. You can't just take your time like this, can you?" Kizaru adjusted his tinted sunglasses and said, "You see, those people up there, one by one, are like monsters. It's too scary. I've already ordered the warship to go full speed ahead, right? The soldiers in the cockpit are working hard. Can you not be so strict?" The adjutant timidly said, "But what Marshal Sengoku meant was that you should use your devil fruit ability to hurry over, right?" Upon hearing this, Kizura looked at him with an incredulous expression. "How can you say such a thing? I'm telling you, this old man is simply the ancestor of salary thieves." He seriously argued with me. "What if I fly midway and suddenly get a cramp in my calf? In this vast ocean, as a devil fruit user, if I fall, I would drown for sure. Wouldn't the Navy lose a great general then?" I was stunned at the time. "Who understands the family? You're a great general. the pinnacle of naval combat power, and you tell me you're afraid of cramping? Besides, you have the Pika Pika no Mi after elementalization. Do you even have legs? That's light. Can light cramp? As a result, this old man Doflamingo found me annoying, waved his hand and said, all right, don't disturb me. I'm conserving my energy. It's the middle of the night. Let me get a good sleep. Call me when we get to myriad. After saying that, good heavens. He tilted his head and fell asleep instantly, leaving my adjutant in a state of confusion, his face turning purple. In the end, he had no choice but to urge the warship to move at full speed. Fine, over here, Kizuru is openly slacking off, while on the other side, let me tell you, the Holy Land, myriad, on top of the red line, is a whole different story. I told you, my intuition at that time was absolutely right. Facing 4 monster-level figures at once was really too difficult for me. This was no longer a case of 2 fists struggling against 4 hands. It was as if I was being treated like the final boss. At the same time, 6 powerful iron fists and a blood-red lightning blade were coming at me from all directions. No matter how strong I am, I couldn't withstand such a situation. If it weren't for the fact that my legs were better now, allowing me to run and jump with full agility and having an extra hand to block, I tell you, in just these 10 minutes, I would have been riddled with holes. The main issue is that my combat experience is still too lacking. Suddenly being surrounded and beaten by 4 seasoned fighters left me a bit flustered. With a loud bang, I blocked the original Demon Slayer with my bone sword, using my left hand to parry just in time against the fist of the blonde 5-star general. But something strange happened. I could clearly feel that my arm's armament hockey, upon contact with his fist, melted away like ice cream meeting the sun, and the energy within me was rapidly depleting. At that moment of distraction, the bald CP0 chief and Steelbone Kong flanked me from both sides. 2 iron fists, one aimed at my head, the other at my heart. Get lost. I was furious at that moment, feeling like a lion trapped by 4 rabid dogs, utterly frustrated. A massive wave of sword energy erupted from my body, pushing all 4 of these old guys back dozens of meters. No, this can't go on. I gasped for breath, tearing off my tattered shirt, my mind racing. After all, I was only 14, and my swordsmanship was self-taught. Once these 4 seasoned fighters got too close, my weaknesses would be fully exposed. I had to create some distance, just like when I fought against Mr. Long back in the day. Slowly wear them down, and then find the opportunity for a decisive strike. With that in mind, my gaze immediately locked onto the blonde brute. For the mental and physical well-being of Sister Robin, I had to ensure that anyone who dared to threaten her was completely eliminated. The blonde 5-star general, also hot-tempered, had just been pushed back, took a breath, and then charged at me again, shouting, "Villain, come here." The other 3 immediately followed suit, trying to surround me again. This time, I wouldn't give him the chance. I rapidly stomped the air with my legs, lifting my entire body off the ground and flying up into the sky. No way to escape. The blonde old man chased after me without a second thought. The opportunity had arrived. I recalled that move from back then, my muscles rhythmically trembling, and the pure, white sword energy on my bone sword burst forth. Series, barrage, sword energy. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. I barely swung my sword, and hundreds, even thousands of sword energies, each taking on different shapes, seemed to come alive, automatically detaching from the sword body, like an impenetrable torrential rain, rushing towards the approaching golden-haired old man. What is this? The old man's pupils constricted, and he quickly crossed his hands in front of him, using his bizarre annihilation power to withstand it. Although the sword energy was broken down by his power, the impact of the will contained within the sword energy rushed into his mind without any hindrance. He froze instantly, and his speed immediately slowed down. It really works. I was overjoyed. This move was created years ago to deal with that slippery guy, Long, who was as elusive as an eel, focusing on overwhelming firepower, making it impossible for you to dodge, forcing you to take damage and engage in a war of attrition with me. Back in the day, Mr. Long was worn down by this move for 2 whole days and nights, almost giving him a psychological shadow. Now that I find this move effective against these 4 old guys as well, how can I not be happy? The bone sword in my hand shone even brighter, and the almost endless sword energy poured down like a flood towards the 4 people below. In an instant, not only the golden-haired old man, but even the 3 behind him were all submerged by this torrent of sword energy. The bald CP0 and the Steelbone Kong, 2 brutes, directly charged in with armed hockey and iron blocks, their bodies ringing like metal being struck, akin to blacksmithing. The skinny Wu Xing with a knife was much smarter. He held the initial ghost slash in reverse with both hands, unleashing endless ghostly energy, and slashed at me. A blood-red slash filled with malevolence forcefully swam against my torrent of sword energy, splitting a path straight towards me. Unfortunately, in the face of my sword energy flood, his slash was completely worn down by the time it was 10 meters away from me. But at that moment, the golden-haired Wu Xing seized the opportunity, his annihilation power bursting forth, instantly rushing into my face through the path that had been cleaved open. Annihilation, nothingness. His fist was wrapped in a light gray airflow, roaring towards me. D. Looking at that gray airflow that made my hair stand on end, I was not afraid at all. Instead, I laughed. Just what I needed. I had only one thought in my mind. It's you, the pervert who threatens my sister. I swear I will kill you today. My right hand's bone, sword continued to maintain a torrent of sword energy, isolating the three of them outside. Facing the golden-haired old man's lethal strike, my left hand's index and middle fingers instantly transformed into a sharp bone dagger, recklessly stabbing towards his forehead. Die for me. This is a blatant exchange of life for life. The golden-haired elder's pupils suddenly constricted. He couldn't understand why I dared to go down with him. After all, he possessed the ability to turn all things in the world into nothingness with his obliteration fruit. But he quickly assessed that as he pierced through my chest, my dagger would definitely pierce his forehead as well. Does anyone understand? This old man was scared. How could a high and mighty celestial dragon bear to exchange his life for that of a nameless nobody like me? Just as we were about to perish together, he forcefully redirected his attack, striking my left arm and creating a large hole to slow down my speed. At the same time, he twisted his body and narrowly avoided the dagger aimed at his forehead. With a sizzling sound, although he dodged the fatal blow, my dagger severed his entire left arm at the shoulder. The severed limb was immediately engulfed by the torrent of sword energy behind it, leaving not a trace. Bastard! The golden-haired elder stopped the bleeding with his life, cursing angrily, and dared not rush up alone again, retreating back to his companions in defeat. What a loss! Seeing that guy actually survive filled me with grief and anger. I had expended a massive amount of energy to repair the hole in my body, and yet I still couldn't kill that freak. I estimated that the energy consumed to heal this injury would require at least consuming a Sea King-class creature to replenish. With my refined eating habits, it would take at least an hour to eat a Sea King-class creature. Doesn't that mean I wasted an entire hour of my lifespan? What a huge loss. I secretly reminded myself to not be anxious anymore and to endure, competing in stamina with these old men. As a 14-year-old youth with a regular routine, go to bed early, waking up early, and eating well, my stamina must be better than these four greasy middle-aged men. This is my advantage. Realizing this, I completely calmed down, maintaining the torrent of sword energy to suppress them while slowly replenishing the energy I just lost. The situation fell into a stalemate once again. However, just as we were battling fiercely in the sky, the slaves below encountered trouble. They wanted to save themselves, but found that no one knew how to operate the bubble cable car. Everyone was trapped on this red Earth continent at 10,000 meters high, and the feeling of despair spread like a plague. At that moment, Hancock, who had been nervously watching the battle, suddenly shouted in panic, "Watch out! Those two monsters are coming our way." As soon as he finished speaking, the bald-headed CP-0 chief and Steelbone Kong crashed directly into the crowd of slaves like two meteors. "Ha ha!" The bald man grinned maliciously, casually tearing a slave in half. "The five elders are right. We can't catch that masked man for now, but you trash can't do anything about it." Steelbone Kong, on the other hand, remained expressionless, coldly carrying out his mission, but he couldn't help but shout, "Slaves, surrender. Otherwise, only death awaits you." Without waiting for the slaves to respond, the bald-headed CP-0, who had been holding back his anger all night, began a bloody massacre in the crowd like a tiger among sheep. High above, I looked down at the scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. Feeling a chill all over my body, an indescribable anger surged from the depths of my heart. How can you be so shameless? In response to my question, the blonde five elders and the emaciated five elders merely sneered, struggling to withstand my sword energy, which had increased in power by 30% due to my anger. But their mocking gazes betrayed them. The meaning was clear. Aren't you able to run? Keep running. Watch as the people you protect are killed. And see if you can still come down. Come down. Face death. I certainly know this is a blatant conspiracy, forcing me to engage them in close combat. However, looking at the massacre below that resembles hell, the guilt on my conscience makes it impossible for me to refuse. After all, it's because I'm too weak. So weak that I cannot deal with them, which gives them a chance to use such despicable means. I will fulfill your wishes. The torrent of sword energy from my bone sword suddenly stopped. A good opportunity. The two elders' eyes lit up, and they immediately rushed towards me, wanting to deliver a fatal blow. However, as I stopped, I slowly raised my head, and my eyes had turned blood red. Full throttle am I. I'm going all-out mode. Not good. The alarm bells rang in the hearts of the two elders. Years of living in luxury made them instinctively want to dodge. Aren't you trying to catch me? Why are you running? My mouth opened and closed, and my figure instantly disappeared from the spot, with my voice leisurely reaching their ears. So fast. They only had time to exclaim when they felt an unusual airflow behind them. As the two turned their heads, they saw a radiant bone sword already thrusting towards their faces. Slash. A pure white sword energy that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth swept out. The two old men exerted all their strength to resist, but they couldn't even hold on for a moment, and were directly sent flying back several miles by this sword energy. I did not pursue, but instead, with a flash of my figure, I charged directly towards the bald-headed CP0 and Steelbone Kong, who were slaughtering on the ground. Here they come. Steelbone Kong reminded immediately. Haha, just in time. The bald-headed man regained his confidence from the slaves, and instead of retreating when facing me, he advanced and stood alongside Steelbone Kong, gathering strength and waiting for me. They had already discussed it, setting the battlefield on the ground, so I wouldn't dare to use wide-range sword energy for fear of harming slaves. I certainly know their scheme. To protect the slaves, I can only sheath my sword energy, gripping my bone sword tightly with both hands, and actively engage them in close combat. Fools die. The bald man charged at me with a wild laugh. Bang! With a loud crash and a scream. He flew back like a spinning top. Before I could adjust my stance, Steelbone Kong had already circled behind me, his fists aimed at the back of my neck. But in overdrive mode, my reaction speed was beyond imagination, and I raised my left arm just in time to block his attack. Immediately after, the bone sword in my hand turned into a flash of lightning, slicing across his chest, blood bursting forth in an instant. Just as I was about to pursue and deliver a finishing blow, the other two elders had already closed in on me. The bald man who had been sent flying gritted his teeth, realigned his dislocated joints, touched his bald head, and charged at me again. Even Steelbone Kong, who had a large gash in his chest, was fixated on my opening and threw another punch. I fell into the siege of 4 people once again. I'm telling you, at this moment, everyone is holding on. I can only maintain my burst mode for 6 hours at most. And the 4 on the other side. I knocked the bald guy out cold. The Steelbone one is losing too much blood. The golden-haired old man has broken an arm. And the old man with the knife is running out of stamina too. It's just a matter of who falls first. The golden-haired old man noticed my skin getting redder and shouted, "Hold on. This is a life-draining move. Let's drag him down." This hit right at my heart, and I felt a surge of anxiety. My face turned paler. They actually saw through me. As they noticed my panic, the 4 of them became even more energized, launching a more ferocious attack, giving me no chance to breathe. What troubled me the most were the slaves below. They watched me fight fiercely to protect them, burning my life away, and one by one, they broke down. A brave man from Beihai shouted in anger, "I'd rather die than be a burden to my benefactor." His words ignited everyone, and another man wielding a hammer rushed onto the battlefield, wanting to use his life to create an opportunity for me. However, he was still nearly a kilometer away when he was crushed by the shockwaves of the battle, collapsing on the ground. Family, that kind of gap, that feeling of helplessness. It's just overwhelming. Just when everyone thought it was all over, let me tell you, something strange happened. A gust of wind blew in from somewhere, carrying a voice like a ghost, whispering in everyone's ears, "Jump. Jump down. Freedom. Life." Wow, everyone was stunned. The first reaction was, damn, am I hallucinating from the pressure? But when they looked up, they found the expressions of those beside them were exactly the same, and everyone realized the voice was real. Tiger heard it too, and he quickly asked those around him. Everyone began to chatter that they heard it. Things were heating up. Jumping down from a 10,000-meter high red Earth continent? What a ridiculous international joke. Wouldn't that just turn into a splat on the ground? Some guessed that this must be the celestial dragon's conspiracy, using some devil fruit ability to trick us into jumping off the cliff collectively, so they wouldn't have to lift a finger. While everyone was discussing fervently, The previously fierce Beihai hero changed his expression several times and slowly moved to the edge of the cliff. I tell you, when he glanced down, his calves started cramping. An instinctive fear. Who isn't afraid of death? But that voice was still buzzing in his ear. Jump down, freedom. Suddenly, he let out a roar as if he had gone mad, his voice overpowering everyone. I'm not jumping down for some damn freedom. I'm doing this so I don't drag our benefactor down like a burden. After shouting, he closed his eyes, steeled his heart, and leaped. That figure was instantly swallowed by the darkness below. The entire place fell silent. Then, like the first domino falling, a frail child rushed out, crying and shouting, I'd rather die than live like a beast. Mom, I'm coming to see you. After saying that, he jumped down as well. At this moment, an eerie laughter erupted from the crowd, one contagious laugh after another. Yes, it had come to this. What was there to fear? No freedom, better die. One by one, people shouted all sorts of slogans. I want to live freely. That voice better not be lying to me. Benefactor, if I survive, I will remember this kindness for a lifetime. If I die, I'll repay it in my next life. Family, who understands? That scene, thousands of people jumping down like dumplings, falling one after another. Their expressions varied. Some were ecstatic, some were tragic, but more than anything, there was a resolute determination. They knew that staying behind meant dragging down their benefactor, a fate of never being able to turn things around. Tiger watched all of this, his eyes reddening. He knew this was the lament of humanity, and he himself bore responsibility. With a bitter smile, he used his last bit of strength and jumped down too. Fine. If you all see me as a hero, then even if it's hell, I'm going with you. On my side, Chen Mojian, who was being pressed and beaten by 4 old guys, felt the rapid descent of Tai's aura. When he turned his head and saw the scene of them collectively jumping off the cliff, he went crazy on the spot. His eyes turned blood red as he stared at the 5 old stars. Is this what you wanted to see? That golden-haired 5 old star, with an indifferent expression, said lightly, a sinner who dares to resist the world government is not worth mourning. I tell you, just this one sentence completely blew Chen Mo's mind. He felt like his CPU was about to burn out. Those were lives, real living people. He roared, you all deserve to die. Then, surprisingly, he didn't dodge at all, allowing the knife of the emaciated 5 elders to pierce his shoulder. Immediately after, the sword intent on him erupted like a volcanic explosion. This kid was truly starting to fight for his life. But guess what? This was all a trap. On the other side of the clouds, the Okama King Ivankov put down his binoculars and complained to the dragon beside him. Look at you, dragon. You've pushed our little Mo-chan to this point. The dragon, looking nonchalant, explained this is all for his own good. If we don't push him, he'll never know how much potential he has. Ivankov retorted, seriously? I never realized you had such thick skin. The dragon awkwardly coughed twice, saying it was all to cultivate his sense of belonging to the revolutionary army. Ivankov cut him off. All right, I'm tired of hearing this. You better be careful, or little Mo-chan might find out the truth and beat you into a pulp. The dragon calmly replied, what is the big deal? For the next few years, I'll just avoid him. Good gracious, I can't believe it. It turns out that the so-called whispers of the devil were just the dragon using his abilities to communicate from a distance. And the place where those slaves jumped down was created by the dragon with his wind fruit ability, forming a massive updraft. The first heroic figure from the North Sea who jumped down had originally closed his eyes, waiting for death, but then he realized he was falling slower and slower, eventually landing on the sea like a feather. When he opened his eyes, he was dumbfounded. Soon after, splash, splash. A bunch of people fell around him like it was raining, all landing safely. In the distance, several merchant ships that looked pre-prepared were anchored. My goodness, this ISNTA cliff jump. This is clearly an airdrop. Everyone was overjoyed, frantically swimming towards the ships, with fishmen even offering help. What a touching scene. Poor Chen Mo. He had no idea. He was still fighting for his life. He thought that nearly 100,000 people had died because of him and completely lost it, entering a mode where he would take you all down with him today. Daggers, bone swords, fists, teeth. He used whatever he could get his hands on, fully embracing a strategy of trading injuries for injuries, lives for lives. The more desperate he became, the more moved the unaware slaves were. And to avoid dragging their benefactor down, they jumped even faster. There was even a traffic jam at the cliff's edge, with those in front urging, hurry up, don't block my reincarnation. Why bother with long last words? They were in a hurry. This was tough for the 5 elders. They initially thought Chen Mo wouldn't last long in this explosive state, but an hour passed, then 2 hours, then 3 hours. This guy was like he had been injected with adrenaline, getting braver as he fought, turning a 4-on-1 into a 1-on-4. In the end, the bald CP0 chief, caught off guard, was directly stabbed through the heart by Chen Mo and died on the spot. The remaining 3 old geezers were almost in despair, having to support each other back to back. On the other side, the Empress Hancock and her sisters were still hiding behind a rock, cradling the little girl entrusted to them by Tiger, so they hadn't T-jumped yet. They watched the battle, completely bewildered. Finally, after exhausting a good portion of his stamina, Chen Mo killed that bald guy. He was panting heavily, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt, thinking he was too weak and had caused so many deaths. As he subconsciously used observation hockey, he was surprised to find that below the cliff, nearly 100,000 life forces were intact, all bouncing around alive. Then he caught a familiar smell in the air. Goodness, it was that bastard dragon. Connecting the dots, Chen Mo instantly understood. He had been tricked. At that moment, he felt both relieved and embarrassed. Relieved that the slaves were saved, embarrassed that he had been played by that old fox dragon. Since everyone was fine, he had avenged himself. The day was breaking, and Robin should be waking up. His killing intent vanished in an instant. Seeing him stop, the 3 old geezers felt like they had escaped death, their legs turning to jelly. Chen Mo looked at their shaky forms and felt a bit tempted. Should he stab them one more time and send them off? But he was also wary that these old geezers might have some tricks up their sleeves. In the world of adults, the schemes ran too deep. Thus, he retreated cautiously while plotting in his mind. After retreating to a safe distance, the adventurous spirit of this 14-year-old suddenly kicked in, and he decided to take a gamble. After all, he would be feasting for several days when he returned, so he didn't mind a bit of energy from a meal. Saying that, he suddenly turned around, unleashing a pure, white, sword energy that could purify everything, crashing forward. The 3 old geezers were stunned. Their bodies that had just relaxed couldn't T-dodge in time, and they could only curse, cunning villain, shameless. Chen Mo was enraged upon hearing this. How am I shameless when I'm such a kind person? But then he thought, wait, when a person is about to die, they speak kindly. How come these old geezers still had the energy to curse? There had to be a trick. As this thought crossed his mind, he instinctively retreated 100 meters. Sure enough, the spot where he'd been standing suddenly split open with a crack, and a massive beast claw lunged out. If he had been a second slower, he would have been turned into meat paste. At the same time, another spatial rift appeared in front of the 3 old geezers, perfectly blocking his sword energy. Damn, there really was an ambush. A new white-haired, curly old warlord emerged from the crack. Chen Mo saw the situation and knew that if he didn't run now, he really wouldn't be able to escape. Without saying a word, he flew over, grabbed Hancock's 3 sisters and the little girl hiding, and took off without looking back. While flying midway, Chen Mo began to reflect. This time was too dangerous. He had to keep a low profile in the future. He quickly removed the mask from his face, and his white hair instantly turned back to black. Then he broke off a small piece from his bone sword and transformed it into a pair of white-framed glasses to wear. He thought that glasses were a disguise artifact that could greatly reduce his presence. Just look at that superhero who likes to wear his underwear outside. Isn't that what he does too? Hancock watched him perform this series of actions under his arm, her mind going blank, wondering if her benefactor's handsome face was also something he molded himself. Chen Mo sped away, faster than when he came. He was still pondering. Could one tiger really weigh more than 4 little girls? With a bang, he landed on the ship's deck with the 4 girls. As he looked up, he saw Robin standing at the door, staring at him in shock, her expression filled with suspicion, as if she was looking at a pervert. Chen Mo's mind jolted, and he instinctively wanted to explain. He opened his mouth and blurted out, "Robin, let me explain, it's not what you think." I regret saying this as soon as the words came out. Who understands family? Is this something that can be explained clearly? Just imagine the scene, me, early in the morning, bare-shouldered, holding 4 little girls in my arms, with an expression of being completely drained. Anyone would misunderstand in my place. Sister Robin looked at me like that. Her expression was so nonchalant, and she said, You don't need to explain. I believe you. I tell you, I almost believed her. If it weren't for her turning around and slamming the door with a loud bang, that sturdy door breaking apart as she closed it, I might have really thought this would just blow over. Goodness, looking at that door on the verge of collapse felt like seeing my own future. I was just about to knock, but when I saw the door, the frame almost falling apart, I thought if I touched it again, it might just fall apart completely. Then Sister Robin would think I was throwing a tantrum and slamming the door. Wouldn't that be unfair? I couldn't afford to provoke her, so I backed down right away. But then I thought, wait a minute, I didn't do anything wrong. I risked my life last night. And who was that for? Why does it feel like I've done something bad? Although, wearing a mask does seem quite shameful. Just when I was in this inner conflict, my student Yongyi timidly poked his head out and said, Teacher, breakfast is ready. Would you like to eat first? As soon as I heard it, my eyes lit up. That's right. The world is vast, but eating is the most important. Only when you're full can you have the energy to explain things properly to Sister Robin. Yui was feeling a bit braver and was just about to take me out to eat when he suddenly stared at my leg as if he had seen a ghost. LL teacher. Is your leg better? Yes, I casually replied. After all these years, I can finally walk normally. The next second, Yui burst into tears. Tears streaming down his face like they were free. That's great. That's great. I'll tell all the classmates about this huge good news. Let me tell you, my students have been searching all over the world for medicine for my leg after graduation, trying every remedy there is, but nothing worked. They almost suspected that I was pretending to be disabled to scam insurance. I hurriedly stopped him. All right, take it easy. If you don't know better, you think I got married. As soon as I finished speaking, Hancock, who had just regained her composure, happened to hear the words get married. Goodness. In an instant, her little mind went from imagining the wedding scene to picturing us being buried together. And then her eyes rolled back, nearly fainting. Her two younger sisters quickly supported her, thinking she had gotten hurt. My mind is filled with thoughts of Robin and breakfast, and I can't focus on them anymore. I told Yongyi, that girl named Yongsi is injured. Take her to see a doctor. As for the three little girls, let's just treat them as guests for now. The situation was urgent, so I quickly brought them onto the boat. And now figuring out how to settle them is indeed a problem. Never mind, I won't think about it. It's time to eat. Without looking back, I rushed towards my designated dining table. As soon as I left, Yongyi's expression instantly changed. There was no trace of his previous innocence. He walked up to the three little girls holding Yongsi and coldly said to Yongsi, "Still pretending? The mask has fallen off. Who are you trying to impress?" Upon hearing this, Yongsi jumped up, touched her face, and found it indeed bare. She hurriedly put the mask back on. Yongyi questioned her. "I asked you to secretly protect the teacher. How did you end up being brought back by the teacher?" And guess what? Yongsi wasn't intimidated at all. Instead, she looked quite pleased. "Brother, are you jealous?" TSK, you rough guy, you'll never get a chance to enjoy the teacher's princess hug in this lifetime. This directly hit Yongyi's nerve, and he turned red in the face, angrily shouting, "Nonsense. Get lost. I don't want to see you." He probably remembered how the teacher used to carry him back like picking up cargo with one hand. The disparity in treatment was hard to accept. Yongsi clicked her tongue, not taking it seriously at all. Yongyi couldn't be bothered with her anymore and turned to the Hancock sisters, putting on a gentle expression. "Ladies, would you like to eat first or freshen up?" He looked at the dirty sisters without any disdain and suggested they wash up first, as the teacher's meal was likely to last from morning until evening. My family, he truly understands me. The three sisters had no strong opinions and followed Yongyi to freshen up. Meanwhile, as soon as Yongsi saw them leave, she quickly used her fruit ability to appear beside me. Just as she appeared, a huge palm came down toward her head. The violent wind pressure instantly shredded the mask and headscarf she had just put on, just when she thought she was about to be slapped to death by me. My hand stopped right in front of her nose. "How many times have I told you? Don't just pop up out of nowhere." I scolded her while stuffing my mouth with grilled meat, mumbling like a mosquito, instinctively wanting to slap her. "You idiot." The mask was gone, revealing a cute little lowly face. She patted her wind-blown cheeks, looked around to see no one, and stuck out her tongue in a spoiled manner, saying, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I was just so eager to see you, didn't you forget? Speak properly." I shot her a glance. "Teacher, I'm hungry too," she said weakly. I handed over a piece of meat. "I knew you were craving this. Take off that annoying black outfit and those 10-centimeter height-increasing insoles before you eat." She obediently tore off the tattered black clothes, revealing a complete set of casual wear underneath. Then she kicked away the 15-centimeter height-increasing insoles from under her feet. Goodness. A tall and thin assassin at 1.7 meters instantly transformed into a short girl of about 1.55 meters. The main character is ready, it seems. I tell you, her disguise is something else. Her real name is Bai Luo, and her true identity is a princess, yet she aspires to be an emotionless assassin. However, with her lowly figure and soft, cute voice, she has no authority in front of the people, so she relies entirely on this outfit to maintain her image when she goes out. For all these years, aside from us, no one really knows what she looks like. "Teacher, when there are outsiders later, remember to call me by Luo. Don't expose me." She reminds me. All right, my princess by Luo. I'm really fed up with these students, coming to mooch food and drink every day after graduation. I'm No Longer a Princess by Luo elegantly sits down, taking small bites of meat. Now, I'm just an emotionless assassin in the Revolutionary Army, and a good student of the teacher. So this good student casually stole the teacher's fruit knife? A faint voice interrupted her self-indulgence. Her expression froze, and she quickly protected the knife at her waist. Teacher, isn't this what you taught? Can we call it stealing when it comes to studying? It's borrowing. By the end, she couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. I can't be bothered to argue with her. It's just a fruit knife, so let her have it. I haven't slept all night, just fought a tough battle, and I feel completely drained, starving to the point where my stomach is touching my back. I need to quickly replenish my energy. After eating, I still have to go explain to Sister Robin. Remember, making your sister angry is a huge mistake in itself. What's important isn't the explanation, but the right attitude. I was indulging in food and suddenly realized that I had finished everything on the table. I immediately pressed the red button on the table. There was a sound of mechanical rotation, and the tabletop actually started moving like a conveyor belt. Food was continuously delivered from a hole on the side, directly to me. Let me tell you, this thing was built for me by one of my idiot students, a guy nicknamed Week 119. Not to mention, this kitchen setup is basically custom-made for me. It said that he emptied his family savings to build this ship, and as a result, our shameless leader turned it into public property for the Revolutionary Army. Beside me, Bilo was dumbfounded, mumbling, "No wonder he calls himself the #1 sycophant under the teacher. This thoughtfulness is something other students can't even catch up to." She also seemed relieved, thinking this idiot had too low emotional intelligence to be a competitor. I had no idea what was going on in her little head. If I did, I would definitely give her a good knock. I treat all my students equally, and the force of punishment is absolutely fair. Just as I was gorging myself, 3 fair-skinned figures suddenly flashed across my vision. I looked up and found it was the Hancock sisters. Wow, they looked completely different after being cleaned up. They had gone from looking like 3 muddy monkeys to having smooth, fair skin, especially Hancock. Even a straight man like me felt an indescribable charm emanating from her. Even the resolute you couldn't help but sneak a glance at her. This was definitely the power of a devil fruit. I tend to speak without thinking, and instinctively asked, "Hancock, how long has it been since you last took a shower?" The faces of the 3 sisters flushed bright red. Xiao Montak, asking girls such questions is not a gentlemanly behavior. Sister Robin came in holding a book. Sister Robin, my eyes lit up, and I quickly put down my food and approached her, reporting seriously, "Sister Robin, it's a long story about last night, but to put it simply, I was just helping others." That's right. I summarized that last night, I helped someone escape from prison, assisted comrades, rescued slaves, helped a little sister find her older sister, and cleared out scum. Everything was about helping others. I was practically the ambassador of helping others. The only mistake was underestimating the shamelessness of the world government. We were negotiating well when they actually ambushed me. After listening, Sister Robin surprisingly smiled faintly and nodded. I was overjoyed, feeling all my fatigue vanish. Later, I learned that she had already talked to the 3 sisters, and they had embellished my heroic deeds. Although she didn't fully believe it, she knew I wasn't out fooling around. With the misunderstanding cleared up, I quickly invited everyone to sit down and eat, then continued to work hard. Instead, Robin, Biro, and Hancock quickly started chatting among the 5 girls, appearing to share a deep sisterly bond. But in reality, each had their own agendas, probing each other for information. Robin wanted to know about my experiences over the past 6 years. Biro wanted to dig into my past before joining the Revolutionary Army. And Hancock, well, she just wanted to learn everything about her future husband. Look at her. As she spoke, she began to daydream again, her eyes becoming dreamy, murmuring, "Ah, this is happiness." While we were enjoying our time together, the atmosphere in myriad was far from pleasant. The 3 elders, following the curly-haired old man, crossed the space rift and arrived directly at the deepest part of Panga City, among the flowers. As soon as they arrived, the 2 old men with golden hair and emaciated bodies weakened in the legs, and, together with the curly-haired one, knelt down before Lord M on the throne. "The chaos outside has subsided." The voice from the throne was icy. "The troublemakers have escaped from Mariehua." The emaciated old man answered dryly. "Escaped?" Lord M savored these 2 words, and the 2 old men immediately broke into a cold sweat, prostrating themselves, not daring to make a sound. When did Mariehua become a place that others could come and go as they pleased? Lord M's voice betrayed no emotion, but to them, it was like a death knell. "I entrusted you with this sea, and this is the result? If you are incapable, I will replace you with another batch. Withdraw." The elders felt as if they had been granted amnesty and hurriedly retreated. Once they left, and murmured to himself, "Interesting. That man's body is simply too perfect to be human. There is no bloodline of the D family. Moreover, these 5 old fellows seem a bit fearful of death." Meanwhile, the emaciated and golden-haired old men, just emerging from the flowers, were still wiping cold sweat and gasping for breath. The other 2 elders who didn't go to the battlefield asked, "What happened to you two? Was the enemy that strong?" The head of CP0 was defeated. The 2 old men had a look of constipation, unable to speak. It was the curly-haired old man with spatial abilities who took over the conversation, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He said, "Let me tell you, by the time I arrived, those 2 old men and Steelbone Kong were almost bundled up and ready to be taken away." Wow. As soon as he said this, the other 2 elders' pupils dilated in shock, looking at the 2 unfortunate souls who had just returned from the battlefield, their faces displaying disbelief. The enemy was so strong that you didn't even have a chance to unleash your full power? This is unscientific. use.Does. Are there really such powerful beings in this world? The emaciated old man couldn't hold back anymore and quickly tried to make excuses, his face long. Nonsense. If it really came to that, I would definitely defeat him. The main thing was at the beginning, I thought it was unnecessary. That kid started burning his life to unleash his moves, and it seemed he was about to fail. The golden-haired old man quickly nodded and bowed, explaining, "Who knew his life-burning ability could last so long?" By the time we realized something was wrong, our blue gauge and stamina were depleted, and we couldn't even unleash our full power. I tell you, family, who understands? These old men talk a good game, but we know their little schemes all too well. They haven't told the truth at all. What is a forbidden technique? Simply put, it's a one-for-one exchange, and it still doesn't guarantee that you can get rid of the opponent. Either the fruit ability backfires and blows you up, or you let the original demon slayer take over your body completely. Who are they? The kings of the world, living well, having the wind and rain at their command. Why should they risk their lives? Isn't living enjoyable? Although they didn't say it outright, the other 3 old men were clear in their hearts, because if it were them, it would also be cowardly. Power corrupts the heart. Although they remain loyal to Lordum, it's impossible for them to act like passionate youths and just die. At this moment, another long-bearded elder couldn't stand it anymore and quietly said, "Everyone, stop slacking off. If Lordum is unhappy, we all know the consequences, right?" This was like the death knell, and the 2 old men who had just returned immediately fell silent. After a long silence, the skinny old man, wanting to salvage some impression in front of Lordum, quickly proposed a long-hidden plan. "I suggest we activate that plan." The curly-haired old man was taken aback. "The 7 warlords plan? That's right." The skinny old man was as energized as if he had been injected with adrenaline. "The world is too chaotic now. The Navy alone can't hold up. Those guys in the New World, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, each occupying their own territories. The Revolutionary Army is still secretly causing trouble. Plus, with the Celestial Dragons taken down, our world government is about to lose all face. We must come up with something new to stabilize the situation." He paused and said the most crucial line. "Most importantly, we need to show Lordum some results quickly." This hit the nail on the head, and the other 4 old men discussed it and agreed. "All right, let us do it." The 7 warlords plan, officially activated. While these old men were holding a meeting at the pinnacle of power, on the other side, a flash of golden light appeared, and wow, the yellow monkey, Kizu, made a dazzling entrance. He hadn't even reached the Holy Land yet, and the light had already bent around 800 corners, suddenly appearing in front of Steelbone. Sakazuki. As the light faded, Kizaru took on human form. Let me tell you, his appearance was a mess, his clothes all disheveled. And even though he didn't have sweat on his forehead, he pretended to wipe it, gasping for breath. His acting was so good that it would be a shame if he didn't win an award. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Where are the enemies? Admiral Kizaru here to assist." That voice was full of justice. Steelbone, Sakazuki, couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids and directly called him out. "All right, stop pretending. That drool mark at the corner of your mouth clearly shows you were just sleeping on the warship." But who is Kizaru? A seasoned veteran in the workplace. Even if he was seen through by his superior, he had to put on a good show. He pretended to care about the leader for a moment, then found an excuse, saying he needed to check for any remaining dangerous elements. But in reality, he was just taking a leisurely tour of the Holy Land. After wandering around, Kizaru felt a jolt in his heart. From a slave camp to the cable car station, there were severed limbs and rivers of blood everywhere. The red soil continent was full of pits, and there were several deep cracks resembling abysses. He muttered to himself, "So scary, so scary." When he saw the shiny bald head under the sunlight, he felt a wave of relief. Oh my, that was close. Luckily, I'm more skilled. I came late. Otherwise, it would be me lying here. Of course, he pretended to be scared, but he was clear in his heart. If it were 20 years ago, he might have been intimidated by the CP0 chief, but now, he was internally mocking. Those who rely solely on physical skills are trash. Besides being able to take a beating, they can't even touch a hair on me. Of course, he only dared to think this in his heart. If he really went in front of Garp and said this, he would probably be punched into a new life in another world. Back in the day, Akainu's violent temper would provoke Garp every day, and each time he was beaten to the point of being unable to take care of himself. So, Kizaru strolled around. Feeling that his KPI for the day was met, the atmosphere was too heavy, and he needed to take a break. What chasing criminals? That essay joke. That monster even took down the CP0 chief in an instant. Would I, a mere admiral, go up and hand over my head? Such rough work is better left to a violent man like Akainu. Thus, this old man stealthily slipped back to the warship, propped his legs up, sipped tea, and read the newly arrived comic books. Oh, what a wonderful life. Let me tell you, my life here is not bad at all. The ship has already left the red Earth continent for dozens of kilometers, and Robin is right beside me. This feeling is just like a wanderer who has been drifting for many years, finally returning home. Even the food tastes particularly delicious. In the past, I would exhaust 2 chefs in a day, but now I can wear out 3. At this efficiency, what used to take 3 days to regain energy can now be done in 2. Robin is like a walking life extension sheet. In the evening, the two of us sit side by side reading, and the atmosphere is just amazing. I couldn't help but speak up. Hey, Robin. She tucked her hair behind her ear, looking so gentle and intelligent. What's wrong? Nothing. I just feel like a lot of people must be envious of me right now. After all, the one accompanying me to read is you, Robin. Robin just smiled faintly at that. After 6 years of ups and downs, she was no longer the little girl who wore her emotions on her sleeve. Instead, she seemed more concerned about my future and softly asked, Xiao Mo, are you planning to fully join the Revolutionary Army now? The smile on my face has also faded a bit. There's nothing to hide from my sister. At first, I just wanted to find a meal ticket and have them help me find you. Later, after teaching so many students, I developed feelings for them. Robin listened quietly and then asked a soul-piercing question. Is this the life you want? I told you. She is actually afraid that I would force myself to stay in the Revolutionary Army for her. She knows how dangerous that is. I hardly hesitated, looking in her eyes, and said, the life I want has never changed. It's just to be with Robin, reading and eating every day. She smiled, a particularly warm smile. However, I changed the subject, and my expression darkened. This world is too dark. Dr. Clover and the others just wanted to retrieve history, and they were silenced. Mary Geos was built on the bones of hundreds of thousands of slaves. This world is sick, very sick. Robin's eyes moved. So what? I took a deep breath and said, I want to change this world, with my own strength and together with all like-minded people. So, have you decided to stay with the Revolutionary Army? I nodded, incredibly determined. Robin looked at me, her eyes filled with tenderness and support. As long as we're no longer apart, it doesn't matter where we go. Of course, I don't want to be separated from Robin anymore. I answered naturally, then my eyes lit up as if I had thought of a brilliant idea. Sister Robin, I finally understand. Understand what? I understand that simply learning martial arts and practicing swordsmanship won't save this world. Of course, studying medicine won't work either. I added. Robin burst out laughing. Then how do we save it? Forcefully reasoning with people like when we were kids? How is that possible? I corrected her seriously. Scientifically reasoning means you have to knock the opponent down first. Otherwise, who has the patience to listen? I have realized that only studying can save this world. Recently, I've gained insight from my studies and plan to research a weapon that symbolizes peace. It has a very harmonious name, called nuclear weapon. Nuclear weapon? Robin looked confused. That's right. I've even thought of a name for the first-generation prototype, to commemorate my childhood dream. I'll call it Little Boy. Robin was stunned. Nuclear weapon? Little Boy? What does that even mean? As a PhD in archaeology, she had never seen anything like that in any book. But hearing about peace and Little Boy, it felt like it shouldn't have any destructive power. She still asked uneasily, is that nuclear weapon powerful? This caught me off guard. I tried to recall and said uncertainly, I vaguely remember. It seems to have destroyed a corner of an island? A corner of an island? Upon hearing this, Robin felt completely relieved. Family, she thought this thing was at worst just a big firecracker, unable to sink an island. So for me, it was just a toy. Looking at her expression as if indulging a child playing with toys, I felt quite frustrated. Forget it. She doesn't understand the true meaning of peace. I changed the topic, saying we should send those 3 girls back to Nine Snake Island. Robin was worried that running around like this might get me punished by the Revolutionary Army superiors. Superiors? Punishment? I thought carefully. I had been in the Revolutionary Army for 6 years, and it seemed like no one had ever managed me or assigned me any tasks. Who was my superior again? Dragon? The leader I knocked down? It seemed he hadn't dared to manage me since then. So, does that mean I don't have a superior at all? Am I just a mascot? While we were chatting, in the corner, Hancock was biting her lip tightly, her small fist clenched, her eyes full of envy and jealousy. Damn, I want to chat with Chen and Mo too. The next day, the whole world exploded. The newspaper headlines had 3 massive titles, each more explosive than the last. Fishman Tiger storms the Holy Land, liberates slaves. Mysterious powerhouse White Knight / assists Tiger, slaying celestial dragons in the Holy Land. World government announces 7 warlords plan, inviting great pirates to legally plunder. As soon as this news broke, the emperors in the New World couldn't sit still. Old Whitebeard laughed and said this White Knight / was a real man. As for the 7 warlords, a bunch of dogs for the government. Do they even deserve to fight me? Kaido was interested in strong people, while Big Mom was more straightforward, rubbing her big belly, almost drooling. Hurry, find this White Knight / for me. I want to have his baby. However, at this moment, the White Knight / whom Big Mom was thinking about, namely me, was encountering a bit of trouble. A team of Navy intercepted me for a search. I was dressed in a magnificent prince's outfit, confidently spreading my arms and saying innocently, "What does it have to do with me, Chen Mo, that you are looking for the White Knight demon?" Upon hearing this, the naval major turned pale but didn't dare to push through. He could only keep nodding and bowing, saying it was for safety reasons. I was annoyed at that moment, as I hadn't finished my meal. Beside me, my good friend Young, who had keen insight, took a step forward and pointed at the major's nose, yelling, "Get lost. Can't you understand human language? My master is the prince of the Hulk Kingdom. Can you, a little major, afford to delay diplomacy?" Well, when the major heard this, he started to sweat. He quickly signaled to his subordinates to confirm my identity as a prince was real, and didn't dare to say another word, scurrying away with the warship. Once they were far away, I looked at Young, helplessly and said, "Why have I become a prince again?" Young, scratched his head and honestly explained that this was a backup identity arranged by the Revolutionary Army, seamlessly connected, ensuring everything was flawless. I thought, fine. It's not the first time. I casually asked, "So this real prince, is he another bastard we've dealt with?" As a result, Young, quickly shook his head, saying that this real prince was also a comrade of our Revolutionary Army, voluntarily helping out. I finally felt relieved, but then I started to worry about Tej and the others. You said that the Navy was checking so strictly. Could that guy Tej, a fisherman who gets seasick from a big wave, handle it? As a result, Yomi told me, "Don't worry, teacher. The intel says our comrades have slipped out of the encirclement without anyone noticing." When I heard that, I felt great. The stone in my heart finally dropped, but my stomach started growling again. I hurried back to the dining table. If I didn't eat soon, the food would get cold, which isn't good for my stomach. I'm eating well here, but poor Tager over there, let me tell you, he is practically in a retrograde. If he knew I was still worried about him, he'd probably be moved to tears. Unfortunately, he is currently clutching a newspaper and 2 wanted posters, his hands shaking like he has Parkinson's, completely frozen. Who understands the family? He has only one thought racing through his mind. When the hell did I kill a celestial dragon? That photo in the newspaper. The angle is so tricky, it perfectly captures him holding Charo's head with a face full of relief and exhilaration. He has almost convinced himself. He has cursed the photographer 1,000 times in his mind. Can't you take the photo a second earlier or later? But that is not all. The follow-up report has portrayed him as the mastermind behind the entire incident. It says he was a slave in the Holy Land for a year, planting explosives everywhere, and includes all sorts of evidence. There are hair samples from the explosive pits, photos of him leading the charge, and the most outrageous part is, he clearly flew here with me, but the newspaper has edited in a photo of him rock climbing like a tough guy. Tager almost choked on his breath. Which bastard wrote this news? I'm clearly a brute. When did I become a scheming boy? He flipped through the whole newspaper and found that the organization really behind it, which is us, wasn't mentioned at all. When it referred to me, it only used the codename White Knight Demon, accompanied by a side profile of a masked figure. At that moment, Tager, the victim of injustice, completely understood. He finally grasped what I meant by wearing a mask equals being low-key. So frustrating. If I had known, I would have worn a mask too. In the end, he is the only pawn left holding this massive blame. Just when he was feeling annoyed, the slaves beside him were getting tattoos of the sun to cover their slave marks, screaming in pain. Tager snapped and turned around to shout, "What are you screaming for? Getting a tattoo is like slaughtering a pig." Those people were so scared they didn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, Jinbei came over, saw Tager looking dejected, and asked him what was wrong. Tager said nothing, angrily handed over the 2 wanted posters. The first one was for me, the White Knight Demon, with a bounty of 1 billion, accused of killing a celestial dragon and being an accomplice in the incident. Jinbei looked for a long time before recognizing that it was me. Tager waved his hand. "The key is the one below." Jinbei opened it and exclaimed, "Good heavens." Fisher Tager, bounty of 500 million, accused of killing a celestial dragon, planner and executor of the myriad incident. Note, this fishman is very deep in scheming, full of tricks. After reading, Jinbei looked at the newspaper again, then looked at Tager with admiration. "Boss Tager, I didn't expect you had a plan when you were a slave. Did I ruin your great scheme when I saved you? You're amazing." After hearing this, Tager despairingly held his forehead. "It's over. Even his good brother believes it. He can never clear his name." He muttered to himself, "I think 400 million of that bounty is the weight of this blame." However, despite his anger, Tager later came to terms with it. After all, if he had the chance, he also wanted to kill the celestial dragons. And without our help, he could only have saved a few thousand people, unlike now, where over 90,000 people have escaped unscathed. Yet, looking at the raucous crowd of over 90,000 on the ship, he began to have a headache again. How could he possibly lead so many people? The scene shifts back to me. The days spent with Robin were peaceful and serene. But I'm not the type to sit still. I have only one thought in my mind. To protect this tranquility, I must master ultimate power. That's right. To bring true peace through nuclear annihilation. I lock myself in a room, frantically squeezing out every memory I have about nuclear weapons. I discovered that as long as I have enough uranium-235, I could manually create a little boy in half a day. But here is the problem. I searched through all the books in this world and found no record of something called uranium. I was completely stunned at that moment. Am I not from this world? Did I travel through time? Does it have something to do with that time fruit? Forget it. I don't want to think about it. Protecting Sister Robin is the most important thing in life. I'm sure uranium definitely exists. It's just that the people of this era are too backward to have discovered it. So what should I do? I can't mine. So I can only use the black technology in my mind, electrochemical extraction method, to extract it from seawater. I quickly listed things in my notebook. Amine oxim functional polymer membrane, centrifuge, massive amounts of electricity, and the seemingly endless seawater. The seawater is sufficient, and I should be able to recreate the centrifuge design from memory. But the molecular membrane is a bit mystical. I'll have to rely on experiments to piece it together. The most critical issue is electricity. This broken world generates power solely from windmills. That little bit of electricity wouldn't even be enough to fill a gap in my teeth. I have a headache. And suddenly it hit me. The devil fruit. How could I have forgotten about that? Especially the one known as the strongest Logia type, the rumble fruit. Isn't that just a walking nuclear power plant? It's simply a top-tier energy source that's far ahead of its time. I immediately called Yuichi over. My expression so serious that even I believed it. Yuichi, you need to notify all the students right away to pay attention to any devil fruits related to electricity, or any special humans who can generate electricity, especially the thunder fruit. Tell them this is a matter of great importance, for the sake of world peace. I need these things. After hearing this, Yuichi's expression instantly became as serious as if he were about to save the world. He took out a notebook and started writing furiously, filling an entire page. It made me feel a bit insecure. I think I only said 2 sentences, right? Seeing his determination to complete the task, I didn't ask any further and let him go. Just as he left, a small head peeked in at the door. It was Hancock. When she saw that I was the only one in the room, she tiptoed in quietly and even closed the door behind her. I had noticed her lingering at the door for quite a while, so I asked her, "Hancock, what are you doing?" The moment I opened my mouth, she completely froze. Her face filled with bliss as she daydreamed. Ah, Chinemo called my name. So happy. I looked at her and thought, isn't the side effect of this sweet fruit a bit too much? However, being polite, I didn't interrupt her and continued to organize my nuclear pacification plan. When she came back to her senses, she shyly said that seeing me study hard, she made some hometown dishes to nourish me. Upon hearing this, My educator's DNA kicked in. How could studying be hard? Reading brings joy. Hancock was completely thrown off by this, her little head filled with question marks. Thinking the script was all wrong, I spoke to her earnestly. Hancock, you've wasted 4 precious years. Now you need to study hard to make up for the lost time. Don't always think of reading as a chore. As I said this, I looked at her small frame, which was undernourished. Of course, while studying, she also needed to supplement her nutrition and stick to exercising. Seeing you so skinny, it pains me a bit. Pain. The last 2 words hit her target directly. In an instant, her eyes sparkled, and her mind began to run wild. He cares about me. Is this what love is? I'm going to fall for him. Seeing her lost in thought again, I had to call her name once more. Suddenly, she stood up with renewed energy. I understand. I will definitely work hard to become stronger. Then we can. I couldn't hear the rest because she ran off too quickly. But effort is always a good thing, and I nodded with satisfaction. Just then, an eye suddenly appeared in my room, followed by falling petals, and Robin's figure materialized out of thin air. I was shocked and filled with envy. Robin, your ability to project yourself is amazing. I want to learn. Robin laughed at my remark. What projection? Don't make it sound so mysterious. It's just a little trick of my fruit ability. But I said seriously, if I could do that, I could at least double the progress of nuclear peace. Looking at Robin's calm demeanor, I felt deep admiration. I felt so weak compared to her. When we were in the Holy Land, I struggled to take on one opponent, let alone protect Robin. No, I need to set a small goal for myself. I want to take on 10 opponents. Yes, like taking on the head of CP0. I want to fight 10 of them. But I made the decision. How do I get stronger? I have no teacher to guide me. Just when I was feeling lost, I suddenly saw the words nuclear energy in my notebook, and in an instant, everything clicked. How stupid I am. My biggest problem is endurance, which simply means insufficient energy reserves. What energy source in this world is more powerful than nuclear energy? I can completely treat myself as a biological nuclear reactor to develop. Just thinking about the terrifying scenario of nearly running out of energy in the Holy Land, just a few hours away, made me shudder. Although I now know that if things get tough, I can decompose my legs to use as a temporary energy pack and then eat something to grow them back. But I'm not the kind of person with self-harming tendencies. Ultimately, my previous method of energy storage was too outdated. Like an old phone that can talk for 2 hours after charging for 5 minutes. So inefficient it makes me want to cry. As I flipped through a book and saw the words nuclear energy, I tell you, my mind buzzed, and I instantly had an epiphany. My previous mode of relying on glycogen for energy was simply elementary school level. How do nuclear power plants operate? Fusion, fission, decay. Isn't that much more advanced than my method? Right then and there, I wrote down these big words in my notebook, feeling like I'd gained enlightenment. At that moment, I had a brainwave and gave this new mode a ridiculously outdated name, calling it the Peace Mode, and those who learned it were dubbed Peace Elites. Family, who understands? This name is so cheesy that even in 2025, I'd be embarrassed to hear it. However, the idea was beautiful, while reality was harsh. I tried to compress energy into a small golden elixir within my body, and good heavens, it almost performed a nuclear explosion for me on the spot. This isn't about developing a power bank. It clearly wanted to send me to the skies. Forget it, forget it. I thought about it and realized that there's no rush. Rome wasn't built in a day, and my human nuclear power station can't be completed in a day either. Besides, I'm only 14 in the prime of my youth. Why rush? If I'm not actively eating, there's something wrong with my mindset. Just as I was thinking this, my loyal student Yomi came to call me for dinner, and his timing was more precise than clocking in at work. I followed Sister Robin outside and suddenly remembered, so I casually asked, "That girl from class 4 isn't coming to mooch food again, right?" Let me tell you, that girl from class 4, she talks more than a machine gun, and whenever she's around, Sister Robin's eyes seem to unleash cold air like she's activated the Sharingan. At that moment, I naively thought, my sister must not like noisy environments. But guess what? Yomi, after hearing my words, immediately turned serious and made a military vow, saying he guaranteed there would be no chance for that girl from class 4 to show up. I was puzzled at first, but then this guy turned around and destroyed 8 of the 9 teleportation marks left by the girl with Hailu Stone, and the last one was physically sealed with a Hailu Stone box. Good heavens, such execution. It's a shame he isn't a top salesperson. Then this kid, thinking he had some sort of imperial sword, went ahead and sent a message to all the students around the world. The wording was like a revolutionary proclamation. Teachers, order. For world peace. It is time to sacrifice for the revolutionary cause. Please spare no effort to seize the natural system's thunder fruit. My students are all lurking in the Navy, the Palace, and even in some big entertainment venues, receiving news that has everyone pumped up like they've taken a stimulant. The entire intelligence network around the world has been shaken by this. The world government is baffled, asking if these people have gone mad. It's just a fruit. Is it really that serious? And what happened? This divine fruit that made all the big shots in the world take action was eaten by a little hungry kid with long ears on a small sky island called Baika, treating it like a wild fruit. After eating it, he even complained, "It's so bad. I really can't." This operation highlights a leading edge of abstraction. The scene shifts, and we are currently on a ship, sending Hancock and her sisters back home. As the ship enters the doldrums, I glance down at the vast number of enormous sea kings beneath the surface, and I can barely contain my drool. I tell you, this is not a death zone at all. It's simply a moving all-you-can-eat seafood buffet. The energy contained here is incredibly rich. Just as we were about to reach Amazon Lily, Hancock suddenly became emo, shyly coming over, her face as red as an apple, and quietly asked me, "Chen Mo, will you think of me? Who understands what families go through?" How can I respond? I thought to myself that I should be honest and not let the girl's pure intentions down. So I told her firmly no, and turned her to stone right on the spot. I even kindly explained, "You're neither my sister nor my student, and definitely not my girlfriend. So why would I think of you?" And guess what? She precisely caught on to the keyword girlfriend, and her eyes lit up instantly, like two big lights in the night. My sister Robin couldn't stand it anymore and rushed over to cover my mouth, saying I was unknowingly flirting, which is the most deadly thing. Innocent. I'm just low in emotional intelligence. I really wasn't flirting. We were still playing around here. While over at Nine Snake Island, it's like they're about to start a world war, with alarms blaring and everyone ready for battle. Their queen has just died, and they think we are here for revenge. A short, white-haired old lady has stepped forward. She should be their leader. I wasn't nervous at all. Looking at the buildings on the island, which were full of Eastern charm, with their flying eaves and golden-topped red pillars, I inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. Hancock's sister was curious about how I knew all this, but I couldn't really explain it myself. I asked Yuichi to stop the boat, indicating that we meant no harm. The old lady shouted with full vigor, asking us what we were doing. Before my people could respond, Hancock stepped directly to the bow of the ship. Let me tell you, the atmosphere changed instantly. She was completely different from the shy little fangirl we saw earlier. She stood tall and shouted loudly, "I am Boa Hancock, back from battle." The people on the island were stunned, saying, "Isn't she the intern who went missing 4 years ago?" The old lady pressed her, asking why she had disappeared back then. Just as Hancock's two sisters were about to tell the truth, she stopped them with a hand. She knew very well that if their status as celestial dragon slaves was exposed, they would never be able to go home. Seeing that she didn't respond, the old lady ordered her to leave. Well, that really stirred up a hornet's nest. Hancock had been enslaved by the celestial dragons for 4 years, and what she hated most was being ordered around by others. She exploded on the spot, her deep blue eyes narrowing, and an unparalleled aura of pride erupted as she coldly asked, "Who dares to stop me?" With a bang, an invisible shockwave exploded from her center. Her two sisters immediately rolled their eyes and fainted, caught securely by Yuichi behind me. The female warriors on the island fell like wheat being cut down. My bodyguards are constantly being baptized by my conqueror's haki, and as a result, they looked at each other in confusion. Is that it? It's not even as loud as the boss sneezing. I was also stunned, thinking to myself while stroking my chin, this dazed little girl actually has such a domineering side. I casually remarked, as expected, the more beautiful the woman, the better she is at deceiving. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt my sister's sharp gaze shooting over, and my survival instinct kicked in immediately. So I quickly added, "Of course, Robin is an exception." Meanwhile, the old lady across from us was completely dumbfounded, mumbling nervously, Conquerors haki, dominance." The expressions on her and the other officials who hadn't fainted changed from shock to ecstatic joy. After hundreds of years, the existence of someone with the qualifications of a king has finally appeared on Amazon Lily again. Conqueror's haki is also known as the qualifications of a king. Let me tell you, this thing has caused quite a stir on Amazon Lily. For hundreds of years, there hasn't been a single person with the qualities of a king. And for them, discovering someone like that is like hitting the jackpot in the lottery, a national celebration, because anyone with that qualification is guaranteed to be a strong individual. Think about it. Amazon Lily is stuck in the doldrums, making it inconvenient to enter and exit. They rely entirely on plunder for supplies. If there isn't a strong person in charge, they could be wiped out in an instant. So when Hancock unleashed her conqueror's haki, all the Amazon warriors below were stunned. The captain, named Kikyo, who had been shouting to fight and die rather than submit, immediately went weak in the knees and instinctively bowed her noble head. Not just her, all the warriors behind her who were still standing all knelt down. The scene was as if they had seen their biological father. No, it was like seeing their biological mother, their only queen. Who understands family? 1 second they were enemies, and the next second they were bowing down. This identity transformation was faster than flipping a book. Hancock herself understood what this meant. She looked down at her small hands, showing no surprise on her face, as if to say, oh, so, I have this ability. That makes sense. Her resolve strengthened even more, even without this conqueror's haki. She had to be the king. On this island, no one could order her around. Then, she raised her tiny fist and shouted with all her might. I will be the queen of Amazon Lily, captain of the Kuja pirates. I am your king. In that moment, her small figure appeared immensely tall in everyone's eyes. That aura, mixed with her indomitable spirit, completely subdued the entire island. Hail, the king! All the warriors who were still conscious willingly knelt halfway down, pledging their loyalty. I stood on the ship, staring in disbelief. I nudged Robin beside me and whispered, Is this it? Is this how he ascends the throne? Is the process this hasty? Robin gave me a glance, as if looking at a country bumpkin. What else did you expect? It's not strange for someone with the qualities of a king, which come once in a million, to become the king of just 100,000 people. I gestured a bit, and it was about the size of my palm, just such a tiny thing. Probably can't even recognize all the characters, right? Can she manage a whole country? As soon as I said this, Robin almost choked on his own saliva. I sighed and continued to complain. No wonder this sea is filled with paupers and war profiteers. Brutes can become kings, children can become kings, and even beasts that treat the common people like ants can become kings. It's a miracle that this country can be governed well. Having only brute force is useless. Wisdom is the long-term solution. Robin fell silent. She understood, of course, but in this era of the survival of the fittest, if you're not strong enough, you won't even have the chance to breathe. In a moment, you could be devoured by those wolf-like pirates until there's nothing left but bones. In the end, it's not about who is wrong. It's about this rotten era. What happened next was even more logical. The whole of Amazon Lily was in a festive uproar, like a New Year celebration. The port was instantly covered in red cloth. Anyone who didn't know would think someone was getting married. Hancock looked at me with shining eyes and said, Lord Chen Mo, please go ahead. I saw her little face flushed, and she was softly mumbling something like, It feels like getting married. I was taken aback and quickly shook my head. No, I won't get off the ship. Why? Hancock's little face instantly turned pale. Her lips began to tremble. Was there something I did not do well enough? I am speechless. Let me explain quickly. No. Doesn't your country have that men prohibited rule? It's not appropriate for a big man like me to go down there, right? But Hancock became anxious, biting her lip, tears almost falling down. How could such a rule restrict Lord Chanimo? Does that mean I will be abandoned by you because of this broken rule? No, absolutely not. I will order it changed right now. It cannot be. A hoarse but powerful voice rang out from behind her. An old woman jumped directly from the port onto the ship, pointing at Hancock and scolding. Boa Hancock, you have only gained the recognition of the warriors, not the true emperor. You have no right to change the ancestral rules. As soon as Hancock heard this, she immediately put on a pitiful expression, tilting her head and asking in a sweet, syrupy voice, Really can I? Of course you can, good heavens. The old woman, who was just righteous a moment ago, was instantly enchanted. Her mind seemed to crash, obedient to every word. I realized that this little girl's talent points were all invested in the devil fruit. In just a few seconds, the old woman suddenly shivered, waking up and looking at Hancock in shock. Devil fruit? What kind of ability is this? Hancock continued to play the victim. If I tell you, will you help me change the rule? Okay? Change. Change it immediately. All of it. The old woman fell for it again. As soon as she finished speaking, she woke up again, jumping 3 feet high in anger. Don't use your strange ability on me. Hancock haughtily snorted. You will forgive me. Won't you? I forgive everything I already said, not to use it again. I watched as the little old lady, less than a meter tall, jumped up and down like a rubber ball in anger. I felt a bit sorry for her and spoke up to advise, All right, Hancock, show some respect to the elderly. It's not easy for someone to live to this age. Be careful not to upset her. As soon as I said this, Hancock immediately changed her expression, becoming as obedient as a little cat. Lord Chinamo, I'll do whatever you say. In that moment, I got goosebumps all over. The old lady next to us, the ancient lowly OSA, looked at this scene with eyes full of despair, probably already contemplating whether this country was doomed. She had originally hoped for a wise ruler, but instead got a love-struck fool. At this rate, it was possible she would sell the country for this man in the next moment. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard Hancock gazing at me with deep affection, saying, "Lord Chen, I offer this country to you as a gift. Will you stay?" OSA almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, probably thinking I was still too conservative. Maybe the word should be omitted. She jumped up and shouted while hitting Hancock on the head. "Hancock, wake up! Not a single man is good." To her surprise, Hancock actually nodded in agreement, saying with a serious face, "That's right. Men deserve to die." OSA was stunned, thinking to herself, is this child still savable? However, Hancock's tone suddenly shifted as she smiled like a flower, saying, "But Lord Chen is different. He is the only perfect exception." Sigh. OSA held her forehead with a look that said, "I knew it." I looked at the two of them and felt that they couldn't continue talking. I slapped Hancock on the shoulder, my expression extremely serious. I said, "Hancock, did you want me to stay because—" Hancock also became serious in an instant, looking at me with eager eyes. I said slowly, "Are you trying to make me guide you in reading and managing the country?" "Huh?" Hancock was stunned on the spot. "No, that's not it. I just want—" No way. Don't even think about it." I interrupted her, looking as if I could see through everything. "I realized that I kindly saved you and sent you home, and yet you still had ulterior motives." "That's not true." Hancock's eyes were filled with tears, looking very aggrieved. "Stop explaining. I'm firm on this. There are only two possibilities. Either you want me to stay and teach you how to read and govern, or you are just coveting my beauty, lusting after my body." Hancock's face instantly turned as red as a tomato, and looking at her expression, I guessed correctly, it was the latter. I immediately switched to lecturing mode. "Let me tell you, this won't do. I still have to focus on researching world peace. When would I have time for one-on-one tutoring? But if you really need it, I can ask my students who is available to come and help you out." Hancock is probably thinking to himself, "Lord Chen is so gentle, he really cares about me." While Gloriosa is definitely thinking, "This guy has lower emotional intelligence than a sea king." I continued with righteous indignation, "But if you're just after my body, let me tell you, don't even think about it. I want to keep my pure self for my future wife, and I won't play house with a little girl like you." After hearing this, Hancock actually smirked, probably imagining some scenario where I'd come back to marry her when I grew up. On the other hand, GOLD, Roger looked completely stunned. She had never encountered such a bizarre reason for rejection, especially from the future Empress of Amazon Lily. However, she stole a glance at me, probably thinking to herself, "This man is really handsome. If only I were a few decades younger." Cough, cough. She quickly stopped that train of thought because Hancock was already glaring at her with a murderous look. In the end, I solemnly summarized to Hancock, "All right, you should go back and be a good empress. Remember to read more, exercise more, and think more about the people." Yes, Hancock was reluctant, but she understood that her current self was indeed just a burden to me. She dawdled for over an hour before I finally managed to escape and set sail. As the ship slowly departed, Hancock stood at the port, quietly watching until our ship disappeared over the horizon. When she turned around again, the shyness of a lovesick girl had completely vanished, replaced by the majesty and pride of a queen. Actually, on the ship, I was also watching Amazon Lily grow more distant from stern. Robin walked over and teased, "What's wrong? Little Mo, you can't bear to part with Hancock? It's not too late to turn back now." "No," I shook my head, my expression serious. I was thinking, did I just misunderstand something? That girl, she can't just be after my body. She must want to date me, right? Robin raised an eyebrow, wanting your— "Well, that and dating, isn't there a difference?" "Of course there is." I immediately retorted, "Wanting my body is just being a rogue, seeking momentary pleasure. Dating is aimed at marriage and having children. The meanings are completely different." Robin was left speechless by my twisted logic, unable to respond for a long time. I shook my head and muttered to myself, "Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. I'm just a poor teacher, and that person wants to be an emperor. How could they possibly want to date me? Don't be overly sentimental, or else people will say I'm a toad dreaming of eating swan meat, which would be so embarrassing." Robin chuckled and said, "Your metaphor is truly refreshing and unique. Do you want to research what kind of toad you are?" I cleared my throat twice and quickly changed the topic. "Speaking of which, Robin, do you know how many species of swans there are?" "I really don't know." "Could you teach me, little Mo?" Robin asked comfortably, leaning against the railing. I curved my lips and was originally going to recite something, but the words unexpectedly turned into, In my heart, there is only one kind of swan, and that is Nico Robin. Robin's expression first showed a hint of shyness, then instantly turned skeptical. She was probably thinking, how did my silly brother suddenly become flirty? That moment with Hancock just now couldn't have been an act, right? During the time I was sending Hancock home, on the other side, Tiger also sensed something was off. The slaves who followed him out were quietly decreasing in number. At first, it was hundreds of people, and he didn't pay attention. Later, thousands and tens of thousands disappeared, and even he, despite being slow, noticed. He sent Jinbei to investigate, and Jinbei returned angrily. Boss Tiger, I asked, and those people just ran away on their own. We risked our lives for them, and they left without even saying goodbye. Tiger wasn't angry at all. He calmly took a sip of his drink. All right, Jinbei, they're already free people, not my subordinates. It's normal for them to leave if they want. In fact, Tiger was clear in his mind. He had long guessed that it was the mysterious organization, the Revolutionary Army, operating behind the scenes. Moreover, those who left didn't engage in any fighting, indicating it was voluntary. Why should he be upset? To be honest, managing such a large force of tens of thousands had long been beyond his capability. He was more than happy for fewer people and smaller targets. If it weren't for that organization secretly helping to cover them, such a large group would have been captured by the Navy long ago. The Revolutionary Army's infiltration ability was indeed strong, having split this group into fragments in just over 10 days. They quietly lured away those ordinary civilians who just wanted a stable life, sending them to countries controlled by the Revolutionary Army to start anew. As for those who were already ruthless pirates, the Revolutionary Army didn't bother with them at all. Later, Tiger also came to terms with it and even began to secretly cooperate with the Revolutionary Army's diversion efforts. As a result, within 3 days, from a large force of 90,000, only over 20,000 remained. Then, Tiger issued the final order, disband. Those strong men who had long wanted to leave but were too embarrassed to speak up tearfully bid farewell and scattered. Some returned home to farm. Some resumed their old profession as mountain bandits. Some raised their flags to continue being pirates, and others went home to inherit vast fortunes. In short, they went their separate ways and found new lives. In the end, Tiger, along with the remaining fishmen and some who voluntarily stayed to repay their debts, formed a brand new pirate crew, the Sun Pirates. He knew that with an 800 million bounty on his head, it was impossible to return to Fishman Island for a peaceful life. Forming a pirate crew was the only way out. But that was fine, as he was never a person who could stay put. The first mission of the Sun Pirates was to send the remaining few hundred elderly, weak women and children on board back home, considering it a trip around the world. Tiger stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the rising sun, and laughed loudly. Ahaha, even if I die, I won't have regrets in this life. As soon as he formed the pirate crew, the Revolutionary Army's cover was immediately withdrawn. Within a few days, the latest intelligence about Tiger was placed on Sengoku and the Gorsei's desks. After our ship left the doldrums, Yomi asked me, Teacher, are we going back to White Soil Island now? I stroked my chin, pondering what to do next. I need to quickly get the nuclear weapons ready. Although the power issue hasn't been resolved, I can start building the centrifuges. Suddenly, I remembered the bragging I did before about asking his son to teach me dragon-slaying techniques. I asked Yomi, a few years ago, wasn't it said that the son of the dragon, what's his name, Fei, had already been born? Yes, teacher. Yomi took out a document from the pocket on his stomach. The intelligence department had specially sent a document saying that if you inquired about the leader situation, it was recorded on it. Let me take a look, then hurry up and find it. Where's the son of the dragon now? I asked curiously. Yomi quickly found it. I found something that seems to be recorded. The leader has secretly visited the windmill village in the kingdom of Heya in the East China Sea multiple times, speculating that is the leader's hometown and also the hiding place of his family. I marvel. Wow, this weakling is so well informed about his own boss's background. The dragon must be regretting making him the Minister of Intelligence, right? I looked at the document, and besides speculating about the dragon's hometown, it even mentioned several hiding spots for dragons, although it was all rather vague. It subtly indicated that if I really wanted to know, I could call directly to ask. Is week 007 involved in something with that bastard dragon? Chen Mo asked Yong E as he looked up. This document seemed to be actively informing Chen Mo how to find dragon more accurately and effectively. Chen Mo's first impression was that it was like betraying a comrade, intending to make a contribution by turning into a witness against others. Yong E didn't know about that, but he was absolutely loyal to his teacher. Yong E patted his chest and said, Chen Mo looked up at the blue sky and sighed. Actually, It didn't matter to Chen Mo which sea he went to, but considering the research on nuclear weapons, it was necessary for him to find a relatively quiet area. After all, in his memory, the power of nuclear weapons was only enough to destroy a small corner of an island. But the radiation it caused was almost lethal to the human body. So Chen Mo planned to find a place that was not easily disturbed and had few people. The East Sea is said to be the calmest sea area, right? If the Navy is too numerous, even though I'm a decent citizen, the chances of Sister Robin being discovered will greatly increase. Chen Mojian. Teacher, actually if we go to the East Sea, we don't need to worry about the Navy. He scratched his head and pulled out a notebook that recorded some important classmates' whereabouts, saying, "Why?" Chen Mo asked with some confusion. Even a 14-year-old like Chen Mo knew that among the 4 major sea areas, the East Sea had the largest military presence due to it being the hometown of the Pirate King. Over the years, whenever a couple of potential pirates appeared in the East Sea, they were almost always hunted down with full force, fearing the emergence of another Joel D. Roger. This indirectly led to the East Sea being known as the weakest sea, the Sea of Peace, and also the sea with the most Navy presence. He opened the notebook, compared it with the codebook in his mind, and after reading it carefully, he said, "Actually, the East Sea is secretly considered half a territory of our Revolutionary Army." Not only Chen Mo, but even Robin, who had just walked over with coffee and happened to overhear, was astonished. It should be known that this sea can roughly be divided into 6 areas: the Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest seas, plus the first and second halves of the Grand Line. And now suddenly, someone informed Chen Mo and Robin that, unbeknownst to them, 1/6 of this sea was already in the hands of the Revolutionary Army. Seeing Chen Mo's surprised expression, He quickly explained, "This statement is actually not very accurate." However, at this point, he hesitated, glancing at Robin beside him, and didn't dare to continue. After all, leaking intelligence could potentially lead to the downfall of the entire organization. Although Robin was an extremely important figure to his teacher, he still wisely kept quiet when it came to such highly confidential matters. Robin naturally understood Yi's meaning and didn't mind. With a light smile, she handed a cup of coffee to Chen Mo before taking her book and leaving. Once it was confirmed that there was no one around, He leaned closer to Chen Mo's ear and spoke very softly. "The highest commander of the East Sea Navy, Vice Admiral Nicholas, has already been assassinated. And now it is actually being impersonated by Week 007 using the powers of the mimic fruit. So in fact, all movements of the East Sea Navy are in the hands of our Revolutionary Army. Week 007 has made quite a bit of progress as an actor." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise after hearing this. If Week 007 heard the teacher's praise, he would surely be overjoyed. He said with a simple smile, speaking for Week 007. "No, I thought Week 007 would only be able to act in plays and maybe win the title of the best actor in the sea after graduation. But I didn't expect he could also be a spy. This really surprised me." Chen Mo shook his head and said seriously, "It wasn't that Chen Mo didn't have faith in a student, but this acting student had a significant flaw. He was physically weak. So weak that he couldn't even withstand basic physical training and was given special permission not to participate." Chapter 166. Wine and meat pass through the gut. Friends remain in the heart. Third, Week 007 is a natural actor. Before eating the mimic fruit, he had already secretly scared his classmates multiple times by mimicking Chen Mo's tone. After eating the mimic fruit, he boldly disguised himself as Chen Mo several times to prank his classmates. Relying on his poor health, his classmates were afraid of accidentally hurting him. And even though he superficially accepted Chen Mo's repeated criticisms, he would still revert to his old ways and continue to act recklessly. There was even one time he audaciously disguised himself as Dragon, trying to trick Chen Mo, but that time, Chen Mo really beat him up. Unfortunately, although Week 007's mimic fruit could perfectly imitate a person's appearance, voice, and even temperament, combined with his superb acting skills, it could almost pass for real. However, his biggest flaw at that time was that he could not disguise someone else's life force. His life force was so weak that it could easily be detected by classmates who possessed observation hockey. Thinking of this, Chen Mo asked, "Has Week 007 developed his fruit ability to the point where he can simulate life force and other internal aspects?" "That's right, teacher." He paused, hesitated for a moment, but still spoke truthfully. Week 007 has developed the mimic fruit to the point where he can perfectly simulate the life force, strength, and even memories of other living beings. However, to simulate life force and strength, he needs to consume the heart of the object he is mimicking. And to replicate the memories of the object, he needs the brain. So, what if I take down a Gorsei one day and have him infiltrate the upper echelons of the world government? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's interest was piqued, and he suggested, that might not work. After all, weak 007's physical fitness is too poor, and his ability is merely imitation. His essence is still himself. With his current physical fitness, simulating a rear admiral in the Navy is already the limit. If he were to use the strength of a rear admiral now, he would probably exhaust his stamina in no time, revealing his true form. He recalled the relevant information about weak 007 and spoke. What a pity. Chen Mo sighed for his student. Yes, it really is a pity. Yongyi agreed with Chen Mo. So this case deeply reminds us of one thing. The body is the foundation of revolution. Chen Mo raised a finger to Yongyi and said earnestly. After speaking, Chen Mo slightly levitated, half floating up, and patted Yongyi's shoulder to show encouragement. There was no other way. Yongyi was over 2 meters tall, while Chen Mo was only about 1.78 meters. It wasn't easy to reach his shoulder without floating. Since the East Sea is considered half of our Revolutionary Army's territory, let's head to the East Sea next to meet the son of the dragon and find a secluded place to study the centrifuge. Chen Mo pondered for a moment and said to Yongyi, as for returning to use.Does, to be honest, Chen Mo knew he could never go back. Not to mention that Chen Mo was unwilling to conduct dangerous weapon experiments on use.Does to avoid endangering others. But the overly enthusiastic women there. Their enthusiasm knew no age, from old ladies to little girls, which was quite overwhelming for Chen Mo. Moreover, he vaguely felt that letting his sister Robin see that scene might lead to some unpleasant consequences. Under the encouragement of Chen Mo, Yongyi, who was overly excited, immediately became energized and went to arrange the itinerary. Suddenly, their ship, which appeared as a magnificent and large noble vessel, roared like a steel giant overpowering the waves. A great person once said that the sea is always full of surprises and unexpected events, a saying that is widely circulated among pirates. Whether such a great person truly existed or whether they actually said such a thing is not important. What matters is that in less than half a day's sailing, Chen Mo miraculously encountered red-haired Shanks again. And by coincidence, Shanks blocked Chen Mo's ship, smiling and greeting him. Surprised? Unexpected? At that moment, Chen Mo recalled the fear he once felt when facing a muscular man. Instinctively, he drew his bone sword as if to unleash a sword aura. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo forcibly suppressed that impulse and looked at Shanks with a face full of disdain, saying, Uncle Straw Hat, you're not planning to block me for protection money again, are you? We're already in the first half of the Grand Line. Isn't your business territory a bit too broad? Huh? Shanks looked confused, scratching his straw hat. In a vast ocean, encountering an old friend again is always a joyful thing. So when Shanks unexpectedly spotted Chen Mo's ship, he eagerly approached. If it weren't for Shanks' crew recalling the fear of being thrown into the sea like dumplings by Chen Mo, they would have stopped Shanks from trying to invite Chen Mo to another banquet. For Shanks' crew, any reason to hold a banquet was acceptable, except for that violent boy pretending to be disabled. Aside from being able to eat a lot, the most important thing was that his drinking habits were terrible. No way. However, Shanks, this guy who forgets pain after healing, completely forgot the previous struggles of repairing the ship and catching sea kings. Then Shanks, exhibiting his characteristic of drinking when faced with indecision, tossed a bottle of liquor to Chen Mo without a second thought, slurring, Chen Mo, meeting his fate, come on. Let us drink this bottle before we talk. At this moment, many of Shanks' crew looked at their captain as if he were an idiot. Should he drink? Chen Mo looked at the bottle in his hand, feeling a bit conflicted. The main reason Chen Mo stopped drinking was that he was still a minor, and drinking was harmful to his health. But now that he understood his abilities, he no longer had that concern. Not to mention, even if it were pure alcohol, it wouldn't be a problem for Chen Mo. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Mo decided to drink. As the saying goes, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but friends remain in the heart. Although Uncle Straw Hat had some personal preferences that were questionable, he had already invited him to drink for the second time. If he didn't show some courtesy, wouldn't that be too rude? All right, Uncle Straw Hat, I, Chen Mo, will give you this face. I will drink this bottle. Chapter 167. The Covenant. As soon as the words fell with a thought, Chen Mo sent an invisible sword aura slicing through the top of the bottle, directly cutting off the cap, and tilted his head to gulp it down. At this moment, Not only did many of red-haired pirates' crew members jump back in fright, some were even ready to jump into the sea at any moment. Even Yongyi seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and cautiously stepped back, distancing himself from Chen Mo. However, what they didn't know was that when the liquor entered Chen Mo's body, it almost instantly separated the alcohol, which then flowed out through the fingers on his back. Simply put, Chen Mo had just drunk some water with a bit of alcohol filtered through his body. Ahaha, that's the spirit of a real man of the sea. Shanks, who was already slightly drunk, belched, and, not noticing Chen Mo's small action, said to him, "I drank too." Without further ado, Shanks tilted his head back and drank. Good ba refreshing. Shanks tossed the now empty bottle into the sea, lamenting. Chen Mo, however, rolled his eyes, completely failing to appreciate the charm of it. By the way, weren't you supposed to go to myriad for something important? How'd that go? Shanks, with a slightly flushed face and a hint of drunkenness, asked. I already ran to myriad. Chen Mo recalled the frustrating negotiation and thought Shanks was bringing it up, feeling a bit helpless as he said, "Unfortunately, it still ended in failure." Shanks, upon hearing this, looked at the young man before him with a hint of sympathy. Losing one's family and traveling a long distance with the last belongings to seek help, only to be cruelly rejected. Although Shanks was not present at the time, he could deeply empathize with the pain and helplessness of being turned down. Thinking of this, Shanks couldn't help but comfort him. That must have been painful, right? Chen Mo responded sincerely. Watching those slaves jump off the cliff one by one, my heart was breaking, and I could only watch them jump. That kind of pain is truly unbearable. The sea is like this. Most things don't go as you wish, just do your best. Shanks took another bottle of liquor, downed it in one go, and seemed to recall something from the past, sighing. Sighed. Chen Mo nodded, agreeing with that sentiment. At that time, I'd indeed done my best. I fought off 4 attackers, killing 1 and severely injuring 3, and ultimately all the slaves were successfully rescued. Although the negotiations completely fell through, I had done my utmost. After all, I was still too weak and could only do my best. If there's a next time, Chen Mo will definitely not allow this word to appear on himself. The world government is full of bastards. Having any expectations of them was never a safe thing to begin with. As men on the sea, what we want to obtain ultimately relies on our own strength. Shanks shook his head, locking away those old memories again, and continued to comfort Chen Mo. That's right. Chen Mo looked at Shanks as if he were looking at a confidant. The world government is a bunch of bastards. And now, Chen Mo also feels that he shouldn't have had any expectations of them back then. Let's just go nuclear and take them down first before discussing anything else. So, do you have any plans now? Shanks asked with some concern, fearing that Chen Mo might give up on himself. Although Chen Mo possessed the conqueror's haki, representing an unyielding will and belief, Shanks was still worried that as a young boy, Chen Mo might think too much or stubbornly take a wrong path. I plan to go to the East Blue to meet old friends and develop some weapons, Chen Mo said to the straw hat uncle in front of him, having omitted some words. Upon hearing this, Shanks turned to look at Beckman beside him, his eyes conveying a message. Buddy, you have a high IQ. Do you think this is the best option for my friend? As the somewhat brainless Shanks' external brain, Beckman instantly understood Shanks' meaning. Although he didn't know why, Beckman always felt that this boy seemed to have ulterior motives. Something was off. However, if viewed purely from the perspective of a fallen prince seeking to restore his country, looking for allies and hiding in the distant East Blue to research weapons and accumulate strength was indeed the best choice. Thinking of this, Beckman nodded to Shanks, indicating that it was fine. With Beckman's confirmation, Shanks no longer had any worries and greatly agreed with Chen Mo's idea, offering his insights as wisely as possible. For example, one must act low-key. Chen Mo thought this made some sense. For instance, when researching weapons, one should not be impatient and take it slow. Chen Mo thought this was also reasonable. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened with nuclear weapons and they exploded midway, it would be a big deal. For example, when a counterattack starts, I can invite my red-haired Shanks to assist. Regarding this, Chen Mo hesitated. After all, the opponent was the world government that had stood for 800 years with unfathomable strength and background. Although the strength of this straw hat uncle was much stronger than that bald CP0 chief in Chen Mo's perception, he felt that participating in such a world war would only make him cannon fodder. However, seeing Chen Mo's hesitant refusal, Shanks became furious. He boasted wildly about himself, claiming he had been to the legendary Raftel years ago, that he had once been the right-hand man of the Pirate King, that his swordsmanship was comparable to the world's greatest swordsman. that his haki was on par with the legendary Pirate King, and that he was a true hero who prioritized righteousness, willing to stab friends for a drink. Chen Mo did not believe this straw hat uncle's boasting. Putting aside everything else, just the claim of being the world's greatest swordsman made Chen Mo deeply disdainful. However, in the end, Chen Mo was still a young man who didn't know how to refuse others' goodwill. After Shank's enthusiastic self-recommendation, he could only reluctantly agree to his request for assistance. To prove that he was not joking, Shanks, somewhat tipsy, signed a related paper alliance with Chen Mo. Pounding his chest, he guaranteed that once Chen Mo started the war, Shanks, would never back down, no matter how dangerous it got. Chapter 168. My dear friend. Once the alliance was signed, Chen Mo looked at Shanks with different eyes. The road to revolution is winding and long. Uniting all like-minded comrades is only proper. Although Shank's profession as a pirate didn't quite align with Chen Mo's ideals, since they were comrades now, those were just trivial matters. Moreover, Chen Mo never felt any malice from Shanks. He felt he was a pure person, just like himself. Thinking of this, Chen Mo solemnly handed over the alliance document, which both had fingerprinted, to Yuichi for safekeeping. Shanks also drunkenly handed his copy of the alliance to Beckman, saying loudly, "Take good care of this. It's proof of my friendship with Chen Mo." Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh happily, feeling that this straw hat uncle was indeed an interesting person and a friend worth getting close to. As Chen Mo laughed, Shanks and the others also joined in. And for a moment, laughter echoed across the entire sea. Huh, what are you all doing? Dressed in a casual tank top, Robin walked out of the room, curious about the laughter coming from outside, and looked at the group of people laughing inexplicably. It's nothing, just that I made a friend and couldn't help but be happy. Chen Mo explained to Sister Robin, pointing at Shanks joyfully. Oh, seeing that there were no strange women among the unfamiliar faces, Robin returned to her room. For Robin, unless they were those weird people, she was very supportive of Chen Mo making more friends. Yeah, Beckman, looking at Robin, felt a bit familiar, as if he had seen her on some wanted poster. Wanted poster? Suddenly, Beckman recalled Robin's identity, the daughter of the devil, the O'Hara survivor who was wanted by the world government since she was 8 years old. As a member of the pirates, Beckman naturally held no prejudice against Nico Robin, the world government's wanted criminal, and would not believe the slander spread by the world government. However, out of concern for his friend, Beckman still reminded Chen Mo that was the world government's wanted criminal, daughter of the devil Nico Robin. Although I don't know why she is on your ship, I suggest you keep an eye on her. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo became somewhat angry. If it weren't for the fact that Beckman was also considered a friend, he would have punched him without hesitation. Beckman, if you consider me a friend, you absolutely must not speak ill of my sister Robin. Sister Robin? Shanks asked drunkenly, his eyes hazy. Wasn't the whole royal family only you who escaped? How could there be an older sister? What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Mo corrected him. I'm not a member of the royal family, but it seems that the only ones who survive from O'Hara for now are me and Sister Robin. O'Hara, Beckman exclaimed, staring wide-eyed at Chen Mo in utter disbelief. Even Shanks seemed to have half woken up from his drunken state, realizing he had been misunderstanding something all along. Yes, O'Hara. Chen Mo nodded and said to Shanks amicably, when dinner time comes, I'll formally introduce you to my sister, Nico Robin. Nico Chen Mo. Beckman muttered these two names, and with Chen Mo's admission of being from O'Hara, an inexplicable sense of foreboding rose in his heart. He trembled slightly and asked, so, who exactly is the target of the war you mentioned earlier? What else could it be? Chen Mo replied casually, as if discussing what to eat for dinner. Of course, it's the incredibly corrupt world government. Oh, so it's the world government. Shanks repeated, his smile gradually freezing. What the hell? Shanks suddenly stood up, shouting in shock. Huh? What's wrong? You didn't know all along? Chen Mo asked with surprise at Shanks' intense reaction. It's a bit unexpected. Shanks pretended to calm down and sat back down, pouring himself another bottle of wine to steady his nerves, looking a bit dazed. If you want to back out, it's fine. I never like to force people. Chen Mo took the agreement from Yuichi and placed it in front of Shanks, speaking sincerely. Shanks narrowed his eyes at the glaring handprint on the agreement, gritting his teeth and forcing himself to say, I am red-haired Shanks. How can I go back on my word? Really? No regrets. Chen Mo asked kindly again, seeing Shanks' troubled expression. It's really fine. I recognize you as a friend. And even if you turn out to be untrustworthy, I won't look down on you. After all, the world government is such a colossal entity. Even I, a mere 14-year-old scholar, am prepared to be crushed to pieces without fear. You are just some ordinary pirates without any ideological awareness, so I can understand if you're scared. Shanks got angry on the spot, slamming his palm on the deck and shouting, "Am I someone who is untrustworthy and lacks ideology? Since you consider me a friend, how could I go back on my word? Are you insulting me?" Chen Mo, who was understanding, deeply regretted not knowing how to speak and hurting his friend's feelings. He carefully handed the agreement back to Yui Chi and solemnly instructed, "Keep the agreement well in the sea stone box. To prove the friendship and agreement between me and Uncle Straw Hat, when we formally declare war on the world government, I must attach this agreement below the declaration." At the end, Chen Mo looked at Shanks earnestly, enunciating each word as a testament to our friendship. "In this new era, I must create it together with my friends. And this agreement will be one of the symbols of a new era. My dear friend, I acknowledge you." Shanks' mouth twitched stiffly, filled with 1,000 regrets. And in the end, he could only agree with a forced smile. Not to mention the countless frustrations running through Shanks' mind. His many crew members felt their future was bleak. They were on a pirate ship. No, on a black ship. Is it too late to back out? Why doesn't this idiot captain refuse? If it weren't for the many outsiders present, Shanks' crew would have rushed forward and beaten this prideful captain to a pulp. We just want to be good pirates, not revolutionaries. We don't want to be cannon fodder fighting against the world government. Isn't it good to just eat, drink, and travel the seas every day? Isn't it good to be alive? Chapter 169. Sparring with things having come to this point, Shanks, who usually valued promises above life itself, had almost cut off his path to regret. It's just the world government. Although a bit scared and anxious, he knew that he had planned to uphold Captain Roger's will and would eventually confront the world government. Thinking of this, Shanks felt much calmer, but in his original plan, he intended to maintain the situation at sea until the man inheriting Rogers will grow up. It seems some unexpected factors have appeared. After sobering up, a hint of wisdom appeared on Shanks' face. However, since he had made a promise, there was nothing more to say. Shanks looked at the 14-year-old boy in front of him, who was recklessly trying to declare war on the world government, and sighed inwardly. The tides of the era are indeed rolling forward without pause. If Captain Roger knew that even a mere 14-year-old boy had such courage, he would definitely drink with him for 3 days and nights. But I hope this courage doesn't turn into arrogance. Often, having conqueror's haki doesn't equate to actual strength. Thinking of this, Shanks felt he should teach his little friend a lesson to prevent him from trying to challenge the world government before he grew up. Chen Mo was a bit surprised to sense that the friend he had just acknowledged suddenly exuded a fighting spirit. "Chen Mojian," Shanks said as gently as possible. "Since we've had a drink, according to the customs of the sea, shouldn't we spar a bit?" To be clear, Shanks absolutely wasn't trying to vent his frustrations through sparring because of the agreement. All of this was to help his friend grow quickly. It's all love. Full of love. Spow. Chen Mo sensed Shanks' life, force, and hesitated. "Isn't that a bad idea? I'm afraid you'll get hurt, my friend." Chen Mo had such a kind and friendly personality. Since Shanks was his acknowledged friend, he truly did not want him to get hurt. Hey Shanks immediately thought Chen Mo was being timid. Looking at him with a hint of disdain, and boldly suggested, "As a man of the sea, how could you fear mere injuries? As they say, scars are the medals of a man's courage. But I'm still a boy." Chen Mo replied straightforwardly, "I'm only 14 this year. Isn't it said that one only becomes a man at 16 and can go to sea then?" Instantly, everyone present was put off by Chen Mo's words. "When you tricked Shanks into signing the agreement, why didn't you mention that you were still a minor and needed a guardian present to sign the agreement?" Upon hearing about the fight, they immediately made excuses, saying he was still just a boy. At that moment, the members of the red-haired pirates looked at Chen Mo with only one thought. They had never seen someone so shameless. If Chen Mo knew what they were thinking, he would surely shout in protest. He refused to spar because he was worried about his newly recognized best friend getting hurt. And he is a minor. That's a fact. However, Shanks, who had just been played a trick on, was not willing to let Chen Mo off so easily. Now he was determined to teach Chen Mo a lesson to vent his frustration. Ahem. It was a good opportunity to educate his friend, to make him understand the vastness of the world. So, Shanks pulled Chen Mo over, resting his arm on his shoulder, and asked, "Are we best friends?" "Yes." Chen Mo replied with certainty, for a friend who was willing to lead the whole family. Ahem. The entire pirate crew to fight against the world government for the sake of loyalty. Chen Mo couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. I have to say, at that moment, even Chen Mo was deeply moved by this bold sense of loyalty. However, at this time, Shanks didn't care about the friendship. He just wanted to beat up Chen Mo. So he continued, Since we are best friends, we must establish a hierarchy to confirm who is the big brother, right? You're much older than me, so you're the big brother. Chen didn't care much about such titles and respectfully said to Shanks. Ha 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 ha. The other pirates, listening to their awkward conversation, suddenly burst into laughter. Even the shadow created by the recent alliance faded considerably. Ha ha. Our captain is an old man. Did you hear that? Silly captain. Old man, come here, I'll give you my seat. Hearing his crew's teasing without any respect, Shanks shouted angrily at them, get lost. Then, Shanks turned back to Chen and said, age shouldn't determine our status. We should show the style of men of the sea. Come on, Chen, we must have a spar. If you can land even one hit on me. From now on, I'll call you big brother whenever we meet. Chen pondered for a moment and finally had to nod helplessly. It wasn't that Chen wanted to fight for that meaningless title, but his friend's competitive spirit was simply too reckless. As his best friend, Chen felt he needed to take action to teach him the lesson that there are always people stronger than you. Otherwise, he was genuinely worried that one day he would suddenly hear news about a certain straw hat uncle being beaten to death for being too arrogant and vain. Once the news of Shanks and Chen sparring was confirmed, both the red-haired pirates and Chen Mo's guard team wore amused smiles, looking like they were about to watch a show. Peanuts, sunflower seeds, ate treasure porridge. Even when the news reached the kitchen, the chefs pushed out some snacks to sell and planned to take the opportunity to watch the fun. However, before the chefs could excitedly count their earnings, a tall shadow appeared before them. Lord Yuichi. The chef turned around to find Yuichi with a serious expression behind him, trembling as he spoke. The chef was already prepared to be reprimanded and to practice more. Give me 2 servings of peanuts and sunflower seeds, Yuichi said with a somewhat creepy smile. Okay. The chef hurriedly took out the best snacks he had originally prepared for himself and respectfully handed them to Yuichi. How much is it? Yuichi asked while rummaging through his pockets. Hey, Lord Yuichi usually takes good care of us, like a gentle older brother. How can I ask my brother for money? The chef said heroically, pretending to be angry at the mention of money. All right then, Yuichi patted the chef on the shoulder, speaking in a tone that seemed to say he was counting on him. After a pause, Yuichi gestured towards the red-haired pirates and said, they are also our allies. So don't be stingy with the snacks. Just make the price reasonable. Yes, the chef replied excitedly. Indeed, bribing, ahem, respecting the superior is beneficial. It indirectly increases the market by half. There is finally a way to save some pocket money for the next vacation to sneak away to a club to relax. Immediately, the chef hurriedly pushed his little cart towards the red-haired pirates to sell. Peanuts, sunflower seeds, ate treasure porridge. Chen naturally didn't notice how mischievous his guard team was being, but even if he did, he wouldn't mind. The drifting journey on the sea was simply too boring. As long as it didn't interfere with their normal duties, Chen would only express support for such playfulness. The battle between Shanks and Chen of course, wouldn't take place on the sea. Chen Mo's aerial combat ability wasn't weak, but Shanks wouldn't be using techniques like the Marine 6 styles. Therefore, Chen without any intention of mocking, told Shanks that after their spar, he would teach him the technique for hovering in the air. However, to Shanks, it oddly felt as if, without even starting, there was already a sense of an older brother taking care of a younger brother by teaching him techniques. How frustrating. Shanks, who was already feeling somewhat stifled inside, took a big swig of alcohol, secretly planning to teach this friend a good lesson. He wanted Chen to approach learning the hovering technique with the attitude of respecting his older brother and presenting gifts. Before long, after searching for a deserted island, Shanks and Chen headed straight onto the island. Should we back off a bit? The plump Locky Lou mumbled while chewing on a large chicken leg. No need, right? Beckman had as little confidence in the intellect of his idiot captain as he had confidence in his strength. After all, it was just about teaching a 14-year-old boy a lesson. They were considering the previous display of Chen Mo's formidable power and abnormal endurance, afraid they might accidentally damage the ship. Now that Shanks was serious and using his hockey and sword skills, there weren't many in the entire sea who could match him. After all, if pure strength could explain everything, the giants would have already dominated the sea. The battles wouldn't need to be so troublesome. They could just line up for arm wrestling. However, while Beckman hesitated, Yuichi was already urging the helmsman to quickly steer away from the deserted island. The way he looked, it seemed like if they stayed a moment longer, they could be caught in the crossfire. Others might not guess the consequences. But Yuichi knew very well the destructive power of his teacher. Staying here any longer, they could be torn to shreds by the residual sword energy at any moment. Moreover, that great pirate red-haired Shanks is undoubtedly a top figure even in the New World. If these two were to fight, it would definitely not be a battle that could be resolved quickly. Looking at the huge ship beside them, with the mainsail fully raised and all engines running, it was fleeing as if for its life. Was it really necessary to be that dramatic? Beckman raised an eyebrow in skepticism. Then, out of caution, he instructed the helmsman to dock the Red Force 5 kilometers away from the deserted island. Just as the two ships were distancing themselves from the deserted island, Shanks and Chen Mo were chatting like close friends, casually wrapping their arms around each other's shoulders as they headed towards the center of the island. Chen Mo awkwardly twisted his shoulder, feeling that his dear friend was great in many ways, yet there was a subtle feeling of knowing men and taking the lead. Don't be afraid. Shanks thought Chen Mo's stiff movements were due to worry about the upcoming battle, and he suppressed his excitement to reassure him. I will be as careful and gentle as possible. I won't hurt you. Hearing Shanks' somewhat overly excited and awkward statement, Chen Mo responded helplessly. It's better if you don't say anything. Now I'm a bit flustered. I'm still a kid. Chen Mo struggled to free himself from Shanks' arm, looking annoyed. However, Shanks, a man who had been single for 30 years and whose mind was filled only with freedom and comrades, had no idea how terrible his words had just been. After thinking for a moment, Shanks changed the subject. By the way, have you practiced anything before? Practice? Chen Mo recalled his past 14 years of life. I don't remember anything before I was 8. Then during the 6 years in between, it was just eating, drinking, and in my spare time, reading books and teaching students. As for practice, it seems I really haven't done much. The most I've done is improve my mental state through reading and naturally became stronger. After holding back for a while, Chen Mo finally thought of something and said without concealment, I have dabbled a bit in swordsmanship. I guess you could say I'm a beginner. Beginner-level swordsmanship? Shanks stroked his chin, muttering, if you only started swordsmanship at 14, your progress is a bit slow, there's nothing I can do. Chen Mo said with a slightly melancholic expression, filled with helplessness. I have no talent for swordsmanship, and without a teacher's guidance, practicing swordsmanship has been quite difficult. No worries. Shanks, assuming a big brother demeanor, comforted Chen Mo. In terms of swordsmanship, I might be slightly inferior to that guy Mihawk, but I'm still among the top in the ocean. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Plus, you have exceptional talent, immense strength, and great endurance. After some diligent practice in swordsmanship, your future achievements will undoubtedly be high. However, Chen Mo completely missed the latter part of Shanks' statement, his expression turning extremely serious as he confirmed with Shanks, my friend, you say your swordsmanship level is among the top in the ocean? Yes. Shanks replied, I'm not bragging. There's no one in this entire ocean who would dare to say they are definitely stronger than me in swordsmanship. At that moment, Chen Mo's internal vigilance peaked. After all, life force cannot definitively indicate a person's strength. It only represents a strong person's lower limit. However, if this dear friend of his is truly one of the top swordsmanship masters in the ocean, then the strength he could potentially unleash might far exceed that of his life force. Chapter 171. The battle begins a formidable opponent. It was very likely a rival that Chen Mo would struggle to match even with all his strength. After all, in Chen Mo's personal perception, although his life force was significantly stronger than Shanks, his swordsmanship was merely at a beginner level. If Shanks' swordsmanship was indeed at the top of the ocean, then it would surely far surpass his own. With this reduction and increase, Chen Mo really might not be a match for his charismatic friend. Indeed, this ocean truly harbors hidden talents and powerful figures. How terrifying. Chen Mo thought with a grave expression. It made sense. If his friend wasn't stronger than him, he wouldn't so casually oppose the world government for his sake. At that moment, after contemplating for a moment, Chen Mo almost concluded that his friend was indeed powerful, considering him the strongest opponent he had faced since setting out to sea. My friend, you are too strong. I will go all out, so you must be careful. Chen Mo said seriously to Shanks, even specially reminding him, because even Chen Mo himself didn't know what level he would reach when going all out. After all, during the previous encounter at myriad, he had been surrounded by multiple enemies and constrained by the surrounding slaves, so he couldn't unleash his full power. Especially after reflecting on this for some time, although Chen Mo hadn't figured out the peace mode yet. Unexpectedly, he had applied part of its principles to his swordsmanship, creating some techniques from the nuclear series. How powerful are they? If the previous series was merely using brute force to swing weapons, then the current nuclear series possessed considerable skill. Of course, in Chen Mo's view, these improvised techniques might seem clumsy in the eyes of swordsmanship master like Shanks. Haha, Just go all out and don't worry. Shanks adjusted his straw hat and couldn't help but strike a cool pose, full of charisma as he said, "I've been roaming the seas for over 20 years. I'm not someone who can be easily defeated." However, as soon as Shanks said this, he inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding. Turning his head, he saw that after hearing his words, Chen Mo, who had seemed somewhat reluctant about the battle, now had an expression filled with excitement and eagerness for the fight. There was no way around it. For someone like Chen Mo, who was eager to reach new heights, hardworking, and had a great interest in swordsmanship, he had always wanted to spar with a true swordsmanship master. There was no future in just building a car behind closed doors. Swordsmanship was the same. Having practiced for 6 years without encountering anyone stronger than himself, he finally met a swordsmanship master. It was truly like dry tinder meeting fire. With a thirst for battle, Chen Mo couldn't suppress his primal urge to fight any longer. Feeling an inexplicable thump in his heart, Shanks cautiously glanced at the completely excited Chen Mo and casually asked him, "Chen Mo, have you had any battles before?" "Battles?" Chen Mo licked his lips and casually replied, "I feel like I've only had 2 decent battles in my life." "2? Yes. Once it was a one-on-one duel with a shameless bastard. Another time he was surrounded and beaten by 4 big men." Upon hearing this, Shanks inexplicably felt much calmer. After all, which strong warrior hasn't grown through countless battles? And at just 14 years old, no matter how extraordinary Chen Mo's talent is, without combat experience, it's just nonsense. All right, no more delays. Chen Mo couldn't wait to test his skills with the swordsmanship masters. So his originally slow pace suddenly quickened as he headed toward the center of the island. Naturally, Shanks, who had intended to vent his frustrations on Chen Mo, didn't delay either and closely followed Chen Mo's figure, shooting forward like an arrow. Meanwhile, on Yuichi's side, they had already left the surrounding waters of the deserted island far behind, only stopping when the island became a small black in their sight. "Here, Lord Nico, your binoculars." Having prepared in advance, Yuichi arranged the necessary positions and walked to Robin's side, handing her the binoculars along with some snacks like peanuts while respectfully saying, "Mr. Yuichi, is it really necessary to stay this far away?" Even Robin looked somewhat puzzled and consulted Yuichi. "You don't know. The last battle between the teacher and the captain lasted for several whole days, with storms and slashes filling a 10-kilometer radius. By the time they finished, the island that served as the battlefield was left with only a few reefs." Yuichi calmly recounted the general situation from back then, his honest and straightforward expression even causing Robin to have no doubts. "An island just disappeared like that?" Robin asked in disbelief. For Robin, who had only witnessed the highest level of combat back in O'Hara, where Chen Mo held back Akainu and Akiji, that battle had only flattened the surface of O'Hara, turning most areas into magma and ice, far from causing the vast island to sink. It's gone, over 100 square kilometers of island. First shattered by the teacher's residual sword aura, then swept into the captain's storm, and finally turned into dust. Before Yuichi could finish, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the center of the deserted island. Immediately, a pure white sword aura sprang forth from the center of the island, splitting everything in its path in half, the land, the sea, even the sky. Before the guard could recover from the shock of the explosive sword aura, a frantic roar spread around. "Bastard, are you trying to kill me?" With that roar, even from a distance, everyone felt an almost tangible sense of oppression. A towering conqueror's haki suddenly surged, stirring the entire sky into a massive whirlpool. The battle had begun. Chapter 172, Nuclear Peace Series. Aurora back at the center of the deserted island, as Chen Mo arrived first. He placed his right hand on a white belt-like object around his waist. In an instant, that white belt seemed to come to life, deftly twisting a few times before transforming into a bone sword over a meter long. Devil fruit? Or some special weapon? Shanks, who followed closely behind, felt the increasingly murderous atmosphere around Chen Mo and instinctively entered a combat state, drawing his famous sword Griffin from his waist. However, Chen Mo, already in a combat state, had no time to answer Shanks' question. At this moment, fully aware of facing the toughest battle of his life, Chen Mo had raised his spirit to the highest level. Nuclear Peace Series. Suddenly, even though Chen Mo had yet to make any move, Shanks sensed an impending sharp danger rapidly approaching him. Dodge! Years of battle experience kicked in, and before Shanks' brain could react, his body instinctively began to evade, honed through numerous fights with swordsmen. In an instant, Shanks saw a flash of white light in front of him, a strike akin to an aurora slicing through his original position. Boom! When that aurora swept past Shanks, A deafening roar followed, ringing in his ears. Nuclear Peace Series, Aurora. At this moment, Chen Mo's calm voice began to resonate, as if he were explaining the size of a blade after stabbing someone. Shanks stiffly turned his head, suddenly realizing that behind him, the sky, the earth, and the sea had all been vertically cleaved, as if a deity had casually made a mark between heaven and earth. Bastard, are you trying to kill me? Shanks immediately exploded in anger, shouting furiously at Chen Mo. We're not mortal enemies. It's just a friendly spar. Who starts off with a powerful strike like that? If that Aurora-like attack had truly landed on Shanks, no matter how confident he was, he wouldn't have escaped serious injury. Didn't you tell me to go all out, my dear friend? Chen Mo paused, listening to Shanks' roar, and precariously interrupted his follow-up combo, asking straightforwardly, This is my full power in a normal state. Dear friend, for a swordsmanship master like you, you can't possibly be unable to withstand such simple and crude moves, right? Shanks' mouth twitched, completely enraged. Boom! A tangible wave of air suddenly exploded with Shanks as the center. The overwhelming conqueror's haki surged up. Even the sky was stirred into an enormous whirlpool by this astonishing haki. Meanwhile, deep in the unknown sea, countless massive sea kings seemed to sense some terrifying presence, desperately fleeing from the direction of the deserted island. Haki, extreme thorn at this moment, Shanks held nothing back, unleashing his swordsmanship and haki without reservation. After Chen Mo's earth-shattering strike, Shanks realized he had indeed underestimated his friend. This 14-year-old, who was already capable of ruling the seas. His strength was absolutely on par with his own, and Chen Mo, who was momentarily stunned by Shanks' sudden fury, watched as the famous sword griffin pierced toward him like lightning, casting aside all doubts. At this moment, it was only about fighting. Nuclear Peace Series, Aurora as the fastest and most suitable ambush technique in Chen Mo's Nuclear Peace Series, as his wrist turned. The sword intent within him surged like a nuclear explosion, granting the bone sword unimaginable speed. Clang! The clash of blades. The tip of the famous sword griffin collided with the bone sword without any tricks. Suddenly, with the two as the center, the surrounding land rolled and exploded under the violent shockwave. Even the sea around the deserted island instantly churned up waves dozens of meters high. At this moment, the entire deserted island seemed to tremble faintly. 5 miles away from the deserted island, Beckman narrowed his pupils, quickly drew his gun from his waist, and concentrated his aura. Boom! The small bullet collided with the giant wave rushing towards him, exploding like a powerful explosive, stopping the wave that could overturn the entire Red Force ship. Immediately, Beckman shouted to the helmsman, Retreat! Hurry and retreat. In fact, even without Beckman's order, the helmsman had sensed the danger the moment he spotted the giant wave and was already desperately turning to retreat. At this moment, Shanks and Chen Mo, fully unleashing their combat power, had no time to care about the mere aftermath. Strong. So strong. Chen Montag laukit wildly, praising Shanks, completely immersed in an unparalleled excitement. Even though Chen Mo was a scholar, he had never hidden his love for the sword path. Unfortunately, in the past, without a teacher's guidance, he could only explore little by little. But now, in the competition with Shanks, Chen Mo truly realized the gap between himself and a true master of swordsmanship, unlike the time in myriad. The old man with the sword back then also used a sword, but in Chen Mo's feeling, that old man, rather than practicing his sword path, had unknowingly become a slave to the demon sword in his hand. But Shanks was different. His sword path had its own soul, unique techniques, and even a unique momentum. These were all things that Chen Mo's sword path lacked. Nuclear Equilibrium Series, Crescent Moon, suddenly centered around Chen Mo. All the surrounding space fell into an eternal night, with only the bone sword in Chen Mo's hand faintly emitting light. Beautiful and deadly. This is the momentum. This is the momentum that Chen Mo just learned through his encounter with Shanks. It turned out that what Chen Mo envisioned as the Nuclear Equilibrium Series, Crescent Moon, was merely a diagonal sweep at extreme speed under the enhancement of sword intent. However, when combined with sword momentum, this crescent would occupy the enemy's entire mind, as if an eternal night had descended, forcibly compressing the enemy's perception. Faced with this illusion of losing all visual awareness, Shanks Conqueror's haki trembled. In an instant, he recovered, and the famous sword griffin tilted at an incredible angle to deflect the bone sword, with a strange acceleration, piercing directly towards Chen Mo's chest. Chapter 173, Fierce Battle. Technique. This is the technique that Chen Mo had longed for, but could never obtain. facing the griffin that bizarrely borrowed power from his own attack and then stabbed towards him at an even faster speed. With Chen Mo's rough technique, this sword, like a bolt of lightning, had already reached a point of no escape. Unfortunately, Chen Mo had never been known for his combat skills, or perhaps simply lacked the technique to compete with Shanks, but he possessed a bit of a special small talent, perfectly controlling the cells within his body. It may sound useless, and even Chen Mo himself didn't think it was an extraordinary talent. However, in this situation, it allowed him to preemptively shift the organs near the wound before being pierced, avoiding more serious injuries. Shanks looked at the griffin that had pierced through Chen Mo and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This boy in front of him is truly a monster. The fact that his strength and endurance are stronger than his is already unbelievable. But when it came to actual combat, he suddenly realized that his hockey and swordsmanship had a feeling that could almost rival his. However, what was strange was that, although his hockey and swordsmanship clearly had the foundation to match his own, that rough technique made it difficult for him to unleash his full potential. No, at least it limited half of his abilities. However, what was terrifying was that in the short time they had fought, Shanks discovered that this boy was progressing at an unimaginable speed, drawing the abilities he needed from himself. He will lose. This was Shanks' preliminary judgment of this battle within a short time. Therefore, Shanks took the risk of forcibly using techniques that far surpassed Chen Mo's, like walking a tightrope, taking a gamble, and narrowly piercing through the boy's chest. Your lung has been pierced, so this battle is my victory. Call me Big Brother. Shanks secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, pulled out the griffin embedded in Chen Mo, and instantly retreated dozens of meters, declaring with a powerful aura. Chen Mo looked at Shanks, who had suddenly pulled back, puzzled, feeling somewhat baffled. In his case of moving organs, such a penetrating wound looked impressive. But even if he were sent to the hospital, it would at most be classified as a level 2 minor injury. Or rather, with Chen Mo's small special talent, even if he were stabbed 10 or 8 times, he could guarantee that none would hit vital points. Even if it really injured an organ, so what? It would just require a bit more energy to heal. Therefore, when Chen Mo lowered the hand blocking his wound, what entered Shanks' view was a piece of tender white skin. It was impossible to see any signs of injury, let alone the extent of being pierced by a long sword. This is bad. Shanks looked at Chen Mo, who was once again charging at him with a bone sword, and immediately understood that he was in big trouble. With such an incredible regenerative ability, this battle could only end by exhausting his last drop of stamina. However, Shanks didn't have time to look closely, as he recognized Chen Mo's familiar starting move. Nuclear Equilibrium Series, Aurora. At this moment, in a state of unavoidable shock, Shanks could only grit his teeth, channeling his overwhelming armament hockey and conqueror's hockey into the famous sword griffin. Instantly, amid Shanks' terrifying sword momentum, a man with unmatched hockey faintly appeared behind him, adding even more powerful strength to this strike. Hockey, unmatched. Suddenly, like a true, unbeatable overlord wielding a sword, he lunged towards the bone sword in Chen Mo's hand. Clang! A crisp sound of sword tips clashing reverberated across the surrounding sea for over 10 miles. Even from the perspective of Yui Qi and others, they could clearly see through binoculars that the area surrounding the deserted island, which served as the battlefield, had begun to show signs of cracking. As an ordinary deserted island, at this moment, it was bearing a force that its fragile body should not withstand. Fierce battle. The true fierce battle has begun. At this moment, Shanks has realized that the battle before him cannot be won through tricks or cunning methods. Even among peers, Shanks understands that given his not-so-outstanding physical condition, he is likely to lose in the end. However, until the last moment of battle, the true victor cannot be determined. Having drifted on the seas for nearly 20 years, Shanks' fighting spirit is no less than anyone else's. Turning the tide in dire situations is just a part of life for Shanks, who often savors fine wine amidst crises. Come on, let us fight. Ha ha ha. With a surge of passion, Shanks is laughing wildly, as if he is joyfully drinking a treasured wine he has kept for years. Even though Shanks is clearly at a disadvantage now, he shows no signs of fear. Instead, under his intense fighting spirit and bold will, he unifies all of his strength to fight back. At this moment, Chen Mo is continuously absorbing techniques, momentum, and even the way of using hockey from Shanks, visibly growing stronger at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, as Shanks slowly finds himself at a disadvantage, he is laughing maniacally while struggling to hold on. His swordsmanship and hockey, which have reached a bottleneck, are also growing at an imperceptible speed. However, neither of them notices the changes happening within themselves. All their willpower is focused on the attacks from the opponent, blocking, counterattacking, piercing, both skilled in thrusting weapons. They are engaged in a continuous exchange of offense and defense just a short distance apart. From afar, it looks as if these two are dancing madly on the edge of a blade. Beautiful, an indescribable beauty. Even around them, layers of black and red lightning are spreading out in circles. The collision of conquerors hockey with their clash. The collision of their wills inevitably triggers a fierce clash of conquerors hockey. Suddenly, endless black and red lightning spreads out from the center of their battlefield, wildly extending into the surroundings. The scene resembles a hell of destruction. Is this the highest level of power in the sea? Watching this disaster-like scene, the guards and the members of the red-haired pirates, far from the deserted island, tremble uncontrollably in fear. It's hard to imagine that this is merely the aftermath of their battle 10 kilometers away. Yuichi leaps forward, punching through the massive wave crashing towards him, landing on the deck and sighing in amazement. Chapter 174, The Domain of the Overlord. Meanwhile, Robin, holding a telescope, watches the seemingly world-destroying battle scene on the deserted island and can't help but clench her fists tightly. Shout, Mo. You must be having a hard time. As Robin watches, tears begin to fall from her cheeks uncontrollably. Having drifted on the sea for 6 years, Robin knows very well that the power capable of such destruction is undoubtedly an extraordinary existence. And to obtain this power, how much has my foolish brother, Chen Mo, gone through? How much pain? How much exhaustion? How many injuries has he suffered to grow to this point? Now, you can really protect me. You idiot, you are truly fulfilling your promise. Tears flowed down Robin's face drop by drop. Since their reunion, Robin purely feels that her foolish brother's feelings for her remain unchanged, and he is still as pure and simple as before. Robin has also learned indirectly that her foolish brother seems to hold a significant position in that mysterious organization, the Revolutionary Army. And now her foolish brother possesses extraordinary power, even capable of entering myriad and still coming out unscathed. However, it is only now that Robin truly understands what that so-called extraordinary power really is, realizing how pale and powerless her previous understanding of Chen Mo's strength was. It is a power capable of easily destroying islands with the aftermath of their battles, a force that can turn the world upside down in an instant. Yet, at this moment, Robin feels an immense heartache for her foolish brother. In this world, everything has a cause and effect. What price has her brother paid to gain such terrifying power? Thinking of this, Robin bites down hard on her lower lip. Blood seeps out little by little. For the past 6 years, Robin has felt that her life has been incredibly difficult and painful under the pursuit of the world government and the Navy. However, just by speculating slightly based on the strength Chen Mo has shown, she can easily imagine the unimaginable hardships and efforts he has put in. I'm the sister, and you, my brother, are desperately working hard to become stronger to protect me. It's just so despicable. As a sister, I feel so despicable. Thinking of this, a strong desire to become stronger suddenly rises within Robin. Not for self-preservation, not for survival, and certainly not to seek the true history, but purely for that brother who every day declares he wants to protect her, that incredibly foolish brother, so that he can protect such a despicable sister without so much effort. Robin puts down the telescope, turns around, and heads straight for the training room inside the ship. While leaving a pair of arms and eyes, using the abilities of the Hana know me to observe the battle situation on the deserted island. Meanwhile, Robin maximizes the use of her 3 clones, and even her main body is training in the training room. At this moment, Chen Mo on the deserted island is unaware of Robin's heartfelt realization. He only feels as if he is burning up. This is a feeling he has never experienced before. The battle makes Chen Mo feel an exhilarating sense of freedom he has never felt. In the past, facing Dragon was a frustrating sense of helplessness. At myriad, facing those 4 shameless people was a feeling of being besieged and unable to unleash his full power due to the environment. Now, facing Shanks, who also wields a thin sword, Chen Mo suddenly finds that he has come to love this intense exercise. Chen Mo lets out an uncontrollable excited laugh, his momentum suddenly rising, and he reaches up to touch his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Instantly, the unremarkable glasses transform into an ordinary dagger, held in Chen Mo's left hand. Without the adornment of glasses, Chen Mo, who has entered battle mode, loses much of his scholarly air, replaced by an overwhelming fighting spirit. Best friend, come again, come again, come again. Before the words fell, Chen Mo, holding a sword in one hand and a dagger in the other, transformed into an unmatched swordsman, charging towards Shanks with an unbeatable sharpness. Don't underestimate me, you fool. I am red-haired Shanks. Compared to Chen Mo, who showed no visible injuries, Shanks, whose self-healing abilities were only far beyond the ordinary, was now drenched in blood, with wounds of all sizes covering his body, making him look like a blood-soaked figure. However, Shanks' fighting spirit was not in the slightest bit weaker than Chen Mo's, and the terrifying conqueror's haki emanating from him seemed to be nurturing something. Nuclear collapse series dual blade style, sun and moon shine together in an instant. The bone sword in Chen Mo's hand transformed into a beautiful arc, like a waning moon in the sky, slashing toward Shanks, while the dagger hidden in his left hand burst forth with a blinding light, as if a brilliant sun aimed to destroy everything in front of it. However, in Shanks' vision, everything before him disappeared in that moment. Only an endless sun was radiating a heat wave capable of obliterating everything, and faintly, beneath that sun, a crescent moon capable of splitting the world was hidden. Clearly, at this moment, Shanks' physical strength and willpower had significantly diminished after a brutal battle, but facing this terrifying attack, a sense of inexplicable heroism suddenly echoed in Shanks' heart. I, red-haired Shanks, will never be defeated. As if sensing something in that moment, a terrifying wave emanated from the conqueror's haki within Shanks that had been vibrating continuously. In the void, a grand voice echoed, "Dominion of the ruler," like a substance. No, it was as if the conqueror's haki, along with the armament haki, was condensing on the famous sword griffin, and a dominating aura had not yet been unleashed from the famous sword griffin before it had already compressed the surrounding space, making a sizzling sound. Dominion of the ruler dominating sword, with the sound from the void resounding. Two colossal forces capable of destroying heaven and earth collided together without any obstruction. Boom! It was as if a large-yield nuclear bomb had been detonated. A pillar of light shot up from the center of the deserted island, visible even from islands 100 miles away. Chapter 175, from now on, you're my big brother, 5th update. Did we determine the outcome? The once handsome guard who had handed Chen Mo a towel clung tightly to a nearby pillar to avoid falling during the violent shaking, and gradually, after the aftershock subsided, he looked at the small black dot on the deserted island that had vanished from view and stammered, "I don't know." Young Yi's forehead broke out in a light sweat, and he said uncertainly, "After all, this battle has only lasted a little over half a day. Compared to the 3 days we fought when facing the captain before, this time really isn't much." If Chen Mo knew Young Yi's thoughts, he would surely point at his nose and scold him. That battle lasted over 3 days because that bastard Long was slippery and refused to fight me head on. But Shanks, my dear friend, is different. He is a real man, a hero with unyielding spirit. Every move is a manly clash to the end. So, now Shanks was half submerged in the sea, utterly exhausted, not entirely powerless. At least Shanks still had the energy to curse. Damn it, I'm just out of strength. If I had strength, I would definitely chop you down, you fool. It's just that I drank too much and didn't eat enough. Otherwise, you fool. Why don't you try me again? I'm not losing. I'm just hungry and out of strength. Meanwhile, Chen Mo was effortlessly stepping in the air, watching Shanks in such a disheveled state, lost in thought. After a long while, Chen Mo finally sighed and concluded, "My dear friend, are you planning to deny it?" Huh. Shanks nearly sank into the sea from the shock, tried to calm himself. After hesitating for a moment, Shanks' dark skin suddenly flushed a bit pink, and he turned his head away from Chen Mo, struggling to utter 2 words, "Big brother." After reluctantly saying that word, Shanks felt an intense sense of relief in his heart. The reason Shanks had been making such a fuss while floating in the water was merely to divert Chen Mo's attention, hoping that the promise made in jest before the battle could be brushed aside. After all, I am the captain of the red-haired pirates. Now suddenly having a 14-year-old big brother. How embarrassing is that? However, Shanks was ultimately a man who valued promises above life. Therefore, even if he was unwilling in his heart, he had to fulfill the promise he made. Of course, Shanks did not think he lost to Chen Mo. It was merely a matter of insufficient stamina. After all, both of them were swordsmen, unlike those who merely wore each other down. Their every move was like dancing on the edge of a blade. A moment's lapse could lead to immediate death. Therefore, the battle between Shanks and Chen Mo consumed significant physical strength, willpower, and energy with every action. And now, judging by the outcome, Chen Mo truly was a monster. He seemed unaffected while Shanks was nearly exhausted. Big brother, aren't you going to pull your dear friend out of the sea? Or perhaps that call of Big Brother opened a new world for Shanks. And when he spoke again, even with Shanks' thick-skinned nature, he felt no sense of shyness. It sounded so pleasant and so intimate. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo, who valued the elderly and loved the young, quickly pulled his older brother from the sea. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Mo felt the need to explain to Shanks, "My dear friend, it doesn't matter if you're Big Brother or not. What's most important is that I don't want you to become a person who is untrustworthy." Cough. Are you saying I'm untrustworthy? Immediately, Shanks became quite annoyed. The famous red-haired Shanks, you can say I lack integrity, but you absolutely cannot say I'm untrustworthy. Isn't that so? Chen Mo tilted his head and shook Shanks, who he was holding like a dead dog, and retorted, "You were bragging about being the top swordsman in the sea, making me nervous, thinking it would be a bloody battle. I didn't expect you to end up covered in blood. Sigh. So one must always be honest. Don't pretend to be something you're not." Chen Mo felt that since Shanks had acknowledged him as his big brother, he might as well point out his flaws to prevent him from making the same mistake again. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Shanks was almost choked with anger by Chen Mo. "I am indeed the top swordsman of the seas. Even that so-called world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk, regard me as a rival in the way of the sword. Doesn't that mean something?" However, at this moment, being held in the air by one hand and dripping wet, Shanks really had no confidence to refute Chen Mo. All right, the winner is king. You won. Whatever you say is right. I acknowledge it." Shanks pressed down his straw hat to prevent it from falling off while thinking somewhat helplessly, "When the day comes that you, this bastard, are knocked down by someone else, I will definitely laugh at you." At this moment, Shanks inexplicably felt that even though he had comprehended the Conqueror's domain during the battle, it didn't feel satisfying at all. "Oh, right." As Chen Mo slowly floated towards Yuichi, he curiously asked Shanks, "My friend, what was that power you used at the end? It looks so much like a fully materialized Conqueror's haki." As soon as this topic came up, Shanks inexplicably regained his confidence. After all, among the entire sea, there were no more than a handful of people who knew how to cultivate the Conqueror's domain, and the last person who truly mastered it was Joel D. Roger. And now, the only person who could use the Conqueror's domain on this sea was none other than me, red-haired Shanks. Cough, cough. Chen Mojian. Big brother, you asked the right person, even though I'm currently being held in the air by you. Shanks couldn't help but puff out his chest and said, "This power is called Conqueror's domain, similar to the awakening of a devil fruit. This is the true awakening of Conqueror's haki. Only after comprehending the Conqueror's domain can Conqueror's haki inflict substantial damage and influence on all things in the world. Moreover, depending on each person's unique characteristics, various special abilities will arise." At this moment, Shanks seemed to be trying to regain his face, elaborating on the benefits of the Conqueror's domain in great detail. His smug expression seemed to be waiting for Chen Mo to cry and ask him for guidance. And then the magnanimous Shanks planned to casually let Chen Mo do 1 or 2 days of intern sailor work, just like when he was in Roger's Pirates, where he served that bastard Captain T for a whole week before he finally revealed the relevant cultivation methods. Chapter 176. Would I lie to you? Oh. Chen Mo responded somewhat casually. In terms of martial power, from Chen Mo's perspective, as long as it's sufficient, it's fine. The swordsmanship was merely a personal interest, which is why he took the time to study it. As for haki, the reason Chen Mo was able to learn it at the beginning was simply because it was too easy. Even just glancing at it, the thought popped into his head, and naturally, he learned it. Therefore, regarding what Shanks described about the Conqueror's domain, Chen Mo was merely curious out of human instinct towards the unknown. Understanding what it was enough. After all, this world cannot be changed merely by personal martial power, so naturally, Chen Mo wouldn't waste too much of his energy on it. Usually, when encountering swordsmanship masters, they would happily exchange experiences, allowing both sides to learn from each other. Then they would cultivate their swordsmanship to the point where sword energy spans thousands of miles. That would be enough. Being able to protect Robin was sufficient. The most important thing is to read more, research nuclear weapons and the like, and with many like-minded comrades. Overthrow this terrible era and establish a new era suitable for Robin to live freely. Since you were so sincere, Shanks instinctively thought Chen Mo was consulting him about the cultivation methods of the Conqueror's domain and automatically began to recite his prepared lines. However, halfway through, Shanks realized as if his throat was choked, and he swallowed the latter half of his words. After a pause, Shanks looked at Chen Mo with some disbelief, sizing him up and asked, "Big brother, don't you want to wage war against the world government?" "That is not wrong." Chen Mo nodded and admitted directly. "Then don't you want to become stronger? After all, the Conqueror's domain is an incredibly powerful force even in the vast seas." Shanks asked, somewhat puzzled. After all, for those like them who inherently possess strong Conqueror's haki, the Conqueror's domain could almost be considered one of the ultimate forms of their power. Become stronger? Chen Mo pondered over this word and finally asked meaningfully, "My friend, do you think mastering the Conqueror's domain would allow one to rival the world government?" Upon hearing this question, Shanks' expression immediately darkened considerably. Captain Roger, who was proficient in the Conqueror's domain and was called the Pirate King by the world, ultimately had to go quietly to the Navy to surrender, embarking on a perilous path to start the Great Pirate Era. This helplessness demonstrates that even a power as formidable as the Conqueror's domain is powerless against a behemoth like the world government. So, I need to find a man who can inherit Captain Roger's will, waiting for him to pass on the will that can open up a new era. Shanks thought to himself, becoming increasingly anxious about finding that man who could inherit Roger's will. Chen Mo looked down at the silent Shanks, naturally knowing his answer. Then, Chen Mo looked up and noticed that Yui Chi was directing the ship rapidly approaching him. So he simply stopped his slow flight and chose a small rock to sit on nearby. Don't be fooled by Chen Mo's outward appearance of being unscathed. In this battle, the energy he consumed was enormous. The energy in his normal state was almost entirely depleted by 90%. So Chen Mo decided to stop and rest for a bit. After all, saving a bit of energy is saving a bit. Even though Chen Mo loved tasting delicious food, the act of eating purely to replenish energy was simply too dull and annoying. Thus, in this battle, although Chen Mo was the winner, the cost he had to pay was indeed tragic. Just like that, Chen Mo and Shanks sat shoulder to shoulder on the rock, watching the ship slowly sail over from the distance, and began discussing certain cognitive issues. It's precisely because the Conqueror's domain is not a power that can change the world that there is absolutely no need for me to pursue it. Chen Mo put on the glasses made from the dagger again, covering most of the depth in his gaze, and said, "However, recently I plan to study a power called nuclear weapons, which will definitely be able to change the world." "Nuclear weapons?" Shanks asked in confusion. After being in the pirate profession for over 20 years, Shanks tried hard to dig through all his memories in his brain, but found no term related to this, besides the techniques that Chen Mo previously used in the Nuclear Peace series. "Yes." Chen Mo nodded and said confidently, "Just look at its name. It symbolizes unparalleled peace. I firmly believe this will be a force that can change the era." "I see." Shanks nodded, thinking this was the ultimate essence of Chen Mo's swordsmanship, and suddenly realized, "So, big brother, you already have a goal to pursue. No wonder you look down upon the dominant domain." After a pause, Shanks continued, "But even so, if you ever need to train in the dominant domain, feel free to find me. After all, it's one of the powers that could be considered the pinnacle of the sea." "No need." Chen Mo shook his head, thanking Shanks for his kindness, and said honestly, "Actually, I think I already know that so-called dominant domain. There's no need to learn it again." "Huh?" Shanks looked at Chen Mo in disbelief, his expression stunned, making a meaningless sound. Chen Mo noticed Shanks' expression, as if he was joking with him. As someone who had never lied, Chen Mo felt it necessary to prove himself. With that thought, he recalled Shanks' posture when he awakened the dominant domain. Dominant domain. Suddenly, a giant version of Chen Mo's shadow appeared behind him, and without any movement, within a radius of 1 kilometer. The sea's surface suddenly sank hundreds of meters as if it were subjected to some powerful pressure. Instantly, everything within the spherical space of 1 kilometer around, except for the rocky ground where Chen Mo and Shanks stood, suffered a terrifying pressure. Everything was either pushed away or directly crushed in a powder. After a pause of 2 or 3 seconds, once Chen Mo confirmed Shanks could see it clearly, he willed the shadow behind him to slowly dissipate, and the terrifying pressure within a radius of 1 kilometer gradually eased. Chapter 177. The Banquet Sea? As a close friend, how could I lie to you? Chen Mo shrugged and said, "However, unlike your dominant domain that can greatly enhance attack power, perhaps it's because of my gentle and kind nature. After my dominant domain awakened, the first thing I could do was establish a spherical field with a radius of about 1 kilometer. Oh." At this moment, Shanks fell into deep self-doubt. No, it should be said that this once extremely domineering man had already become deeply introverted, I've really just survived for 30 years. I still need someone to teach me the dominant domain, and I've wasted so many years to awaken it. It's really too disappointing. I've dragged the world down until the Red Force approached and took Shanks back. He still appeared deeply affected. The crew of the red-haired pirates did not think much of it, merely believing their captain was troubled after being defeated by a young man. However, for this relatively young pirate crew, failure was not unfamiliar. It was precisely because of failures that they remained tightly united, gathering their comrade strength to face all difficulties. They also had great confidence in their foolish captain. A mere defeat could not bring him down. All this would only make Shanks even stronger. However, unexpectedly, in the past, no matter what difficulties or setbacks he encountered, whenever he returned to the ship and smelled the sweetness of fine wine, he would immediately perk up. This time, he actually needed to down a full cup of rum before. Shanks exclaimed with renewed energy, "Banquet!" Oh, with a cheer. Not only the red-haired pirates, but even Chen Mojian joined in. Soon, the two ships circled around the wreckage of the deserted island, found a small piece of land still above water, and happily held a banquet. As for the food, it was truly everywhere. Just picking some up was enough. After all, there were always some stubborn sea kings that ran a bit slower and, due to the aftermath of Chen Mojian and Shanks's battle or the collision of conquerors' hockey, thus, the surrounding sea was filled with sea kings floating belly up on the surface. For the men of this sea, banquets were truly a way to quickly enhance mutual feelings. In just a moment, the atmosphere became incredibly lively, with the guards and members of the red-haired pirates embracing and singing joyously. "Come, big brother, I toast you a cup." After downing a few barrels of beer, Shanks swayed and approached Chen Mojian, holding 2 cups of wine, drunkenly saying. At that moment, Chen Mojian, who was busy replenishing his energy, was taken aback, then smiled brightly, and without hesitation took the wine cup from Shanks's hand, clinked it, and drank it all. Still the same saying, even though Chen Mojian didn't like drinking. Since it was an invitation from a close friend, he had to accompany him to enjoy. TSK. After a few more drinks, Chen Mojian suddenly realized that fine wine wasn't as hard to drink as he had imagined. After drinking a bit too much, it felt quite nice. Ha! Shanks casually picked up a barrel of wine and refilled Chen Mojian's cup, saying boldly, "Big brother, you're truly calling me big brother. I'm really impressed. Could it be? In the past, you weren't sincere?" Chen Mojian narrowed his eyes, flashing a dangerous light. Chen Mojian, who always maintained a sincere attitude in dealing with others, hated those who dared to deceive his feelings the most. Otherwise, why did Long always send 100 students each time, and the students graduating from Chen Mo's place ranked weakly? Of course, it was sincere. Shanks burped and said intermittently, "It's just that I truly admire your talent. When we first fought, your skills and sword momentum were incredibly immature. But after one battle, your growth speed was simply unbelievable. Hey, you're drunk. Hearing his close friend speak such honest compliments, Chen Mojian couldn't help but modestly say, "No, I'm not drunk." Shanks shook his head, his eyes becoming much clearer, clearly stating, "If we talk about skills and sword momentum, I can say you're exceptionally gifted. But to grasp the dominant domain in an instant, you truly can be called a monster." Not at all. At just 14 years old, Chen Mo's face was ultimately too thin. Hearing Shanks's unreserved praise, he felt quite embarrassed. In Chen Mo's view, the conqueror's hockey isn't as difficult to grasp as one might imagine. After all, once Chen Mojian had a rough concept of the conqueror's hockey in his heart, he naturally awakened his own conqueror's hockey. Since we were on this topic, Shanks simply pulled Chen Mojian to sit down, and the two started chatting while drinking. "Now, I really have some confidence in your plan to overthrow the world government. With a terrifying talent like yours, once you grow, you will be a disaster for the world government." Shanks gulped down a glass of wine, slammed the cup on the ground, and commented on Chen Mojian. "But I feel pretty weak. Not long ago at myriad, I couldn't even defeat 4 people." Chen Mojian naturally followed Shanks and took another drink, speaking frankly. "Myriad?" Shanks' eyes widened in surprise as he turned to examine Chen Mo's appearance, incredulously asking, "That White Knight demon is you?" "What the hell is White Knight demon?" Chen Mojian asked curiously. The last time he was stopped by the Navy, they were also searching for such a person. To be honest, Chen Mojian truly didn't know that White Knight demon referred to himself. During the days when the news about the myriad incident spread across the sea, Chen Mojian spent every day in the restaurant replenishing energy, even pushing his reading time to the evening, so he naturally didn't pay attention to the related newspapers and bounties. As for Yui Chi, he was well aware, but since Chen Mojian didn't ask, Yui Chi wouldn't speak out of turn. Therefore, despite the title of White Knight, demon echoing across the seas, even rivaling the old overlords like Kaido and Big Mom. The person involved remained completely oblivious. Chapter 178. The legend of that hero, recalling the character known as White Knight Demon. Even Shanks couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for this unseen powerhouse. Not to mention in the world, having a super expert who could single-handedly invade myriad and fight against 4 members of the world government, even killing one with top-tier strength, is already a rare occurrence across the entire sea. If it were purely about strength, Shanks wouldn't necessarily have developed admiration for him, as figures like Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Whitebeard all possess such strength. However, the most important point is that this White Knight demon challenged the world government, which has stood for 800 years, risking his life for countless slaves with no ties to him. Such great ambition, such belief, such fearless spirit. Even Shanks, who has seen countless strong individuals, couldn't help but feel deeply impressed. After all, someone with such strength could easily become a local overlord and even stand shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard and other sovereigns in the New World, becoming a true sea emperor. Fame, wealth, power. For someone like White Knight Demon, these are simply at his fingertips. Even the world government wouldn't recklessly provoke such a figure. Instead, they would secretly approach him with a conciliatory attitude. However, White Knight Demon regarded these as mere dirt, charging forward for his beliefs for the justice of the sea, fighting against 4 formidable foes, even sacrificing himself for the sake of 100,000 slaves who were grateful to him. What charisma! What spirit! Not to mention Shanks. Even among the Navy, many high-ranking officers with a sense of justice may not show signs on the surface, but in reality, they regard White Knight Demon as a true hero. Otherwise, even with the assistance of the Revolutionary Army, how could the Navy's net laid in the outer seas, carrying a huge fleet of slaves, be so easily escaped? Ultimately, many high-ranking naval officers had quietly let it slide, thinking back to that hero who suddenly appeared on the red line at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Even Shanks was momentarily lost in thought before answering Chen Mo's question. Big brother, White Knight Demon can be considered a hero who has just appeared in the sea. Hero? Upon hearing this word, Chen Mo couldn't help but pay a bit more attention. Yes, a deserving hero. Shanks' expression became extremely serious, as if even mentioning this figure while drunk was a form of disrespect. Furthermore, his strength is also considered top-notch. Strength? Suddenly, Chen Mo's mind sparked. For a long time, he had been somewhat unclear about his own strength's positioning in the sea, and taking this opportunity, he felt it necessary to ask Shanks about it. By the way, how was the strength hierarchy divided in the sea nowadays? Strength hierarchy? Shanks rubbed his chin and organized his words, saying, currently, the strongest known figure in the sea is that strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. A little below him, but still at the same level, are monsters like Beast Kaido and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Then beneath these top-tier fighters are the Navy's so-called 3 admiral-level beasts. Shanks described it roughly according to his understanding. Of course, all of these are merely the most widely known strong figures. In reality, there are definitely many who can compete with these individuals. So, what order do you think you're in? Chen Mo asked, getting to the crux of the matter. In response, Shanks, as a pirate, showed no humility at all, directly stating, before I comprehended the Conqueror's haki, I was probably a bit stronger than an admiral. Now, I'm probably a bit weaker than Kaido. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo had a rough idea. Based on his friend's habit of boasting, he naturally had to take his words with a grain of salt. After all, this man has a history, just like when he boasted about his swordsmanship being at the top level in the sea. So according to Chen Mo's judgment, his friend should now be slightly weaker than an admiral, while he himself should be somewhat stronger than his friend. In other words, Chen Mo concluded that he was probably on par with an admiral. It seems that this aligns with Chen Mo's initial estimation of himself. However, on the other side, Shanks changed the topic and returned to White Knight Demon, speaking passionately. According to the circulating news and information from the black market, the real name of this person, nicknamed White Knight Demon, is unknown, and even his nickname White Knight Demon seems to have been given by the news agency based on his deeds. What deeds? At this point, Chen Mo couldn't help but be curious about this character whom his friend admired so much. After all, in this sea, there are always pirates and navies. But before White Knight Demon, only Monkey D. Garp had been given the title of hero. This is solely because this naval hero ended the greatest villain of the previous era, Rocks. What specific deeds? If you could repeat everything, then there would be something to talk about. After all, in the black market, rumors about this white knight demon are becoming more and more numerous, with each story version differing. After a pause, Shanks continued, "However, there was indeed a record of this white knight demon and his initial deeds in the newspapers from a while back. You can check it out when you get back. In the vast sea, there are countless false messages, and ultimately, one must judge for oneself rather than relying on others' retellings to understand something superficially." In response, Chen Mo nodded in agreement. However, for Chen Mo at this moment, the most important thing was to replenish the lost energy first. But in my personal judgment, this white knight demon can indeed be considered a hero. Just a second ago, Shanks had a wise expression, and at this moment, after downing a beer, he spoke again in a carefree manner. "If given the chance, I would really like to get to know him. I believe such a heroic figure must have a drinking capacity that is top-notch on the sea. I think I can drink a lot too." Chen Mo completely forgot that his drinking capacity relied on cheating and spoke with a bit of bravado. "Oh really?" Shanks asked provocatively. He then directly brought over 3 full barrels of alcohol, clearly showing his disdain. One could only say that everything was a conspiracy and a trick. During the last banquet, Shanks had been beaten to a pulp, and he had not forgotten that. Since he couldn't win in a fight, Shanks felt he could only redeem himself in terms of drinking capacity. Chapter 179, Total Annihilation, 4th update. Therefore, this time, Shanks, who was ready to avenge his previous shame, had secretly given orders to all his comrades. After getting Chen Mo drunk again, they would quickly run away, letting Chen Mo's crew experience the terror of a drunken Chen Mo. If someone were to observe from above, they would surely notice that after Shanks approached Chen Mo for a toast, all members of the Red Hair Pirates had silently retreated to the periphery. And now, between the members of the Red Hair Pirates and Chen Mo were a large group of guards who were singing and dancing. Hee hee. A slightly tipsy Shanks couldn't help but let out a couple of sly laughs. "Come, come, big brother, I toast you." Shanks filled Chen Mo's glass again, respectfully urging him to drink, as if he were genuinely toasting his beloved older brother. 1 barrel, 2 barrels, 3 barrels. A full 3 barrels of rum went down Shanks and Chen Mo's throats. At this point, no matter how good Shanks' drinking capacity was, he was completely drunk. However, looking at Chen Mo, who was still completely sober and eating meat, Shanks murmured, "Wait a minute. This isn't how it was last time. The script wasn't supposed to have me taking him down, right? Why'd I feel a bit tipsy now?" Thinking of this, the somewhat skeptical Shanks, feeling the alcohol surge, waved his hand and ordered the many comrades who were quietly observing the situation from the periphery. "Everyone, come on, pour my brother some drinks. We won't stop until we knock him down." Suddenly, looking at this unexpected scene, many of Shanks' crew exchanged glances. However, for a pirate crew, the captain's orders were absolute. Although these crew members often teased Shanks, when he truly issued an order, these crew members, who were willing to trust each other with their lives, would charge through fire and water for him. So, after Shanks' orders were given, starting with the first mate Beckman, then the officers, and finally the ordinary crew members, one by one, they came forward to toast. With the mindset of, "If I go down, there are thousands and thousands of me," they drank with Chen Mo without any flair. And Chen Mo naturally welcomed them all. After all, they were friends of his close friend, so how could the hospitable Chen Mo refuse their kindness? In the end, Chen Mo managed to get all these thousands and thousands of him completely drunk. TSK. Such poor drinking capacity. Chen Mo casually poured himself a bowl of wine to quench his thirst, looking at the fallen members of the Red-Haired Pirates with a bit of disdain. This wasn't Chen Mo cheating. Perhaps at first, he did expel all the alcohol, but later on, after expelling too much alcohol, Chen Mo inadvertently looked down and discovered a large puddle of water behind him. To avoid being misunderstood about something that shouldn't be misunderstood, Chen Mo decided to actively try to decompose the alcohol in his body. Then, to his delight, he discovered that with his somewhat peculiar physique, he could actually gain energy by decomposing alcohol. Therefore, the entire crew of the Red-Haired Pirates had hit a brick wall. Perhaps the Red-Haired Pirates could never have imagined that. As a notorious pirate crew known for their love of drinking, they would ultimately be completely outdrunk by one person. At this moment, standing beside the deck railing, with a glass of red wine in one hand and a book in the other, Robin looked down at Chen Mo, who was still gorging himself, and couldn't help but show a warm smile. Initially, Robin was a bit worried watching Chen Mo drink so much, but now it seemed that her foolish brother, even in terms of drinking capacity, was unparalleled. The night eventually deepened. After all the members of the Red-Haired Pirates were knocked down, this grand banquet came to an end. Still feeling a bit unsatisfied, Chen Mo patted his unchanged belly, feeling the recovery of energy in his body was progressing much faster than he had anticipated. Alcohol truly is a wonderful thing, Chen thought silently. No wonder so many men enjoy drinking. It turns out it can provide such ample energy. Then, feeling the sea breeze getting cooler, Chen, being considerate towards his friends, asked Yuichi to arrange for personnel to carry all the members of the red-haired pirates back onto their pirate ship. Chen also specifically reminded Yuichi to make sure to space out each member of the red-haired pirates. After all, Chen still vividly remembered the last experience. This pirate crew had some issues in certain aspects, the kind of big issues. So, to avoid any eye-watering situations, Chen had to give an extra reminder. Naturally, the honest and loyal Yuichi carried out Mo's orders with 120% effort. Then, the next day, when the members of the red-haired pirates gradually woke up, they suddenly found themselves all tied to posts, railings, and even sails. What's going on? The members of the red-haired pirates, who just woke up from a hangover, were all completely bewildered. The infamous red-haired pirates, renowned across the seas, were kidnapped? Or was it a total annihilation kind of kidnapping? Many ordinary members, who woke up earlier, struggled for a long time, looking at their captain Shanks, who was specially treated and tied up on the sail. In the end, they still didn't have the courage to shout those two words on their own pirate ship. Help. Perhaps we are still dreaming? As the ordinary members of the red-haired pirates slowly sobered up, they desperately tried to convince and hypnotize themselves. It must be like this. Otherwise, the fearless red-haired pirates wouldn't be so easily wiped out. It must be. Unfortunately, as Shanks woke up, he let out a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered. Why am I tied up? Help me, Beckman. The many ordinary members who attempted to deceive themselves had their beautiful delusions ruthlessly shattered. On a certain day, after waking up and feeling the urge to use the bathroom, the great red-haired pirates faced their first total annihilation. Chapter 180. Departure. When Shanks woke up from his hangover, he unconsciously used the power of his conqueror's haki to shatter all the ropes on him. However, he accidentally lost control of his strength and ended up completely wrecking the sail too. Subsequently, Shanks landed gracefully from midair. Unfortunately, what awaited him was not the cheers of his crew, but Beckman's fist as big as a clay pot. You idiot. You could have just escaped the ropes without showing off your conqueror's haki. The most outrageous part is that you even broke the sail. So, when Chen was woken up by the noisy sound from outside, he opened the door and saw his dear friend covered in bruises and ragged clothes, as if he had suffered some inhumane torture. Hesitating for a long time, out of concern for his friend, Chen earnestly advised him loudly, "Dear friend, don't go too crazy, take care of your health." After saying that, Chen sighed and went ahead with his sister Robin to have breakfast, murmuring something as he left. He didn't expect that even after specifically asking Yuichi to separate them, he still couldn't stop them. Drunken men are indeed terrifying. And what's even scarier is that the entire ship is basically filled with men. Or is this true love? Isn't there a saying that goes something like, opposite sex is for something, and same sex is for something else? The world of adults is indeed complicated. Thinking of this, Chen couldn't help but move a little closer to his sister Robin. What's wrong? Robin slightly moved her sore muscles, looking at Mo's hesitant expression as if he was facing some adolescent troubles, and couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. Pure-hearted Chen would never let such filthy matters pollute his sister Robin's ears. So after hesitating, he chose not to voice his suspicions. Eventually, Shanks and the senior cadres of the red-haired pirates angrily arrived on Mo's ship, ready to demand an explanation for why they were all tied up. However, when they saw Chen walking out of the restaurant early in the morning with a glass of red wine, after stuttering for a while, all accusations turned into a simple, "Big brother, good morning. This is tough. Can't win in a fight. Can't drink more." Shanks felt that under such circumstances, recognizing the situation might be better. However, deep down, the red-haired pirates harbored an incomprehensible doubt. Why was it that at the last party, after just a few drinks, Chen was already drunk and acting wildly? Yet this time, he managed to knock them all down while he himself seemed unaffected? Or is it the wine's problem? Shanks secretly planned to recall what kind of wine was used at the last party and, once prepared, find an opportunity to reclaim his honor. As for Chen facing a large group of people greeting him on his deck early in the morning, he felt a bit dazed. He vaguely felt like he was the boss of some underworld gang. Helpless, the usually polite Chen could only raise the glass of red wine in his hand, shake it slightly, and return the greeting to the many cadres of the red-haired pirates. Good morning, everyone. Have you drunk yet? Upon hearing this, the newly awakened members of the red-haired pirates, at the mention of alcohol, felt their stomachs churning again. Instantly, their faces turned pale, fearing that Chen Mo would drag them into another round of drunkenness. Of course, Chen Mo was not the type to drink during the day. The reason he held a glass of red wine was simply because after breakfast, he felt a little thirsty. So he poured a glass of red wine to quench his thirst and moisten his throat. It had nothing to do with drinking excessively. Moreover, Chen Mo did this to quickly replenish the energy he had lost the previous day. Thinking of this, Chen Mo downed a glass of red wine in one go, feeling the energy filling his body, and couldn't help but comfortably sigh. So, comfortable unfortunately, this sentence, when heard by Shanks and the others, gave him a sense of being crushed in terms of drinking capacity. Suddenly, Chen Mo noticed the damaged sail of the Red Fourth and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why is your sail in such a state?" It should be known that the Red Fourth is a single-masted ship that relies on wind power for navigation. With the sail damaged, the only way to continue sailing is to rely on manual paddling. In response to Chen Mo's question, Shanks stammered and found it difficult to answer. He couldn't possibly say that he was a bit dazed and subconsciously showcased his conqueror's hockey, causing their own pirate ship to capsize, right? And as Chen Mo looked at their awkward expressions, he vaguely seemed to understand something. However, even if Chen Mo disapproved of Shanks' actions, he couldn't just leave them to fend for themselves. After all, before Chen Mo set off from White Soil Island to go to Sabati Archipelago, on the way, it was thanks to Shanks that he was able to travel for a while. Otherwise, he might not have made it to Shanks Island in time to rescue his sister Robin. This favor, no matter what, Chen Mo always kept it in his heart, unforgettable for life. Otherwise, when he met Shanks and the others again, he wouldn't have gotten along so well with his pirate crew that had significant issues. Moreover, now that Shanks is his dear friend, Chen Mo couldn't just ignore him. So, valuing loyalty, Chen Mo, after learning that Shanks intended to head to the East Sea on this journey, had Yongi connect the two ships directly, allowing Chen Mo's vehicle to tow the Red Force all the way to the East Sea. Naturally, it was impossible to re-enter the East Sea from the Grand Line through the entrance of Reverse Mountain. The most well-known method is to cross the windless zone on the side of the East Sea, directly transitioning from the Grand Line to the East Sea. For Chen Mo's vehicle, which contained many high-tech features, crossing the windless zone was not an issue. However, with the additional load of the Red Force, the situation became somewhat different. If, in the perception of sea kings beneath the windless zone, Chen Mo's massive vehicle appeared to be just a strange wave due to the use of sea stone embedding technology on the hull, then in the perception of those sea kings, the Red Force was like a glaring fly buzzing around above their heads, emitting an incessant buzzing sound. Chapter 181. Truly fragrant thus, those gigantic sea kings, unable to endure the annoyance of this bothersome fly and wanting to swat it down, were somewhat unfortunate. It must be noted who was sitting on these two ships at that moment. One who considered himself weak, but actually had the reputation of the White Knight's scythe, comparable to veteran pirate overlords, and another, the seasoned pirate Shanks, who had been in the sea for decades, who would dare to slight them. Those giant sea kings, stumbling toward these two big shots, who dare not to give them face, naturally could not escape being made into seafood. Coincidentally, Chen Mo felt he had learned quite a few techniques from Shanks and had gained some insights in his sword intent, making this the perfect time to test his sword skills. Meanwhile, Shanks had just awakened his conqueror's territory and was also in need of some practice targets. Therefore, each time these gigantic sea kings surfaced, they were met with 1 or 2 attacks landing on them. It didn't hurt much, but their deaths were rather tragic. Hey, my friend, how about my improved move, Nuclear Series, Aurora? Not bad, but my move conqueror's territory, Dominant Sword, is also quite powerful. Unknowingly, both of them began to feel a competitive spirit, and their attacks became increasingly fierce, turning the windless zone into a tumultuous sea with towering waves. Humans, you're going too far. In the background, it seemed that Chen Mo vaguely heard the giant sea kings, who had just surfaced with parrot-like heads, mumbling something as if they were trying to speak to him. Unfortunately, before Chen Mo could clearly hear what they were saying, one of those parrot heads was completely severed. In an instant, blood splattered high into the air. My friend, did you just hear something that sounded like it was talking? Chen Mo, slightly puzzled, scratched his head and asked Shanks, who was eagerly trying out his move beside him. However, Shanks, lost in the joy of fishing, perhaps didn't even hear what Chen Mo was asking and casually replied no. Therefore, Chen Mo assumed it was just his imagination and completely dismissed that voice, continuing his diligent practice of swordsmanship. To be honest, after practicing swordsmanship seriously, whether it was due to becoming more skilled or not, he felt that not only had his technique and sword intent reached a more profound level, but even his understanding of swordsmanship itself had deepened significantly. At this point, the same Move Nuclear series, Aurora, compared to when he first used it, was over 20 faster and had improved penetration power as well. The only downside was that while gaining speed and penetration power, Chen Mo also needed to pay a bit more attention when using this move, meaning he had to carefully coordinate his sword intent and sword energy with the techniques he had developed himself. He could no longer just rely on his internal sword intent to explode according to a preset pattern. As for hand gestures, there were no strict requirements. As long as Chen Mo felt comfortable and natural, that was enough. Indeed, the path of swordsmanship is vast and profound. While Chen Mo continued to practice diligently, he couldn't help but sigh with a sense of enlightenment in his heart. Moreover, it truly required great willpower and perseverance to cultivate swordsmanship. Otherwise, one could never reach a high level. Chen Mo was somewhat unaccustomed to practicing the related techniques, striving to overcome numerous difficulties. Sweat. With Chen Mo's practice, not a single drop. Of course, this didn't mean Chen Mo wasn't trying hard or facing difficulties, but for someone like him, who could fully control his body cells, sweating was almost impossible. Furthermore, Chen Mo was not the type to put on a false front to elicit sympathy and concern from his dear Robin. He wasn't the crafty kind of boy who would force himself to sweat. Sincere, simple, hardworking. Chen Mo knew that it was precisely these good qualities that made Robin so fond of him. So, deception was out of the question. It was impossible for him for a lifetime. Just as Chen Mo was thinking about this, he suddenly heard a series of exhausted voices behind him. I'm so tired. You guys, I'm about to be drained. Someone come replace me quickly. I can't do it anymore. Really, I can't do it without some replenishment. Just as Chen Mo was baffled by his friend's odd behavior, he saw that many members of the Red Hair Pirates, although they looked down on Shanks' pathetic act, still begrudgingly handed him food and drink. In no time, while Shanks was bombarding the Sea Kings on the surface, he was also calling out in agony while feasting. Chen Mo was certainly not the type to envy, resent, or hate his dear friend. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he noticed Robin standing at a high point, staring intently at him. Suddenly, a bold thought appeared in Chen Mo's mind. It wasn't that the food made by his own chef wasn't delicious, but it had been a long time since he had eaten food that Robin personally delivered to him. It seemed the last time he enjoyed such treatment was 6 years ago. Whether to play the pity card or not was not the point. Nor was it Chen Mo's wish to trick or cheat for food. The most important thing was that Chen Mo was a sentimental person, and at this moment, he felt nostalgic, wanting to relive that warm feeling from back in the day. I'm also so tired. In contrast to Shanks, who looked somewhat disheveled and drenched in sweat, Chen Mo's clothes had barely a few creases, and even his hair showed no signs of disorder, let alone being drenched in sweat and appearing utterly exhausted. Actually, everyone knows that Shanks is also putting on an act, but at least others have made some effort to maintain appearances. However, Chen Mo's demeanor is just too fake. For a moment, Chen Mo realized that he seemed to be somewhat deceptive as well, but it didn't matter. Sweat and such were completely under his control. In an instant, just a few breaths later, Chen Mo transformed from his previously neat and tidy appearance into a sweaty mess, as if he had just been fished out of the water. I'm so tired. I need some fine wine and delicious food to reward myself. Chen Montag exclaimed, trying to sound much more fatigued. Okay, teacher. As Chen Mo's most loyal sycophant, Yong-yi immediately responded loudly and rushed into the kitchen to prepare the most delicious food and the sweetest wine for Chen Mo. However, when Yong-yi walked out of the kitchen holding the food and wine, he was met with Chen Mo's murderous gaze and the overwhelming pressure of his conqueror's haki. Chapter 182. Is it windy? Did I do something wrong? Yong-yi's body stiffened under the immense pressure of the conqueror's haki, and he didn't dare to move. No, it should be said that even if he wanted to move, he was completely immobilized. However, no matter how Yong-yi thought about it, he couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. Perhaps for someone like Yong-yi, who had been an orphan since childhood and had no interest in women as he grew up, understanding the intricacies of the situation was somewhat difficult for him. Meanwhile, Robin, who witnessed the entire process from above, pondered for a moment and guessed Chen Mo's thoughts. Two clowns. Robin shook her head in disbelief. feeling that the infamous pirate Shanks was a clown and that her brother sometimes seemed to never grow up. But since he was her brother, what else was there to say? Robin leaped down gracefully onto the deck, took the tray of food and wine from Yongyi's hands, and lightly walked over to Chen Mo. Without Chen Mo having to lift a finger, Robin picked up the food from the tray and fed it to him bit by bit. At this moment, the strong aura of conqueror's haki that had been emanating from Chen Mo vanished, and he now exuded a gentle demeanor, obediently opening his mouth and waiting for his sister to feed him. At this moment, Shanks inexplicably felt that the delicious food he had just been savoring no longer tasted good, and the sweet wine felt bland. Damn, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he suddenly unleashed all his frustration into the calm belt, bombarding it wildly, yet still felt that his free spirit had been hurt. He even sheathed his famous sword Griffin in frustration and shouted, "I'm done playing." Saying that, Shanks looked down at his right hand and angrily returned to the Red Force. Of course, Shanks didn't forget his main task. To prevent the giant sea kings from damaging the ship, he was periodically releasing his conqueror's haki to drive away all the sea kings nearby. After all, for two powerful individuals like Chen Mo and Shanks, who possessed strong conqueror's haki, there was really no need to go through such extreme measures to protect the ship. It could only be said that these two playful guys had come together and were intentionally having fun. And when the Sea Kings, under the deterrence of Shanks' powerful conqueror's haki, did not dare to recklessly attack the Red Force, it was like if there was a fly buzzing around. People would instinctively want to swat it. But if the sound was coming from a venomous snake or beast, many would think twice about being reckless. In fact, after the deterrence of the conqueror's haki, there were very few Sea Kings that were brave enough to act recklessly in the calm belt. After Chen Mo casually killed 2 or 3 more, the nearby sea area truly became calm and peaceful. Satisfied, Robin smiled faintly, and after feeding the last bit of food from the tray to Chen Mo's mouth, she gently asked, "Sister Robin, it's the best, hee." Chen Mo was too lazy to transform his bone sword, simply tossing it to the ground, wiping his hands on his clothes, and quickly taking the tray from Robin with a somewhat flirtatious demeanor. At this moment, Yong-yi, who was watching from a distance, felt his heart shatter. My beloved teacher has ultimately been taken away. 6 years, a full 6 years. Yong didn't know why, but he felt very upset and walked back to his room with a somewhat lonely figure. However, it wasn't just Yong. The members of the Red Hair Pirates, that group of men, that group of guys also fell into a state of depression. They couldn't shout about freedom anymore. They couldn't shout about being brave men of the sea anymore. Sigh. Amidst the sighs and moans, a heavy atmosphere of silence floated above the Red Force. Having always enjoyed freedom on the sea, they had never witnessed such a touching scene. After all, they were pirates. Great pirates. The kind that were really big. Of course, among the red-haired pirates, there was also a man with a noodle-like hairstyle who was enjoying the scene. Such a nostalgic youth, use.Burgess said, while sipping from his little flask. Feeling sentimental. I wonder how my wife is doing. Considering his age, my lovely son Usopp should be able to walk by now, right? Suddenly, numerous pairs of crimson eyes turned to stare at use.Burgess. Among the single men, the only one who had settled down and even had a son dared to make such a mockery. Guys, we have a traitor among us. Beckman lit a cigarette and gestured to the momentarily dazed use.Burgess. Go, beat that bastard to death. How dare he salt our wounds? In an instant, the scene became chaotic, and the men who had been obedient as sheep in front of Chen Mo pounced like wolves onto the somewhat weak and trembling use.Burgess. No, I'm sorry, guys. Please, good men, spare me. However, no matter how use.Burgess pleaded for mercy, the group of partners who had pounced on him showed no mercy. If Usopp, who had grown up listening to his father's stories and aspired to be a brave warrior of the sea, saw this scene, he would probably have his worldview shattered and have to re-establish his life goals. What are they doing over there? It seems quite lively. Chen Mo, who was chatting with Robin, turned his head to look at the Red Force and was momentarily taken aback, saying with some confusion. However, this doubt lasted only a moment before Chen Mo cast it aside. After all, this is a pirate crew with big problems. And Chen Mo was afraid that delving too deeply into many matters would taint his pure self, like a delicate little flower. Sister Robin, it's windy here. Let's go back to the cabin. At the same time, to avoid polluting Sister Robin's eyes, Chen Mo explained as he led Robin back to the cabin. Windy? Robin raised her hand, feeling the airflow, thinking that her brother really couldn't lie at all. This is the doldrums. Chapter 184. The Navy's meeting again, 4th update. while Chen Mo and Shank stepped into the doldrums on the EC side. An important meeting was taking place at the Navy headquarters in myriad. Is this the result of your efforts? Admiral Sengoku slammed the intelligence he had recently gathered onto the conference table, shouting angrily at the numerous naval officers above the rank of Rear Admiral below. Nearly 100,000 criminals just escaped from your encirclement, and the information you provided back is calm and peaceful, as if the world is in good health. Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on? At this point, Sengoku couldn't help but slap the conference table in anger again. Are you all blind? Don't say it's 100,000 people. Even if it were 100,000 pigs swimming in the sea, a blind person could see them from 10 miles away, right? Sengoku scanned the room, taking in the expressions of the many officers below. While he appeared angry on the surface, he was secretly observing their expressions. There was likely a traitor among the high-ranking Navy officers, and their position must be significant. Otherwise, it would be impossible for nearly 100,000 slaves to escape so easily from the encirclement he had set up just in case. This meeting was not just about condemning the incompetence of the many naval officers. It was also a show for the world government. Most importantly, Sengoku was trying to rule out the possibility of a traitor. However, after scanning the room, he found that most of the rear admirals were slightly bowing their heads, making it impossible to see their micro-expressions. At this moment, the only ones with the guts to hold their heads high were the 3 admirals and Vice Admiral Tsuru from the Navy headquarters. Kizaru. He was wearing sunglasses and was seriously listening to the meeting without looking away. But Sengoku could easily see from his little movements that he was secretly trimming his nails during the meeting. His chances of being a traitor were practically none. After the myriad incident, he had been slacking off up there, and while he was annoying, he had not been involved in the encirclement, so he had no relevant suspicion. Akiji, compared to Kizaru, who was still pretending, he had directly pulled down his eye patch. Whether he was asleep or not was something even Sengoku couldn't figure out. However, Akiji was at Fishman Island at the time, so he only had a vague understanding of the encirclement's layout, making the possibility of him leaking information nearly non-existent. Akainu. Sengoku secretly glanced at him and found that Akainu was on the verge of going berserk, as if his whole family had been killed. Yet he was still insisting on attending the meeting. For this hawkish figure, Sengoku would rather believe it was his own leak than that this admiral, who was ready to wipe out even slaves, would leak information. Akainu, you were responsible for the outer encirclement at that time. What happened? Sengoku paused for a moment and finally asked the now furious Akainu. However, to Sengoku's surprise, Akainu clenched his fists tightly for a while, and a few words were squeezed out through his teeth. It's all my fault. I am willing to take full responsibility for this. Sengoku was slightly taken aback, almost thinking that Akainu was admitting to being the leaker. However, in an instant, Sengoku understood Akainu's true meaning. Although Sengoku did not fully agree with Akainu's ideology, his ironclad military spirit was indeed worth promoting. Regardless of the reasons, as the highest-ranking officer responsible for the outer encirclement, Akainu unexpectedly let criminals escape, and he believed he bore an unshakable responsibility for it, and was willing to accept punishment. On this matter, Sengoku looked at Akiji and Kizaru, feeling that their presence was merely to highlight Akainu's military spirit. Unfortunately, while Sengoku appreciated Akainu's response, it was not the answer he wanted to hear. He hoped to hear more constructive opinions about the current situation from Akainu. After all, as the scapegoat of the Navy, Sengoku did not intend to find someone among the 3 admirals to take the blame and then take it to the Gorosei to face their wrath. It seemed he could only let Tsuru keep an eye on things and observe slowly in the future. Sengoku sighed slightly, temporarily setting aside this thought, and tried to comfort himself. Perhaps there really weren't any traitors within the Navy, but rather some just and righteous officers who had developed a bit of compassion. All the officers involved in the encirclement would receive a demerit as a warning. In the end, Sengoku still raised this matter high and then gently set it down. After all, even Sengoku himself was quite dissatisfied with the so-called slave system deep down. The next agenda item, handling matters related to the Fishman pirate crew. The next agenda item, the great pirate red-haired Shanks appeared in the first half of the Grand Line, and a battle is suspected to have occurred. The next agenda item, one by one, related topics were discussed, and when it came to this last and most important one, even Sengoku's tone became much more serious. The Shichibukai system and the recommendation of candidates. Sure enough, just as Sengoku had anticipated, when this already buzzing news was confirmed by their own admiral's mouth, The atmosphere in the entire conference room exploded, and various high-ranking officers began to discuss among themselves. I disagree. Akainu was the first to stand up, his tone filled with anger. What qualifications do a bunch of the scum of the sea have to hold such an independent and transcendent position? Following Akainu, even Akiji, who had been sleeping with his eye patch on, stood up with an extremely serious expression and said solemnly, I oppose it too. The Navy has not yet fallen to the level of associating with pirates. As for Kazuru, he was still seriously trimming his nails and regarding the Shichibukai system. I will obey the organization's arrangements and orders, as long as it doesn't affect me. However, even so, Sengoku's expression was extremely grim. The two of the three admirals had resolutely opposed it, which basically represented the attitude of about 70% of the officers in the upper ranks of the Navy. Unfortunately, not to mention Akainu and Akiji, even Admiral Sengoku is quite disgusted by the emergence of this system. Suddenly, a group of pirates who have been fighting against each other for decades are about to gain extraordinary privileges comparable to the Navy. How can this not trouble Admiral Sengoku? However, no matter how much Admiral Sengoku dislikes it, what can he do? This system is not just an order from the five Elder Stars. Even that legendary figure has nodded in agreement. As a mere admiral, how can he oppose it? Instead of meaningless opposition, the more rational Admiral Sengoku is now thinking about how to use this system to truly calm the seas for a while. This is not a consultation on your opinions about the Shichibukai system, but a notification to you, asking you to initially submit a list of pirates with potential value as candidates for the Shichibukai. Admiral Sengoku forcefully suppressed the objections of Admirals Akainu and Akiji. Speaking in a commanding tone, Chapter 184. Left hand of the comm belt is, for many civilians, an absolute forbidden area that they cannot step into. Even for many pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, it is a place to be avoided. However, for strong individuals like Chun Mo and Shanks, it can only be considered a relatively interesting place. Fishing can indeed be a pastime. Unfortunately, halfway through, Shanks suddenly flipped the table and stopped playing. Chun Mo, although he didn't quite understand why, could only give up. Thus, with the first-class sailing speed of Chun Mo's vessel, in just half a day, the two ships successfully crossed the narrow calm belt and officially entered the East Sea. Upon stepping into the East Sea, Chun Mo clearly noticed a change in the weather. If in the Grand Line, the weather can change at any time like a politician's mask, then in the East Sea, the weather feels incredibly gentle and natural, almost like a sentient robin. Finally back in the East Sea, Shanks also sensed the change in the surroundings, walking out of the cabin, shaking his right hand and saying with some emotion, rather than saying Shanks' goal is to dominate the seas, he seems more like an explorer traveling the four seas. Clearly, he already has a territory in the New World recognized by many pirates, yet Shanks still enjoys wandering around the four seas. The last time he set foot in the East Sea was a few years ago, and it was during that time that he met his partner, Yasopp. Thinking of this, Shanks couldn't help but glance in Yasopp's direction. To his surprise, Shanks found that the man who often pretended to be melancholic now seemed to be truly trapped in depression. Dressed in tattered clothes, he silently squatted in a corner, drawing circles with his index finger. What's wrong with Yasopp? Out of concern for his partner, Shanks couldn't help but ask his first mate. It's nothing, Beckman calmly replied, taking a comfortable drag from his cigarette. Maybe he just misses home. That's easy to fix, Shanks casually replied. Since we've reached the East Sea, let's stop by Yasopp's hometown and let him go home for a bit. Just as Yasopp was about to excitedly thank Shanks, he suddenly noticed a crowd of partners staring at him with dangerous eyes. Yasopp awkwardly twitched his still swollen lips and said to Shanks in a choked voice, No. It's fine. I'm a brave warrior of the sea. Since I've set sail, how can I just go home? Really don't need to? The reasonable Shanks couldn't help but ask again, as Yasopp's attitude didn't seem very resolute. I remember you often mentioned your son before. Don't you want to go back and see him? Instantly, Yasopp noticed more and more eyes on him, and the gazes were becoming increasingly dangerous. Really, it's fine. Yasopp swallowed hard, forcing down his reluctance, and answered with a worried face. At this moment, Chen Mo also noticed the commotion from the red-haired pirates. He jumped onto the Red Force and asked, Buddy, we've reached the East Sea. Where exactly do you want to go to repair the sails? In response to this question, Beckman, who had long been prepared, handed Chun Mo a sea chart, pointing to a small island on it. This location will do. We have acquaintances there. Acquaintances? Chun Mo casually glanced at the sea chart before stuffing it into his clothes, pondering over the term. Strangely, Chun Mo felt that with Shanks' intelligence, going to meet acquaintances might make him a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, No matter how friendly their relationship was, Chen Mo couldn't possibly voice opposition to their plans. After all, in this sea, even Chen Mo was very clear about this most basic common sense. Nothing can stop a man from heading to the sea, and there is no reason to change a journey that has already been decided. Suddenly, Chen Mo looked at Shank's hands with some confusion. Buddy, you aren't left-handed, are you? Huh, you noticed? Shanks was taken aback, but did not hide it, openly admitting it. Then why did you hold the sword with your right hand when we fought? At once, Chen Mo's tone became slightly angry. Although Chen Mo didn't consider himself a powerful warrior, he felt that he didn't need others to go easy on him in battle. This is an implicit insult to any man. No, it should be said, to any person. So even a mild-mannered person like Chen Mo felt slightly irritated at this moment. Ha ha ha. Shanks laughed at Chen Mo's angry expression and then explained, Bro, you misunderstood. After a pause, Shanks looked at Chen Mo's obviously disbelieving expression and couldn't help but elaborate, saying, The reason I switched to using my right hand to wield the sword is actually due to a matter of strength. Strength problem? That's right. At this point, Shanks' expression became much more serious as he said, Since a year ago, my strength has hit a bottleneck. In order to break through my swordsmanship, I deliberately started practicing with my right hand, gradually starting from scratch, letting myself essentially retrace my path of swordsmanship. Because of this, my understanding of swordsmanship has deepened, and I have a vague feeling that I'm about to enter a new stage. Listening silently to Shank's explanation, Chen Mo couldn't help but pose a question. If that's the case, why don't you practice dual wielding? Right. Why don't I just practice dual wielding? At this moment, Shanks himself was also taken aback. TSK. Instantly, not only Chen Mo, but even many of Shank's companions felt a mix of laughter and tears, deeply anxious about their captain's intelligence. However, the ever-optimistic and carefree Shanks quickly threw this thought aside. Of course, this wasn't tea about Shanks saving face. Absolutely not. This was merely Shanks' personal belief in the way of the sword. As a mere red-haired, if I can pierce you with one sword, why use two swords at the same time? Chapter 185. Welcome ceremony. At this moment, over 10 nautical miles away from Chen Mo, dozens of warships lined up in formation, aiming towards Chen Mo's direction. Of course, in this small corner of the East Sea, these so-called warships were completely incomparable to the Navy headquarters battleships. If the battleships of the Navy headquarters were akin to iron behemoths that could roam the seas, then these lined-up warships could at most be considered cute little mice. Yet, even though these warships were as small as mice, their orderly formation still exuded a formidable presence. If some small pirates from the East Sea accidentally stumbled into this fleet of warships, they would probably be so frightened that their legs would tremble, daring not to move an inch. And at the center of these dozens of warships, on the only flagship comparable in size to the iron behemoths of the Navy headquarters, stood a naval officer who appeared to be a mountain of flesh from a distance. However, despite this naval officer's unseemly appearance, which could even be considered embarrassing, the gazes of the surrounding naval soldiers inadvertently directed towards this meat mountain officer were filled with admiration and reverence. Because this was none other than Rear Admiral Nicholas, the highest commander of the East Sea Navy, who had brought decades of rare peace to the East Sea. He even forced many pirates to turn to hiding in corners as mountain bandits. Truly a figure of great merit and glorious achievements. At this moment, this meat mountain officer, Rear Admiral Nicholas, had an expression that was so wrinkled it was hard to discern, yet it visibly showed excitement and joy. Since hearing that his teacher was on the way to the East Sea, this weakling, who had been pretending to be Rear Admiral Nicholas for over 2 years, was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Just like every child longs for their father's praise and hopes to showcase their achievements in front of him, Weakling 007 naturally wished to give his teacher an unparalleled welcome ceremony. He also hoped to receive praise from his teacher. Thus, Weakling 007 hurriedly dispatched all the warships he could command, gathering a total of 77 ships to set up a formation here to welcome his teacher. To surprise his teacher, Weakling 007 didn't even inform Yui about this. However, having been lurking in the East Sea for 2 to 3 years, Weakling 007 knew very well that if his teacher crossed the calm belt to reach the East Sea, this gathering spot of ocean currents was undoubtedly a necessary route. At this moment, after roughly estimating the time, Weakling 007 confirmed the final orders with his deputy, ensuring that there would be no mistakes in the ceremony to welcome his teacher. 77 warships fired their cannons 7 times in unison. That's right. Then the rear 27 warships spread into a semicircle surrounding the opponent. That's right. Finally, the remaining 50 warships lined up in 2 rows, forming a steel passage that highlighted the flagship in the middle. Correct. Now go down and make the final confirmations with the captains of each ship. Weakling 007 nodded with some difficulty, responding to his deputy. The deputy looked at this rather unconventional battle plan in his hands, appearing somewhat hesitant to speak. But due to the prestige Rear Admiral Nicholas had accumulated over the years, he ultimately kept it to himself. Instead, he saluted solemnly and hurriedly went down to execute the orders. Weakling 007 pouted, naturally aware of his deputy's doubts, even understanding that all the Navy personnel on the warships were still somewhat confused. However, at this moment, as the highest commander of the EC Navy, Weakling 007 felt no need to explain to his subordinates. Soldiers, just execute orders. At that moment, a messenger rushed over, shouting loudly, "Report, Commander, we have news. According to reports from reconnaissance ships disguised as fishermen, the target has appeared." "Great. Instruct all ships to be on standby." "Yes." After the messenger left, Weakling 007 excitedly rubbed his palms, already eager to see his teacher. His mood was somewhat anxious, unsure if his teacher would like such a grand welcome ceremony. Unfortunately, as merely the highest commander of the East Sea Navy, this was the largest military force he could mobilize in haste. Otherwise, Weakling 007 would have really wanted to gather 777 warships to welcome his teacher. On Chen Mo's side, he vaguely sensed that the atmosphere around him seemed a bit off, and he was initially considering using observation hockey to investigate, but remembering what Yui had said before, that the current highest commander of the East Sea, Rear Admiral Nicholas, was impersonated by a student, he dismissed this subtle anomaly. In comparison to Chen Mo, Shanks, as a seasoned pirate, was much more sensitive to the presence of the Navy. As they drew closer to Weakling 007's fleet, Shanks and Beckman casually glanced at the fishing boats that occasionally appeared, revealing some confusion. Could the Navy really be foolish enough to ambush us, the red-haired pirates? In the East Sea? Even the usually thick-skinned Shanks found it hard to believe and asked Beckman beside him. It shouldn't be, right?" Beckman replied, his lips twitching. But looking at those Navy soldiers disguised as fishermen, Beckman still had a faint feeling that something unexpected was about to happen. Despite the red-haired pirates' casual demeanor every day, they actually kept a close watch on the Navy and the world government's major forces to avoid inadvertently falling into traps set by them. Moreover, with the recent events at myriad, the world government and Navy headquarters wouldn't likely have the inclination to send experts to attack them. Could it be that the small Navy of the East Sea wants to take us down? Beckman couldn't help but almost laugh at this fleeting thought. Indeed, at this moment, Shanks, who had climbed to the lookout position, looked at the neatly arranged fleet of Navy ships opposite and exclaimed in astonishment. Not only was Shanks surprised, but even Yui was taken aback. What on earth is this? Are we surrounded? Before Shanks and Yuichi could think deeply, the many Navy soldiers, watching the noble ships and pirate ships gradually entering the firing range, felt their hearts tighten, recalling the order from Commander Nicholas when the target appears. Fire the cannons 7 times. Chapter 186 for Commander Nicholas. So that's it. If this time Commander Nicholas's target is the red-haired pirates of the New World, holding a telescope and looking at the Red Force, which was hanging behind the noble ship, the adjutant repeatedly exclaimed in realization. No wonder Commander Nicholas mobilized all his forces so grandly. No wonder Commander Nicholas did not specify the target for this expedition. No wonder Commander Nicholas prepared such a strange combat order in advance. The adjutant adjusted his glasses, his eyes shining with wisdom. As Commander Nicholas's adjutant, he naturally had more insight than other EC Navy personnel, even having a considerable understanding of figures from the Grand Line. The pirate flag hanging on the Red Force was indeed the pirate flag of the notorious pirate Shanks from the Grand Line. The 7 cannon fires were meant to seize their minds. The surrounding warships were to cut off their escape routes. The remaining warships formed a steel passage to build momentum. Finally, the flagship's attack was Commander Nicholas preparing to personally strike down the enemy. After all, the opponent was a pirate from the Grand Line, and ordinary Navy soldiers would undoubtedly have to pay a heavy price when facing them. Which is why Commander Nicholas devised this combat order, intending for the powerful Commander Nicholas to personally capture the enemy. I should have thought of this earlier. The adjutant secretly scolded himself in frustration. After all, Commander Nicholas was so great and ambitious. After managing the security of the East Sea, he would undoubtedly set his sights on the Grand Line. And for Commander Nicholas to elevate from the East Sea to the Grand Line, Nothing would be more convincing than capturing a notorious pirate that even the Navy headquarters couldn't take down. Thinking of this, the adjutant was deeply moved by Commander Nicholas's insight and justice, feeling proud and fortunate to follow such a great person. No, I can't let Commander Nicholas's greatness go unnoticed. Immediately, the adjutant conveyed his thoughts about Week 007 to all the ship captains through the transponder snail, and as many ship captains informed the rest of the Navy soldiers of this news. Suddenly, the morale of the many Navy soldiers surged several times. However, the message passed down verbally inevitably had some discrepancies. When these speculations reached the ears of the ordinary soldiers, they had turned into the idea that Commander Nicholas was leading all Navy soldiers to confront pirates from the Grand Line to protect the East Sea, and he was prepared to sacrifice himself to protect his comrades. If Week 007 knew the thoughts of these Navy soldiers, he would definitely break out in a cold sweat. Because if he accidentally harmed his teacher, Week 007 would probably end up being the one sacrificed. Either he would be beaten up by his teacher personally, or he would be caught in a mutual beating by many classmates. In any case, he might really be sacrificed. However, Week 007 did not have outstanding observation hockey and did not hear the discussion from the lower-tier Navy soldiers. Instead, he looked at the inexplicably excited ordinary Navy soldiers and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. After all, the better the mental state of these Navy soldiers, the more face Week 007 felt he had in front of his teacher, while Week 007 was looking forward to the moment of meeting his teacher. The many Navy soldiers trained to have high military quality by Week 007 were already methodically and swiftly adjusting the angles and positions of the cannons, aiming at the direction of the pirate ship. Fire! With the authorization from Commander Nicholas, the adjutant executing this combat plan shouted passionately through the transponder snail, spreading his voice across all warships. For justice! For Commander Nicholas! Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, all 77 warships fired their cannons in unison, and then, in Week 007's dazed gaze, a large number of cannonballs rained down like a storm upon the Red Force and the noble ships. It's cold. Week 007 trembled slightly, feeling a chill all over his body, almost unable to maintain his disguised form. As the booming sound of cannonballs being fired rang out, Chen Mo popped out from his study, feeling overwhelmed by the barrage of cannonballs. They really are under attack? Chen Mo was momentarily stunned. But facing the barrage of cannonballs falling like rain, the unique domain of his sovereign territory suddenly opened, protecting his vehicle and the Red Force, blocking all the cannonballs outside the sovereign territory. Boom, 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 boom. As the continuous explosions echoed, Week 007 felt he was losing his balance, especially since he was simulating a remarkably overweight form. However, under Week 007's previous training, the many Navy soldiers executed his orders almost word for word. After the first round of concentrated fire was completed, they didn't even check the results and quickly prepared for the second round, third round, fifth round, seventh round. By the time all 7 rounds of concentrated fire were completed, the vast sea had filled the air with an incredibly strong smell of gunpowder. And in Chen Mo's direction, it was completely covered by the thick smoke produced by the explosions. Adjutant! Week 007's legs went weak, and he collapsed helplessly into his chair, letting out a cry like a pig being slaughtered from the flagship. The adjutant, who was in the communications room preparing to issue the next phase of orders, quickly appeared beside Week 007, saluting perfectly, looking at Week 007 with admiration while loudly asking, "Commander Nicholas, do you have any special instructions? Who told you to do this?" "Who?" Week 007 grabbed the adjutant by the face, pulling him close to his eyes, and asked sharply, "Sue, subordinate, did I make a mistake?" The adjutant asked in panic, because in the adjutant's eyes, Commander Nicholas had always treated his subordinates with a gentle and caring attitude. And seeing him so impatient and furious was the first time for the adjutant. "Why did you attack that noble ship? Speak. Where did you come from, traitor? Do you have some deep-seated grudge against me? Is this how you want to harm me?" Chapter 187, Teacher Slaying. Chapter 4, On Chen Mo's Side. The mere cannonballs could never breach Chen Mo's Emperor's domain, so the others who were ready to take action could only boredly stay in their original positions and watch the fireworks in the sky. To be fair, these continuous fireworks, both in terms of visual effects and sound, could indeed be considered top-notch. After all, they were cannonballs from the Navy, the most powerful violent organization in the sea, which were much stronger than the inferior cannonballs used by pirates. After Chen Mo used the so-called Emperor's Domain for the second time, he also had a deeper understanding of this ability, because Chen Mo suddenly realized that after using this ability, his own movement speed and agility would significantly decrease. So, is the function of my Emperor's Domain really to protect? Chen Mo thought to himself, not exactly disappointed, but rather feeling a sense of inevitability. It made sense, after all. Chen Mo's will contained a strong belief in protecting Sister Robin. This so-called Emperor's Domain was merely the materialization of Conqueror's Haki, constructed based on the user's own will to create a unique power. What is wrong with these Navy men? At this moment, Shanks and other senior officers jumped to Chen Mo's side and asked in confusion. For Shanks and others, it was not their first time wandering around the seas, but being surrounded and attacked by local navies in the four seas was a first. It can only be said that, in Shanks' view, being surrounded by a large group of rabbits as a majestic lion was both somewhat infuriating and somewhat ridiculous. So Shanks' first reaction was whether Chen Mo's enemies had come looking for him, thus causing collateral damage. Chen Mo did not rush to answer Shanks' question, but slightly closed his eyes, activating his observation haki to cover the entire area of the Navy ships. After a few breaths, Chen Mo opened his eyes with an extremely ugly expression and said to the currently panicked and furious Yui Chi, on the flagship across from them, the strongest life force was lingering with a large amount of weak 007's aura. The most likely possibility is weak 007 has betrayed the organization and is killing his own. He dares. Upon hearing this, Yui Chi felt that his rationality was greatly provoked and roared in a frenzy for the first time in front of Chen Mo. After a bout of rage, Yui Chi finally regained some calm and quickly apologized to Chen Mo. The student lost composure. Meanwhile, Shanks and others, upon hearing the conversation between Chen Mo and Yui Chi, immediately understood that it was a family matter of the other party, and given the large amount of weak chicken aura from the other side, it was impossible to pose a threat to the incredibly powerful Chen Mo. Therefore, to avoid embarrassing Chen Mo, Shanks and others greeted him and immediately returned to the Red Force, ordering their companions not to deliberately eavesdrop on the outside sounds. In the sea, betrayal is the most serious matter for any organization or person. According to convention, Shanks and others as outsiders, intervening or spectating would be seen as provocation and mockery towards Chen Mo and others. After Shanks left, Yui Chi couldn't wait to speak to Chen Mo. Please allow the student to take action, while the teacher clears the way. However, Chen Mo maintained an extremely ugly expression, remaining silent. Heartbroken, sad, and Chen Mo believed he had done his best for these students, even though they made mistakes repeatedly, even though they were often foolish, even though they had many shortcomings. Chen Mo had never looked down on them for these issues. In fact, knowing that most of them favored martial prowess. He had even dragged his disabled legs to teach them physical education, training them to their limits as they wished. And now, Chen Mo never expected to suffer betrayal from his students. For someone like Chen Mo, who valued loyalty and righteousness, this was akin to being stabbed in the chest. After remaining silent for a long time, when the Navy's cannon fire ceased, Chen Mo finally said in a hoarse voice, "You go deal with it. Bring weak 007 back. I want to ask him face to face why he would kill his own." Yes, for Yui Chi. Seeing Chen Mo in such distress instantly brought a heart-wrenching pain and unparalleled anger. However, despite the extreme pain and anger, Yui Chi remained quite calm. To ensure that weak 007 had no chance of escaping, Yui Chi even took out a den mushi from his pocket, dialed it, and with a strong, killing intent said, "Weak 007 is attempting to kill his own. Yushi, bring Yujin and Yuzin over. I want to break weak 007's bones and make him kneel before the teacher to repent." It's over. On weak 007's side, sensing the killing intent rising from Yui Chi on Chen Mo's vehicle, he immediately realized that there must be a misunderstanding. No, it should be said that such a sudden encounter with hundreds or thousands of cannonballs being fired wouldn't create a misunderstanding at all, right? What to do? What to do? What to do? Weak 007 anxiously thought of a solution, and his first instinct was to run away. If he stayed, even if he could keep his life, a beating was definitely unavoidable. However, this thought barely flashed through weak 007's mind before it was completely discarded. Not to mention that turning around and running at this moment would truly make him unable to clear his name even in a no-win zone. Most importantly, weak 007 had a heavy responsibility for the Revolutionary Army. monitoring the Navy's movements in the East Sea and secretly cooperating with the Revolutionary Army to maintain stability in the East Sea and quietly win over the countries of the East Sea. If he ran away now, not to mention how much it would damage Major General Nicholas's reputation. More critically, while Week 007 had the ability to run, more than half of the remaining 77 warships would be seen as hostile targets to be destroyed by Yuichi. It has to be this way. Week 007 gritted his teeth and said fiercely, and casually threw the incompetent officer to the ground, commanding with a resolute tone, "All warships retreat immediately." After saying this, the fat on Week 007's body visibly trembled and decreased in speed. Burn calories. Chapter 188. The Legend of Nicholas Zhao C., nicknamed Galloping Horse Nicholas, was once one of the high-ranking officers of the Navy headquarters. An ordinary disciple under Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, he was handsome and talented, skilled in various arts, and loved to flirt with girls. Due to his irresponsible attitude towards his romantic debts, he indirectly caused the loss of many young lives at the Navy headquarters. The person in question had a terrible reputation within the Navy headquarters and was despised by many colleagues. Later, due to a moment of carelessness, he caused negative news related to the Navy to spread overseas, severely damaging the Navy's positive image, which enraged Admiral Sengoku. Fortunately, after many of his infatuated fans and various fathers-in-law pleaded for him, Nicholas Zhao C. was spared from being dismissed and imprisoned, only being demoted to the East China Sea as a regional commander. However, upon arriving in the East China Sea, he remained unchanged and was later lured to the wilderness by the Revolutionary Army using the beauty trap. After a surprise attack in a field battle, he died. Subsequently, Week 007 used the ability of the simulation fruit to replace his presence in the Navy. Unexpectedly, after completely simulating this person, Week 007 suddenly discovered something that had never been mentioned in the intelligence. Nicholas Zhao C. was actually a devil fruit user. The devil fruit he consumed was called the fat fruit. As the name suggests, this fruit's ability is to control the fat in one's body. Until that moment, Week 007 finally understood why this Navy officer, hollowed out by wine and lust, could still maintain a quite charming figure and decent strength. However, for the fat fruit, the real use is not to maintain a good figure by reducing body fat. On the contrary, its true function is to store a large amount of fat in the body and then actively consume this fat in battle to unleash tremendous power, making it quite a good devil fruit. Unfortunately for Nicholas Zhao C., who was particularly concerned about his appearance and figure, gaining weight was impossible, absolutely impossible. Otherwise, with the ability of this devil fruit, it would have been entirely possible for Nicholas Zhao C. to secure the position of Vice Admiral in the Navy headquarters. Because of this, over the years, no one had discovered that Nicholas Zhao C. was a devil fruit user. However, for Week 007, he did not care about such trivial matters of appearance. So Week 007 maximized the use of the simulated fat fruit's ability. And since Nicholas Zhao C. was also a student of the martial arts master Zifa, he had a basic foundation, coupled with the cooperation of the Revolutionary Army. In these years, Week 007 had achieved remarkable feats in the East China Sea, firmly securing the position of the highest commander of the East China Sea Navy. In summary, the more slovenly and massive Week 007's appearance was, the more it demonstrated the terrifying power he could unleash. Vice Admiral Nicholas, the aide who was thrown to the ground by Week 007, watched as Vice Admiral Nicholas's figure gradually became emaciated, knowing that something big was about to happen. Because the aide was well aware of Week 007's fruit ability, at this moment, Week 007's performance indicated that his superior was about to fight desperately. Retreat. Take everyone and get back to base. In no time, Week 007 shrank from a giant mountain of flesh into a small hill of flesh, clenched his fists, felt the incredibly abundant power within him, and then exploded into action, breaking through the ceiling and shooting towards Chen Mo's direction, leaving only a lingering sound that slowly reached the aide's ears. At that moment, the thick smoke enveloping Chen Mo's vehicle gradually dissipated, and the aide looked in astonishment at the scene beneath the smoke. Not only was that pirate ship completely unharmed, but even the noble ship had suffered no damage from the rain of cannonballs pouring down. For the aide, who was born and raised in the East China Sea, he had never seen such a scene. He had heard of things from the Grand Line, but for someone whose perspective was still limited to the belief that cannonballs equated to justice, all his imagined catastrophic scenarios were based on cannonballs as a measuring unit. Now, Looking at the enemy that remained unscathed under countless cannonballs, the aide finally realized he had kicked a hard board. The reason Vice Admiral Nicholas was so irritable must be that the timing of their attack was wrong, disrupting Vice Admiral Nicholas's plans. Even now, Vice Admiral Nicholas chose to go into the enemy's ranks alone to protect them while they retreated. At that moment, a strong urge to face death alongside Vice Admiral Nicholas surged within the aide, even if it meant going to hell. I will accompany Vice Admiral Nicholas into battle. Suddenly, an astonishing sword energy swung out from that noble ship. The sea was sliced open. Moreover, this sword energy crossed several miles and effortlessly cut a military ship in half, continuing forward as if unaffected. Until Vice Admiral Nicholas's figure stepped into the air, his two robust arms came together, and under the immense force, he shattered the sword energy in midair. Witnessing this, the aide discarded all his unrealistic thoughts and hurriedly crawled to relay orders to all the ships. Retreat. Everyone retreat immediately. That kind of sword energy, that kind of attack. It must be a joke. Feeling as though his worldview had been overturned, the aide clearly recognized the harsh reality. As a soldier, he naturally had to obey orders, and any meaningless sacrifice should be avoided whenever possible. So run. The aide anxiously urged the cockpit to speed up their escape, while tearfully watching the great Vice Admiral Nicholas's figure disappear from view. For justice, the great Vice Admiral Nicholas. The entire Navy of the East China Sea will never forget your contributions. The aide turned to look in Vice Admiral Nicholas's direction, silently mourning for about a second. No, probably around 0.45 seconds, then pushed aside the Navy soldier in the cockpit, took control himself, and drove the flagship at full power to escape the battlefield. Because, behind them, fierce winds, giant waves, sword energy, petals, loud noises, etc., had completely mixed together. Any warship approaching this area was like a toy thrown into a meat grinder, completely gone. Perhaps only a few wooden planks might float out. Chapter 189. Teacher, save me actually at this moment. Week 007 was far from the brave and fearless figure the aide imagined. The reason for using the fat fruit's ability first was solely to save his own life. The only method Week 007 could think of to temporarily hold off the battle maniac Yuichi was to explode by consuming fat in a short time. As long as he could delay until those warships were far away, Week 007 could then explain everything clearly to his teacher and successfully escape a calamity. After all, his teacher was so understanding and exceptionally wise, surely he would realize that this was all just a misunderstanding. However, when Week 07 moved slightly closer to Chen Mo's direction, he suddenly noticed three figures jumping out from the noble ship, heading towards him. The one at the forefront was naturally the well-known, reckless Waiichi among the classmates. But what shocked Week 07 was that behind Waiichi were two stunningly beautiful figures. Iuhi, Iu-san. At this moment, Week 07's body instinctively tightened, and a massive amount of energy surged out, craving more security. Wasn't Uji recently ordered to head to Beihai as the Minister of Supervision? I just heard about Yuzin challenging other Sword Masters in the New World yesterday. How did he suddenly appear too? While feeling a bit panicked, Week 07's mind was filled with questions about the sudden appearance of these two. Chizai, you dare to kill your teacher? Iuhi, who was slightly behind Uji, saw the small meat mountain floating in midair and, with her fiery temper, instantly roared with murderous intent. Big sister, no, your majesty, let me explain. Week 07 looked at Uji's stunning face, which was now filled with extreme killing intent, instantly triggering past psychological trauma. He hurriedly waved his hands towards Uji, trying to explain, don't waste my time, accept your doom. Iuhi, dressed in elegant and flowing clothes, swiftly transformed into beautiful and exquisite Higanbana, floating towards Week 07. In the blink of an eye, the endless seemed to transcend space, suddenly surrounding him and sealing off all the space around him. Manjishij will bring disaster, death, and separation of flesh and bone to the one who kills their teacher. A voice filled with uncontainable killing intent echoed from the surrounding Week 07. Don't use this move. Big sister, your majesty, let me explain. Week 07 frantically tried to explain as he was surrounded by the endless. I wasn't the one attacking the teacher. It was my ignorant subordinates who attacked recklessly. Do you think the Minister of Supervision would believe your nonsense? Uji almost laughed in anger, asking indignantly. Manjishij's funeral with a mysterious voice sounding. The surrounding Week 07 began to swirl with captivating light, suddenly wrapping him up at lightning speed. Ah! A piercing scream instantly erupted from the massive sphere formed by the bang. In a moment of crisis, Week 07 dared not hold back anymore. All the fat on his body ignited, providing him with endless energy in a short time. Supported by immense energy, Week 07's entire body was covered in armed color hockey, and through a self-destructive explosion, he blew apart the densely attached to him. However, before Week 07 could catch his breath after escaping from the giant golden-furred squirrel suddenly appeared before him. Through bone full strike, having had a large amount of blood extracted by the attached to him, and being permeated by powerful toxins. Week 07 was in a state of nerve paralysis, facing this golden flash of an attack with no ability to evade. Boom! Just like colliding head-on with a high-speed train, Week 07, who had shrunk to an average level of obesity, was sent flying like a cannonball with a single punch. Blood poured out his mouth in midair. Series Soared 11, with facial features as exquisite as use.Does, dressed in a simple white robe, exuded an extremely sharp and beautiful gaze. Without even seeing use.'s sword-swinging motion, a white sword energy similar to Chen Mo's suddenly slashed towards Week 07, who was flying backwards in midair. Teacher, help! Week 07 noticed from the corner of his eye that all the warships had already moved away from the area, no longer needing to worry about being discovered by those Navy soldiers. Week 07 could no longer hold back and shouted out loud, Teacher, if you don't save me, these bastards will beat me to death. However, distant water cannot quench nearby fire. Facing the sword energy that was about to cleave him in two, Week 07 hurriedly canceled his simulation state, instantly transforming from a big fat man into a youth. His size shrank by more than half, and he narrowly dodged the strike that had originally aimed at his legs, having temporarily saved his life. As Week 07 was about to kick off and escape from the pursuit of these three terrorists, with a strange mark had somehow floated to Week 07's back. Suddenly, Week 07 felt a chill at his lower back. Slightly turning his head, he saw that the bastard use had appeared behind him, with tearful eyes, thrusting the blade in his hand towards his kidney. Why betray your teacher? Week 07, you are simply a disgrace. Scream whale suffer. This is the teacher's order. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you. Ushi's delicate voice slowly reached Week 07's ears, but the blade in her hand showed no hesitation. Instead, it was covered with armed color hockey, as if she feared that she would not stab Week 07 to death. No, don't stab there. Change places. You bastard. Even after simulating as Nicholas Zhao for Week 07, with the ability of the fat fruit, only reached the peak level of a Navy Vice Admiral. Not to mention that now, having canceled the simulation state, Week 07's strength had dropped to that of an ordinary Navy Rear Admiral. At this moment, facing Ushi's sneak attack, there was simply no possibility for Week 07 to dodge. Chapter 190. Simulated fruit. Just as Week 07 was completely desperate, looking at the blade thrusting towards his kidney, even feeling the skin at his lower back being pierced. Week 07 had prepared himself to become a man with impaired kidney function. Two slender and fair fingers suddenly appeared behind Week 07, seemingly slow yet fast, gently clamping down and firmly securing the blade in Ushi's hand. Week 07, whose eyes were almost filled with tears from fear, suddenly looked up and found that the one who had saved him in this critical moment was none other than his beloved teacher. Teacher, I love you. After experiencing such a roller coaster of emotions, seeing his most beloved teacher again, Week 07's feelings erupted, completely losing control of his instincts, opening his arms and wanting to rush towards Chen Mo. Get away. However, Chen Mo, whose complexion wasn't very good, suddenly slapped the incompetent and troublesome Rawling 007, sending this fool flying over 10 meters. Teacher. At this moment, after Chen Mo personally took action, Yong Yi and the others naturally would not pursue further, and one by one, they came over to greet their teacher. Chen Mo's eyes swept over the four in front of him. Yong-si. When he looked at Yong-si, Chen Mo couldn't help but glance down, as this fool had once again worn his height-increasing shoes. As an assassin, a heartless assassin, wearing height-increasing shoes that affect agility every day. And he still hasn't changed his ways. Yong-san, dressed in a flowing white robe, and holding what seemed to be a famous large knife from the sea, the Demon Slayer. He truly resembled an ancient sword master, and quite a bit like a somewhat capable female swordsman. However, In Chen Mo's eyes, who knew Yongsin well, this guy's strength was limited, but his appearance was impressive. At most, his skills were just a superficial imitation of Chen Mo's. Yet based on appearance alone, he seemed to surpass Chen Mo. Yong-e. It was said that she had recently been playing some queen role. Clearly, back when she was a student, she was just a girl who loved arranging flowers. Now, according to rumors, she seemed to enjoy arranging flowers on the bodies of her enemies. What a pity, the good student from back then seemed to have slowly transformed into a delinquent girl. As for Yong-e, Chen Mo glanced at his foolish, dazed kangaroo face and chose not to mention it. As the saying goes, a teacher who is not strict is lazy. It seems they have evolved into what they are today, because he had been too lenient back then. Suddenly, Chen Mo felt like he had failed as a teacher. Indeed, strict teachers produce outstanding students. If he could do it all over again, he would definitely not be so soft-hearted. Thinking of this, looking at the slowly flying back, rolling 007, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat and couldn't resist asking Yongsi, "Do you know where you went wrong?" Yongsi's eyes rolled around a few times, looking at rolling 007, who was hiding behind Chen Mo and making a silly face, looking pleased with himself, feeling quite unwilling. But due to Chen Mo's authority, he reluctantly pouted a few times before saying, Yongsi was too harsh on his classmates. That's wrong. However, as soon as Yongsi finished speaking, Chen Mo sternly corrected him. Wrong. Completely wrong. After a pause, Chen Mo picked up rolling 007, who had reverted to his youthful form after canceling the simulation state, and turned his back to Yongsi, pointing to his lower back on both sides, and said, "How many times have I taught you? You are an assassin. An assassin. The kind that kills with one blow. An assassin who only strikes when guaranteed to kill. What use is it to stab Yongsi in the lower back? Even if you were lucky enough to pierce an organ, he still has another one. Such attacks that cannot cause fatal damage are completely unnecessary for an assassin. Do you understand?" Yongsi was stunned for a moment, then drew his blade from his waist again, gesturing, and said, "Teacher means I should stab both organs at once?" Immediately, not only rolling 007, even Chen Mo's smile gradually disappeared. Unlike rolling 007's feeling of being caught between a wolf's den and a tiger's lair, where there are always classmates wanting to harm him, Chen Mo felt that even if Yongsi's country had not perished back then, with such a naive, lowly holding power, with her intelligence based on the end result, that disaster-prone country would still likely face calamity, right? Teacher. Suddenly, a coquettish voice came to Chen Mo's ear, and when he turned his head, he was face to face with rolling 007. At this moment, rolling 007 seemed to be possessed by a drama queen again, looking at Chen Mo with teary eyes, as if he had suffered a great injustice. With a pitiful expression, saying to Chen Mo, "Teacher, rolling 007. Over the years, day and night, I have longed to once again be at your feet, to listen to your guidance. Recently heard, you have arrived in the East Sea, so the student prepared early a welcome ceremony. Unexpectedly, those damn subordinates." However, before rolling 007 could finish his complaints, Chen Mo disdainfully pushed him towards his ship. As a user of the simulation fruit, he should at least simulate a female form before acting pitiful. But instead, he was using a youthful face to act cute. Who could stand that? If rolling 007 knew Chen Mo's thoughts, he would surely cry out in injustice. After all, his simulation fruit seemed powerful on the surface, able to simulate the opponent's appearance, memories, and even fruit abilities, but there were many limitations. For instance, the most despairing limitation for rolling 007 was that at the same time, he could only simulate one person. This meant that after simulating General Nicholas, rolling 007 could not simulate any other existence, or he would permanently lose the simulation template of General Nicholas. Therefore, for the sake of the Revolutionary Army, rolling 007 had maintained the appearance of General Nicholas for a full 3 years, even to prevent exposure. He wouldn't dare to temporarily cancel his simulation state while sleeping, for fear of accidentally revealing himself. It was only now, in front of his teacher, the omnipotent figure in his heart, that rolling 007 dared to cancel his simulation state. In fact, when rolling 007 got closer to Chen Mo understood that rolling 007's act of attacking his teacher was merely a misunderstanding. After all, with Chen Mo's ability to discern malice through his observation hockey, once the opponent approached within a certain range, Chen Mo could only say, "I understand you." Chapter 191. Humility. Ultimately, Chen Mo was still a very gentle and kind person. Even in the case of rolling 007, being so disrespectful to him. He only beat him half to death and generously let the matter slide. Sigh. I really am a magnanimous and gentle teacher. Chen Mojian looked down at Ruoling 007, who was lying on the deck, gasping and acting strange, and ultimately resisted the urge to draw his sword. Get up. Chen Mojian sighed helplessly and shouted at Ruoling 007. Understood, obeying the most handsome, knowledgeable, and kind teacher's orders. Ruoling 007 flipped over like a pigeon, and feeling like he was on the brink of death just moments ago, he immediately stood up full of energy. TSK. Chen Mojian glared at him discontentedly and scolded. How many times have I told you? Be honest, be low-key, always spouting the truth. Can you be a little more low-key? It's perfectly fine to talk about something universally acknowledged, like being handsome. But when it comes to other traits like being knowledgeable and kind, it's better to just know it in your heart. If you say it out loud, it might seem like you're showing off. Standing next to Chen Mojian, Robin couldn't help but laugh out loud. To be able to infiltrate the Navy for 3 years and become the highest commander of the EC Navy. What kind of high emotional intelligence does this drama Queen Week 007 possess? Seeing Robin standing so intimately beside her teacher and laughing freely, combined with the information she had previously known, Week 007 immediately turned to Robin and said obediently, "You must be the teacher's wife, right?" As soon as Week 007's words fell, the entire ship fell into a dead silence. Chen Mojian, who was originally planning to let Week 007 off the hook, immediately lifted him up again and started beating him. In no time, Week 007's shrill screams echoed continuously. However, the usually kind Robin stopped Chen Mojian this time. She lectured him for a long time, starting from educational issues to violence issues and so on. In summary, this seemingly sensible young man, Nico Robin, your sister, has high hopes for you. As a scholar who is good at listening to suggestions, Chen Mojian deeply agreed with Sister Robin's views and ultimately expressed high appreciation for Week 007's ideological awareness. When Robin was quite satisfied with Chen Mojian's performance and went back to her room to read, the many students present looked at Robin as if they had found someone they desperately wanted to please. In the past, Chen Mojian students also knew that the rumored Nico Robin held a very high position in their teacher's heart. But it wasn't until this moment that they realized this status could not simply be described as very high. Given the current situation, pleasing Nico Robin was basically equivalent to indirectly winning the teacher's favor. Great. The 5 of them, including Yuichi, exchanged glances and read the same meaning from each other's eyes. This information was only shared among the 5 of them internally to avoid attracting the attention of other classmates. The teacher is ours. Ahem. After clearing up many misunderstandings, Chen Mojian coughed lightly and began to discuss serious matters. Have you found any news about the devil fruit I asked you to look for? After all, this matter involves world peace and other major issues, and Chen Mojian couldn't afford to be indifferent. Taking advantage of the fact that these students had their specific intelligence channels, he couldn't help but inquire. However, upon hearing this, Week 007 and the others couldn't help but look a bit grim. The sea is just too vast to find a specific devil fruit in the vast ocean. Especially one of the strongest Logia-type fruits like the thunder fruit isn't that easy to find. For example, Week 007, as the highest commander of the EC Navy, had already activated all his intelligence channels, both overt and covert. But within the EC, no valuable clues have been discovered. Is it really that difficult? Chen Mojian frowned, looking at the 5 silent individuals in front of him. After all, he just asked them to find some devil fruits related to lightning powers. How could it take so long without any news at all? However, Chen Mojian thought about it. Since devil fruits are known as treasures of the sea, they must be rare items, and since he specifically requested Logia-type fruits, it surely adds to the difficulty. Nevertheless, even so, for the sake of a better future and a peaceful new era, Chen Mojian couldn't help but remind them. Didn't you find any other gains? Anything at all would be fine. When he said this, Chen Mojian deliberately rubbed his fingers together, indicating that even the smallest gain should be reported. To contribute to this sinful world, perhaps Chen Mojian had never experienced certain related matters, and no one dared to act that way in front of him. So Chen Mojian had no idea that in the adult world, this gesture often means money is tight. Therefore, at that moment, Week 007 and the others couldn't help but have some misunderstandings. In the end, Week 007 gritted his teeth, rummaged through his loose Navy uniform, and took out a fiery red strange fruit, respectfully handing it to Chen Mojian. Chen Mo took the devil fruit with some confusion, examined it, and said, I don't think this is what I wanted, right? If I remember correctly, this seems to be the flame fruit. As a scholar who had also read many similar devil fruit manuals, how could Chen Mo not recognize this highly famous flame fruit? However, for Chen Mo, he just needed some Logia-type devil fruits for experiments. This flame fruit clearly did not meet his requirements. On the other hand, Week 007 felt no pain in giving up the flame fruit, which he had found on a deserted island in the East Sea and had planned to keep for future opportunities to present it to the organization as a means to cultivate strong individuals. At this moment, facing Chen Mo's question, Week 007 sincerely and apologetically said, Teacher, the devil fruit you want is indeed not found for the time being. Please be patient for a while longer. All right. The understanding Chen Mo naturally understood the difficulties involved, and since he was now asking the students for help, he wouldn't casually criticize. However, the always straightforward and disciplined Chen Mo handed the flame fruit back to Week 007. As a sensible student who understood human relationships, Week 007 naturally didn't dare to take back the gift given to him by the teacher. Besides, it seemed that his teacher always advocated humility and modesty. Chapter 192. The showdown. This devil fruit is of no use to the teacher. You can take it back. How can that be? Besides, the teacher worked so hard to educate students back in the day. Now students are just giving a little back to the teacher. That's not right. If someone sees it by accident, it might lead to ridicule. People who don't know might think the teacher is coveting your devil fruit. Chen Mo insisted on pushing it away. Week 007 looked around and found that there were only 6 of them nearby. Then he asked Yuichi and the other 4, Are you all in the know? That's right, we all know. Yuichi and the others replied in unison. See, teacher, everyone nearby knows. There is no way anyone could misunderstand you. Week 007 still didn't take the flame fruit, sincerely saying to Chen Mo, Teacher, please accept it. This is just a small token of appreciation from students. Please take it back to replenish your health. Chen Mo, upon hearing this, instinctively felt that Week 007's words made sense. Ever since he realized his own abilities in the holy land of myriad last time, Chen Mo later pondered and understood that he had mistakenly consumed 2 real devil fruits. However, strangely, the devil fruits seemed to have no effect on his physique. His body merely absorbed the energy contained in the devil fruits to strengthen itself. In other words, Chen Mo's current physique could enhance his physical qualities by consuming fruits. This setting gave Chen Mo an inexplicable sense of deja vu. However, after thinking for a moment, Chen Mo still found it hard to accept such a precious item. Unlike public use, which is for the whole world and not out of selfish desire, he had the confidence to accept and use any valuable materials. But something like this, clearly for personal use, was hard for Chen Mo, a penniless man, to convince himself to accept the flame fruit worth several billion. God knows how poor Chen Mo really was. After all, even his weapon was made from his own bones. So, to describe Chen Mo's poverty and weakness, one could summarize it with a single phrase: unarmed. But no matter how poor Chen Mo was, he always remembered a saying: a poor person should not lower their ambitions. With that thought, Chen Mo once again handed the flame fruit back and advised, the teacher knows that you fools have a hard time living outside. So I want to take this precious item. Your goodwill is enough. At that moment, Week 007 felt like the happiest man in the world. He was actually cared for so deeply by the teacher. My God. Week 007's eyes spun around in excitement, unable to believe what he heard. Am I dreaming? In that instant, Week 007 felt that even if he died immediately, he would have no regrets. With that thought, the overly excited Week 007 continued to refuse, and in his enthusiasm, he couldn't help but boast, Teacher, just accept it. It's just a small thing. I have a whole box of devil fruits at home. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, shocked by his student's wealth. It's known that a natural-type devil fruit is worth 5 billion or even 10 billion berries on the market, and Week 007 had a whole box hidden at home. In other words, this drama queen who pretended to be poor in front of him every day was actually a billionaire. He had hidden this from his teacher for so many years and only accidentally revealed it now. Instantly, Chen Mo's expression darkened. After all, he was still a broke man, the kind with nothing to his name, and he often had headaches about how to support Robin. And this student of his, a hidden billionaire, had watched his teacher live frugally for years without a hint of concern. You ungrateful disciple. Chen Mo coldly put away the flame fruit and said lightly, "Then I'll accept this gift. Just right, I remembered something. The flame fruit still has some use." Huh? Oh, week 007 looked at Chen Mo's sudden change in demeanor, puzzled as to why his teacher seemed inexplicably unhappy. "What are you still doing here?" Chen Mo paused, looking at week 007 who stood still, and said, "Did you complete the task the organization gave you? Why are you slacking off here? Or do you need me to personally escort you, this billionaire?" "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Week 007 awkwardly smiled and waved his hands. Although he was unsure why his teacher suddenly became irritable, he thought it might just be one of those days. After all now, week 007, am a man protected by the teacher's wife. My status and stature are no longer on the same level as other classmates. With that thought, week 007 didn't hesitate. He instantly transformed back into a robust and tall General Nicholas, then swiftly stepped into the void and left. After week 007 left, Chen Mo's gaze swept across the 4 warriors known as the 10 Brave, and he couldn't help but ask, "What valuable things do you have at home?" Instantly, the 4 of them exchanged glances. Could it be that after week 007 finished bribing, it was their turn now? However, unable to defy the teacher's order, the 4 had no choice but to take turns reporting their situations. All the expenses of the guard team are actually borne by me personally, and there are often donations from various circles and classmates. So I estimate that I still have about 10 to 20 billion in personal funds. Chen Mo, shouldn't these donations be for me? Why do they end up in your pocket? Young Air, as the Minister of Supervision, I often carry out tasks of confiscation and extermination, and according to the rules, 5% is considered spoils of war and belongs to the student's private property, so I haven't really counted how much there is. Chen Mo, I feel I could also handle confiscation and extermination. Does your supervision department need more people? Yong San, duels of swordsmen are sacred. All property of the defeated party belongs to the victor, and I have won 139 battles and lost none. After a pause, Yong San added, "Of course, as the price for obtaining all the property, I also need to take on the responsibility of caring for the families of the defeated." Chen Mo, Yong San, I think we could have a duel. Considering our teacher-student relationship, I will generously guarantee that I will defeat you without killing you. Yong Si, after the country was destroyed, a large fortune remained, so I haven't really counted how much there is. But according to my butler, at my rate of spending, it would only last for 20 generations. Chen Mo, no wonder you little rascal, are completely unfazed about the country being destroyed. It turns out you're the biggest beneficiary. Chapter 193, Cash Out. Meanwhile, the Vice Admiral led a group of Navy personnel who were in a sorry state back to the naval base after a tumultuous escape from the battlefield. It was only at this moment that these Navy members, who usually chased small pirates with their small warships, realized the waters of this world are too deep. For these Navy personnel who had never left the East China Sea, this world emphasized science. Justice is within the range of cannon fire. After all, they relied on sturdy ships and powerful cannons, sweeping through the entire East China Sea without encountering any opponents, which was precisely the power of technology, right? The so-called swordsmanship and similar personal powers, in their view, are at most just for strengthening the body, only to be used in close combat when necessary. When it comes to truly maintaining peace in the sea, it still relies on sturdy ships and powerful cannons. And then, did you see? What did the Navy discover today? A monster that can ensure that ships are unharmed amidst a rain of cannonballs. A monster that can split the sky and the sea with a wave of its hand. My God, this is not scientific at all. Until the adjutant, in a daze, brought all the captains back to the conference room. Everyone's minds were still filled with that disastrous scene. After a long time, the conference room remained silent, with everyone lost in their thoughts about that earlier scene. After a moment, the adjutant suddenly burst into tears. Boo-hoo! Our great Admiral Nicholas, in order to ensure our escape, actually stayed behind alone. Boo-hoo! How painful and sorrowful. This wave of sorrowful expressions made many captains stunned for a moment, and then they gradually regained their senses. Suddenly, the sounds of weeping, cursing, and self-blame echoed in the conference room. The great Admiral Nicholas. I never expected him to leave like this. Those damn pirates. If they dare to harm Admiral Nicholas in the slightest, I will definitely report it to the naval headquarters. It's all my fault. All my fault for not stopping Admiral Nicholas in time. Otherwise, boo-hoo. Admiral Nicholas, you can rest assured, even if you're no longer with us, your spirit will forever live in our hearts. It was as if it were politically correct. At this moment, everyone in the conference room seemed to have lost a father, plunging into extreme grief. Moreover, recalling that scene of destruction, They were almost certain that Admiral Nicholas was undoubtedly doomed. After all, although the weak 07 occasionally put on a show or moved a bit when facing relatively strong pirates, there really aren't any big fish in the small pond of the East Sea, let alone enemies of the strength of a vice admiral from the naval headquarters. It would be quite good if a normal pirate had the strength of a colonel. Furthermore, weak 07 has the dual intelligence support of the Navy and the Revolutionary Army. If a super big fish really returned from the Grand Line to the East Sea, weak 07 would wisely choose to avoid it or entrust it to other experts of the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, in the minds of these many Navy officers, Admiral Nicholas was undoubtedly a strong man, an unmatched strong man within the East Sea. However, weak 07, who had never shown too much extraordinary power, was always considered to belong to the category of normal humans in their eyes. Yet at this moment, those monsters that could easily withstand the rain of cannonballs were clearly not something normal humans could withstand, and definitely not something their Admiral Nicholas could withstand. It's a sure death. Prepare for the aftermath. This was the collective thought of many Navy officers who had regained their senses. As Admiral Nicholas, the highest commander of the East Sea Navy, sacrificed himself honorably, those under him wanted to take this opportunity to shift positions. It was definitely not possible to express sadness seriously. Therefore, these Navy officers were crying out with all their might. All right, everyone calm down a bit. The adjutant, who was leading the charge, felt his throat getting dry from crying. So he pressed his hands down, sat in Admiral Nicholas's usual seat, and spoke comfortingly. After all the Navy officers reluctantly quieted down, the adjutant said nothing, taking a sip from his thermos filled with goji berries to moisten his throat and replenish his body's fluids. Meanwhile, Colonel Mouse, sitting below the adjutant, rolled his eyes around and respectfully said to the adjutant, "Sir, since we have narrowly escaped this time, should we hold a banquet tonight to celebrate?" Upon hearing this, the adjutant turned the thermos in his hand and said with a pained expression, "Admiral Nicholas has met with misfortune. I believe no one is in the mood to eat. So let us not bring up that suggestion." After a pause, the adjutant added sternly, "However, since you have this intention as the commanding officer, I won't reject your goodwill. Let's just convert the banquet expenses into cash. Once everyone has moved on from their sorrow for Admiral Nicholas, I will treat everyone to a banquet." Yes, Colonel Mouse was not angry. It didn't matter who ate at this banquet. The most important thing was that the adjutant, who could be considered the top person now, was willing to accept. Afterward, once the adjutant felt his throat had recovered somewhat, he addressed the many Navy generals silently watching him. "The deeds of Admiral Nicholas, who embodied justice and stayed behind to ensure our safe retreat, must be reported to headquarters, so that Admiral Nicholas's spirit can forever be engraved in the history of the Navy." Yes, the subordinates immediately sought the best writer to draft it, and they would describe Admiral Nicholas's achievements as clearly as possible. Another Colonel Orange Cat, unwilling to be outdone, moved his plump body a bit and said with great sorrow, The adjutant nodded at Colonel Orange Cat and reminded him, "Also, in the report, don't forget to mention my role as the temporary commander, bravely and calmly leading everyone to successfully retreat from the attack of the so-called red-haired pirates. It must be emphasized that it's not our military's ineffectiveness, but the enemy is too terrifying." And after Admiral Nicholas made a needless sacrifice when faced with the attack of the red-haired pirates, "I overcame my fears and calmly commanded all the warships, ensuring everyone's safe retreat." Right? By the end, the adjutant's gaze swept across all the officers below. Naturally, the many officers below were quick to flatter the adjutant's achievements and were brainstorming about the choice of wording. Chapter 194, Striving for a Quick Recovery. Meanwhile, as the many officers in the conference room were discussing wording issues intensely, Week 07 strolled leisurely to the outside of the conference room. Just as Week 07 was about to push the door open, hearing the intense discussion inside, he immediately stopped his hand and listened intently. This isn't eavesdropping. As a professional spy agent, how could Week 07 consider this eavesdropping? This is professional instinct and one of Week 07's skills. Moreover, as a superior, it is quite necessary for Week 07 to occasionally pay attention to the voices of his subordinates. Inside the conference room, the adjutant, who originally just wanted to take the opportunity to vie for the position of the highest commander of the EC Navy, was swept up in a wave of mindless flattery. Instantly, the adjutant felt a bit lightheaded, and even his thoughts became more nimble, as if he could see the appointment letter from the naval headquarters to become the highest commander of the EC Navy right in front of him. That's the entire East Sea. 1/6 of the world's area. If it weren't for the few pieces of meat still hanging below, the floating officer would have almost shouted, "I am the king of the world." Meanwhile, the many naval officers below, at the end of the day, are just semi-literate. Their intense discussions seem to be substantial on the surface, but are actually just superficial efforts. Even so, they are putting all their lifelong efforts into embellishing and beautifying the punctuation. Among them, feeling a loss for words, Colonel Mouse simply changed the topic and suggested to the officer, "Sir, since Admiral Nicholas left in such a hurry, there must be many secrets at home that he didn't have time to hand over to you. You might need to personally take a trip." The officer paused for a moment upon hearing Colonel Mouse's words. Secrets? What secrets could be at home? However, when the officer saw Colonel Mouse secretly twisting his thumb between his middle and index fingers, he suddenly realized, showing a look of enlightenment as he said to Colonel Mouse, "Thank goodness for your reminder, otherwise I would have overlooked this issue. Admiral Nicholas must have many secrets at home that need to be handed over to me after being in charge of the East Sea all these years. It seems I will have to make the trip." The officer could understand Colonel Mouse's implication, and Colonel Orange Cat naturally understood the meaning as well. Immediately, Colonel Orange Cat stood up and said, "Sir, a few years ago, Admiral Nicholas married several wives, but due to overwork, he has become overweight, inevitably causing his delicate wives to feel somewhat neglected. In his tremendous achievements, they have quietly supported him from behind." "So?" the officer asked, somewhat confused by Colonel Orange Cat's roundabout words. "So now that Admiral Nicholas has sacrificed himself, those beneficiaries may need you to take extra care of them. After all, they are Admiral Nicholas's family. We can't let them feel neglected any further," Colonel Orange Cat said with a somewhat lewd smile, speaking earnestly to the officer. At that moment, the entire meeting fell into a dead silence. Among them, a burly naval commander couldn't help but spit in disdain. Compared to the shamelessness of Colonel Mouse and Colonel Orange Cat, more naval officers were flattering the officer, simply because they understood this was the trend of the times. So they chose to protect themselves. After all, in the East Sea Navy, when a commander dies, the custom is for the officer to take over the position. However, the shameless behavior of Colonel Orange Cat had already completely touched their bottom line. Immediately with that spit, 1/3 of the naval officers could no longer contain their anger and began to curse Colonel Orange Cat. In an instant, the large conference room erupted into chaos like a vegetable market. Quiet. The officer, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, broke into a cold sweat, realizing that his previous actions had touched the bottom line of many colleagues. He shouted somewhat flusteredly, and with that loud shout, in just a moment, the entire meeting fell into a silence where a pin drop could be heard, all eyes fixed on the officer. So effective? The officer thought in disbelief. After all, it was hard to imagine that they would obey his commands so readily after the scene he had just caused that incited everyone's anger. What shocked the officer even more was that many naval officers seemed to tremble nervously at a shout. Could it be that I have some hidden kingly aura? The officer thought, feeling that this was the only explanation, and immediately puffed out his chest, filled with strong confidence. Salute to the commander. In the next breath, numerous naval officers hurriedly stood up to salute, shouting in unison. And feeling all this, although the officer was filled with strong confidence, being called that way made him feel a bit arrogant. So he humbly said to the saluting naval officers, "You all don't have to call me that." However, before the officer could finish his sentence, a familiar voice interrupted him. "They're calling me?" The officer instantly froze. At that moment, he didn't even have the courage to turn around, with only one question echoing in his mind. How much did Admiral Nicholas hear? As if guessing the officer's thoughts, Week 07 said with an unreadable expression, "I heard everything. You really are my good subordinates, even before my body has been found. You are eager to help arrange the distribution of my estate and the whereabouts of my family?" Upon hearing this, the officer felt no hope of escape left. He immediately collapsed to the ground. The only strength remaining was to tightly grasp Week 07's leg, desperately trying to argue, but in extreme fear. He couldn't utter a single word. Week 07 looked at the officer with disdain, as if he were trash, then ordered, "The officer has overworked himself and has ultimately developed an incurable delusion. Someone take him to a mental hospital. By the way, to prevent him from harming others, make sure to equip him with handcuffs and leg irons. Also, he must have 3 meals a day, and the medication cannot be stopped. All expenses will be covered by me, his superior." No, I'm not sick, The officer shouted in struggle. "No, you are sick, and it's quite serious. Week 07 kicked the officer down and comfortingly said, "Once you get there, don't think too much about naval affairs. Cooperate with the doctors for treatment, and strive to recover in your next life. Make sure to take your medication on time. Don't skimp on those few berries for me." After Week 07 finished speaking, he exchanged glances, and immediately 2 strong naval officers grabbed the limp officer and dragged him out. "Admiral Nicholas, spare me. I know I was wrong. I'm not sick." The officer's gradually fading voice echoed in the conference room. As the officer was dragged out, Week 07 looked at the remaining naval officers in the conference room and couldn't help but sneer a few times. Immediately, many naval officers felt a sense of an impending harsh winter. Some of the naval officers who had just rushed to perform even felt as if they were submerged in ice water. Chapter 195. Kidnapping. Week 07 was currently troubled about how to deal with his naval subordinates. Suddenly, Week 07 discovered that this group of naval officers, originally full of dreams and justice, had gradually turned their thoughts toward power struggles due to the increasingly peaceful environment in the East Sea. However, just as Week 07 was about to take strong measures to clean up these power-hungry pests like the internal revolutionaries, Week 07 suddenly realized, "I am the inner traitor. I am the spy. Whether the Navy is corrupt or not has nothing to do with me as a member of the Revolutionary Army." After all, Week 07's mission is merely to ensure stability in the East Sea, protect the people from pirate attacks, and make the East Sea a breeding ground for revolutionary ideology. Thinking of this, Week 07's originally serious face suddenly blossomed like a chrysanthemum. "Everyone, let's each do our part." However, even with Week 07's lighthearted remark, it seemed to erase all that had just happened. But the numerous Navy officers below, who were sweating profusely, remained motionless. Week 07 did not care about their inner thoughts and left the conference room to prepare the report to be submitted to the Navy headquarters. Of course, Week 07 did not have the fanciful ideas of an adjutant. The red-haired pirate's level was clear to Week 07. In the East Sea, apart from the old man on vacation, no Navy would be their match. Therefore, in Week 07's report, aside from not mentioning anything about his own teacher, he credited the successful retreat of this operation to the mercy shown by the red-haired pirates. On the other side, Chen Mo, upon understanding his students' financial situations, felt an immense blow. He even lost the desire to interact with his students for a while, chatting casually before sending them away. Subsequently, Chen Mo flipped through a book titled Principles of Ocean Economics from the bookshelf. After a moment, Chen Mo rubbed the pages of the book, feeling their rough quality. Strangely, Chen Mo's intuition told him that the person who wrote this book probably wasn't in a good economic situation either. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why the quality of his book was significantly inferior to others. Could it be that a giant in thought must inevitably be a poor person in economics? Chen Mo thought this was the only phrase that could explain his own situation. However, Chen Mo only felt depressed for a moment before casting these thoughts aside. As the saying goes, "Heaven born my material must be useful. Wealth lost will return." Even though I'm still very poor now, relying on my student support to sustain the guard team, the means of transportation I use can also be considered public property of the organization. I could even describe myself as having no house or car. Nevertheless, Chen Mo firmly believed that poverty was only temporary, and sooner or later, he would become rich. After all, although Chen Mo was not like Yongxi, a royal descendant born with endless berries, he believed that once he grew a bit older, whether it was to rob some villains' homes or to duel with some sore masters, referring to Yong Er and Yong San's paths to wealth, Chen Mo felt there was still hope. Thinking of this, Chen Mo no longer bothered about the issue of berries, but instead, in his spare time, contemplated the structure of the centrifugal machine. The East Sea is vast, but due to the weather being much calmer than the Grand Line, the actual sailing speed far exceeds that of the Grand Line. In just half a day's time, he smoothly arrived at the island designated by Shanks for repairing the ship. After bidding farewell to Shanks, Chen Mo continued his journey. There is no banquet that does not end in this world, and Chen Mo was quite indifferent about parting with Shanks this time. However, after the separation, Chen Mo had a vague illusion that next time he saw Shanks again, this guy might have some big changes. Then, after thinking for a moment, Chen Mo decided to call Dragon's transponder snail. "Yo, Xiao Mo, why do you have a time to chat with me?" A strong wind sound followed Dragon's voice into Chen Mo's ears. Chen Mo thought for a moment and decided to play a trick on him, then calmly said, "Your son is in my hands, if you're sensible." "Huh, my son?" The wind noise on Dragon's side suddenly quieted down, And he asked back in confusion. That's right. Chen Mo nodded and said with confidence, unless you show up in front of me within 3 days, don't blame me for being rude to your son. You're in the EC now? Dragon asked uncertainly. During this time, Dragon had been busy arranging matters for the slaves, and he hadn't really paid much attention to the information about Chen Mo, only noting that he had somehow gotten involved with the notorious red-hair pirates. The end result was that he had knocked them down, and oddly enough, after being defeated, the red-haired pirates acknowledged Chen Mo as their big brother. When Dragon heard this news, he could only say congratulations. When Chen Mo heard Dragon's question, he was instantly overjoyed, basically confirming that Dragon's son, Luffy, was indeed in the EC and very likely in that windmill village. My son is really in your hands now. Dragon thought for a moment, but couldn't help but confirm again. Have you been with that old man? Old man? However, the straightforward Chen Mo instantly revealed himself in front of Dragon's inquiry. Upon hearing this, Dragon probably understood what was going on. If Chen Mo had truly met his son, there was no way they wouldn't have had a fight with that old man of his. After all, that bastard old man had no idea what was wrong with him, taking a leave of absence for several years and squatting in Windmill Village every day, watching over Luffy. The last time Dragon secretly wanted to go back to see Luffy, he was chased and beaten by the old man car, destroying 2 islands. It was as if he had caught some human trafficker. This fully illustrated to Dragon the true meaning of the phrase, your grandpa is always your grandpa. Thinking of this, Dragon's mind moved, and his fiercely fierce face couldn't help but show a hint of cunning smile as he said, Xiao Mo, my son is named Monkey D. Luffy, located in Windmill Village of the Goa Kingdom in the EC. He is my flesh and blood, my treasure. If you really kidnap him, make sure to tell me. Saying this, Dragon decisively hung up the transponder snail. Then, Dragon couldn't help but laugh secretly, instructing his intelligence personnel to keep a close watch on Windmill Village. To be honest, Dragon was also very curious about who would come out on top if Chen Mo, that monster, fought with the old man. As for the son, even if he really ended up in Chen Mo's hands, Dragon wouldn't mind. After all, even Dragon had discovered that Chen Mo's bodily magnetic field seemed to promote the evolution of others' bodies to some extent, which was the reason why almost every one of Chen Mo's students had achieved success in specific fields. Chapter 196. Windmill Village. While Dragon was feeling pleased, Chen Mo also had a smile on his lips. Given the relationship between Chen Mo and Dragon, any talk of kidnapping was definitely a joke. However, finding Luffy and teaching him some dragon-slaying techniques should be a perfectly normal thing, right? There's no need to emphasize how strong Luffy's strength is. As long as Luffy learns to use haki, he could suddenly land a punch on Dragon. I assume that even if Dragon is highly vigilant, he wouldn't be able to mentally prepare himself to guard against his own son when they meet again, right? So, what kind of image should I establish for Dragon in front of Luffy? Abandoning his wife and child? That seems reasonable. Exploiting child labor? That works too. A heartless boss? That also seems fitting, especially considering that Chen Mo didn't receive a single berry as salary for the 6 years until he joined the Revolutionary Army. Although in the past, Chen Mo didn't realize the importance of money and wasn't interested in it. But someone who wouldn't even give 100 berries and constantly set traps for Chen Mo is surely the most heartless boss in the world, right? As Chen Mo directed Yuki towards Windmill Village, he was fleshing out Dragon's character to deeply imprint this image in his son's mind. Of course, these thoughts were just something Chen Mo occasionally pondered in his free time. Most of the time, apart from researching the centrifuge, he was contemplating the flame fruit in his hand. Suddenly, Chen Mo remembered a question. It seems that apart from the straightforward electricity generation from lightning-type devil fruits, electricity can also be generated through fire. So when Chen Mo told Week 07 that this devil fruit was useful, it wasn't really a lie. However, generating electricity through fire comes with its own challenges. After all, the principle of thermal power generation is to convert chemical energy into steam thermal energy, then into mechanical energy, and finally deliver it in the form of electrical energy. This means that Chen Mo has to find a way to establish a whole set of giant and complete power generation equipment. The good news is that with the flame fruit, he doesn't need to worry about burning materials like coal. He just needs to find a good person willing to contribute to society and the world, feed him 3 meals a day, and naturally he can produce light and heat, eventually converting it into electrical energy. But where am I supposed to find such a good person? Chen Mo thought with a slight headache. After all, not everyone is like Chen Mo, possessing the selfless dedication to waste personal time researching nuclear weapons for world peace. If it weren't for the fact that he consumed the devil fruit and couldn't produce practical effects, Chen would have considered doing it himself. Unfortunately, his somewhat special constitution destined him not to take on this crucial role. It seems the only option is to take a chance while in Windmill Village and see if I can find such a highly aware, good person. After all, no profession is lowly, even if it's just a job of fueling a fire. It is an indispensable brick in creating a beautiful new era. With this in mind, Chen noted this matter in his notebook for future reference. A few days later, the unremarkable Chen appeared in Windmill Village accompanied by Robin. Feeling the peaceful and serene atmosphere of Windmill Village, Chen experienced a sense of relaxation for the first time. The villagers here, whether in their mental state or living environment, felt completely different from the other commoners he had seen in the Grand Line. No wonder the East Blue is called the most peaceful sea. It shows how much the reduction of pirates affects the lives of common people. Unfortunately, what Chen didn't know is that the appearance of Windmill Village cannot represent the situation of the entire East Blue. After all, not every village can produce a naval hero and then a leader of the Revolutionary Army. Both the righteous and the wicked have been wiped out in this village. In the East Blue, which is controlled by the Navy and the Revolutionary Army, both openly and secretly, they naturally spare no effort to protect the common hometown of these two big shots. It can be said that if wild pirates dare to approach Windmill Village, their outcome is usually to sink to the bottom of the sea. Even the many debauched nobles of the Goa Kingdom are well aware that Windmill Village is a place they cannot provoke. Because of this, Windmill Village can be considered one of the few places in the sea that can be called a paradise. There is no oppression from nobles above, nor attacks from pirates below. With no external or internal troubles, the self-sufficient villagers of Windmill Village are naturally on the path to happiness. While Chen and Robin were wandering around, the villagers of Windmill Village naturally noticed these two unfamiliar faces. In no time, the village chief of Windmill Village happened to encounter Chen and Robin. "Hello, old man." Chen who always upheld the principle of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, politely greeted the elderly man with white hair. After all, living to such an old age in this chaotic sea is not an easy feat. So Chen has always held a respectful attitude towards the strong survival instincts of these elderly people. "You two look unfamiliar. Is this your first time in Windmill Village?" The village chief of Windmill Village smiled and asked. Hearing the village chief's question, Chen who planned to temporarily settle in Windmill Village after discussing with Robin, didn't need the village chief to beat around the bush. Chen directly spoke with deep emotion and a hint of sorrow, recounting his story. His hometown was destroyed by a group of unreasonable villains. Only he and his helpless younger sister managed to escape. After 6 years of crossing mountains and seas, they finally reunited under the arrangement of fate. Now, the two of them, who cherished their peaceful days, are searching for a place to live safely. The village chief of Windmill Village, who had been observing Chen Mo's subtle expressions, found no trace of lies on the young man's face as he told his story. "You too must have had a hard time, right?" The village chief gently asked after listening to Chen Mo's story. "Yes, it's been tough." Chen Mo took a deep breath and spoke with emotion. "When my sister and I escaped from our hometown, I was only 8 years old." 8 years old? The village chief of Windmill Village suddenly reacted upon hearing this. The two siblings in front of him indeed looked about 14 or 15 years old, and from their appearance, this pair of exceptionally good-looking siblings didn't seem like violent thugs or pirates. Chapter 197. Not eating free food. With this in mind, the village chief's tone became much gentler. Now, the village chief of Windmill Village looked them up and down, and couldn't help but feel fondness for these two half-grown children. Chen Mo's outstanding looks go without saying. Moreover, with Chen Mo wearing glasses at this moment, although dressed unremarkably, he still exuded an air of refined elegance, looking just like a noble young man who couldn't harm a chicken. As for Robin, despite her young age, even in plain clothes, her intellectual beauty was hard to conceal. The two siblings seemed to be the kind of gentle and well-mannered children who must have received a good education before their hometown was destroyed. The village chief of Windmill Village couldn't help but evaluate Chen and Robin in his heart. After a moment, the elderly village chief, who was quite shrewd, followed Chen Mo's words and asked, "Life outside was indeed too hard for two children without the means to protect themselves. Alas, you don't know, old man." Chen upon hearing this, couldn't help but respond with deep feelings. Living a nomadic life, even getting enough to eat, is very difficult. What hurts me the most is that I was clearly doing good deeds, yet 4 martial artists indiscriminately beat me up. If I hadn't practiced a bit of swordsmanship, I might have fallen into their hands. Such a thing happened? Upon hearing this, the elderly village chief, though not young, was quite angry. He slammed his cane down and said indignantly, "Who are those bastards? Tell me, kid, and I'll let that old coot carp know, so he can help you get revenge." "Don't get excited, old man." Chen Mo was startled, fearing that the village chief might get so worked up he would lose his breath, and quickly comforted him. "It's already fine. At that time, after I desperately fought back and fortunately killed one of them, I narrowly escaped. After all, I didn't suffer any significant losses, so there's no need to be so calculating. You're quite magnanimous." The village chief of Windmill Village was completely moved by Chen Mo's story, and upon hearing Chen Mo's generous words, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Chen Mo, who was usually modest, felt a bit shy in the face of the village chief's praise. "Although everyone says that, I still feel I'm quite stingy. Ha ha!" As a rather lonely elderly man, the village chief's mood inexplicably lifted after just a few exchanges with Chen Mo, as he continuously expressed concern for Chen Mo. The affectionate banter made it seem to an outsider that the village chief and Chen Mo were like a grandfather and grandson. In contrast, Robin, who was following closely behind Chen Mo, remained silent throughout the process, maintaining a relatively aloof expression. It wasn't that Robin didn't want to speak, but rather that he was afraid he would burst out laughing if he opened his mouth. Clearly, what his reckless brother said was somewhat true, yet why did it sound like it could easily lead others to misunderstand? "What do you mean it's difficult to get enough to eat? Has the Revolutionary Army ever lacked your meals? The reason it's hard to get full is entirely due to your large appetite. Especially after each battle, when you come back to replenish your energy, the cook can barely keep up with you." Practiced a bit of swordsmanship? If it weren't for the fact that 6 years ago, Robin personally witnessed his brother cleave the heavens with a wooden armrest, he might have almost believed his nonsense. If that counts as a bit, then those arrogant sword masters on the seas must just be playing house with their swords, right? Desperate counterattack? If Robin remembered correctly, that morning when he got up, he happened to see this guy returning from myriad. Aside from being shirtless, he was completely unharmed, not even covered in dust, let alone missing any parts. And the most outrageous part was that he came back carrying 4 little girls at once. Forget it, just bear with it. Robin forced himself to suppress his laughter, as it was rare to see his brother, who was like a blank slate in common sense, fooling others. If Chen Mo knew Robin's thoughts, he would surely feel very wronged. Chen Mo, who always took integrity as one of his life principles, would never deceive an old man. Deceiving an old man? Is that even human? Chen Mo merely thought that if many things were explained in too much detail, it might scare the old man. And what if he accidentally sent this strong yet kind old man away? For example, telling him about the demon slaughter order, the 5 elders, the world government, or my plans to research nuclear weapons near Windmill Village. Could I casually share such things with a senior citizen? If I accidentally scared the village chief's heart out, I couldn't take responsibility. It's not about scamming or extorting money. The point is, Chen Mo simply had no money, so he naturally didn't dare to play such ruinous games. For safety's sake, and to protect this kind old man before him, Chen Mo was racking his brain to describe the facts as clearly as possible without lying. Yet Chen Mo repeatedly declined, saying, "Old man, even if I, Chen Mo, have been drifting miserably on the sea for 6 years with not a single berry to my name, I can't just take your house for free. Especially since you've prepared furniture, land, and everything that would make me feel guilty." While they were chatting, the village chief brought Chen Mo into a small room that, although not large, was quite tidy and warm, intending to gift this house and the land in the backyard to Chen Mo, so that this poor brother and sister could settle down quickly. What ambition! The village chief of Windmill Village gave Chen Mo a thumbs up, and his gaze towards Chen Mo became increasingly gentle. This young man had no idea how much suffering and betrayal he had experienced outside. Yet he still maintained his pure heart, and that spirit of not accepting handouts greatly impressed the village chief. Since Chen Mo was so insistent, the village chief didn't want to dampen his spirit. After thinking for a moment, the village chief suggested to Chen Mo, "How about this? Then I'll sell you this house, and you just need to pay for it." That would be great. Chen Mo was naturally very pleased with the village chief's suggestion. "Kid, then I'll sell you this house for 50 berries. You can't think it's too expensive." By the end of his sentence, the village chief couldn't help but chuckle. After all, 50 berries wouldn't even buy a piece of meat at the market, let alone a newspaper. However, after searching his body for a moment, Chen Mo said with a bitter face, "Old man, it seems that I really don't have a single berry on me." Chapter 198, The Plan to Get Rich. So clean. At this moment, the village chief was also shocked. He had always thought that when Chen Mo said he didn't have a single berry, it was merely a figure of speech, but it turned out to be literal. Faced with the village chief's question, what could Chen Mo do? Being poor was just a fact. However, even when Chen Mo looked to Robin for help, Robin could only shrug helplessly, indicating he was unable to assist. Before Robin reunited with Chen Mo, she occasionally took down a few villains with ulterior motives, which often resulted in some unexpected windfall, enough to cover her daily expenses. There was even a time when she took on a role as a killer to gather money for information, making quite a bit of dirty money. However, things are different now. With my little brother by my side, there is food and drink every day. Aside from putting in a bit more effort into training, I also have time to read during my leisure hours. Whether happy or sad, I have family with me, and life is quite enjoyable. Naturally, Robin would not return to her old profession. The village chief of Windmill Village looked at the two siblings who were gazing at each other pitifully and asked with curiosity, before you arrived at Windmill Village, did you encounter pirates? Hearing the village chief's question, Chen Mo pondered for a moment. His close friend Shanks is indeed a pirate, and they had only parted ways not long ago. According to what this village chief said, it wasn't entirely wrong. Therefore, while Chen Mo was thinking about the issue of money, he nodded to the village chief with a slightly heavy expression. Seeing Chen Mo like this, the village chief felt a bit regretful for his lack of tact. As the saying goes, every cause has its effect. The reason Chen Mo was out of money must be due to some difficult circumstances, and his insensitive inquiry clearly reminded Chen Mo of his painful past. With this in mind, the village chief couldn't help but comfort Chen Mo, saying, it's okay. Money doesn't matter as long as you're safe. While this was true, Chen Mo turned to look at Robin. After all, Robin was indeed what mattered most, let alone mere money. However, without money, I won't be able to buy your house, Grandpa Village Chief. The village chief actually wanted to say that he wasn't lacking that 50 berries. Honestly, that amount of money was something he wouldn't even bother to pick up if he found on the ground. Of course, it wasn't that the village chief was at a point where he didn't need money. It's just that considering his old back, that 50 berries wasn't worth the risk. However, taking into account Chen Mo's pride and ambition, the village chief couldn't bring himself to say anything that sounded like charity. After all, in the village chief's eyes, Chen Mo was an ambitious person, someone who wouldn't accept handouts. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into a stalemate, until a moment later, Chen Mo suddenly suggested, Grandpa Village Chief, how about this? In my hometown, there is a practice called installment payments. Installment payments? The village chief, who had spent his entire life in Windmill Village, found this term quite fresh and asked with a hint of confusion. Yes, installment payments mean that in a single transaction, the debt is paid off in multiple installments. Chen Mo flipped through his fragmented memories and said earnestly, in other words, I can't pay the 50 berries all at once now, but I can give a down payment. Cough. I can't give a down payment either for now. So this 50 berries, I'll pay you back little by little once I earn some. After listening attentively to Chen Mo's words, the village chief stroked his beard and said, simply put, you're just going to owe it. How has it become so trendy to phrase owing money so elegantly nowadays? Cough, cough. Well, that doesn't sound raw. With the village chief's reminder, Chen Mo felt a bit embarrassed and said, don't mind it, old man. Then let us just owe it for now. The village chief, with some difficulty, stood on his tiptoes and patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, saying, I'm not in a hurry for those 50 berries to buy groceries. After pausing, the village chief couldn't help but ask with concern, do you two siblings have any means or skills to make a living? This question from the village chief hit the nail on the head. While drifting on the sea, Chen Mo had thought about this question multiple times. What skills does he have to earn a living? After all, he couldn't let his sister Robin, a girl, expose herself outside, right? So regarding this matter, Chen Mo had read several autobiographies of world-renowned businessmen, although he found most of them to be nonsense, filled with unnutritious motivational quotes. There was one classic line that he agreed with. That is, to become wealthy, you can't be anxious. First set a small goal, like earning 100,000 berries. If the goal is to earn 100,000 berries, based on Chen Mo's research, he found that considering his situation, aside from engaging in those violent activities, it's indeed more cost-effective to set up a stall and sell writing. After all, the basic education rate among commoners in this world is too low, and many times even writing a letter is a challenging task. Therefore, in this still blank market, Chen Mo felt it was quite promising. At least achieving a small goal shouldn't be too difficult. As for later becoming wealthy, Chen Mo planned to wait until he was older and had improved his swordsmanship before seeking out those famous swordsmen on the sea for duels. Killing them. Cough, cough. Dueling 100 times or so would probably be enough to cover his future retirement funds. However, all of this was just Chen Mo's preliminary considerations. As for whether setting up a stall to sell writing was feasible, Chen Mo decided to lay out his entire plan in front of the village chief while he was still present. After carefully listening to Chen Mo's plan, the village chief thought for a moment and found it quite agreeable. However, if he really wanted to set up a stall to sell writing, relying solely on the market in Windmill Village wouldn't be enough. He would need to frequently visit surrounding villages. After all, the population of Windmill Village is not large, so the demand for help with writing letters and such isn't frequent. Seeing that the village chief supported his idea, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel more confident about his business. Unfortunately, the problem arose. When Chen Mo and Robin disembarked, aside from the notebook Chen Mo carried, some change of clothes, and a few books, they didn't even have pens or sheets of paper. In short, Chen Mo currently had no starting capital. In the end, when the village chief left the house, he not only didn't receive the 50 berries, but also lent an additional 10,000 berries to Chen Mo as daily expenses and startup capital. For the village chief, the only gain was this IOU worth 10,050 berries. Strangely, the village chief felt that something was not quite right. However, thinking of Chen Mo's earnest promise to repay him soon, he sincerely found this half-grown child to be adorably innocent. With this thought, the village chief walked leisurely towards the tavern, ready to enjoy a few drinks. Chapter 199. For a peaceful life after the village chief left, Chen Mo looked around the small house and inexplicably felt a warm feeling. If we're talking about luxury and comfort, this small house naturally couldn't compare to the room on a ship. However, in Chen Mo's eyes, it felt like a home. Even though he still bore some debt at this moment, it couldn't hide the joy in his heart. Sister Robin. After standing still for a moment, Chen Mo finally asked Robin beside him, "Does this mean we have a home now?" Unfortunately, Robin cannot feel the sense of having a home that comes with having a house. In her view, when she reunited with Chen Mo on the Shambadi Islands, she had already found her home again. However, seeing Chen Mo's deeply moved expression, Robin gently patted him on the back and, slightly awkwardly, began to tidy up the house inside and out. These household chores were not unfamiliar to Robin. Back in O'Hara, she had to do a lot of housework every evening after returning from the Tree of Knowledge to her uncle's house. But after 6 years, she had become somewhat unaccustomed to it. After all, for Robin now, archaeology was her main job, and occasionally playing the role of an assassin or spy was actually not a problem. On the contrary, getting back into doing housework felt a bit awkward and unfamiliar to her. Chen Mo, watching Robin busy herself, wanted to help. However, after just a few minutes of trying, he was promptly shooed out by Robin. Standing outside the house, Chen Mo scratched his head, looking at the angrily closed door, feeling a bit wronged and helpless. After all, this was his first time, and it seemed reasonable to accidentally bump into things, right? Previously, when Chen Mo was still a disabled person, no one would let him do any housework. Later on, Yuichi had perfectly handled all these little tasks for Chen Mo. Even if Chen Mo wanted to find an opportunity to do household chores, he had never had the chance to practice in real life. Could this be blamed on Chen Mo? Just as Chen Mo stood outside the door, unsure of what to do, Robin's voice came again. "Xiao Mo, don't mess around with the housework. Go chop some firewood in the mountains and find some food to bring back." "All right." After responding, Chen Mo picked up the hatchet left outside the door, humming a nonsensical little tune as he headed towards the distant Galba Mountain. However, he hadn't walked a few steps when his footsteps suddenly stopped. Out of caution, worried about some terrifying beast on Galba Mountain, Chen Mo instinctively used his observation hockey to sense the surroundings, and indeed detected a strong life force on Galba Mountain. How terrifying! Chen Mo's expression immediately turned serious. He knew that he planned to settle down with Robin in Windmill Village for a short time, enjoying a peaceful and cozy world for two. A world for two? Thinking of this, Chen Mo felt that the term seemed somewhat ambiguous. In short, Chen Mo, who was content with the ordinary and loved peace, planned to live a quiet and simple life with Robin in this warm and peaceful little village. After all, the outside world was filled with too much violence and intrigue, which made Chen Mo, as a young scholar, feel extremely uncomfortable. So he had almost decided to settle here and, like clocking in for work, go to the nuclear base for research at regular intervals. Life and ideals. Both must not be neglected. As for the nuclear base, Chen Mo had instructed Yui Qi to select a site for construction while also using the Revolutionary Army's channels to gather the necessary parts and materials for research. According to Chen Mo's estimates, in about a week, he could go to inspect the project, and that brand new nuclear base could officially start operations. And now, while Chen Mo was imagining a beautiful life ahead, he suddenly sensed the terrifying life force on Galba Mountain, which could not help but trouble him. What if this life force, likely a ferocious beast, came down to attack Robin or other villagers while Chen Mo was away at the nuclear base? Even if it didn't harm anyone, damaging the flowers and plants in Windmill Village would still be a great sin. Thinking of this, Chen Mo tightened his grip on the hatchet in his hand, feeling it was necessary for him as a part of Windmill Village to eliminate this hidden danger. Therefore, not wanting to reveal his identity as an ordinary person, Chen Mo looked around and, finding no other villagers nearby, slightly tensed his leg muscles and instantly vanished from the spot, disappearing from the range of Windmill Village in the blink of an eye. Within a few breaths, he stepped into Galba Mountain. With Chen Mo giving it his all, the surrounding light and shadow rapidly retreated. After a few more breaths, rushing towards that life force, Chen Mo suddenly heard a child's cry for help. "Help! Monster! How dare you hurt people?" Hearing this, the kind-hearted Chen Mo immediately became anxious. Originally planning to confirm whether that life force could be some hidden strong person, Chen Mo had no more hesitation in his heart. A normal human being, one filled with love and justice, would never be cruel enough to attack a child. And at that moment, hearing the child's painful and desperate cries, it was clear that they were being attacked by that life force. So, Nuclear Peace Series, Aurora, with the support of an endless sword intent. The hatchet in Chen Mo's hand suddenly erupted with the most brilliant light of its life. A sword energy resembling an aurora shot towards the target locked by Chen Mo's observation hockey. According to the memoirs of the naval hero Monkey D. Garp. On that calm day, dressed in a casual shirt and beach shorts, he was enjoying family time with his grandson, and earnestly using his iron fist of love to educate his well-behaved grandson, planning to cultivate his adorable grandson into a great Navy king from a young age. However, suddenly, a beam of light comparable to a full-force strike from a great swordsman struck him. In that split second, as a battle-hardened naval hero, he instinctively covered himself with his armament hockey and used the 6 forms of the Navy, iron block. In just a moment, the once lively Garp, who looked like an old rogue, seemed to transform into a towering mountain connecting to the earth. Unbreakable, the oppressive aura erupted from him recklessly. Even without uttering a word, facing the incoming beam of light, a kind of brazen confidence naturally emerged. "I, Garp, cannot lose face in front of my grandson." Then, in Luffy's eyes, his terrifying grandfather was sent flying far away by a beam of light, crashing into a mountain peak. Chapter 200. Let's beat him up first. Just moments ago, Luffy had been screaming in pain, but now he was so shocked that his jaw dropped to the ground. How could his grandfather, who even the fiercest beasts in the forest couldn't handle, be knocked away by something? And it even knocked down a mountain peak. "Hey kid, were you the one calling for help? Are you hurt anywhere?" Chen Mo, holding a hatchet, suddenly appeared in front of Luffy, scanning him up and down with concern. No matter what, Chen Mo has always had a caring attitude towards the future of the sea's flowers. So after hearing the child's cries for help, Chen Mo would act without hesitation. You. Luffy pointed at Chen Mo with a trembling finger, but his eyes uncontrollably looked towards the crumbled mountain, as if he had seen a monster. Chen Mo followed Luffy's finger and turned his head, suddenly seeing that what he had just blasted away was actually an old man. Moreover, this old man's life force had not diminished at all after being hit by his nuclear obliteration series attack. "Very good," Chen Mo said with a somewhat gritted teeth. "I thought it was some ferocious beast attacking such a young child. I didn't expect it to be an old fool targeting a child." At that moment, Chen Mo inexplicably thought of those child-sized slaves he had seen in the Sabedi archipelago. Human trafficker? In an instant, Chen Mo had labeled this disrespectful old man. And Chen Mo, who despises evil, has always held a resolute attitude towards human traffickers, aiming for total annihilation. For scum like this, Chen Mo absolutely would not allow them to survive, even for the sake of harmony in the sea and society. "Little friend, step back a bit. After I deal with this scum of the sea, I'll send you home." Chen Mo gently turned to Luffy and gestured for him to step back. After all, that old guy's life force was terrifyingly strong, to an alarming degree. Even though it was not comparable to the life force he sensed in myriad, it far exceeded that of the human traffickers he had encountered in the Sabedi archipelago. Therefore, this time, Chen Mo was preparing for battle with a determination to fight to the death. 9 lives and 1 death might be a bit exaggerated, but Chen Mo felt that the probability of 8 deaths and 2 lives was still quite possible. Moreover, even if he won in the end, he might have to pay several days of life as a price. At that moment, Chen Mo inexplicably wondered why he, who always wanted to live a peaceful life, was constantly disrupted by some inexplicable evildoers. Is it this world or this era that is always malicious towards good people? However, even so, Chen Mo still had no regrets. As a conscientious scholar, he must take action against such injustices. With this thought, Chen Mo was fully prepared for a bloody battle. So, when Garp shook his somewhat dazed head and got up, a figure suddenly appeared above Garp's head, wielding a hatchet and striking down towards Garp's forehead. With Garp's fiery temperament, how could he easily back down in the face of such a small hatchet? Whether facing Whitebeard's tremor fruit or dueling Roger's swordsmanship and hockey, Garp's attitude has always been one of absolute toughness. Therefore, after covering his palms with armament hockey and predicting the trajectory of the hatchet with observation hockey, Garp clapped his palms together, intending to crush Chen Mo's hatchet in midair. Boom! Under this clash of 2 terrifying forces, the Gober Mountain's body was hardly stronger than tofu. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the ground around Garp's standing position sank several meters deep, and Garp, indeed a seasoned rogue who had roamed the seas for decades, had already reached the pinnacle level of the sea in terms of physical skills, hockey, and combat awareness and experience. The hatchet in Chen Mo's hand was truly astonishingly held firmly by Garp in midair, unable to move at all. Taking advantage of this brief pause, Garp finally saw the existence attacking him. A boy. Garp was slightly taken aback, but showed no signs of relaxing his guard. Since he was already considered an enemy, Garp would not show any mercy just because of the opponent's age, especially since this boy possessed an unbelievable strength for his age. However, Garp felt it was necessary to clarify the reason for the attack, particularly since Garp, after capturing Roger, had almost retired from action, rarely fighting for nearly a decade, making it almost impossible to have a grudge against a boy. Kid, why are you attacking me? And Chen Mo, facing Garp's question, retorted without reservation. Don't you know what you've done? In the nearly 10 years since Garp had been lazing around at the Navy headquarters, he had been teaching his good grandson in Windmill Village. What else could he do? However, as long as Garp confirmed that the opponent was indeed looking for trouble, that was enough. Once his iron fists brought the opponent down, any questions would naturally be readily answered. And Chen Mo also sensed something was off, because he did not feel any strong malice from this old man. No. It should be said that the malice from this old man was far below the normal level. Yet he had indeed just attacked a child, and that child was still in shock and hadn't regained his senses. Nevertheless, facing this terrifying old man, Chen Mo dared not be careless. But he also extinguished the thought of killing, planning to incapacitate him first and then inquire further. After all, the fact that he bullied a child, scaring the child into crying for help, could not be escaped. Such despicable behavior deserves to be beaten. With that thought, both Garp and Chen Mo raised their fighting spirits, with nearly the same intention in their hearts. They would take down this bastard who beat up old people and bullied children, and any misunderstandings could be clarified slowly afterward, without any visible actions from Garp and Chen Mo in Luffy's eyes. The Gober Mountain was sinking another 10 meters around them as the fierce sounds of battle echoed from the semicircular pit. Chapter 201, I said it. With Garp and Chen Mo officially engaged in battle, the thunderous crashing sound spread throughout the entire Goa Kingdom. In an instant, from the noble lords to the ordinary citizens, everyone trembled and anxiously watched the Gober Mountain, which was subtly shaking. In Windmill Village, the village chief, who had just been happily drinking fine wine in the tavern after helping those 2 lovely and helpless children, was now also feeling unsettled. Initially, he vaguely guessed that Garp was among those fighting, and knowing a bit about that old rogue, the village chief thought the battle would end quickly. However, he did not expect that after several minutes had passed, the sounds of battle were escalating. So, just moments ago, the village chief of Windmill Village, who was leisurely drinking, was angrily scolding that old man Garp while hurriedly organizing the villagers to take shelter, fearing that Windmill Village would be affected by the aftermath of Garp's battle. Upon hearing the evacuation signal from Windmill Village, Robin gathered with the crowd, looking slightly speechless towards the direction of the Gober Mountain range. Could it be that that idiot Xiao Mo is fighting? I only asked him to go nearby to chop some firewood. Why is he planning to flatten the whole mountain? In that moment, Robin felt that it was too reckless of her to send Chen Mo alone to chop firewood. Meanwhile, the village chief of Windmill Village, who was counting heads, suddenly noticed that the lovely and helpless siblings were here, but only the sister was present, while the brother he admired was nowhere to be found. Without daring to delay, the village chief hurriedly jogged over to Robin and anxiously asked, "Where's your brother? Why isn't he here?" According to Robin's guess, her idiot brother was most likely fighting in the Galber mountain range. "Quick, tell me, where's your brother? Why didn't he come with you to take shelter?" The village chief asked again, looking at Robin's hesitant expression. Robin hesitated for a moment and truthfully said, "He went to the Galber mountain range to chop firewood." The thing she was most worried about had indeed happened. The village chief's face paled slightly as he recalled that warm, polite child with a pleasant voice, feeling a bit sad. However, looking at the Galber mountain range that was slightly shaking at the moment, the village chief knew he couldn't send anyone to search for Chen Mo. After calming Robin down, he silently prayed that Chen Mo would find a safe place to take shelter in the Galber mountain range and not be harmed by any aftermath. If Chen Mo knew the village chief's thoughts, he would surely patiently comfort this kind old man. After all, as the instigator of these aftermaths, if Chen Mo were to be harmed by the aftermath he caused, it would truly be a joke. As the battle continued, Chen Mo, who noticed the slight tremors in the Galber mountain range, tried his best to control his strength to avoid damaging the surrounding environment. Unfortunately, the mountain body of the Galber mountain range was pitifully fragile, completely incomparable to the Red Earth continent, which made it increasingly frustrating for Chen Mo, who was trying to control his power. After all, Chen Mo, who was not good at basic attacks, felt like fighting without being able to unleash his ultimate moves was almost like fighting with his hands and feet tied. Thus, facing Karp, who had honed his physical skills in hockey to an extraordinary level, within moments, Chen Mo found himself being punched in the face 3 times by Karp. As the saying goes, don't hit the face. Being hit in the face by Karp, who seized the opportunity like a mad dog, made Chen Mo feel his anger rising. However, no matter how furious Chen Mo was, he didn't lose his rationality and use moves that could potentially cause permanent damage to the island. After all, since settling down in Windmill Village, Chen Mo had come to regard this place as his new home and naturally didn't want to destroy it. Moreover, Chen Mo could easily sense that there were still many life forces within the Galber mountain range. If Chen Mo were to unleash his swordsmanship to its fullest, it would be hard to guarantee that the aftermath wouldn't harm other innocent people. "Old bastard, if you're capable, let's fight somewhere else." Chen Mo grabbed Karp's fist that was rushing towards his face, and after being pushed back a few steps by the enormous impact, he gritted his teeth and said, "Unfortunately, if he were to encounter a proud swordsman like Mihawk, or a noble like Whitebeard, they would never refuse Chen Mo's suggestion. But right now, the one fighting Chen Mo was Monkey D. Karp, who was notorious at the Navy headquarters for being shameless, a rogue, and an old bastard. Once Karp realized that Chen Mo was trying to avoid damaging the surrounding environment, he took the opportunity to unleash a series of punches, each aimed at Chen Mo's handsome face. Yes, that's right. Karp was taking revenge for the embarrassment Chen Mo had caused him in front of his grandson, determined to reclaim his honor. So, in response to Chen Mo's suggestion to change the battlefield, Karp, while suppressing Chen Mo with his fists, shamelessly said, "Kid, as an enemy, I won't give you the chance to choose the battlefield. Take another punch from me." Damn it. Chen Mo sensed the direction of Karp's punch, and if he dodged, it would surely harm the Galber mountain range. He could only grit his teeth and forcibly take Karp's punch while controlling his strength. In the past, Chen Mo always thought that Monkey D. Dragon was the most shameless person out there. But now, he felt he was too young, compared to this old bastard. Dragon still had some sense of face. After all, this old bastard was truly shameless. Very well, since you don't care about face, don't blame me for not giving you any. I never cared about face. In response to Chen Mo's warning, Karp replied triumphantly. At that moment, Chen Mo felt the string of rationality in his mind snap completely, since he was worried that the aftermath of his swordsmanship might inadvertently destroy the entire island. Chen Mo simply threw away the firewood knife and abandoned the swordsmanship. He charged at Karp with his fists, all that scholarly demeanor. Chen Mo decided to beat this old bastard down first and then slowly regain it. Now, Chen Mo was determined to beat this old bastard into submission. "Old bastard, you're gonna get a beating. Even the King of Heaven can't stop me, I swear." Chapter 202. Powerful release. The King of Heaven is nothing. If you have the capability, then beat me. In the face of Chen Mo's fierce words, Karp didn't flinch at all, just mere threats. Karp had heard countless over the decades, yet here he stood, enjoying family time with his grandson. One can only imagine the fates of those who dared to threaten Karp. Moreover, Karp was somewhat wary of the firewood knife and swordsmanship in Chen Mo's hands. Now that Chen Mo had thrown away his weapon and appeared unarmed, Karp was practically waiting to beat this punching bag. After all, in their brief exchange just now, Karp had discovered that apart from swordsmanship, Chen Mo's physical skills were quite poor at their level. Come on, don't say I bullied you just now. I'm standing right here. How about you hit me with a punch? Karp's large palm slapped against his chest, making loud sounds as he mockingly said. Of course, on the surface, Karp appeared disdainful, but in reality, his legs were firmly rooted to the ground like a great tree, and the armed color hockey, which he had cultivated to a high degree of fusion with his muscles, was now activated. Defensive techniques like the Navy 6 iron block were stealthily employed. Would Chen Mo be a polite person? Since this old man made such a strange request, how could Chen Mo not fulfill his wish? Arm power limit full release. With a thought, Chen Mo's frail arms suddenly swelled several sizes, and a wild aura of power emanated from them. As someone who could absolutely control the cells within his body, Chen Mo usually maintained a state of low energy consumption with all indicators relatively balanced. At this moment, he actively broke the limits of his arms, pushing their power to the limit, even at the cost of sacrificing flexibility and softness. Armed color hockey infiltration. During his brief exchange with Karp, Chen Mo had already seen through Karp's fighting style. This was a freak who had cultivated armed color hockey into every single cell, unlike others who merely covered their bodies with armed color hockey-like armor. This old bastard had thoroughly infiltrated it into every cell, thereby gaining terrifying defense and durability. Many techniques meant nothing to Chen Mo, who could absolutely control his body's cells. It was merely a matter of understanding. In a short span of time, perhaps Chen Mo couldn't yet achieve the level of fully infiltrating armed color hockey into every cell like Karp, but he believed handling just his arms was no challenge at all. At this moment, Chen Mo had already lunged in front of Karp, and those fists, which seemed to show no change in color on the surface, had every cell inside already infiltrated by armed color hockey. A furious roar erupted from Chen Mo's mouth, and like a tangible sound wave, it swept the surrounding land away. Dragon Claw Fist Modified Rising Dragon Fist. Chen Mo struck towards Karp, first bending and bringing together his index and middle fingers in a pose resembling 3 dragon claws. Then the 3 claws suddenly converged into a fist capable of breaking through barriers, striking upwards toward Karp's chin. Before the fist even reached, the overwhelming shockwave had already stirred up a catastrophic whirlwind around them. Too hasty, Karp sensed the world-destroying power within that punch and tried to evade, only to find it was too late. Boom! It was merely a collision between a fist and a chin. It produced a sound and aftershock comparable to a missile explosion. Karp, who had just been invincible, was struck by Chen Mo's ferocious punch and shot in the sky like a firecracker during the new year. Once Karp left the ground of the Galber Mountains and was in the air, Chen Mo no longer worried about the aftershocks damaging the island. Let out the pent-up fury he had suppressed for so long. The residual shock waves hadn't even dissipated when Chen Mo's leg muscles suddenly swelled several times. Bang! Under the tremendous reaction, the ground instantly cracked, and the entire Galber Mountain seemed to sink several meters. Chen Mo then instantly disappeared from his spot, chasing after the airborne Karp with unparalleled speed. Yes, that's right, in a state of full power release. Chen Mo, indeed, lost almost half of his flexibility and other physical indicators. But power equals speed. As long as the power is great enough and the reaction force strong enough, achieving linear speeds several times the speed of sound is just a matter of thought. When Chen Mo appeared beside the flying Karp, utilizing that speed several times the speed of sound, he delivered a fierce knee strike to Karp's abdomen with all his strength. Speed is also power. The massive inertia combined with Chen Mo's knee strike in the state of full power release. Even though Karp managed to cross his arms to block his abdomen at the last moment, the violent impact still caused immense damage to his internal organs. With a whoosh, a mouthful of blood was spat out. Karp's body, uncontrolled, continued to accelerate and fly upwards. After delivering that powerful knee strike, Chen Mo's form involuntarily paused to catch his breath. As the saying goes, the action of force is opposite. Karp merely suffered a jab and a knee strike from Chen Mo, while Chen Mo had to endure not only the equal reaction force of the jab and knee strike, but also the additional reaction force from leaping and the impact from breaking the sound barrier. A very simple calculation. Carp endured 2 attacks, while Chen Mo had to endure 4 segments of damage. The cost was undeniably heavy. At this moment, Chen Mo felt as if the muscles in his arms and legs were being torn apart. This was one of the prices of bearing a force that one's age should not have to endure. It was brutal. Thus, Chen Mo found himself involuntarily pausing to catch his breath. Otherwise, his body was truly reaching its limit. The state of full power release was simply too domineering. 1 breath. 3 breaths. Until after Chen Mo took 5 breaths. The torn muscles and slightly fractured bones were finally able to complete preliminary repair under the support of his internal energy. Just wait. After another breath. After consuming a vast amount of energy, equivalent to consuming his lifespan, his body finally returned to a completely undamaged state. Chapter 203, A Fragrant Battle. As Chen Mo slowly caught his breath to recover, Carp, who had been sent flying over 1,000 meters by the 2 attacks, finally stabilized his position. Spit. Carp unceremoniously spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, adjusting his breath. For this old rogue who hadn't fought with all his might in nearly a decade, the sensation of being injured was quite nostalgic. Ahaha! At this moment, Carp felt the dull pain radiating from his internal organs, and his fighting spirit was completely ignited. As an ordinary person, Carp had no noble bloodline, had not consumed any devil fruit, and even during his decades of executing justice as a Navy officer, defeat was not uncommon for Carp. However, what did it matter if he lost? If he couldn't win by practicing with a sandbag, then he would practice with iron sand. If he couldn't win with iron sand, then he would find a mountain to train on. If he couldn't win against a mountain, then he would find a sea to practice in underwater. It wasn't until Roger surrendered and the Golden Lion was captured alive that Carp realized that the opponents he had been striving to defeat with all his might in this world had all disappeared. Kapu's old rivals have either died or been imprisoned, and his fighting spirit has slowly diminished. Among the opponents of his era, apart from the bastard Sengoku's nemesis Whitebeard, Kapu can no longer find a worthy target to unleash his iron fists. In nearly the past decade, aside from occasionally moving his muscles when Kaido recklessly attacked the Navy and teaming up with others to capture the monstrous beings from the lab, Kapu hasn't engaged in a proper battle for too long. That brat long would be worth fighting, but unfortunately, when faced with his old man, his childhood psychological shadow kicked in, and before Kapu could even start to exert himself, he was already fleeing for his life. However, after being beaten up by Chen Mo, Kapu feels his fighting desire rekindled. Interesting. Kapu ripped off his troublesome shirt, and his joints crackled like firecrackers. Boom! A visible wave of air exploded at the spot, and Kapu lunged down toward Chen Mo like a awakened beast. The moment Kapu moved, Chen Mo also sensed it and shot upward in sync. A distance of 1,000 meters was nothing for them. Not even a breath was needed. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them, fists and feet colliding, showed no intention of dodging. It was as if they were in a turn-based game, enduring each other's attacks, desperately trying to knock the other down. Muda, 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 muda. Ora, 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 ora. In an instant, their intertwined fists turned into countless afterimages, each punch filled with intense fighting spirit, all aimed at completely knocking this bastard down. This was the most primal battle between men, each punch landing squarely, every move aimed directly at the other's face. Yet while the fighting was straightforward, the words coming from their mouths were laced with fragrance and a hint of rogue spirit. Useless, brat. That little bit of soft strength is only fit for going home to drink milk. Not painful at all. Kapu took a punch from Chen Mo. In the corner of his swollen eye erupted with heart-wrenching pain, but he showed no sign of softening. While retaliating fiercely against Chen Mo, he mocked him relentlessly. The old bastard should lie at home and wait to die. Be careful, or I'll knock you down with one punch and then demand treatment fees while you lay on the ground. The usually gentle Chen Mo couldn't help but curse back, spitting words while desperately trying to beat the old bastard into silence. Knock the old man down? What a bold claim. When I was slaughtering at sea, you were still in sperm form. What good is that? Your body will turn to ash, and I'll still be in my prime. Do you believe that when you're old and stuck in a wheelchair, I can still drink and eat heartily in front of you every day? Drink and eat. I'll take out each of your teeth right now. I'll beat you in a half paralysis now and then gift you a wheelchair to spend your old age in peace. It was as if they were contagious. From mutual beating to mutual cursing, the more they fought, the hotter they got, and the more they spat, the more intense it became. In no time, both of them had red eyes, hitting each other with all their might, clearly without any intent to kill, yet determined to beat the other into submission. However, for these two monstrous beings with stubbornness, determining a winner in such a short time was almost a dream. For the many ordinary people of the Goya kingdom, this was a day of trembling fear, from the ground shaking, even the Galber Mountains quaking, to the sky booming continuously, as if tangible sound waves shattered the clouds within a 10-mile radius. Terrifying. This was a brand new experience of human strength for the Goya kingdom, and it was the most profound one. Just the residual shock from their battle forcibly changed the climate within a 10-mile radius, causing a large kingdom to tremble in unrest, fearing that the two indistinct monsters above might inadvertently leak a bit of power into their surroundings. Instead, right beneath Kapu and Chen Luffy, after regaining his composure from shock, was watching with great interest, from initial slight fear and unease, to excitement at seeing his grandpa getting beaten, then feeling the bloodlust of battle. Finally, while watching the waves of energy in the battlefield above, Luffy couldn't help but vent his energy on a tree. Hit, hit, hit. I want to be that strong too. I want to beat up Grandpa. Ah, hit. 5- or 6-year-old Luffy's little fist fell softly on the tree trunk, giving a sense of a little punch to your chest. But Luffy's heart had no sense of defeat, since his grandpa could do it. He certainly could do it in the future. Hey, kid. Just then, a somewhat rebellious voice came from behind Luffy. Who are the two fighting up there? Luffy turned around, slightly confused, and found a boy who looked about 3 or 4 years older than him, with black hair and freckles, standing behind him. TSK. It's troublesome to talk to kids. I'm asking you a question, Ace said somewhat impatiently. However, Luffy, who had just been excitedly stimulated by his grandpa in a big brother's battle, couldn't help but strike a pose upon hearing Ace's cocky words. If you beat me, I'll tell you. Chapter 204. Answering a phone call, Boroboru. Boroboru. Just as Kapu and Chen Mo had been exchanging blows for a whole hour without yielding, a sudden phone bug sound rang out. Kid, pause for a moment. I need to take a call. Kapu crossed his fists, blocking Chinmo's punch while retreating a dozen meters, saying, hearing Kapu's words, Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't chase after the old pervert who had taken advantage of the situation. After all, compared to that old bastard Kapu, Chen Mo still had some principles. Let this old bastard live a little longer, take a call, and it will be convenient for him to leave his last words. As Kapu looked at Chen Mo, who really stayed in place, he chuckled, but accidentally pulled at the wound on his face, causing him to grimace in pain. Just a moment ago, when his anger was high, Kapu didn't feel any discomfort, but now during this temporary ceasefire, he realized his face was swollen all around, with bruises of varying colors. Boroboru. The phone bug still persisted in making its presence known. Hello. Who is it? Kapu fished out the Den mushy from his pocket, too lazy to pay attention to its imitated features, and asked casually, Kapu. An extremely irritable voice came from the Den mushy. Is that you, the bastard fighting over the Goya kingdom? Sengoku, who had just been busy with various annoying matters and had a headache, suddenly received complaints about Kapu again. How could he not be furious? Ah, it's me, what's wrong? Kapu responded nonchalantly while picking his nose with his pinky. Are you coming to help? This opponent is quite tough. Bastard, is the Goya kingdom a place where you can fight? Can't you consider the occasion? The king of the Goya kingdom has complained to the Gorosei, and then the Gorosei called me. Sengoku's anger flared. Damn you, Kapu. I'm busy as hell in Marineford every day, and I let you take a vacation to go back home to babysit. And now I have to take the blame for you. In an instant, Sengoku, who was already feeling annoyed about his old partner taking a vacation while he worked year-round without a day off, couldn't hold back and lashed out at Kapu. Get lost. Come back immediately. Your vacation is canceled. As one of the loudmouths himself, and with a skin thick enough to block cannonballs, Kapu initially didn't care about Sengoku's scolding, even taking the time to pick his nose and clear out some junk. But upon hearing Sengoku's last sentence, he became anxious. Sengoku, you bastard. You can't go back on your word. You clearly promised me a vacation before. How can you go back on that? I'm the fleet admiral, and you're just a mere rear admiral. If I want to go back on it, what can you do? Seeing Sengoku behaving like a sulking wife without any intention of reasoning, Kapu could only start playing the sympathy card. I didn't expect you to be this kind of old friend. I was attacked, and I fought back to protect myself and the people of the Goya kingdom. I didn't expect you to not care about my safety and still want to cancel my vacation without any reason. In Chun Mo's astonished eyes, Kapu, the shameless one, began to spout nonsense in front of the involved party. Clearly, it was this old bastard bullying a kid, and Chen Mo couldn't help but intervene. During the fight, it was Chen Mo who had been suppressing his strength to avoid permanent damage to the island, while this old bastard took advantage of the situation and launched an unreasonable flurry of punches. What was worse was that, although Chen Mo had suggested changing the battle location, it was Kapu who arrogantly refused, and now he had the audacity to say such shameless things? Mentioning Kapu's words, Sengoku finally noticed something off. In the EC, how could there be an opponent strong enough to fight Kapu for several hours without losing? As an old partner for decades, Sengoku knew Kapu's strength all too well. Even the current Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, without entering an awakened state, could hardly withstand Kapu's iron fists for several hours. This meant that the enemy fighting Kapu must be at least the level of a Marine Admiral? An existence of Admiral level in the East Sea? Is it red-haired Shanks? Sengoku asked with some confusion. Not all, Kapu said casually. It's a younger kid, I don't know. Suddenly, an image flashed in Sengoku's mind, that of the newcomer White Axe, who had appeared over a month ago at myriad and fought against 4 Admiral-level individuals and won. Instantly, Sengoku became tense and loudly asked Kapu, "Is it a white-haired guy using a 30-meter-long greatsword, or a masked man with a bone sword? You must hold him off. I'm ordering Kizaru to rush over to support you. We must. Wait." However, before Sengoku could finish, Kapu ruthlessly interrupted his speculation. Such a serious incident at myriad, no matter how much Kapu ignored the lives of those celestial dragons, as a Marine, he would inevitably pay attention to the details. Naturally, he had also taken note of the rumored top-tier powerhouse White Axe, and Chen Mo's hair color was clearly different from that of White Axe, and Kapu now believed that Chen Mo was not particularly skilled in swordsmanship, but rather, like him, specialized in the most primitive fighting style of men, fists. So, Kapu naturally wouldn't misunderstand that Chen Mo was the rumored White Axe. With Kapu's response, Sengoku also noticed the flaw in Kapu's words. If there really were any powerful enemies, how could this old bastard be so free to take a phone call? It was very likely that Kapu was just bragging. Bastard, I now officially order you as Fleet Admiral to immediately return to Marineford. Sengoku paused, genuinely worried that Kapu wouldn't listen, and couldn't he help but add, "If you don't come back this time, you won't have any vacation in the future. After this vacation ends, prepare to stay in Marineford until you die." With a click, Sengoku hung up the Den Mushi without bothering to hear Kapu's excuses. Chapter 205. Indeed, a family, 4th update, in an instant. The atmosphere between Kapu and Chen Mo became somewhat awkward. Chen Mo wasn't deaf. The conversation between Kapu and Sengoku was without any concealment, and he naturally understood that this old bastard was Monkey D. Kapu, the father of dragon. Indeed, like father, like son. Cough, cough. It should be said that it was indeed a lineage. Both were such shameless bastards. Thinking of this, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a bit emotional and deeply worried about his future son. After all, his father was so handsome and kind, yet faced the ruthless beatings of this chaotic world. If his future son inherited all his father's good traits, wouldn't he also be destined to be bullied? With this thought, Chen Mo's desire to change this world grew stronger. It's this world that is wrong. To ensure that his future son could live a happy life, starting today, Chen Mo would work hard. After all, Chen Mo was not small anymore. He was almost 15, soon to leave the realm of childhood and start thinking about building a family and contributing to the reproduction of the human race. As for fighting Kapu, Chen Mo, now calmed down, had no interest in that. The reason they had fought earlier was that he mistakenly thought Kapu was a human trafficker, but what truly ignited Chen Mo's anger was Kapu's shamelessness. However, now that he knew Kapu was the father of that bastard dragon, Chen Mo naturally looked at it much more lightly. It's not that Chen Mo looks down on the relationship between him and Long, but since this old bastard in front of him is Long's father, it's only natural for him to be shameless. However, before Chen Mo could explain, the still somewhat pained Carp spoke first. "Kid, let's just drop the fighting, otherwise that bastard Sengoku might really blow up." "No problem, considering your age. I'm just afraid that if I hit you once, you'll fall and not get up." For some reason, Chen Mo, who usually treats others gently and politely, couldn't help but retort as soon as he saw Carp's old face, feeling as if he had been mocked. Compared to retorting, Carp believed that apart from Lieutenant Crane, he had never been weaker than anyone, so he immediately fired back. Kid, looking at those little arms and legs of yours, I could easily knock you back into your mother's womb. I've just been letting you off easy." "Old bastard. Say that again." Chen Mo activated his full power release state again, suddenly expanding several times, getting close to Carp's face, and said angrily, "You little brat, who are you calling old bastard?" Carp's armed color hockey, which was fused into every cell of his body, boiled up again, with an extra layer of armed color hockey covering his arms, not backing down at all. "Old bastard, you little brat." However, the two ultimately did not fight. One was concerned about destroying the surrounding environment, fearing it would affect his new home and harm innocence. The other had Sengoku's warning in mind, and was somewhat afraid to act recklessly. Moreover, no matter how one looked at it, Carp was still a member of the Navy, and fighting within the territory of the world government's member states would indeed go against justice. In the end, the two of them, while cursing, slowly descended from the air to the ground. To their surprise, in the forest below, Luffy was being sat on by a black-haired boy, who was casually picking a blade of grass to clean his teeth while slapping Luffy's buttocks and asking, "Do you admit defeat?" "I won't admit defeat. If you have the guts, let me go and fight again." With a 3 to 4 year age difference, how could the 5 or 6-year-old Luffy be a match for Ace? So at this moment, Luffy couldn't even muster the strength to struggle as Ace sat on him. "Old bastard, may I ask, is your grandson the one who can't move because someone sat on him and still refuses to admit defeat?" Chen Mo curiously observed the two children below and asked, "Haha, that's right. The monkey family will never admit defeat." Carp thought Chen Mo was praising Luffy's behavior and answered proudly, "No wonder, no wonder." Chen Mo smacked his lips, suddenly realizing, "So he really is your old bastard's grandson, with this strong mouth style? Not much strength, but likes to shout nonsense. Your monkey family is quite consistent." "What did you say?" Carp suddenly became furious, wishing he could fight this young brat again on the spot. Below, Ace and Luffy, hearing the voices from above, finally noticed that their grandfather had come down at some point. Luffy, who was usually straightforward and honest, was pinned to the ground but showed no signs of being sensible. Seeing Carp's face, which was swollen and bruised, he immediately burst out laughing. "Ha! Grandpa got beaten too. Bang! Bang!" Faced with Luffy's reckless behavior, Carp naturally was more than happy to deliver his love's iron fist and also hit Ace. In an instant, both Luffy and Ace had visible lumps on their heads, still steaming. "Old bastard, why are you hitting me?" Ace, who had suffered an inexplicable calamity, immediately became unhappy and, suppressing the pain, angrily questioned. Carp then grabbed Luffy, who was squatting on the ground, covering his head, and directly stuffed him into Ace's arms, while casually digging his nose and saying, "This is your brother, Monkey D. Luffy." "Ace, as the older brother, you bully your younger brother. Shouldn't you get beating? Brother? Younger brother?" Ace and Luffy looked at each other in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. Ace was surprised at first, thinking this was another child of his father Roger, but the next second he realized that bastard Roger died before he was born, and his mother also tragically died during childbirth. There couldn't possibly be a younger brother 3 to 4 years younger than him. So this kid named Luffy must just be the old man's biological grandson. With this thought, Ace's expression turned cold again. On the contrary, Luffy, upon hearing that Ace was his brother, immediately erupted with great enthusiasm, especially since he had just been easily defeated by Ace. Luffy felt a bit of admiration for this suddenly emerged brother. So, in no time, Luffy surrounded Ace, chattering away with all kinds of questions. Chapter 206, The Past. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, watching Luffy, had a glimmer in his eyes. Of course, this light was different from how Chen Mo looked at food. "So this is the bastard Long's son." Chen Mo stroked his chin, and countless methods of training, cough cough, educating flashed through his mind. "How about it? My grandson is cute, right?" Carp turned around and patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, casually asking, "Your grandson is indeed quite cute." Chen Mojian, lost in thought, unconsciously spoke his mind. However, in this world, turtle is not a derogatory term, but rather a symbol of longevity, so Carp became even happier upon hearing this, and his gaze towards Chen Mo became much more pleasant. "By the way, kid, what's your name?" Carp asked casually while leading Ace and Luffy down the mountain. Until now, Carp's wariness towards Chen Mo had not completely dissipated, even though Carp had already determined that Chen Mo was not a vicious person and even had a sense of righteousness. In this era, many people with the same sense of righteousness often ended up on opposing sides. Therefore, Carp could not afford to be careless around someone like Chen Mo, who had suddenly emerged with the strength of an admiral. Chen Mojian, Nico Chen Mojian. Chen Mo did not hide his name in the slightest in response to this old bastard's question. As someone who aspired to change this era, wouldn't it be ridiculous to be shy about admitting his own name? Even if his name caused some consequences, Chen Mo was not afraid of it. To his surprise, upon hearing this name, Carp's footsteps came to a halt, and he mumbled Chen Mo's name several times. What? Does the old bastard know me? Chen Mo looked at Karp, who was lost in thought, with some confusion, and asked. After all, Chen Mo considered himself just an ordinary scholar. Apart from the O'Hara incident, he had spent 6 years cooped up within the Revolutionary Army, and his information was regarded as highly confidential, comparable to the secret information of the leader, Dragon. Even among the lower ranks of the Revolutionary Army, they only knew that there was a spiritual leader and referred to him by the codename, that esteemed teacher, Chun, to ensure that Chen Mo's information would not be leaked. Therefore, theoretically, there shouldn't be many people in the outside world who knew the name Chen Mo. Sounds a bit familiar. Karp stared at Chen Mo with a serious expression and after a while said, "Are you a survivor of O'Hara?" Hearing Karp mention the name O'Hara again, Chen Mo's muscles tensed up instantly, and a strong hostility radiated from him. According to the information Dragon had informed Chen Mo, despite his significant role in the O'Hara incident, the Navy had deemed him dead. Thus, besides not issuing any bounties to cover up the Navy's disgraceful role in the O'Hara incident, even the name Chen Mo had been completely buried. Unless Chen Mo were to confront Akainu or Akiji, his name remained an unknown secret. Unfortunately, Karp was an unexpected exception. The former Akiji had always regarded Karp as his idol, and their private relationship was quite good. So after the O'Hara incident concluded, Akiji, burdened with immense psychological pressure, had once confided in Karp about the entire situation of the O'Hara incident. He spoke of the boy named Chen Mo. He recounted how Akainu had bombed civilian evacuation ships to the seabed, how Akainu had secretly ordered the South Sea Navy to encircle and arrest the fleeing civilians and scholars. He even touched upon extremely sensitive topics, such as the historical texts. Having been in the Navy for decades, Karp was far more wise than he appeared, and his consolation to Akiji was merely a statement. The world government maintains control, the Navy upholds justice, and pirates, after all, are the root of chaos. In the end, what Akiji understood remained unknown to anyone, but it was known that from that point on, Akiji's sense of justice gradually transformed into a lazy form of justice. Therefore, Karp was not unfamiliar with the name Chen Mo. In fact, it was quite impressive. After all, at just 8 years old, he was comparable to a great swordsman, a prodigy in any era. Although Akiji had mentioned that the boy was born with disabilities in both legs, which was a significant flaw, it did little to overshadow the boy's excellence and talent. What pained Karp slightly was that, according to Akiji's judgment, had it not been for their opposing stances, this idealistic boy with a sense of justice might have been persuaded back into the Navy to become the next leader. Thinking of this, Karp's gaze towards Luffy and Ace grew increasingly unfriendly. Looking at Chen Mo, the child of others, and then at his own grandsons, Karp had initially felt quite satisfied. But now he felt more and more disappointed. What had Chen Mo accomplished at 8? He had reached the edge of the great swordsman level, able to contend against 2 quasi-admirals. Even if he ultimately suffered defeat, it was enough to prove his excellence. And what about Ace and Luffy? Averaging their ages, they were also around 8 years old, and apart from being a handful, they knew nothing. They couldn't even walk sideways in the wild jungle, and occasionally had to perform desperate survival acts while being chased by ferocious beasts. Then, in Chen Mo's slightly bewildered gaze, Karp's expression darkened further as he raised his fist and delivered another loving iron fist to Luffy and Ace's heads. For a moment, the large bumps on their heads from before had not yet subsided when another one emerged from the previous bump. Subsequently, noticing Chen Mo's hostility, Karp casually said, "Don't worry. Even if you are a survivor of O'Hara, it's the world government that has animosity towards O'Hara. It has nothing to do with me, Monkey D. Karp. Otherwise, when you find the other survivor named Nico Robin, you can ask her. Generally, the ones chasing her are mostly world government agents, and the Navy's strong ones rarely bother her." Able to discern malice, Chen Mo naturally sensed that throughout Karp's speech, there was no hint of hostility, and he couldn't help but believe it somewhat. Chapter 207. Reclusive? However, regarding his sister Robin's safety, Chen Mo couldn't afford to be overly cautious. "Old bastard, how do you know my relationship with O'Hara?" Karp paused, dragging along one grandson who was crouching on the ground holding his head, and said, "Do you remember Akita Kazan?" At once, the memories buried deep in Chen Mo's mind resurfaced. The blazing, all-knowing tree. The O'Hara Island turned to magma and ice. Robin's heart-wrenching wails. Lost in thought for a moment, a shadow flickered in Chen Mo's eyes, and without speaking, he simply nodded. "That kid Kazan told me a lot about that boy named Chen Mo. Even until not long ago, I saw the half of a wooden sword preserved in ice in his room. Karp, while phrasing it as a question, spoke with utmost certainty. So you were the child who survived on O'Hara back then? The genius who touched the realm of the great swordsman at 8 years old? What genius? Chen Mo smiled bitterly. Even now, thinking about it still caused him immense pain. I'm just a weak person who couldn't even protect my own home, and even made my sister suffer so much. Perhaps those passionate young Navy members, when faced with the potential enemy, Chen Mo of the world government, would be unable to suppress their enthusiasm and attempt to capture him. But for Karp, it was still the same saying, what does the world government's business have to do with me? If Karp really wanted to be loyal to the world government, he would have long since beaten his son Monkey D, dragging to death upon noticing the change in his thoughts years ago. For Karp now, he was just a retired Navy veteran who wanted to retire but wasn't allowed. Since Chen Mo wasn't a naturally opposing pirate to the Navy, and they had no conflicting stances, why resort to violence? No, this Brad is a rascal. Karp must make him call him dad when he has the chance. However, recalling Akiji's past descriptions of Chen Mo, Karp noticed something was off and asked in confusion, wasn't it said that your legs were naturally disabled? Even Akiji helped you with a wheelchair back then. Don't believe those rumors. Chen Mo waved his hand and explained, that was acquired later. Oh. Karp was taken aback for a moment, a bit caught off guard, and instinctively responded. Then he realized and felt a sense of being fooled, angrily retorting, what's the difference between innate and acquired? You little brat are quite cunning. You weren't pretending to be disabled to gain Kizaru's sympathy, were you? Chen Mo looked at Karp with a gaze of disbelief and said, who has the time to deceive a middle-aged uncle for sympathy? TSK. Who knows what kind of ulterior motives you have? You little brat with a black heart. Old bastard should just lie back in his coffin and wait to die. Stop worrying so much. Stupid brat still wet behind the ears. Shameless old bastard. In the end, the two didn't have a proper conversation. Instead, they ended up bickering and directly arguing all the way. Poor Ace and Luffy were magnificently forgotten by their grandfather, being dragged along the ground, bumping into everything, getting kissed by the earth and covered in injuries. A few hours later, as part of the tradition of big eaters, Chen Mo and Karp had an impromptu meal by the coast. Naturally, two utterly undignified sea kings contributed their precious lives for the brief harmonious coexistence between Karp and Chen Mo. Meanwhile, Chen Mo and Karp were happily feasting on a sea king that had been roasted and sprinkled with cumin and pepper salt. Don't ask why there was cumin and pepper salt. Chen Mo didn't know either, as it was something Karp had pulled out from some corner. Of course, Chen Mo, who was always thinking about his sister Robin, saved a piece of meat with a delightful aroma and color for her before indulging. A sea king isn't particularly long, especially since the East Blue isn't suitable for oversized sea kings, so they were only about 10 to 20 meters long. In just half an hour, both sea kings were in Karp's and Chen Mo's stomachs, making a unique contribution to human physiological needs. Karp snapped a bone and picked his teeth, asking the somewhat unsatisfied Chen Mo, by the way, how did you end up in the Goa Kingdom? To be honest, for two men, sharing a meal is indeed an important way to strengthen friendship. And for a moment, the atmosphere between the two clearly relaxed a lot. Sigh. As a scholar, I've grown tired of mere fighting and killing, so I plan to live a peaceful life in Windmill Village for a while. Chen Mo didn't hide it at all. After all, both Dragon and Karp consider Windmill Village their hometown, and they would inevitably run into each other in the future, so there was no point in concealing this. Tired of fighting and killing? Upon hearing this, Karp only felt the corners of his eyes still aching from their earlier brawl. Why didn't he say such things when they were exchanging blows just now? Now that he's full, he's talking about being tired of fighting and killing? Kids these days. He really has the style of my youth. However, what surprised Karp the most was that he didn't sense any resentment or hatred from Chen Mo. After all, the Navy had been complicit in the world government's extermination of O'Hara. If it were weaklings trembling under the demon-slaying order, it would be natural for them not to harbor hatred, as they hadn't even shaken off the shadow of fear. But this young man before him possessed strength at least at the level of a vice admiral, and he was someone who dared to resist when faced with the demon-slaying order. He didn't seem like the kind of person who would be intimidated by the world government or the Navy. From the Navy's perspective, Karp felt it was necessary to clarify this strong individual's attitude towards the Navy. Kid, don't you want to take revenge for the O'Hara incident back then? You're hiding away at such a young age? Hiding away? Chen Mo was a bit confused by Karp's wording. Can this be considered hiding away? He was just living a happy life with Sister Robin in an elegant environment while also researching nuclear weapons and looking for opportunities to educate your grandson. Chapter 208. The nature of the world government, however, even if Chen Mo had some misconceptions about common sense, he understood very well. telling someone's grandfather that he was going to educate. Cough, cough. Teach his grandson was a rather foolish act. Although Chen Mo had just finished eating and happened to be by the sea, he didn't mind getting some exercise, but after all, he was still a person who loved peace. Besides, Chen Mo was genuinely a bit worried that if he wasn't careful and used too much strength, he might send this old bastard off. So in response to Karp's question, Chen Mo decided to answer selectively, pretending he didn't hear about the hiding away part. And regarding hatred, Chen Mo repeated the word, recalling the past, and said, I died alongside the doctors in the fire at the Tree of Knowledge. The one who survived is Nicole Chen Mo. Just Nicole Robin's brother, nothing more. Pausing. A hint of self-deprecation appeared on Chen Mo's face as he continued. Besides, even if I wanted revenge, who would I seek it from? The Navy soldiers who took action. I've killed more than 80% of them. All the government agents on O'Hara Island are dead. Hearing this, Karp couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Chen Mo didn't mention it, but he almost overlooked this detail. Although ultimately O'Hara was indeed subjected to an extermination, the Navy's losses were also quite severe. Except for Kizaru, all Navy officers were injured, and more than half of the Navy soldiers sacrificed their lives. Of course, Karp didn't have any thoughts of avenging those sacrificed Navy soldiers. Perhaps those Navy soldiers were merely following orders, but on this sea, since they had attacked the other side, they naturally had to be prepared to face the consequences. It wouldn't make sense for the Navy soldiers to attack the enemy and then get killed, and Karp would have to avenge them, right? Karp wasn't some saint, nor did he morally bind others. The Navy had already launched an extermination attack on O'Hara, so they naturally had to be mentally prepared for the counterattack from the other side. Would it be reasonable for them to expect the other side to surrender without resistance? Of course, there were still some things Chen Mo didn't say. Can the matters of scholars be called revenge? The true culprit back then, the world government. Chen Mo didn't want revenge. He merely wanted to overthrow it. There was a time when Chen Mo thought that the scholars of the Tree of Knowledge had violated the world government's prohibitions first, which led to the disaster. And he even planned to stop delving deeper into it. However, it wasn't until Chen Mo matured a bit later that he suddenly realized he had been deceived by the term world government. The so-called world government is nothing more than the largest international organization in the world, composed of more than 170 member states. It does not represent the entire world and certainly does not represent all of humanity. So the question arises, whether it is the Tree of All-Knowing or O'Hara Island, both hold a neutral stance and are not affiliated with the world government at all. Other scholars might not be aware, but Dr. Clover is certainly not a scholar subordinate to the world government. As a neutral scholar and as a human being, Dr. Clover and others studied the past history from a height above humanity, but because they violated the prohibitions of the world's largest international organization, the world government, they were exterminated. To put it bluntly, the world government actually relies on its own military power to forcibly deprive other institutions, organizations, and so on of their freedom and lives. How ridiculous! How absurd! How shameless! Or, from another perspective, isn't the world government particularly similar to the largest pirate crew in the world? As he grew older, especially after experiencing the myriad incident, Chen Mo completely understood the essence of the world government. This is an international organization that attempts to surpass all of humanity, not allowing any existence in the world to defy it. However, this international organization only focuses on consolidating its own rule and has never made efforts for the peace and prosperity of all humanity. Ironically, as the world government enjoys the greatest privileges in the world, even the duty of maintaining the stability and peace of the seas is outsourced to the Navy. Even Shanks knows that on his territory, no other pirates are allowed to harm civilians. As for the fundamental violent organization of the world government, the CP organization, it only acts against targets that threaten the rule of the world government. The survival of civilians? That is not within the scope of the CP organization's business. Please go to the local sheriff or seek help at the nearest Navy base. Therefore, in Chen Mo's view, the world government is the greatest cancer of this era, stifling the thoughts of civilians, allowing the existence of pirates, and being one of the root causes of the chaos in these seas. However, no matter how strong the independence of the Navy is, it is still a subordinate organization of the world government. And that old bastard Karp is also a member of the Navy. Chen Mo could not speak such words, which would be considered treasonous in the eyes of civilians in this era, in front of Karp without a care. Chen Mo only spoke half of his thoughts, and Karp had no idea that such essential thoughts existed in his heart. After all, even Karp only comprehended many things thoroughly after a conversation before Roger's execution. So now Karp was merely sighing at Chen Mo's generosity and spirit. After all, most people cannot let go of hatred so easily after their hometown has been destroyed, and Chen Mo, possessing great power, willingly lives in a small corner of the East Sea. At such times, Karp's gaze inevitably turned to Ace and Luffy, who were eating leftovers nearby. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison, especially Ace, who at most could be said to have lost both parents, yet still had a kind grandfather to take care of him, all while wearing a face that seemed to say the world owed him so much. Look at Chen Mo. His entire hometown was destroyed, and yet he remains so optimistic and strong. He even generously let go of his hatred and lives a stable life. If Ace could learn even a little bit of Chen Mo's open-mindedness and willingly live a stable life in a small place, I wouldn't have to constantly worry that one day he would be discovered by the Navy or the world government because of his identity as Roger's son, as a grandfather. Karp looked at Ace with eyes full of worry and distress, even feeling a deep sense of emotion. Suddenly, Karp had a thought and said to the handsome young man in front of him, "Chen Mo, I've been lonely all my life, and I've been oppressed by that black-hearted superior Sengoku to return to Marineford to work at my age. I won't even mention the desolation. But the most important thing is that I can't let go of these two grandsons. Can I trouble you to help me take care of them for a while and teach them well?" Chapter 209, Grandpa, fourth update, regarding Karp's request. Chen Mo actually felt somewhat troubled. After all, Chen Mo just wanted to sincerely teach Dragon's son, Monkey D, Luffy. But now it seems like a buy one, get one free situation. Troublesome. Too troublesome. However, the kind-hearted Chen Mo ultimately couldn't resist the heartfelt plea of an elderly man, especially since this request came from familial affection for his own grandson. In the end, the sentimental Chen Mo was too soft-hearted, and after repeatedly declining, he had to pretend to accept it reluctantly. "Luffy, Ace, from now on, this will be your grandpa." In the bewildered eyes of Luffy and Ace, Karp boldly handed the two of them over to Chen Mo, casually finding them a grandpa. Luffy and Ace expressed that they hadn't had the chance to voice their opinions yet. Not to mention Luffy and Ace. Even Chen Mo never expected Karp to suddenly do something like this. "I just wanted to be a guest teacher for them. How did I become their grandpa? If I calculate it this way, doesn't that make me Dragon's bastard dad? Huh. Saying it this way, it seems like I'm not a loss." Chen Mo, who had long held a grudge against Dragon, stroked his chin and imagined calling Dragon's son in front of Mr. Kuma and Ivankov. Ahem. Since I'm already a godfather, I shouldn't call him that. I should call him good son. The scene seems a bit beautiful, but I'm afraid that Dragon, that bastard, won't be able to take it and will explode, especially since his Wind Fruit's awakening, Wind Dragon Halberd, is quite violent. Unfortunately, for the shameless Karp, he wouldn't care about Chen Mo, Luffy, or Ace's thoughts and casually shouted, "That little bastard Chen Mo and I are old friends. This matter is settled." Karp then quickly fled the scene, giving no opportunity for Chen Mo, Luffy, or Ace to refute. However, don't be fooled by Karp's seemingly unreliable appearance. He is actually very shrewd inside. His two grandsons, one is the son of the pirate king Joel D, Roger, and the other is the son of the Revolutionary Army leader Monkey D, Dragon. Each one is a thorn in the flesh for the world government. The reason Karp shamelessly insisted on staying in Windmill Village, besides genuinely wanting to educate his two grandsons, is more importantly to protect them. After all, if the world government remains unaware, that's fine, but once they detect the existence of the two with their usual and scrupulous methods, even Karp's past merits would be of no use. Therefore, during Karp's time away from Windmill Village, finding a support for Luffy and Ace became extremely important. For Chen Mo now, these two are also your grandsons. If something happens, you can't just ignore it, right? As for whether Chen Mo is reliable, let's not talk about his strength. Karp still feels a sting in his eyes. As for his character, a person who is willing to die for his hometown at the age of 8, and after Luffy and Ace acknowledged him as their god-grandfather. If that can't be trusted, Garp has nothing to say. After Garp disappeared in an instant, Chen Mo turned to see Luffy and Ace staring at each other, feeling a headache coming on. After all, Chen Mo has been a teacher for nearly 6 years, training over 700 students. After a short interaction with Luffy and Ace, he had formed a preliminary judgment about their characters. Luffy, still young, his shamelessness isn't apparent yet, but he has definitely inherited Garp's traits of being thick-skinned and loud. Ace, a bit tsundere, somewhat unruly, but deep in his eyes lies a hint of passion and loneliness. Evaluation: 2 problem children. However, before Chen Mo could break the awkwardness, The somewhat indifferent Ace glanced at him with a blank expression and turned to leave. For Ace, not only was Chen Mo a stranger he had just met, but even with Garp, his sense of recognition was not high. Naturally, he wouldn't give any respect to this god-grandfather appointed by Garp. Ace, where are you going? Luffy asked with concern as he watched Ace turn away. Facing Luffy's concern, Ace showed no interest in answering. Luffy looked back and forth between Chen Mo and Ace, ultimately more interested in this nominal brother, and ran after Ace. Ace, wait for me. Chen Mo was not calm facing Ace and Luffy's disrespectful behavior, because according to Chen Mo's observations, it seems that the kids of this era share a common trait. They lack a good beating. Only after experiencing a good beating will these kids understand their teacher god-grandfather's good intentions. With this thought, Chen Mo curved his left index finger and flicked it lightly. A dazzling sword aura suddenly erupted, slicing through the air in front of Ace at lightning speed. Cold sweat dripped from Ace's forehead and nostrils, but he didn't dare to move. In that brief moment, Ace narrowly brushed past death. He had no doubt that if he took even half a step forward, he would be split in two, because beneath Ace's lifted left foot, a bottomless abyss had already appeared. This abyss extended all the way to the sea, severing all the seawater along the way, and had not fully healed until now. Bastard. I almost died just now. Panting heavily, cold sweat dripping down in extreme fear. Adrenaline surged and caused Ace's heart to race. His face flushed as he could no longer maintain his rebellious and indifferent expression, turning back and yelling at Chen Mo in panic and irritation. However, before Ace's shout could finish, Chen Mo flicked again, sending another brilliant sword aura that Ace couldn't see clearly slicing by. For some reason, Ace felt a chill on top of his head. Then, when he reached up to touch it, he found that his head was now smooth. Did I just get my head shaved? Grandpa. Not only Ace, but even Luffy, who witnessed the whole process, was now sitting obediently in front of Chen Mo. Call me God Grandpa. Yes, God Grandpa. Ace and Luffy straightened their backs, their expressions tense, not daring to hesitate, responding in unison and loudly. Chapter 210, Self-Introduction at under 15 years old. Becoming the god-grandfather of two little brats, Chen Mo felt quite the pressure. But in the end, Chen Mo is a person who values promises and loyalty. So he had to prepare to start guiding these two little kids. After all, Garp, that old bastard, showed no hostility after learning about his connection to O'Hara, even implying he would keep it a secret, allowing Chen Mo to live a comfortable life in Windmill Village. He appreciated this kindness. Moreover, even someone as pure-hearted as Chen Mo had a bit of a dark sense of humor inside. So he was also curious about what expression Dragon, that bastard, would have after finding out he became the god-grandfather of his son. Would it be an expression of someone who just ate something terrible, awkwardly calling him adoptive father? Or would he simply sever ties with Luffy and have another child? Of course, there was also the possibility that he would come at Chen Mo with the Wind Dragon's halberd to eliminate any evidence and pretend nothing happened. But even so, that would play right into Chen Mo's hands. After all, Dragon had tricked Chen Mo too many times, and he was slippery as an eel, never giving Chen Mo a chance to catch him. Since he had thrown himself into the net, how could Chen Mo be polite to his godson? Come on, let us have a direct confrontation with the adoptive father. With this thought, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Then, noticing Luffy and Ace looking at him with confused and helpless expressions, he cleared his throat a few times, casting aside those chaotic thoughts, and maintained his elder image. Ahem. Let's start with some self-introductions. Tell me what you like, what you dislike, and your interests and dreams, so that your god-grandfather can get to know you. Although Chen Mo had formed a preliminary judgment on Luffy and Ace's personalities as a caring and gentle elder, it was still necessary to pay attention to the kid's true thoughts and interests. Upon hearing this, the optimistic and thick-skinned Luffy immediately forgot about Chen Mo's earlier terror, raised his hand enthusiastically, and said loudly, I'll go first. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, I like to eat meat. I hate my grandpa's fists. My interest is eating big bones, and my dream is... At this point, Luffy hesitated for a moment, then exclaimed again, I heard that being a pirate is very free. I want to become a free pirate. Hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but ask, if being a pirate means you can't eat meat, would you still want to be a pirate? Facing this question, Luffy answered without any hesitation. If being a pirate means I can't freely eat meat, then what kind of pirate is that? Wonderful speech. Chen Mo couldn't help but praise. You remind me of a dear friend with red hair. However, I believe your Navy grandpa will find your words even more fascinating and reward you with a punch of love. Just as Luffy who had been excited, heard about his grandpa's punch of love, he immediately wilted like a deflated eggplant and sat back down. "It's your turn, Ace." Chen Mo turned to look at Ace, who was kneeling seriously on one side, but was actually lost in thought. Ace really didn't want to answer such a boring question. But as soon as he felt the chilly sensation above his head, he ultimately faced reality. Por Dios. He had no messy hobbies or interests. He just wanted to set sail and leave this place as soon as possible. "Hey, Ace, are you leaving so soon?" Luffy asked curiously, turning to Ace. "Don't call me so affectionately. I'm not familiar with you." Ace replied almost expressionlessly to Luffy's question. Unfortunately, for someone like Luffy, who was straightforward and friendly, once he decided that Ace was his brother, it wouldn't be easy to change his mind. "All right, I've answered your question. Hurry up and let me go." Ace completely ignored Luffy's presence and spoke to the strange person in front of him, whose strength could be considered monstrous. However, while Ace could ignore Luffy, Chen Mo naturally could also disregard Ace's dissatisfaction and ask back, "What do you want to do at sea?" This question left Ace speechless. Why do you want to set sail? Ace just wanted to escape this place. As for what to do after setting sail, he had never thought about that. As the son of the legendary Pirate King, Ace was born into an environment filled with insults towards Roger, the Pirate King. Many blunt individuals often criticized how evil it would be if the Pirate King Roger had left behind son. This made Ace develop a strong sense of guilt towards his own existence. In this world, he shouldn't even exist. His existence caused his mother's death and would only continue the evil bloodline of the Pirate King, bringing turmoil to this world. After a long silence, Ace finally answered with great difficulty to become a pirate. Chen Mo looked into Ace's eyes and could feel the confusion and inferiority within the kid. It seemed Ace hadn't even found his own spiritual support yet. Ultimately, Chen Mo didn't comment on Ace's answer, got up, dusted off his clothes, and then stuffed the food he had specially saved for Robin into Luffy's hands. However, seeing Luffy's eager look towards the food, Chen Mo snatched it back and handed it to Ace instead. Then he stuffed the firewood he had prepared to take back into Luffy's arms. "What are you doing?" Ace looked at Chen Mo's inexplicable actions with slight confusion and asked. "Keep up, we're going home." Chen Mo walked ahead without looking back. "Hey, can't you understand what I'm saying? I want to leave." Ace shouted discontentedly at Chen Mo's back. However, when Ace saw Chen Mo casually turn his back to him and snap his fingers, all his dissatisfaction was swallowed back down, and he reluctantly followed Chen Mo. As for Luffy, he was even more eager, not making a sound and happily following behind Chen Mo and Ace. This was the first lesson Chen Mo taught these two kids. Only those with strong fists are qualified to speak reason. Of course, those with weaker fists can also speak reason. After all, freedom of speech exists, right? But who would listen to you? Chapter 211. Grandma. A few hours later, Robin looked at the combination of one big and two small outside the door, and the two little ones were calling her grandma with expressions that were slightly strange. Confusion mixed with bewilderment, and within that bewilderment, there was a hint of panic along with some existential doubt. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? I seem to not even be 15 yet, and someone calls me grandma as soon as I open the door. Am I that old? Do I look that anxious? Or is this Chen Mo's illegitimate child? No. Chen Mo's illegitimate grandchild? Having a grandchild at 15? Did this kid start making moves on girls when he was 6? Robin's strange expression was filled with questions. The scene fell into a prolonged silence. And finally, a visible dark aura began to rise behind Robin. Although her face still maintained a smile, Chen Mo inexplicably shivered. "Xiao Mo, I asked you to chop firewood and bring back some food. Where did you dig up 2 monkeys? And calling me grandma? Old woman, who are you calling a monkey?" Ace, with a fiery temper, instantly forgot about Chen Mo's terrifying nature and shouted angrily at the inexplicable woman in front of him. While Chen Mo was trembling under Robin's aura and didn't dare to retort, Ace had truly walked into a trap. Listening to Ace's impolite questioning, Robin's smile grew even brighter, and her eyes narrowed into slits. Without Robin making any move, a few petals inexplicably appeared around Ace. Then 3 gigantic arms suddenly emerged from the ground, 2 of which clamped down on Ace, firmly immobilizing him. Following Ace's terrified gaze, the 3rd arm raised high and brought down a heavy slap onto Ace's bald head. Bang! As petals fell, the 3 arms disappeared, and Ace was left pinned to the ground like a nail, with only half of his head sticking out. Beautiful and charming grandma, I was wrong. Driven by a strong desire to survive, Ace, who had been knocked dizzy, still mustered the strength to apologize to Robin. If the kind-hearted Chen Mo was merely intimidating, the scheming Robin would truly strike hard. I can't provoke, I can't provoke, I can't provoke. Noticing Luffy, who had witnessed the entire scene and looked like he had seen a devil, was now maintaining a stiff, radiant smile in front of Robin. At that moment, Luffy inexplicably missed his grandpa's loving iron fist. After all, enduring his grandpa's loving iron fist would only result in a painful roll on the ground, twitching for a while, and then it would be fine. But this beautiful and charming female devil in front of him could really squash him like a fly. So scary the existence of Grandma is so terrifying, cough cough. Robin, please don't be angry. No matter how strong Chen Mo was, facing his angry sister, he still felt a sense of trepidation and difficulty in being tough. Did I ask you to speak just now? Robin's narrowed eyes turned slightly towards Chen Mo, her tone incredibly gentle as she asked. You just asked me a question, and now you won't let me speak. So am I supposed to speak or not? As a logical genius, Chen Mo was completely confused by Robin's logic at this moment, falling into a state of trembling self-isolation. Robin took a deep breath. After all, he was her beloved younger brother, and she couldn't bring herself to scold or hit him. However, Robin still felt a deep anger building up inside her. Last time, Chen Mo went out in the middle of the night and brought back 4 little girls at once. This time, during the day, he went out to chop wood and came back with 2 little boys. Is he trying to reach the heavens? Was he bringing home? Not wanting to hit her own brother, Robin's gaze shifted back to the well-behaved-looking Luffy, sensing a dangerous aura approaching. Luffy widened his innocent eyes and called out to Robin obediently, Grandma. Bang! The obedient-looking Luffy followed in Ace's footsteps and became a nail, happily accompanying his brother Ace. If anyone got close to Robin, they would surely hear her muttering, "Damn you." After Robin knocked those 2 monkeys, who were suspected of personal attacks, to the ground, she dragged Chen Mo back in the house to make him explain himself properly, facing the full aura of Robin. Would Chen Mo lie to his beloved sister Robin? The answer was obviously no. So Chen Mo recounted his experiences from that day without a single omission. He diligently went up the mountain to chop wood, encountered a suspected human trafficker abusing a child, always the one to help. He rushed to save the child who was calling for help. Later, he was attacked by this suspected trafficker. To protect the island's safety, he abandoned his sword skills and decided to sacrifice his integrity to engage in close combat. In the end, after the old man's desperate pleas, he reluctantly agreed to help take care of the 2 little rascals for a short time. According to custom, Robin gave her brother's words a 30 to 50 credibility. However, the most important thing, and what Robin cared about the most, why did these 2 little rascals call her Grandma? Faced with this question from Sister Robin, Chen Mo's mind raced. First, he firmly believed that if he said it was out of a twisted sense of humor that he willingly became their god-grandfather, leading Luffy and Ace to call Robin Grandma from the hard-upon meeting, then his fate would likely end up being the 3rd nail outside the door. However, being a person of honesty and integrity, Chen Mo found it hard to lie, especially against his beloved sister Robin. His conscience and upbringing wouldn't allow him to do so. So, after thinking for a few seconds, he decided to lay it all bare. As for the outcome, he could only leave it to fate. It was all that old man's fault. That old man insisted on Luffy and Ace calling me their god-grandfather, and when I was unwilling, he used connections related to O'Hara to pressure me. This led to you, Sister Robin, being upgraded to Grandma. I am innocent, Sister Robin. You have to believe me. Chapter 212. Sneaking out. An hour had passed since Luffy and Ace were dug out from the ground, not to mention anything else. Chen Mo felt a bit guilty seeing Luffy and Ace looking like muddy monkeys. After all, it was Garp who entrusted them to his care, and he never expected to change them so much in less than half a day. So, out of a sense of responsibility, Chen Mo personally took them to the sea to wash them clean before bringing them back home. This time, when Luffy and Ace saw Robin, they shrank back behind Chen Mo like ostriches, unwilling to show their faces. However, contrary to Luffy and Ace's expectations, this time Robin seemed like a different person, gentle as a caring older sister, reminding them that it was enough to call her sister Robin, as she took care of them, arranging rooms for them, and so on. A day quietly passed. As the stars appeared one by one in the night sky, Luffy was already fast asleep in the room, while Ace occasionally touched his bald head, remaining quite awake. Staying here would definitely leave him exhausted by those 2 siblings. Escape. He must escape. With Ace's resilient character, how could he easily give in? Even though he was in this house, without worrying about food or clothing, it still wasn't the life Ace wanted. He longed to escape back to the uncertain destination and speed up the process of gathering pirate bounty with Sabo to leave this cursed island as soon as possible. although Ace was still in a state of confusion, without finding a spiritual anchor or sense of existence. His naturally resilient character made him understand how to proceed, even without seeing the distant lighthouse. Thinking of this, Ace tried to suppress his breathing as much as possible, straining to listen to the sound around him. After a long time, maybe an hour, or maybe two, after not hearing a single sound from Chen Mo or Robin, he finally concluded that they were both fast asleep, and carefully crawled out of bed just as Ace's foot touched the floor. Ace! Suddenly, a drowsy voice came from behind, startling Ace into a stiffened state. After a moment, when he didn't hear any more sounds, Ace slowly turned his head, only to find no one behind him, just Luffy mumbling in his sleep. Phew! Ace let out a long sigh, calming his racing heart. He carefully approached the door, slowly opened it, and peeked outside, finding the living room empty, which eased his nerves considerably. However, just as Ace was about to leave the room, he glanced back at the sleeping Luffy and felt a bit conflicted. Should he take this little guy Luffy with him? After hesitating for a moment, Ace, not wanting to delay, ultimately turned and left without knowing if he was considering Luffy's loud personality. Following that, Ace tiptoed through the living room, moving towards the front door. However, just as Ace's hand was about to touch the door automatically opened in front of his stunned eyes, revealing Chen Mo, who appeared with his arms crossed. At that moment, Ace felt a dry throat, instinctively swallowing several times. Chen Mo looked down at Ace's terrified little eyes, shook his head helplessly, and said, "Come with me." Ace was momentarily stunned, but with his good adaptability, he quickly faced the reality in front of him. After following Chen Mo outside, he didn't forget to close the door behind him. Perhaps due to the aftermath of the daytime battle, the sky was devoid of any formed clouds. The starry sky in Windmill Village was exceptionally bright and beautiful tonight. Chen Mo slowly led Ace to the seaside, choosing a larger reef to sit on. Following Chen Mo's pace, Ace imitated him, sitting beside Chen Mo with a generous expression, unafraid. Facing the vast ocean, the rolling waves continuously crashed against the rocks below, and the comfortable, cool sea breeze seemed to carry away all worries. After a moment, Chen Mo finally spoke leisurely. "Ace, when I saw you today, it felt as if I was looking at myself from 6 or 7 years ago. I don't know what you've been through, and I have no right to preach about your actions or beliefs with righteous indignation. But I hope you can listen to my story." What Ace didn't expect was that this nominal grandpa of his, a man who could split the sea with a wave of his hand during the day, was now speaking to him in a questioning tone. Of course, Ace was quite perceptive. Given his small stature, he didn't have the confidence to refuse, even if he didn't want to listen. So he simply remained silent, waiting for Chen Mo's words. "About 7 years ago, I was rescued by Sister Robin from a garbage heap. At that time, I had no memories, no legs, no hometown, and no family. I was nothing but weak and helpless. However, many kind-hearted doctors from the Tree of Knowledge took me in, and the gentle Sister Robin took care of me without any disdain. Unfortunately, the peaceful life lasted only a year before it was ruthlessly shattered. The Navy's Demon Suppression Order fleet carried out a devastating sweep of my new hometown. At that time, I was only 8 years old, and I could only watch helplessly as everything unfolded, completely unable to stop it, except for Sister Robin, who miraculously escaped, and me, who was fortunately rescued from the ruins by others. Everyone else in my hometown turned to ashes in the cannon fire of the Demon Suppression Order. In the end, Sister Robin, burdened with the title of the Demon Child, began a 6-year life of fleeing. And I lived each day enduring hardships, striving to become strong enough to stand against the world and protect Sister Robin." Upon hearing this, Ace, who had been expressionless, finally felt moved. Looking at the handsome Chen Mo with disbelief, comparing himself to Chen Mo, Ace suddenly realized that his own experiences seemed insignificant. Moreover, the woman he met today was indeed the rumored demon child, Nico Robin. Chapter 213, Night Talk, 4th update. The demon child, Nico Robin, was a figure even the 9-year-old Ace knew about. Not because of Robin's fame or any previous contact he had with her, but simply because they shared remarkably similar experiences. One was the continuation of the evil bloodline of Pirate King Roger, the born demon child. The other was an 8-year-old girl with titles like the Demon Child and the Demon of O'Hara. Furthermore, Robin was one of the most frequently discussed figures among drunken men in taverns, aside from great figures like Pirate King Roger. After all, in the eyes of those drunks, an 8-year-old girl with a bounty of 79 million berries was practically a walking treasure. How could it not drive them a daydream? It can only be said that in any world, there are always plenty of drunks who, after a few drinks, become great philosophers, performers, and special commentators for the world government. Therefore, the high-minded discussions and curses from those drunks regarding Roger and others left Ace with a deep psychological shadow. It even led him to greatly doubt the meaning of his own existence. In simpler terms, Ace was currently in a state of questioning his life. In fact, this blame could easily be placed on Garp, who, before Ace had developed a complete worldview, bluntly told him that he was the son of the Pirate King. Such explosive news would shock anyone, let alone a child. Perhaps Garp thought that as Roger's son, Ace deserved to know the truth. However, Garp allowed Ace to grow up in a chaotic environment surrounded by commentators who constantly talked about and cursed Roger. One can only imagine how anyone growing up in an environment that cursed their father would have their worldview completely shattered. Gradually, even Ace began to harbor complete hatred for his father, the Pirate King Roger. This led Ace to feel that his existence had no meaning at all, as everyone wished for his death, making him feel like the most miserable person in the world. So at this moment, when Ace discovered that Chen Mo's past was even more tragic than his own, he inexplicably felt a sense of sympathy for Chen Mo. It must be said that perhaps Chen Mo had been with the Revolutionary Army for too long, unwittingly adopting some of its characteristics, and his ability to persuade had improved significantly. Chen Mo's past experiences were indeed quite tragic, but the key point was the present. Chen Mo was now the spiritual leader of the largest underground organization in the world, the Revolutionary Army, with strength comparable to legendary top powerhouses like Whitebeard. He had over 700 students providing warmth and support, and Robin by his side. As for other aspects like looks, let's not even mention it. In contrast, Ace, well, was left with nothing, aside from a bit of flesh on his body and potentially a few 100,000 berries in pirate savings. He had nothing. However, now at the age of 9, having never talked about his feelings with anyone, Ace was just the right target for this. Realizing that Chen Mo was opening up to him, Ace hesitated for a moment, and considering that this Chen Mo was Garp's designated grandpa, he completely threw aside the warning not to mention his background to anyone. Chen Mo, Ace said with an extremely serious expression. Ding. Unfortunately, before Ace could finish his sentence, Chen Mo tapped Ace's bald spot with his index finger. Call me grandpa. Instantly, Ace's serious expression crumbled, and he slumped down again, asking, what do you think Roger is like? Roger? Chen Mo asked, somewhat puzzled. After pondering for a moment, Chen Mo continued. I've heard quite a bit about his deeds from his former crewmates. Roger's crewmates? Ace asked in shock. You actually had contact with that bastard's crew? Listen to me, Chen Mo said, raising his index finger again, intending to tap Ace. However, this time Ace was quicker, covering his head first. Seeing this, Chen Mo had no choice but to regretfully abandon his original idea. In fact, Chen Mo also found it somewhat inexplicable. Ever since he shaved a small patch on Ace's head, he couldn't help but tap that little bald spot. It was as if he was experiencing a compulsive disorder. However, with Chen Mo's self-control, he naturally wouldn't forcibly pry open Ace's hands and shamelessly tap away. He could only wait for the next opportunity or excuse. The legendary Pirate King Roger, from a personal perspective, was indeed a man of considerable stature. But from a historical perspective, he was merely a failure. A failure? Ace asked in astonishment. For many years in the Goa Kingdom, the discussions about the Pirate King Roger were varied, and from Ace's point of view, there were basically a few themes. Either cursing him for starting the Great Pirate Era, making life even harder, or saying he was just a lucky guy, a thief who fortuitously reached the legendary island of Raftel, thus becoming the Pirate King, or angrily scolding Roger for being a miser who hid his treasure so deeply. The rest were very few expressions of envy or admiration towards Roger. However, it was the first time Ace had heard someone say that the legendary Pirate King Roger was a failure. Yes, this is a failure. Chen Mo felt that if he could have a jug of wine to moisten his throat at this moment, it would feel even better to boast. Undoubtedly, Roger tried to change this world, but ultimately failed due to unknown reasons. Thus, he began the Great Pirate Era with his death, pushing the next generation to achieve the great feats he could not complete. Isn't that what a failure is? This, like this. Ace stared blankly at Chen Mo in front of him, murmuring, for some reason, or perhaps influenced by the atmosphere before him. Chen Mo seemed to have ignited the boldness within him. As if announcing something, he loudly declared to the vast sea before him, what Roger can do, I will do. This era will be changed by me. Whether it's the world government or pirates, everything will come to an end. Ace looked at this man, filled with bravado, speaking what seemed like nonsense, yet he couldn't laugh no matter what. Regardless of whether this man could achieve everything he claimed, This era would undoubtedly change because of him. The 9-year-old Ace inexplicably believed this deeply. Chapter 214. Dreams, of course. The above statements were not because Chen Mo was drunk. The reason Chen Mo said such things was all for Ace. In order to understand Ace more deeply, Chen Mo resolutely expressed those words, allowing Ace to enhance his sense of identification. This is what a teacher is, a role model teacher. For his students, Chen Mo was willing to sacrifice what could be called an invaluable moral integrity. Not to mention that now Ace could be considered his junior. For the sake of educating Ace well, a little sacrifice was nothing to Chen Mo. After all, based on years of experience, today's young people just eat this up. As for the effect, looking at Ace's flushed face filled with excitement, Chen Mo roughly understood. However, it must be said that after Chen Mo finished that speech, he inexplicably became excited himself. Chen Mo slightly closed his eyes to sense, and it seemed that his conqueror's haki had slightly strengthened. Even the range of his dominion had increased. Indeed, becoming stronger is very difficult. He had to throw away his integrity and say such embarrassing things just to slightly enhance his conqueror's haki. The return on investment was too low. Chen Mo shook his head helplessly, hoping that Ace could slightly untie some of his mental knots, so that his sacrifices wouldn't be in vain. Unfortunately, perhaps at the beginning, Ace was naturally intimidated by the conqueror's haki that Chen Mo exuded, causing him to lose his composure and unconsciously be infected by Chen Mo's mental will. But after a few gusts of sea breeze, Ace slowly recovered. Although he still inevitably felt admiration and closeness towards Chen Mo, he had completely regained his clarity. After a moment of silence, Ace moved his mouth several times before asking again with great difficulty, "If that failure Roger had descendants in the world, do you think it would be a disaster?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, is it funny?" Ace asked angrily. No. Chen Mo waved his hand, signaling Ace to calm down. In Chen Mo's view, he certainly couldn't be considered strong. He could even only be regarded as a scholar with barely enough self-preservation ability. However, in horizontal comparison, if Roger's strength was on the same level as that old bastard carp, then he could only be considered a reasonably strong individual. Even if he was slightly stronger than his close friend Shanks, the boastful king, in this vast and boundless sea, it was still far from anything significant. After all, in Chen Mo's perception, that old bastard carp, compared to the ancient aura of myriad, was simply not on the same dimension. In other words, whether it was Chen Mo or carp, neither could be considered remarkable powerhouses. The only reason they could survive for so many years was that the sea was too vast, and those true powerhouses hadn't had the chance to encounter them. Otherwise, why was Chen Mo so low-key? It was truly that his strength didn't allow him to be high-profile. Otherwise, if he accidentally became too inflated and Robin lost her brother, how tragic would that be? After a moment's pause, Chen Mo then explained to Ace, "I suspect you have some misunderstanding about the word disaster." Ace, if there really is something that could be called a disaster, it would be the great battle with the world government. As for the mere bloodline of the pirate King Roger, what difference does it have from ordinary people? In fact, in my opinion, that kind of messy bloodline is not as important as you are, Ace, Chen Mo stated plainly. However, what Chen Mo didn't know was that his last sentence struck deep into Ace's soul. My own existence is more important than the bloodline of the pirate king. My own existence is more important than the bloodline of the pirate king. With a will as strong as Ace's, he couldn't help but repeat this phrase uncontrollably, tears flowing unabashedly. Chen Mo squinted slightly, watching Ace's uncontrollable appearance, and vaguely guessed something. Could it be that Ace is a descendant of Roger? However, as Chen Mo said, he wouldn't care about such things. In Chen Mo's view, Ace's identity was merely one of the little brats that old bastard carp entrusted to him, and he was just a little brat who acknowledged him as a godfather. Long, until Ace's throat became hoarse, his emotions gradually calmed down. Sigh. Chen Mo patted Ace on the back and advised him, "People do not have a right to choose how they are born, but they do have the freedom to choose how to spend their lives." "Thank you, Grandpa." When Ace said this title again, he appeared incredibly sincere. "I understand now." "Very good." Chen Mo stood up, facing the sea breeze, and loudly asked, "Ace, what is your dream?" "To go to sea." Ace also stood up with Chen Mo, shouting loudly, "And then? I want to become a pirate." "Chen Mo, I want to be a stronger pirate than anyone else, to seize the highest fame, and I want to surpass old Roger. This is the proof of my existence as Port Gas D. Ace." "Chen Montauk, that's it. This kid has gone astray. Chen Mo's original intention was to cultivate a person who would be useful to society. So why does he inexplicably want to become a pirate? With Ace's current brilliant intellect, wouldn't it be better to follow him and become a scholar? Being a scholar can also be strong, just like himself, with sword energy flying everywhere. How many people can withstand it? As for blaming Ace's deviation on Chen Mo's words, Chen Mo firmly denied it. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't. It's clearly Ace who should have gone astray. At most, Chen Mo can be considered a failure in correcting him. Or perhaps it can only be blamed on the bloodline of Pirate King Roger being too strong, forcibly triggering cosmic powers that led Ace astray. However, no matter what, seeing the confidence and determination radiating from Ace's face, Chen Mo still felt a sense of comfort. Dreams have no distinction between good and bad. Only human actions can possess good and evil. Even if Ace's dream is to become a pirate, Chen Mo believes that under his careful guidance, Ace will not become those heinous criminals while inheriting some of his virtues. Hey, Grandpa! Ace maintained a contagious smile on his face and turned to shout at Chen Mo. What is it? Chen Mo inexplicably felt a bad premonition. Lend me some berry. I want to go to sea right now. Get lost. I don't have a grandson like you. Chapter 215 Warm-up exercise. Borrowing money from Chen Mo means Ace has found the right person. If Chen Mo had assets worth hundreds of billions of berry, then giving Ace 1 or 2 billion as startup capital wouldn't be a big deal. The problem is that Chen Mo is still in debt. To put it bluntly, he hasn't even paid off his mortgage yet. Where would the money come from? So, just when Ace was full of ambition, he was once again hit hard by reality. No money, and you still want to go to sea? Don't ships cost money? Don't maintaining a ship cost money? Don't sailing supplies cost money? Not to mention the costs of recruiting underlings, occasional banquet expenses to rally morale, docking fees, etc. Unless Ace was thinking of sailing by packing himself into a wooden barrel and throwing it into the sea. Otherwise, if he wants to go to sea, he still has to obediently save up his pirate funds. The next morning, Ace, who had been out partying with Chen Mo until the middle of the night, was still groggy when Chen Mo dragged him out of the room. You two want to be pirates, right? Chen Mo looked at the two drowsy little heads in front of him and asked loudly. That's right. Would Luffy and Ace be scared? Of course not. Even in their dazed state, they instinctively shouted with determination. Very good. Since that's the case, in addition to your formal studies, I specially arranged some physical training for you. Considering your age, the intensity of this physical training is very low. Just treat it as a warm-up exercise for getting up in the morning. Chen Mo may not have experience with grandchildren, but he could handle them like he did with his students back in the day. Physical training? At that moment, Luffy and Ace shivered, completely waking up. Don't worry, it's just some warm-up exercises. Otherwise, if your bodies are too weak, what will you do when you go to sea and end up seasick like some red-skinned fish man? Gritsky. Grandpa, can you explain the details? Ace swallowed hard, very worried that he might die from this. After all, for a strong person like Chen Mo, even a snap of his fingers could split the sea. So the so-called warm-up exercises were indeed not something Ace could take lightly. Look at your courage. Would Grandpa harm you? Chen Mo said with a bit of exasperation. This warm-up exercise has been experienced by over 700 students, and all of them survived without anyone dying from it. So what are you afraid of? Survive? Die Suddenly? Luffy and Ace visibly started to panic. Is this a normal description for a warm-up exercise? Seeing Luffy and Ace's anxious expressions, Chen Mo didn't keep them in suspense and said directly, it's actually very simple, just 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Upon hearing this, Luffy and Ace finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, for them, who often found themselves surviving in the wild at the mercy of Garp, this level was indeed nothing. Even 6-year-old Luffy could easily do it. If Yuichi heard their thoughts, he would definitely look at them with "you're too young." JPG expression. The training items seemed simple enough. Push-ups, sit-ups, running, etc., which even an ordinary civilian could easily do. Unfortunately, their teacher was known for omitting certain key details. Half an hour later, Luffy and Ace finally understood just how deep their grandpa's tricks were. First up was the 10-kilometer run. Since they aspired to be pirates, they naturally had to run in the sea. As long as their heads could occasionally peek above the surface for air, that would be enough. Moreover, Chen Mo was worried that these two kids would be swept away by the waves, and out of concern for the children, he specially lowered the difficulty. Their feet could easily touch the ground. So Chen Mo added sandbags according to their ages. Ace was 9, so he had 9 sandbags. Luffy was 6, so he had 6 sandbags. Of course, the sandbags weren't particularly heavy. Before soaking them, they weighed about 20 kilograms. As for how heavy they became once wet, Chen Mo didn't know. In any case, watching Luffy and Ace struggling in the sea from the shore made Chen Mo feel quite gratified. After all, this warm-up exercise could not only strengthen their bodies, but also enhance their willpower, making it just right. Hurry up, hurry up. What are you dragging your feet for? Do you not want lunch anymore? For the sake of these two kids, Chen Mo sacrificed his personal time, standing idly on the shore watching over them. As a result, after half an hour, they still hadn't covered 100 meters. And Chen Mo couldn't help but encourage them a bit. Don't mention it. The effect of this sentence on Luffy is indeed remarkable. As soon as he heard the word food, he immediately shot forward like he was on steroids, quickly covering 10 meters. However, his expression fell again, and he returned to a snail's pace, inching along. TSK, so useless. Chen Mo couldn't help but complain a few times. I clearly told you to run. Yet everyone is walking like old ladies. Bastards, if you have the ability, why don't you try it yourself? Ace, who had a temper, was initially looking like he was about to die, but upon hearing this, he couldn't help but turn around and shout back. Oh, you still have the energy to argue with Grandpa? Are you slacking off? It seems that I can't give you guys any pressure at all. Chen Mojian, with a matter-of-fact attitude, saw that Ace was still so energetic, so he had to sacrifice his own energy again and selflessly contribute. There's no way around it. Everything is for the children's good. I have to say, Chen Mo really likes these two idiots, Luffy and Ace. Or maybe it has something to do with Chen Mo's aging. After all, as one gets older, love and patience for children inexplicably overflow. Just then, there were plenty of pebbles on the beach, and Chen Mo casually picked up a handful. Hey, hey, hey. Ace and Luffy felt something was off and immediately shouted in panic. Grandpa, what are you planning to do? Just trying out. Ignoring Ace and Luffy's shouts, Chen Mo weighed a pebble in his hand and muttered to himself. After all, it had been a while since he smashed anything, and he had become a bit stronger, so he wanted to test the power first. Otherwise, what if he accidentally killed the two of them? Saying that, Chen Mo tightened his grip on the pebble and threw it towards the distant sea. It was as if a meteor streaked over Ace and Luffy's heads, and in the blink of an eye, it fell into the sea. Boom! It was as if more than 10 cannonballs exploded together. Although it was just a pebble, it created a channel in the distant sea and triggered waves rising several meters high. Chapter 216, Pebble. Gah! Gah! Although Ace and Luffy already knew their grandpa was quite abnormal, they never expected that a pebble could produce such power. For a moment, Ace and Luffy were so shocked that their mouths couldn't close, and they were splashed by the returning waves like drowning ducks. As for Chen Mo, he was somewhat dissatisfied with this power. The material of the pebble itself was too weak. Even though he had added armament hockey, it would naturally dissipate after being away from his body for a while. When it collided with the sea surface, the body shattered too quickly, wasting a lot of power. However, Chen Mo could only make do with it. After all, if the power was too great, what if he accidentally hurt these two slowpokes? Are you ready? Chen Mo once again grabbed a pebble, aimed at Luffy and Ace, and even kindly asked, Grandpa isn't really going to throw this at us, right? People could die. Ace looked at Chen Mo with a devilish gaze, shouting in terror. Are you really going to kill us? You made us run in the sea with several 100 kilograms of sandbags, and now you want to train us to dodge cannonballs. Chen Mo was taken aback and asked, Several 100 kilograms? Is it that heavy? It's really heavy. 6-year-old Luffy complained in a baby voice. It feels like carrying a mountain. Lies, all lies. Chen Mo was furious upon hearing this. Several 100 kilograms is comparable to a mountain? What kind of joke is this? Once, for the sake of exercising, Chen Mo had indeed tried carrying a mountain on his back to train. Unfortunately, he later discovered that doing so not only wasted energy, but was also less efficient than just comfortably lying down and reading to become stronger. So, he only tried it once, and later, for higher efficiency, he had to stay in his room reading. Therefore, it wasn't that Chen Mo wasn't trying hard. It was just that his efforts went unrecognized. Reading is also tiring. A kind of joyful yet exhausting exercise. So Luffy's words might fool others. But trying to fool Chen Mo, who had actually carried a mountain, was still 100 years too early. You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you dare to lie. The more Chen Mo thought about it, the angrier he became, deciding that he definitely needed to properly educate these two brothers in front of him. Lying is absolutely unacceptable, unless it's against enemies or villains. Luffy Ace, don't die. After giving one last warning, the pebble slipped from Chen Mo's hand and smashed towards Ace and Luffy at a speed more than double that of a cannonball. Holy crap! Watching Chen Mo actually throw a pebble at them Luffy and Ace were immediately so scared that their eyes bulged out by 7 or 8 centimeters. In the face of intense survival instinct, they didn't care about potential, lifespan, or energy and immediately poured everything out like a juicer. Just a few hundred kilograms of water-soaked sandbags, merely the resistance of heavy seawater. It completely couldn't stop Luffy and Ace's strong desire to survive. Just moments ago, they were moving like slow old ladies. Instantly, they sped up, dragging the several hundred kilograms of sandbags and quickly fleeing from their original position. Boom! Just as Luffy and Ace left their spot, the pebble smashed into the water, creating a huge pit. Damn it, Chen Mo, you wait for me. Stubborn Ace shouted angrily while running ahead. Ha ha! Now that looks like the spirit of youth. Would Chen Mo be angry at rebellious Ace? Of course not. Magnanimous Chen Mo lightly exerted some force, easily catching up with the two, then threw the pebble in his hand again, and soon 2 pebbles were thrown out simultaneously. Double happiness. Watch out. Oh. Ace and Luffy thought they had reached their limit, but as soon as they saw the 2 pebbles coming simultaneously, a surge of new strength rushed forth. With a series of roars, Ace and Luffy's speed surged, narrowly dodging the pebbles that brushed past them. Damn it. Chinamo, I'm going to kill you later. Ace stubbornly protested. 3 times lucky. 3 pebbles were thrown out again. I won't let you go. Just wait. Would Ace easily beg for mercy? Impossible. For seasons of peace. Damn it, Chinamo, I must kill you. 5 blessings arriving. Ace, I'm begging you. Don't provoke Grandpa anymore. I'm about to die. Luffy pleaded with a soft voice towards Ace. 6-6 great smoothness. Grandpa, we were wrong. In front of the choice between dignity and life, Ace and Luffy both decided to temporarily abandon their principles. 7 stars bring good news. Grandpa, we're going to die. We're really going to die. I can't do it anymore. So smooth. Bastard, we were wrong. Are you coming back? Ace, united as one. Ace and Luffy truly have no strength left to beg for mercy, only a desire to survive, pushing them to keep running. Perfect. Among the pebbles, there happened to be exactly 10 left. Chen Mo clasped them in both hands and smashed them all down, sending the most sincere blessings to Luffy and Ace. Watching as Luffy and Ace dodged them one after another, Chen Mo couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Indeed, if you don't push yourself, you'll never know how strong you can be. In the first half hour, Ace and Luffy shuffled along for ages and barely covered 100 meters. But when their beloved grandpa made a move, what did they discover? In less than half an hour, they had fled nearly 10 kilometers, a progress that could be described as transcending dimensions. It's no wonder Chinamo felt a bit proud and satisfied. After all, it was under his wholehearted encouragement that they achieved this level. This wasn't Chen Mo joking. His actions were genuinely aimed at encouraging Luffy and Ace, not just applying a bit of pressure. You see, in the recent pebble throwing segment, Chen Mo had practically given them an ocean of leeway. Otherwise, with Chen Mo's observation haki, how could he throw over 50 pebbles without hitting them even once? In fact, before each pebble left his hand, Chen Mo used his observation haki to foresee their future actions, perfectly predicting their movements, ensuring the pebbles landed in places that wouldn't hurt them but could still motivate them. Quite gentle indeed. If Chen Mo's many students knew this, they might even become jealous of Luffy and Ace, considering that in the past, Chen Mo's observation haki hadn't developed to the point of predicting the future. As for the processes and outcomes of those students' training, it's easy to imagine. After all, isn't it normal to occasionally miss? Chen Mo suddenly noticed that after Luffy and Ace reached the finish line, they had sunk underwater for several minutes without coming up. Chapter 217, Motivation. 4th update. After Chen Mo pulled the drowned Luffy and Ace up, he found they were still conscious. This spared him the trouble of considering artificial respiration. Look at you, want to be pirates like this? To motivate their fighting spirit, Chen Mo timely offered warmth. Sure enough, after feeling Chen Mo's encouragement and warmth, Luffy and Ace, who had just been lying on the ground like salted fish, instantly became energetic. Bastard, we want to be pirates, not targets. Ace shouted at Chen Mo as angrily as ever. Even the baby-faced Luffy was unwilling to be outdone, saying, Exactly. So let me ask you a question. As a scholar, apart from Robin, I have never lost in debates, and I immediately asked, after becoming pirates, if the Navy chases you every day, do they not treat you like targets and fire cannonballs at you? Or do they come to catch up and offer warmth instead? This question left Ace and Luffy speechless. Living in the weakest sea, the East Blue, they often heard the Navy proclaiming how they bombarded which pirate crew today. And tomorrow they would chase after which pirate for so long. Even in the Goya kingdom, near the uncertain endpoint, it is said that a once glorious pirate crew, the Bruges pirates, is still holed up in the port, traumatized by the Navy's bombardments, too scared to go to sea even now. So, Ace and Luffy are very clear that after becoming pirates, they will inevitably face blockades, chases, and cannon fire from the Navy. Thus, Grandpa is supporting your dreams by training you to the best of his ability, hoping that your future can be even more exciting. Chen Mo spoke to Ace and Luffy with a truly sincere attitude about his heartfelt efforts. So that's how it is. I forgive you for almost killing me just now. Grandpa, the simple-minded Luffy, hearing this, seemed to doubt whether he had thought through the logic, and he grinned foolishly. Fool, this bastard is tricking us. Compared to the simple Luffy, Ace was much more cunning. He didn't believe a single punctuation mark of Chen Mo's words, knocking Luffy on the head and disdainfully saying, "Who are you calling a bastard?" Chen Mo bent down, leaning close to Ace, and asked with a smile. Ace stiffened, his mouth twitching a few times. But ultimately, he didn't have the courage to desperately seek death, forcing a dry smile and saying, "Hee Grandpa, I said I was a bastard." Exactly, exactly, Luffy echoed repeatedly, smoothly earning a glare from Ace. TCH. Chen Mo crossed his arms, graciously ignoring Ace's tricks, and said, "Let's move on to the next item. Let's start with push-ups." At this moment, Ace could no longer act tough. He thought that after experiencing hell in the sea, if he just endured, it would come to an end. However, Ace then remembered 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, 10 kilometers of running. He had only just gone through one item. Just looking at the so-called 10 kilometers of running, one could guess that the following items would only get more extreme. What kind of warm-up exercise is this? It's clearly a torture chamber. This bastard Chen Mo must have a grudge against Roger, right? Now he just wants an excuse to cut off Roger's bloodline. Thinking this, Ace and Luffy both lay down on the ground in unison, looking as if they would willingly accept whatever fate awaited them. Anyway, they couldn't move anymore. At least today, Ace and Luffy didn't want to move at all. They would temporarily stop being pirates. Today, their dreams were closed for business. Now Ace and Luffy just wanted to lie there soaking up the sun, letting the salt from the seawater dry out. Being a salted fish seemed quite good. In fact, Chen Mo was just joking. As a qualified and excellent teacher, Chen Mo could see at a glance the physical condition of Ace and Luffy. They had barely managed to push their limits a couple of times. For a couple of kids, that was about enough. If they pushed further, it could very likely cause irreparable damage to their bodies. After all, not everyone has some special abilities like Chen Mo. Most are ordinary people, right? Moreover, Chen Mo actually felt quite sorry for Ace and Luffy. He was just being tough on them with some physical training for their future. The body is the capital of revolution, since they have all accepted training from the Revolutionary Army's teacher Chun. Ahem. People from the Revolutionary Army, they naturally count as part of the Revolutionary Army, so it's important to have good health. Moreover, drifting on the sea, if one's health is poor, it can lead to seasickness, which is a fatal weakness for a pirate. If that's the case, then Ace and Luffy's only option would be to switch careers to become mountain bandits or something. After all, they're all thieves, and it's likely not much different. At that time, Chen Mo could hide a two-piece on the Red Continent, let all the mountain bandits climb the Red Continent together, and secretly give Ace and Luffy a hint to let them enter the finals, with the winner obtaining the two-piece treasure. This could be considered indirectly fulfilling their dreams, right? Seeing your weak and powerless appearance, I'll let it go for today. Get up. In order to keep the flames in Ace and Luffy's hearts from extinguishing, Chen Mo did not forget to encourage them again, which spared them, and he took to dragging them back home. And the virtuous. This word seems a bit off. Ahem. And like a big sister taking care of Chen Mo, Luffy and Ace S. Robin had already taken care of the Sea King that Chen Mo casually killed at night, preparing breakfast for the three of them. Immediately, upon returning home, Ace and Luffy showed no trace of their previous lethargy, as if they had been reborn, scrambling for food. However, before Ace and Luffy could shove the food into their mouths, they once again received a heavy blow from Chen Mo on their heads. Etiquette, do you understand? Grandpa hasn't eaten yet. What are you in such a hurry for? Chen Mo asked lightly, looking at Ace and Luffy whose heads were smoking. Faced with Chen Mo's unmatched power, their survival instinct ultimately overcame their appetite, and Ace and Luffy obediently sat aside, waiting for Chen Mo to be seated. Robin, holding a cup of coffee, couldn't help but smile gently at the warm and harmonious scene before her, a sense of inexplicable tranquility and warmth rising from her heart. Chapter 218. The self-cultivation of pirates. After more than half an hour, another Sea King contributed to humanity. If this sea king knew of its fate, it would surely feel proud, because the one cooking it was the world's only archaeologist, the beautiful and gentle Nico Robin. More importantly, the one it contributed to was the extremely good-looking, refined, and kind Nico Chen Mo. Even the leftovers were enjoyed by the well-connected Monkey D, Luffy, and poor Gas D Ace. It can be said that, even among all the sea kings on the dining tables around the world, those who could receive this honor are not many. Of course, according to the current trend, about 3 sea kings might have a very low probability of receiving this honor every day. After all, 3 meals a day cannot be missed. Otherwise, someone might complain that Chen Mo is abusing the 2 children, Luffy and Ace, which would be unjust. I'm alive, Luffy said, patting his bulging belly, feeling exhilarated. At this moment, Luffy felt that all his previous fatigue had vanished, and even if he had to do it all over again. Ahem, better not do it again, it's hard to survive. Not to mention Luffy, even the relatively proud Ace wore a satisfied expression at this moment. Chen Mo understood their feelings very well. The feeling of being filled and fulfilled is indeed an unparalleled experience. This is the joy of being full. The joy of foodie. Well, since we've skipped the warm-up exercises and had breakfast, let's start the next lesson. Chen Mo casually took the handkerchief Robin handed him, wiped the corner of his mouth, and said nonchalantly. Chen Mo's tone was casual, but to Luffy and Ace, it sounded like a thunderclap. There's more to come? Luffy stammered. At this moment, Luffy inexplicably felt that perhaps surviving was just for the next death. Do you really think that a day's time, with just a little warm-up, is enough? Chen Mo asked in surprise. I said it was just a warm-up exercise. What do you think it was? If Chen Mo could hear Ace's inner voice, he would surely hear 2 words filled with fear and anger: execution. However, even after Chen Mo explained repeatedly, Ace and Luffy still looked unwilling, lying on the ground like 2 full salted fish, not wanting to move at all. TSK. Don't worry, aside from the morning warm-up exercises, the rest will just be some enjoyable time doing hands-on activities, exercises, and thinking. Chen Mo had no choice but to explain again. Really? Ace's eyes were still filled with distrust and skepticism towards Chen Mo. Forget it. Chen Mo shook his head. After all, patience is limited. Pure reasoning cannot properly educate these 2 little rascals. So when Chen Mo pointed his finger at Luffy and Ace, they immediately understood that their grandpa's words were quite credible and with immense trust and agreement. They followed Chen Mo into the study. Well, since both of you have such a consistent dream of becoming pirates, then you must master the following knowledge. Chen Mo knocked on the desk, attracting Luffy and Ace's attention, then handed them a piece of paper. The books listed on it are the basics you need to learn. Once you master the knowledge above, I will deepen your learning of other extended content based on your progress. Ace, a bit confused, took the paper from Chen Mo's hand and looked at it with Luffy. Overview of climate in the Grand Line Study of Ocean Currents, detailed explanation of nautical charts, illustrated guide to devil fruits on the self-cultivation of pirate crew captains, 100 common diseases and treatment methods and navigation methods for maintaining treasures. Ace and Luffy quickly read through the text above and found that it listed over 100 books covering almost all aspects of navigation. What is this? Ace and Luffy, as the second generation, could basically understand the basic text, and they could roughly understand the meanings of the book titles. But just imagining having to memorize the contents of these hundreds of books made them shiver all over. Ahem. Chen Mo lightly coughed and said, the books mentioned above were confirmed by Grandpa Gon last night, who contacted students currently engaged in the pirate profession over the sea. They can be considered a summary of experiences from your seniors. Since there are only about 100 books, I roughly estimated that it's about 2 to 3 million words. So my requirement for you is to memorize all of them. Millions of words. Memorize? As soon as Luffy heard these 2 phrases, he felt as if his vision was filled with a dense mass of text. Clearly, Luffy was trying hard to see what the words were, but he felt dizzy instead. No way, Grandpa Gon, I get dizzy from words. The honest Luffy said to Chen Mo in a sweet voice, sincerely. As for the hot-tempered Ace, he exploded on the spot, slamming his hand on the table, and said with conviction, if I could do everything, why would I need partners and little brothers? Oh, so, you mean you could do nothing? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and asked playfully, if your crewmates were turned against you by the Navy or the world government, if the cook poisoned you, if the navigator led you into a trap, if the doctor deliberately prescribed the wrong medicine, could you tell? Or would you just lie on the ground and shout for help after getting caught? Ace was once again at a loss for words. Is the sea really that complicated? Isn't the battle between pirates a life-and-death struggle where the winner takes all and the loser returns to the sea? Why did it quickly turn into traps, poison, and schemes? Besides, is a few million words a lot? Memorizing 10,000 words a day would only take about a year. Chen Mo simply explained this calculation. And I'm not asking for your opinions. I'm informing you, Chen Mo said with an undeniable tone, fully aware of the mischief of the kids. At this moment, Ace and Luffy both completely slumped down, just as they had escaped physical torment. Now, it was time for mental torment. We just want to be simple pirates. Is it really that hard? Chapter 219, on the serious consequences of being poor. Chen Mo was, of course, a very democratic person. He patiently listened to Ace and Luffy's opinions and protests, giving them enough respect and status. After all, Chen Mo was once an 8-year-old child and naturally understood that respect and understanding are very important, even for a child. However, since Ace and Luffy's ideas were always too immature, all their opinions and protests were cautiously rejected by Chen Mo, and he executed the original plan he had set. Word for word, how can a pirate who can't even memorize 100 books become a thoughtful and cultured pirate? Even if Ace and Luffy are kind-hearted and hate evil, they won't degenerate into scum who enjoy killing and plundering. But if they end up like that Shanks guy in the future, only occasionally being intelligent and imposing, and otherwise just drinking and boasting, Chen Mo thought it would be better not to let them go out to sea. After all, there are plenty of drunks in the ocean, and they wouldn't be missed. So, under Chen Mo's painstaking and patient guidance, Ace and Luffy embarked on the path of reading, as well as enhancing their personal qualities and spiritual realm. Every day, they would start with some warm-up exercises to ensure they had a good mental state to greet the day. Following breakfast, they would have reading time until noon. They would study the relevant knowledge needed to be a pirate according to the book list Chen Mo prepared for them. As for the afternoon and evening, it was their time to run wild, whether teaming up to cause mischief or going on adventures in the forest. During this time, Chen Mo had only one requirement for them: not to destroy the villagers' belongings like little brats. If any issues arose that required compensation, Chen Mo would directly tie them up to work off the debt. Of course, the adventurous Ace and Luffy had also tried breaking the rule of not coming home at night. But when a sword aura descended from the sky and carved the word death in front of them, they became obedient children once again. Just kidding. Chen Mo recorded their life fluctuations, and as long as Luffy and Ace didn't run out of the Goa Kingdom, Chen Mo could always locate them using observation hockey. Want to run away? Days passed, and Ace and Luffy surprisingly adapted to this lifestyle. One must say, human adaptability is simply unscientific. Even if Ace and Luffy had to endure what felt like hellish torture during their warm-up exercises every morning. However, they held on tightly, thinking about the delicious breakfast that awaited them, constantly pushing their physical limits without breaking down mentally. The reading and memorization sessions after breakfast felt like the most boring and tedious phase of their lives for Ace and Luffy. Luffy even boredly counted how many characters were on the pages several times and showed no interest in seriously looking at the content of books. In Luffy's words, he gets dizzy from words, suffering from a condition where seeing dense text makes him feel lightheaded. But it was okay. After Chen Mo assessed Luffy's progress, he humanely adjusted the rules a bit. If he didn't memorize over 1,000 words in a day, he would have to stay in the study all day, counting which of the randomly selected 10 books had the most strokes. After Luffy experienced this taste, he suddenly realized that reading and memorizing could actually be a joyful thing. Awesome. I love reading. Now, even tempting Luffy with food couldn't shake his will to study. However, as Ace and Luffy's lives gradually got on track, Chen Mo became increasingly troubled every day. The reason for his troubles ultimately boiled down to one word: poverty. After all, the purchasing power of 100,000 berries is really not high. Even though Chen Mo could manage food, firewood, drinking water, etc. on his own, there were still many daily necessities that required spending berries, especially with Ace and Luffy, the two little rascals who were like living money pits, gradually consuming Chen Mo's only savings, 100,000 berries, down to nothing. By the time Chen Mo realized it, he found that he didn't even have enough to start a stall selling words. Chen Mo's entrepreneurial plans were thus ruined. At this moment, Chen Mo regretted not asking that old bastard Garp for some alimony. Grunt? Just because of these 3 words, Chen Mo momentarily lost his mind and inexplicably took on the burden of 2 children. Fortunately, Luffy and Ace didn't recognize Chen Mo as their godfather back then. Otherwise, Chen Mo would really be an unexpected father. Chen Mo, give me money. Chen Mo hesitated multiple times as he picked up the fax phone, wanting to send this message to his wealthy students. However, Every time he reached the critical moment, he abandoned such a tempting idea. A teacher borrowing money from students. What kind of propriety is that? Is there any justice? Is there any law? Wouldn't that just teach students the example of starving their teacher? After all, starving to death is a small matter, but losing one's integrity is a big deal. Chen Mo's integrity is a priceless treasure. How could he forsake it for a mere 5 measures of rice? Oh, the worry. Chen Mojian, deeply troubled, realized that he had been gradually developing into a melancholic, handsome man recently. It was too difficult. During the day, he was so troubled that he couldn't even focus on reading, wandering aimlessly in the backyard. No, he couldn't delay any longer. He must resolve the issue of poverty as soon as possible. Chen Mo clenched his left fist and heavily pounded it onto his right palm, muttering to himself. This issue had severely affected the harmony of the world and needed to be solved quickly, gathering all wisdom and strength to eliminate the problem of poverty. After all, if Chen Mo was so worried, he wouldn't be able to focus on reading. Without focus on reading, he wouldn't be able to study centrifuges. Without studying centrifuges, it would be difficult to produce uranium. Without uranium, how could nuclear weapons be made? Without nuclear weapons, how could there be nuclear peace? For this chaotic and disorderly world, how serious would it be to lack nuclear peace? This would mean that the harmonious new era would be hard to usher in quickly. When considering that such a small matter could have such interconnected implications, even affecting the happiness and well-being of countless civilians, Chen Mo became so tense that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Think carefully. While Chen Mo was rapidly thinking, he unconsciously started tapping his nails on the ground, and the sword energy shot down, creating a deep, bottomless, small hole in the ground. While pondering ways to make a fortune, Chen Mo suddenly noticed that the small hole he had inadvertently created was gurgling with a transparent liquid. Curious, he took a taste. The transparent liquid was salty and warm. Huh, why does this feel so familiar? Chapter 220. Hot spring. This is spring water. Chen Mo suddenly realized, somewhat awakening from a dream. Hot springs are one of the scarce resources in this sea. After all, the land in this world is mostly distributed in scattered islands over the sea. Finding an island among the countless stars that connects to the Earth's veins and happens to have a hot spring below is simply too difficult. If it weren't for that bastard Long who had once tempted Chen Mo with the condition of soaking in hot springs to persuade him to teach students, Chen Mo would never have tried such high-end enjoyment in this sea. At this moment, when Chen Mo looked at the transparent liquid gushing from the small hole, what he saw was not hot spring water, but cute bills. Making money is that simple, as long as you have a hot spring in your backyard. Sure enough, it seems that good-looking people are favored by heaven. Chen Mo clasped his hands behind his back, as if he had already expected this. However, when happiness came too suddenly, Chen Mo felt a bit conflicted. After all, this place is his home. He can't just tear it down to build a hot spring resort, right? For Chen Mo, who just wanted to earn a little money to maintain the daily expenses of this home, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? So this idea merely flashed through Chen Mo's mind before he dismissed it. Nothing is more important than home, not to mention a mere hot spring. Even if there were so-called one-piece treasures hidden below, if it disturbed Chen Mo's house, it would be the end for anyone involved. Ultimately, considering the significance of this matter, Chen Mo stepped firmly on the small hot spring hole to prevent wasting the spring water resources, then returned to the living room to discuss with Robin, who was reading. Listening to Chen Mo's account, Robin felt her head filled with question marks. Her brother casually wandered around the backyard and dug out a hot spring? Is a world that absurd? At this moment, Robin inexplicably felt that her brother might be the legendary Chosen One. Wait, if Chen Mo is the Chosen One, then what does that make her? Who picked him up? The Chosen One. The Chosen One's mother? Ahem, the Chosen One's sister? Shaking her head, Robin dismissed all those nonsensical thoughts and couldn't help but mock herself. It seems that life has been too comfortable recently. She didn't expect to have the mind to think about such random things. Of course, the comfort Robin mentioned only referred to her mental state. In reality, even now, Robin was synchronously controlling 2 derived clones to train, enhancing her physique, and trying to master armament hockey. Back to the main topic. Facing such a natural treasure trove of a hot spring, unfortunately, neither Chen Mo nor Robin were people who cared about small amounts of money. Therefore, they ultimately regarded the management of this hot spring as a daily pastime, merely to earn a bit of daily expenses. 3 days later, under Chen Mo's diligent guidance, and with the help of Ace and Luffy, who volunteered as child laborers, a small hot spring resort was successfully established in a backyard. Since this hot spring resort only had one pool and only catered to women, Chen Mo named this hot spring resort the Leisure Pavilion. With the successful opening of the hot spring resort, women from the surrounding villages flocked to it, far exceeding the capacity of a single pool. There was no helping it. For the common people in the Goya kingdom, a hot spring was a rare existence. And since both Chen Mo and Robin did not intend to make a fortune from it, the prices were set quite low, essentially half buy and half giveaway. With so many conditions stacked together, the reputation of the Leisure Hot Spring Pavilion suddenly spread in the surrounding villages, with women wanting to come and try out flocking in droves every day. Of course, it wasn't just women. Many men were also eager, wishing they could rush into the Leisure Hot Spring Pavilion's pool. The hot spring was one key. Having only one pool was also a key. Unfortunately, no matter how those men pressured or tempted, even the village chief of Windmill Village, leaning on his cane and wobbling, approached Chen Mo with an attitude as if he were about to pass away, wanting to soak in the hot spring. Chen Mo always upheld the principle of only serving women. It's not that Chen Mo was ungrateful, but he was very clear about those men's psychology. Bah, they were all scumbags, big pigs trotters. Such despicable thoughts made Chen Mo, as a fellow man, feel ashamed. A little beauty can easily lead one astray. Indeed, there's a reason why those villagers languish in their small village. If they can't even resist such a slight temptation, how can they achieve anything in life? How can they realize their self-worth? Besides having a house and land in their hometown and a house full of children and grandchildren, what other dreams can they have? In contrast, Chen Mo is quite satisfied with Luffy's performance. This silly goose, cough cough. This Luffy has indeed learned some of Chen Mo's good qualities, remaining unmoved by beauty. After the hot springs business hours every night, Luffy has been very dutifully serving as the cashier. No matter how those women tease him with sweet words, Luffy steadfastly adheres to his principle of 100 berries per person, until one day, when Robin casually checked the accounts and found that the evening's revenue had significantly decreased. After some questioning, it was discovered that Luffy's principle of 100 berries per person was easily broken by meat. To put accurately, Luffy's principle is either pay money or give meat. So that night, Chen Mo had to put in some effort to correct Luffy's principle. Meat is more important than money, sure, but you can't use someone else's money to exchange for your own meat. This is a fundamental issue of values. As a result, that night, Luffy was beaten badly, so badly that Ace couldn't sleep after hearing Luffy's cries. Only when the night was quiet did Ace dare to hide his head under the blanket and laugh with sympathy. As he laughed, Ace inexplicably felt a pang of sadness. Damn it, he also wanted to be that cashier, to soak in the hot springs. Unfortunately, not only did Ace feel sad about this, but even Chen Mo privately regretted it. Whether it's about women or not, what's important is that Chen Mo also wanted to soak in the hot springs. After all, Chen Mo felt that his body was deteriorating, and soaking in hot springs has the effects of prolonging life, strengthening the body, and improving skin tone. More importantly, Chen Mo was very worried about Robin, who has the power of a devil fruit, being alone in the hot spring after business hours. Facing such a situation where accidents could happen at any time, Chen Mo wished he could personally go in and accompany her. After all, she is his beloved Robin. How could Chen Mo not care? Chapter 221, Letter, 4th Update. Unfortunately, as soon as Chen Mo thought of the cold expression on Robin's face when she said, "Dare to step into the hot spring one step," Robin did not explicitly mention the consequences, but Chen Mo completely abandoned the idea and impulse to go in. This was not from the heart, but because Chen Mo did not want to see his beloved Robin angry. Sigh. Let's leave it at that for today. Chen Mo looked down at Luffy, who looked like a pig's head after being beaten and felt a bit sorry, soothingly said, "Luffy, as the saying goes, when you get hit, it's the heart of your grandpa that hurts. You mustn't hurt your grandpa like this again." Luffy's swollen lips looked like bananas as he mumbled. Although Chen Mo couldn't quite understand what Luffy meant, looking at Luffy's pitiful and helpless little eyes, he somehow understood Luffy's meaning. "Then hurry back to your room and get some sleep. Take care of your injuries. You have to work hard tomorrow morning too." Chen Mo felt that as a grandpa, he should give Luffy some appropriate encouragement, so he spoke in a very gentle tone. Hearing this, Luffy said nothing and hurriedly ran downstairs, eager to escape from the terrifying room. After Luffy left, Chen Mo continued to use his observation haki to cover the area, preventing any evildoers from approaching the hot spring and disturbing Robin's bathing, while also studying his peace mode. Since Chen Mo had his initial concept of the peace mode, aside from successfully applying this idea to his swordsmanship, He hadn't made much progress on energy storage and release until now. Ultimately, the key issue is stability. If it's just about applying to the explosive force of soared intent, there is no need to consider stability at all. You can directly compress, collide, and release to greatly increase power. However, when it comes to energy storage and release, one must consider maintaining energy stability in a steady state to avoid going berserk. Otherwise, Chen Mojian be adding a core energy source for himself, but turning himself into a nuclear weapon that could explode at any moment. It is precisely because Chen Mo has not completed his theoretical work in this area that even though he can perfectly control the cells in his body, he still feels at a loss. Now, with Chen Mo becoming more familiar with the nuclear series of sword techniques, his energy output has also greatly increased. In other words, Chen Mo has discovered that his output ability is getting stronger, but his sustained combat ability has significantly decreased as a result. This is truly a sad story. Chen Mo never expected that as he grew up, his sustained combat ability would become worse. A few years ago, when he fought that bastard dragon, he could fight for 3 days and 3 nights without catching his breath. Now, Chen Mo might, at most, perhaps, only be able to fight for 2 days and 2 nights. Of course, compared to his past attacks that would cause no fatal harm to Dragon. Now, with a nuclear series of techniques, Chen Mo guarantees that as long as Dragon's lazy body takes a few hits, he will definitely kneel down and call him adoptive father on the spot. Inspiration. Inspiration. Chen Mo's pen tip unintentionally tapped lightly on the notebook while guarding Robin, pondering related ideas. Unfortunately, inspiration is not something that can just be obtained. Coupled with Chen Mo's keen hearing, he could always hear the sound of water splashing nearby, making it impossible to concentrate. It's not that Chen Mo's mind is wandering, but the environment is too noisy. It's simply not a good time to think. Helpless, Chen Mo had no choice but to heavily mark the priority of the peace mode, elevating it to a level that could compete with the research priority of the centrifuge. After all, for a man, sustained combat ability is too important. Otherwise, ending up with something like eating for 2 or 3 days and fighting for just 2 hours would be too pitiful. The night gradually deepened. Temporarily putting aside the issue of peace mode, Chen Mo took out a sea stone box from the corner of the study. Moonlight illuminated the open box, revealing neatly folded paper cranes. These are the letters Chen Mo has accumulated over the past 6 years, recording the little bits and pieces of his life, as well as his thoughts of Robin over the past 6 years. Unfortunately, when Chen Mo reunited with Robin on Sabadi Archipelago, he completely neglected this due to Robin's injury. Later on, Chen Mo angrily ascended to the Holy Land myriad, followed by the slave incident, and then a full 2 days of replenishing energy. By the time Chen Mo reacted again, he had already adapted to living with Robin, yet he had never had the chance to deliver these letters to Robin. Chen Mo took out a paper crane from the Hailu stone box, carefully unfolded it, and began to read his letters from years ago. Missing Nico Robin on the 520th day. Today I asked Mr. Long for your whereabouts for the 75th time. I wonder if Sister Robin, you are happy and safe. In the quiet of the night, recalling the bits and pieces of the past, a silent pain arose in his heart. After reading for a moment, Chen Mo felt a mix of emotions. But more than that, he felt a bit embarrassed. How old was he back then? It seemed like he was just over 10 years old. Was he out his mind at that time? How did he write such things? Thinking of this, Chen Mo's face turned slightly red. Slap. After folding the letter back into a paper crane and placing it inside, he heavily closed the Hailu stone box again. Did he really have so many sentimental feelings back then? It seemed better not to show this kind of thing to Sister Robin. Otherwise, if she saw it, it might become his lifelong black history. With this thought, Chen Mo stuffed the Hailu stone box into the most inconspicuous corner of the study. At the same time, in the royal palace of Amazon Lily on Nine Snake Island, far away from Windmill Village, Boa Hancock, who had just officially ascended to the throne as the Empress of Amazon Lily today, was still wearing her coronation robe, quietly sitting by her desk, recording something on paper. On the 52nd day since parting with Lord Nico, Chen Mo, today, I defeated all the warriors of Nine Snake Island and officially became the new empress. Observation acquis, armament acquis, concourses acquis, kicking technique, etc. I have become the strongest person on Nine Snake Island. However, I refuse to understand or practice hand-to-hand combat techniques. Dirty opponents do not deserve to touch my hands. My hands are only meant to touch Lord Chen Mo. Chapter 222, Lovesickness, 5th update. No one knows how much this girl has grown and sacrificed in just 52 days. No matter how gifted Hancock is, in this short time, she transformed from a slave into the strongest warrior of Nine Snake Island, defeating all who dare to challenge her with her kicking techniques and other hard skills, without using the powers of a devil fruit. Perhaps in this sea, belief is indeed an unparalleled strength. Hancock, in order to rid herself of her past as a slave and to gain a position worthy of standing beside Lord Chen Mo, she has repeatedly pushed her limits in these 52 days, growing stronger at a speed that even Grandma Gorliosa could only stare at in disbelief. After all, the conqueror's haki Hancock possesses is merely a ticket to becoming the Empress of Amazon Lily. But for the Nine-Snake Warrior tribe, strength is the most powerful and authoritative voice. Hancock also does not allow anyone stronger than her to exist in her country. She wants to completely control and dominate Amazon Lily. Hey, Sister Sonia, it's so late at night. Should we remind the Empress to go to bed? After all, she has worked hard all day and needs to get up tomorrow to handle state affairs and train, said Boa Marigold, peeking her head around the dormitory door. A bit worried, Boa Sander Sonia sighed helplessly at her words. Let her be. After all, for the current Empress, this is her only solace. Hearing this, Marigold could only remain silent and guard outside Hancock's room. After all, even Grandma Gorliosa had mentioned Hancock's behavior several times, reluctantly giving up and even subtly supporting it. Because for the women of the Nine-Snake tribe, lovesickness can indeed be fatal. And the only way to cure lovesickness is, needless to say, to find the object of one's affection. Otherwise, Grandma Gorliosa wouldn't have given up being an empress and fled to the sea in search of her beloved. Of course, there are other ways to alleviate lovesickness. For instance, Hancock's current method of expressing her emotions through letters may not completely cure it, but it should be fine to delay it for a few years. As for what happens in a few years, Grandma Gorliosa can't worry about that much. At least, let's wait for Nine Snake Island to get through the current crisis first. Resources are scarce, strong warriors are in short supply, and even the Nine Snake Pirates have little left to organize personnel for sailing. If Hancock hadn't emerged to ascend to the throne as the Empress of Amazon Lily, Grandma Gorliosa would have to consider sacrificing the country's autonomy and applying to join the ranks of the world government to ensure the survival of Amazon Lily. As the night grew cooler, Hancock, who was quietly recording her thoughts, felt no chill at all. Instead, she felt a warm sensation in her heart, as if she were still accompanied by Lord Chen Mo. The smile that curled at the corners of Hancock's mouth was so beautiful it could topple kingdoms. So breathtaking. It wasn't merely the charm emitted from activating the sweet, sweet fruit, but rather Hancock's intense yearning and love that radiated from within. Under this charm, even stones would willingly bow down to this stunning girl. Unfortunately, this special and unparalleled charm only emanated from Hancock when she recalled that lord in her heart. This smile was not seen by men from the outside world, nor had Hancock's own sisters had the fortune to witness it. The only ones fortunate enough to witness this moment were the sheets of paper laid out on her desk, densely filled with powerful yet tender words. After a long time, Hancock carefully stored away the paper filled with writing, hoping that one day this letter could be held in the hands of that lord for reading. Lord Chen Mo, one day I will be strong enough to catch your eye and be able to help you. At that time, it will be when we reunite once more. Hancock lay on her bed in a half-dream state, as if she vaguely saw Lord Chen Mo watching her from the starry sky outside, and it seemed like he was saying, let's get married. Hancock, sure enough, she fell asleep, and in her dreams, there was everything. At the bedside, Boa Sander Sonia, who had covered Hancock with a blanket, looked at her sleeping sister's face, which was radiating immense happiness, and guessed something immediately. On the other side, at this moment, Monkey D. Dragon, who was busy and finally finished dealing with the accumulated trivial matters, suddenly remembered Chun Mo's intention to go to Windmill Village. Vice Admiral, how is Teacher Chen's recent situation? Dragon looked at the Vice Admiral standing beside him, who had been accompanying him in handling affairs late into the night, and asked casually, report to the captain. As for such important information, the Vice Admiral, who had memorized it in advance, replied without hesitation. Teacher Chen has been staying at Windmill Village in the East Seas Goa Kingdom recently, and according to Lord Yuichi's intelligence feedback, Teacher Chen also instructed him to build a research base on a nearby deserted island. Research base? Dragon's brows furrowed slightly. The information reported by the Vice Admiral was quite different from what he had expected. Shouldn't the old man have been beaten up by that brat Chen Mo? Or the brat Chen Mo be crying out after being beaten by the old man? How did it suddenly turn to building a research base? However, Dragon thought that Chen Mo might just want to tinker with something for fun, so he didn't take it too seriously. After all, Based on Chen Mo's consistent behavior, he was only truly interested in two things: reading and Nico Robin. As for research or anything like that, that brat Chen Mo might have a wealth of theoretical knowledge, but he would probably be too lazy to put it into practice. Besides these, has teacher Chen had any conflicts with anyone? Dragon never believed that with Chen Mo and Carp's tempers, they wouldn't end up fighting. Yes, the Vice Admiral nodded. Let's hear it. Immediately, Dragon's interest was piqued. This was what he wanted to hear. Chapter 223. Movements from all sides. Moments later, Dragon's expression changed from playful to interesting. From interesting to pleasant, from pleasant to dumbfounded. Until finally he was gritting his teeth. I'll become an unexpected father? Chen Mojian. You bastard. How dare you take advantage of me like this? You made yourself my son's godfather. What do you want? Dragon never expected that he only wanted his son to benefit from Chen Mo's unique magnetic field, so that Luffy could further develop his potential. He thought that Chen Mo would at most just take Luffy as a student. According to Dragon's calculations, he wouldn't lose anything. However, Dragon calculated everything, but overlooked that his son's old father had actually arranged a godfather for Luffy. At this moment, Dragon felt as if his father, Old Man Carp, had dug a pit for him, and after he jumped in, he happily covered it up himself. After a long while, Dragon, both angry and helpless, waved to the Vice Admiral and ordered, "Seal off the situation regarding Teacher Chen within the organization. No one is allowed to access it except me." However, in response to Dragon's command, the Vice Admiral's face looked extremely grim, murmuring that she didn't dare to accept this order. What's wrong? Dragon looked at this capable and sharp female Vice Admiral, who was usually decisive and whom he recognized, but who was now hesitating to respond. Captain, for some reason, this piece of information has already been copied by those qualified to access it, including Lord Ivankov and Mr. Kuma, and now to seal it off again would be very difficult. The Vice Admiral organized her words and answered as concisely as possible. In other words, the entire upper echelons of the Revolutionary Army already knew about this experience of Teacher Chen, and now you want me to seal off the information? I'm truly powerless. Dragon's face instantly stiffened, and his mind involuntarily conjured images of those bastards mocking him behind his back. After all this time, it turned out that he was the last one in the Revolutionary Army to learn about his inexplicable new godfather situation. Forget it. To hell with the godfather. I don't want this son, Luffy. However, in the end, Dragon thought about it and suppressed this impulse. After all, he was already at that age, and wanting to have another son was like climbing to the sky, truly beyond his ability. So, the bloodline of the monkey family would ultimately have to be inherited by that foolish kid Luffy. At most, he just would appear in the same frame as Chen Mo and Luffy anymore. Sigh. After thinking about this, Dragon inexplicably felt exhausted and sighed, waving his hand to indicate that the Vice Admiral, who was unaware of the situation, could go rest. I consider you a close friend, but you want to be my godfather. I didn't expect you to be this kind of teacher, Chun. So cunning, I misjudged you. However, Dragon, for reasons unknown, unexpectedly made some adjustments to the priority of the EC plan. The four names of the Goa Kingdom were heavily marked by Dragon, and all of the above was merely a ripple in this era, which might either trigger a vortex that devours everything or quietly settle down. Even though the statuses and strengths of Chen Mo, Dragon, and others had reached a point where they could influence the situation of the sea, it was still just to that extent. They were far from reaching a level where they could control things, let alone instigate a change that could turn the world upside down. Now, as if welcoming a certain moment in the future, both Dragon and Chen Mo, in their own ways, were preparing and planning for a common ideal. Hidden beneath the rising waves of the sea, many people or forces were steadily gathering strength. Kaido of the Beasts was conquering Wano. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin was forming alliances with underground forces. Whitebeard Edward Newgate was building the maritime family of his dreams. And Marshall D. Teach was taking advantage of this opportunity to sneak into the Whitebeard Pirates, waiting for the right moment. Red-haired Shanks was still wandering in the East Sea, searching for the person who could open the new era mentioned by Captain Roger and for the hidden stone tablet in the East Sea. The Navy was selecting candidates for the Shichibukai. The world government had also begun secretly forming a scientific force to study the power to suppress everything using science. At this time, the research base that Chen Mo requested to build had already been initially completed. So after Luffy and Ace had their time to run free, Chen Mo greeted Robin, explained the situation, and quietly walked to a remote corner of Windmill Village, suddenly soaring into the sky. Once the clouds concealed his figure, Chen Mo broke through the air like a fighter jet, secretly heading toward the deserted island dozens of nautical miles away from the Goa Kingdom. In just a moment, Chen Mo arrived at the deserted island where the research base was established, following the instructions on Yongyi's life card. Teacher. As Chen Mo descended from the sky, Yongyi had already led some of the guards to welcome him. How's the situation? Chen Mo adjusted his glasses and, while using his observation hotkey to scan the surroundings, asked Yongyi, the equipment you ordered has been transported through the organization's channels, and the construction of the research base has been initially completed. Some rare materials have also been entrusted to Yongxi for collection in the New World. Results are expected soon. It is said that a day apart feels like 3 autumns. And at this moment, it felt like more than 10 years had passed for Yongyi, who hadn't seen his teacher for 10 days. Unable to contain his joy, a smile instinctively spread across his face. Coupled with Yongyi's honest long face, he truly resembled an old chrysanthemum that had encountered spring once again. Fortunately, Chen Mo did not notice Yongyi's expression at that moment, and instead led the way into the research base. Otherwise, he might have questioned Yongyi's intentions upon seeing his expression. Half an hour after Chen Mo left Windmill Village, the Red Force slowly approached the port of Windmill Village. Wearing a straw hat, with his right hand resting on the hilt of the famous sword griffin, Shanks stood at the bow of the ship, nostalgically surveying the scene of Windmill Village. The village chief, who had come upon hearing the news, leaned on his cane and looked up at Shanks, saying, "Would you like a glass of fine wine from Windmill Village, Shanks?" "Ha ha ha. Old chief, you're still alive?" Shanks replied with a hint of joy at seeing an old friend. The village chief's smile gradually faded. Chapter 224. A fateful encounter. At this moment, Luffy was clutching a few hundred berries, just as he was buying alcohol for Miss Makino in the tavern. "Luffy, are you buying this for your guardian?" Makino asked softly as she took the berries from Luffy and turned to get him some drinks. However, Luffy, having fully inherited Chun Mo's honest and sincere character, replied straightforwardly, "No, I'm buying it for myself to drink." Makino's movements froze for a moment, and she turned back to return the berries to Luffy's hand, explaining, "Little kids can't drink alcohol." "No." Luffy immediately shouted and made a fuss, saying, "Pirates are said to drink alcohol. I want to be a pirate, so I want to drink too. No matter what, it's not allowed." Makino looked at the ruckus Luffy was causing, showing no impatience, and answered gently but firmly. Suddenly, Luffy's mouth pouted slightly as he said in a childish voice, "Sister Makino, just give me 1 bottle, and I'll give you berries." "No, no." Makino shook her head, raising her index finger and shaking it side to side, saying, "Even if you let me sneak into the leisure hot spring next time, that's still not allowed." Just then, as Luffy was about to say something, a rather weathered voice interrupted. Luffy turned to look and saw a man in a white shirt wearing a straw hat and instinctively asked, "Who are you?" For some reason, when Shanks looked into Luffy's pure eyes, he felt an inexplicable sensation and replied, "I am Shanks, an ordinary pirate." "Shanks, long time no see." Makino also recognized the man in front of her and was quite surprised. "Ha ha ha. Miss Makino, long time no see. I didn't expect you to have grown so beautiful." Shanks laughed heartily. "Pirate?" Luffy's eyes instantly lit up, and he curiously asked, Are you the kind of pirates who are free on the sea?" "Ha ha, little brat. Even if you praise me like that, I won't secretly give you alcohol." Shanks casually placed a box containing a devil fruit on the bar and said, as if it were fate's arrangement, Shanks and Luffy coincidentally met in Makino's tavern, while a group of mountain bandits was on their way riding horses. Luffy, who had always yearned to be a pirate, had never had a chance to get close to any East Blue pirates due to the protection of the Navy and Revolutionary Army, both overt and covert. Shanks was the first living pirate Luffy had ever encountered, and his eyes sparkled as he relentlessly bombarded Shanks with questions. Fortunately, Shanks had a rather childlike nature and showed no airs or reluctance to Luffy's inquiries. After arranging for his companions to take their seats, he enjoyed the long-lost food and wine of Windmill Village while casually sharing with Luffy about the joyful life at sea. He spoke of feasts where one could eat to their heart's content, of companions one could trust with their back, of adventures filled with unknowns and dangers. Hearing this, Luffy felt his blood boil, wishing he could rush home and punch his grandpa 3 to 5 times, grab the berries, and set sail. Shanks, take me with you next time you go to sea." Luffy looked at Shanks with wide, longing eyes and earnestly requested, "I want to be a pirate too." "Ha ha." In response to Luffy's request, the childlike Shanks naturally took the opportunity to tease him. "Someone like you, can you really become a pirate?" "Why not? I'm great at swimming, and I run 10 kilometers every morning." Luffy shouted earnestly in his childish voice. Ha ha! Instantly, many members of the red-haired pirates burst into laughter. They were a crew that traversed the seas, fearless even in the New World, and never expected to receive an application to join with such qualifications. Luffy, no matter how good you were at swimming and running, just that alone won't make you a pirate. Jesus Burgess, who had a child similar in age to Luffy, couldn't help but explain to him, I can also recite and read really well. Luffy recalled Chen Mo's teachings and increased his bargaining chips. Ha ha! Hearing Luffy's innocent words, the members of the red-haired pirates laughed even harder. What do reciting and reading have to do with being a pirate? Ha ha! Does reading make you stronger? Shanks asked with a smile. However, halfway through his laughter, Shanks inexplicably thought of that man who lay on a beach chair reading books every day, but whose strength made no sense. How annoying. Such a person was truly detestable. But my grandpa told me that you have to read 100 books to be considered a barely qualified pirate, Luffy said quite angrily and straightforwardly. Unfortunately, as a seasoned illiterate, Shanks had no desire to bring up books or think about that detestable man. So he simply handed Luffy a glass of juice. All right, don't be angry. Here, have a glass of juice to calm down. Suddenly, Luffy, who had been taught to be quite polite by Chen Mo, instantly forgot what had just happened and joyfully accepted the juice, not forgetting to express his gratitude. Thank you. After that, Luffy held the juice with both hands and happily started drinking. Ha, look, he really is a little guy who loves juice. Shanks watched Luffy, who was happily drinking juice with a cute expression and couldn't help but keep banging on the table, laughing uproariously. Ha! For a moment, the bar was filled with laughter and joy. However, a mountain bandit with a bounty of 8 million berries arrived. The bandit, filled with an imposing aura, kicked the bar's door open as if he were a husky patrolling his territory and walked in. Instantly, everyone in the bar was stunned. Oof. You're disturbing us. As the mountain bandit revealed his true identity in front of the red-haired pirates, he showed a disdainful expression and said with a hint of mockery, Is this what they call pirates? Why do they all look so foolish? Following the high bounty bandit, a dozen followers dressed in white clothes with white headscarves entered, and judging by their proud expressions, they were clearly not ordinary characters. For a moment, under the backdrop of many followers, the bandit with a bounty of 8 million berries seemed to have an overwhelming presence, as if a great figure had arrived. Chapter 225, Gum Fruit Welcome. As the owner of the tavern, Makino maintained her smile and approached, asking, Sir, how can I help you? The high bounty bandit looked around at the pirates with disdain, as if their dumbfounded expressions were due to fear of his might, and arrogantly said, We are mountain bandits, but we are not here to cause trouble. Quickly sell us some alcohol, about 10 barrels. Upon hearing this, Makino sweetly replied, I'm sorry, but we just sold out of alcohol. That is strange. Are these pirates drinking plain water? The high bounty bandit looked at the bottles of alcohol on the pirates' tables and said discontentedly. Makino remained calm in the face of the bandit's dissatisfaction and simply explained, Because the alcohol that was sold is all that we have. Well, that is quite embarrassing. It seems we've drunk all the alcohol here. Shanks, unfazed by the intruding bandits, instead believed that sharing good wine would make it even better, and held out a bottle of unopened wine towards the bandit, saying, Sorry, if you don't mind here, a bottle that hasn't been opened yet. The high bounty bandit looked down at the man with the shabby straw hat, feeling a surge of anger, and swung his fist to smash the bottle in Shanks' hand. Instantly, the fine wine splashed all over Shanks, and even the floor was littered with wine and glass shards. I'm an 8 million berry bandit. A bottle of wine isn't even enough for me to rinse my mouth. Don't look down on me. Hearing the bandit's arrogant words, many members of the red-haired pirates almost burst into laughter. 8 million berries, so scary, however, seeing the serious atmosphere and their captain drenched in wine. They forcefully held back their laughter. Meanwhile, Shanks, facing the bandits' disrespectful behavior, felt no concern at all. Instead, he looked at the wet floor and felt deeply apologetic, muttering, The floor is all wet. I'm sorry, Miss Makino. After saying that, Shanks bent down to clean up. However, this generous act from Shanks only made the high bounty bandit see it as a sign of cowardice, which inflated his arrogance even more. Next, the high bounty bandit drew his valuable sword worth several thousand berries and swept it across the bar, knocking all the cups and plates off the counter. For a moment, the high bounty bandit's imposing presence suppressed the entire room as he arrogantly said, It seems you really enjoy cleaning. Now you can clean to your heart's content. After saying that, the high bounty bandit sheathed his sword and turned to leave. TCH. It's no fun without alcohol. I'm leaving. Goodbye. You pathetic fools. The bandits left the bar with their hands in their pockets, leaving proudly. After a moment, both Shanks and the rest of the crew burst into laughter, as if they had just witnessed a splendid performance. The captain really got bullied badly. Our silly captain really embarrassed himself. That bandit was scary just now, huh? However, while Shanks and the others were laughing without a care, Luffy, who had witnessed the entire scene, was trembling with anger, even causing the orange juice he held to shake. For Luffy, Shanks and the others were the pirates he admired the most, and after some exchanges, he had clearly regarded them as his friends. Now, seeing the pirates he admired being bullied so badly by a group of bandits, how could Luffy not be angry? He even felt a sense of insult towards the profession of being a pirate because of what Shanks and the others had endured. Instantly, Luffy could no longer hold back and questioned, "How can you still laugh? Don't you think that was humiliating? Why didn't you fight back?" Luffy immediately started with a series of complaints, then clenched his small fist, stood up on his chair, and shouted, "Even if they're many and look strong." But laughing after being bullied like that isn't what a man does, and they don't deserve to be pirates. Facing Luffy's questioning, Shanks, sitting on the floor, still wore a cheerful expression and nonchalantly said, "It was just spilled wine. There's no need to get angry, right?" However, Luffy, who was just a child at the moment, couldn't understand Shanks' mindset and turned away in a sulky manner. Suddenly, Luffy noticed that the box Shanks had placed on the table had been opened at some point, revealing a strange purple fruit inside. And this fruit emitted an incredibly strong allure. Immediately, turning his anger into appetite, Luffy grabbed the fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. "You idiot! What did you eat?" Hearing Luffy's chewing, Shanks, who was about to comfort Makino, turned his head in surprise and asked, startled by Shanks' serious and surprised voice. Luffy instinctively swallowed the fruit, which had an indescribably disgusting taste. "Did you eat something from the box?" Shanks stood up, somewhat nervously questioning Luffy. Don't be fooled by Shanks' seemingly sarcastic attitude towards Luffy. In fact, as soon as he encountered Luffy, he realized that this 6-year-old kid had physical qualities far surpassing his peers in a pure pirate dream. Shanks is more optimistic about the development of swordsmanship or physical skills. After all, among the strong of the previous generation, whether it was Captain Roger or the old man Garp, who chased them for over a decade, they were all powerful without devil fruits. Therefore, Shanks did not want Luffy to eat a devil fruit, which would only add several fatal weaknesses. Not to mention that this rubber fruit was something Shanks had accidentally picked up before arriving at Fusha Village, and the abilities and characteristics of the rubber fruit were not particularly outstanding. Unfortunately, it was all too late when Shanks turned Luffy upside down. Wanting him to spit out the devil fruit he had swallowed, Luffy's body had already completely transformed into rubber. At the same time, far away on a deserted island dozens of nautical miles away, Chen Mo felt something and looked up. Among the life force he had deliberately locked onto, Luffy's life force suddenly underwent a significant change. It was as if something had mixed into the essence of Luffy's life force. Something had gone wrong. Chapter 226. Mushroom Base. Chen Mo's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Don't be fooled by Chen Mo's usual disdain for Ace and Luffy, often scolding and hitting them. Ahem. More like showing concern and love. But after living together for a long time, whether it's a person or even a dog, feelings develop, especially for two reasonably good-looking kids. Moreover, Chen Mo was counting on Luffy to give that bastard dragon a backstab in the future. How could he easily let something happen to Luffy? With this thought, Chen Mo became quite anxious, and his initial intention to tour the entire research base faded. After all, while Yuichi's work might seem a bit off, he was responsible and diligent, so Chen Mo didn't have much intention of nitpicking. Yuichi basically had no major issues. Just urge Yuji and the others to quickly collect and send over those important materials. Hearing Chen Mo's affirmation, Yuichi, who usually faced the guards with a fierce demeanor, was so excited he almost twisted his whole body. However, amidst his excitement, Yuichi did not forget to ask about the important matter. "Teacher, I need you to confirm the name of this research base." Name? As a professional at coming up with names, and even his techniques being random or serious, Chen Mo found himself stumped by Yuichi's question. As the saying goes, when heaven opens a window for you, it will surely lock the door and weld it shut. So for Chen Mo, that meant while heaven granted him extraordinary memory, high attractiveness, and perfect character, it mercilessly deprived him of naming talent. In fact, due to his lack of naming talent, Chen Mo feared he wouldn't know what to name his future children, so he occasionally started pondering when he met Sister Robin again. As for why this strange timing of meeting Sister Robin sparked his thoughts, it was merely a coincidence. Coincidence? Trust the simple and honest Chen Mo. Many coincidences are just like that, inexplicable. Is it not possible to come up with a name? Chen Mo pondered hard, but once it came to naming, his mind felt like mush. Yuichi began to hesitate. After all, this research base was funded by the Revolutionary Army, and all previous expenses had gone through public accounts. If they couldn't even come up with a project name, the finance department couldn't just use Chen Mo's name to report the expenses, right? Of course, it wasn't that they couldn't use Chen Mo's name, but it would leave a blemish on his teacher's record. After all, it was nearly 1 billion berries spent, and if some malicious people brought it up later, it could easily lead to guided discussions. Seeing Yuichi's troubled expression, Chen Mo had to think hard again. The ultimate purpose of this research base was actually for research on nuclear weapons and related fields. And nuclear weapons are ultimately for world peace, welcoming a new era. So, how about naming the research base the peace base? No. It's premature to use such a name before the great cause of peace is accomplished. It could easily lead to misunderstandings and doesn't align with Chen Mo's usual low-profile approach. Think again. No need to think of something flashy or lofty. What is the manifestation of nuclear weapons? Explosion. Explosion base? I'm not trying to self-destruct. That name won't work. So what comes after the explosion? A huge mushroom-shaped cloud. That's it. Chen Mo's eyes lit up, and he proudly said to Yuichi, "This research base will be named Happy Mushroom Cultivation Base." Yuichi was slightly baffled and couldn't keep up with his teacher's train of thought. So this base is for cultivating mushrooms? An agricultural cultivation base? Then why are there so many of the world's top precision machines? Is cultivating a mushroom so technologically challenging now? Yes, that's right. It's the Happy Mushroom Cultivation Base. Chen Mo proudly repeated the name, feeling that he had cleverly captured the relevant features while being exceptionally low-key. The ultimate purpose of this base is merely to seek happiness for the people of the world. So the prefix happy is almost perfect. As for the manifestation of nuclear weapons, it's merely planting mushrooms on the map. Therefore, the middle word mushroom also expresses the concept of nuclear weapon power. The final word cultivation is roughly equivalent to research, but more down to earth, indicating that this is still a subject under study. Happy Mushroom Cultivation Base. Chen Mo found it hard to imagine a more fitting name. Yuichi's lips moved slightly, as if wanting to say something, but considering how proud his teacher was of this name, what could Yuichi say? Well, all right then. Seeing Yuichi acknowledge the name he came up with, Chen Mo couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. No wonder he was taught by me. He has some insight. Next, I'll trouble you, Yuichi, to lead the guards to protect the research base. This research base is crucial for future development and is of great importance. So be cautious and ensure that the research results are not stolen by thieves. Yes. Yuichi stood tall and straight, responding seriously to Chen Mo's instructions. Of course, even the honest Yuichi couldn't help but slightly complain internally. What kind of thief would come to steal from a mushroom cultivation research base? Are they specifically going to steal a few kilograms of mushrooms to make soup at home? Even at this moment, Yongyi is struggling with how to report the project name to the finance department. What if the finance department questions why he spent nearly 1 billion berries on researching mushroom cultivation techniques? Yongyi really doesn't know how to answer. What kind of answer can avoid adding a black mark to his teacher while leaving the other party speechless? However, in the end, Yongyi thought it would be better to find the finance department head, Ruochi Ersan, to avoid the headache of explaining it to others. He believes Ruochi Ersan will naturally fill in all the loopholes or unreasonable aspects. That's right, such troublesome matters should be left to the mathematical genius Ruochi Ersan. As for false accounts, even if it involves anything, it's Ruochi Ersan's business and has nothing to do with our esteemed teacher. Once the related matters of the Happy Mushroom Cultivation Base are confirmed, Chen Mo instructed that he would come over tomorrow for it to be put into actual use. Slightly uneasy, Chen Mo hurriedly took off, flying back at the maximum speed under normal conditions. Chapter 227, Punching the Four Emperors. Stepping on the Pirate King, while Chen Mo was anxiously rushing back, Luffy was also searching everywhere for the highly bountied mountain bandits. With Luffy's thick skin and the effects of eating the devil fruit, he was surprised and frustrated for a moment, but then completely brushed it off. However, for Luffy, the insult to his friends, including Shanks, by those mountain bandits was something he could not tolerate. He had to find them. He wanted them to apologize to Shanks. As for why Luffy could make them apologize, or whether he could actually defeat them, those thoughts never even crossed Luffy's mind. Even at this moment, 6-year-old Luffy only had two kinds of things in his eyes. Things that must be done and things that don't matter. Since demanding that the mountain bandits apologize to Shanks was a must-do, he didn't even consider the consequences, costs, or anything else. In one word, just do it. Half an hour later, thanks to Luffy's familiarity with the surroundings, he smoothly found the group of mountain bandits in another tavern. Coincidentally, the mountain bandits, led by their leader with a bounty of 8 million berries, were laughing loudly at Shanks and the others while drinking in the tavern. Did you just see the faces of those pirates? They got splashed with wine and didn't even dare to say a word. Those guys are so useless. Haha. At that moment, the bandit leader with a bounty of 8 million berries, holding a glass of fine wine, spoke with a hint of disdain and arrogance, exuding a strong aura of a powerful figure. Pirates are nothing more than a bunch of useless fools who can only show off. Shut up, Luffy shouted angrily. 10 minutes later, 6-year-old Luffy was successfully knocked to the ground by a group of mountain bandits. Perhaps 6-year-old Luffy's physical fitness was already on par with these bandits, even stronger than theirs. Unfortunately, physical fitness does not guarantee victory in battle. 6-year-old Luffy had never learned any combat skills, so how could he possibly compete with these ruthless mountain bandits? Moreover, Luffy was surrounded by a large group of bandits, with no chance to fight back at all. Therefore, besides punching the future 4 Emperor's red-haired Shanks, the bandit leader with a bounty of 8 million berries was now also stepping on Luffy, who was very likely to become the Pirate King. This was a high point in life indeed. To exaggerate a bit, this highly bountied bandit had, in an invisible way, already stepped on the entire pirate world. One achievement, that is. Even the Navy Admiral Sengoku, who has worked hard for decades, would have to feel a sense of respect for this man. After all, ISNT Sengoku's decades of effort just to suppress the pirate world? We're the 4 Emperors. What is the Pirate King? A mere pirate dares to oppose me, a bandit with an 8 million bounty? They all must die. The world must understand the consequences of offending me. Thinking of this, the highly bountied bandit leader drew his prized sword, aiming it at Luffy, who was under his foot but still full of defiance and fighting spirit in his eyes. You're very rude, kid. So far, no one who has angered me has survived. Just then, the village chief of Windmill Village, who had just arrived, was taken aback and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, please let go of that child." Huh? The highly bountied bandit leader slightly turned his head, looking at the village chief with the eyes of someone regarding an ant. The village chief, seeing the long knife hanging over Luffy's head, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. While inwardly cursing that old man Carp for not being there at a critical moment, he pleaded, "I don't know what Luffy has done, and I don't want to oppose you. If there's any offense, I'm willing to pay in money." Finally, looking at the cruel gaze of the highly bountied bandit leader, the village chief couldn't help but kneel on the ground, saying, "Please, spare that child." Village chief. Luffy, who was being stepped on, looked at the old man kneeling on the ground and felt a sharp pain in his heart. Luffy did not regret his actions, because even if he were to be killed by this despicable bandit, it would be for his own will. However, at this moment, Luffy regretted his own weakness, which led to the village chief sacrificing his dignity for him. In an instant, experiencing the bitter fruit of his first defeat in life, Luffy felt a strong sense of unwillingness and regret. An invisible force rolled in his heart along with Luffy's unwillingness and regret. Meanwhile, the bandit leader with an 8 million bounty was unaware of the changes in the heart of the kid beneath his foot, instead looking down on the kneeling village chief with contempt in his triangular eyes, saying, as expected of an old man, "You know the rules of being a person, but still useless. This kid is beyond saving, because he has already angered me." After saying this, the highly bountied bandit leader raised his prized sword high, about to chop it down on Luffy's head. Just as the surrounding villagers gasped in shock, a voice filled with a hint of weariness and cynicism came through. "I thought something serious was happening. Isn't this the bandit from last time?" Seeing Shanks appear, Luffy's eyes showed surprise and an inexplicable sense of reassurance. As Luffy's mindset calmed down, the previously unknown force rolling in his heart once again settled down. However, none of this escaped Shanks' perception. As the owner of the power of the Conqueror's Haki, he was most sensitive to this kind of force hidden within the heart. "Luffy, didn't you say you were going to set sail with me to become a pirate? Why are you getting easily knocked down now?" A mere husky daring to face the roar of a lion. From beginning to end, Shanks has never regarded this so-called 8 million berry bounty mountain bandit as an opponent. So when faced with Luffy's predicament, Shanks even had the leisure to joke. In response to Shanks' teasing, Luffy, being strong-willed, couldn't help but angrily retort in a childish tone, "Stop the nonsense. I'm angry." In the eyes of the mountain bandit leader with a high bounty, A hint of anger emerged as he glared at the simple-minded pirate who didn't even dare to speak when doused with alcohol, daring to ignore him. I don't know what you useless fools are here for, but you better get lost before you get hurt. If you dare to come closer, be careful that I crush your heads. Chapter 228. The Guide with a Warning from the High Bounty Mountain Bandit Leader. A bandit henchman, just 2 steps away from Shanks, smartly raised his handgun, pointing it at Shanks' head, laughing mockingly. Didn't you hear my boss? Be careful, or I'll make your head roll. At that moment, the atmosphere on the scene instantly turned icy. Unlike the mountain bandits, who were confident in their victory and coldly looked at the red-haired man who had not even dared to speak when splashed with alcohol, the pirates' faces were indifferent, secretly ready for battle. Since it was a matter of weapons, they had to be prepared to fight for their lives. Let us gamble with our lives, Shanks said seriously, no longer wearing his playful smile. Now that the guns are drawn, let's bet our lives. As the other mountain bandits were stunned by Shanks' words, bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out. The henchman who dared to point the handgun at Shanks' head was instantly executed by the fat man Lockie with a shot. Since his captain had issued a declaration of battle, Lockie would no longer treat these bandits' disrespect as a joke. As the bandit henchman's body fell to the ground, Shanks seemed to declare some principle. Listen, bandits, whether you pour alcohol or food on my head or spit on me, I will mostly just laugh it off. After a pause, Shanks slightly raised his head, revealing his eyes hidden under the straw hat, which were already filled with rage. However, no matter what reasons you have, I will never forgive anyone who harms my friends. It was only at this moment that Luffy deeply understood Shanks' magnanimity and resolve. Murmuring in shock, Shanks. However, would the High Bounty Mountain Bandit Leader take Shanks' anger seriously? No, of course not. Would the anger of a mere coward, who did not even dare to breathe under his sword, be worth the attention of a mountain bandit with an 8 million berry bounty? It was just a bluff. Although the bandit leader had never experienced any storms on the sea, he had been undefeated in the mountains of the Goya Kingdom for many years. And aside from the threat posed by the Dayton gang, he had yet to encounter a real opponent. As for the recent earthquake caused by the battle between Carp and Chen Mojian, it just so happened that the stronghold of this high bounty bandit leader was in a blind spot where they could not see Chen Mojian and the others. So the bandit leader merely regarded the prolonged earthquake as a natural disaster. Otherwise, with this bandit leader's courage and spirit, he would likely want to trample the naval hero and the white knight demon underfoot. Ahaha, you say you won't forgive me? A mere pirate, boys. Kill them for me. Under the fearless command of the bandit leader, numerous henchmen waved their weapons and rushed towards Shanks. The way those bandit henchmen bounced forward gave the impression that they were about to hang Shanks' head. Therefore, Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the red-haired pirates, pressed the rifle at his waist and exhaled a puff of smoke to avoid frightening the villagers around Windmill Village. Beckman swung his rifle like a baseball bat at the rushing huskies. Bang, bang, bang. To be honest, in Beckman's eyes, knocking out these courageous bandits one by one was far too boring. It was even less interesting than playing whack-a-mole. Slow movements, weak physiques, stiff limbs, poor skills, terrible coordination. A bunch of rabble. In just a few breaths, the bandit leader had smoothly turned into a lone commander. How strong! And all of this, in Luffy's eyes, deeply highlighted the strength of Shanks and his crew. Amazing. Incredibly amazing. They were not even in the same dimension. Even if they fell into the hands of his grandfather, they could at least withstand a pebble. Until this moment, the bandit leader looked at the large group of henchmen lying on the ground without a sound and finally panicked. My 8 million berry bounty, of which 4 million berry relied entirely on the strength of my henchmen. And now this 4 million berry has instantly been taken down by the opponent. Is it that terrifying? As a famously high bounty bandit, the bandit leader's survival instinct was intense, almost subconsciously snapping back to reality from the shock. He quickly pulled back his foot that was stepping on Luffy's head and logically explained, wait, it was this little brat who started it. However, in response to the bandit leader's explanation, Shanks said indifferently, I heard your head is worth a lot. Hearing Shanks' words, the bandit leader reacted quickly, swiftly pulling out his specially made smoke bomb and smashing it hard to the ground. Boom! Instantly, the entire area was filled with smoke, completely obscuring the bandit leader's figure. When the smoke cleared, both the bandit leader and Luffy had vanished from the spot. Oh no, I was too careless, Luffy was. Shanks covered his head with both hands, seeking help from his partners. What should we do, everyone? TSK. I really can't stand this person. Ben Beckman, who had witnessed the whole process, guessed Shanks' thoughts and weakly complained. Then, Ben Beckman pretended to search anxiously towards the direction of the Galber Mountains with all his partners. while Shanks quietly disappeared into the searching team, secretly heading towards the direction where the bandit leader had fled. Luffy, could you be the one who inherits the will of Captain Roger? At this moment, Shanks, hidden in the shadows, was filled with seriousness and inquiry. Recalling the power he had sensed within his heart and the ideas and dreams he could feel from Luffy in such a short contact, Shanks unknowingly made up his mind. Luffy, this era needs your strength. Let me be your guide to strengthen your dreams and beliefs as you move forward. Everything seems to unfold under the guidance of fate, much more smoothly than Shanks had imagined. Coincidentally appearing is the king of the sea and a drowning Luffy. Shanks deliberately bets his left arm in front of Luffy, allowing Luffy to deeply understand what it means to be a pirate. For freedom, for comrades, for friends, for dreams, to be able to face all dangers and sacrifices with a smile. This is what Shanks wants Luffy to understand about the meaning of being a pirate. However, just as Shanks was about to comfort Luffy, who was crying in his arms, suddenly, the heavy clouds in the distance were split open, revealing a floating island. Time slightly moves forward, as Chen Mojian hurriedly flies towards Windmill Village. Having just flown more than 10 nautical miles, he is blocked by a strange floating island. Sky Island? This was Chen Mo's first reaction upon seeing the floating island. But in an instant, he dismissed this guess. According to relevant geographical books, a sky island cannot be made of land. The floating island before him looked just like an ordinary desert island that could be seen above the sea, and its structure was entirely made of soil. Suddenly, Chen Mojian felt as if the law of gravity was being mocked. The reason he could float was due to the flexible application of relevant scientific principles, achieved after years of training and gradual improvement. Yet this island, which appeared to be an ordinary island, was so unscientific. An island's weight is at least tens of thousands of tons. If gravity were even slightly applicable, it shouldn't be floating at such a height of 10,000 meters. However, when Chen Mojian considered the marvelous devil fruits over the sea, he realized that this must be the work of some hidden, powerful individual. Someone capable of effortlessly controlling tens of thousands of tons of island to soar at 10,000 meters high made Chen Mojian deeply feel that the sea indeed hides dragons and tigers. Not wanting to provoke, Chen Mojian, who followed the principle of low profile, had no intention of spying on the other party. Moreover, feeling a sense of unease, eager to return to Windmill Village, he decided to bypass this strange floating island directly. However, considering the possibility that going around from below might be misunderstood as an ambush in some blind spot, and approaching from the side would feel like intentionally getting closer to spy. Therefore, for the sake of peace, Chen Mojian chose to rise a bit higher and planned to pass over the floating island. This way, he appeared straightforward, and, as long as he didn't look down, there would naturally be no misunderstanding of spying. Unfortunately, the world is unpredictable. There are too many unreasonable people at sea, and just as Chen Mojian passed directly above the floating island, a mysterious voice echoed, and then a vast sword aura surged from below toward Chen Mojian. With a clear conscience and in a hurry to travel, Chen Mojian had no chance to evade this sudden strike and was instantly engulfed by the sword aura. Fortunately, just as the sword aura was about to strike Chen Mojian, his instinctive Emperor's domain instantly spread out. Zizizizi. Instantly, two completely different powers clashed violently. Ultimately, after several breaths, the sword aura, like a rootless floating duckweed, could break through thousands of kilometers of sea surface but could never penetrate the Emperor's domain formed by Chen Mo's spiritual power. Faced with the sudden attack, Chen Mo's expression was exceptionally grim. He had passed quietly above you, fearing a misunderstanding, and had deliberately controlled the sound of breaking air to be several times stronger than usual, indicating he had no intention of attacking. Unexpectedly, even so, he still suffered a sudden attack from the other party. Fortunately, the one attacked was himself, who knew a bit about Conqueror's Haki and had barely condensed the Emperor's domain. Otherwise, if it were someone else, for example, if Yui encountered such an attack, surviving would certainly lead to severe injuries. Considering that this dangerous individual was so close to the happy mushroom cultivation base, any carelessness could potentially cause damage to the base. With this thought, Chen Mojian became even more vigilant towards the person who attacked him. After all, the existence of the happy mushroom cultivation base played a decisive role in promoting world peace. If it were to be destroyed by some inexplicable person, Chen Mojian would truly spit blood. Emperor's domain? Kid, what is your relationship with Roger? Just as Chen Mojian was contemplating the worst outcome, A voice resembling a rooster's crow rang out, and a man with golden hair, wearing orange and yellow attire, appeared before Chen Mojian. What triggered Chen Mo's strange feeling was that this golden-haired man seemed to have a wooden ship's wool stuck on his head, with 2 swords attached to his incomplete feet. Even more perplexing to Chen Mo was that this golden-haired man's life aura fluctuated greatly every moment. At its peak, it was comparable to that old bastard carp, but at its lowest, it was only slightly higher than Yui. This golden-haired man, could he be hiding his life aura? In reality, did his life aura far exceed the fluctuations he displayed? Chen Mo, who considered himself just an ordinary strong person, immediately became extremely vigilant towards this seemingly extraordinary figure that had appeared out of nowhere. And the golden-haired man, seeing Chen Mo not responding at all, spoke again with his rooster-like voice, domineeringly saying, "I'm the Golden Lion Shiki kid. Answer my question. What is your relationship with Roger?" Roger? Gold. Roger? The only person Chen Mo knew connected to this name was the famous pirate king, who had hung up very early. That's right, that bastard. What is your relationship with Roger? Why do you have the Emperor's domain? The Golden Lion again mentioned Roger, his emotions inexplicably agitated, and the fluctuations of his life aura became even more frequent. I am Roger's adoptive father. Chen Mo pondered for a moment and ultimately spoke the truth. After all, Chen Mo had already learned that that little brat Ace was Roger's son, so he was Ace's granduncle. According to the C's relativistic theory, he was naturally Roger's adoptive father. Moreover, Chen Mo was ultimately a person who loved peace, and even though this person called the Golden Lion had attacked him first, Chen Mo thought about his urgent matter and deemed it unwise to create more trouble, so he did not hide his relationship with Roger at all. He hoped the other party would show some leniency for his adoptive son's sake. Adoptive father? The Golden Lion Shiki was momentarily stunned, thinking he had misheard, but then he immediately erupted in fury, his golden hair swirling as if caught in a wind, and his aura changed drastically. If he had just been like a proud rooster, he now resembled an enraged lion. "You little brat, you have some nerve." Shiki ground his teeth in hatred. It's important to note that Shiki had always viewed that bastard Roger as his sworn enemy, and the little brat before him had insulted Roger. What difference was that from insulting him? Chapter 230, Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. Shiki felt like he was about to go insane with anger. Was the sea mad now? A mere little brat dared to claim he was Roger's adoptive father? What audacity! Hidden beneath his loose robe, Shiki's fists were clenched tightly. As a true pirate overlord, Shiki was cruel and ruthless, yet he also possessed the ambition and courage to roar across the seas and conquer the world. At first, he sensed a little brat swooping over his head and instinctively wanted to knock him down. A mere ant daring to hover above a lion's head. Shiki naturally chose to swat him away. However, to Shiki's surprise, that little brat he regarded as insignificant astonishingly used Roger's renowned conqueror's haki. Driven by curiosity from the conqueror's haki, Shiki couldn't help but reveal himself in front of Chen Mo. And in Shiki's speculation, he thought Chen Mo was Roger's orphan or perhaps a disciple, which made him entertain different thoughts. Of course, it wasn't out of any so-called admiration. In Shiki's view, the only existence in this world that could stand alongside his solitary lion was Roger. Unfortunately, Roger foolishly rejected his proposal for an alliance and instead mingled with that coward Whitebeard, who only cared about building a family. Infuriating, enraging, and deserving of death. Yet, before Shiki could take revenge on Roger after the defeat at the Marineford War, he learned of Roger's arrest by the Navy. It was truly laughable. When did the Navy gain the strength to capture the man he acknowledged? So, in a fit of rage, Shiki boldly stormed into Marine headquarters at Marineford, only to be surrounded and beaten by that bastard Carp and Sengoku. Coupled with Shiki's refusal to retreat and the helm embedded in his head, he was captured and sent to the underwater prison. Then, what made Shiki even angrier was that the bastard Roger wasn't in the underwater prison. Instead, the Navy sent him to Logtown for public execution. What does this mean? You bastards execute Roger publicly to intimidate the seas, while I'm sent to the underwater prison and ignored. Do the Navy scorn me? Why am I not taken for execution? In a fit of rage, Shiki crippled his own legs and vented his anger by severely injuring the then warden of the underwater prison. Then he retrieved his 2 famous swords, Sakura, tin, and dry wood, from the underwater prison's warehouse and swaggered out. If it weren't for that bastard Carp arriving in time, Shiki might have even considered toppling the underwater prison directly. Now, with an apparent successor of Roger appearing, Shiki immediately thought of taking him as a subordinate. Since you, Roger, the bastard, don't want to ally with me, Then I will take your successor and let him see how I conquer the world. Unfortunately, before Shiki could invite this seemingly Roger's successor little brat, he heard him claim to be Roger's adoptive father. At that moment, Shiki felt provoked, an unparalleled provocation. If one had to describe it, it was as if Shiki intended to treat the little brat as a nephew, only to find that the brat wanted to be his uncle. You little brat, I'll give you one more chance. What is your relationship with Roger? Didn't he hear clearly? Chen Mo looked at the suddenly changed aura of the golden lion Shiki, feeling somewhat puzzled. Then he considered that they were currently high up in the sky, with strong winds and noise, and since he spoke rather politely, it was reasonable that the other party didn't hear clearly. Moreover, this man who claimed to be the golden lion Shiki, though looking imposing upon closer observation, Chen Mo noticed he wasn't that young, with slightly protruding ears, which was quite normal. So, to accommodate this elderly man, Chen Mo deliberately raised his voice and shouted, I am Roger's adoptive father. It should be noted how astonishing Chen Mo's lung capacity was. For a moment, this statement echoed loudly around, even drawing the attention of several creatures on the floating island below. You little brat, you're seeking death. Shiki felt like a big fool. After getting hit on the left cheek, he even offered his right cheek, which was met with a resounding slap. Kill him, turn him into a human stick, and let him retain some awareness to witness my success for Roger. With that thought in mind, Shiki crossed the two swords Sakura, tin, and dry wood, mounted on his legs, and immediately unleashed sword energy comparable to a slashing wave towards Chen Mo. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley, you treacherous villain. Facing Shiki's sudden attack, Chen Mo, although already sensing the malice, couldn't help but curse in anger. He treated others with sincerity, but unexpectedly ended up being treated so viciously. Ha ha, I am a pirate. Little brat, even if you praise me as a treacherous villain, you will not escape today. Shiki laughed wildly, his legs showing no sign of stopping, continuously unleashing sword energy comparable to a grand swordsman towards Chen Mo, targeting his joints, intending to sever all of Chen Mo's limbs. As the saying goes, a scholar meets a soldier, and reasoning is ineffective. Not to mention that as a scholar, Chen Mo was now facing a pirate overlord, making it feel even harder for him to escape in a short time. Moreover, the anxiety in Chen Mo's heart inexplicably intensified, as if an important person he acknowledged was about to face a significant change. Damn it, bastard, get out of my way, I have someone important. However, before Chen Mo could finish his sentence, the enraged Shiki interrupted, little brat, don't worry after I cut you down. I will also kill all your so-called important people and bury them beneath you to keep you company at night. Suddenly, the surrounding space emitted a faint wail. Chen Mo looked at the golden lion without a trace of expression on his face, casually shattering the sword chi from the lion's 1,000 cuts in front of him. Pure killing intent pressed down on the golden lion without any disguise. Killing my important person? Hurting Sister Robin. Chapter 231. Lion Might. Royal Palace Scroll. Even Chen Mo's good temper has its limits. Hurting his important person has already touched the very bottom line of Chen Mo. Perhaps an important person doesn't necessarily refer to his Sister Robin, but Sister Robin is definitely one of his important people. The golden lion in front of him was declaring that he would kill all of Chen Mo's important people. How could that not make Chen Mo furious? At this moment, having shattered the sword chi pouring in front of him, Chen Mo had given up any thoughts of persuading others to be kind or coexist peacefully. It's either you die or I live. Even if Chen Mo couldn't see the strength of the golden lion clearly, he would never run away, much less take a step back, even if it meant his death. Because if he ran away, who would protect his important people? Even if it meant facing death, it was still just death. Salt. The golden lion Shiki noticed that with the change in Chen Mo's gaze, even the surrounding space inexplicably fell into an instant silence. Conqueror's Haki. This is the resonance of space that occurs when a powerful user with a high level of Conqueror's Haki becomes furious and fights according to their own will. Just like Roger back in the day. Roger, in a vague sense, the golden lion Shiki felt that he saw Roger's shadow in Chen Mo. And in that brief moment of pause for the golden lion Shiki, Chen Mo's right hand swept by his waist, and a bone sword radiating a chilling light suddenly appeared in his hand. The Nuclear Peace Series, Aurora. As Chen Mo's most commonly used opening move, a brilliant light instantly shone, unleashing boundless power in the sky, charging towards the golden lion Shiki. At the same time, unlike the previous simple speed, Chen Mo, who had comprehended the existence of sword momentum from Shanks, in this full-force strike, the Nuclear Peace Series, Aurora not only had unparalleled speed, but also a grand sword momentum that deprived others of their will. It was as if the Aurora descended from the heavens, capable of dying all things in the world, beautiful to the extreme, also making it difficult for people to muster the will to resist. Unfortunately, at this moment, Chen Mo's opponent was the legendary flying pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, a legendary pirate who was once on par with the Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Countless battles throughout his life, and he was once a famous great swordsman on the seas. How could mere sword momentum intimidate the battle will of the Golden Lion Shiki? Even under Chen Mo's dazzling strike, the Golden Lion Shiki unprecedentedly ignited his fighting spirit. How similar, how incredibly similar. Back in the day, Roger, that big bastard, also relied on his peak swordsmanship on the seas and his hockey to dominate the ocean. And this little brat in front of him is so similar. The domain of the conqueror, a sword momentum that could be called the peak of great swordsmen. Ha, come on. I am the Golden Lion Shiki. The Golden Lion Shiki leaned back slightly, wielding his famous swords Sakura 10 and Withered Wood in a cross. Lion's great slash wave. A wave of slashing sword chi that far exceeded the ability to cut through thousands of kilometers of sea instantly crossed to block the nuclear P-series, Aurora. Rip. In just a moment of stalemate, the nuclear P-series, Aurora, with its point-breaking advantage, directly tore the Lion's great slash waves crossing sword chi into pieces. And the aftermath spread for miles, even tearing a huge hole in the clouds that concealed their figures. It was precisely in this clash that the red-haired pirates, who had their left arm bitten off by the near-sea king, instantly sensed the intense aftermath. And after the thick clouds in the sky were cut open, the floating island of the Golden Lion Shiki appeared before the eyes of the world without any concealment. Nearby Navy bases and Revolutionary Army intelligence personnel quickly reacted and reported this sudden event. In a moment, as the battle between Chen Mo and the Golden Lion Shiki had just begun, the entire East Sea was already in a whirlwind. However, the actions of the other spectators had no impact on the battle between the two parties. The battle-hardened Golden Lion Shiki, when using the Lion's great slash wave, was merely buying some time. As a renowned great swordsman, he naturally understood that the sword chi he wielded with his legs could not reach his peak state and was not enough to break through the sword momentum comparable to that of a peak great swordsman. Lion Might, Royal Palace Scroll. In this brief moment of buying time, the Golden Lion Shiki summoned with both hands. His float fruit ability spreading over a space of more than 10 miles, countless air molecules instantly falling under his control. In an instant, dozens of massive lions made of compressed air completely locked down the space around Chen Mo. As the Golden Lion Shiki clapped his hands together, these dozens of lifelike lions pounced towards Chen Mo as if they were real. Does air have weight? When dozens of tons of air were pressing down on him, it was a luxury to even think about becoming meat paste. Especially as the Golden Lion Shiki deliberately drained the air around Chen Mo, leading to a temporary state of suffocation for him. He was once again facing the pounce of dozens of air lions weighing tens of tons. In the face of this assault from dozens of air lions, the terrifying impact was secondary. The most deadly aspect was the change in pressure. The Golden Lion Shiki first drained the air from the space around Chen Mo, creating a temporary low-pressure environment, and then a large number of air lions pounced into this low-pressure environment. As the air lions dissipated, a large amount of air compressed to the extreme suddenly exploded in this low-pressure environment. It was like an entire room's worth of air being forcibly squeezed into a pressure cooker. From extreme low pressure, the environment instantly changed to extreme high pressure. In an instant, with Chen Mo's physique, multiple physiological systems in his body suffered tremendous damage, and his internal organs instantly bled profusely. Even every cell in his body trembled and collapsed because of this. Just when Chen Mo thought he would be severely injured and prepared to forcibly destroy the surrounding space, he suddenly discovered that while his cells were trembling and collapsing, under the influence of this high pressure, they were invisibly compressing their mass at a visible speed, strengthening their cell membranes, and so on. Chen Mo's body was entering the second stage of enhancement, unconsciously stepping onto the fast lane. Chapter 232, Nuclear Peace Series, Meteor Shower. However, in just a moment, Chen Mo realized, now is not a good time for training in a life-and-death battle. Even under the high pressure created by the opponent, my body instinctively strengthens itself along the path I've set, but it will also consume the energy within me simultaneously. I know that Chen Mo is a man of science and reason. The law of conservation of energy is correct in Chen Mo's view. When strengthening oneself, there will inevitably be corresponding losses. No, I must quickly escape this place. If I continue to strengthen at this speed, I might not have enough energy to fight the enemy to the death later. Chen Mo is ultimately a scholar, not a martial arts fanatic, and in just a moment, he awakened from the exhilaration of becoming stronger. Dominance domain. With a thought, a spherical domain expanded around Chen Mo, completely suppressing the surrounding high pressure and the air lions that were rushing towards him to nothingness. Yes, that's right. That bastard Roger also broke my moves this way back in the day. Ha ha, little brat. Make me even more delighted, come on. Faced with his own move being broken, the golden lion Shiki was not surprised, but rather delighted, laughing maniacally while madly unleashing sword energy towards Chen Mo. And his float fruit ability was pushed to the extreme. Cloud's air. With the activation of the float fruit, everything lifeless around fell under his control. This is the legendary pirate golden lion Shiki, who, even before awakening his devil fruit, had almost reached the level of assimilating the environment with his power. Lions. Endless lions gathered like an army behind the golden lion Shiki. Although these giant lions were merely aggregates of gaseous substances like air and clouds, at this moment, they appeared as if they were solid, vividly alive. This power could be called a miracle, a natural disaster. Die, little brat, just like Roger did, lying beneath my feet. Roger. So annoying. Facing a scene like a natural disaster, Chen Mo showed no fear at all. To protect the important people in his life, knowing he would die, so what? Ever since the O'Hara incident at the age of 8, Chen Mo understood very well that retreating in the face of violence would not earn the enemy's mercy. Such a villain that brings disaster to my family can only be sent away from this world to ease my mind. Nuclear Peace Series, Meteor Shower. If the casual series, that was just a move Chen Mo created to finish off an opponent, then the Nuclear Peace Series, Meteor Shower could be considered his ultimate enhanced version. Swordsmanship techniques, sword momentum, sword intent, and even his own hockey and killing intent were all integrated into it. This move, which is a do-or-die strike, this rain will annihilate the enemy into dust. In an instant, endless light burst forth from the tip of the bone sword in Chen Mo's hand. Just like a meteor shower that could bring about the end of the world, countless lights surged towards the golden lion Shiki. Golden lion Shiki die. Facing Chen Mo's terrifying and destructive meteor shower, a hint of redness appeared on golden lion Shiki's face, along with endless fervor. However, the only thing Shiki was dissatisfied with was that this brat actually got his name wrong. I'm the golden lion Shiki, not Shurji. Bastard, go to hell like Roger. With the golden lion's roar, the endless giant lion horde behind him charged towards Chen Mo's meteor shower like an army. Suddenly, in the junction between the Happy Mushroom Cultivation Base and Windmill Village, in the sky 10,000 meters high, the endless lion herd collided with a meteor shower that carried a sense of destruction. Boom! In an instant, it was as if a second sun appeared 10,000 meters in the sky, recklessly emitting light and heat, even overshadowing the sun's rays in this collision. Fortunately, the collision occurred at an altitude of 10,000 meters. If such a level of collision happened on the sea surface, the resulting tsunami would likely completely overturn the vast Goya kingdom. Hurry up, on the red-haired pirate's ship. The urgently departing crew was quickly heading towards the collision site. Standing at the bow, Shanks, who had just suffered an arm injury, was still wet, but didn't care at all, instead constantly urging his companions to speed up. That's the life force of that bastard, Chen Mo, as well as the floating island of Golden Lion Shiki. Chen Mo, you monster, please don't die. As one who has witnessed the era of dominance by the Pirate King, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion Shiki, Shanks understand the power of that flying pirate better than anyone. That one, in his prime, could easily rival Captain Roger, if not for a sudden storm and an accident during the Battle of Whitewall, which caused Golden Lion Shiki's head to be impaled by a ship's helm. The Roger pirates, who were already in dire straits, would have truly been doomed. At that time, the Roger pirates, not to mention Captain Roger, even the first mate Rayleigh, and the inheritor of the Ghost, Barrett, whose combat power could rival Rayleigh's, were all in full swing and still fell into a desperate situation. Terrifying, a natural disaster. This is Shanks' impression of Golden Lion Shiki. Otherwise, that man wouldn't claim every day that he would conquer the world, while both the world government and the Navy were powerless against him. It's not just because the flying pirate crew was at an altitude of 10,000 meters. More importantly, it was Golden Lion Shiki's unmatched strength. The power of one man as an army. Even the man now known as the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, was only gradually recognized with that title after Golden Lion Shiki was captured. Unfortunately, back then, who knows if that Golden Lion Shiki's brain was damaged by the ship's helm. The captain, due to a terminal illness, confirmed that he had little time left, and for the sake of his ideals and to create a new era, voluntarily surrendered to the Navy. Meanwhile, Golden Lion Shiki inexplicably gave up his expertise in aerial combat and went to Marine Headquarters Marineford to fight that old bastard Garp, ultimately being inexplicably captured and thrown into the underwater prison. Chapter 233, The Ship's Helm. Not only Shanks took action because of the battle between Chen Mo and Golden Lion Shiki, but when this news reached the upper echelons of the Revolutionary Army and the Navy, it also produced different reactions. However, in the Navy, when this news reached the EC Navy's highest commander, Week 007, it was intercepted. Concerned for his teacher, how could Week 007, a spy for the Revolutionary Army, easily let this news reach the Navy headquarters? Just as Week 007 was pondering the pros and cons of this news, the secret transponder snail he used to communicate with the Revolutionary Army's high command rang. Who? Week 07 hid in the darkroom and connected the phone bug, pretending to ask casually. The king covers the ground tiger. A voice that had gone through layers of disguise sounded. Teacher Chun can take on 5? Week 07 remained unperturbed, pretending to be puzzled. No, Teacher Chun can take on 10. Upon hearing this answer, Week 07 had no more doubts and directly revealed his identity. I am Week 07. I am Week 333. The voice, completely devoid of any emotional change due to its layers of disguise, was just a sharp electronic sound. However, Week 07, as a classmate, understood that Week 333 was the intelligence minister among the Revolutionary Army, and the urgency of Week 333 to contact him alone was likely related to a significant matter concerning their teacher. You've received news about Teacher Chen too, right? Week 333 then asked. Understood. Good. In this covert communication, Week 333 had no intention of reminiscing, and even directly revealing his identity was merely to save time. We must find a way to intercept this message and prevent it from reaching the higher-ups of the Navy. Understood. Although Week 07 was the senior, he had no dissatisfaction with Week 333's orders and responded succinctly and powerfully. Subsequently, Week 333 explained the key points of cooperation between the two parties in the briefest terms possible. In less than 5 minutes, Week 333 left the darkroom and urgently issued relevant orders, ordering all Navy bases near Windmill Village must closely monitor the unknown battle in the sky, and all intelligence must be reported to Vice Admiral Nicholas for verification as soon as possible. It is strictly forbidden to pass unconfirmed intelligence to any other department. Meanwhile, Week 333 secretly dispatched Revolutionary Army personnel who had infiltrated the EC Navy to the relevant Navy bases to seize command as quickly as possible. As for the original Navy base commanders, they would be promoted in name only, but as soon as they left the Navy base to report to Week 07, they would encounter pirate attacks and become captives of the Revolutionary Army. In the new world of the Grand Line, Week 333, as the intelligence minister of the Revolutionary Army, put down the phone bug and notified the relevant intelligence personnel to cooperate with Week 07 to block the news and handle the matter of capturing some Navy base commanders. Week 333 was unclear about the specific reasons for his teacher hiding in the EC, but he knew that his teacher had recently acquired a batch of the most sophisticated instrument from the ocean, and Week 33 had previously inquired about Week 119. According to Week 119's judgment, these instruments might be used to manufacture some weapons. Indeed, the reason teacher had not conducted research experiments earlier was definitely because these foolish students, had become a burden to him. And now that teacher had distanced himself from us, was he finally going to start his research or plans for the Revolutionary Army? Sitting in the dark room, Week 333 pondered with a grave expression. Therefore, whether it was to protect his teacher and the senior personnel of the Revolutionary Army, or to prevent the leakage of his teacher's research or plans, Week 333 absolutely could not allow his teacher to fall into the hands of the Revolutionary Army in the EC, leading to intelligence leaks. Should I notify Yong to take a look? Week 333 thought about this question, but ultimately abandoned the idea. As a student of Chen Mo, Week 333 had extreme trust in Chen Mo's strength. Even when facing the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, Week 333 did not believe his teacher would lose. Let alone the opponent at this moment was very likely the disabled golden lion Shiki. And his teacher was fighting an elderly man with disabled legs while his own legs were healed. How could he possibly lose? Although week 333 overestimated his teacher, an ordinary strongman, he did guess part of the situation correctly. When a nuclear series meteor rain collided with the lion herd, Chen Mojian suddenly realized he might have overestimated golden lion Shiki. Or perhaps Shiki was deliberately hiding his strength, intending to deceive him, and then suddenly launch a counterattack. Because those lifelike lion herds looked terrifying, but when facing the sword chi resembling a meteor shower, they were steadily retreating. Some sword chi could even penetrate over 10 lions in succession, defeating them all, and the sword chi gradually dissipated in the air. Just as Chen Mojian was cautiously speculating about golden lion Shiki's strength, Shiki was indeed in a state of unbearable pain. Pain, excruciating pain, pain that could penetrate the soul. Just as golden lion Shiki boldly confronted the nuclear series meteor rain, the ship's rudder, embedded in his head, sent waves of pain, as if his head were about to split. Despite this, golden lion Shiki gritted his teeth, his eyes bleeding as he endured this pain while desperately activating the power of the float fruit to counter the nuclear series meteor rain. Just a bit of pain. I am the golden lion. Unfortunately, golden lion Shiki was ultimately not an insensible Iron Man, nor was he Chen Mojian, who could easily sever pain perception nerves. Therefore, under the intense pain, even though golden lion Shiki's will, as tough as steel, could force him to launch an attack, it still inevitably led to a significant weakening of his strength. That herd of lions, capable of tearing everything apart, could only be reduced to mere illusions under the attack of the nuclear series meteor rain. Golden lion Shiki gritted his teeth and held on for a quarter of an hour, but in the end, he was completely buried by the nuclear series meteor rain. I refuse to accept this. The sword chi sweeping across the sky like a meteor shower seemed to be partially wiped away by God with chalk. Is it over? Chen Mojian murmured in disbelief, feeling that this battle was far easier than he had imagined. Shouldn't he at least have to go through life and death struggles to win? No. Suddenly, Chen Mojian sensed the original position of golden lion Shiki, and a powerful life force instantly surged to a terrifying level. Under the attack of the nuclear series meteor rain, the blood-soaked figure of golden lion Shiki emerged, and a ship's rudder, stained with blood and flesh, was gripped in his hand. Chapter 234. The Peak of the Lion. Fourth update. As the ship's rudder embedded in his head was forcibly pulled out by golden lion Shiki, the terrifying wound was flowing with blood, almost dyeing half of the golden lion's body red. However, golden lion Shiki showed no signs of frustration or panic. Instead, he laughed wildly with great bravado. Observation haki, armament haki, conqueror's haki. Without the influence of a ship's rudder, the golden lion's brain regained its past clarity, and the haki was once again under the control of golden lion Shiki. An injured beast is the most terrifying, forcibly pulling out the ship's rudder from his head. A large amount of blood was lost. Golden lion Shiki knew he might die, but I am a golden lion. With the roar of the golden lion Shiki, as if proclaiming something, the violent conqueror's haki instantly swept towards Chen Mojian. Unlike Shank's yearning for freedom, and different from Chen Mo's conqueror's haki that is born from the belief in protection, Shiki's conqueror's haki is filled with unparalleled brutality and a desire for conquest. It seems that this golden-haired man was born to conquer the world, and his will and belief are all to bring the world under his control. Zizizizi. When the two different ideologies collided, Chen Mo's conqueror's haki instinctively erupted, resulting in a powerful friction with Shiki's conqueror's haki. In an instant, the sky on Chen Mo's side turned white, while the sky on Shiki's side was covered in gold. The clash of the wills of two kings. The collision of beliefs. Even the heavens fell silent for a moment. Only the sizzling sound of the two vastly different conquerors' haki colliding remained. And between Chen Mojian and Shiki, a large amount of dark red lightning emerged. Stalemate. Stalemate. The two conquerors' haki continued to collide, showing no signs of yielding. At this moment, the true terror of the golden lion Shiki was revealed. It should be noted that Chen Mo's conqueror's haki had reached the awakening of the sovereign domain, but at this moment, in the conflict of conqueror's haki, he found it difficult to gain the slightest upper hand. This fully illustrates the intense will and belief possessed by this golden-haired, seemingly mad, blood-soaked golden lion Shiki. Eventually, the bloodied Shiki was the first to abandon this meaningless clash. Those with conqueror's haki, unless there's a gap as vast as the heavens between them. It is basically impossible to crush the opponent's will. This is just a greeting. Damn brat. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Shiki's mouth, and even in his heavily injured and bloodied state, he still exuded an overwhelming aura. Float, float, fruit awakening. In an instant, an invisible wave spread out from the center of the golden line Shiki. 5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles. A space with a radius of 20 miles was covered by this invisible wave. Then, in Chen Mo's perception, the surrounding world underwent a tremendous change. The space within a 20-mile radius fell completely under Shiki's control. Gravity, completely ineffective in this space. And in Chen Mo's intuition, a faint illusion began to arise. As long as Shiki wished, he could instantly compress the material in the surrounding space into any form he desired for defense or attack. Danger. Being in the awakened domain of the float fruit, Chen Mo instinctively felt a sense of danger, and even the sovereign domain unfolded almost reflexively. As the sovereign domain expanded, the space affected by it was reclaimed by Chen Mo from the awakened domain of the float fruit. Although the sovereign domain cannot control air, clouds, and other materials as freely as the float fruit, it can ensure that this space does not fall into the enemy's hands, forming a relatively absolute defense. Ha ha, brat. You really are very much like that bastard Roger. The pleasure was evident on Shiki's face as he looked at Chen Mo, who instinctively opened his sovereign domain. Then Shiki's gaze fell on the famous swords, sakura, tin, and dry wood, which he had installed as prosthetics in his legs. Rip. Without flinching, Shiki forcibly pulled down the sakura, tin, and dry wood, which had already fused with his flesh. Holding a famous sword in each hand, Shiki casually swung them, instantly sending waves of sword energy comparable to those he previously unleashed with his feet scattering around. For Shiki, as a thorough pirate hero, he could tolerate failure and accept defeat, letting those failures become beautiful flowers on his path to conquering the world. But only Roger, that bastard, that damn bastard, he was the one Shiki absolutely did not want to lose to, did not want to be defeated by. Over the years, after Roger's execution, Shiki thought he would never have the chance to redeem the humiliation of the defeat at the Battle of Whitewall, until Shiki encountered Chen Mo, this brat whose name he didn't even know, yet was just as skilled in swordsmanship in the sovereign domain as Roger. And like Roger, would fight fiercely when his important ones were threatened. He even shamelessly claimed to be Roger's adoptive father, not only in strength and belief, but even in shamelessness. They were so similar. Strangely, Shiki saw Roger's shadow in Chen Mo. How similar is this? So I would rather die than lose to you, brat. At this moment, the golden lion Shiki, restored to his peak state, radiated an aura that made all things submit, charging towards Chen Mo like a king of beasts, roaring furiously. Brat, kill me. Otherwise, I will torture all your important ones to death one by one. You are seeking death, time and again threatened by the golden lion Shiki. Chen Mo's anger was completely ignited. For the gentle and peaceful Chen Mo, even if someone mocked him or insulted him verbally, he would most likely just take it as a joke and not easily harbor murderous intent, but only for those he valued. Just imagining the defeat that would lead to his sister Robin, his close friend Shanks, his adopted son Monkey D, Dragon, his students Ace and Luffy, all falling before him. A thought of annihilation suddenly arose in Chen Mo's heart. Nuclear Peace Series. Chapter 235, The Final Collision. Nuclear Peace Series dual sword style sun and moon shine together. Unbeknownst to Wen, the dagger transformed from glasses had appeared in Chen Mo's hand. In an instant, that dagger suddenly burst into brilliant light, supported by an infinite amount of sword energy, as if it were a blazing sun, wanting to burn the golden lion Shiki to ashes. Meanwhile, the bone sword hidden beneath the brilliant sun-like dagger was restrained to the extreme, its trajectory sliding to produce an arc like a waning moon in the sky, but also resembling a venomous snake waiting to strike. Anticipating a flaw from the golden lion Shiki, even Shiki, having briefly returned to his peak state, felt a dangerous aura from this strike. Ha ha! Amidst Shiki's wild laughter, the surrounding space moved. It felt as if it had truly come to life and was consciously acting. Squeeze. A terrifying squeeze to the extreme. The surrounding space crazily squeezed against Chen Mo's overlord domain. For a moment, as Chen Mo's moves were still halfway through, he felt an incredibly terrifying pressure stacking upon his overlord domain. For the golden lion Shiki, who had fought against Roger for many years, Although he did not possess the overlord domain, he was probably the most knowledgeable person about how to deal with it on this sea, aside from Carp. If someone were to observe closely from below, they would discover that the space above had unknowingly morphed into a gigantic lion several dozen miles long. And Chen Mo, who had unleashed his overlord domain, was like a small bead inside the belly of the lion. Unfortunately, Chen Mo was not Roger. For the overlord domain, which was born from a belief in protection, this layered pressure might have a considerable impact. But attempting to break through this relatively absolute defense was nothing short of wishful thinking. Thus, Chen Mo's figure merely paused slightly, easily adapting to the pressure filtered by over 99 from the overlord domain. TSK. Isn't this somewhat similar to that bastard Roger's nature? The golden lion Shiki naturally would not pin his hopes on such a small appetizer. For the golden lion Shiki, who was radiating the last and most brilliant light of his life at this moment. If Chen Mo's overlord domain were that easy to break, he would instead feel disappointed. He might even feel insulted, and as someone who had always valued promises, since the golden lion Shiki had declared he would kill Chen Mo's entire family, he would undoubtedly do so. Therefore, when Chen Mo was defeated, the golden lion Shiki's final anger would pour over all of Chen Mo's connections. As the distance between the two sides closed, the sword energy in Chen Mo's hand, resembling a blazing sun, accumulated even more momentum, exuding a force capable of annihilating everything. Lion Great Slash. This time, the same move was executed by the golden lion Shiki with both hands, creating a dimensional difference. Although the swinging trajectory was identical, unlike the previous simplistic cross-shaped sword energy. This time the sword energy took the form of a vividly alive golden lion. And as soon as this golden lion-shaped sword energy appeared, it was enhanced by the awakened domain of the golden lion Shiki's float fruit. The trajectory of advancement faced no resistance. In fact, behind this golden lion, countless air currents gathered as if countless boosters were added, exponentially increasing its speed. Moreover, behind this golden lion, there were numerous compressed and condensed air current lions closely following it. From afar, it looked as if a golden lion king was leading countless transparent lions into battle, galloping, patrolling its territory. Ha ha. As the two men wagered their beliefs, lives, and everything, this strike far exceeded the brilliance of all previous collisions. Annihilation, tearing, burning. In the small space of the collision of these two forces, they were destroying each other's existence in different forms. Little ghost, go to hell. Through the ability of the float fruit, the golden lion Shiki arrogantly roared while remotely controlling the golden lion king-shaped sword energy. Suddenly, the one-third annihilated golden lion king-shaped sword energy seemed to have received some kind of replenishment, instantly recovering and, as if it were a living being, howled towards Chen Mo, abruptly opening its massive mouth to swallow the entire blazing sword energy. Stone Chicken, I absolutely cannot let you live. Let you understand the art of peace. Boom. Within the swallowed blazing sword energy, there was actually a dagger transformed from Chen Mo's glasses. It must be known that the reason this so-called dagger could transform was primarily because it was a living being. It was originally a part of Chen Mo's body, and each transformation was Chen Mo deliberately reconnecting the nerves inside, manipulating the cells for change. And at this moment, just before the dagger was swallowed, Chen Mo had already manipulated all the energy within the dagger for form and mass changes. Compression, collision, release energy, explosion. This was a small-scale nuclear bomb. Nuclear series, nuclear explosion. Boom. Even a small dagger contained energy sufficient to exceed all the energy within someone of use level by more than 10 times. Produce. With the release using nuclear weapon principles, how could it be merely 10 times enhanced? In an instant, this explosion completely annihilated the golden lion king-shaped sword energy. And the massive lion herd behind, it was severely affected. Even Chen Mo and the golden lion Shiki were spewing blood under the impact of this enormous explosion. However, this was not the end. Hidden in the shadows, like a snake waiting for its moment, a bone sword finally revealed its power. Fast. Unparalleled fast. Like a crescent moon high above the heavens, by the time you noticed it, its light had already shone upon you. And facing this bone sword that brought a deadly crisis, the golden lion Shiki was still spitting blood, yet wore an unmatched sense of indulgence and pride. The Lion King is lonely. At this moment, the golden lion Shiki seemed to return to the fierce days of gambling his life in battle. During this time, it was truly joyful. Joyful indeed, with wine, beautiful women, treasures, and most importantly, that bastard Roger. Pirates. The Golden Lion Shiki is me. With infinite pride and boundless ambition, it seemed this title would become an unprecedented legend. The Golden Lion Shiki manipulated the remaining current lions to pounce at Chen Mojian while wielding Sakura 10 and the dead wood, embracing death in a frontal counterattack. Chapter 236 Legend. The Curtain Falls. Legend. The curtain falls. When Shanks arrived, the floating island in the sky 10,000 meters high had already begun to crack inch by inch, falling into the sea. This indicated that the legendary airborne pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, could no longer maintain the ability of the float fruit. It was either death or unconsciousness. Chen Mojian. That bastard actually won? Shanks, who had once witnessed the Golden Lion Shiki holding his own against the three main forces of the Roger Pirates, murmured in disbelief. Yes, he won. Very hard, perilously, narrowly escaping with his life. Just a little more, and the Golden Lion would have completely severed Chen Mo's neck. Exquisite sword techniques, endless air current lines, profound uses of hockey, and a will as strong as steel. Aside from his nerves being somewhat abnormal, in terms of raw power, his final explosion was simply inhuman. So strong, like a monster. Unfortunately, this person's heart is already dead. Chen Mojian released the hand covering the wound on his neck. After all, half a minute had passed, and his neck was ultimately not completely severed, nor was the spine injured. Although it looked serious, it was actually just a flesh wound, with a few blood vessels severed. Given Chen Mo's slightly unique constitution, such minor injuries wouldn't take long to heal. However, considering that the neck is one of the vital parts of the human body, Chen Mojian still gave it enough respect, tearing a strip of cloth from his clothing and casually wrapping it around his neck, which had not fully healed. In fact, the most troublesome for Chen Mojian were the two famous swords, Sakura 10 and Withered Wood, that were stabbed into his body. Should he pull them out? Chen Mojian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately abandoned this idea. It wasn't out of fear of tearing the wound or excessive bleeding. It was just that the sight of these two famous swords stabbed into him looked terrifying, but actually didn't hinder his movement. So Chen Mojian decided to go home and let Robin help him pull them out. As for whether this was intentionally putting on a pitiful act in front of Robin, Chen Mojian firmly disagreed with that notion. He was fighting to protect Robin, and getting a little hurt and unintentionally showing it in front of her could hardly be called acting pitiful. As a younger brother, was it too much to ask for his sister's care? Just as Chen Mojian stood suspended in the air at an altitude of 10,000 meters, adjusting his state. The life force of the Golden Lion Shiki was rapidly dwindling as he fell. The rudder that had injured his brain was pulled out, and the two swords were forcibly yanked from his legs. Subsequently, he was further injured by the nuclear explosion series, with the bone sword cutting through his entire chest, and finally pierced through his heart. Even if Golden Lion Shiki's vitality was strong at this moment, he had finally reached the point of exhaustion. What a pity he hadn't had the chance to conquer the world, nor had he managed to carry out his plan to destroy Roger's hometown, the East Sea, and send the entire ocean down as a burial for that bastard Roger. However, the feeling of dying in battle was quite good. Roger. Ha ha, I died in a duel, not like you, being executed by the Navy in such a cowardly manner. Ha ha. Golden Lion Shiki's laughter abruptly stopped. The legendary era of the flying pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, comes to an end. Not good. Shanks looked at the island gradually sinking into the sea and shouted. After all, this was the East Sea, and this location was not far from Windmill Village. An entire island falling into the sea could create a tsunami that could drag the entire Goa kingdom to the bottom of the ocean. Hockey annihilation. For some reason, ever since Shanks lost his left arm, it felt as if a layer of shackles had been removed from him. In a short time, he inexplicably gained a new understanding of swordsmanship. Perhaps it was also related to the legendary saying, "You can't have a good result by sitting on the fence." Now that Shanks had lost his left arm, he naturally cut off the wavering thoughts between his hands and poured all his energy in his right hand, which is why he was able to gain a new insight into swordsmanship in such a short time. The famous sword Griffin flashed with light, and a red slash shot up into the sky, easily cleaving the entire falling island into pieces. Following that, the other officers of the red-haired pirates all took action, smashing the large fragments one by one, under the full effort of the red-haired pirates. Amir Island was quickly reduced to dust, no longer capable of causing a tsunami or disaster. Shanks raised an eyebrow, surprised as he looked up. He suddenly noticed a silent golden figure falling from the sky. Golden Lion Shiki? Shanks soared into the air, somewhat awkwardly using the hovering technique taught by Chen Mo to approach that figure. When Shanks caught the silent figure, he saw that it was Golden Lion Shiki. Even in death, Shanks could still feel the lingering haki on his face, and an expression of relief and liberation that Shanks had never seen before. This man, it seemed he had indeed fought a satisfying battle, clearly once a life-and-death enemy. Shanks now felt an inexplicable, unexplainable sensation. After Captain Roger, had yet another of the 3 legendary pirates from back then come to an end? Best friend? After adjusting for a moment, Chen Mo, who had also noticed the falling island and worriedly chased after it, looked at Shanks holding Golden Lion Shiki and asked in surprise, it really is you, big brother, that bastard in a fight. In an instant, Shanks put away all his melancholy and said brightly to Chen Mo suddenly. Shanks noticed the bandaged wound on Chen Mo's neck that was seeping blood, and the 2 swords, Sakura-ten and Witheredwood, still stuck in him. This guy is also in a severely injured state. Shanks thought to himself, feeling it was quite reasonable. After all, the opponent was the Golden Lion Shiki. Even though more than 10 years had passed since his peak, and he was in a disabled state, he still maintained the strength of a world-class powerhouse. So how could he be easily defeated? Thinking of this, Shanks lost the desire to chat with Chen Mo. His big brother was still in a severely injured state, so any conversation could wait until he healed. However, Chen Mo, who was actually not in too much trouble, was more concerned about Shanks' condition at this moment. After all, Shanks looked quite miserable at this time. Chapter 237, The Pain of a Severed Arm. His left arm was severed at the shoulder, and he was soaked all over. Especially when Shanks was holding Golden Lion Shiki, he was covered in a lot of Shiki's blood. If it weren't for Chen Mo sensing that Shanks' life force was still relatively stable, he would have thought his best friend was about to collapse. If outsiders saw Shanks like this, they would misunderstand that he was the one who fought against the Golden Lion and barely won. Chen Mo guessed right. But it wasn't that he was misunderstood by others. Rather, it was the weak San who was observing everything far away through a surveillance snail and binoculars that had thoughts of making the world misunderstand. His teacher always liked to keep a low profile, and when he went to marry Geos before, he deliberately disguised himself, treating fame like dirt. Now that his teacher was hidden in the East Sea, secretly researching something important, he probably didn't want to be disturbed by others. Therefore, at this time a scapegoat was very much needed. Cough cough. A potential friend of the Revolutionary Army who could actively take on everything and attract the world attention to his low-profile teacher. So, adjusting the angle. Hey, this position is perfect. Just adjust it a bit. Don't let teacher Chen get in the shot. Come on. Take a few more photos. Also, inform the comrades hidden in the Kingdom of Goya in advance to wait in Windmill Village. When the time comes, take appropriate photos to supplement the evidence chain. As a basic quality of a student who cares about teachers, Weak San did not notify Shanks and the others, letting them take selfies and send them over. After all, many times, the more natural the photo, the less flaws could be seen. And Weak San knows very well that the red-haired pirate crew is an ally of the Revolutionary Army. Naturally, Weak San would not shy away from doing something beneficial for the allies. Shanks, on the other hand, is unaware that someone is using a telescope to secretly monitor him from a great distance away with a transponder snail. At this moment, Shanks is returning to his ship with Chen Mo, planning to lick their wounds as a pair of brothers in arms. However, as a real man, how could Chen Mo easily show weakness in front of outsiders? The act of licking wounds together with Shanks is something Chen Mo simply cannot bring himself to do. So even with 2 famous swords stuck in him, Chen Mo still drinks and eats heartily without a care. The aura of a man is undoubtedly displayed. Ever since he killed the Golden Lion Shiki, Chen Mo's feeling of restlessness has vanished without a trace, so he no longer has the urge to rush back, instead focusing on the condition of his dear friend. After all, losing an arm is not a good thing. In the quiet of night, feeling empty and lonely, a person who has lost an arm can't even embrace themselves. How pitiful. Or after losing an arm, even trimming nails becomes extremely difficult. As for Shanks asking his burly crewmates to help him trim his nails, Chen Mo briefly imagined it and found the scene somewhat beautiful, vaguely sensing a pink aura wafting, but he dared not imagine further. Having once been a disabled person himself, Chen Mo understands all too well the many inconveniences and difficulties disabled individuals face compared to ordinary people. So even after Chen Mo regained his health, whenever he encounters disabled individuals while sailing, he treats them with utmost respect. Facing his older brother, who is clearly severely injured yet still prioritizes concern for him. Shanks, while feeling moved, does not forget to show off. I bet it all on the new era. Chen Mo looked at Shanks, the boastful king, starting again. Drinking during the day again. Huh? TSK. So, people with poor alcohol tolerance really shouldn't drink. Less before drinking. You are the world's, and after drinking, the world becomes yours. Look at Shanks like this, losing an arm, and still betting it on the new era. If he drinks a few more sips, will he end up betting his own brother too? Therefore, Chen Mo, faced with Shanks's words while he is seriously injured and still trying to act cool, simply ignored him and turned to the relatively reliable Beckman to inquire about the situation. This fool. Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke and said somewhat gloomily, "It seems he lost his left arm because he was trying to save a little kid and got bitten off by a fish." At this point, Chen Mo didn't know whether to admire or laugh. Helping others and saving people is a good deed that Chen Mo should appreciate. Especially Shanks's act of sacrificing himself to save a child. It would not be an exaggeration to praise it greatly. But the problem is, isn't fish food? Why did this fool Shanks get killed by fish? This guy must have been drinking, right? Hey. Shanks knocked on the deck somewhat unhappily and shouted, "Beckman, you're too heartless. That fish is at least the king of the near sea. Very ferocious." "But it's still just a fish," Beckman retorted coldly. Not to mention Chen Mo. Even Beckman felt that his captain's head must have been squeezed by a door, getting his arm bitten off by a small sea creature for no reason. Forget about that fish. I was trying to save Luffy at the time. How can you summarize it with little kid? Shanks, speechless, rolled his eyes and emphasized his greatness again, trying to salvage his dignity. 6 years old is generally referred to as a little kid. Beckman said succinctly. Wait, at this moment, Chen Mo's expression darkened. Just now, did you mention Luffy? Monkey D. Luffy? Oh yes, a very interesting little kid. Hey, big brother, do you know him too? Shanks brought up Luffy again, unable to suppress a smile. At this moment, Chen Mo felt his mind go blank. His dear friend lost an arm to save his godson? My dear friend, please tell me the details. Chen Mo asked seriously. Seeing Chen Mo's suddenly serious expression, Shanks straightened up and recounted his encounter with Luffy word for word. In the end, we noticed the anomaly of the Golden Lion Shiki fighting and hurriedly handed Luffy over to the village chief of Windmill Village before rushing over. I bet that idiot Luffy is still crying his eyes out right now. After hearing Shanks's words, Chen Mo silently fell into contemplation for a few seconds without saying a word. Then he knelt down on both knees, bowed deeply to Shanks, and said, Shanks, it's my lack of discipline. On behalf of my godson, Monkey D, Luffy, I thank you. In an instant, a series of shocked voices erupted from the ship, the Fried Des. You're Luffy's god-grandfather? Shanks took several steps back in surprise. That's right. Chen Mojian nodded. Didn't you tell me that it was your first time in the East Blue? We haven't even been apart for 2 weeks. And you already have a grandson? Shanks still couldn't believe it. Charm too great, unable to resist, maintaining the posture of respect. Chen Mo succinctly stated the essence. Shanks' mouth moved a few times, nearly gasping for breath, and after a moment couldn't help but complain. You really should go to Whitebeard's territory. That guy Newgate adopts sons, you can just adopt a grandson. At this point, Shanks couldn't help but imagine Chen Mo's face on Whitebeard's body. After a battle, Whitebeard, with Chen Mo's face, extends his huge hand to the defeated, saying grandly, become my grandson. Shanks couldn't help but laugh out loud at this thought, his remaining eye squinting like a crescent moon, while he quickly covered his mouth with his only hand. For some reason, Chen Mo felt that Shanks was definitely thinking of something bad. If it weren't for the guilt he still felt toward Shanks, Chen Mo would have been unable to resist thrusting the 2 swords stuck in him toward Shanks. In the end, Chen Mo did not hold Shanks' rudeness against him, maintaining a sincere attitude of gratitude as he bowed his head and said, although we are close friends, it was my godson who caused you trouble. I must repay this kindness. I will return your arm. He firmly believed in reciprocating favors. This was Chen Mo's attitude towards life. Regardless, according to Shanks' statement, Luffy was just a stranger he had known for less than half a day. Shanks had a good relationship with him, but sacrificing an arm to save his godson was not something Chen Mo could take for granted due to moral obligation. As for returning Shanks an arm, Chen Mo was extremely serious about it. Due to his own physical condition, he could fully control the cells within his body. In other words, as long as Chen Mo was willing, he could completely cut off an arm, synchronize the cells of that arm to match Shanks, and then reconnect it to Shanks' body without worrying about any rejection. Moreover, if Shanks had personal needs, Chen Mo could even customize that arm according to Shanks' requirements. For example, adding an exoskeleton to the surface of the arm, or strengthening the arm's power, or enhancing the arm's self-healing abilities, and so on. Of course, achieving this would require Chen Mo to pay a considerable price. The energy consumed would be almost equivalent to taking down a disabled Guild Tesoro again. In other words, he would likely have to feast for 2 days, or rather, a day and a half. Although the disabled Guild Tesoro was indeed one of the strongest opponents Chen Mo had fought, unfortunately, he had pulled out his own ship's helm and voluntarily entered a weakened state, meaning he could only unleash a few bursts before running out of energy. Therefore, Chen Mo hadn't even entered berserk mode before the battle ended with a whimper. However, when Chen Mo's words reached Shanks' ears, they took on a different meaning. His big brother, out of guilt, wanted to cut off his own arm to form a disabled brotherhood with him? Not to mention that the amputation was due to Shanks' personal, unspoken desire, even if it were truly an accident. Shanks would absolutely not allow his close friend to mutilate himself for such a ridiculous reason. Stop joking around. Shanks pointed to himself with some annoyance and said boldly, "This is an act of my own will. It has nothing to do with you, big brother. Don't underestimate me. Besides, I absolutely will not allow you to become disabled for such nonsense." Chen Mo immediately realized that Shanks had misunderstood something and prepared to explain. It was just a matter of wasting a few days of his lifespan. It was a small price to pay for the happiness of his close friend. However, at that moment, Shanks, with a strong and domineering attitude, interrupted Chen Mo and said, "If you really consider me a close friend, there is no need for further words." After a pause, Shanks looked at Chen Mo, who was in a state of conflict, and comforted him. "Besides, after losing my arm, I have this vague feeling of having opened a new door to the world. I've gained an inexplicable new understanding of swordsmanship. So, big brother, you don't need to worry about this." Well, all right. Since Shanks said so, what could Chen Mo do? Perhaps this was truly Shanks' intention. After all, becoming disabled would indeed require the care of companions for many aspects of life. Considering the overall atmosphere of the red-haired pirates, it really might open up a new world. As a normal person, Chen Mo didn't dare to think too much further, fearing it would tarnish his pure thoughts and soul. Like a little white flower, all he could do was silently wish Shanks well. Immediately after, fearing that Chen Mo would feel any psychological burden, Shanks glanced at the corpse of Guild Tesoro and said to Chen Mo, "If you don't mind, could I handle Guild Tesoro's body?" Seeing Chen Mo's puzzled expression, which gradually turned into a look of disgust, Shanks quickly explained, "Regardless, Guild Tesoro was a legend of the previous era, although we were enemies. Giving him a decent burial would settle our past grievances. Do as you wish." Chen Mo didn't take such a small matter to heart at all. Even if Shanks hadn't mentioned it, out of humanitarianism, Chen Mo would not let Guild Tesoro's body rot in the wilderness or be eaten by fish in the sea. At the very least, he would burn Guild Tesoro's body and then properly arrange the ashes with Yui Chi. Chen Mo wouldn't mind this little trouble. And now that Shanks was willing to take care of this, how could Chen Mo refuse? Afterward, once Beckman arranged for personnel to explore the ruins of the fallen island, searching for treasures worth about 1 billion berries and confirming there were no omissions, they set sail back to Windmill Village. After all, Shanks and the others were pirates, and they had a unique pursuit for treasure. Moreover, taking care of a crew full of big eaters, Beckman, who managed the finances of the red-haired pirates, was under considerable pressure. How could they let such an obvious opportunity to gain a fortune slip away? Ultimately, Shanks also distributed 500 million berries to Chen Mo according to the rules of the pirate world. For a moment, Chen Mo was tempted to gather his students and sweep through the pirates of this world. It wasn't that Chen Mo's was weak. It was just that the treasure was too dazzling. The ill-gotten gains of pirates were abundant, and a large portion of them loved to hoard their treasures, severely obstructing economic development. To ensure that the wealth of the world could circulate normally, Chen Mo felt it was his duty and necessity to promote the normal circulation of wealth. Chapter 239, Recovering Too Quickly in the End. Chen Mo gave up on the idea of casting a wide net to catch fish and competing with the Navy for business. At this moment, Chen Mo finally understood why the world government was so stingy while the Navy still had so much money, launching warships like they were dumplings and bombarding pirates with cannonballs as if they were free. It turned out the wool came from the sheep. Of course, the reason Chen Mo abandoned this approach was not only due to his lofty personal values and viewing money as dirt, but also because the current era's environment had already determined everything. inconvenient transportation, islands each governing themselves, chaotic public order, rampant piracy. These factors destined that even if Chen Mo seized a large amount of wealth and distributed it among the common people, it would ultimately fall into the hands of nobles or pirates, never able to circulate healthily. In the end, it would just be a meaningless dead cycle. The ailments of this era and this world are rooted deep and not merely something that clearing out pirates could change. Therefore, considering the problems of this world, the only thing Chen Mo could really do was accelerate research on nuclear weapons, hoping to bring peace to this world and create a new era. After a moment, the Red Force successfully returned to Windmill Village. The low-key Chen Mo, unwilling to let other villagers notice his abnormality, only wanted to be an ordinary villager. So, 10 kilometers away from Windmill Village, after greeting Shanks, Chen Mo quietly left the ship and secretly returned home. Clang! Robin, who was preparing dinner for the family as per her usual habit, was startled to see Chen Mo covered in dirt, with 2 swords sticking out of him, and she couldn't even hold the kitchen utensils steady. Sister Robin, I'm back. After half a day, Chen Mo had completely forgotten that he still had 2 swords sticking out of him and greeted Robin with a grin. How did you get hurt like this? Who did this? Damn! Tears shimmered in Robin's eyes as she spoke, her voice filled with panic and fear. She was truly afraid that her brother, who was still smiling at her, would collapse at any moment, taking his last breath. Didn't you say you were just going to meet with you and would be back soon? Isn't my silly brother supposed to be strong? If he can defeat the notorious red-haired Shanks and come and go freely from myriad, why does he look like he has gone through a brutal battle? Severely injured and on the verge of death? Severely injured and on the verge of death? Suddenly, Robin noticed that Chen Mo's relaxed and natural smile seemed a bit out of place with that phrase. Realizing this, Robin awkwardly used her observation hockey to sense Chen Mo's condition. With Chen Mo hiding his life force, outsiders could only sense that his life force was slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person, but most importantly, Robin sensed that Chen Mo's life force was incredibly stable. According to common sense, the more stable the life force, the healthier the person is. Based on Robin's perception, Chen Mo's stable fluctuations even surpassed hers after spending a whole day reading at home. In an instant, the calm Robin realized that she had probably been tricked by this foolish brother. This foolish brother wouldn't have just randomly picked up 2 swords and stuck them in himself, then specially come back to mess with her, would he? Thinking of this, Robin pulled open Chen Mo's clothes and indeed found that the wounds where the swords had pierced were not even bleeding, and her brother's complexion was rosy and his expression was natural. Suddenly, Robin, who had been startled by Chen Mo for no reason, had her expression darken. Aren't you going to get rid of the extra stuff on you? Are you planning to keep it for the night? Oh. Chen Mo also realized that he had somewhat overdone it. Knowing that his minor injuries were almost healed, he still didn't rush home. He had argued with Shanks for half a day, causing the wounds to almost completely heal, and now he showed a flaw in front of Sister Robin. Chen Mojian pouted, feeling a bit embarrassed after being seen through, and casually pulled out the 2 swords, sakura tin and dry wood, tossing them like garbage directly into the trunk of a large tree in front of the door. Go, wash yourself clean in the bathroom. I'll teach you a good lesson later. Robin, with the presence of an older sister, scolded Chen Mo, who was half bowing his head, not daring to look up. You say you become someone else's grandpa, and you come home all dirty, looking like what? Chen Mo's mouth moved slightly, but he didn't dare to refute the commanding Robin, only walking toward the bathroom while secretly complaining. Am I too weak? I took down that golden lion shiki and still ended up all dirty. Could it really be because I'm too weak? Or is my strength not enough to be considered a grandpa to others? The words wronged and helpless perfectly described Chen Mo's inner thoughts. After all, in Chen Mo's view, that golden lion shiki was indeed a strong opponent, even though he could only maintain his strength for a short while. But whether it was his fruit awakening, his use of haki, or his swordsmanship, Chen Mo felt he had reached a considerable height, and wanting to deal with a strong opponent of that level without getting dirty was indeed too much to ask from Chen Mo. Even if he figured out the peace mode, it shouldn't guarantee that he could really do it. He could only say, try hard. Probably. Meanwhile, while Chen Mo was being scolded to wash up in the bathroom, Shanks found a spot on Galber Mountain to bury golden lion shiki. Out of respect for this former pirate legend, Shanks led all the crew members to pay their last respects at Shiki's grave. Strangely, many members of the red-haired pirates felt a bit melancholic. The name of the flying pirate golden lion Shiki was once so glorious that it could silence children on these seas. Now, after death, He was just a handful of dirt, and they, as enemies, had to send off this once-renowned figure. Let's go. Our journey isn't over yet. Partners. The melancholy lasted only a moment before Shanks led his crew away from the place with ease. As pirates, they didn't need to be overly sentimental. Enjoying the fine wine and adventures of the present was enough. Above in the sky, a bird secretly trained by the Revolutionary Army captured the entire process from multiple angles with a camera. Chapter 240. No reason needed for a feast in the evening. When Luffy and Ace returned home, they didn't find the delicious food as usual. Moreover, their grandpa appeared to be inexplicably downcast, as if he had been humiliated or scolded severely. In short, they saw the word autism written on their grandpa's face. The battle between Chen Mo and Golden Lion Shiki ultimately took place tens of miles above Windmill Village. Besides powerful figures like Shanks, only relatively sensitive intelligence personnel from the Revolutionary Army and Navy detected the anomaly in the sky. Therefore, neither Luffy, Ace, nor Robin, who had stayed at home the entire time, realized that a terrifying battle had occurred tens of kilometers away above them. Sister Robin, where's dinner today? Ace, feeling a lack of affection, had unconsciously been charmed by Robin's big sister-like tenderness, so it felt natural for him to call her that. As for Luffy, he was caught up in guilt and self-isolation due to the incident with Shanks. He had originally planned to go home and feast to relieve his worries, but upon returning home, he found nothing. For a moment, Luffy felt even more depressed. Today a friend invited us to a feast. Robin casually tidied up and said, "A feast?" Ace and Luffy immediately felt their emotions stirred. Or perhaps it is due to the cultural influences of this world. Very few people can resist the temptation of a banquet. As for the emergence of this situation, it is likely related to the overall environment of this sea. For the people of this world, they never know whether tomorrow or an accident will come first, and the banquet, which represents joy, abundance, and gathering, has countless unique charms in an intangible way. The two little monkeys hurried to the bathroom to clean themselves up. The banquet was about to start. Robin looked at the dirty Ace and Luffy, pursed her lips, and said gently, "Oh." In an instant, Ace and Luffy were filled with energy, scrambling to rush into the bathroom, playfully washing up together. What Ace and Luffy didn't notice was that their godfather was watching them with a dangerous gaze. Why did he have to be harshly reprimanded by Sister Robin when he returned home dirty, while these two brats could be treated gently? Was it because he wasn't handsome enough? This thought was instantly snuffed out by Chen Mo. For a handsome man who had to deliberately use other means to conceal his looks to avoid causing a disturbance, this issue was completely meaningless. Bah! In the end, Chen Mo could only attribute everything to these two little brats being sycophants, secretly gaining Sister Robin's attention. It seems that I haven't assigned enough tasks to them every day, leading to too many opportunities for these little brats to show their faces. Just as Chen Mo was quietly contemplating how to foster their growth, sudden exclamations came from the bathroom. "Wow! Luffy, how did you get longer? Can shrink back? So amazing!" Ace exclaimed loudly. "Let me pull it again." "No, Ace, don't pull it, no." Luffy shouted in a panic, his voice high-pitched. "Bastards, be quiet." Robin, who usually had a cool demeanor, was rarely seen with a hint of embarrassment on her face, shouting rather out of control. Suddenly, the bathroom fell completely silent. Perhaps usually Robin treated them with an incredibly gentle attitude, but Ace and Luffy would never forget the scene when they first met, being hammered to the ground by Robin like a nail. Due to the urgency of the banquet, Ace and Luffy only messed around in the bathroom for short, while before quickly coming out. Subsequently, Chen Mo, as if taking his family along, led Sister Robin and the two little brats Ace and Luffy toward a relatively secluded beach, to avoid disturbing the daily life of the residents of Windmill Village. The location of this banquet held by the red-haired pirates was set on a sparsely populated beach, and the only guests were just Chen Mo's family. As for the reason for the banquet, the red-haired pirates made up several. For example, to celebrate the captain getting to know Luffy, perhaps to celebrate the captain getting rid of the troublesome left arm, or perhaps finding 500 million berries, and other reasons like meeting boss Chen Mo again. Anyway, for the red-haired pirates, any excuse could serve as a reason for a banquet. As long as it was fun, that was enough. "Hey, Shanks." When Luffy arrived with Chen Mo, he widened his eyes to see the red-haired man joyfully drinking and eating meat, showing no signs of depression from his amputated arm. "Come on, let us go over and thank him properly." Chen Mo patted Luffy's head, showing no intention of scolding him, and spoke with the genuine tone of an elder. This was also the reason why Chen Mo wanted to bring Luffy and Ace to this pirate banquet. Not only to formally thank Shanks on behalf of Luffy, but also to let the young ones understand. For so-called pirates, things like banquets, comrades, and adventures should be important, rather than the remnants of the sea, the burning, killing, looting, and bullying of civilians. Even during the banquet, Chen Mo subtly warned Ace and Luffy that if they ever became scoundrels, he would personally take action to send them to the next life, and then properly reform them to be good people, people of value and contribution to society. It is worth mentioning that, for some unknown reason, Ace inexplicably brought an extra little brat into the mix, wearing a large hat with wind goggles, short golden hair, a missing tooth, and looking about the same age as Ace. However, compared to Ace's wild child aura, this little brat was exceptionally polite, giving off a well-mannered vibe. Mr. Chen Mo, I am Sabo. Thank you for your hospitality. Sabo bowed to Chen Mo and said politely, TSK, Ace, look at him, and then look at you. Chen Mo couldn't help but tease Ace about this so-called good friend of his. TSK. No way. Ace turned his head awkwardly and said unhappily, haha. Instantly, the entire banquet burst into joyful laughter. Even Shanks inexplicably felt that having a childlike presence was quite nice. It was a feeling completely different from that with comrades. A child? Suddenly, a warm and mature smile of Miss Makino appeared in Shanks' mind. The phrase fluttering heart perfectly described Shanks' rosy complexion at this moment. Fortunately, everyone was at the banquet, and everyone only thought Shanks was drunk. Otherwise, they would have immediately noticed something was off with him. Chapter 241, A Trivial Matter, Don't Disturb My Sleep the Next Morning. A hazy Shanks was awakened by a series of exclamations. Boss, you made the newspaper. Huh? Shanks, with bleary eyes, took the newspaper and glanced at it casually. Gold Lion Shiki. In his dazed state, Shanks only saw the name Gold Lion Shiki and instantly lost interest in reading further. As a witness to the legendary conclusion, Shanks was well aware of the entire event, and it was completely normal for the news agency to report on the fall of a big figure like Gold Lion Shiki. So Shanks shoved the newspaper back into Lucky Rowe's arms and mumbled this matter. I know, don't disturb me while I sleep. Oh. Since Shanks was still so calm and sleeping, Lucky Rowe had no choice but to take the newspaper and leave the room. What did the captain say? Outside the room, the cadres of the red-haired pirates gathered, and Beckman, exhaling smoke, asked. The boss said he knows about this matter, and not to make a big deal out of it, so it doesn't disturb his sleep. The simple-minded Lucky Rowe repeated Shanks' words. Did he really say that? Beckman raised an eyebrow, a bit puzzled. That's right. Lucky Rowe nodded affirmatively. Zheng. Beckman took the newspaper from Lucky Lou's hands and opened it again. The large headline read, Red-haired Shanks strongly defeats Gold Lion Shiki. A new legend is born. Could it be that fool Shanks secretly discussed this with boss Chen Mo? Beckman speculated quietly. But the question is, who provided the fake information to the news agency? After a long silence, Beckman held the newspaper in one hand and said to the many cadres, Since this is the captain's decision, everyone must work hard to become stronger. The reputation of stepping on the Gold Lion's corpse to rule the new world is not a joke. Zheng. What else is there to say? Jesus Burgess wiped his nose and said handsomely. Although the other cadres did not speak, their eyes were filled with confidence. The red-haired pirates would definitely not be weaker than anyone else. Meanwhile, while Shanks was sound asleep, this news stirred up a storm across the seas. The era of the flying pirate Gold Lion Shiki dominating the seas was about 10 to 20 years ago, and it was one of the legends that today young adults grew up listening to. And now this legend has officially come to an end. The person who symbolized that era has fallen in the weakest sea, the East Sea, and the one who ended this legend was the great pirate Red-haired Shanks. In an unknown village in the Grand Line, an old man was reading the main points of the newspaper to a group of illiterate children below. In the year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar, the representative of the notorious pirates, flying pirate Gold Lion Shiki, engaged in a fierce battle with the great pirate Red-haired Shanks in a remote sea area of the East Sea. The battle lasted a full half-day. It turned the skies and the seas upside down, with the aftermath shaking the ocean and causing severe tsunamis that submerged many villages. Countless casualties. In the end, the battle concluded with the great pirate Red-haired Shanks suffering a tragic victory with a severed arm. The East Sea Navy receiving the intelligence, mobilized to protect the tranquility of the sea, completely eliminating the remnants of Gold Lion Shiki's flying pirate crew and driving the red-haired pirates away from the battle area, ensuring the safety of many world government allied nations and civilians in the East Sea. Additionally, Some concerned citizens reported that they had captured footage on a deserted island of the red-haired pirates burying flying pirate gold lion Shiki, and according to clear images, it has been confirmed that the information about red-haired Shanks's severed arm is accurate. And this man, who defeated the legendary gold lion Shiki, who was as famous as the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, where will he set his sights next? Will he linger in the four seas, causing trouble for civilians because of his severed arm? Or will he carry the momentum of defeating gold lion Shiki to rule the seas of the New World, competing with pirates like Edward Newgate and defeating all opponents to claim the title of Pirate King? P.S. According to reports from a concerned citizen in a tavern, red-haired Shanks has a particular fondness for children, especially boys. East Sea civilians, please be cautious in protecting boys. Besides these main points, the newspaper also printed 2 large close-up photos. The first photo, red-haired Shanks, covered in blood, with blood still faintly flowing from a severed arm, appeared in a state of disarray and fatigue. But at that moment, he was holding gold lion Shiki's corpse with one hand, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, exuding an aura of invincibility and dominance over the world. Below this photo was a small caption, "The most domineering man in the world." The second photo, Shanks' severed arm was already wrapped in bandages, and facing the camera, he dramatically tossed his cloak. His eyes, under the head of red hair, were filled with endless nonchalance and power. And behind him were many cadres of the red-haired pirates, with a grave-marked gold lion Shiki in the background. Instantly, the unmatched aura of red-haired Shanks seemed ready to burst forth from the newspaper. Below this photo was a small caption, "Photo provided by a devoted fan of red-haired Shanks, all rights reserved, please do not steal." Grandpa, that red-haired Shanks is so scary. Yeah. He likes boys so much. Doesn't that make handsome little boys like me very dangerous? A thin boy, with a runny nose and missing a tooth, said worriedly, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Another little girl, muscular and clearly only 4 or 5 years old, confidently said as she hugged the thin boy and patted her chest. Immediately, the children below began to chatter and argue. After all, for them, this incident was just like a fairy tale or a legend. On the other side, Weak San was praising the newspaper in his hands. No wonder it's the teacher's vision. So amazing. That journalist Zorn from the former World Economic News Agency account 9527 is truly talented. Just look at how perfectly these pictures were taken. Even I, who secretly planned all this, almost believed everything in the newspaper. Chapter 242, The Four Emperors' Fourth Update on the Moby Dick in the New World. Facing the rising sun, Whitebeard sat at the bow of the ship, drinking deeply, the newspaper in his hand flapping loudly in the sea breeze. "What's wrong with Dad?" Diamond Jaws asked softly to the immortal Marco. "Haven't you seen today's newspaper?" Marco countered. Jaws scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled a few times. As the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate 2nd Division, he should indeed pay attention to major events at sea. "Gold Lion Shiki is dead," Marco said directly without any suspense. "How is that possible?" Jaws' eyes widened in disbelief. As an old member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Jaws had participated in battles against the flying pirate crew back in the day, and he understood that Gold Lion Shiki was said to possess the power to conquer the world. How could he suddenly die? It said that it was Shanks who did it. Marco explained while accepting a full jug of wine passed to him by a subordinate. "That kid, is he that strong now?" Jaws said, smacking his lips. "Who knows?" A hint of seriousness appeared in Marco's eyes, but his tone remained casual. "But now, as his son, the most important thing is to not let Dad drink alone." After saying that, Marco walked over to Whitebeard with a jug of wine, pouring it for him and drinking heartily alongside him. "What are you doing here, idiot son?" Whitebeard asked, his face showing no sorrow, still filled with an aura of dominance over the world. "Who knows?" Marco replied, sitting down beside Whitebeard. "However, as a son, it is quite nice to accompany my old man and do all the silly things once." Gulalala. Whitebeard laughed happily, a sense of inexplicable warmth rising in his heart. After laughing, Whitebeard downed a full glass of wine for Marco, facing the distant sunrise, and quietly asked, "Shiki, you bastard, you really left quickly. To die in that corner of the East Sea, and by a little brat from Roger's ship at that, what a disgrace." Guh. Thinking of this, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh gleefully. Although Marco didn't know why his old man was laughing, he joined in the laughter as well. Hearing Marco's laughter beside him, Whitebeard couldn't help but pat Marco's head. This hero, known as the world's strongest man, at this moment was filled with tenderness. "Shiki, you bastard, I wonder if you found your treasure." "I have certainly found mine." Just as Whitebeard was thinking, many of his adopted sons brought fine wine and food over, accompanying Whitebeard. It's a banquet. Sons, to send off that bastard Shiki the Golden Lion. Oh, not only the Whitebeard pirates, but the entire sea, especially the waters of the New World, was stirred by this news. For many forces in the New World, the news of red-haired Shanks killing Golden Lion Shiki was like a thunderclap that completely shook them. Originally, in the New World, there were already three powerful figures reigning like emperors: Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Kaido of the Beasts, and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. At this moment, another figure who could rival these three, red-haired Shanks, emerged. How could it not shake many forces? Even subtly, some good-hearted people began to compare red-haired Shanks with Whitebeard and the other three powerful figures, calling them the emperors of the sea. More importantly, every emperor ruling the sea would either subjugate or expel pirates within their territory to secure their authority. Now, among the many pirates struggling unwillingly under the tyranny of Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, there was a brand new option: red-haired Shanks. For a time, the waters of the New World became tumultuous, as those unwilling to be sons and unable to bear the brutality of Kaido flocked into Shanks' original territory. Just like that, before Shanks even returned to the New World, and without him knowing about this news, a large group of pirates had already gathered in his territory, calling themselves the subordinate pirate crews of the red-haired pirates. When the Navy learned of red-haired Shanks defeating Golden Lion Shiki, and after confirmation by the EC Navy's highest commander, Vice Admiral Nicholas, they raised Shanks' bounty by another 500 million berries. When the bounty of 3 billion berries for Shanks reached the New World, it further confirmed the might of red-haired Shanks, worthy of being called the Emperor of the Sea. Emperor of the Sea, the most domineering man in the world, the four emperors. Many titles began to spread across the sea. If there was anyone in this vast ocean, aside from a few informed individuals who had doubts about this event, it would be Fisher Tiger of the Sun Pirates. Why does this news feel a bit familiar? Tiger murmured in confusion while stopping in a small town for supplies, holding a newspaper. There's a strange sense of familiarity. Why? Thinking of this, Tiger carefully sorted through the logic of the events in the newspaper. The great pirate red-haired Shanks, the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki, then red-haired Shanks narrowly defeating Golden Lion Shiki, even losing an arm in the process. It seemed quite reasonable. After all, it was a battle of equals. Losing an arm was not surprising. It was quite normal. Tiger reasoned thoroughly and truly found no flaw, feeling that while the event was surprising, it wasn't absurd. However, Tiger also didn't know why, but his intuition told him that within this seemingly perfectly reasonable situation, there was a great injustice hidden. "Captain Tiger, it's time to set off," Jinbei shouted loudly to inform Tiger. Interrupted in his thoughts by Jinbei, Tiger decided not to dwell on these matters any longer, turning to return to the pirate ship with Jinbei. After all, today was a good day, as he heard that a group of young men from Fishman Island, having heard his story, traveled a long way to join him in his adventures. What was the name of that leading fishman again? I think it was Arlong. Chapter 243. The Four Emperors. Next, the days in East Sea Windmill Village returned to their usual calm. The tumultuous waves of the Grand Line completely unable to affect this small village. For Windmill Village, the only change was that a certain pirate crew often gathered at the Makino Tavern to drink, with no other significant changes. Life remained tranquil, the business of the hot spring still thriving, and the village's windmill continued to turn normally. "Nanny?" Shank's surprised voice echoed in the Makino Tavern. A whole week had passed since Golden Lion Shiki's death, and just now, Makino congratulated Shanks on his bounty rising again. Unconcerned about the bounty, Shanks was pleasantly surprised that Makino took the initiative to ask how much it had risen. Then, Shanks discovered that his bounty had inexplicably increased by a whole 500 million berries, now reaching 3 billion berries. Shanks asked himself how he could have raised his bounty while hiding in the East Sea without doing anything significant. Idiot, the whole world thinks you killed Golden Lion Shiki. It's strange if your bounty doesn't rise. Beckman mocked Shanks' intelligence while drinking. Following that was Shanks' exclamation that resounded throughout the tavern. "Nanny? When did it become me who killed Golden Lion Shiki? Wasn't it that bastard, Chen Mojian?" After drinking several cups to calm his excitement, Shanks hurriedly asked, "Don't joke around. Mr. Shanks, that kid Chen Mojian is such a gentle person. How could he do something like that?" Makino chuckled softly, saying gently, "Cough, cough." At that moment, Shanks remembered Chen Mojian's warning. That bastard wanted to quietly stay hidden in Windmill Village and enjoy a little world with Robin. If he accidentally leaked his information, he would probably be beaten to death or drowned in alcohol, right? Thinking of this, Shanks did not forget to greet Makino before pulling Beckman out of the tavern and hiding in a deserted corner, asking Beckman, "What is going on?" You don't know?" Beckman was completely confused, even forgetting that he was holding a glass of wine. "What I know?" Shanks blinked, equally bewildered, staring at Beckman. For a moment, two confused faces met in that secluded corner, for eyes lost in confusion. Beckman shook the hand holding the wine glass and took a shaky sip. However, the puzzled Shanks snatched the glass away, downed it in one go, and said, "What time is it? You're still thinking about drinking? What is going on?" "Just like I said earlier, the whole world knows you took down the Golden Lion Shiki." Seeing his foolish captain's expression, Beckman realized there must have been some misunderstanding. "Huh?" Shanks stared blankly at Beckman, completely unable to comprehend the meaning of this statement. "I don't know anything about this. How did the whole world include me?" "Fool!" Beckman cursed, then calmed down, organizing his thoughts before asking, "Let me ask you, have you discussed or mentioned taking down the Golden Lion Shiki to gain fame and compete for the Four Emperors throne with anyone? Do you think I could come up with such a complicated plan?" Shanks tilted his head and asked, "To be honest, with your IQ, it really is pointless." Beckman replied honestly. Instantly, Shanks pouted, realizing his idiot-first mate was insulting him. But it didn't matter. Shanks was used to Beckman's sarcasm and didn't take it to heart, saying besides, "I didn't do this. How could I stoop so low to deceive for fame?" Upon hearing this, Beckman's anger surged, and he punched Shanks in the cheek, causing a bump to form on his forehead as he shouted, "Fool! If you didn't plan this, then why did you say you knew when Lockie asked you, and told us not to disturb you while you were sleeping?" "Did I say that?" Shanks sat on the ground, rubbing his slightly swollen cheek, puzzled as he recalled. "It seems I really did say something like that." Suddenly, Shanks started to chuckle, realizing it was his fault. TSK. Beckman, who had completely lost faith in Shanks' intelligence, explained the relevant situation. "So, without realizing it, I become one of the Four Emperors?" Shanks inexplicably began to grin, feeling as if he had gained a lot of territory and subordinates for free. Although Shanks was not a man who pursued such things, as a pirate, he couldn't help but feel a sense of vanity. How satisfying, but thinking too much. Unfortunately, Beckman ruthlessly shattered Shanks' fantasy, saying, "With our current reputation, as soon as we return to the New World, Kaido, that battle maniac, will definitely come looking for us. And if we want to stabilize our so-called Four Emperor status, we must pay a visit to Big Ma-Man Whitebeard's territories. In short, we are at a critical moment of life and death. Once we return to the New World, any sign of weakness will likely attract other greedy hyenas, ready to tear us to pieces." Listening to Beckman, Shanks, sitting on the ground, slightly lowered his head, and, for a moment, even the surrounding environment felt eerily quiet. After a moment, Shanks looked up at Beckman, a bright expression on his face, and said, "We are the red-haired pirates. If anyone is unconvinced, let them come. Even Kaido, so what? I want to be a Four Emperor." Shanks was not a person who wallowed in self-pity, even though he appeared extremely unreliable and indifferent to details. Hidden beneath his unreliable facade was unparalleled dominance and pride. The sovereign's domain. It is known that he is the only man in the world, apart from Chen Mo, who can use this symbol of conqueror's haki, just a mere title of Four Emperors. And if the world thinks of themselves this way, how could Shanks back down? "You really give me no choice." Beckman pulled Shanks up, looking at him with a somewhat indulgent gaze like an old father, helplessly saying. Chapter 244. Setting sail, however. For the thick-skinned Shanks, knowing this was merely a psychological preparation. He had no intention of returning to the New World Sea area for now. After all, Windmill Village is so nice, right? Isn't the wine at Makino's Tavern delicious? Or is Miss Makino not good enough? So Shanks practically used Windmill Village as a temporary base, sailing around, vaguely searching for something and often returning to Makino's Tavern to recharge. At this point, even the slow-witted members of the red-haired pirates realized that their foolish captain might have ulterior motives. As things progressed, it became almost a routine for Shanks to drink alone at Makino's Tavern, while his subordinates extorted a hefty sum from him and willingly helped clear the area outside. They euphemistically claimed, "Today, Makino's Tavern is reserved by young Master Shanks." Even every time Shanks returned, the exuberant Luffy, who jumped around to find him, was misled by Beckman and other officers to play elsewhere. This situation persisted for several months, and after thoroughly searching the nearby sea areas and preparing to sail further, Shanks had to reluctantly leave Windmill Village. This is what being a pirate is, drifting unpredictably, yearning for freedom. At the port of Windmill Village, the village chief, Makino, Chen Mo, Robin, and Luffy were all there to bid farewell to Shanks as he set sail. Logically, the most heartbroken should have been Chen Mo or Makino, who were close friends, but instead, it was Luffy who was crying incessantly, creating a scene that was supposed to be quite sentimental, inexplicably turned a bit comical. Those who didn't know might think Shanks was Luffy's father, and Luffy was crying because he was going to be left behind as a stay-at-home child. So tragic, he could only follow his grandpa from now on. Thinking of this, Chen Mo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Shanks, one day, I will find partners who are not inferior to you all. I will find the world's greatest treasure. I will definitely become the Pirate King. After months of contemplation, at this moment of parting, Luffy, following the will deep within his heart, declared to Shanks in a firm tone. Huh. Shanks broke into a big smile and asked in return, "Do you want to surpass us?" After a pause, Shanks picked up the straw hat from atop his head and placed it on Luffy's head, saying, "This straw hat is entrusted to you. It's my most important treasure, so take good care of it. When you become an outstanding pirate, we'll meet again, Luffy." Luffy tightly clutched the straw hat on his head, crying as he nodded. Then, amidst the gazes of many, red-haired Shanks officially set sail again, starting a new journey. As the red force slowly disappeared on the horizon, the many villagers gathered at the port to see them off gradually dispersed. One could only say that during the few months the red-haired pirates stayed in Windmill Village, they had not harmed the civilians in the slightest and often helped those in need. Hence, the villagers naturally grew fond of these pure and lovable pirates. "Robin, please take that idiot Luffy back." Chen Mo looked at Luffy, who was moved to tears by just a straw hat, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. As a god-grandfather, he had been feeding this little brat well for several months, yet he had never heard a single word of thanks from Luffy. Bah, he really is that shameless grandson of Garp. Are you going to that mushroom base again? Robin, who was only 15 but had an exceptionally eye-catching figure, asked lightly, crossing her arms. This is sort of my dream." Chen Mo also knew that disappearing for a period every day was quite unfair to his family. "Idiot." Robin flicked Chen Mo's forehead and said irritably, "How could I not support your dream? It's just a pity that I'm not very familiar with crop research. Otherwise, I could help you a bit." Chen Mo really wanted to explain that the nickname for nuclear weapons was mushroom bomb, but it wasn't related to crops. However, he thought about it and figured it was better for Robin to misunderstand, since he was researching weapons, which was inherently dangerous, and it was best not to make her worry. That explanation is probably close enough. Anyway, when I grow that big mushroom, I believe life will get better. Robin didn't comment on Chen Mo's words. Ever since her idiot brother brought back 500 million berries last time, coupled with the daily profits from the hot spring, Robin no longer worried about living expenses. Nowadays, her idiot brother leaving home once a day was also a good opportunity for Robin to train, to become stronger. This thought constantly lingered in Robin's mind. Only by becoming stronger could she avoid becoming a burden to her brother in times of disaster. She even planned that once she became strong enough, she would create a clone that could sustain itself for a long time, allowing it to go out to sea alone to search for the true history. For Robin, although Chen Mo occupied a large part of her heart, she could not forget the dream her mother and Dr. Clover had desperately pursued. As the last archaeologist in the world, she felt obligated to find the ultimate answer for her mother and Dr. Clover, the blank 100 years. However, Robin did not want to bring any trouble or danger to Chen Mo, so since their last encounter, she had never mentioned the true history, keeping it deeply buried in her heart. To endure, to wait, to grow stronger, Robin had been secretly accumulating strength, enough not to burden Chen Mo, and to secretly seek the true history. Let us go, Luffy. Once Chen Mo's seemingly slow figure quietly disappeared around the corner, Robin finally came back to her senses, reached out, and took Luffy's hand, walking home. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, who quickly arrived at the Happy Mushroom cultivation base, found Yuichi quietly standing at the entrance waiting. As he walked inside the base with Yuichi, Chen Mo suddenly thought of something and asked Yuichi, "Is there anyone suitable for a gatekeeper, like an old man?" Yuichi was momentarily taken aback by Chen Mo's sudden question. "Gatekeeper, old man?" Yuichi murmured, his face turning pale. "Could it be that the teacher is dissatisfied with me and wants to replace me with someone else? Is it because I'm not steady enough? So they specifically want an old man to watch the gate?" Yuichi suddenly felt dizzy, as if he had been abandoned by a heartless lover. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, hearing Yuichi's confusion, completely overlooked his change in expression and continued to explain, "When my friend Shanks was stationed in Windmill Village, I felt relatively at ease when I left the village. After all, if any enemies invaded, my friend could hold them off for a while. But now that my friend Shanks has set sail again, safety has become a crucial issue while I'm not in Windmill Village. After a pause, Chen added, after all, last time I randomly encountered that madman, the golden lion Shiki, who attacked without warning. Who knows if any other inexplicable enemies will show up. Hearing this, Yuichi let out a long sigh. As long as it wasn't about him being disliked, other issues seemed much less severe. So, you just want to arrange for an old man to stay in Windmill Village as a gatekeeper? That's about the gist of it. Chen nodded and said, actually, saying gatekeeper is just a rough idea. Consider it as me personally hiring him to work in Windmill Village. Besides warning against external enemies, he can also do some cleaning to keep the village tidy. Ever since Chen got that 500 million berries, his tone had become much more confident, and he now dared to claim he was personally contributing to the village. However, it was reasonable since Chen was a noble-minded person. When he wasn't lacking money, he had no interest in it, and even had a penny to spare. Of course, Chen had handed all 500 million berries to Robin, and he had never inquired about the profits from the hot spring. Chen was even starting to consider whether to revitalize the education sector in Windmill Village. After all, during these few months, he found that education for children in Windmill Village was mostly passed down through parents or through elderly people reading newspapers to the kids. Unfortunately, Chen only had 24 hours in a day, making it very difficult to find time to personally educate the children, so he could only keep this in mind. As Yuichi listened to Chen Mo's request for a gatekeeper old man, he suddenly felt a bit troubled. After all, the Revolutionary Army was ultimately a young organization, and even Chen who was almost 15, could be considered an elder within it. Most of the people participating in the Revolutionary Army are strong and young individuals, or homeless orphans trained from a young age. Therefore, it is indeed a difficult task for Chen to find an elderly person among the Revolutionary Army during this time period. Teacher, how about I notify the other students to see who is available? However, before Yongyi could finish his sentence, Chen raised his hand to interrupt him and said, let's not do that. The classmates have their own careers and lives to strive for. What does it mean to just stay in a small windmill village to guard and clean? Yongyi tried to explain. Apart from a few classmates with important roles in the Revolutionary Army, 90 of the students would definitely rush back to the teacher's side. After all, it has almost become an unspoken secret among the students that staying by the teacher's side will significantly increase their strength. Back then, when Yongyi was one of the 10 brave ones, he was able to serve by the teacher's side and successfully become the captain of the guard. Not because he was the strongest among the 10 brave ones. On the contrary, at that time, Yongyi was considered the weakest and the least distinctive among them. Moreover, Yongyi had to put on a sad act in front of the other students to secure this opportunity. Nowadays, it goes without saying that if it were a one-on-one fight, Yongyi would definitely be defeated. However, since the teacher had already rejected this suggestion in advance, Yongyi naturally wouldn't say more. After all, he could still stay by the teacher's side, and whether they are miserable or not has nothing to do with him. Let's just pay attention to this matter later. While chatting, Chen unknowingly passed through multiple layers of verification and security doors and finally stepped into the true research area. The centrifuge that Chen needed is called a uranium enrichment centrifuge. For nuclear weapon research, uranium enrichment centrifuges are indispensable, a deadlock that cannot be bypassed. Therefore, before the energy issue he had been seeking was resolved, Chen first created the uranium enrichment centrifuge from his memory. After several months, the research on the uranium enrichment centrifuge had already progressed to the mid-stage. According to Chen estimates, at normal efficiency, the research on the uranium enrichment centrifuge could be thoroughly completed within a year at most. When Yongyi saw Chen enter the research area, he automatically stepped back and guarded the door. After all, not every student could allocate all their potential to their brains like week 119. Yongyi's research level was limited to discovering the metallic product created by his teacher, which did not seem suitable for cultivating and researching crops and mushrooms. What's more, entering the research area, Chen put on the prepared white lab coat and asked the diligent assistants who were repeating experiments, "Good afternoon, Teacher Chen." Many busy research assistants immediately greeted Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, finding it both amusing and perplexing that these stubborn students continued to call him Teacher Chen. After just a few months, Chen was somewhat astonished to find that he seemed to be gradually getting used to being called Teacher Chen. Report, Teacher Chen. A woman wearing round-frame glasses stepped forward to report the situation to Chen. We have improved the structure of the centrifuge, according to what you said, but the rotation speed has always been difficult to reach the minimum speed you requested. It shouldn't be. Chen Mo took the relevant experimental report from the round-framed woman, carefully browsing through it, murmuring. From the structure of the centrifuge, it was already very close to what he remembered, even to the extent that it was impossible for such a huge rotation speed impact to occur. In Chapter 246, The Uncertain Endpoint, 4th Update, Chen Mo flipped the experimental report to the section on the rotation speed changes of the centrifuge and carefully interpreted the entire rotation speed test experiment. After pondering for a moment, Chen Mo returned the experimental report to the round-framed woman and said, "It's not a structural issue. It's most likely due to insufficient power supply. During the centrifuge rotation speed test, until the experiment time ended, the rotation speed was still on a weak upward trend, indicating that it has not yet reached its peak. Lower the frequency of the centrifuge rotation speed test, store all the power, and try to test the maximum rotation speed of the centrifuge as much as possible." But the round-framed woman hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, with a rigorous attitude, confirmed with Chen Mo, "But Teacher Chen, didn't you say before that this research on the centrifuge is a preliminary study for a greater research to come?" "That's right." Chen Mo nodded. He indeed said those words. After hearing Chen Mo's answer, the round-framed woman's courage increased a bit, and she asked, "Now, on this deserted island, the power wind turbine towers have already been built to the maximum extent, which means that for this happy mushroom cultivation base, the power has already reached a peak. Even if we barely allow the centrifuge to reach maximum rotation speed for a moment through power storage, it wouldn't have any practical significance. This is not your concern." Involving research experiments, Chen Mo was no longer his usual gentle self and said sternly, "I will naturally find another way to solve the energy problem." Yes. Since Chen Mo had made a decision, the round-framed woman had no objections and went straight to arrange the next centrifuge rotation speed test experiment. Chen Mo had no dissatisfaction with the round-framed woman's objections. In terms of scientific research, objections, doubts, and opinions are all considered good things. Moreover, these assistants could all be regarded as Chen Mo's apprentices, because all these assistants were secretly arranged by week 119. All of them were apprentices from week 119's laboratory. However, Chen Mo was somewhat puzzled as to why most of the assistants arranged were women. Although women tend to be more meticulous than men, there shouldn't be only women except for maintenance assistants, right? It was precisely because of this reason that Chen Mo rarely mentioned his usual research environment in front of Robin. After all, Chen Mo is someone who does not lie, and his intuition told him that if Robin found out about this, she would definitely suspect his intentions. It wasn't out of good intentions, but rather out of bad intentions, right? On the other hand, when Robin returned home with Luffy, she was unexpectedly surprised to find Ace and Sabo play fighting at the door. According to Ace's usual behavior, shouldn't he be running towards the Gorber Mountains at this time, collecting pirate treasures with Sabo? "Hey, Luffy." Sabo looked at the returning Luffy, happily raising his hand. "Ace, Sabo." Luffy, still feeling somewhat down, looked at the two in front of him with confusion and said, "What are you doing here?" You should know that when Luffy first met Ace, every afternoon he would chase Ace to Gorber Mountain. But Ace, who had his own little secret, always relied on his age advantage to shake off Luffy, then reunite with Sabo. Over time, coupled with Luffy meeting Shanks, he lost the desire to follow Ace and instead spent more time with the red-haired pirates in the afternoons. "Hey, Luffy, Ace and I discussed it. How about we collect pirate savings for our future voyage together?" Sabo said excitedly while flicking his top hat. "TCH, it has nothing to do with me." Ace, who was listening nearby, turned his head arrogantly, showing no intention of looking at Luffy, and said indifferently, "Sure." Luffy, facing Sabo's suggestion, showed no resistance at all and shouted excitedly, "You guys go have fun. Be safe." Robin smiled, pretending she didn't hear anything about pirate savings, patted Luffy's straw hat on his head, and went into the house alone. "Let us go." Luffy, Sabo rushed towards Gorber Mountain, shouting, "Oh!" With thoughts of adventure and pirate treasure filling his mind, Luffy had completely discarded the low spirits from parting with Shanks and cheered as he chased after Sabo. "TCH annoying." Ace looked disdainfully at Luffy, who was lagging behind, and then also chased after him. Watching the three leave together from the window, Robin couldn't help but smile and said, "Ace is surprisingly gentle." Perhaps Luffy couldn't see it, but Robin understood. After a few months of getting along, Ace had probably completely acknowledged Luffy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically chosen this time to invite Luffy to join their so-called pirate savings plan. Pirate savings? Sounds interesting. Should I follow them to take a look? Robin thought with a somewhat mischievous mindset. If I secretly take their pirate savings, wouldn't they be more motivated? Following behind Sabo, Luffy, who had been training hard for several months, discovered that they had already crossed the boundary of the Galber Mountains. "Hey, Sabo, where are we going?" After running for more than an hour, Luffy, whose physical fitness had surpassed that of an average adult pirate from the East Sea, asked without even panting, "The uncertain object terminus. It can also be called the garbage dump." Sabo continued running without any pause, explaining, "That place is where all the garbage of the Goa kingdom accumulates. It often hides valuable items that nobles accidentally throw away. That is one of the sources of our pirate savings." "What are the other sources?" Luffy asked foolishly. "Of course, we'll rob from other thugs and rogues." Ace, who was trailing behind Luffy, accelerated slightly, surpassing Luffy by half a body, and said coldly in a manner not befitting his age, "Listen well, Luffy. That place gathers all the thugs and rogues of the Goa kingdom. And even mountain bandits and pirates exist there. It's not a place for playing pirate games. Those people want to be like Grandpa, looking fierce, but actually not putting us in danger." Luffy widened his eyes at Ace. "That place is where lives are at stake." Ace glanced at Luffy and said, "If you're scared, you can still turn back now." Chapter 247, High Nobility Conference. "I am going to be the Pirate King," Luffy shouted without any hesitation. "The Pirate King?" Sabo and Ace were taken aback by Luffy's declaration. "Did Luffy steal alcohol from Makino?" Sabo asked with some confusion. And when Ace heard the words Pirate King, he couldn't help but think of that bastard Roger, mocking him. "If you're going to sneak a drink, at least eat a few peanuts so you won't get this drunk, right?" "I don't care. I'm definitely going to be the Pirate King." Luffy wouldn't care about what Ace and Sabo said, repeating his dream again. "Ha ha, Luffy, I support you. Go for it." Seeing that Luffy was serious, Sabo changed his tone and encouraged him. "Oomph." Ace snorted coldly. Soon, the three figures quickly disappeared at the edge of the Galber Mountains, officially stepping into the uncertain object terminus, also known as the garbage dump of the Goa Kingdom. The Goa Kingdom is said to be the most beautiful country in the East Sea, with not a single piece of garbage in the towns. The policy of this country is to perfectly eliminate all unnecessary things. This means that the Goa Kingdom has expelled all unnecessary items to the uncertain object terminus. The so-called uncertain objects include various garbage, as well as thugs, rogues, and even disabled people who are burdens to society that have been expelled from the Goa Kingdom. Here is. Luffy widened his eyes, looking at the completely different scene before him, unlike the tranquility and peace of Windmill Village. Here, mountains of garbage reeked of foul odors, dirt, and sewage, and even those wandering among the garbage mountains could sense that they were like walking corpses, filled with greed, ferocity, and the despair of having no future. "Let us go. What are you dawdling for?" Ace punched Luffy on the head, warning him. "This is not a place for kids to dawdle. Stay close." "Hey, Luffy, you need to pay attention to the following issues." Sabo lowered his voice and spoke to Luffy beside him. Meanwhile, inside the palace of the Goa Kingdom, a high nobility conference was being held. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have received a notice from the world government that the celestial dragons will be inspecting the East Sea, and the first stop is our Goa Kingdom. Feel honored, everyone. This is proof that we are recognized by the world government." The governor, under the king of Goa's indication, announced loudly with a radiant expression. Immediately, many high nobles below widened their eyes in surprise. Excitement, agitation, pride. Various emotions suddenly appeared on the faces of the high nobles, and they even couldn't help but discuss among themselves in a manner that was quite rude. "The celestial dragon, the noble of the world, is really coming to visit our Goa Kingdom? This is indeed a rare event for the Goa Kingdom in 100 years. What honor. But wasn't it reported in the newspapers that there were bold madmen attempting to assassinate the celestial dragon? Will there be any accidents on this voyage? Be cautious. The celestial dragon is a descendant of the Creator. How can mere mortals dare to disrespect the celestial dragon? The news agency must have made a mistake and accidentally reported false information." Exactly. At this moment, the celestial dragon is inspecting the East Sea, perhaps to dispel these rumors. Ahem. Ladies and gentlemen, the governor cleared his throat, realizing it had no effect until he shouted 3 times in a row, which finally restored calm to the scene. "Governor, may I ask when the world nobles will arrive? Is there any related news?" An elderly nobleman, dressed in a splendid gown, yet retaining his grace, stood up tremblingly to ask. "According to the notice from the world government, this afternoon, the world noble, the celestial dragon, will officially depart in his exclusive vehicle and is expected to arrive in the kingdom of Goya in 1 to 1.5 months. The governor slightly bowed to this esteemed old nobleman as a sign of respect and spoke loudly and in detail. "Thank you for clarifying, Governor. The old nobleman replied with a slight bow before sitting down again. The governor paused and spoke again loudly. And this is precisely the reason for convening this high-ranking noble meeting. We must do our utmost to welcome the world nobles and cannot afford any disrespect. The many nobles below nodded in agreement. As high-ranking nobles of the kingdom of Goya, they must present their best side before the world noble celestial dragon. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to noble etiquette. Subsequently, the king of Goya nodded subtly, and the governor understood and continued. Currently, the uncertain object terminus has become a stain on the kingdom of Goya, and with the world nobles coming soon, I urge everyone to speak up to resolve this issue. The governor's words touched on the knowledge blind spots of these high-ranking nobles. If they were to discuss philosophy, etiquette, or family honor, they could talk nonstop for a day and night without a second thought. However, when it came to national policies, they were somewhat out of their depth. For a moment, the scene fell into an awkward silence, until after a while, a plump noble raised his hand, and after receiving a nod from the governor, he spoke loudly. I am willing to contribute 5 million belly to hire laborers to clear this garbage to the nearby deserted islands. Following the plump noble's statement, the other nobles eagerly followed suit, declaring, I have a modest estate, but for the honor of nobility, I am willing to contribute 3 million belly. Willing to contribute 6 million belly. 4 million belly. In the governor's astonished gaze, these high-ranking nobles were offering contributions ranging from millions of belly. However, as the governor knew, these high-ranking nobles have been entrenched in the kingdom of Goya for hundreds of years, with fortunes exceeding billions. Not to mention how foolish this method was. Could they really say such a small amount of belly with a straight face? The clamor among these nobles subsided once again with the comments from an ugly, notoriously stingy noble. There are so many lowly people relying on the garbage we discard to survive at the uncertain object terminus. Isn't it time to repay our kindness? I propose we send soldiers to capture all those lowly people and clear the uncertain object terminus. The nobles looked at the stingy noble with suddenly changed expressions, as if they were surprised by his statement. Moments later, they all praised him, saying, good idea. I almost forgot about those pests. It truly is a good strategy. Chapter 248. So-called nobility not only does it avoid wasting their own wealth, but also allows those lowly people to exert some residual value in the eyes of these high-ranking nobles. Such a two-for-one method was too good to pass up. However, the clever schemes discussed among these nobles sounded extremely harsh to the ears of the surrounding officials. Unlike those nobles who lived high above, untouched by the mundane world, and even established exclusive high towns imitating myriad to reside in, the officials of the kingdom of Goya still had some basic capabilities. For instance, these officials were very clear that the enormous mountain of garbage accumulated at the uncertain object terminus for hundreds of years could not be cleaned up by those lowly people living in the uncertain object terminus within a month. Unless there was a powerful figure among the garbage piles comparable to that naval hero, Admiral Carp, capable of shaking the earth with their every move. Everyone quiet. The governor looked at the increasingly disorderly high-ranking nobles and reminded them. After the nobles regained their composure, the governor raised his eyebrows slightly and subtly gestured to a young official. The young official understood, straightened his attire, and performed a noble salute before speaking. Respected noble lords, I dare to make a suggestion. Please, the governor. What the noble lord said makes sense, and I have greatly benefited. As a diligent official, the young official dared not remain silent, but under the urge to survive, he could not help but flatter first. However, considering that the lowly people at the uncertain object terminus may not be grateful and will not assist in cleaning it up, I feel. At this point, even though the young official had prepared himself mentally, cold sweat still broke out on his forehead, and he felt a pang of struggle within. I feel it would be better to set a great fire, burning the uncertain object terminus clean, to give the kingdom of Goya a beautiful and tidy environment to welcome the world noble celestial dragon. What does everyone think? After the governor waited for the young official to finish his proposal, he was the first to stand up. Following the governor, the king of Goya cleared his throat twice and said, everyone, please speak up and see if there are any shortcomings in this young man's opinion. The many nobles, who had spent their lives mingling in the political circle of the kingdom of Goya, certainly understood the meaning of the king and the governor. Moreover, this young official's suggestion was indeed truly brilliant. However, among the many nobles who agreed, the old nobleman stood up to ask, Sir, after the uncertain object is burned, those lowly people may risk gathering to riot. It would be unfortunate if it disturbed the world noble celestial dragon. in response to the old nobleman's question. Before the young official could answer, the stingy noble smugly replied, "Those lowly people are the uncertain object themselves. They could just be burned to death together." Upon hearing this, the king of Goya couldn't help but show a slight smile. In the internal discussions among the king of Goya and the officials, the original intention was to completely burn down the uncertain object terminus. And now, with the guidance of the officials, these nobles finally discussed this method. As this inhumane method was confirmed, many nobles let out a long sigh of relief. After all, once the uncertain object terminus, the greatest stain on the kingdom of Goya, was removed, the remaining details for welcoming the world noble celestial dragon were merely small issues. After all, the kingdom of Goya is the most beautiful country in the East China Sea, and I believe that even the world nobles, the celestial dragons, would not be able to find any major flaws. Subsequently, this high-ranking noble meeting also had an in-depth and detailed discussion about the ceremony to welcome the world nobles, the celestial dragons. Unlike the previously discussed uncertain endpoint issue, which felt like a mere formality, in this professional field, many nobles were arguing passionately. For example, the positioning of each family, which is a significant issue involving family honor and the probability of appearing before the world nobles. Many nobles studied this for a whole 3 hours before barely coming up with a preliminary plan. Meanwhile, in the happy mushroom cultivation base, Yuichi, guarding outside the research area, was slowly chewing over what Chen Mo had said earlier. The gatekeeper old man. This key term was certainly not forgotten by Yuichi. Now that he had some leisure time, Yuichi began to ponder its meaning again. The teacher needs a gatekeeper old man to be arranged in Windmill Village. It is well known that the teacher has only 2 hobbies in life, reading and Robin, and Lady Robin currently resides in Windmill Village. In other words, this gatekeeper old man is actually there to protect Lady Robin's safety. Yuichi interpreted Chen Mo's words meticulously, reasoning while murmuring. So why is it specifically required to be an old man? After thinking for a moment, Yuichi suddenly realized and said, "Indeed, only an old man would be more suitable. Not to mention maturity and stability. Even in some indescribable matters, an old man with good intentions could avoid many troubles, preventing disturbances to Lady Robin's life." Thinking deeper, the teacher once said, "Do not look at indecency." This implies that the most suitable old man might as well be blind? A blind old man? At this point, Yuichi felt somewhat conflicted. After all, Chen Mo mentioned a gatekeeper old man, but if he is blind, how could he guard the gate? Stuck in a dead end of thought, Yuichi decided to change his perspective. Strength. Since it is to protect Lady Robin, at the very least, strength must be adequate. Therefore, the most basic haki must be mastered. Haki. At this thought, Yuichi suddenly felt as if the clouds had parted and the sky had cleared. I understand now. The gatekeeper old man the teacher referred to is an old man who is proficient in observation haki and is blind. Only someone skilled in observation haki can serve as a blind gatekeeper while also protecting Lady Robin. In other words, is the teacher subtly hinting that I should look for such a person in the sea and invite him over? Yuichi murmured excitedly. Just then, Chen Mo, who had finished work, left the research area and saw Yuichi standing by, lost in thought. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Mo decided not to disturb Yuichi and left the base alone to go home for dinner. After all, it is a good thing that Yuichi, who usually does not like to think, is actually thinking. As a teacher, Chen Mo holds an encouraging attitude towards this. Chapter 249, A Feast Thus. Chen Mo maintained a certain rhythm and lived the peaceful life he had long dreamed of. Every morning, he would train the 2 little monkeys, Luffy and Ace. However, considering that Luffy, having eaten a devil fruit, cannot be submerged in water, Chen Mo generously put sea stone handcuffs on him and made him run while dragging a 100-kilogram stone. The reason? To prevent Luffy from being caught by the Navy in the future and still being able to escape with his friends. Although Luffy protested quite a bit, under Chen Mo's gentle persuasion, he had no choice but to comply. However, compared to Ace, who could already run 10 kilometers independently, Luffy, under this new form of torment, could only crawl for a few dozen meters before giving up. After that, it was time for reading. What pleased Chen Mo was that during this time, a little boy named Sabo often came over to study voluntarily. A polite and ambitious child like Sabo is indeed very easy to like. Both Chen Mo and Robin welcomed Sabo's frequent visits. However, what puzzled Chen Mo and Robin a bit was that Sabo seemed to live in the Gore Mountain Range and always wore the same set of clothes. A polite child likely wouldn't skip bathing, right? Then in the afternoon, After these three little boys went off to play some pirate treasure-gathering games to accumulate funds needed for going to sea when they grew up, Chen Mo unflinchingly went to work at the happy mushroom cultivation base. The compact and fulfilling, calm and warm days passed unknowingly for more than half a month, and the research on uranium enrichment centrifuges had made significant progress. Now, apart from a few minor details that needed adjustments and optimizations, the main issue was the energy problem on the deserted island. The power generation from the small windmill was no longer sufficient to meet the needs of the uranium enrichment centrifuge, let alone the other research that would need to be conducted simultaneously. Regarding the energy issue, although Chen Mo had started preparing early, he was still plagued by headaches. Because after numerous inquiries, Yuichi still frustratedly expressed that there was no news about the devil fruit Chen Mo was looking for. This was troublesome. Chen Mo weighed the flame fruit in his hand, feeling a bit distressed. In desperation to continue the research normally, Chen Mo led his assistants to construct a power station on the deserted island specifically designed for flame fruit users, while also searching for good people willing to contribute to world peace. To find such a selfless good person, Chen Mo took a day off this afternoon, not going to work at the happy mushroom cultivation base, but preparing to head to the town of the Kingdom of Goya. The Kingdom of Goya is at least known as the most beautiful country in the East China Sea, and Chen Mo had reason to believe, in this beautiful country, there must be good people. After all, Chen Mo's requirements were not high. He just needed to find an adult, someone willing to contribute a few years of youth for world peace, using love to generate heat and then electricity. However, since Chen Mo did not want to sell his body, cough, cough, he didn't want to inadvertently deceive those women attracted by his looks. So before setting off, Chen Mo specifically found a mask to wear, unlike the last peace-loving dove mask this time. Since Chen Mo was going with the wish of finding a good person, he deliberately chose a mask with the words good person written on it. Then, Chen Mo also changed his hair color to pure white. After all, past experiences told Chen Mo that compared to a handsome masked young man, a mysterious old man is more convincing to others. So, White Knight Demon, what do you plan to slaughter this time? Robin looked at Chen Mo, who had put on a mask. His hair suddenly turned pure white and was dressed in a snow-white outfit, teasingly asked, White Yasha? Chen Mo asked with some confusion. Ever since he heard this name from Shanks last time, he accidentally forgot to ask you about the specific deeds of White Yasha. Now, being brought up by Robin again, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel it was referring to him. Hey, little Mo, still doesn't he know? Robin thought amusingly, tapping her finger on her lips, but it seemed quite normal, fitting for her silly younger brother's character. For some reason, with a playful heart, Robin decided against telling Chen Mo the truth and said instead, our brother looks just as handsome as the legendary White Yasha. Nonsense. Chen Mo retorted with righteous indignation. Perhaps that so-called White Yasha is, indeed, some remarkable hero, but in terms of looks, I believe no one is more dominant than I am. Robin, if I don't have looks of that level, how could I be worthy of Sister Robin? Chen Mo said honestly. Robin couldn't hide her joy in her eyes. Her dual-colored pupils briefly glanced at Chen Mo, and even her original intention to warn Chen Mo not to cause too much destruction in the town of Goya faded. Playfully saying, come back early tonight. There's a big feast for a girl. Happiness can be quite simple. Just a sincere compliment from someone she values is enough. Especially since this statement came from the usually straightforward and honest Chen Mo, Robin felt an unparalleled authenticity. For a moment, even rational Robin couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. A big feast. Chen Mo listened to Robin's words, and even though he had just eaten lunch, he couldn't help but drool, swallowing a few times. I understand. I will definitely come back soon, Chen Mo immediately said seriously. Then he grabbed a prepared white cloth and, with the power of the burn fruit, dashed out of the house. Meanwhile, not far from Windmill Village, a giant ship engraved with an Easter dragon was sailing towards the Goya kingdom. Dragon, are you anxious to see your son? The Okama king, Ivankov, asked curiously, leaning his large face close to Dragon. Facing Ivankov's gossip, under the watchful gaze of many revolutionary comrades, Dragon remained silent, maintaining his cool and dignified aura, quietly standing at the bow of the ship, allowing the strong wind to billow his dark green cloak. Strangely, even though the hem of the cloak was flying in the wind, looking quite imposing, Dragon's long hair, however, remained completely still, showing no signs of movement. This made Ivankov suspect whether their leader was secretly using the powers of the wind fruit. Chapter 250, That strategy, fourth update, behind Dragon, besides Ivankov, stood an even taller figure, Bartholomew Kuma. Compared to when Chen Mo first met Bartholomew Kuma 6 years ago, Kuma now appeared even more calm and taciturn. Many times, if no revolutionary comrade initiated a conversation, Kuma could quietly stay alone for a whole day. However, even though Kuma had become incredibly peaceful and gentle, his face, which was imposing without anger, still made many unfamiliar people instinctively keep their distance. After Ivankov noticed that Dragon did not respond to his teasing, he shifted his focus to Kuma. Kuma, are you looking forward to seeing little Mo? Facing Ivankov's teasing question, Kuma's dark skin slightly flushed, and he nodded, responding in a calm, magnetic voice. It's been a long time since I last saw little Mo. I wonder if he has lost weight. Dragon, Ivankov. What the heck? Him, Nicole, Chen Mo. Will lose weight. Both Dragon and Ivankov recalled Chen Mo's monster-like appetite and strength, and their mouths involuntarily twitched. Ivankov, do you think we should catch some sea kings on the way as a gift for little Mo? Kuma's tone was serious, as if he were seriously contemplating the issue. Well, he can probably fend for himself. Ivankov replied somewhat helplessly. He didn't know what was going on between Kuma and Chen Mo, but their relationship was inexplicably good. Chen Mo could run all the way to marry Geos by himself, and even recently livestreamed beating the legendary pirate Shiki, the Golden Lion. Yet even now, for some reason, in Kuma's mind, Chen Mo was still like the child from back then. Realizing that this topic couldn't continue, Ivankov quickly turned to Dragon, saying, Dragon, is it a bit risky to return to the East Blue at this time? If we accidentally attract the attention of the world government, it might cause trouble for week 007. Dragon, however, cooperatively answered Ivankov's question, his gaze deep as he looked into the distance, speaking slowly. The celestial dragons are touring the seas. We need to witness firsthand what status the celestial dragons hold in the eyes of the so-called high-ranking officials of various countries, and what kind of chaos it will cause. This is the best opportunity to verify that strategy for the future. Kuma, who had been quietly listening, murmured as if he sensed something, that strategy, to gather the strength of the four seas and counterattack the Grand Line. When discussing this topic, Dragon had secretly activated the powers of the wind fruit, using the wind to isolate this area's sound from reaching the outside world. Yes, no matter how many times we simulate it, this strategy, which evolved from little Mo'sWheelchair rural encircling the city theory, is the most suitable. As long as we hold the four seas in our hands, we can overthrow the world government in one go, or retreat to hold the calm belt. Therefore, the attitude of the four seas towards the world government and the celestial dragons is especially important for this strategy. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, swiftly navigating through the Galber Mountains, had already reached the endpoint of the uncertain object. What a massive pile of garbage. No, it should even be called a garbage mountain range, right? Because Windmill Village and the endpoint of the uncertain object were separated by the Galber Mountains. Chen Mo had never noticed that such a man-made wonder existed within the Goya kingdom. Chen Mo's keen sense of smell made this environment an unparalleled torment. If it weren't for the fact that he had already digested his lunch in just half an hour, he probably wouldn't be able to hold back from throwing up at this moment. Chen Mo's expression, hidden behind the mask of a good person, flickered between green and pale for a while. Is this what they call the beautiful East Sea Pearl, the kingdom of Goya? In the end, Chen Mo could only forcefully suppress this doubt. Amidst the flickering lights, he quickly crossed the uncertain terminus and arrived at the only path leading from the uncertain terminus to the town. In this passage, there were numerous soldiers stationed in layers to prevent the hungry ruffians from the uncertain terminus from storming the town. Of course, this doesn't mean that there is no way to enter the town from the uncertain terminus. Either dress neatly or pay a small deposit. After all, many times, the ruffians living in the uncertain terminus often find valuable things. At that time, they naturally need to enter the town to exchange these valuable items for berries or food. The Kingdom of Goya can also efficiently recycle and reuse valuable items from the uncertain terminus through this method. If we disregard people, pollution, ethics, and so on, for the upper class who benefit from it, the system of the uncertain terminus could be considered perfect. The Kingdom of Goya has also gained the reputation of being the most beautiful country in the vast East Sea because of this. Naturally, the soldiers guarding the passage would casually stop a person dressed in white like Chen Mo. However, a soldier captain who had been stationed in this passage for a long time noticed Chen Mo's attire was unusual. Plus, in the usually chaotic, uncertain terminus, no one would wear a mask with good person written on it. The captain judged Chen Mo to be an outsider and couldn't help but remind him. Inside the town, no disturbances are allowed, and at night, you must not wander around. If you don't have berries to stay in a hotel, be sure to return to the uncertain terminus on time. Chen nodded slightly, indicating he understood, and then proceeded straight through the passage, officially entering the town of the Kingdom of Goya. At this moment, Chen felt a heavy weight in his heart. The division of classes in this beautiful country has reached a level where even a child could clearly categorize it. Just now, when Chen passed the uncertain terminus, he sensed with his observation hockey that there were no less than 100,000 life forces within the entire garbage mountain. After Chen passed through the passage and entered the so-called in-town, which is the civilian area, a clean and orderly atmosphere greeted him. Chen couldn't help but look back at the massive city wall that surrounded the Kingdom of Goya. Just this wall apart, heaven and hell are so close. This country must be sick. It needs to be treated. Chapter 251. What is stimulation? Previously, while living in Windmill Village, far from the town of the Kingdom of Goya and basically in a state of self-governance, Chen didn't feel much. But now that he stepped into the territory of the Kingdom of Goya, he truly felt that this kingdom was indeed in a pathological state. No, not just this Kingdom of Goya. Ultimately, the Kingdom of Goya is perhaps a microcosm of the entire sea. As Chen furrowed his brows and pondered while walking straight ahead, he occasionally observed the surrounding environment and the mental state of the residents. Unfortunately, Chen observation hockey could only perceive a person's good and evil intentions, but he couldn't read their thoughts like a mind reader. However, in the in-town where ordinary residents lived, Chen could occasionally notice that the local residents, upon seeing those hurried, ragged individuals, displayed a strange look in their eyes. The gaze contained not only a sense of superiority, but also anxiety and panic. Are they enjoying this privilege while also fearing to fall to that level? Chen hidden behind the mask of a good person, revealed a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Suddenly, Chen felt that finding the good person he wanted in the Kingdom of Goya might be much more difficult than he imagined. Because, according to Chen judgment, this Kingdom of Goya is likely already a kind of twisted pathology. As the saying goes, no snowflake is innocent in an avalanche. And for this country to become like this, every citizen must have their own despicable side. Even if there are few good people, they're likely already assimilated or completely excluded. Suddenly, Chen thought of Sabo, who often came to his home for a meal. With such good upbringing and elegant noble etiquette, but seemingly living alone in the Galber Mountains. Could it be Sabo is that excluded, innocent snowflake? However, Chen had no answer to this question in the short term. For now, since he was already here, Chen was not in a hurry to leave. So he headed straight for the main street, which is the true commercial street of the Kingdom of Goya. Suddenly, Chen seemed to notice three familiar figures flash by from a nearby corner. Activating his observation hockey, sure enough, it was those three little brats. Chen thought to himself, but he had no intention of bothering with them, and his footsteps continued towards the main street. So dangerous, Luffy said, clutching his chest and breathing heavily. That familiar figure just now couldn't be Grandpa, could it? Sabo recalled that figure, muttering to himself. No, it was definitely that bastard Grandpa, Ace asserted confidently. Hey, why are you so sure? Sabo and Luffy looked at Ace with puzzled expressions. The shoes, besides the body type and walking posture, the most important thing is that the person was wearing the shoes that Robin made for Grandpa. Ace said with certainty. If we dig deeper into why Ace remembers so clearly, it's because he was hit by that shoe dozens of times. And that shoe also had armament hockey, so how could Ace possibly forget? Moreover, that shoe was handmade by Robin for Grandpa, and it's basically impossible for there to be another identical pair in the entire Kingdom of Goya. After Ace said this, Sabo and Luffy also recalled their memories. Hey, what's a bit strange? Luffy said, poking his chin with one hand, somewhat puzzled. Normally at this time, didn't Grandpa say he was going out to grow mushrooms? How did he end up in the town of the Kingdom of Goya? For a moment, the three brothers Ace frowned and pondered. I got it, Luffy suddenly shouted. Grandpa is here in the town to mess around. Messing around? Ace and Sabo's mouths twitched involuntarily as they asked back. Luffy, do you even know what messing around means? I'm really not quite sure, Luffy said in a naive and straightforward manner. However, this behavior is somewhat similar to that idiot Shanks. And Beckman told me that Shanks is just fooling around and told me not to bother him. However, when Luffy said this, he suddenly noticed that Ace and Sabo's faces became extremely stiff and pale in an instant. What's wrong? Luffy asked curiously. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Luffy. Little Luffy, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. You actually said I was fooling around outside? A haunting voice echoed behind Luffy. Luffy stiffly turned his head and saw that it was the masked man who resembled his grandpa. At this moment, it was basically safe to remove the suspected part. This voice was definitely Grandpa. Grandpa, good afternoon. At this moment, Ace and the others greeted Chen Mojian in unison. Even Sabo, who had repeatedly seen Chen Mojian mistreat Ace and Luffy, instinctively referred to Chen Mojian as Grandpa. Speak up. Chen Mojian crossed his arms and looked down at the three kids, asking, didn't you say you were going to collect that pirate treasure every afternoon? Why did you sneak into the town? What are you trying to do? Initially, Chen Mojian planned to ignore these three kids, but unexpectedly, they mentioned his name. You see, as long as Chen Mojian is within the territory of the Goya Kingdom, to ensure the safety of his important people, he continuously uses observation haki to keep track of them. Once he senses certain keywords, for example, Grandpa, Chen Mojian, help, etc., he automatically registers their words in his mind to ascertain their current situation. Of course, Chen Mojian wouldn't be bored enough to eavesdrop on their conversations. It's like when someone is focused on doing something else, they automatically filter out unrelated sounds around them. Facing Chen Mo's questioning, Ace and Sabo rolled their eyes and explained. We heard the air in the town is fresher, so we came in to take a look. Just as Ace finished speaking, Luffy straightforwardly replied from the side. Ace and Sabo took me in to eat for free. It was so exciting. At this moment, Ace and Sabo looked at Luffy as if he were a traitor. We got a traitor among us. Chapter 252, The Young Noble. After a moment, Ace and the others emerged from a street corner with a big bump on their heads and tears in their eyes. Ace kept mumbling, damn it. I already said Luffy is an idiot. No, Luffy is a traitor. Bastard, you got us into trouble. Behind Ace and the others, Chen Mojian reminded them, remember, you can't talk nonsense. Your rest time is over. Hurry up and go home. Then Chen Mojian turned and walked towards the central street. When it comes to finding a good person, even if the hope is slim, in order to develop the mushroom bomb as soon as possible, Chen Mojian felt it was still necessary to make an effort. Of course, Chen Mojian had considered giving the flame fruit to Ace or Sabo, but in Chen Mo's view, Logia-type fruits are just so. For example, that guy Dragon developed the wind fruit to the point of awakening, but so what? He still can't beat me. So in Chen Mo's eyes, the most precious aspect of devil fruits lies in their diverse and strange abilities. Paramecia-type devil fruits have the most potential and malleability. For example, Robin's flower fruit is a devil fruit that Chen Mojian envies greatly. And fruits like the flame fruit, aside from looking cool, really have no highlights in the eyes of true, strong people. Unless the user of the flame fruit can awaken the fruit to break through the theoretical maximum temperature and continuously develop the flame's temperature. Moreover, what Chen Mojian dislikes most about the flame fruit is that in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia he once read, it showed that the flame fruit is an inferior fruit to Akainu's magma fruit. Therefore, for Chen Mojian, who harbors hatred for Akainu, the flame fruit is basically of little use aside from being able to generate electricity indirectly. So for the future of Ace and Sabo, Chen Mojian basically wouldn't consider letting them eat the flame fruit. While Chen Mojian was thinking about all this, he unconsciously arrived at the central street. Looking at the bustling street ahead, Chen Mojian casually picked a prominent spot, took out the prepared white cloth, and spread it out in front of him. On the white cloth, a large line of text read, recruiting partners to save the world. Below it, there was a smaller line. Currently, we need a physically fit adult, with fire-making experience preferred. Treatment, free food and accommodation, professional training, flexible work hours, beautiful women everywhere. Salary, 1 devil fruit. Yes, that's right. Chen Mojian intended to recruit a physically fit and mentally healthy adult to consume the relatively useless flame fruit, and until he found a suitable electric-type devil fruit. He would need that adult to contribute to world peace. Every day, aside from eating and drinking, this enlightened adult might be asked to use love to burn and generate electricity, to ensure the energy supply for the happy mushroom cultivation base. Everyone, come take a look. Hiring. Chen Mojian didn't forget to shout loudly after setting up the white cloth. After all, wearing a mask. Who would know that the one losing their reputation is himself? It's worth mentioning that before shouting, the attentive Chen Mojian also changed his voice to make it sound older and more powerful. Many passers-by on the central street looked at this oddly dressed masked man and couldn't help but pay him a bit more attention. However, when they saw the contents of the white cloth, They couldn't help but glance disdainfully at Chen Mo and then silently walked away, having no intention of talking to him. How precious are devil fruits! It is said that only the noble lords living in the high town might possess such treasures. A mere street vendor old man actually dared to write such outrageous conditions. It's simply a decline in morals, and swindlers are rampant. However, in the face of the disdain, the good-natured Chen Mo was not in a hurry, as he quietly waited for an enlightened, fated person while carefully thinking about the details of uranium enrichment centrifuges. Just as Chen Mo was setting up his stall, Ace and the others, who had just been punched, had no intention of eating for free again. They walked towards the uncertain destination. However, this time, shortly after Ace and the others stepped into the uncertain destination, dozens of burly men surrounded them completely. After struggling for years at the uncertain end station, Ace and Sabo instantly recognized the group of burly men before them, the Brujum pirates. It is said that this was a pirate crew that once gazed far out at the Grand Line, but in reality, this crew has occupied the uncertain end station for several years, coupled with the Goya Kingdom's neglect of the uncertain end station. The Brujum pirates have gradually become the uncrowned kings of this place. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy stood back to back, vigilantly watching the large group of restless men in front of them. Then Ace questioned the pirate captain holding a big knife. Brujum, what do you want? Hee. Brujum swung his big knife and sneered. Little brat, it's better not to meddle in things that don't concern you. Be careful, or you won't live long. Following that, the burly men surrounding Ace, Sabo, and Luffy drew their guns and aimed them at them. Instantly, cold sweat began to drip down Ace and Luffy's foreheads. The desperate men pointing guns at them were not joking. A moment's carelessness could lead to the death of the three brothers. After all, no matter how superior Ace and Sabo's physical abilities were compared to their peers, they had long been numb watching their grandfather throw pebbles with the force of cannonballs. But for these three young kids, their strength was still far from being able to withstand bullets. Very well, little brats, don't move. Brujum arrogantly sneered a few times and gestured to his men. Soon after, Ace and Sabo were restrained by the burly men. Only then did Brujum put away his gun, lift Sabo's chin, and laugh. If it weren't for your father contacting me, I really wouldn't have known that such a dirty and lowly place as the uncertain end station had a noble young master mixed in. Noble? Ace and Luffy widened their eyes, looking at Sabo, who appeared unusually flustered after his identity was exposed. At this point, the precocious Sabo no longer held any hopes of luck. After a moment of panic, he calmly asked, "Did my father send you to capture me?" "That's right. Money is a powerful motivator. Noble young master, you better be accommodating," Brujum said bluntly, showing no signs of hiding his intentions. "All right, I'll go with you, but you have to let my two brothers go." Sabo glanced at Ace and Luffy, who were being restrained, and calmly stated, If noble young master behaves, there will naturally be no trouble." Brujum cracked his neck and said. He then instructed his men, "Take this noble young master back, and be careful not to hurt him." Chapter 253, The Imminent Great Fire Bastard. Let Sabo go. Sabo, do you really want to end it like this? Luffy and Ace shouted angrily at Sabo, who was willing to leave with the men. However, for the two who were restrained, it was merely impotent rage, unable to struggle. Ace, Luffy, goodbye. You must live well. Sabo looked back at the two with reluctance, but to ensure their safety, he could only comply and leave with the burly men. After Sabo disappeared from sight, a glint of greed flashed in Brujum's eyes as he leaned down and pinched Ace's face, asking, "I heard you guys have collected a treasure. Tell me where it is, and I'll let you live." Before Ace could think of a way to deceive him, Luffy, who was beside him, angrily shouted, "You bastard, that's Ace and Sabo's pirate savings collected for going to sea to buy a ship. How can we give it to you?" "Oh." Brujum's greed intensified upon hearing this. The fact that it could buy a ship for going to sea indicated that this treasure was substantial. Idiot Luffy. Ace was already too exhausted to complain. This kind of reckless operation was no different from voluntarily betraying his teammates. What infuriated Ace even more was that Luffy was oblivious to the fact that he had completely sold out his teammates. "Very well, since you are unwilling to speak." A cruel glint flashed across Brujum's face, and the surrounding burly men began to crack their knuckles. Soon after, Ace and Luffy faced an hour of brutal beating. In this situation, Ace and Luffy's vitality and resilience were displayed to the fullest. It must be said that growing up under the loving iron fist of Garp and recently enduring the merciless education of Chen Mo, Ace and Luffy's strength might not be outstanding. But in terms of willpower and endurance, they far exceeded what a child should have. Brujum and his men were drenched in sweat, feeling sore all over, while Ace and Luffy still maintained their spirited demeanor, with Luffy even shouting, "Let me go." At this moment, Brujum felt insulted. After all, he had beaten them for over an hour. Couldn't they show a bit of respect? Even a false confession would be better than continuing to shout as if nothing had happened. Tie them up, and we'll see if they talk later. Brujum abandoned the meaningless beating and waved his numb hands. Ace and Luffy were tied together to a post, and upon seeing the strange smile on Brujum's face, an ominous premonition suddenly rose within them. "What do you want? You'll know soon, little brat. Think carefully here about whether or not to reveal the location of the treasure." Brujum sneered, then left with his men. If Ace's nose had been a bit more sensitive, he would have surely noticed that at some point, a strong smell of alcohol and gasoline was mixing in the uncertain end station. Meanwhile, Sabo, who had been captured and brought back to the town, faced a scolding from his parents. "The pirate game is over, Sabo. Since you're not dead, then go back to your room and learn etiquette. You must understand, your life's destiny is to marry a princess and secure our family's position in the Goyak kingdom." "Yes, father, mother." With despair, Sabo dragged his numb body back to his study. Back in his room, as he looked at the gradually darkening sky, he couldn't help but worry about Ace and Luffy's situation. He also wondered if that bastard Brujum would keep his promise and let Ace and Luffy go. Suddenly, Sabo heard the sound of a door opening behind him. He saw a boy with orange hair and a mocking expression walk in. "You must be Sabo, right?" Although it was a greeting, Sabo could sense the strong hostility behind it. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Sturley, the adopted son of this family, taking the place of you, who went missing," Sturley said, one hand in his pocket and the other open, trying to assert his presence. "But Sabo, you're really lucky. You were just a bit short, and tonight would have been garbage burning day." Garbage burning day? Sabo involuntarily took 2 steps back, a sense of extreme foreboding rising in his heart. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed Starry by the collar, and asked anxiously, "What is going on? What does burning trash day mean? Explain it to me clearly." Suddenly, Starry, who had just been maintaining his noble demeanor, became extremely flustered. What was wrong with this fool Sabo? Why was he being so rude? This was completely against noble etiquette. "Speak," Sabo shouted. Startled by Sabo's yell, Starry instinctively replied, "The uncertain object terminus will soon catch fire, burning everything to the ground." "What? How is that possible?" Sabo was taken aback by the news, feeling a bit dizzy. The uncertain object terminus housed a large number of people. Why wasn't he there any prior notification? What would happen to them? Starry adjusted his collar and carelessly said, "They're just commoners. It's not a big deal. They can all burn together. The world noble celestial dragon is about to visit this country. Those commoners will only tarnish our nation's image. Burning them all is better than having to deal with them later." At that moment, Sabo looked at Starry as if he were a monster. Those were hundreds of thousands of lives, just because of such ridiculous reasons, their lives would be taken away. Ace, Luffy? Suddenly, Sabo remembered they were still in the uncertain object terminus. Then, in Starry's bewildered gaze, Sabo jumped directly for the second-floor window and escaped the estate, leaping from branch to branch. "I know nothing." After a moment of daze, Starry quietly slipped out of Sabo's room, muttering to himself. Once on the streets of the high town, Sabo noticed that many nobles were still maintaining their polite and leisurely pace of life. Perhaps it was fake news? Otherwise, there would have been a huge fire tonight. How could people not have any strange reactions? With a glimmer of hope, Sabo tried to engage a few nobles in conversation. "The fire at the uncertain object terminus? Yes, I've heard about it. It might be a good thing. The air could be much fresher. We don't need to care about those commoners. Who told them not to be born into noble families? This has been announced for half a month. Who are you that you don't know?" After questioning several people, Sabo finally despaired. Chapter 254, I'll cover your retreat. 4th update. This country, these nobles, have gone mad. They were clearly in the fragrant high town, yet Sabo felt a suffocating sense of despair. It was a suffocation far worse than being in the foul environment of the uncertain object terminus. Escape. He had to escape, at least to ensure Ace and Luffy's safety. With a slightly pale face, Sabo pressed down his hat and dashed towards the exit leading to the central street. Not long after Sabo left, a large group of security officers, receiving orders from Sabo's father, began to search for Sabo's whereabouts. Upon reaching the exit, Sabo keenly noticed that the security officer guarding the exit was holding a photo of him. If it were any other time, Sabo might have considered sneaking out through other means. However, in his current state of anxiety, with the fire at the uncertain object terminus potentially igniting at any moment. How could he calm down to think of other methods? So Sabo pressed his hat down further, covering most of his face, and took the opportunity to follow a noble couple heading towards the exit, pretending to be part of their family. As he slowly approached the exit, sweat began to bead in the palm of his hand hidden in his pocket. Closer, closer. Just as the security officer with the photo turned his gaze towards him, Sabo suddenly surged forward, using his small stature to dart out before the officers could react. That's him. Catch him. Stop, Master Sabo. Hearing the shouts behind him, Sabo didn't slow down for a moment, but instead pushed forward with all his might. Sabo understood that the real test was about to begin, because the towns of the Goa Kingdom were arranged in a circular structure. At the very center was the royal palace where the royal family resided. Next were the high town, Central Street, in town, and the uncertain object terminus. Each area was separated by tall city walls to ensure that lower areas wouldn't impact higher ones. Suddenly, while running, Sabo spotted a familiar figure. A kind-hearted mask, white hair, white clothing. Mr. Chen Mo? Sabo stopped in front of Chen Mo's stall and called out. Sabo, why are you sweating so much? What happened? Chen Mo, who had been resting for a while without encountering any kind-hearted person, asked in confusion. Sabo had never seen Chen Mo in action. He had only heard bits and pieces from Ace and Luffy, who claimed their godfather was the most terrifying person in the world, even scarier than the most terrifying Grandpa Carp. Someone who could split the sea with a fingernail, tossing pebbles with the power of cannonballs. There's hope, Sabo thought, feeling a surge of excitement. He quickly explained to Chen Mo in a hurried tone, Mr. Chen Mo, due to the visit of the world nobles, the celestial dragons, the Goa Kingdom plans to directly burn down the uncertain object terminus. Ace and Luffy are likely in danger. You must hurry to save them. Chen Mo's expression hidden beneath the kind-hearted mask became extraordinarily vivid. Are the ruling class of this country insane? No. Wait. As Chen Mo recalled the class divisions in this country, he suddenly realized something. Perhaps those upper ruling classes didn't even see the next tier as their kind. Just as Chen Mo was about to open his mouth to verify some questions with Sabo, a sudden explosion was heard from the uncertain object terminus. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, even from behind the city wall, the sky above the uncertain object terminus had already turned crimson. The fire has started. At that moment, the numerous security officers chasing after Sabo also spotted his figure. This young master, stop. Please hurry back to High Town with us. The fire at the uncertain object terminus has already begun. To ensure the safety of High Town, the city wall will close soon. For your safety, please come back with us. The shouts of the security team caught Chen Mo's attention. In the High Town area, even the security team is aware of this news. Chen Mo murmured, this is nothing but a massacre. A slaughter initiated by the upper class against the lower class for the sake of so-called face. Meanwhile, Sabo looked anxiously at the crimson rising beyond the city walls and pleaded with Chen Mo. Ace and Luffy are likely still at the uncertain object terminus. Mr. Chen Mo, please hurry and save them. Chen Mo placed his hand on Sabo's top hat, comforting him. Don't worry, Ace and Luffy's life energy is very stable in my perception. Hey, take your hand off young Master Sabo's hat and step back 3 paces with your hands raised. The security team aimed their guns at Chen Mo, shouting warily. In the face of the security team's warning, Chen Mo didn't even lift his gaze but instead asked Sabo, thank you for the information. If I'm not mistaken, you're also a noble of the Goa Kingdom, right? Hearing Chen Mo's calm and composed tone, Sabo's anxiety dissipated significantly, and he firmly stated, even if I die, I do not wish to be that so-called noble. Then, how about becoming my disciple? Chen Mo looked at the determined child before him and inexplicably recalled himself from years ago when he first had the thought of taking on a disciple. Living in an environment filled with muck, yet still able to maintain a pure heart. In Chen Mo's eyes, this child possessed immense spiritual strength and was very suitable to be cultivated as a leader of the next generation of the Revolutionary Army. Seeing the hand that Chen Mo extended toward him, Sabo solemnly placed his hand on it. Master. Chen Mo smiled slightly beneath his mask and corrected him. You should call me Master. Yes, Master, Sabo shouted loudly. However, the surrounding security team, which had completely encircled Chen Mo and Sabo, was a major dampener. Capture both of them. With a wave of his hand, the security captain commanded, and many security team members aimed their guns at Chen Mo while approaching with handcuffs. In this situation, Sabo bravely stood in front of Chen Mo and shouted, Master, I'll hold them off for you. Hurry and go save Ace and Luffy. Don't worry about me. Just as Sabo finished speaking, an invisible wave emanated from Chen Mo, Conqueror's Hockey. For a moment, the surrounding space seemed to come to a sudden halt. When time resumed its flow, the numerous security team members surrounding Chen Mo and Sabo fell one after another, their eyes rolling back. "Idiot, do you really think Master needs you to cover my retreat?" Chen Mo said, somewhat amused and also admiring Sabo's courage. Chapter 255, Red Lotus Hell on the Side of the Uncertain Object Terminus. The bound Ace and Luffy witnessed the Brujum pirates shooting at some seal barrels. Boom boom. As the explosions accompanied by flames echoed, Ace and Luffy were completely panicked. Has the Brujum pirates gone mad? Are they trying to burn the entire uncertain object terminus to the ground? What puzzled Ace and Luffy the most was that the Brujum pirates were starting the explosions from the outskirts of the uncertain object terminus. This not only aimed to burn everyone inside the uncertain object terminus alive, but it seemed they intended to perish with them, going down together. Meanwhile, Ace and Luffy were tied up at a relatively high position, just in time to see the only passage connecting the uncertain object terminus to the town being completely sealed off by the station soldiers as the fire ignited. Those who noticed the fire and wanted to escape into the town frantically banged on the door of the passage. Unfortunately, all was in vain, as they were met only with the cold and unresponsive iron door. In an instant, emotions such as cursing, lamenting, and anger surged among the group abandoned in the uncertain object terminus. Some were hysterically destroying things. Some lay helplessly in the garbage, waiting for the flames to consume them. Others vented their negative emotions towards the weaker ones. Crazy. Everyone has gone mad. At this moment, Ace and Luffy, who witnessed the whole process, were completely panicked, desperately trying to struggle against the ropes binding them. Ultimately, it was Luffy's rubber fruit, which had been useless except for enhancing his resilience, that came into play as Ace forcibly squeezed Luffy to break free from the ropes first. "Oh, you broke free." Brujum and his numerous henchmen happened to see this scene and mocked. "Brujum, are you crazy? Why are you setting fire?" Ace pulled the somewhat oxygen-deprived Luffy up from the ground, protecting him behind him, and questioned in confusion. "Don't you see how beautiful this fire is?" Brujum spread his arms and said ecstatically, "Besides, letting these scum help me become a noble is also a way of using them." Suddenly, Ace seemed to understand Brujum's underlying meaning and angrily said, "You bastard are colluding with the upper echelons of the Goa Kingdom? As long as you burn down the uncertain object terminus, they will grant you noble status? Clever. No wonder you, a kid, can thrive in the uncertain object terminus." Brujum clapped his hands, appreciating Ace. "So how about it, Ace? I admire you. If you hand over your treasure, I'll allow you to join my crew. And I can also take you and that straw hat kid behind you out of this place that is about to turn into a red lotus hell, to the high town to enjoy life. A coward who fled back from the sea, losing his courage, still wants to be my captain?" Ace scoffed. However, before Brujum could get angry, Ace's next words plunged him into an icy abyss. "Only a coward like you, who places hope in nobles, would believe such nonsense. Do you think you aren't a parasite of the uncertain object terminus? Do you think those nobles will spare you from a burning?" Suddenly, Brujum, who had just been smug, looked back in terror at the closed door. Although the original plan was that the king of the Goa Kingdom had promised him that as long as he completed the task, that door would naturally open for him, welcoming him to the high town to become a glorious noble. At this moment, Brujum had to admit that he might really have been deceived. In that instant, all thoughts of treasure and subordinates forgotten, Brujum crazily ran toward the doors, muttering, "The king of Goa won't lie to me. They are nobles, nobles." The many strong men surrounding Ace and Luffy watched as their captain lost control and rushed wildly towards the gate, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. Subsequently, they could no longer pay attention to Ace and Luffy, quickly following Brujum's figure away. They had been so reckless in setting up barrels of wine and gunpowder, leaving no escape route and burning the uncertain endpoint, all because of their captain's solemn guarantee. However, at this moment, even Brujum was in danger, and the fate of the others was truly chilling. Ace and Luffy watched as the strong men around them scattered like birds and beasts, quickly searching for a way to escape this uncertain endpoint that was gradually turning into a hell of flames. Unfortunately, the Brujum pirates, who had occupied the uncertain endpoint for years, knew this place too well. In order to perfectly complete their mission, they had burned all living beings within the uncertain endpoint, sealing off all possible escape routes. Fire. There was fire everywhere, and to their eyes, Ace and Luffy felt everything had turned into a sea of crimson. along with the large amount of toxic gas produced by burning garbage filling the air. Luffy, who was relatively younger, began to experience slight hallucinations. Hold on, Luffy. Ace slapped Luffy's face, causing Luffy's rubber body to stretch out by half. Then Luffy slowly shrank back. Did the high temperature make Luffy's body soften and his elasticity worse? Ace thought anxiously. As a dedicated older brother, Ace outwardly expressed extreme disdain for Luffy, but in reality, after learning that Luffy had eaten the rubber fruit, he specially sought out Chen Mojian to inquire about the properties of rubber. However, in the next moment, Ace's pupils slightly constricted. Brujum, along with numerous henchmen, reappeared before Ace, and the weapons of this group still bore a large amount of blood and flesh. Brujum grinned wickedly at Ace and Luffy, his tongue lightly licking his cracked lips, and said, "Found you brats. Murderous intent. Undoubtedly murderous intent." Ace shielded Luffy behind him, unable to help but take a few steps back. And behind Ace and Luffy was the raging fire. "Brujum, why aren't you looking for King Goya, but instead coming back to find us?" Ace asked loudly, his face showing determination while protecting Luffy. Brujum licked the blood off the blade of his large knife, looking crazed as he said, "Since everyone is destined to go to hell, Ace, let me take a swing and experience the thrill of blood and flesh flying again. Let me free you." Chapter 256, Determination in an Instant. Ace and Luffy were crazily besieged by numerous strongmen. The battle had just begun, and under the intentional division of the battlefield by the strongmen, Ace and Luffy had no choice but to fight separately. "This Ace brat is mine." Brujum casually slashed down on a strong man attacking Ace from behind, knocking him to the ground, licking his lips and saying bloodthirstily, "Yes." Even on the brink of madness, the strong men were still brought back to some semblance of rationality by the fear that Brujum had instilled in them for years, slightly panicking as they obeyed Brujum's orders. Then more strong men pounced into the battlefield attacking Luffy. Ace, who was constantly paying attention to Luffy's condition, felt even more anxious and wanted to rush to the rescue. However, as soon as Ace moved his feet, a large knife was brought down in the path of his rescue. "Ace brat, do you have time to worry about others in the future?" Brujum lunged at Ace with a vicious expression. Damn it, Ace's physical condition wasn't bad, but constrained by their size advantage and battle experience. For a moment, Ace was firmly suppressed in place, and he was in peril, let alone intending to rescue Luffy. On Luffy's side, he had just been tied up high and inhaled a large amount of toxic gas, and was now starting to hallucinate. Coupled with being in a high-temperature environment for a long time, Luffy, as a rubber man, felt utterly weak and couldn't muster any strength. Suddenly faced with the siege of many strong men, in less than a moment, Luffy fell to the ground. Damn it! Lying on the ground, Luffy struggled to get up, but he had no strength at all, and even felt a bit dazed. Immediately, a strong man holding a long knife stepped on Luffy's chest. The knife aimed at Luffy's head, shouting madly and bloodthirstily, "Let's go to hell together, brat." Watching the knife tip getting closer to Luffy's head, Ace, who caught sight of this scene, immediately roared with bloodshot eyes, "Stop! Hands!" In an instant, time seemed to slow down around them. In Ace's mind, images flashed by rapidly. "Ace, brother. Hey, take me to play with you. I don't care. I want to follow you. Ace. Ace. Ace." The last images turned into Luffy's childish cries, echoing endlessly in Ace's mind. How can I let you hurt my foolish little brother?" Suddenly, an incredibly strong wave erupted from Ace's small body, and wherever this wave passed, the numerous henchmen attacking Luffy fell down with rolled-back eyes. Even the raging flames around seemed to pause for a moment. What is this? What is happening? To Brujum's surprise, under the impact of this wave, he only took a few steps back, momentarily dazed before regaining his senses. Conqueror's Haki, the proof of a king's qualification. I must say, my grandson is truly remarkable, perhaps cultivated by my influence. At some point, Chen Mojian appeared beside Luffy, carrying Sabo, and spoke with a hint of pride. "Grandpa," Ace and Luffy exclaimed in surprise. "Even Sabo is back." Luffy. As soon as Sabo landed, he quickly picked up the limp Luffy from the ground. "Are you okay?" "That's great." Luffy, who almost thought he was going to die, was suddenly overjoyed to see his grandpa and Sabo. In an instant, his emotions surged, and after happily calling out, he rolled his eyes and fainted. "All right, everything is fine now. Let me first send this evil person, who is haunted by malicious thoughts, away from this beautiful world." In Chen Mo's perception, within the uncertain destination that was burning fiercely, the breath of life was constantly fading away. Therefore, at this moment, Chen Mo was somewhat anxious to deal with this bastard who had almost harmed his god-grandson, and then quickly go save people. I'm sorry. Chen Mo is really a protective person. These two foolish god-grandsons can be tormented by him as much as he wants. But if outsiders dare to harm them, not even a hair will be left behind in this world. They will all be sent away. However, just as Chen Mo was about to take action, Ace unexpectedly stopped him. Grandpa, this guy's mine. He took Sabo away in front of me and hurt Luffy. I wanted to feed him myself. In the face of Ace's unwavering determination, although Chen Mo greatly appreciated this spirit, he sensed the life force of both sides, and that guy, who was haunted by evil thoughts, was clearly stronger. Unless Ace was irrationally overpowered, he would definitely not be the opponent of the other party. Thinking of this, Chen Mo felt a bit disheartened to dampen Ace's enthusiasm, but still said honestly, Ace, give up. You're too weak. For a moment, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Sabo inexplicably felt that Luffy's straightforward personality must have been learned from his grandpa, right? Thinking of this, Sabo couldn't help but mourn for Ace's recent ambition for 3 seconds. Having such a grandpa must be quite a headache, right? No, Weiichi. It seems that this one is also my master now. The future looks a bit dark. Listening to Chen Mo's words, Ace stood silently for a while, just when Chen Mo thought he would listen to him as usual. When Ace slowly turned to look at him, his face was already covered in tears. Grandpa, but I'm unwilling. I'm really so unwilling. He took Sabo away in front of me and hurt Luffy. I really can't accept it. I'm too weak, so weak. Facing the self-hating weak Ace, who hated his inability to protect Sabo and Luffy, Chen Mo simply couldn't bring himself to deny his words. Because back then, on O'Hara Island, Chen Mo also drank the bitter brew of helplessness, watching his home be lost. At this moment, Chen Mo felt the same pain. Ace, do you really desire power this much right now? Ace stared at Chen Mo with tearful eyes, speechless. But that incredibly determined gaze clearly told Chen Mo the answer. Chapter 257, The Price of Power TSK. Chen Mo took out the myriad no Mi from his pocket, hesitated for a moment, and then tossed it into Ace's hands. Ace, obtaining this power comes at a price. Price. Ace looked at the fiery red devil fruit in his hand. At this moment, Ace thought of many things. Over the past few months, Ace had read quite a few books, including those about devil fruits. Generally speaking, devil fruits bring certain drawbacks to their users. In addition to becoming a landlubber, they can also be restrained by sea stone. Some users even undergo changes in personality or appearance. However, for Ace at this moment, to fulfill his belief, such a price was completely negligible. Just as Ace was stunned while holding the myriad no Mi, Brujum seized the opportunity to act. The treasure of the sea, the devil fruit, brings various strange abilities to humans, and each devil fruit is worth at least 100 million berries on the black market. Berries, power. There might even be a hope of surviving in this red lotus hell. At this moment, under endless greed and a strong survival instinct, Brujum instinctively wanted to rush in front of Ace and snatch that devil fruit. However, as soon as Brujum moved, the white-haired man in the mask merely shifted his gaze to him, and an overwhelming sense of oppression suddenly crashed down on him like a landslide or tsunami. Those eyes, filled with a hint of disdain, inexplicably occupied all of Brujum's thoughts. Move again and you'll die. Although Brujum's brain was strongly urging his body to fight back, every cell in his body seemed to tremble uneasily under that gaze, unable to move. I can't move, absolutely can't move. Looking at Brujum frozen in place, Chen Mo slowly withdrew his gaze and said with a faint warning, please have a little self-awareness and don't add trouble for me. It's really hard to control the strength to restrain an ant without crushing it. This isn't Chen Mo being arrogant or dismissive. But for Chen Mo, someone like Brujum, who is haunted by evil thoughts, is really just an ant, a pest that destroys this beautiful world. If it were normally, out of respect for these ants' parents, Chen Mo might still refer to them more tactfully. But now that the situation is urgent, don't blame Chen Mo for being too direct. At this moment, Ace had already made his decision. Bite, with a gaze that had gained enough awareness. Ace took a bite of the myriad no Mi. Sigh, why bother? For a moment of impulse. You have to pay the price of burning for your grandpa for several years. Ace, your childhood is gone. Chen Mo felt something mixed into Ace's life force, and his body quickly transformed into a fire person, internally lamenting. Then, Chen Mo picked up Sabo in one arm and Luffy in the other, instantly soaring into the sky. Meanwhile below, The uncertain destination that had turned into a red lotus, hell, saw a large amount of flames suddenly gathering towards Ace in a way that defied logic. Fire fist. Brujum let out a miserable scream, and that breath of life instantly dissipated in the uncertain destination. Suddenly, Chen Mo caught a familiar scent. Soon after, a figure with magnificent wings, Robin, descended from above, landing in front of Chen Mo, Sister Robin. Even though it had only been half a day, Chen Mo inexplicably felt delighted and called out, maintaining the 100-flower illusion wings. Robin had a slightly stiff expression as she looked down at the ocean of flames spreading for miles below and asked Chen Mo, "This fire, it wasn't started by you, right?" Chen Mo's expression hidden under the mask froze, and then he spoke with a hint of grievance. "This time it really has nothing to do with me. You can ask Sabo." Upon hearing this, Robin looked at Sabo, who was being held by Chen Mo. Sabo naturally explained smartly, I can testify." However, even so, Robin still had a hint of suspicion on her face. It wasn't that Robin didn't trust Chen Mo's character, but how could there be such a coincidence in the world? The uncertain object terminal has existed for hundreds of years, enduring the harsh elements without burning. Yet when my foolish younger brother first came to this area, it caught fire, coupled with Chen Mo's dark past. It's hard not to make Robin suspicious whenever he goes out, as misfortune always seems to follow him. However, at this moment, Chen Mo didn't have time to explain his grievances. He quickly handed the saber and Luffy to Robin, urging her to take them to a safe place. The fire was growing larger and larger, spreading for miles. The area engulfed in flames was immeasurable. From a distance, it looked as if a small mountain had been completely ignited. Even from a high vantage point, Chen Mo noticed that over 70 of the uncertain object terminal was covered in flames, with the lucky survivors huddled in the remaining area, struggling to stay alive. Faced with a scene akin to a natural disaster, even Chen Mo felt somewhat powerless. After all, he was just an ordinary person, not a god. Perhaps it wouldn't be difficult for him to sink the entire Goya kingdom to the bottom of the sea. But extinguishing this sea of fire without harming humans was beyond his capabilities. Therefore, the domain of the overlord, Chen Mo descended into the gathered crowd, suddenly unleashing his overlord domain, pushing away all the flammable materials and flames around him without harming the people. However, within the vast, uncertain object terminal, the areas that had turned into a sea of fire were scattered throughout the entire terminal, leaving the fortunate survivors divided into several small groups. Chen Mo moved quickly, and his physical attributes ensured that he could withstand smoke and fire for a short time. Moreover, in order to save more people, he had no hesitation in using his energy, almost continuously flashing between different groups, expanding his overlord domain to push back the flames. It could be said that Chen Mo was exchanging his own lifespan to save these people. However, human strength was no match for natural disasters. After just pushing back the combustible materials and flames in one area, Chen Mo looked back and felt a sense of despair. The fire was about to completely engulf the other areas. Those who had barely survived in the other areas were about to be burned alive by the flames. There was no time left. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, feeling helpless and sorrowful. In the end, would he only save half of them? Chapter 258. A bold idea really, even though it was already night. The sky in the west was still so bright it was really annoying. Inside the Goya Kingdom's palace, King Goya held a steaming cup of coffee, comfortably leaning back in a leather chair, gazing at the crimson sky outside. He said flatly, "I'm very sorry, Your Majesty." The two guards standing by the window immediately bowed and said, "We'll pull the curtains right away." As they diligently pulled the curtains, King Goya couldn't help but take a sip of his hot coffee and chuckled a few times. Whether that laughter was for the delicious coffee or mocking something else, remains unknown. Not only in the Goya Kingdom's palace, but also in the high noble mansions of Gaotian. One could easily see the sky above the uncertain object terminal turned crimson through the tall walls. Even the air above seemed to distort slightly. A little orange-haired girl in a Gothic Lolita outfit leaned against the window, curiously looking at the crimson sky, and asked, "Father, why are the people at the uncertain object terminal not considered human? Why do they have to be burned to death? That's just what they deserve." A middle-aged man walked up behind the orange-haired girl, his hands clasped behind his back, displaying pride and disdain as he spoke. Just think, who told them not to be born into noble families? Upon hearing this, the orange-haired girl's look of confusion turned into realization, and she placed her hands together on her cheek, excitedly saying, "Isn't it good to be born into a noble family? Those people are so foolish. Come on, no more of this, you have to study tomorrow, so hurry up and go to sleep." The middle-aged man said with a hint of indulgence. Yes. The orange-haired girl, having received the answer she wanted, happily skipped back to her room. The middle-aged man watched her retreating figure and said good night before casually closing the window. Finally, he glanced disdainfully at the uncertain object terminal through the transparent glass, snorting before turning away. Meanwhile, the situation at the uncertain object terminal had reached a critical point. Just as Chen Mo was about to unleash his conqueror's haki indiscriminately, knocking out those ordinary people in the process to forcefully suppress the fire, a gust of wind suddenly swept through the uncertain object terminal. A strong wind. In an instant, the wind's force reached a level comparable to that of a hurricane. Dragon? Sensing something unusual, Chen Mo activated his observation haki and suddenly looked up, discovering a figure in a dark green cloak, arms outstretched, surrounded by the endless gale, appearing godlike. TSK. That bastard dragon finally arrived, just in time. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, the strong wind moved. Logically, the wind should have intensified the fire, and this gust would have turned the remaining human foothold into a sea of flames. However, the strong wind controlled by Dragon forcibly cut off the oxygen from the burning areas below, and with the immense wind pressure, the flames that could threaten the remaining humans were extinguished in an instant. We survived? Ah! This is amazing. Amazing. Not only the majority of people previously saved by Chen Mo, but also a large group who had just escaped death beneath the strong wind couldn't help but cheer. Even though they lived in a garbage heap, they were still human, still wanting to live well. Xiao Mo, long time no see. The figure in the dark green cloak, Monkey D. Dragon, said with an unmistakable pride in his tone as he addressed Chen Mo, who had just flashed in front of him. However, facing Dragon's pride, Chen Mo crossed his arms and wasted no time getting to the point. Call me Dad. The once imposing Dragon instantly lost his composure, sputtering and pointing at Chen Mo, angrily saying, "What does that bastard Carp have to do with me? Isn't Carp your father? How could it not concern me?" Chen Mo asked, digging at his ears. After a pause, Chen Mo looked at Dragon's face, which was turning a shade of blue from anger, and repeated, "Don't think too much, just call me Dad, or even adoptive father works. 10 full-service high-end hot springs. Can you keep quiet about it?" Long peeked his head around, confirming no one was around, and whispered, "I have money now. I'll take you 10 times, and you can call me once every day when you wake up. How about that?" Chen Mo could hardly contain his laughter and replied, "Don't go too far. After all, we've been friends for so many years, and I've never treated you poorly, right?" Long was so angry he shook all over, unable to fight or argue back, and finally resorted to playing the emotional card. "I'm sorry, but I don't want to be your friend right now. I just want to be your dad." Chen Mo grinned widely, instantly feeling the resentment built up over the years dissipate. However, no matter how much they joked, in the end, serious matters took precedence. After teasing Long a few times, Chen Mo temporarily set the matter aside. "Why did you suddenly come to the East China Sea?" Chen Mo asked in confusion. In his perception, not only was Long there, but even Mr. Bear Ivankov, and even Yongxi's life aura appeared not far away by the seaside. Hearing Chen Mo's question, Long, while controlling a strong wind to clear a path for the crowd to escape to the seaside, answered Chen Mo's question. The Holy Land myriad incident. The negative impact caused by the slaves, the sensational murder of 2 celestial dragons, has shaken the entire sea. It has caused the world government's authority to waver in the 4 seas. Therefore, in order to quickly re-establish their authority, the world government initiated a plan for 4 celestial dragons to patrol the seas, to deter those restless forces and strengthen their dominance in the 4 seas. To more intuitively and accurately judge the impact and the attitude of various countries' upper echelons towards this, I led many high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army to set sail for the East China Sea. After all, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, it is necessary to witness and experience many things firsthand. Is this really caused by the so-called celestial dragons? Listening to Long's account, Chen Mo's hand, hidden under the white robe, clenched tightly. Even a small country like the Goya Kingdom was willing to burn the lives of over 100,000 people to gain the favor and appreciation of the celestial dragons. How many lives would be lost across the 4 seas, and how many would pay the price for the outings of those celestial dragons? Suddenly, a bold idea emerged in Chen Mo's mind. Chapter 259, Solution as an Unremarkable Scholar. Chen Mo never thought highly of himself. He believed that, during his ordinary 15 years, his only achievement was cultivating 777 foolish students who valued their teachers. However, When Chen Mo recalled a certain teacher who traveled the world and cultivated 3,000 disciples, he felt somewhat inferior and thought there was nothing to be proud of. As for other aspects like appearance, strength, or character, they might also be outstanding. But perhaps due to Chen Mo's inherent humility, he generally wouldn't casually inform others about such matters. However, when one is impoverished, one focuses on oneself. When one is wealthy, one helps the world. Now, that Chen Mo could be considered wealthy and somewhat powerful. Moreover, the bold idea in his mind, if successfully implemented, could save countless innocent civilians and many compatriots suffering from the patrols of the celestial dragons. Those are lives. Anyone with a bit of conscience within their capabilities cannot remain indifferent. Yet this phenomenon of disregarding human life stems from the fundamental problems of this era. As of now, Chen Mo still felt powerless to change it. However, the most direct inducement that led to the tragedy at the uncertain terminus was the patrols of the celestial dragons. Thus, the simplest equation, solving the celestial dragons, solves the problem and saves countless civilians. But how enormous is the power of the world government? The last time Chen Mo infiltrated the Holy Land myriad, it was merely a visible city of the world government. The world government, standing at the pinnacle of the world for 800 years, must have many hidden cards. Perhaps besides the Holy Land, there are other holy seas, holy heavens, or even something like saints. Therefore, Chen Mo's so-called solution to the celestial dragons was not to recklessly charge into the Holy Land myriad and throw away his life. After all, just the terrifying life aura hidden deep within the Holy Land myriad was enough for Chen Mo to drink a pot. Not to mention the existence comparable to the head of CP0 within the Holy Land myriad. Not to mention the countless others. Just counting on fingers would suffice, right? Knowing his own capabilities, Chen Mo set his sights on the 4 celestial dragons that caused the turmoil across the seas. If the celestial dragons are gone, other countries naturally have no reason to harm civilians without a fight. When Chen Mo shared this idea with Long was dumbfounded for a long time, but then praised Chen Mo's idea greatly. Despite Long often maintaining a fierce expression, he was surprisingly gentle toward civilians. Since there was a way to save those innocent civilians, Long could not remain indifferent. Perhaps due to being constrained by the instinctual perception of the world noble celestial dragons being high and untouchable, Long had not previously thought of such a direct strategy. But at this moment, Chen Mo's reminder instantly sparked Long's mind. The combat power of a vice admiral in the Navy is not something to be taken lightly. Even the world government cannot afford to send 4 people to protect the celestial dragons at once. Therefore, those protecting the celestial dragons must be experts comparable to elite Navy vice admirals from CP0. However, for both Long and Chen Mo, the difference between so-called elite Navy vice admirals and ordinary Navy soldiers is merely a matter of one screaming louder while the other doesn't even get a chance to scream. But Xiao Mo, the positions of those celestial dragons are not easy to determine. Long rubbed his face hidden under his hood and said with some difficulty, "According to the intelligence known to the Revolutionary Army, aside from the Holy Land myriad, only the celestial dragon who went to the East China Sea, a dawn-flied saint, could accurately know his position, and the one heading to the North Sea, Chris North Saint, knew roughly where he was. As for the other 2 celestial dragons, aside from their names, there was no information at all. For celestial dragons have only come out, and 2 are already tracked by our Revolutionary Army." At this moment, Chen Mo gained a whole new understanding of his organization's intelligence capabilities. While Chen Mo and Long were discussing this idea, driven by a strong desire to survive, many people below had already surged towards the coast along the path Long had opened. And at the coast, a ship larger than Chen Mo's vehicle, with an Eastern dragon carved on its hull, had already docked there. Let's first solve the issue of these refugees below, and we can discuss this proposal later. Long instantly transformed into elements, turning into a whirlwind heading towards the giant ship. Hearing this, Chen Mo gestured to Robin, who was staying in a safe place, and then lightly stepped forward, following Long to the giant ship. Xiao Mo, as soon as Bear saw Chen Mo, his serious and stiff face couldn't help but break into a smile as he called out, "Mr. Bear, long time no see." Chen Mo exclaimed with undisguised joy upon seeing the bear who had cared for him many times before. Teacher, however, before Chen Mo could chat with Bear for a few sentences, a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind him, exclaiming in surprise. Fortunately, Chen Mo had sensed the life force of Yong Si long ago. Otherwise, he might have instinctively slapped her away. Good opportunity. Seeing Chen Mo completely unguarded, A sly look flashed in Yong-Si's eyes as she thought to herself. Ignoring the many high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army around, she pounced directly on Chen Mo's back. Chen Mo never expected that Yong-Si would be so bold, especially since he instinctively had no guard against the student. Thus, Yong-Si's pounce unexpectedly hit the mark, tightly hugging Chen Mo from behind. The many high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army around instantly froze, instinctively letting out a strange sound. Among them, Ivankov's reaction was the most peculiar, his tone filled with ambiguity. Oh no! After realizing what was happening, Chen Mo felt a wave of inexplicable panic. Clearly, Yong-Si was hugging him, and he could distinctly feel a warm, soft sensation against his back. However, all the pores on Chen Mo's body suddenly contracted, and an extremely dangerous feeling arose in his heart. Chen Mo turned his head slightly, only to find Robin in midair. Her magnificent wings spread wide, her eyes narrowing slightly, with an expression that was somewhat smiling, yet not smiling. Sabo, who was being held by Robin, covered his face with one hand, pretending not to see. Are you planning to hug until dawn? Robin's tone was filled with tenderness, so gentle that it sent chills down Chen Mo's spine. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange. Even Long, who was about to address the crowd of survivors to rally their spirits, couldn't help but pause for a moment. Since there was a good show to watch, it wouldn't be too late to give a speech after watching the show. Now, let's see who is the real boss. And how quick was Chen Mo's reaction? Just as Robin's warning words fell, he reached back and grabbed Yong-Si's shoulder. Power limit released. 60, 80, 100, 120. In an instant, Chen Mo's grip on Yong-Si's arm surged several sizes, pulling her down from behind with a force she couldn't resist. But that wasn't all. Chen Mo immediately assumed a baseball-throwing posture, aiming at a 45-degree angle towards the sky. Full power series. Home run. Bang. It was as if a missile had been launched. Chen Mo, with his face hidden beneath a mask, sent the already frightened Yong-Si flying into the air. In that moment, even the giant ship under Chen Mo's feet tilted by more than 10 degrees. A series of sonic booms echoed as the speed at which Yong-Si was thrown broke through layer after layer of sound barriers. Teacher, teacher, teacher. Besides leaving behind a lingering cry, Yong-Si disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Zing! Strangely, under such terrifying acceleration, the blade tied around Yong-Si's waist didn't fall off. Instead, it sparkled like stars in the sky. At that moment, among all the people present, the most panicked was neither Long nor Robin, but Sabo. The person who called him teacher had already been thrown into the sky. His disciple, who called him master, probably wouldn't receive the same treatment, right? Sabo thought about his little arms and legs, and immediately trembled in fear. As the scene fell into an inexplicable silence, Chen Mo clapped his hands and explained to Robin, Sister Robin, that was just a misunderstanding. She won't be hurt, right? The kind-hearted Robin's brows twitched unconsciously, and after a moment of hesitation, she asked with some concern. Facing Robin's worry, Chen Mo reassured her. That dead girl won't have any problems. It's just a small lesson. As soon as Chen Mo's words fell, a slight imperceptible wave suddenly appeared in the space on the deck, followed by Yong-Si's figure abruptly appearing. You scare me to death. I almost fainted and fell into the sea. On the deck filled with high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army, Yong-Si showed no signs of hiding, patting her chest playfully. Daring. Such an exaggerated scene. Is it like they're playing around? Robin's expression darkened considerably. Ah! The perceptive Chen Mo instantly noticed the change in Robin's expression, shooting a fierce glare at Yong-Si while his mind raced. According to the 13th rule of intimate paradise, when faced with an inexplicable situation, diverting attention is the best option. Diverting attention. Hey, where's Ace? Chen Mo then realized that he seemed to have forgotten about another grandson. Instantly, a somewhat headache-inducing Robin threw Sabo and Luffy towards Chen Mo and spread her wings, heading back to the original position of Ace in the uncertain object terminal. Help me! Still in the uncertain object terminal, Ace struggled to maintain his elemental state to avoid being burned alive by the sea of flames, shouting weakly. At just 10 years old, Ace's talent was remarkable. After eating the flame fruit, in a fit of extreme anger and battle intent, he instinctively used the flames in the uncertain object terminal to unleash a powerful fire fist. Just like using a cannon to swat a fly, he instantly turned Brujum to ashes. Then, little Ace's stamina was completely drained. If it weren't for Chen Mo having deliberately trained Ace's willpower for months, Ace probably would have fainted from exhaustion in that moment. However, even so, Igniting the flames in the uncertain object terminal turned Ace's original location into a sea of fire, which was the last thing he needed with his stamina already depleted. Thus, after briefly reveling in the power of the flame fruit, Ace found himself in a situation where he had to desperately extract a bit of stamina from his drained body to maintain his elemental state. I won't be the first flame fruit user to be burned to death, will I? Ace, dragging his exhausted body, moved slowly, feeling extremely frustrated. Where did that bastard Chen Mojian run off to? No one is here to save me or even give me something to eat to recover my stamina. Ace, with a strong will and a fierce desire to survive, continuously tried to save himself. Unfortunately, in the raging sea of flames, where could he find food? Even if there was any, it would probably turn to charcoal in just a few breaths. At that moment, countless beasts, which Chen Mojian referred to as grass mud horses, galloped through Ace's mind, yet he still pushed forward little by little in his intense will to survive. He didn't know how long it had been, and even Ace's vision began to blur. In the hazy distance, it seemed like an angel had fanned the flames and descended to embrace. No, it was actually holding onto his neck, pulling him out of the sea of fire. After escaping the inferno, a cool breeze carrying the foul smell of burning garbage struck Ace's face, and he regained some clarity. When he focused his eyes, he realized that it was none other than Sister Robin who was gripping the back of his neck. Ace, whose body was mostly blackened, expressed his infinite longing for life and sighed. I survived. Meanwhile, on Dragon's side, after being interrupted by Chen Mojian and Yongxi, he maintained his mysterious and imposing aura, standing at the bow of the giant ship, raising his fist high with one hand, and powerfully calling out to the tens of thousands of people below, those willing to fight for freedom, come aboard this ship. Oh, at that moment, countless people who had narrowly escaped death below were instantly captivated by the figure in the dark green cloak, shouting wildly. In the past, they had been lingering in uncertainty, like worms struggling to survive, but after experiencing a hell of Red Lotus and narrowly escaping death, they once again rekindled their infinite longing for life and freedom. At this moment, they were influenced by Dragon's powerful and commanding shout. Congratulations to the Revolutionary Army for adding tens of thousands of grassroots members. Introduction. A saying comes to mind that describes me very well. What saying? A scholar is of no use. It means that among the 100 professions in the world, the only one that is useless is the scholar? No. Chen Mo's sword pierces the sea. The vast and boundless sword energy shoots into the sky, splitting the sea in front of him for thousands of miles, a wound that cannot heal. What I mean is that as long as you read more, become a scholar, and master this sword technique that spans thousands of miles, even if the opponent comes from 100 professions, it would be useless.